The man woke up to find himself lying on a sandy highway, the scorching ground making him sit up abruptly. Before he could even figure out what was happening, a voice resounded throughout the land. The world of survival for all is now open. First challenge, scorching highway. Reach the starting station 500 kilometers away within 7 days, or you will be eliminated. When Soo-young came to his senses, he saw a bicycle lying next to him. A property panel popped up above the bicycle. Vehicle, old bicycle, speed, 15 kilometers per hour, top speed. With this thing, he's supposed to ride at 500 kilometers away, and he only has 7 days? Based on the data, it seems that if you ride more than 70 kilometers a day, which takes 4 or 5 hours, you can indeed make it in 7 days. Let alone 70 kilometers, an average person riding 10 or 20 kilometers a day might not even be able to stand up the next day. For a man to ride like that for 2 or 3 days straight, that's truly a pain in the ass. This level isn't just difficult, it's ridiculously difficult. Just then, Soo-young discovered that this dilapidated bicycle could actually be upgraded. The initial bicycle has 2 upgrade paths, a 2-wheeled mode and a 3-wheeled mode. Thankfully, the upgrade is possible. Soo-young breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of which mode he chose, as long as he completed the upgrade, his speed would increase. Soo-young looked up at the sky and was surprised to find the sun surrounded by flame-like markings. Was such a sun really normal? Meanwhile, a strange cactus was growing 7 or 8 meters away from the road. Who has ever seen a cactus tree that is over 20 meters tall? The thorns on it are also ridiculously long, probably half a meter long. Some of the spikes even appeared to Soo-young to be over a meter long, which was clearly not a species from Earth. Suddenly, Soo-young noticed something unusual under the cactus. It looked like a box buried in the sand with only a corner showing. Wait, could that be a treasure chest? Soo-young's eyes lit up, and he immediately prepared to approach. However, as soon as he left the road, he sensed something was wrong. The way the treasure chest was buried was very strange. Layers of sand piled up around it, making it look like a big lump of something lying there. When Soo-young looked closely, he realized that the treasure chest wasn't buried at all, but rather a huge rattlesnake was coiled above it. Soo-young gasped. Even in such a sweltering environment, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, he had taken a second look. Soo-young immediately slowed his movements and retreated gently. But after creating some distance, he felt a little unwilling. If his guess is correct, this treasure chest is very likely a new player bonus. After searching for a while, Soo-young found a few stones and 2 long thorns that had fallen from the cactus. I'll risk it. Soo-young slowly approached the treasure chest. The rattlesnake seemed to sense the danger. Its coiled body suddenly tensed, and it looked as if it was about to leap up. Upon seeing this, Soo-young's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly threw the 2 stones in his hand, accurately hitting the rattlesnake. The rattlesnake hissed in pain and charged at Soo-young. Just then, Soo-young picked up the largest rock at his feet and slammed it down hard. This attack pinned down the rattlesnake's body, preventing it from continuing its attack. Soo-young seized the opportunity and stabbed the rattlesnake hard in the vital spot with the long thorns of the cactus. Unfortunately, the spike missed its mark. However, the long spike still pierced through the rattlesnake's body and drove deep into the ground, firmly fixing it in place. The rattlesnake struggled frantically in excruciating pain, but could not break free. A golden opportunity. A glint flashed in Soo-young's eyes. He gripped the second long spike and pierced the rattlesnake's vital spot with pinpoint accuracy. The rattlesnake struggled a few times, then finally fell completely still. However, to Soo-young's utter surprise, at that very moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. First kill achieved. Monster kill treasure chest system activated. A monster-slaying treasure chest system? Soo-young was overjoyed. This was practically a golden opportunity. A moment later, after reading the information about the monster-killing and treasure-dropping system, Soo-young became even more excited. Because any monster he kills can drop a treasure chest. The same was true for the rattlesnake he just killed. Killed a level 1 rattlesnake. Received, white treasure chest *1, copper coin +1, experience points +1. Not only did I get a treasure chest, but I also got experience points. He got 2 treasure chests, both of them ordinary white chests. Without thinking much, Soo-young opened them directly. You open the white treasure chest and obtain the following items. 1 pack of whole wheat toast. 1 case of bottled water, 500 milliliters x12, and 1 ordinary machete, basic grade. You open the white treasure chest and obtain the following items. 3 sausages, 3 iron pieces, and one common part. The items from those two treasure chests came just in time to solve Su Yang's immediate problem, especially the chest of water. In the current environment, water is a necessity. As for iron sheets and ordinary parts, they are the basic materials needed to upgrade vehicles. Su Yang turned his gaze to the bicycle not far away, and an option had already appeared in his field of vision. Please select the vehicle upgrade direction. Option 1, two-wheel mode. Option 2, three-wheel mode. Ultimately, Su Yang chose the three-wheeled model. With further upgrades, the three-wheeled model could be converted into a four-wheeled vehicle, which would then be a car. That kind of speed is what truly deserves to be called vehicle speed. Of course, the two-wheeled mode can also be upgraded to a motorcycle. However, this is, after all, a world of survival, and there are dangers such as wild animals. Clearly, upgrading the vehicle to four wheels and having a closed space as soon as possible is the safest option. Selection complete. The vehicle will be upgraded to three-wheeled mode. The vehicle is currently eligible for its first upgrade, which requires 10 iron pieces. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Yang's heart stirred. It didn't seem difficult. Su Yang took out a bottle of mineral water, tilted his head back, and took several big gulps. When only 100 milliliters remained in the bottle, he put it in the trading hall and set the price at 10 iron pieces. Su Yang originally thought he would have to wait for a while, but to his surprise, the mineral water was traded away in less than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, on another highway, a beautiful woman looked at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, which had been drunk down to only 100 milliliters, and was caught in a dilemma. Why has it still been drunk by someone else? And judging from the trader's name, the other party must be a man. Wouldn't drinking it like this be equivalent to an indirect kiss? Despite her inner conflict, the beautiful woman still cautiously took a sip. Looking at the upgraded bicycle, Su Yang noticed that this initial upgrade hadn't changed the bicycle's appearance much. Vehicle, brand new bicycle. Speed, 20 kilometers per hour. The speed has increased, and it also looks much more durable. It's worth mentioning that if a bicycle malfunctions or is damaged, it can be repaired using spare parts. Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly. Can the star rating also be increased by strengthening materials or adding other components? Su Yang finally understood this upgrade model. As long as there were enough materials, the quality of the vehicle could be improved quickly. Thinking of this, Su Yang's gaze shifted and landed on the cactus not far away. Hopefully, it will drop a high-level treasure chest. In his line of sight, the cactus that looked like an ordinary plant now displayed a set of attribute information. Cactus, mini-boss. Level, black iron 1. This is a monster still asleep, with 36 minutes and 27 seconds remaining until it awakens. Su Yang finally understood why the initial instructions said not to stay at the starting point for more than an hour. Because in an hour, this cactus will awaken and transform into a cactus beast, which is also a mini-boss with 3 skills. It's far stronger than the rattlesnake Su Yang just killed. If I can kill it, it'll definitely drop some good loot. Su Yang's heart burned with excitement. Besides level, monsters also possess quality. The higher the quality, the better the treasure chests they drop. If Su Yang cuts it now, it shouldn't wake up, right? Su Yang was uneasy, but in the end, he decided to take the risk and gamble. Su Yang stood in front of the cactus, a large machete in his hand. His bicycle was already parked on the road not far away. In case of any accident, he would immediately jump onto his bicycle and flee. After taking a deep breath, Su Yang gripped the knife with both hands and slashed fiercely at the base of the cactus. A bright red number indicating a reduction in health appeared above the cactus, but Su Yang didn't have time to glance at it. He immediately pulled out the cleaver embedded inside the cactus and swung it down again. Good, a few more strokes and it'll be done. Su Yang was overjoyed, but soon the information about the cactus he had been paying attention to changed. The wake-up time in the helpful reminders suddenly jumped from 35 minutes to 25 minutes, a reduction of 10 minutes. Oh no, this thing will awaken prematurely. Su Yang was shocked and immediately began to frantically swing his knife. After 3 consecutive strikes, the cactus's awakening time entered a 10-second countdown, and its health was reduced to only 21 points. It should have been a matter of 2 strikes, plenty of time. But just as Su Yang swung his sword down again, an unexpected event occurred. A tremendous force suddenly rebounded, forcefully pushing Su Yang back several meters. This time, the cactus's health only decreased by 5 points. But that's not the main point. The real point is that the cactus has fully awakened. 3 black holes suddenly appeared on the giant cactus. The 3 black holes seemed to be its eyes and mouth, while its roots transformed into its feet at that moment. However, it seems that due to Su Yang's previous constant chopping, the cactus now only has one leg left. Moreover, half of the leg was cut off, making the entire cactus somewhat unstable. This is an opportunity. A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and he suddenly strode forward, slashing at the cactus with his knife again. The cactus seemed to be completely enraged by Su Yang's actions. Its long arm suddenly delivered a punch, sending Su Yang flying. Su Yang felt a tremendous force strike him, and he was sent flying backward uncontrollably. However, before he was blasted away, he still managed to deliver a vicious blow to the cactus. Great, 11 points of health remaining. Su Yang was overjoyed, but soon he realized something was wrong. Just then, the cactus's long thorns suddenly lit up. Oh no, that's its flying thorn attack. Ignoring the pain in his body, Su Yang unleashed all his strength and hurled the large cleaver in his hand. The large cleaver struck the cactus squarely between the eyebrows in an instant, and a message indicating reduced health appeared above its head. The cactus's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, its glowing thorns going out. Defeat a level 1 black iron mini-boss. Rewards: blue treasure chest *1, gold coins +10, experience points +100. Bonus rewards for killing a higher level boss: 3 free attribute points, +200 experience. First kill of a black iron level mini-boss, 1 random skill. Success. Su Yang was overjoyed. At this moment, the system's voice sounded incredibly pleasant. I definitely made the right choice. Although I got a little injured, the gains this time were considerable. Su Yang was thrilled. Even though his body was still in great pain, it was nothing compared to what he had gained this time. Most importantly, he gained 300 experience points this time, which will definitely allow him to level up several times in a row. With a thought, Su Yang immediately added all 3 free attribute points he had just been awarded to his physique. His originally very serious injuries were also greatly reduced. Just as Su Yang thought, all we need to do now is level up and increase our attributes to recover from our injuries. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to upgrade. A moment later, his level reached normal level 7. Host: Su Yang. Level: common level 7, 21/80ths, health points, 32/40ths, mana points, 10 out of 10. Strength: 1, constitution, 4, agility, 1, spirit, 1, skill points, 7, free attribute points, 7. Does leveling up not directly increase the 4 main attributes, but only increase free attribute points? Su Yang's heart stirred, and he added points to his physique again. Only after raising his physique to 8 points did he fully recover. Su Yang was able to confirm this because he discovered that once his physique reached 8 points, his maximum health has increased to 80 points, and his health status has also been restored to the maximum of 80 points, which means that his injuries have been fully recovered. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yang added 2 points to strength and 1 point to agility to the remaining 3 free attribute points. As he felt his own power increase, Su Yang secretly thought to himself that if he had another chance, he could kill the cactus before it woke up. Of course, this only applies when facing a sleeping cactus. If facing a cactus that has already awakened, Su Yang believes he still wouldn't be a match for it. Finally, Su Yang's gaze fell on his skill bar. At this moment, he had added a new skill to his skill bar. Gathering skill LV0 can gather anything, but due to the low level, the amount of items gathered will be limited, and there is a certain probability of failure. Good heavens, it can actually harvest everything? Su Yang's heart stirred, and he immediately walked to the rattlesnake corpse not far away and cast a harvesting spell. Collection failed. How could collection fail? After the collection technique failed, Su Yang watched helplessly as the rattlesnake's corpse disappeared. In other words, this gathering technique not only can fail, but the target will also disappear after the failure? What kind of skill is this? Su Yang was speechless, but looking at the 7 skill points he had, he hesitated for a moment before trying to upgrade his gathering skill. Your gathering skill level has been increased to LV1, consuming 1 skill point. Chapter 4, the blue treasure chest. Gathering skill LV1 can gather almost anything, but the level is too low, resulting in limited items gathered, and there is a possibility of failure. With no change in attributes, Su Yang frowned and pondered for a moment before simply leveling up twice. Gathering skill LV3 can gather anything. There is no possibility of failure. Every time it is used, at least 1 item will be gathered. That's more like it. Let me see what it can actually harvest. Su Yang fixed his gaze on the giant cactus not far away and immediately activated the harvesting technique. Collection successful. Obtained 10 cactus thorns, 5 cactus flesh, 10 L of drinking water. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he realized he could actually collect something, and the items automatically entered his inventory. Cactus thorns are a green material that can be used to craft equipment. Cactus flesh, on the other hand, is a white consumable that can be eaten after special processing. Su Yang took out a long thorn and found it to be shinier, smoother, and sharper than the original thorn. It seemed that the gathering technique wasn't just about dismantling. It involved special processing of the gathered items to improve their quality. Then he took out a piece of cactus meat. This piece weighed a good 5 kilograms and resembled a peeled cucumber. He took a bite, and it was instantly crunchy. It was refreshing, sweet, and tasted excellent. Although it was at room temperature, eating it felt like being in a freezer, instantly dispelling the heat in my body. Su Yang couldn't help but eat a few more bites, but before he had even eaten a tenth of it, he was already full. That's awesome, but it's only 5 pieces. Soon, his gaze fell on the blue treasure chest. Above the white treasure chest was green, and then blue. With billions of earthlings drawn into this world, some are bound to get a blue treasure chest right from the start, but there won't be many. And someone like him, who obtained a blue treasure chest directly through gathering techniques, is probably the only one. With anticipation, Su Yang opened the treasure chest. You opened a blue treasure chest and received rubber * 100, glass * 100, plastic * 100, electronic components * 50, blue blueprint * 1. Holy crap, so much. Su Yang was completely stunned. The materials alone were astonishing enough, not to mention the blue blueprint. Item: overall vehicle frame diagram. Quality: blue. It allows for the creation of a blue quality vehicle's overall framework and is an essential component of upgrading a vehicle to blue quality. Materials needed: 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks. 10 iron blocks can be combined into 1 iron block, and 10 copper blocks can be combined into 1 copper block. The blueprint is indeed valuable, but he simply cannot build it now. Even if he could build one, he's currently only riding a bicycle, far from owning a car. However, this blueprint also made him realize that the iron and copper pieces from ordinary treasure chests aren't useless. Little by little, they can accumulate and eventually come in very handy. After collecting his spoils, Su Yang didn't rush on his way. Instead, he gazed at the endless desert beyond the highway. Since rattlesnakes and cacti had appeared here, there were likely more monsters, and perhaps even cacti still dormant. Instead of rushing to leave, it's better to kill monsters and level up first. The higher the level, the stronger the attributes, making travel much easier. Besides, killing monsters can also yield treasure chests. Upgrading the bicycle would also significantly increase its speed. Not long after, Su Yang indeed spotted his target. It wasn't a cactus, nor a rattlesnake, but 3 desert scorpions. Desert scorpion, normal, level 1, health 10, skill, poison sting. The scorpion was larger than his palm, its stinger pointing high. Su Yang knew very well that being stung by such a creature would have serious consequences. He gripped his broadsword and slowly approached one of them. Sensing the movement, the scorpion immediately turned around, its tail aimed at him. The next second, Su Yang took a step forward and brought his cleaver down on the scorpion's head. With a soft thud, the scorpion was sliced in 2. Killed a level 1 desert scorpion. Rewards: white treasure chest * 1, copper coin +1, experience points +1. But before he could check the notification, 2 more scorpions had already rushed over. Su Yang swung his blade backhand, killing another scorpion, then quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the sting of the 3rd scorpion. Immediately afterward, the blade flashed, and the last scorpion was also killed on the spot. Agility increased by 1 point, and the speed is indeed much faster. If it were me before, I might not have been able to dodge this attack. The 3 poisonous scorpions only gave him 3 points of experience, which made Su Yang somewhat dissatisfied. He immediately realized that the corpses of scorpions might also be able to be harvested. He cast Harvest 3 times in quick succession. Gained: Scorpion Stinger * 1. Gained: Scorpion Stinger * 1. Scorpion Meat * 1. The scorpion stinger was made of white forged material, which was acceptable. What truly surprised Su Yang was the lump of scorpion meat. He took it out and saw that the meat wasn't large, but it was white and tender, without any fat, and instead emitted an enticing aroma. It should taste delicious when roasted. Although a scorpion doesn't have much meat, this lump of scorpion meat looks like it weighs 2 or 3 ounces. It seems that the harvesting technique has fused all the meat on its body together. Unable to figure it out, Suyang stopped worrying about it, put the scorpion meat back into his inventory, and turned to open the 3 white treasure chests. The first chest contained 3 iron pieces and 1 ordinary part. The second treasure chest contained 3 sausages and 5 pieces of iron. The third treasure chest contained 3 pieces of wood, 3 pieces of iron, and a cup of Master Kong instant noodles. Not bad, there's even instant noodles. Suyang was overjoyed, but then he ran into a problem. His inventory only had 10 slots, but there were already more than 10 different items in front of him, so he simply couldn't fit all of them in. Chapter 5. Special Uses of the Treasure Chest. Sigh. If only I had more inventory slots. Suyang sighed, preparing to tie the blue treasure chest to the back of his bicycle and use it as a trunk. The treasure chests did not disappear after being opened. The white treasure chest looked like it was made of wood, while the blue treasure chest looked like it was made of a special metal and appeared quite sturdy. But as he was putting things into the blue treasure chest, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since the treasure chest can hold things, can it be put directly into the inventory after it is full? Without hesitation, Suyang closed the lid of the chest and tried to put it into his inventory. The next second, the blue treasure chest vanished instantly, and he successfully entered it. Overjoyed, he tried each of the white treasure chests one by one, and successfully put all 5 white treasure chests into his pocket, including the 2 he had obtained earlier. Item inventory, 5 out of 10 blue treasure chest *1, white treasure chest *5. Now, the problem of not having enough items in the inventory is solved. Although the white treasure chest is not big, it is enough to hold more than a dozen bottles of mineral water. Suyang stuffed the mineral water, iron pieces, wood chips, and ordinary parts into 5 white treasure chests. The supplies, which originally took up a lot of space, ended up only occupying 1 inventory slot. After processing the supplies, he continued searching for monsters. After more than 10 minutes, he only found 1 rattlesnake, and killing it only gave him 1 experience point. However, the gathering haul was quite good. The system notified him that he had obtained snake gall, snake meat, and 3 venomous fangs. Snake gallbladders can detoxify, snake meat can replenish energy, and venomous fangs contain toxins that can be used to forge equipment in the future. However, he doesn't yet have the blueprints. Just as Suyang was about to continue his search, a blood-red warning suddenly popped up. Warning: you have been at the starting point for more than 1 hour. If you are less than 10 kilometers away from the starting point after 1 hour, you will be eliminated. Staying too long can actually lead to being eliminated. Suyang raised an eyebrow. He had originally wanted to gather more supplies, but now he clearly couldn't afford to delay. He hopped on his bicycle and started his journey, simultaneously opening the communication channel to check messages as he rode. The chat exploded instantly. Some refused to believe it and vowed to stay put. Others sneered, waiting for these people to be eliminated. Soon, someone mentioned that there was a treasure chest hidden near the starting point. They were only guarded by rattlesnakes and desert scorpions, and there was a second treasure chest 10 kilometers away. Many people then realized that there was also a treasure chest at their starting point, and immediately began to complain that others were just keeping their fortunes to themselves. Suyang was somewhat surprised. There was a fixed treasure chest 10 kilometers away. He had thought that treasure chests could only be obtained by killing monsters. But after looking at the contents of the chests in the chat, he quickly fell silent. Some people only get iron and wood chips, while others get a case of bottled water or even a whole case of instant noodles. Clearly, the rewards from the treasure chests depend entirely on luck, and those with good luck have already taken the lead. What's even more enviable is that some people opened bicycle modification blueprints from white treasure chests, and some even got green upgrade blueprints, directly upgrading their bicycles into electric tricycles. The man complained in the channel about the lack of electricity, saying his electric tricycle had to be pedaled, which angered everyone who accused him of showing off. Suyang also wanted to kick him a couple of times, but the incident reminded him that the blueprints were the truly important resource at the moment. He opened the trading hall and, sure enough, saw someone selling white blueprints. One of the blueprints, a training wheel blueprint, immediately caught his eye. This thing could install 2 training wheels on a bicycle, and it was also a necessary material for upgrading a bicycle into a tricycle. The seller was asking for an exorbitant price, a case of bottled water plus a large amount of food, clearly trying to rip him off. Suyang wasn't unable to afford it, but he didn't want to give it away for free. He quoted 5 bottles of water, 1 kilogram of cactus meat, and a bag of bread. The price was already quite high, but the seller only replied with a "get lost." Suyang didn't waste any words and simply blocked the seller. Since the auxiliary wheel blueprint is an essential item for vehicle upgrades, the drop rate certainly wouldn't be low. Besides, he could get treasure chests by killing monsters, and he could open them all eventually. Half an hour later, Su-Yang arrived 10 kilometers away. The attribute panel clearly showed the travel distance, and he stopped exactly at the 10-kilometer mark. Even without looking at the interface, the target was immediately apparent, as a conspicuous white treasure chest sat on a sand dune beside the road. However, Su-Yang didn't approach immediately. Beneath the chest, a palm-sized sandbag bulged, clearly concealing a desert scorpion. He had discovered his special ability long ago. Whenever a monster entered a certain range, a health bar and information would appear. No matter how well it hid, it couldn't escape Su-Yang's notice. Chapter 6, Bicycle Accelerator. Killed a level 1 desert scorpion. Obtained 1 white treasure chest, 1 copper coin, and 1 experience point. Another 1 experience point and an extra treasure chest. Su-Yang put both treasure chests into his inventory and continued searching the surrounding area. After running 10 kilometers, he had figured out the pattern. Rattlesnakes and desert scorpions often appeared near treasure chests. Not long after, he found 3 more scorpions and a rattlesnake, and harvested 6 white treasure chests, 3 portions of scorpion meat, 1 portion of snake meat, and some other materials. 6 chests yielded 9 iron pieces, 3 wooden pieces, 3 copper pieces, an apple, instant noodles, bottled water, and a pack of sausages, a decent haul. However, the support Will Su-Yang desperately wanted was still nowhere to be found, and the white treasure chest hadn't dropped a single blueprint. If it weren't for the sausages, he would have suspected he was incredibly unlucky. I refuse to believe it, he thought, suppressing his anger, and rode his bicycle at full speed. Half an hour later, after opening 6 more white treasure chests, Su-Yang finally faced reality. He was clearly not lucky. He'd opened over a dozen white boxes, only managing to get 1 blue blueprint from a blue treasure chest. He hadn't even seen a glimpse of the blueprint in the white boxes. His luck was incredibly bad. Su-Yang simply opened the trading hall to see if the number of auxiliary wheel blueprints had increased after an hour. Upon entering the car owner interface, he froze. Regional Channel 9527, 9,023 members, 5 posts per person per day. Just moments ago there were over 9,700 people, but now over 700 have disappeared. Su-Yang's heart sank, and he immediately entered the chat channel. The channel was in an uproar. Some said the number of people had plummeted from over 9,700 to 9,023 in 5 minutes, while others couldn't believe that more than 700 people had died in such a short time. Some scoffed, saying that these people mostly still treat the rules of the world as a joke, remaining stagnant and ultimately being wiped out. Even more outrageous is that even now, some people haven't chosen the bicycle upgrade mode, still debating between 2-wheeled and 3-wheeled, completely unaware that choosing it allows for the initial upgrade. Someone pointed out that the initial upgrade required 10 iron plates, after which the bicycle could theoretically reach a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. But soon, someone complained that they hadn't even ridden 10 kilometers. Su-Yang shook his head. 2 hours had passed, and some people still hadn't grasped reality. Even knowing that the first upgrade might not yield 10 iron pieces, judging by his current haul, he'd need to open at least 5 white treasure chests to have any hope. Of course, as long as he's willing to ride, completing 50 kilometers a day isn't too difficult, unless he's incredibly unlucky. In the trading hall, the number of auxiliary wheel blueprints had indeed increased. Originally there was only 1, but now there were 5 or 6. To Su-Yang's surprise, however, the price had risen despite the increased number of blueprints. He considered it and decided not to buy any for the time being. They'd only run 20 kilometers so far. There were still treasure chests ahead, so continuing to open more was the priority. Half an hour later, Su-Yang reached the 30-kilometer mark. This time, poisonous scorpions and rattlesnakes spawned again, a total of 5 monsters. Adding to the original treasure chest, he obtained 6 more white treasure chests. Upon opening one of the boxes, he finally found something that caught his eye. 5 iron plates. 3 bike speed boosters. Bike speed booster. A white consumable that increases bicycle speed by 50% for 30 minutes. Great stuff. Su-Yang immediately took out a special potion and sprinkled it on the bicycle. The vehicle's attributes instantly changed. Vehicle, brand new bicycle. Speed, 30 kilometers per hour, speed plus 50%, 29 minutes 59 seconds remaining. The acceleration countdown had begun, so he didn't hesitate and pedaled furiously. His speed increased significantly, and riding became much easier. Su-Yang had intended to check the trading hall, but discovered there were no acceleration boosters inside. He quickly figured it out. Who would be willing to sell something that could increase speed? The faster he rode, the farther he went, and the more treasure chests he would get. He covered 5 kilometers in 10 minutes, and 20 minutes later, he had reached the 40-kilometer mark. He spent a few minutes searching for treasure chests and killing monsters, but still managed to get 6 more chests. At this point, the speed boost only lasted 3 minutes, but Su-Yang didn't continue using it. He had to stop every 10 kilometers to search for treasure chests and kill scorpions and rattlesnakes, wasting a lot of time. Using the speed boost continuously wasn't worthwhile. Moreover, he has an 8-point physique, and after cycling 40 kilometers continuously for no more than 4.5 hours including stops, he wasn't tired at all. The only thing he consumed was water, but that wasn't a problem at all. The 20-odd white treasure chests had allowed him to amass a large quantity of mineral water. In particular, 3 of them yielded a case of 12 bottles of mineral water, which alone brought him to 36 bottles. Adding the other bottles he had opened elsewhere, he now had over 50 bottles of water. Food was plentiful, several packs of instant noodles, 2 cup noodles, 2 packs of ham sausages plus a dozen or so, and scorpion and snake meat obtained through gathering. Most importantly, the cactus meat had filled him up, and he hadn't felt hungry since. Chapter 7. It's not that there's a lack of food, it's just that you haven't opened enough treasure chests. Host, Su-Yang. Level. Common level 7, 65 out of 80. Health, 75 out of 80. Mana, 10 out of 10. Strength, 3. Constitution, 8. Agility, 2. Spirit, 1. Skill, Gathering LV3, skill points, 4. Items, blue treasure chest *1, white treasure chest *30. Looking at the attribute panel, Su-Yang sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be able to reach level 8 today. With only a few kilometers left to go to reach 100 kilometers, darkness was already falling, and no one could predict what dangers might arise in the night. He hadn't opened most of the treasure chests he'd collected from killing monsters along the way, nor the reward chests every 10 kilometers. He planned to save them up and open them all at once. A dozen minutes later, Su-Yang reached the 100-kilometer mark, and his eyes lit up. This time, the treasure chest was actually of green quality. He easily dealt with the rattlesnake and the desert scorpion, used his gathering skill to collect the materials, and then rode his bike to a few boulders. This spot would provide shelter from the wind, making it a good campsite for the night. After checking that everything was all right, Su-Yang piled up stones to build a stove and took out an iron pot. Surprisingly, it was a pressure cooker. Luckily, I had a lighter, otherwise starting a fire by rubbing sticks together would have been a real hassle. He took out some wood chips to start a fire. The white treasure chest could be broken down into 5 pieces of wood, but he didn't want to dismantle it yet, since he could still use the chest for gathering. Once the fire was burning, he poured 2 or 3 bottles of mineral water into the iron pot, and then placed the 35 white treasure chests and 1 green treasure chest in front of him. Next came the real opening of the chests. With all the chests opened, a large amount of supplies were piled up before them. Most were basic materials like iron sheets and wood chips, with even some iron and copper ingots mixed in. Getting this much from a white treasure chest was considered quite lucky. The food was even more satisfying. Instant noodles, sausages, braised eggs, a roast chicken, and a case of cola. It's a pity there's no refrigerator, otherwise it would be perfect. Su-Yang shook his head, his gaze quickly falling on the 3 blueprints. The blueprints are finally out, and 2 of them are exactly the vehicle training wheels he's been wanting to see. Vehicle training wheel blueprint can be used to craft white-quality training wheels, an important component for upgrading bicycles to tricycles. Materials needed: 3 iron sheets, 3 copper sheets, 3 rubber sheets. Su-Yang immediately took out the materials and crafted it. You have successfully obtained 1 white auxiliary wheel. New vehicle component detected. Fuse. Yes. The next second, the training wheel disappeared, and a brand new training wheel appeared next to the bicycle's rear wheel. The other training wheel diagram can be kept for trading, and the last one is the wheel diagram. Wheel diagram can be used to craft white-quality bicycle and tricycle wheels. Upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle requires an auxiliary wheel, 2 wheels, a carriage, and the necessary materials. Now, all he lacks is the carriage. Su-Yang couldn't help but glance at the last green treasure chest. You opened the green treasure chest and obtained 100 iron pieces, 100 wood pieces, 50 common parts, and 1 Glock 19 pistol. Upon seeing the last item, Su-Yang was completely stunned. He actually got a pistol. On a whim, a Glock 19 appeared in his hand, his first time handling a gun. Upon inspection, He found the magazine was full, but only contained 15 rounds. If there's a pistol, there must be more firearms. Soo-young frowned. He had originally thought that by leveling up and improving his four-dimensional attributes, he would eventually become an absolute powerhouse. But with the advent of firearms, the situation had changed. At least for now, a pistol was enough to pose a deadly threat to him. But from another perspective, this gun also became his trump card for survival. Soo-young carefully put the gun into his inventory. Although it was a bit wasteful to take up a storage slot, everything in the inventory could be retrieved with a thought, and the pistol was the most suitable place to put it. The water boiled quickly, and he made instant noodles, adding 5 sausages and 3 braised eggs. After a long day, he was truly starving. As darkness fell outside, Soo-young ate his noodles while opening the chat channel. Some complained that it was impossible to travel after dark, while others boasted about finding a flashlight. Many more, however, lamented that after opening several white treasure chests, all they found were pieces of wood and metal. The best they could get was a bag of spicy strips. Forget about food. I haven't eaten anything all day. I haven't even had a sip of water. The drop rate for food from treasure chests is too low. I ran 90 kilometers and opened 10 white chests, and only got a pack of instant noodles. Brothers, try harder. The treasure chest at 100 kilometers is green. The message immediately caused an uproar in the channel. Some people gritted their teeth and decided to drive 100 kilometers in the dark, as if they could already see dinner beckoning them. Soo-young slurped up a mouthful of instant noodles, looked at these comments, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Couldn't they find anything good? It's just that they haven't opened enough treasure chests. Once they accumulate enough chests, they'll find anything. At this moment, Soo-young was already lying on the newly opened deck chair, covered with a blanket. After all, the desert night must be very cold. Chapter 8, Nightmare. The news that a green treasure chest would always appear 100 kilometers away had spread far and wide on the communication channel. But Soo-young soon discovered that the rule wasn't that there were only white treasure chests before 100 kilometers, but rather that once you reached 100 kilometers, the treasure chest would always be green. Some people found green treasure chests at 70 kilometers, and some even encountered them at 10 kilometers. Soo-young fell silent again. All he encountered along the way were white treasure chests, and only when he killed a cactus that was higher level than him did a blue treasure chest drop. It must be because the monsters are too low level, only dropping white treasure chests. That was the only way he could console himself. Time slowly passed, and the temperature in the desert indeed began to drop, a chill creeping into his clothes. Soo-young's expression was solemn as he added a piece of wood to the campfire beside the recliner. He already had more than 50 pieces of wood, each lasting 10 minutes, so he wasn't short of fuel for the time being. If he really needed more, he could even break down the white treasure chest. But the situation for others was clearly not so easy. In the chat channel, some people had already started complaining about the cold, and others warned that the temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extreme, and that the temperature tonight might drop to single digits, or even below zero. The daytime temperature remained in the 40s Celsius, but the nights were freezing, which was hard for many to accept. Meteorologists explained that sand stores little heat, so heat dissipates quickly at night. Combined with the dry air and lack of moisture to retain heat, the temperature drop was naturally exceptionally dramatic. Some urged everyone to start a fire quickly, while others clung to the few remaining pieces of wood, reluctant to use them, and still others directly asked for more wood. At a time like this, are you still thinking about saving materials? Soo-young shook his head. Whether they were stingy or simply eager to get something for nothing, if they couldn't adapt to this world quickly, they probably wouldn't survive more than a few days. At this point, the population of the region had already dropped below 9,000, and after the extermination was over, more than 100 more people died. Treasure chests are never easy to obtain. Desert scorpions and rattlesnakes are deadly enough, and most of those who died couldn't escape them. Soo-young stopped looking at the channel. The temperature would continue to drop, so he decided to take a nap while he could. Otherwise, once it gets really cold at night, he won't be able to sleep at all. Not long after, Soo-young drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a soft rustling sound suddenly woke him. What was that? Soo-young instantly sat up from the deck chair. The campfire was still burning, but the flames had weakened considerably. By the dim light of the fire, he could vaguely see a large, dark shadow moving behind the boulder. Upon seeing the densely packed health bars above the heads of those dark figures, Soo-young felt a chill run down his spine. The desert scorpion, level 1 or 2, had only a dozen or so health points. The rattlesnake, level 3, had 30 health points, and also possessed a highly venomous skill. Looking around, there was a dark mass, with at least dozens of health bars, and something seemed to be swimming further away. My God, how can there be so many? Su Yang's expression changed drastically, but he quickly realized that although these scorpions and rattlesnakes were surrounding the area, they never dared to actually approach the campfire. The firelight seemed to intimidate them. After the initial shock, another thought suddenly popped into Su Yang's mind. These monsters meant experience points, and also a bunch of treasure chests. He immediately took out a few pieces of wood and threw them into the fire, which roared up and instantly brightened the surroundings. As the flames intensified, the scorpions and rattlesnakes indeed retreated, not daring to step into the area illuminated by the fire. Su Yang was completely reassured. As long as the campfire remained lit, these creatures wouldn't be able to swarm and attack him. The next second, a machete appeared in his hand. Su Yang dashed out from the edge of the flames, fixed his gaze on a level 2 desert scorpion, and swung his blade, cleaving it in two. Killed a level 2 desert scorpion. Gains: white treasure chest *1, copper coins +2, experience points +2. Su Yang's gaze sharpened. The copper coins and experience given by level 2 monsters had indeed doubled. A rattlesnake seized the opportunity to lunge forward, but he swiftly slashed it in two. Even after being cut in two, the snake was still struggling and lunging at him, but Su Yang simply swung his blade and smashed its head. Killed a level 3 rattlesnake. Received: white treasure chest *1, copper coins +3, experience points +3. As expected, the higher the level, the greater the reward. Just 2 monsters gave him 5 experience points. If he kills a few more, he can level up to normal level 8. With their companions killed one after another, the scorpion and rattlesnake were clearly enraged, their rustling and hissing sounds blending together. They surged towards Su Yang, but fearing the firelight, they only dared to linger at the edge, giving Su Yang the opportunity to kill them one by one. Level 2 scorpion, 1-hit kill. Level 1 scorpion, cleaved in two. Level 3 rattlesnake, its body severed, then finished with another blow. System notifications kept popping up, white treasure chests, copper coins, and experience points were accumulating like crazy. Su Yang killed faster and faster, and his experience points quickly reached the requirement to level up to level 8, but he didn't level up immediately. At the same time, the white treasure chests in his inventory quickly filled up, reaching the limit of 99 and starting to occupy the second storage slot. As he wielded his knife to harvest the monsters, he continuously added wood chips to the campfire. He had figured out the pattern. The area illuminated by the fire was the safety line. As long as the fire didn't go out, these scorpions and rattlesnakes couldn't pounce on him at the same time. Just then, a hiss suddenly rang out. The sound was far sharper than that of an ordinary rattlesnake, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. Su Yang looked down, his expression instantly changing. In the darkness in the distance, a huge black shadow over 10 meters long was lunging towards him. Chapter 9. Opening treasure chests until my hands cramped. Desert Viper, excellent. Level 5, health, 60 out of 60, mana, 15 out of 15 skills, venom spray. It was actually a level 5 excellent monster. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Yang raised his hand and hurled his great sword at the Desert Viper. The Viper darted away, and the great sword grazed it as it fell, instead striking a desert scorpion and sinking it into the sand. As the broadsword slipped from his hand, a pistol appeared in Su Yang's palm, and 5 shots rang out in the night. The third shot hit the Viper's vital spot by accident, and the next 2 shots only hit once, but that was enough to kill it. Killed a level 5 Desert Viper, excellent. Received: green treasure chest *1, copper coins +10, experience points +10. Su Yang was initially surprised by his own marksmanship, but the next second he discovered that as soon as the Viper died, the rattlesnakes and desert scorpions around him began to disperse. How could he tolerate this? In Su Yang's eyes, they were all walking treasure chests. He immediately took out a cardboard box containing mineral water, made it into a makeshift torch, and chased after the scorpions and rattlesnakes. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yang finally stopped. Although he had driven away many monsters, he was already too far from the road to venture deeper into the desert. Who knew what dangers lurked in the dark desert? Coupled with the biting cold of the night, he shivered and quickly returned to the campsite. Upon returning, he immediately added a piece of wood to the campfire. Only after feeling the warmth did he open the system panel to check his loot. Host: Su Yang. Level: common level 7, 191 out of 80. Health points: 68 out of 80. Mana: 10 out of 10. Strength, 3. Constitution, 8. Agility, 2. Spirit, 1. Skill. Gathering, LV3. Skill points, 4. Free attribute points, 0. Besides the blue treasure chest and 2 green treasure chests, his inventory now contained 67 white treasure chests. This meant he had just killed at least 68 monsters. Thinking about how many scorpions and rattlesnakes had escaped, Su-yang felt a little regretful. If he had killed them all, he might have been able to reach level 10 directly. With the experience he had, he could only reach level 9 at most. As 170 experience points were consumed, Su-yang leveled up twice, officially reaching level 9, and also gained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Without hesitation, he added both points of his free attribute to agility. In an instant, his body felt noticeably lighter, and even his reaction speed increased significantly. After a brief test, he discovered that his speed had improved dramatically. If he had maintained this speed earlier, he probably could have caught many more monsters. By the way, is my situation an exception, or is everyone the same? Thinking of this, Su-yang entered the chat channel and discovered that he wasn't the only one being besieged by scorpions and snakes tonight. My God, there are desert scorpions and rattlesnakes everywhere. The most dangerous thing at night isn't the temperature drop, but these poisonous creatures. Quick, start a fire. The light will keep them away. There must be some special mechanism here. I only have 1 piece of wood left. Someone help me. I'm surrounded. Ride your bike forward. I've noticed that scorpions and snakes can't catch up with the bike. Don't ride recklessly without lights, or you'll end up on the road. Soon, the channel went silent, and the number of people in the area dwindled. Clearly, some had already died in the darkness. Without enough wood chips, it would be difficult for anyone to survive the night. Traveling at night was feasible, but without lighting, a moment's inattention could lead them off the road and into the desert. Even if the road is straight, in the dark and when being chased by monsters, no one can guarantee they won't stray from their course. Su-yang secretly rejoiced that he could see the monster's health bar. Otherwise, even with some strength, he would probably be in just as much danger tonight. After leaving the chat channel, he took out several pieces of wood and lit 2 more campfires around the deck chair. The 3 campfires illuminated the surroundings, and Su-yang, sitting in the warm and safe center, even felt a little hot. In this absolutely safe environment, the most suitable thing to do, of course, is to open treasure chests. Soon, 68 treasure chests were neatly arranged in front of him, including the green treasure chest he had just obtained. Su-yang started frantically opening chests, opening them continuously for several minutes until his hands were almost cramping. It was like he was opening treasure chests until his hands cramped up. His inventory was completely full. Iron pieces, wood chips, ordinary parts, and various food and water items were all piled on the ground. These supplies were enough to feed Su-yang for a month. But what truly surprised him were the 8 blueprints he found in the treasure chest. It wasn't that I was unlucky, it's just that I hadn't opened enough chests before. Of the 8 blueprints, 3 were for vehicle auxiliary wheels, one of which was even of green quality. Item: Vehicle auxiliary wheel blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Green. Purpose: to create eco-friendly training wheels for vehicles, an essential component for upgrading bicycles to tricycles. Materials required: 30 iron sheets, 30 copper sheets, 30 rubber sheets. The amount of materials had increased tenfold, but the green quality was clearly more worthwhile to create. Without hesitation, Su-yang immediately used the materials to create a green auxiliary wheel and replaced the original white one. The next moment, he was surprised to find that the bicycle's quality had improved. Vehicle: brand new bicycle. Quality: white 6-star. Speed: 25 kilometers per hour. Components: green training wheels. Chapter 10. Snake meat that increases attribute points. An extra green component, and the star rating has increased by 5 stars. Even the speed has improved. Su-yang was somewhat surprised. The previous white auxiliary wheel only activated the component slot, neither increasing speed nor raising the star rating. But what truly caught his eye was a white blueprint. Item: tricycle carriage blueprint. Quality: white. Use: creates a white tricycle carriage, a necessary component for upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle. The required materials were 10 iron sheets, 10 wood chips, 5 copper sheets, and 5 rubber. Su-yang smiled upon seeing this. Finally, with the carriage, I can upgrade my bicycle into a tricycle. He immediately crafted the carriage and completed the wheel blueprints he had previously obtained. Soon, a prompt appeared on the vehicle interface. The 3 components, carriage, auxiliary wheels, and wheels, are complete. meeting the upgrade requirements. The upgrade will be completed by consuming 50 iron pieces, 30 wood pieces, and 30 ordinary parts. Su-yang confirmed without hesitation. The bicycle, carriage, and wheels simultaneously lit up with white light, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, they completely merged, transforming into a human-powered tricycle resembling a delivery vehicle. Vehicle, human-powered tricycle. Quality, white 7-star. Speed, 20 kilometers per hour. Parts, 0 to 1. The star rating increased, but the speed actually decreased to 20 kilometers per hour. Su-yang frowned, but then he thought about how the vehicle was entirely driven by human power, and he felt relieved. What bothered him more was that the original parts list had changed to 0/1. After studying it, he realized that the carriage and wheels are now integrated into the tricycle and are no longer considered separate parts. The previous training wheels were not integrated with the bicycle, which is why they occupied part space. After upgrading a tricycle, the number of parts becomes extremely important. For example, once you obtain an engine, you can install it directly, turning the human-powered tricycle into an electric tricycle. Upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle is simple. You just need to collect the components. However, if you want to upgrade it further into a car, you simply cannot do so without enough parts. Su-yang then looked at the 2 remaining blueprints. Item, Vehicle Parts Edition Blueprint. Quality, white. Use, adds 1 part slot to a white quality vehicle. A maximum of 2 part slots can be added to a white quality vehicle. So this was the true purpose of the blueprint. Su-yang immediately used both blueprints, increasing the tricycle's load-bearing capacity to 3 slots. He then stored the remaining 2-wheel blueprints in his blue treasure chest. The blueprints were small, less than the size of an A4 sheet of paper, and the chest was large enough to hold a large number of them. After dealing with those, Su-yang's gaze fell on the last green treasure chest. Hopefully, I'll get something good. As the chest opened, several items appeared in succession. 5 iron blocks, 5 pieces of glass, 10 electronic parts, and a white condenser blueprint. A water condenser is an absolute godsend in the desert, capable of solving the most critical water problem. But Su-yang was somewhat dismissive. I don't lack water at all. He had already opened hundreds of white treasure chests, collected hundreds of bottles of mineral water, and had more than a dozen bottles of beverages. He wasn't worried about water for the time being. He had absolutely no interest in the white condenser, so he decided to put it in the trading hall to see if he could exchange it for more valuable supplies. After all, just because he didn't need it didn't mean others didn't. After tidying up, Su-yang put away the recliner and climbed into the tricycle. The carriage was relatively enclosed once the doors were closed, much safer than the open-air deck chairs. The campfire was still burning. After opening so many treasure chests, the last thing he needed was wood. That night, Su-yang slept more soundly than usual. The carriage was warmer than outside, and with the new blanket he'd acquired, he wasn't afraid of the cold at all. However, he still dared not fall into a deep sleep, maintaining a light sleep state. Fortunately, the scorpions and snakes only attacked once, and there was no further danger in the latter half of the night. Just as dawn was breaking, Su-yang woke up. He couldn't see the ground clearly at night, but now that it was getting brighter, he could deal with the scorpions and rattlesnakes left over from the previous night. LV3 gathering skill takes about 5 seconds per gathering, which Su-yang always found too slow, so he decided to upgrade it again. Originally, he only intended to level it up once, but after seeing the new attributes, he immediately changed his mind. Gathering skill LV4 can gather anything, always yielding an item, with a chance to gather items exceeding the target limit. Exceeding the target limit, wouldn't a 1 kilogram scorpion yield 2 kilograms of scorpion meat? Su-yang thought for a moment, keeping 3 skill points for later use, and then upgraded his gathering skill 2 more times. Gathering skill LV6 can gather anything, can harvest sublimated items from a target, up to 3 times the target's maximum yield. This result completely surprised Su-yang. It meant that a single desert scorpion might yield 3 stingers. As dawn broke, Su-yang began his frantic harvesting. Venomous fangs and stingers quickly piled up. Scorpion meat filled several white treasure chests, and he even collected over a dozen chests of snake meat. He harvested 20 kilograms of flesh from that desert viper alone, and it was all sublimated snake meat. Item, snake meat. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Uses, edible, excellent taste. First consumption increases constitution attribute by 1 point. Snake meat that can increase attribute points. This is absolutely top quality. Su-yang immediately took out the frying pan from the treasure chest and started heating the oil. Chapter 11. More than 2,000 people died in one night. Your physique has increased by 1 point. The system notification finally appeared, and Suyang had completely figured out the pattern. For every kilogram of this snake meat consumed, one's physique would increase by 1 point. His physique has now reached 9 points, making him significantly stronger, with improvements in strength, endurance, and recovery ability. 18 kilograms left. Suyang hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep the snake meat for the trade. Perhaps the flesh and blood of high-level monsters inherently have the effect of enhancing attributes. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the cactus. If he were to use his harvesting skill now to collect more cactus flesh, it would probably increase his attributes considerably. After filling his stomach, Suyang got back on his tricycle and continued on his way, while opening the chat channel. Regional Channel 9527. 6,557 members, 5 messages per person per day. Seeing the number, Suyang's heart skipped a beat. In just one night, over 2,000 people had died. The channel was equally oppressive. The number has decreased again. Over 3,000 people died in one day. This world is unbearable. I almost died last night. I was bitten a few times. Luckily, I made it to 110 kilometers and found an antidote. The treasure chest can actually contain an antidote. This is starting to feel more and more like a game. It's probably some kind of being that threw us into a survival game for their own amusement. Some cursed loudly, while others coldly replied, "If such a being truly exists, we are nothing but ants in its eyes. Would you care if an ant cursed you?" Ants. A sharp glint flashed in Suyang's eyes. They were indeed weak now, but one day, he would uncover the truth of this world. If someone really is playing tricks on everyone behind the scenes, what level of treasure chest could that person possibly drop? Thinking about this, Suyang felt a surge of anticipation. Without the monster-killing treasure chest system, he might have had to accept his fate. But now it's different. He can kill monsters to level up and continuously become stronger. To put it in a more dramatic way, it's like saying, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens." A surge of heroic spirit welled up inside Suyang, and even pedaling felt much lighter. But half an hour later, when he saw the treasure chest at the 110-kilometer mark, he realized that the increased speed was just his illusion. Killed a level 2 desert scorpion. Rewards: white treasure chest *1, copper coins +2, experience points +2. Killed a level 2 rattlesnake. Rewards: white treasure chest *1, copper coins +2, experience points +2. 10 minutes later, Suyang looked at the scorpions and rattlesnakes on the ground, his brows slightly raised. Starting from 110 kilometers, these monsters had all leveled up to level 2. This might not be good for others, but it was an opportunity for him. Higher monster levels meant more experience, making leveling up much faster. Just like yesterday, he encountered 5 poisonous scorpions and rattlesnakes every 10 kilometers. But now, each of the 5 monsters would give him 10 experience points. 10 experience points for every 10 kilometers. If I can reach 180 kilometers today, I can level up to level 10. Suyang's heart was filled with excitement, and he became increasingly eager for the day. With his 9-point physique, running 20 kilometers in an hour is nothing. Even with a heavy load on his tricycle, he can still go full speed ahead and even have energy left over. If I were on Earth, I could reach speeds of 30 or 40 kilometers per hour with this kind of stamina. He shook his head, then suddenly entered the trading hall, hoping to find something that could increase his speed. And sure enough, he found something amazing. The blueprints for a green electric motor. Suyang's eyes lit up instantly. With an electric motor, his tricycle could be upgraded to an electric tricycle. Although there's no way to charge it right now, getting the blueprints first is always a good idea. The seller's requirements are simple: special supplies or blueprints. Suyang immediately sent over information about snake meat that could increase physical strength. Sure enough, a reply came a dozen seconds later. "How much can this snake meat increase your constitution at most?" Suyang explained. 1 kilogram can increase your constitution by 1 point, but only once. After your constitution is increased, your stamina and recovery ability will also be enhanced. The other party was silent for a moment before replying. Only 1 point of constitution, not enough for the price. We need to add something else. Suyang knew the other party was already interested. After all, the green electric motor blueprints were key to upgrading the electric tricycle, and the other party clearly lacked charging capabilities, which was why they were offering them for trade. He pondered for a moment, then sent over several blueprints along with a note. On the other side, Xiaobayan was nervously watching the transaction information. Last night was a nightmare for him. If it weren't for some pieces of wood he had, he probably wouldn't have survived. But by dawn, His bicycle was completely ruined. Last night, a desert scorpion the size of a bull charged at him. With nowhere to run, he could only swing his bicycle and smash it down. The scorpion was killed, and the bicycle fell apart. Luckily, the scorpion dropped a green treasure chest, containing a green electric motor blueprint and 3 antidotes. Otherwise, he would have died last night too. The antidote was a life-saving item and couldn't be sold. However, he lacked the materials to repair the bicycle, so he could only trade the electric motor blueprints for resources. As a result, the people who came to him either relentlessly tried to lower the price or simply couldn't provide anything. Just as Xie Bayan was feeling down, Su Yang sent him snake meat that could increase his constitution. Although adding attributes to snake meat sounded absurd, in a survival world, even the most outrageous things were acceptable. It was just that 1 point of constitution was too little, so Xie Bayan deliberately asked Su Yang to add more. He had only wanted to replace more materials and fix the bicycle. But when Su Yang sent the blueprints, he was completely stunned. Blueprints for the training wheels and wheels were one thing, but there were even blueprints for the condenser. This was already shocking enough for Xie Bayan, but when he saw the other supplies Su Yang sent, he was completely dumbfounded. Chocolate, cola, sausages. Just looking at the food made Xie Bayan's mouth water. Chapter 12, Vehicle Upgrade. Advancing to Black Iron. Xie Bayan stared at the transaction list and couldn't help but ask Su Yang, "Brother, where did you get so much food? Chocolate is one thing, but you even have Coke and Sprite." Su Yang didn't explain, only telling him to give a straight answer. Xie Bayan immediately raised the stakes, wanting to exchange 3 kilograms of snake meat for all the blueprints, plus some drinks and chocolate. Su Yang retorted directly, "Dream on. You can only choose one of the 2 condenser blueprints. I'll add a maximum of 2 kilograms of snake meat, plus 5 packs of chocolate. If you don't agree, forget it." Xie Bayan was unwilling, but he understood that the price wasn't outrageous. A condenser is an absolutely valuable item in the desert. It can produce and sell water, and its value far exceeds that of an electric motor. In the trading hall today, most basic materials are exchanged for water, but very few people are actually willing to trade with water, and the price is outrageously high. Seeing that Su Yang said he didn't have any power supply equipment at the moment, Xie Bayan finally stopped hesitating and immediately agreed to the trade. After the transaction was completed, Su Yang received a green blueprint, a smile spreading across his face. For him, this deal was clearly profitable. Xie Bayan also felt he had struck gold. A single water condenser blueprint was enough for him to control the water business in this desert. Su Yang immediately checked the blueprint's attributes. It was a green-quality electric motor blueprint, capable of upgrading human-powered vehicles to electric vehicles. He had all the necessary iron sheets, copper sheets, ordinary parts, and rubber, so he chose to manufacture it on the spot. Xie Bayan then sent a friend request, saying they could continue trading good items in the future. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted. The electric motor was completed, and the system notified him that the vehicle had spare parts and asked if he wanted to install it. Su Yang refused without hesitation. What's the point of installing an electric motor now? It'll still break down without power. He had already stopped the tricycle and placed the electric motor beside him, intending to put it in his inventory. But when the motor entered the inventory and its full attributes appeared, Su Yang immediately changed his mind. This electric motor actually had its own battery, and the battery performance far exceeded his expectations. A full charge gave it a full 50 kilowatt-hours, theoretically providing a range of over 200 kilometers. This wasn't just a regular tricycle setup, it was practically designed for an electric car. Mounting it on a tricycle would only increase its range. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, then decided to install it anyway. Even if the battery ran out, he could simply store the tricycle in his inventory and continue on foot. Besides, he had a feeling that the sooner he reached the initial station, the better for him. A moment later, the tricycle had completely changed. The entire vehicle became a closed structure, with 2 additional doors added to the previously open front, significantly improving safety. The vehicle was also officially upgraded to a green 1-star electric tricycle, with a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour and the electric motor occupying the first component position. Seeing this speed, Su Yang was overjoyed. At this rate, he might be able to reach the initial station today. He quickly climbed into the driver's seat to check the dashboard, which clearly displayed 100% battery, 50 kilowatt-hours, theoretically enough for a 500-kilometer range. Completely relieved, Su Yang started the vehicle. The electric tricycle smoothly sped off, its effortless movement making him smile. He even took out a bottle of cola and drank it while driving. Although it wasn't ice-cold cola, In this desolate desert, the taste was still exceptionally refreshing. To test its performance, Su-Yang pushed the speed to the maximum. An electric tricycle sped along the endless highway, kicking up a trail of dust. 10 minutes later, he stopped. The full speed was indeed consistently 60 kilometers per hour. 10 minutes equaled 10 kilometers. The speed was not exaggerated at all. Ahead, at exactly 120 kilometers per hour, a white treasure chest lay quietly. The dashboard showed that only 1.05 kilowatt-hours of electricity had been consumed in 10 minutes. Su-Yang estimated that the extra consumption was due to the weight of his over 100-pound body, but he was already quite satisfied with the result. He got out of the car, took the treasure chest, and casually dealt with 5 monsters nearby, increasing the number of white treasure chests by 6. After continuing his journey and testing, Su-Yang reached the 150-kilometer mark. He quickly figured out the pattern. When the vehicle was loaded with 300 kilograms, it could still maintain a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. However, the power consumption would double. If the load continued to increase, the power consumption wouldn't increase significantly, but the speed would drop noticeably. Fortunately, Su-Yang had a storage compartment. The carriage only contained a reclining chair and a few large items, so the actual load wasn't very high. After another 30 minutes or so, he reached the 180-kilometer mark. As the last desert scorpion fell, his experience points were finally full. Su-Yang had just reached normal level 10 when a system notification suddenly sounded. Current level has reached normal level 10. After completing the advancement quest, you can advance to the Black Iron rank. Before he could even read it carefully, a second notification appeared. He had already completed the advancement quest and successfully advanced to the Black Iron rank. His personal attributes changed accordingly. His level became Iron 1, and his experience required to level up increased to 0 to 200. His health reached 80, mana 10, strength 3, constitution 9, agility 4, and spirit 1. His gathering skill remained at level 6, and he gained 5 skill points and 3 free attribute points. His inventory was overflowing with treasure chests. Chapter 13, Inventory Expansion Scroll. Black Iron Level 1. Su-Yang looked at it for a while before he understood. Advancing from normal level 10 to Black Iron level 1 didn't require experience. You only needed to complete the advancement quest. The conditions for advancing from normal to Black Iron were simple. Kill a target of at least Black Iron level, and previous kills also counted. The cactus Su-Yang had previously killed perfectly met the requirements, so his advancement quest was already complete before he even set off. After advancing to Black Iron rank, he would gain 2 free attribute points per level, while skill points would increase by 1 point per level, the same as before. Su-Yang added all 3 free attribute points to agility. For him, increasing speed was the most important thing. At least he could clear out scorpions and rattlesnakes every 10 kilometers much faster. The effect was immediate. What used to take several minutes to kill 5 monsters was now reduced to 3 minutes. Su-Yang had originally planned to reach the initial station today. In just 3 hours, he had already covered 90 kilometers. The remaining 310 kilometers could be covered in a little over 5 hours at full speed, and adding the time spent killing monsters, 6 hours should be enough. 7 hours should be enough. But he quickly realized this plan wouldn't work. At kilometer 200, Su-Yang grabbed the green treasure chest and drove off without even opening it. 10 minutes later, at kilometer 210, he discovered that the scorpions and rattlesnakes had not only increased in level, but also doubled in number, a total of 10, all level 3. The good news was that he could get 30 experience points and 11 white treasure chests every 10 kilometers. The bad news is, he probably won't reach the initial station today. These monsters aren't all guarding the treasure chests. They're scattered in different locations. Even if Su-Yang could see their health bars, searching for each one would take several minutes, even for just 10 monsters. A minute or two's delay at each point might not seem like much, but over 100 kilometers, it adds up to 10 or 20 minutes. They're only at 210 kilometers now. By 310, the number of monsters will likely be even greater. It seems I won't be reaching the initial station today. Having figured this out, Su-Yang stopped rushing. 2.5 hours later, after clearing out the scorpions and rattlesnakes 300 kilometers away, he stopped instead of setting off immediately. At this point, his level had reached Black Iron rank 2, with 120 experience points, 80 health, and 10 mana. He also had 5 points in strength, 9 in constitution, 7 in agility, and 1 in spirit. His gathering skill had reached LV6, leaving him with 6 skill points. He added all 2 free attribute points he gained from this upgrade to strength. After killing over 100 scorpions and rattlesnakes, Su-yang was already feeling mentally exhausted. Although it only caused him to yawn and wasn't a major problem, he decided to add attribute points to Spirit for his next upgrade. However, the real reason he stopped wasn't mental fatigue, but rather that his inventory was full. His inventory only had 10 slots. 1 blue treasure chest took up 1 slot for green chests, and 4 white chests filled the remaining slots. He even took out one of the 2 large swords that were originally inside and placed it in front of the vehicle. Even so, the inventory was completely full. Of the more than 100 white chests he had obtained, Su-yang hadn't opened a single one. To free up space, he would have to open all the chests and collect the items he didn't need. Besides these, there were 2 more green treasure chests waiting for him. Su-yang took out all the unopened white treasure chests and began frantically opening them. Fortunately, he had 9 points of physique. Otherwise, his hands would have cramped up after opening more than 100 chests. The white treasure chests contained a large amount of resources. He even managed to collect 100 iron blocks, equivalent to 1,000 iron sheets. Occasionally, the white treasure chests would also yield iron blocks and copper blocks. He now only needed about 30 copper ingots, or 300 copper sheets, to forge the complete frame of the blue vehicle. He had also obtained several blueprints for auxiliary wheels and 3 blueprints for the carriage. Su-yang simply forged them all and listed them in the trading hall, selling them at 3 times the price of the raw materials. If traded using copper sheets, the price would be lower. After all, he did this primarily to free up inventory space. Another water condenser blueprint appeared, and Su-yang immediately listed it in the trading hall, specifying that he wanted to exchange it for a charging device blueprint similar to a solar panel. As for food and ordinary supplies, there was more than he could possibly eat. But the truly good stuff still hadn't appeared, and Su-yang was somewhat disappointed, only able to pin his hopes on the last 2 green treasure chests. Hopefully, it will yield something good. After opening the first green treasure chest, he found only 10 copper ingots, 10 pieces of glass, and 10 boxes of Master Kong instant noodles. Seeing the result, Su-yang was completely stunned. The 10 copper ingots did indeed bring the blue vehicle's overall frame 1 step closer, but the glass and instant noodles were insignificant to him. Actually, this reward was already quite good. 10 boxes of instant noodles, a total of 240 packets. Anyone else would probably be ecstatic. But Su-yang had no shortage of food, so getting this much from the green treasure chest seemed like a waste to him. Just when he thought his luck was terrible, the last green treasure chest filled him with joy. It contained only 2 items, both blueprints. 1 green weapon forging blueprint and 1 green inventory expansion scroll. The weapon forging blueprint can be used with 3 types of materials to create a green weapon. The type and power of the weapon will vary depending on the materials used. The inventory expansion scroll is more direct, increasing the number of inventory slots by 5 after use. Chapter 14. Another big gain, air conditioner blueprints. This time, Su-yang truly struck gold upon opening the chests. The weapon forging blueprint, needless to say, was enough for him to obtain a green quality weapon. The scorpion stingers, snake fangs, and other materials he had accumulated finally found a use. What surprised him even more was the inventory expansion scroll. He had previously had to temporarily dispose of chests because he didn't have enough storage space. Now that the expansion scroll was used, his inventory instantly gained 5 more slots. And since there were green expansion scrolls, there would definitely be blue and purple ones later. The storage space problem finally seemed to have a solution. An hour later, Su-yang restarted the electric tricycle, a dagger now at his waist. This venomous Fang dagger was green quality, its sharpness capable of cutting hair in an instant, and its venomous nature caused it to drain 1 point of health per second for a full 3 minutes upon impact. He tested it with a single hair, and the dagger was indeed astonishingly sharp. As for the toxicity, the 180 points of continuous damage were something even he couldn't withstand now. It was definitely a trump card. During the forging process, Su-yang used rattlesnake fangs, desert scorpion stingers, and a cactus thorn. Since the first 2 materials were plentiful, he simply used 10 of each, finally crafting this deadly weapon. He didn't sit idle for that hour, casually collecting all 100 white treasure chests. Disassembling a white treasure chest only yields 3 wood chips, but his gathering skill allowed him to collect 5 each time, occasionally even 9. In just one trip, he had already collected over 1,000 wood chips. If he hadn't already processed quite a few items, his newly expanded inventory would be almost overflowing. Soon after, Su-yang arrived at kilometer 310. The rattlesnakes and desert scorpions here had reached level 4, and there were still 10 of them scattered around. At his speed, if he didn't fight the monsters, he could return to the initial station today at full speed. But he didn't do that. Leveling up, farming treasure chests, and stockpiling supplies was the safest option. He could reach the destination by tomorrow at the latest anyway. Before sunset, Suyang had already advanced 400 kilometers. He had the green treasure chest in hand and had defeated all 10 monsters, so he simply rested on the spot. There was no need to find a campsite. He could just lie down in the carriage for the night. After lighting a campfire, he cooked while opening the system panel. Suyang had already reached Iron Level 3, with 220 to 400 experience, 78 over 90 health, and 30 to 30 mana. Strength 5, Constitution 9, Agility 7, Spirit 3, and Gathering Skill reached LV 6, leaving him with 7 skill points. He added all 2 free attribute points gained from leveling up to Spirit. His 9 Constitution made him feel no fatigue, and with his Spirit boosted, he felt incredibly energetic, as if he could take on 10 opponents at once. He put the seasonings and snake meat into a pressure cooker to stew, then shaved out a dozen or so wooden skewers, skewered the scorpion meat, and grilled it over the fire. Tonight's meal was simple: a stew of snake meat, roasted scorpion meat, and 2 bottles of beer, a very comfortable meal. With the food arranged, Suyang waved his hand and laid out all the treasure chests he'd collected over the 100 kilometers. 2 green chests and 108 white chests were piled densely on the ground. He grumbled about his busy life, but his hands moved quickly. With practice, he opened all 110 chests in just over 10 minutes. He then collected 99 more white treasure chests and began to tally his spoils. There were a considerable amount of auxiliary wheels, wool blueprints, and basic materials such as iron and copper sheets. What truly caught his eye was a low-powered air conditioner blueprint found in one of the white treasure chests. This white blueprint could be used to build an air conditioner that would function normally even in environments ranging from -10 to 50 degrees Celsius. He needed 10 pieces each of iron, copper, and plastic, 5 pieces of rubber, and 5 electronic components. The materials were the most varied among the white blueprints, but Suyang didn't hesitate and started crafting. Soon, a white, low-energy air conditioner was ready. The system immediately notified him that he had created a new vehicle part, and there happened to be an empty space in the vehicle. Install. Suyang decisively confirmed. The electric tricycle's information changed immediately. The components became an electric motor and a low-energy air conditioner, and the vehicle quality was upgraded to green 2-star. Suyang was surprised that a white-quality air conditioner could elevate a green vehicle by 1 star. It seems that vehicle comfort also has a significant impact on its classification. Chapter 15, The Special Green Engine Blueprint. The best find in the white treasure chest was the low-energy space blueprint, and the 2 green treasure chests also gave Suyang a pleasant surprise. One of the green treasure chests contained an inventory expansion scroll. Without hesitation, Suyang used it immediately, instantly expanding his storage space from the original number to 20. The other green treasure chest contained 3 green-quality vehicle speed boosters. Item: Vehicle Speed Booster. Category: Consumable. Quality: Green attribute. Increases the speed of white-quality vehicles by 50% and green-quality vehicles by 100% for 1 hour. This item is clearly designed for green-quality vehicles. Using it on white vehicles would be a waste. If I had left half an hour earlier, I could have made it straight to the original station. Suyang shook his head regretfully, looking at the gradually darkening sky. Based on yesterday's experience, it would be completely dark in about 20 minutes. Although his vehicle was an electric tricycle, it didn't have any headlights. Continuing to drive after it was completely dark would be no different from driving with his eyes closed. Never mind, let's eat dinner first. Suyang ate while opening the chat channel, and the first thing he saw was the number of people in the region. Regional channel 9527, 6,331 people, 5 messages per person per day. More than 200 people had disappeared. Seeing this number, Suyang didn't react strongly. Perhaps it wasn't out of habit, but rather a kind of numbness. The channel remained lively, everyone preparing for the approaching night. It's almost dark, everyone ready? Ready? I'm going to walk the night tonight. What's there to be afraid of? I got 5 treasure chests today, broke them down into 15 wood chips, plus the 6 from the chests. That'll be enough for tonight. Any brother willing to give me some wood chips? I'm willing to trade. They're the original kind. Whoever gives me wood chips and equipment, my dad, Li Dagong, will reward me handsomely when we get back. There are still people shouting about going back. Aren't they idiots? Don't underestimate them. They might be fishing. Among more than 6,000 people, There will always be some real fools who fall for it. Successfully captured the treasure chest at 180 kilometers before dark. 180 kilometers? Wow, I've only just passed 100 kilometers. That's nothing. My friend has already gone 250 kilometers. 250? That's another one of those making up a friend out of thin air stories. Didn't someone upgrade their car to an electric bicycle? Going 100 kilometers a day is easy, right? I heard someone even upgraded to a motorcycle, complete with a full tank of gas, but ran out of gas after 200 kilometers. So, does that mean they have to push the motorcycle from there? Seeing this, Su-Yang felt it wasn't necessarily true. He suddenly remembered that 3 or 4 of the white treasure chests he had opened earlier contained gasoline, although each time it was only 1 liter, which he hadn't thought much of at the time. But now, connecting the dots, Su-Yang immediately realized that the white treasure chests that appeared every 10 kilometers after 300 kilometers might very well contain gasoline. So, the blueprints for the gasoline engine should be coming out soon too. Thinking this, Su-Yang faced another dilemma. He already had an electric engine. What would he do if he got a gasoline engine too? Should he dismantle his old engine and replace it with a gasoline one? Just as he was pondering this, a message from a friend popped up. Su-Yang currently only had one friend, Xiaobian. Xiaobian sent a message. Boss, someone wants to buy your snake meat that increases attributes. Do you still have any? Someone wants to buy snake meat? Su-Yang was slightly taken aback. He had never listed snake meat in the trading hall. After collecting the snake meat, he ate 2 kilograms himself and sold 2 kilograms to Xiaobian, leaving him with 16 kilograms. He wasn't in a hurry to sell it. He wanted to save it for when he encountered something truly good to use for bartering. It now appears that Xiaobian consumed 1 kilogram and sold the other, inadvertently spreading word of the snake meat's special effects within a small circle. This suits Su-Yang perfectly. Actively seeking out trade partners is entirely different from having someone come to you with valuable goods. Su-Yang replied, snake meat is fine, but if it's not good enough, I won't sell. Xiaobian immediately assured him, don't worry, boss. She has something good. I'll recommend her to you, and you can negotiate yourselves. Soon after, Xiaobian sent a personal business card. Su-Yang opened it and discovered that the other party was actually an acquaintance. She was the first person he traded with. Back then, Su-Yang had exchanged 100 milliliters of water for 10 metal pieces from her to complete the initial upgrade of his bicycle. Jiang Manhwa? She's actually a woman. Su-Yang then realized that Jiang Manhwa had sent him quite a few messages before, but he had ignored them all. Since he hadn't seen them, he'd pretend he hadn't. Su-Yang asked directly, you want to buy snake meat that can increase physical attributes? Meanwhile, Jiang Manhwa was in her tricycle. She had just finished talking with Xiaobian and had been waiting for Su-Yang's reply. Upon seeing the message, she muttered discontentedly, humph, finally a reply. This Su-Yang is really arrogant. However, she also knew that the other party had probably blocked some messages. After all, she herself had done something similar. If she hadn't bought some water from Xiaobian, she wouldn't even have known that Su-Yang, with whom she had made the deal, actually possessed snake meat that could increase attributes. For the sake of the snake meat, she didn't bother to argue. Jiang Manhwa replied, yes, I can exchange iron and copper ingots for 1 kilogram of snake meat. Iron and copper ingots? Su-Yang was stunned for a moment, and a thought immediately popped into his mind. This Jiang Manhwa is probably incredibly lucky. Even if she ran 200 or 300 kilometers, she only got 20 or 30 treasure chests. The iron and copper pieces from regular treasure chests alone are insufficient to craft iron and copper ingots. This suggests she most likely obtained the finished materials from a green treasure chest. What Su-Yang didn't know was that Jiang Manhwa's iron and copper ingots weren't actually from a green treasure chest, but rather directly from a white one. However, he didn't need these materials. Su-Yang replied, I don't lack iron or copper blocks. I only need special blueprints or special items. Jiang Manhwa sighed softly upon seeing this. Sure enough, ordinary materials wouldn't sway him. She paused for a moment before finally replying, I have a special green blueprint, but 1 kilogram of snake meat isn't enough. She then sent over the blueprint information. Item, hybrid engine synthesis blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Use, upgrades a vehicle with both electric power and a motor to a vehicle with a hybrid engine. Upon seeing the blueprint's attributes, Su-Yang's eyes narrowed. Good heavens, there's actually something like this? He was just agonizing over whether to choose an electric or gasoline engine when this blueprint appeared before him. Having both types of engines allowed him to directly synthesize a hybrid engine. He had to get his hands on this blueprint. But Jiang Manhwa was willing to offer something like this. Was she looking down on it? Or did she have something even better? Chapter 16. The second night was another upgrade night. Jiang Manhua wasn't particularly concerned about the hybrid engine blueprint. Her tricycle was already electric, and it had a green quality solar charger that could charge 5 kilowatt-hours per hour. Her white quality tricycle could travel 5 or 6 kilometers on 1 kilowatt-hour, so solar charging was more than enough. Besides, she hadn't produced any gasoline engines yet, and even if she had one, she might not synthesize it. However, since Jiang Manhua had decided to pursue the electric vehicle route, she wouldn't underestimate the value of the hybrid engine blueprints. Seeing Su Yang's message, "Name your price," she immediately stated her terms. Green quality vehicle body blueprints, overall vehicle frame blueprints, plus 10 kilograms of snake meat to improve physical condition. Su Yang remained silent. This woman was truly ruthless. He replied helplessly, "Can't you be a little more reliable? You didn't already have gasoline, and then you installed a gasoline engine?" Jiang Manhua emphasized, "This is a hybrid engine that can run on both gasoline and electricity. It's worth the price." Su Yang disagreed. Nobody upgrades their cars to four-wheelers these days. The blueprints only have some value for now. If you really want to sell them for a high price, you might as well keep them. Jiang Manhua was furious. Didn't she know she could sell it for more money later? The special fruit she had obtained had already shown her the powerful effect of improving her physique. There would definitely be danger tonight. If she could raise her physique to level 3, her chances of survival would be much greater. Just name your price, and we'll trade if it's suitable. Su Yang quickly offered his terms: 5 kilograms of snake meat, a white vehicle blueprint, plus a white crossbow, and 20 short arrows. Tonight won't be easy, you'll definitely need weapons. If you can accept this price, we can go for it. Otherwise, forget it. Seeing the snake meat halved and the vehicle blueprint reduced to white, Jiang Manhua initially wanted to refuse outright. But the moment she heard the word crossbow, her eyes lit up. All right, deal confirmed. A moment later, Su Yang successfully obtained the hybrid engine blueprints. Now he only needed a gasoline engine to have a real hybrid engine. The hand crossbow was a product of the white blueprints he had obtained this time, and it came with 20 short arrows with a range of 200 meters. But for Su Yang, who already owned a pistol, the white hand crossbow was nothing. He'd only used a pistol once. With his current strength, he had no need for firearms to deal with scorpions and rattlesnakes. Exchanging these things for a special green blueprint, Su Yang felt he'd made a huge profit. He wandered around the trading hall again, but didn't find anything worth selling. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Yang lit a few campfires around the tricycle and crawled into the carriage to rest. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful, so he decided to get some sleep for 2 or 3 hours. Sure enough, not long after, Su Yang, in his light sleep, was awakened by a familiar rustling sound. He sat up and saw a dense array of health bars appear in his field of vision. Level 1, 2, 3, and 4 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes were closing in from all directions. Among them, he also spotted 3 level 5 desert vipers. Faced with this scene, Su Yang showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he was filled with excitement. With so many scorpions and snakes, he figured he could level up a few times tonight, right? After getting out of the vehicle, he immediately noticed that the monsters tonight were far more ferocious than last night. The campfire could still drive them away, but its effect was significantly weaker. If it weren't for the 3 campfires burning around the tricycle and the ample wood shoved under it, the scorpions and rattlesnakes would probably have already crawled under the vehicle. The fire was mostly burned down, its flames gradually dimming. Su Yang didn't add any more firewood. A weaker fire meant the monsters dared to get closer, making it easier for him to harvest them. The next second, he drew his twin swords and pounced on the nearest scorpion and rattlesnake. Kill notifications kept ringing out, and white treasure chests, copper coins, and experience points appeared one after another. But these monsters seemed fearless, still charging forward madly. Suddenly, a long, dark shadow attacked from the side, a level 5 desert viper. Trying to ambush me again? Do you think I'm still the same person I was last night? Su Yang sneered, easily dodging the attack and slicing the viper in two with a backhand strike. The snake writhed wildly, its upper body still trying to bite, but Su Yang swung his blade again, splitting its head in two. Slayed a level 5 desert viper, excellent. Gains, green treasure chest *1, copper coins +10, experience points +10. Su Yang was in high spirits with the green treasure chest in hand. After advancing to the black iron rank, his attributes were far superior to what they were last night. 2 more. Su Yang's gaze swept across the area, quickly pinpointing the locations of the other 2 vipers. A dozen minutes later, The last level 5 Desert Viper also fell to his blade. But the battle wasn't over yet. The area was still teeming with scorpions and rattlesnakes. Su Yang showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, his excitement grew with each kill, and he charged straight into the horde of monsters. 3 hours later, about 300 meters from the tricycle, Su Yang slew the last desert scorpion. To prevent the monsters from escaping, he lit several bonfires along the way, swarming and killing all the scorpions and rattlesnakes. This process consumed a full 2 liters of gasoline. The rewards were equally astonishing. Over 200 white treasure chests and 3 green treasure chests. More importantly, most of the monsters in this wave were level 4, giving Su Yang over 700 experience points. At this moment, his accumulated experience points had exceeded 1,000. What a pity! I thought I could level up 3 times in a row, but I only managed to level up twice. Despite his complaints, Su Yang's attributes had already improved significantly. After leveling up twice, he gained 4 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Su Yang added 1 point each to strength and constitution and invested the remaining 2 points into spirit. He firmly believed that a balanced development of the 4 attributes was the strongest approach. Especially after his mental enhancement, he clearly felt his reactions were faster, and even his movement speed seemed to have increased significantly. Su Yang quickly realized that it wasn't that his agility had suddenly increased, but rather that after his mental enhancement, he could finally fully utilize the 7 points of agility he had accumulated. Clearly, only with balanced attributes could one push their strength to its limit. Chapter 17, Crazy Chest Opening. A series of great finds. With over 200 treasure chests laid out before him, Su Yang once again experienced what it meant to have his hands cramp. He couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes having too many treasure chests is a problem. If the other survivors heard this, they'd probably surround him and beat him up on the spot. Although the 200-plus white treasure chests were of ordinary quality, the sheer number made for an astonishing harvest. Su Yang had accumulated 50 or 60 liters of gasoline alone, and countless pieces of basic materials such as iron sheets and wood. In addition, he also produced 2 condenser blueprints, 3 low-energy air conditioning blueprints, and 3 blueprints for adding vehicle parts. Unfortunately, all of these were of white quality. The only blueprint that truly concerned Su Yang was a fuel engine blueprint. Item: Fuel engine blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: White. Use: Can be used to craft a white quality fuel engine for vehicles, upgrading human-powered vehicles to electric vehicles. Required materials: iron sheet *10, copper sheet *10, common parts *10, rubber *5. Why is it white quality? Su Yang felt a little disappointed. If this were a green blueprint, his tricycle could be upgraded to a hybrid engine vehicle. Of all the white blueprints, this was the only one truly valuable to him. His gaze quickly fell on the last 3 green treasure chests, his heart filled with the hope of getting a green fuel engine blueprint. 3 in a row. The first green treasure chest contained copper ingots, glass, electronic components, and a green condenser blueprint. Su Yang was a little frustrated after looking at it, because water was the last thing he needed right now. Of the more than 200 white treasure chests, a good fifth contained mineral water, cola, orange juice, and other beverages, so many that it made his head spin. What a waste of a green blueprint. He then looked at the contents of the second treasure chest, a smile finally appearing on his lips. 5 copper ingots, 1 green item slot expansion scroll, 1 green vehicle part addition blueprint. These 2 items were exactly what he needed right now. Item: Vehicle part addition blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Green. Use: Adds a part slot to a green quality vehicle. Su Yang immediately understood that the green vehicle could have a maximum of 6 parts. He needed to carefully consider which parts to add, not wanting to waste space. He directly used the vehicle part addition diagram, leaving no inventory expansion scrolls unused. With system inventory slots, the more the better. As for the third green treasure chest, it finally gave Su Yang a big surprise. 3 power apples. 1 white bullet blueprint, permanent. Item: Power apple. Category: Consumable. Quality: Green attribute. Increases strength attribute by 3 points after consumption. Multiple consumptions have no effect. As expected, there are good things that increase attributes. Su Yang immediately smiled. Power apples are definitely treasures. The only pity is that they can only be used once. He ate the apple on the spot, his strength attribute increasing again, and then focused his attention on the permanent bullet blueprint. Item: Bullet blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: White. Use: When used on a vehicle, it grants the vehicle the ability to manufacture white bullets. If this thing were installed on a vehicle, wouldn't it be equivalent to continuously manufacturing bullets? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such a permanent blueprint to exist. However, using white-quality bullets to occupy a valuable vehicle part seemed somewhat wasteful. Besides, with his current strength, he didn't need a pistol to deal with the desert scorpion and rattlesnake for the time being. Just as Su Yang hesitated, a system notification suddenly sounded. A special blueprint has been detected. Would the host like to learn this skill? Su Yang was stunned. The system could actually use permanent blueprints as skill books, allowing him to master the ability to manufacture bullets? Was there any need to hesitate? He chose to learn without a second thought. You have acquired the skill, bullet manufacturing. Bullet manufacturing LV0 can manufacture 9mm white-quality pistol bullets, consuming 1 iron sheet, 1 copper sheet, and 1 unit of gunpowder. Can manufacture 10 bullets. It actually worked. Su Yang was overjoyed. A permanent blueprint could be converted into a personal skill? Didn't that mean he'd have the chance to master countless skills in the future? However, he quickly calmed down. Skill points were limited, and this conversion and upgrade had to be approached with caution. He first tried to upgrade his bullet crafting skill to LV1. Bullet crafting LV1 can craft white-quality pistol bullets with calibers of 6 to 12mm. Materials consumed remain the same. The upgrade only increases the bullet caliber. The change is not significant. Su Yang invested 2 more skill points to upgrade the skill to LV3. Bullet crafting LV3 consumes 5 mana points, 1 iron plate, 1 copper plate, and 1 portion of gunpowder. Can craft 10 white-quality bullets. This time, the skill finally saw a substantial change. Although it was still of white quality, the manufacturing range was no longer limited to pistols, but could now produce bullets for various firearms. But Su Yang was still not satisfied. Looking at the remaining 6 skill points, he gritted his teeth and continued upgrading. A moment later, bullet manufacturing finally reached a level that satisfied him. Bullet crafting LV5 consumes 100 mana points to craft 10 green-quality bullets. Adding materials reduces mana consumption, and the bullets possess special attributes. The mana consumption is indeed not low, but green bullets also have special attributes, making them completely different in value. Most importantly, Su Yang could now manufacture them himself. He didn't need gunpowder. He simply took out 10 iron pieces, 10 copper pieces, a scorpion stinger, and a venomous fang. With 30 mana points consumed, 10 green-quality poison bullets appeared in Su Yang's hand. Chapter 18, Vehicle Upgrade. Green 9-star. Item, Poison Bullet. Category, Weapon. Quality, Green. Attribute 1, Penetration. Possesses powerful penetrating ability. Attribute 2, Highly poisonous. Causes 10 damage per second upon hit, lasting 10 seconds. After reading the attributes, Su Yang knew this bullet was no ordinary bullet. 10 damage per second. That's a full 100 damage over 10 seconds. Even a level 1 black iron cactus mini-boss probably couldn't withstand a single poison bullet, which pleased Su Yang greatly. The fact that crafting it consumed a considerable amount of iron and copper pieces was to offset mana costs. That last shot only cost 30 mana, and he could only craft it once more. It seemed he needed to prioritize improving his spirit attribute. Su Yang's strength had increased to 9 points after consuming the strength apple, but his spirit was only 5 points, making him the weakest link. Fortunately, he should be able to level up tomorrow, at which point he could allocate all 2 points of free attribute points to spirit. After organizing the supplies in the box, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the white gasoline engine blueprint. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to build it. You have successfully acquired a white gasoline engine. New vehicle part detected, and the part slot is available. Install. Install. A flash of white light appeared, and the electric tricycle's appearance remained largely unchanged, but the vehicle name had been updated. Vehicle, Electric Dual Energy Tricycle. Quality, Green 3-star. Speed, 60 km per hour. Parts, Electric motor, Green. Gasoline engine, White. Low energy air conditioner, White. The star rating increased, but the speed remained the same, which slightly surprised Su Yang. He then used the hybrid engine synthesis blueprint. The 2 engines merged into one, and the vehicle changed again. Vehicle, Hybrid Tricycle. Quality, Green 6-star. Speed, 70 km per hour. Components, Hybrid engine, Green. Low energy air conditioner, White. The speed finally reached 70 km per hour, and Su Yang was very satisfied. The only problem was that the fuel tank was too small, only holding 10 liters of gasoline, and it was empty. When others upgraded their motorcycles, their fuel tanks were always full. Soo-young guessed that perhaps only the first generator he obtained would come with a full charge and full fuel, or it might be a result of the fusion of the white and green engines. However, 10 liters of gas was nothing. He wasn't short of gasoline. After filling up, Soo-young took out the only blue blueprint he had. Item: Vehicle Overall Frame Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Blue. Use: Creates a blue vehicle overall frame, an essential component for upgrading a vehicle to blue quality. Required materials: 100 iron ingots, 100 copper ingots. This was the first blueprint he had obtained. He had already gathered enough iron and copper blocks, even had a surplus, to forge several more. However, installing the overall frame would increase the vehicle's weight, affecting power consumption and speed, which was why Soo-young hadn't touched it before. But now it was different. The tricycle had a hybrid engine, so it could run on gasoline even without electricity. He still had nearly 60 liters of gasoline, and was only 100 kilometers away from the initial station, so he had no worries about range. You have successfully acquired one blue vehicle frame. New vehicle component detected, and there is available space. Install. A complete frame made of a special alloy appeared before us. It looked incredibly sturdy, giving us peace of mind. Install. Soo-young touched the frame and selected Confirm. The next second, the frame transformed into a stream of light and merged into the tricycle, causing the entire vehicle to burst into a dazzling white light. After the white light dissipated, a brand new tricycle appeared in front of him, its body noticeably larger and more powerful. Vehicle: Hybrid tricycle. Quality: Green 9 stars. Speed: 100 kilometers per hour. Components: Blue overall vehicle frame, green hybrid engine, white low-energy air conditioning. With its green 9-star rating and a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour, Soo-young was immediately in a great mood. The station no longer mattered to him. What he truly valued was the journey ahead. With this speed, even if the next stage was longer, he could handle it with ease. After inspecting the vehicle, Soo-young began to feel a headache coming on. The overall frame was essentially a car frame, but after being integrated into the tricycle, the cargo box was more than twice the size. The cost is also obvious. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity and 1 liter of gasoline can only get you 5 kilometers. Soo-young was dumbfounded. The energy consumption was simply too high. Luckily, he had enough gasoline, otherwise this upgrade might have been a huge loss. However, reaching the green 9-star rating also gave him advanced knowledge of one thing. The green 9-star rating is the pinnacle of the second stage of vehicles. Upgrading from the first stage to a tricycle is not difficult, but to enter the third stage, you must obtain the vehicle upgrade blueprints. Without these blueprints, vehicles can only have parts added, but cannot truly advance to higher stages or levels. As for what the vehicle upgrade blueprints actually are, Soo-young has no idea. He hasn't found any in the treasure chests yet. There wasn't even an instruction manual. We were completely clueless. Soo-young shook his head helplessly, understanding that his vehicle would likely remain a tricycle until he reached the initial station. Perhaps only by starting again from the original station will there be a chance to obtain the real vehicle upgrade blueprints. Alright, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Now it's time to sleep. He glanced at the chat channel and saw that everyone had made preparations for the night, and most of them were keeping the campfire burning. But Soo-young knew that if things continued this way, if the campfire wasn't big enough tomorrow, monsters like desert scorpions might launch an attack. But this has little to do with him. He'll be able to reach the original station tomorrow. After clearing his mind of distractions, Soo-young surveyed his surroundings again, confirming that no health bars had appeared. He shook his head regretfully, and then went into the carriage to rest. Chapter 19: Special Abilities of LV9 Gathering Technique. Soo-young rested, but the others dared not sleep at all. No one could clear out all the scorpions and rattlesnakes in just 2 or 3 hours like him. Most people could only be driven away. They couldn't possibly kill them all. This night was destined to be sleepless for countless survivors. Fire snakes surged from the flamethrower in Jiang Manchua's hand, illuminating the surroundings and burning large swaths of desert scorpions to charred black. Looking at the dense swarm of scorpions and the rattlesnakes that occasionally emerged, Jiang Manchua felt a chill run down her spine. There were simply too many of them. Fortunately, she had plenty of wood chips, and while the flamethrower cleared the space, she immediately lit another campfire. She only breathed a sigh of relief when 3 fires were burning around the tricycle. At least we're a bit safer now. Just then, she noticed a 10-meter-long dark shadow lying not far away. It turned out to be a huge desert viper, with 6 or 7 short arrows stuck in its body. The arrow missed its vital point, but the giant snake still died. Jiang Manhwa was overjoyed. If she hadn't traded the crossbow with Su Yang, it would have definitely killed her tonight. She immediately raised the flamethrower to clear away the venom around the viper, laboriously dragged the snake carcass back to the car, and her mind began to work. Is this the kind of snake meat that Su Yang sells? On the other side, Xie Bian was riding an electric-assisted bicycle slowly along the dark road. He wore a solar-powered miner's lamp and looked smug. He deliberately slept for 3 or 4 hours during the day so he could travel at night. Although it was cold at night, he had a coat, so he wouldn't feel cold while riding. When he got really tired, he would light a campfire and rest for about 10 minutes. He planned to use this method to keep traveling until dawn. Many people shared the same idea, but most of their headlamps weren't solar-powered, and the electricity only lasted a few hours. Most opted to camp where they were and rely on a campfire to get through the day. The number of people in the chat channel has dropped below 6,000. Some were glad they had enough wood chips and lit 2 campfires. Others ran out of wood chips and cried out for help, only to be told that everyone was short of wood chips. Some suggested carrying torches to make the journey, saying it was better than staying put and waiting to die. Others were still thinking about the treasure chests that spawned every 10 kilometers, but were immediately snapped out of their days by a barrage of criticism. With their lives hanging by a thread, who cares about treasure chests? Motorcyclists complained that without headlights, they were too afraid to move at night. However, some revealed that there were no scorpions or rattlesnakes near the treasure chest locations every 10 kilometers at night, making travel much easier. However, someone soon reminded them that treasure chests are extremely difficult to find at night, and that there is only 1 minute from the moment the vehicle stops. A minute later, a swarm of venomous scorpions will surround you. Without a headlamp or flashlight, forget about opening the treasure chest. You might not even find the chest itself. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang was woken up by his alarm clock on time. This alarm clock also came from a white treasure chest. He has also opened several luxury watches, including a Patek Philippe. In the past, this kind of watch would have been a luxury he wouldn't have dared to dream of. But here, it's just a watch that's not as convenient as a digital watch. A digital watch tells you the time with a glance, and it can even keep track of seconds. So-called high-end luxury watches seem rather useless in this world. After getting up, Su Yang took out bread and 2 bottles of milk for breakfast. By the time he finished eating, it was already fully light. Alright, let's begin. He looked at the corpses of scorpions and rattlesnakes scattered on the ground, a glint in his eyes. With so many materials, maybe he could find some meat that would increase his attributes. Moreover, as the gathering technique became more and more useful, Su Yang simply upgraded it again, advancing 3 levels in a row. Gathering skill LV9 can gather anything, and can gather from multiple targets within a certain range simultaneously. During the gathering process, there is a certain chance to obtain items with special attributes. The effect of LV9 was simply outrageous. Su Yang raised his hand and waved it, instantly collecting all the scorpions and rattlesnakes within a 10-meter radius. A large number of scorpion stingers, venomous fangs, and snake gallbladders were added directly to his inventory. No special attributes. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and immediately moved to another area to continue collecting data. The next second, the notification finally appeared. Triggered successfully. You have collected special items, highly venomous scorpion stinger and scorpion meat. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the attributes. Highly venomous scorpion stinger. A green quality material, extremely toxic, suitable for crafting equipment. Scorpion meat. A green quality consumable item with an excellent taste. First consumption increases constitution attribute by 1 point. It's actually a green material, and it even has scorpion meat that can boost attributes. After the initial excitement, Su Yang discovered a problem. This time, he collected at least 50 scorpions and more than a dozen rattlesnakes, but in the end, he only obtained 3 scorpion stingers and 5 kilograms of scorpion meat. Everything else is gone. So it's about purifying or synthesizing a large amount of materials? Thinking of this, Su Yang immediately piled up the remaining scorpion and rattlesnake corpses together and activated the gathering technique again. This time, all we got were a large quantity of ordinary scorpion stingers, scorpion meat, snake meat, and snake gallbladders. Su Yang gasped, his face filled with regret. I was careless. Only by successfully triggering it can I get items with special attributes. What pained him most was that 3 desert vipers were mixed in with the corpses. If they had been collected separately, they might have yielded better special materials. Now, All I got in return was a huge pile of ordinary snake meat, including a full 50 kilograms of green quality snake meat, but it didn't increase my attributes. Fortunately, this snake meat isn't entirely useless. Consuming it can quickly restore health and mana. It's barely considered good. Chapter 20, 500 kilometers, finally arriving at the initial station. After the collection was completed, Su-Yang immediately set off, continuing his journey towards the original station. He increased his speed to 100 kilometers per hour, and at that speed, he could cover 10 kilometers in 6 minutes. However, Su-Yang only tried it for a short while before slowing down, because the power consumption was simply too outrageous. The carriage wasn't loaded with much stuff, and it only traveled less than 5 kilometers before consuming 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity. Now that there's only one leg left, there's no need to rush. Going slower will save electricity and gasoline. But when he arrived at the treasure chest location at 410 kilometers, the scene before him was quite unexpected. There were 11 health bars here, and they were all level 5 monsters. 10 of them are desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, and the remaining one is a level 5 excellent monster, a desert viper. Most importantly, these monsters were all close to the road, with the desert viper even lying directly across the middle of the road. This was the first time Su-Yang had encountered a monster on the highway during the day. Previously, those scorpions and rattlesnakes would at most stay 3 meters away from the road and would never block the way. But now, the monsters are clearly taking over the road. Does this mean that after 400 kilometers, this will continue every 10 kilometers? Or perhaps the rules changed because we were getting closer to the original station. A few minutes later, Su-Yang had finished the battle and put the desert viper's corpse into his inventory. He planned to collect a few more desert vipers and then try his luck with the gathering skill to see if he could gather anything good. As for the 11 white treasure chests and 1 green treasure chest, he also put them all away without opening them on the spot. Anyway, there's no rush. We can take our time to count everything when we get to the original station. The 410-kilometer stretch was completed in less than 5 minutes, and Su-Yang was back on the road. For him, these level 5 monsters posed no threat whatsoever, but for the other survivors, the final 100 kilometers would likely become a perilous ordeal. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yang opened the regional communication channel. The number of people in Area 9527 has dropped to 5,879, nearly 500 fewer people in one night. Although it was much better than the first night, those who survived 2 nights were probably not just lucky. But in the next 100 kilometers, another group of people will obviously be eliminated. Su-Yang edited the message and sent it 5 times in a row to ensure that as many people as possible could see it. Attention everyone, starting from kilometer 410, there are 10 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, plus 1 desert viper, all on the highway. After sending the message, he immediately turned off the channel and got out of the car to deal with the monster 420 kilometers away. Su-Yang had no idea that his words would cause an uproar in the chat channel. Some people were shocked that scorpions and snakes would be out on the road during the day. Some people suspect that the desert viper is the same giant venomous snake that appears at night. Some people simply didn't believe it, thinking Su-Yang was talking nonsense and that a monster shouldn't appear in the middle of the road during the day. But many people noticed another key point. Su-Yang had actually run 410 kilometers. Some people are still struggling at 250 kilometers, while others have only reached 180 kilometers. The gap is immediately apparent. Although many people were unsure whether the news was true or false, they still decided to take precautions in advance, since being prepared is always better than being unprepared. As for those doubts, Su-Yang didn't take them to heart at all. He was just casually offering a suggestion. Whether others believed him or not had no impact on him. After defeating the monster that had traversed 420 kilometers, he also added the second desert viper to his inventory. He then drove 430 kilometers, not even bothering to check the communication channel anymore. However, some people still took his warning seriously. Xiaobian was about to park and rest when he saw the news and immediately gasped. His vehicle only has 2 wheels. A tricycle could manage to force its way through, but if his vehicle were to hit a group of snakes, he would most likely be bitten by a desert viper. Xiaobian immediately abandoned the idea of resting and decided to upgrade the vehicle to electric drive as soon as possible. If he's fast enough, even if the desert viper wanted to attack, it might not be able to catch up with him. On another highway, Jiang Manhua packed her things and prepared to continue her journey. She looked at the message Su-Yang sent, her eyes flickering slightly. She believed that Su-Yang wouldn't lie to her for no reason. The treasure chest 410 kilometers away certainly wouldn't be so easy to get. However, Jiang Manxue was not afraid. Her tricycle was almost enclosed, and she had already tried it last night. The monster could not break into the carriage at all. In the last 100 kilometers, she could either abandon the treasure chest or simply drive over it. What really concerned her was that Su Yang had already traveled 410 kilometers, so wouldn't it be very likely that he would arrive at the original station today? Jiang Manxue couldn't help but wonder if Su Yang had already obtained a gasoline engine and even synthesized a hybrid engine. Had he been lying to her all along? She immediately sent a message to Su Yang to inquire, but received no reply for a long time. Damn it, they're ignoring me. Jiang Manxue was a little annoyed, so she turned the car up to its fastest speed, ready to take her anger out on the scorpion and snake in front of her. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already reached 450 kilometers. He had just killed the last desert viper when he discovered that the layout here remained unchanged. It still consists of 10 level 5 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, plus 1 level 5 excellent desert viper. The monster's strength did not increase further until it reached 450 kilometers. Su Yang immediately understood that the monsters guarding each treasure chest location in the last 100 kilometers should be the same combination. He originally thought that the closer he got to the original station, the more difficult it would become. But upon closer examination, this makes sense. There are probably very few people like him who can easily deal with monsters. If the difficulty increases every 10 kilometers in the last 100 kilometers, perhaps less than 100 people will survive to reach the initial station. As it turned out, he was right. For the next 50 kilometers, the number and level of monsters remained unchanged. Su Yang cleared the way and continued forward, soon arriving at the last treasure chest 500 kilometers away. This time, the treasure chest was placed right in the middle of the road. Hundreds of meters behind the treasure chest was a huge train station that seemed to stretch endlessly. From a distance, the original station looked like a giant serpent spanning the sky and the earth. Countless highways extend from different directions, eventually converging on this serpentine station. This is the original station. Chapter 21, number 1 in the entire district. A special first station. It's really amazing. There were no roads in sight at 500 kilometers, but after we passed that point, all the other roads suddenly appeared. Su Yang looked to both sides and saw a road extending out every 10 meters. Just 500 kilometers away, this place was empty, like a dividing line between two worlds. After confirming that there were no health bars around, he stepped on the gas without hesitation and rushed straight into the original station. As soon as I entered the station, a notice popped up in front of me. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang for successfully arriving at the initial station. Your vehicle will receive 1 free repair. A bright light covered the vehicle, and Su Yang immediately discovered that the battery and fuel tank had been fully restored. What a loss. I should have emptied the fuel tank earlier. He had barely finished his exclamation when 4 consecutive notifications came crashing down on him. Congratulations, Su Yang. You are the first driver in the current area to reach the initial station. You have received 10 silver coins. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang. You are the first car owner in the Dragon Kingdom region to arrive at the initial station. You have received 100 silver coins. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang. You are the first car owner in the Blue Star region to arrive at the initial station. You have received 1 gold coin. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang. You are the first car owner in the entire region to reach the initial station. You have received 100 gold coins. The 4 consecutive rewards even surprised Su Yang. At the same time, a wealth of information about the station's currency flooded into his mind. Copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins are all the currencies used in this survival world. As he fought his way through, he mostly obtained copper coins, and the treasure chests were mostly the same. He has now saved more than 5,000 copper coins. He used to think that 1 silver coin was worth 10,000 copper coins, but now he knows that 1 silver coin is only worth 100 copper coins. Exchanges could only be made at the station, and a 10% handling fee was charged each time. In other words, to exchange for 1 silver coin, one would actually have to pay 110 copper coins. The exchange rate for silver coins to gold coins is even more drastic, with fees as high as 30%. Unfortunately, some items in certain shops cannot be purchased with copper coins, no matter how many copper coins you have. Items priced in silver coins can only be purchased with silver coins, and high-level special items can only be purchased with gold coins. Fortunately, the first person to exchange currency doesn't have to pay a transaction fee. Looking at the reward, Su Yang's mood immediately improved. Adding the 101 gold coins he received this time, and the gold coins he got from killing the cactus that was above his level. He now had 111 gold coins. However, what he cared about more than the reward was the phrase, #1 in the entire region. This means that it's not just Earth that's been pulled into the survival world. There are people from other worlds as well. Soo-young only thought about what kind of place this survival world was for a moment before stopping. With his current strength, thinking about it further was pointless. Surviving was the most important thing. After parking the car, Soo-young walked into the station hall. From the outside, it looks like each parking space corresponds to an entrance, but once you go inside, the interior is more luxurious than you can imagine. The lobby stretched as far as the eye could see, clearly connecting to countless highways. Every 100 meters there was an elevator and several rows of seats, and 5 large doors stood at the front. Shops, restaurants, entertainment, leisure, and rest. Soo-young first pushed open the restaurant door. There were no tables, chairs, or waiters inside. Only a light screen displaying options such as Chinese restaurant and Western restaurant. He chose a Chinese restaurant, and new categories immediately appeared. Ordinary, exquisite, luxurious, extravagant, and special. Among them, only the top 100 people in each area can enter the special restaurants. I want to see just how special this is. Soo-young directly clicked on the special option, and the next moment he arrived at a luxurious restaurant with an antique style. The restaurant was empty except for one table with an order form on it. Soo-young approached, and his eyes widened immediately. Dragon liver and phoenix gall, 1 gram costs 180 million gold coins, and after taking it, the 4 attributes will increase by 100 points. The starry sky golden-haired hoe costs 150 million gold coins, increases 4-dimensional attributes by 50 points, and has a chance to grant one of the golden-haired hoe's special abilities. The prices of the abyss giant octopus and the paradise bird are equally outrageously high. Soo-young felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't a menu. It was clearly a list of mythical creatures. The cheapest thing costs 20 gold coins, a serving of fried rice with eggs. But eating this fried rice actually increases one's attributes. Soo-young immediately understood that this special restaurant was not for filling one's stomach, but a place to improve attributes and acquire special abilities. He glanced at it briefly and then left decisively. Not being able to afford it was one thing, but even if he could, the slight improvement wouldn't be worthwhile for him in his current state. More importantly, he was still unsure of the true purchasing power of gold coins and had to go to the store to check it out first. Upon entering the store, you are greeted by a chair and a light screen. The light screen is divided into 3 sections: gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins, corresponding to different levels of goods. Soo-young first opened the copper coin interface, which mainly sold basic materials such as iron sheets, copper sheets, and wood chips, as well as some common food. 1 copper coin could buy a piece of iron, or a piece of copper or wood. After looking around, Soo-young realized that these materials wouldn't be of much help to him. The only thing that mattered to him was a blueprint. Item: vehicle storage compartment image. Category: drawings. Quality: white. Application: can be used to create a high-quality white storage box with an internal space of 10 cubic meters, which can be integrated into or placed on a vehicle. Materials needed: 10 iron sheets, 10 copper sheets, 10 wood chips, 10 common parts. Such a useful blueprint, yet it only costs 1 copper coin. Soo-young instinctively wanted to buy hundreds of these blueprints and stuff them into his inventory to use slowly, but upon closer inspection, he realized that each person could only buy 1 of these blueprints. This should be considered a perk of arriving at the original station. He reluctantly exited the copper coin interface and instead clicked on the silver coin shop. Silver coins can buy significantly higher quality items, with a large selection of advanced materials and blueprints available. However, initially, the station only sold a limited number of blueprints, just over a dozen, and all of them were of white quality. After looking through them, the only thing that Soo-young found truly valuable was a material synthesis blueprint. Item: material crafting diagram. Category: drawings. Quality: white. Purpose: when used on vehicles, it grants the vehicles the ability to synthesize materials. Note: this function can only combine 100 basic materials such as iron sheets into an iron block. It cannot combine different types of materials. Chapter 22: Not enough car coins? Then earn car coins from all the car owners in the region. Soo-young eventually bought the blueprint for the material composition. Synthesis is a skill that seems to be available to every car owner. He had previously synthesized wood chips into wood blocks and iron and copper sheets into corresponding materials. But he just found out that this was just a beginner's perk at the initial station. Once he leaves the station again, without the crafting function, he will not be able to craft anything on his own. Therefore, he must acquire this blueprint. As for whether to use it on vehicles or transform it into a skill, he still needs to continue researching. Initially, there weren't many good things that could be bought with silver coins at the station. To be precise, there weren't many things that were truly useful to Su Yang. He did have blueprints for things like air conditioners and condensers, but when he clicked on the gold coin interface, a smile finally appeared on his face. This was the mall he had been really looking forward to. There were tons of green blueprints, and even quite a few blue ones. Blue engines, electric engines, gasoline engines, and even hybrid engines were all on display, making Su Yang's eyes water. As the top seller in the entire district, he was eligible to purchase 100 items, but after seeing the prices, he was immediately at a loss. Even a single blue blueprint costs 100 gold coins. Do I have the capacity to buy 100 of them? His gaze eventually settled on a blueprint. Item: Armored Motorhome Upgrade Blueprint. Quality: Blue. Purpose: when used on a green 9-star vehicle, it can be upgraded to a blue 1-star armored camper. The upgrade requires 100 pieces of each: iron blocks, copper blocks, glass, rubber, plastic, electronic parts, and ordinary parts. This was exactly the blueprint Su Yang had been longing for. The shop also has upgrade blueprints for vans, sedans, and SUVs, but the cheapest green van upgrade blueprint costs 10 gold coins. This blue armored RV upgrade diagram is priced at a whopping 200 gold coins. However, his panel only showed 111 gold coins, 110 silver coins, and 5,279 copper coins. Even if you exchange all the silver and copper coins, you'll only have 112 gold coins, which is a full 88 coins short of 200 gold coins. 88 gold coins are worth 8,800 silver coins and 880,000 copper coins, which is no small amount. But Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the remaining 800 plus viewers on the regional channel. There are more than 5,800 people. If each of them contributes 200 copper coins to me, it will exceed 100 gold coins. If we can just earn the copper coins from them, we'll have the armored vehicles, right? This is entirely feasible. He could make a fortune even just by selling wood chips. However, it was still morning, and wood chips might not sell well for the time being. So Su Yang decided to look for something more scarce first. He opened the copper coin trading interface and searched around, only to find that the items here could not be purchased indefinitely. Even if he wins first place in the entire district, the quantity he can buy is still limited. The only thing that is unlimited is water. 10 copper coins per liter. Su Yang spent 2 or 3 hours preparing and opened all the treasure chests he had obtained after traveling 400 kilometers. He then put nearly 5,000 servings of water up for sale, each serving being 100 milliliters, for only 1 copper coin, and limited each person to 1 purchase. It may seem like the profit margin is low, but in reality, 4,000 portions of water were obtained for free from treasure chests. He only actually spent money to buy 1,000 copies, which is 1,000 copper coins. After selling them all, he was able to get 5,000 copper coins back, making a net profit of 4,000. We've survived for 3 days already. Surely we shouldn't be without even a single copper coin? There's still a long way to go before the next phase begins, and after the current phase ends, we'll have to wait another day. So Su Yang isn't in a hurry at all. As soon as his water was put on the shelves, the regional communication channel exploded. Holy crap! Someone in the trading hall ordered 5,000 servings of water, only 1 copper coin for 100 milliliters. Copper coins can actually be used to buy things? Isn't that a useless currency? It was put on sale by Su Yang. It's a pity there's a limit of 1 purchase per person, otherwise I could have bought 20 copies. Some people immediately suspected that Su Yang had discovered the use of copper coins and was deliberately reaping everyone's copper coins. But soon someone countered that if Su Yang really wanted to profit, there was no need to limit purchases. Even selling a bottle of water for 10 copper coins would still attract scramblers. In the desert, water is life. Those who usually sell water dare to charge 5 iron plates for 10 milliliters, but Su Yang only charges 1 copper coin for 100 milliliters, which is practically like saving a life. Many people hadn't drunk water for 2 days, and when they received this 100 milliliters, they immediately regarded Su Yang as their savior. Some speculate that Su Yang may have found an oasis or arrived at the original station, and that the water came from there. Regardless of the truth, everyone knows that a truly conscientious seller has appeared in the trading hall. In just 2 or 3 minutes, half of the water that Su Yang had put on the shelves was sold, and the number of copper coins directly rose to more than 6,000. Taking advantage of the hype, He also put all the blueprints he got from the treasure chests on the trading hall. Common white blueprints are priced between 10 and 30 copper coins. As for the items he had already created, he didn't even add any extra cost for materials and sold them off at a low price. Time passed slowly, and by the afternoon, he had sold almost all of his large pile of goods. The number of copper coins exceeded 30,000, and Su Yang's reputation was fully established. He sold water at low prices not only to clear out a large inventory, but more importantly, to establish his brand. The results are excellent now. Anything Su Yang puts on the shelves is often snapped up as soon as it appears. And next, he will receive an even larger sum of copper coins. With less than 3 hours until dark, it was time to sell the wood chips. He has mostly wood chips on him. Now he can get 10 wood chips in one go from the white treasure chest, and sometimes he can even get wood blocks directly. Chapter 23. Trading with poisonous scorpions and snakes. Many benefits. In the chat channel, Su Yang had just uploaded tens of thousands of wood chips when the news exploded. Brothers, hurry up. Boss Su Yang is limiting each person to 10, so get there or they'll be gone. Some people were still asking what wood chips were, while others were relieved that they had finally secured their fuel for the night. Some people think that 3 copper coins is too expensive, and that wood chips are everywhere and can be obtained by opening treasure chests and breaking them down. But the next second, the wood chips were sold out. Those who thought they were too expensive were dumbfounded and could only watch as others snatched up the resources. Someone couldn't help but curse. This isn't just 3 copper coins, it's our guarantee of survival tonight. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Many more people asked Su Yang to continue listing the wood chips, as 10 chips were simply not enough. Su Yang ignored the discussions. He knew that the wood chips in the station shops only sold for 1 copper coin, but almost no one in the trading hall was selling wood chips. Occasionally someone will bring it out, but it's always just to replace the basic materials. It's not something you can just buy whenever you want. It was truly a case of high price, but no market. 3 copper coins was already a fair price. Even if it were sold for 10 copper coins, there would still be people willing to buy it. Soon, Su Yang put another 20,000 wood chips on the shelves, almost clearing out his inventory. Even if he sold them all, he would only have a meager 100,000 copper coins, still not enough to reach his goal. He could actually buy wood chips from the station shop and resell them at the trading hall, earning 2 copper coins in one go. The store has a purchase limit of 10,000 wood chips and 10,000 wood blocks. 100 wood blocks can be broken down into 1 million wood chips. He could have earned enough copper coins just by reselling wood chips, but Su Yang didn't do that. Because he had come up with a more profitable way to obtain not only a large amount of wood chips, but also experience, copper coins became the least important gain. Just then, Xie Bian sent a message. Boss, I've got it all sorted out. Shall I assign it to you now? Su Yang immediately replied. Okay, I'll go with it. The white treasure chest that Xie Bian had specified quickly appeared in the trading hall. Although the chest had already been opened, it still contained something. As soon as Su Yang opened the box, he saw a rattlesnake that had been cut in two and was barely alive. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his knife and plunged it into the rattlesnake's head, ending its life instantly. Killed a level 3 rattlesnake. Received 1 white treasure chest, 3 copper coins, 3 experience points. Su Yang's eyes lit up immediately. It really worked. The treasure chest could actually hold live animals for trading. An hour ago, he had Xie Bian catch a desert scorpion or rattlesnake, as long as it wasn't dead, even if it was half crippled, and put it in a white treasure chest for trade. Although Xie Bian didn't understand what Su Yang wanted to do, he knew that this was an opportunity to get closer to him. He was convinced that Su Yang had reached the initial stage and possessed abundant resources. As long as this matter was handled well, even a small favor from Su Yang would make his future path much easier. Sure enough, Su Yang quickly sent the reward, a flamethrower blueprint and 10 liters of gasoline. Item, flamethrower image. Quality, white, can be used to craft white quality flamethrowers. Materials needed, 10 iron sheets, 10 copper sheets, 10 common parts. Xie Bian was thrilled and immediately realized that he had made the right bet. Su Yang further instructed, try to catch desert scorpions and rattlesnakes tonight. Each one costs 10 copper coins, and each desert viper costs 20 copper coins. Go to the chat channel to promote. You can only use treasure chests, don't use dead ones. Treasure chests give an extra 5 copper coins. Xie Bian quickly reminded him. Boss, the white treasure chest only gives 3 wood pieces when broken down. It's too much of a loss for you to spend 5 copper coins. 3 copper coins will do. Su Yang, however, set the price directly. No need. this is fine. How could he possibly lose money? He can collect 10 wood chips from a white treasure chest, and if he's lucky, he can also collect wood blocks. In addition, there are treasure chests dropped by monsters. Each transaction yields at least 20 wood chips, which can be resold for 20 copper coins. He can still earn 5 copper coins by spending 5 copper coins to buy a treasure chest. Not to mention the copper coins, treasure chests, corpse materials, and most importantly, experience points dropped by monsters. This is not killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but killing several birds with 1 stone, a surefire way to make a profit. Xiaobayan quickly posted the message on the chat channel and asked people he knew to spread the word. At first, many people didn't believe it, until someone actually put a half-dead desert scorpion in a white treasure chest and specifically asked to trade it to Su Yang. Su Yang completed the transaction on the spot and made the payment directly, causing everyone to erupt in cheers. As long as the monster doesn't die, you can exchange it for copper coins. Who would want to miss such an opportunity? Everyone began searching for desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, since everyone had 1 or 2 empty white treasure chests. As for those who didn't have any treasure chests, Su Yang simply put all the white treasure chests in his inventory up for sale. His supplies had already been moved to the vehicle's storage compartment, and they were all of green quality. Item: vehicle storage compartment image. Quality: green, 100 cubic meters interior space, can be integrated into or placed in a vehicle. Materials needed: 100 iron sheets, 100 copper sheets, 100 wood chips, 100 common parts. The green storage box has a space of 5 by 5 by 4, which is not particularly exaggerated, but it is much larger than the white treasure chest. It's a pity that you can only buy 10 of these storage boxes, otherwise Su Yang really wanted to get 99. Chapter 24, 1 million overnight, 5 levels advanced. That night, the entire 9,527 district went crazy, and the vast majority of people had no intention of sleeping. Everyone lit at least 3 bonfires and began hunting desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. To motivate them further, Su Yang directly put a batch of good items on the trading hall. 99 flamethrower blueprints were put up for sale at once, which was the maximum he could buy. Each blueprint was priced at 1,000 copper coins or 10 silver coins. The blueprints at the station only cost 1 silver coin, but Su Yang made a tenfold profit by reselling them, netting 9 silver coins. He originally thought the price was high and there wouldn't be many people who could buy it, but in less than a minute, more than a dozen drawings were sold out. This made Su Yang realize that there were many people in District 9527, and some people could always find silver coins in treasure chests, while others had a large number of copper coins in their hands. What's even more interesting is that almost everyone who bought the blueprints paid with copper coins. It seems no one thought that 1,000 copper coins were equal to 10 silver coins. In addition to the flamethrower blueprints, he also gradually put up blueprints for low-energy air conditioners, engines, generators, and the overall vehicle frame. Gasoline was also a major focus, with Su Yang directly putting 10,000 liters on the shelves, which was the upper limit that only he, as the top seller in the entire region, could buy. An average person can buy a maximum of 10 liters per day, the top 100 people can buy 100 liters, and the number 1 person can buy a maximum of 500 liters. The difference brought about by the ranking is extremely obvious. Su Yang set the price of gasoline at 100 copper coins per liter, with a limit of 5 liters per person. It was originally just a trial run, but it was sold out in 3 minutes. Not many people can afford 5 liters of gasoline, but many survivors choose to buy 1 liter, and some even shout in the channel that they will buy gasoline together and split the cost. It has been proven that using gasoline to trap desert scorpions, if done properly, can catch 20 to 30 scorpions with just 1 liter of gasoline. Gasoline naturally became a hot commodity, but Su Yang did not intend to continue selling in large quantities. He himself only had about 50 liters left. He wasn't in a hurry at all, because what he was really waiting for were deals that came to him on their own initiative. Sure enough, after midnight, one by one, white treasure chests designated for the transaction began to appear. Initially, a white treasure chest was usually only exchanged for 1 or 2 desert scorpions. Obviously, some people hadn't tried it themselves and didn't dare to fully trust Su Yang. Unfortunately, Su Yang had already spoken 5 times during the day, exhausting his privileges, and was unable to express his opinion at all. But as the treasure chests that were posted were snapped up instantly, more and more people realized that the deal was real, and the people catching scorpions and snakes became more and more desperate. As soon as midnight passed, the number of messages posted was refreshed, and Su Yang immediately sent 3 messages in a row. We're catching an unlimited number of desert scorpions, rattlesnakes, and desert vipers. Feel free to do so. The chat channel exploded the moment the 3 messages were posted. Some people asked if the station was a place that offered high prices for live narcotics, while others frantically sought friends or sugar daddies. Soo-young ignored them all and left the channel after sending the message because he was simply too busy. Trade treasure chests, open the chests, kill scorpions and snakes, and then open the new treasure chests that drop. He would list the empty treasure chests he opened in the trading hall for 5 copper coins. Many people lacked treasure chests and wanted to trade them, but people still fought over them. And so, the night passed without Soo-young getting a single minute of rest. But when he saw his attribute panel, he immediately felt that all his hard work was worth it. His level has reached Iron 10, and his experience points have accumulated to 3,358. I've leveled gathering to LV9 and bullet crafting to LV5, and I have 6 skill points left. That night, he didn't even know how many desert scorpions and rattlesnakes he had killed. When he came to his senses, he already had enough experience to reach the maximum level of black iron. The task of upgrading from black iron to bronze is not difficult. You only need to kill 10 black iron monsters of level 10 or higher. The problem is that most of the monsters he encounters now are no more than level 5, and he doesn't have a target to advance to the next level for the time being. Fortunately, experience is not wasted and can be accumulated. He opened a large number of white treasure chests. Some were sold, and others were collected into wood chips and hung in the trading hall. There were simply too many poisonous creatures to kill. Even after working all night, Soo-young still had over 300 unopened white treasure chests piled up in his hands. Looking at those boxes, he even felt a sense of nausea. Should we find someone to help us open the treasure chests? Soo-young had thought about this question seriously, but after a sleepless night and continuous unpacking, he was mentally exhausted and soon gave up thinking about it. He even regretted that he had created 3 poison bullets after the upgrade, which had caused him to run out of magic power. Now all he wanted to do was go to sleep. But before going to sleep, there is one more crucial thing that must be done first. On the car owner's panel, Soo-young's currency had changed to 220 gold coins, 110 silver coins, and 157,826 copper coins. 220 gold coins. In just one night, he earned more than 100 gold coins, which would be 1,000,000 copper coins. This number brought Soo-young to his senses completely. His desperate efforts last night had not been in vain. He immediately went to the gold coin purchase interface and bought the armored RV upgrade blueprint that he had been eyeing for a long time. This is a blue blueprint that can upgrade a green 9-star vehicle into a blue 1-star armored camper. Although he needed 100 sets each of iron blocks, copper blocks, glass, rubber, plastic, electronic parts, and ordinary parts, Soo-young had enough materials on hand. Upon arriving at the parking space, instead of immediately upgrading the vehicle, he purchased 2 more green blueprints. One image shows a vehicle's fuel tank, which, once built, will have a capacity of 500 liters. The other image is of a high-energy battery with a capacity of 200 kilowatt-hours. Once these components are installed in the vehicle, they will automatically connect to the original fuel tank and battery, essentially greatly extending the vehicle's range. Although Soo-young had driven up white fuel tanks and batteries, their capacity was too small, and he didn't even consider them. As for the air conditioning, he has already obtained the blueprints for a high-energy green air conditioner, which is perfect for upgrading the low-energy air conditioner on the tricycle. To build and install. Before long, Soo-young's hybrid tricycle had become increasingly extraordinary. Chapter 25 Vehicle Upgrade. Blue 1-star. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Quality, green 9 stars. Speed, 100 kilometers per hour. Components, 6/6 vehicle frame, blue, hybrid engine, green, high-energy air conditioning, green, high-energy battery, green, vehicle fuel tank, green, vehicle storage compartment, green. All 6 parts are green, and they completely fill the space. Soo-young installed it this way because after the blueprints were upgraded, the parts would be directly integrated into the vehicle, and the original part slots would be freed up again. He specifically installed the vehicle's storage box to test one thing, whether merging the storage box would increase the interior space of the car. This idea sounds fantastical, but this is a survival world where you can even get treasure chests by killing monsters, so nothing too outrageous is surprising. Upgrade. With Soo-young's command, the armored vehicle blueprints and the large amount of materials piled up in front of them disappeared simultaneously, all merging into the tricycle. The vehicle emitted a humming sound, and a soft blue light instantly enveloped its body. Please configure the armored vehicle. Note: the current vehicle interior space is 150 cubic meters. The exterior size can be set to at least 1/3 of that. Su Yang's eyes lit up. The storage box had indeed been integrated, and the interior space had really expanded. After entering the settings interface, he saw the original dimensions of the vehicle, which was 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and more than 4 meters high, with a total space of exactly 150 cubic meters. Now he can compress the shape to a minimum of 50 cubic meters. Having a car that's too big isn't a good thing on this treacherous highway. Being too conspicuous will only attract trouble. Without hesitation, Su Yang immediately shrunk the car body according to his own ideas and reset the appearance. What surprised him even more was that the 150 cubic meter interior space was not reduced due to the smaller size of the vehicle, and the interior layout could be planned at will. After a moment's thought, he quickly completed the car's interior settings. The system also offers 3 customization options: 100 copper coins, 100 silver coins, and 10 gold coins, which can make the interior of the vehicle more luxurious and comfortable. Su Yang directly selected the highest grade. 10 gold coins are nothing to him now, and besides, he estimates he can earn a lot more car coins tonight. After a few breaths, the blue light gradually faded, and a brand new armored vehicle stopped in front of Su Yang. The vehicle is nearly 7 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Its appearance is heavy and full of power, and Su Yang liked it at first sight. However, he didn't rush to get on the bus. Instead, he checked the attributes first. Vehicle: armored mobile vehicle. Quality: blue 1-star. Speed: 200 kilometers per hour. Components: 0/6 none. Sure enough, the previously full component slots had been emptied, and this blue 1-star armored RV could still accommodate 6 more components. More importantly, the speed doubled, reaching a top speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Su Yang stepped into the car. The driver's seat was in front, and there were 2 luxury seats behind, with a small aisle in between. There are 2 doors on the left side of the carriage, a front door and a sliding door at the back, which leads to an extra space, much like the original train station's restaurant with its bare doors. The 2 sliding doors on the right side lead to the kitchen and the bathroom respectively, each space measuring 2.5 meters by 2.5 meters. There is no rear door, but there are 2 sliding doors on the side of the vehicle, leading to 2 separate rooms, one 15 square meters and the other 10 square meters, with extremely comfortable beds and amenities. The 10 gold coins were definitely worth it. It was precisely because the decorations were fully upgraded that these spaces could be hidden as if they were superimposed on the walls of the car. Su Yang took a quick look around, then sat down in the driver's seat and gave it a try. The soft, comfortable seat almost made him groan, and it even had a built-in massage function. Comfortable. At that moment, he felt even more strongly that the 10 gold coins were well spent. Next, Su Yang checked the battery and fuel tank capacity. The battery has a capacity of 500 kilowatt hours, and the fuel tank has a capacity of 1,000 liters. Clearly, the capacity of vehicles with a blue 1-star rating has been increased after incorporating high-energy batteries and fuel tanks. However, the problems that follow are also obvious: higher energy consumption. Currently, armored vehicles consume 1 liter of fuel or 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity for every 5 kilometers they travel. With 500 kilowatt-hours of electricity and 1,000 liters of gasoline, at a normal speed, it seems that it can travel 7,500 kilometers. But that's only under normal driving conditions. Once you increase the speed to 200 kilometers per hour, fuel consumption will inevitably skyrocket, and it's hard to say whether you can even get 1 kilometer on 1 liter of fuel. It looks like we'll need to add another battery and a fuel tank. Su Yang muttered to himself, and even had already planned to buy some white fuel tank blueprints to build them, store gasoline, and then add them to his inventory. However, there aren't many people who can break 300 kilometers right now, and the number of level 3 monsters is limited. Su Yang has determined that only by killing monsters of level 3 or above can the treasure chests that drop have a chance of containing gasoline. Although he has saved up more than 200 liters of gasoline, he can't even fill up the car's own gas tank. The power supply problem wasn't difficult to solve. Initially, there was unlimited charging available outside the trains at the station, as long as the trains could be charged. Of course, the price wasn't cheap either. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity and 1 liter of gasoline cost 10 copper coins. After taking a shower, Su Yang went into the bedroom and quickly fell asleep. Within the chat channel, there are still 5,785 people remaining in Area 9527, and each person still only has 5 speaking opportunities per day. Last night saw the fewest deaths of the 3 nights in a row. From yesterday until now, the number of people who have died in the entire 9527 district is less than 100. The reason is simple. Suyang sold enough wood chips that almost everyone could light at least 2 fires. Although there were more desert scorpions and rattlesnakes last night, they were kept out by the fire. Many people not only survived, but also caught scorpions and snakes and made a fortune. Most of those who died were people who couldn't afford enough wood chips, and a few unlucky souls. Those who dared not catch scorpions and snakes at night planned to catch more during the day while traveling and trade them with Suyang. However, a very small number of people had other ideas. At this moment, a motorcycle is speeding along a highway. It didn't stop even after traveling 10 kilometers, clearly indicating that the owner had no intention of retrieving the treasure chests. The man riding the bicycle was a burly man, about 1.8 meters tall, covered in fat, with tattoos all over his arms. He looked like someone who was involved in organized crime. People who know him call him Brother Long, because his real name is Fu Dalong. Chapter 26. You're kidding? The station doesn't accept things. Haha, motorcycles are definitely the coolest. Fu Dalong revved the engine to its limit, completely disregarding fuel consumption. Before arriving in the survival world, he had a group of henchmen who, relying on their ruthlessness, forcibly plundered a considerable amount of supplies. Therefore, he had collected enough gasoline engines long ago, but he was always short of fuel and couldn't build one. Last night, when Suyang put gasoline on the shelves, he immediately bought 5 liters and forced his younger brother to buy more, eventually accumulating nearly 20 liters. This amount of oil was enough for him to rush all the way to the original station. Fu Dalong had his own plans. Once he arrived at the station, he could do business in the trading hall, just like Suyang. At that time, he would have all the supplies and copper coins he needed, and he could even rebuild his gang in this lawless world. Thinking of this, he became even more excited, but a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Damn it! I'm doing Suyang a favor by taking him in as my underling. How dare he not reply to my messages? When I get to the station, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Throughout the journey, Fu Dalong sped along almost the entire way, except for occasional rest stops. In the final 100 kilometers, he even raced directly along the side of the road. It proved that as long as you didn't covet the roadside treasure chests and were fast enough, this stretch of road wasn't difficult. But when he arrived at the station, he discovered that he wasn't the second person to arrive, but the 11th. He didn't get a spot in the top 10 rewards. He only received 300 copper coins. To his even greater dismay, there was no place in the station to collect live desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. He had gathered his underlings' copper coins and, imitating Suyang, bought up large quantities of scorpions and rattlesnakes, intending to sell them upon arrival at the station to earn his first pot of gold before making a big splash. As a result, all the items ended up being stuck with unsold goods. Fu Dalong stood inside the station, looking completely bewildered. He couldn't even find Suyang to settle scores. Violence was prohibited in the station, and it was enormous. He couldn't even find Suyang anywhere. 10 other people shared the same expression as him. Among them were powerful figures, company owners, merchants who had come by reselling supplies, and truly lucky survivors. In another shop, Jiang Manhwa stared at the light screen, her delicate brows furrowed. She arrived at the station just one place after Suyang, ranking 47th in China, not even making the top 100 on Earth. Yet, she could only buy a maximum of 300 liters of gasoline, while Suyang could afford 10,000 liters. The difference was simply too great. Yesterday, using the supplies she acquired through trading, along with 2 attribute-enhancing fruits from a treasure chest, she successfully upgraded her tricycle. Following Suyang's advice, she also installed a green fuel tank and a high-energy battery. Upon arrival, she received 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity and 500 liters of gasoline for free, 100 liters of which were a kickback to Suyang. If Suyang hadn't reminded her, her battery, with a capacity of only 50 kilowatt-hours, wouldn't have earned her such a large reward. Jiang Manhwa thought about it more and more and felt that Suyang had very likely obtained the top ranking in China, or even in the world. However, she didn't dwell on it any longer. Right now, the more important thing was to use the station's trading system to earn enough vehicle coins as quickly as possible, ideally enough to exchange for vehicle upgrade blueprints. Once a vehicle reached green quality, it could be upgraded into a car. She first bought 300 liters of gasoline, plus the 400 liters that were replenished for free, for a total of 700 liters, and put them all up in the trading hall. Gasoline is still a scarce commodity. Only 11 people have arrived at the station, while there are still more than 5,000 outside. A liter of gasoline can be sold for 100 copper coins now, but in 2 or 3 days when more people arrive, it might not even sell for 20 or 30 copper coins. But not many people have that kind of courage. Of the 10 people who arrived today, only 3 were willing to sell oil. Fu Dalong was even less likely to sell. He was busy making empty promises to his underlings or directly threatening them to squeeze more resources and copper coins out of them. In his view, gasoline was fundamental for future development and absolutely could not be sold now. Some people are destined to miss the opportunities right in front of them. On the other side, Su Yang slept for several hours and woke up comfortably. He immediately opened the trading hall and found many people trading supplies using the white treasure chests designated for him, which he accepted. A moment later, his experience points increased by more than 200. Unfortunately, it still can't be upgraded. Su Yang shook his head, then suddenly remembered the 2 items he had traded with Jiang Manhwa, and casually took out the agile strawberry and agile longan and ate them. Agility increased by 2 again, reaching 12 points, which is currently his highest attribute. While eating, Su Yang casually glanced at the trading hall and noticed that people had already started selling gasoline. He wasn't surprised. It was already the 4th day, and even without his gasoline sales last night, someone would definitely have made it to the original station. As for whether other people would steal his business, Su Yang wasn't worried at all. He still sells 5,000 servings of water, each 100 milliliters, every day at the same price. Fame is something you can't see or touch, but it makes people remember his good deeds. Now in the hall, others sell water for a maximum of 2 copper coins for 100 milliliters, much cheaper than before. On the contrary, gasoline prices remain high, with some even selling it for 120 copper coins per liter, yet people still scramble to buy it. With gasoline, it would be much easier for the survivors to capture desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. And Su Yang bought them all in unlimited quantities. Now that his vehicle is fully upgraded, he can afford to spend all his vehicle coins. Besides, he earns 1 to 5 copper coins, plus a white treasure chest, for every scorpion or rattlesnake he catches. This is Su Yang's true market, and it's a market that only he can handle. Did they really think the initial station would accept live desert scorpions and rattlesnakes? No, only Su Yang received it. Just then, a friend's message popped up. Su Yang's friend list currently only has 3 people, Xie Bian, Jiang Manhwa, and Fangya, whom he just added last night. Fangya was his former boss. She came from a prominent family but didn't rely on them, building a company worth over 100 million yuan on her own. She was capable, beautiful, but always had a cold and aloof personality. Previously, Su Yang could only look up to him from afar. The gap between the two was enormous. But in this survival world, the roles are completely reversed. If Su Yang hadn't intervened last night, Fangya wouldn't have even survived. Su Yang had already planned to hire people, since opening treasure chests and organizing supplies was too time-consuming. Since he was going to hire people, it would be better to find someone he found agreeable. Whether Fangya is willing or not is another matter. Among more than 5,000 people, she can't be the only suitable candidate. Su Yang opened the message, a smug smile slowly spreading across his face. Chapter 27 The Iceberg CEO? This is the only valuable thing about you. It was the 4th day. Fangya gazed at the boundless desert beyond the highway, her heart filled with bitterness. It seemed she really couldn't go back. After years of hard work, she proved her abilities to her family and finally shed her identity as a tool for arranged marriage. Her family then began investing in her company. With the support of her family's funds, she was confident that she could break into the top 100 in China within 3 years and expand globally within 5 years. But once she was dragged into this survival world, all her hard work and plans were shattered. She didn't know anyone in District 9527, but luckily the green treasure chest at the starting point gave her her first resources. After 2 days of development, she built a power-assisted tricycle, which wasn't bad progress. She exchanged all her resources for water, planning to buy low and sell high, and save up enough materials to exchange for a blueprint for an electric engine to upgrade her tricycle. But as soon as the resources were exchanged, Su Yang put 5,100 milliliters bottles of water on the market in the trading hall, and the price of water plummeted instantly, not even keeping 1/5 of the original price. When Fangya saw the name Su Yang, she never expected it to be the refined and handsome young man under her command. She just felt that this person was extremely hateful. The large amount of water resources she had stockpiled were completely wasted, and all her previous efforts were almost in vain. Later, upon learning that Su Yang was buying up desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, She had no choice but to sell her water at a low price to buy gasoline and equipment so she could personally catch the venomous creatures. Things went relatively smoothly at first, but last night she was bitten by a desert viper. She exhausted all her resources to get an antidote and barely managed to save her life. After suffering repeated setbacks, even Fangya couldn't help but send Su Yang a private message and give him a good scolding. At the time, Su Yang was so engrossed in unpacking boxes that he browsed the chat channel and saw that it was full of topics about catching scorpions and rattlesnakes, so he went into his personal messages. He was stunned when he saw Fangya's name. After talking with her, he finally realized that she was his boss. Fangya was equally excited and instinctively adopted a boss-like demeanor, asking Su Yang for help. Su Yang agreed to help her, but made a condition. She had to become his woman and work for him. Fangya, of course, could not accept this and immediately blocked Su Yang. Just as Su Yang had expected, she would have to personally unblock the people she had blocked in the end. What Fangya experienced during the day finally forced her to submit completely, because if she didn't submit, she would die. The antidote neutralized the snake venom, but the wound on her calf didn't heal. Her tricycle was only electric assisted, and the leg injury meant she couldn't even cover 20 kilometers from morning till afternoon. At this rate, she won't make it through the night. She exchanged all her resources for antidote, and today she only opened one white treasure chest, which contained a bucket of instant noodles, 3 hams, and a 350 milliliters bottle of orange juice. The items aren't bad, but even if you sell them all, it won't guarantee your safety tonight. She recalled Su Yang's words from last night. You are indeed beautiful, but to be honest, the only thing you have of value now is your identity as the iceberg CEO. It was this sentence that made her angrily block Su Yang. But now it seems that Su Yang was absolutely right. After realizing the reality, Fangya decisively removed Su Yang from her blacklist and sent him a message. I agree. After sending the message, she slumped into the back of the tricycle, her face full of self-mockery. Fangya, I never thought you'd end up like this. But after waiting for a long time without receiving a reply from Su Yang, she began to feel uneasy. Had he changed his mind? When Su Yang replied, she felt a surge of relief and breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yang simply replied, then let's get to the station tonight. Fangya hurriedly said, tonight? I'm still 20 kilometers away from 300 kilometers. There's no way I can make it. Su Yang replied, it's impossible for you, but it means nothing to me. The next moment, several designated transactions came in one after another, all priced at just 1 milliliter of water. Instead of materials, Su Yang gave her a complete set of finished vehicle parts, which she was instructed to install directly. There are still 3 hours until dark. Once we finish loading, we can definitely get back to the original station. Don't look for treasure chests on the way. Tell me as soon as you get to the station. I have to go. Fangya replied blankly. Oh, I see. After the transaction was completed, the area in front of the tricycle was piled high with vehicle parts. Moments later, her vehicle was fully upgraded. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Quality, green 3 stars. Speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Components, vehicle frame, hybrid engine, and 4 green fuel tanks. She was originally just a white 7-star electric tricycle, but now it has been upgraded several times, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, and the gasoline that Su Yang gave her is enough for her to travel. Fangya didn't understand why Su Yang wanted to install 4 empty green fuel tanks for her, but she did as he asked. Su Yang didn't explain, and she didn't ask. Having taken so many things, she didn't dare to run away, much less could she. With Su Yang's current reputation, a single word from him could make it impossible for her to remain in the trading hall, not to mention the bounty on supplies, or the unknown rules of the next stage. She could think of these methods, but Su Yang would only think of more. Besides, she wasn't one to go back on her word. Since she had agreed, relying on a capable man in this world was perhaps the best choice for her. More than 2 hours later, it was getting dark. With only a dozen minutes left until nightfall, Fangya drove her tricycle over the last desert viper and rushed into the station. She didn't even glance at the blue treasure chest in the middle of the road. No matter how valuable the treasure chest was, it wasn't as important as her life. After entering the station, a prompt appeared, and Fangya finally understood why Su Yang had asked her to load 4 green fuel tanks. The station will fill up the gas tank for free. For fuel tanks meant she got 2,000 liters of gasoline for free. Fangya immediately sent a message to Su Yang. I've arrived. Just as she was wondering when Su Yang would appear, a special notification popped up. Su Yang, the owner of the Su Yang racing team, invites you to join his team. Would you like to join? Friendly reminder. This is a special team. Joining will subject you to very strict terms. Please consider carefully. Convoy? Fanya instantly understood. So this was Su Yang's method. Without the slightest hesitation, she chose to join. As for the reminder of that harsh treaty, it made no difference to her at that moment. Chapter 28 Powerful Special Skills. Would Su Yang trust anyone else? Of course not. In this survival world, he trusts no one, and without sufficient means, how could he possibly recruit just anyone? At the beginning, there was an item in the station shop that caught his eye, and it was because of this that he had the idea of forming a car team. Item: Beginner Team Card. Category: Consumable. Quality: White. Purpose: After using the vehicle, a two-person convoy can be formed. The team leader can impose certain restrictions on the vehicles used by team members. A white quality caravan card costs 10 silver coins, and its restrictive abilities aren't particularly strong. If a team member really wanted to betray them, the worst they'd lose is some supplies. But what Su Yang valued wasn't ordinary car teams, but rather the near-permanent blueprint feature of car team cards. Once a car team is established, it will exist indefinitely unless the team leader dies. What might be a prop to others could be transformed into a skill for Su Yang. He had already done so a long time ago. Team LV3 allows the formation of a three-person team, with mandatory controls over team members. After Fanya gave in, Su Yang bought the beginner team card, converted it into a skill, and directly upgraded the team to LV3. The skill descriptions were simple, but the information on the team interface completely reassured Su Yang. As the team leader, he can forcibly lock the team members' vehicles, preventing them from upgrading or even driving normally. He can monitor all the messages his teammates send in the chat channel. Without his permission, teammates cannot enter the chat channel, let alone go to the trading hall to buy things. Even if they obtain a treasure chest, they cannot open it on their own. More importantly, team members cannot leave the team without Su Yang's permission. If anyone forcibly breaks away, Su Yang can punish them. As long as they are willing to pay the price, he can even directly eliminate the traitor. With this absolute control, Su Yang naturally had no worries about Fanya running into trouble. Upon receiving Fanya's message, he immediately extended an invitation to the convoy. Another advantage of forming a convoy is that team members and vehicles within the station can be directly transferred to the team leader's vehicle. The next moment, a bright light flashed next to Su Yang's parking space, and a new parking space appeared out of thin air. A tricycle was parked in the space, and Fanya was sitting inside with a blank expression. Su Yang. Fanya was startled when she suddenly saw Su Yang. Su Yang calmly explained, once the team is established, all team members and vehicles within the station will appear next to the team leader's vehicle. You have already joined the team, so take a look at the team interface. Fanya subconsciously opened the interface, only to be greeted by a series of extremely coercive terms. She instantly realized that she probably could never get rid of Su Yang again. Strangely, she felt much more relaxed in the face of this situation, which was almost completely under her control. This was for the best. At least she wouldn't have to entertain those complicated thoughts anymore. Move your things into my car. We won't need this tricycle anymore. After Su Yang finished speaking, he reached out and gently touched the side of the armored vehicle. A circular entrance immediately appeared on the vehicle body, which led not to the passenger compartment, but to the vehicle's storage space. His armored motorhome has been fitted with 2 storage compartments. The 2 components are integrated into one space, yet 2 entrances remain. One entrance is located outside the vehicle, while the other is located inside the storage compartment, so items in the storage compartment can be accessed from both inside and outside the vehicle. Fanya, however, was already captivated by the RV in front of her. The sturdy armored shell and the spacious body. This was the vehicle of the #1 player on the leaderboard. It was certainly far superior to her tricycle. But when she got into the car and listened to Su Yang's brief introduction of the RV, her heart was filled with even more turmoil. On the surface, the interior of the car is less than 8 square meters, but it actually hides a space of more than 40 square meters, which is not only fully equipped, but also very luxurious. Fanya's initial resistance had almost completely vanished. Thinking of the suffering she had endured these past few days, she might not even be willing to leave Su Yang now. Su Yang had seen all these changes, and they were entirely within his expectations. Given the lavish lifestyle this aloof CEO had led in the past, it was impossible for her not to be tempted. Moreover, Su Yang had something else to verify. His gaze fell on Fanya's right leg. The makeshift bandage was soaked with blood. The bite from the desert viper was clearly severe. Drink this. Su Yang took out a vial of medicine, about the size of an oral liquid. He got it from opening monster treasure chests. He had opened so many chests and only obtained 3 vials. Each bottle restores 10 health points. Su Yang had never tried it himself, and wanted to see if the health-restoring potion could actually heal wounds. Oh, still in shock, Fanya had no idea that she had become a test subject. She took the medicine bottle and drank it down. The next second, numbers popped up in Su Yang's eyes. Health plus 10. Fanya's constitution was 2 points, and her maximum health was 20 points, which had originally dropped to 16 points. At this moment, her health instantly returned to full. Fanya quickly noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly bent down to untie the bandages on her leg. The original wound had completely disappeared, leaving only a patch of snow-white skin. What kind of potion is this? Does such a magical thing exist in this world? Su Yang muttered to himself. He didn't know if this world existed, but he certainly did. It was just that the probability of it being revealed was not high. However, the results have been confirmed. This potion can not only restore blood, but also perfectly heal wounds. He quickly changed the subject. Never mind that. Go to the kitchen and prepare dinner. We'll be busy later. After saying that, Su Yang walked into the storage room. The trading interface had accumulated another batch of designated treasure chests. Although processing them would be tiring, they were all experience points, and he didn't want to miss out. Fanya opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but only saw the door to the storage room close, so she could only swallow her words. Half an hour later, Su Yang looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table and fell into deep thought. There's a refrigerator in the kitchen that he bought from a trading platform. It was built with green quality blueprints and has a lot of space, so it doesn't take up any space in the vehicle. He put in snake meat, scorpion meat, meat from the treasure chest, and vegetables. He recognized all the ingredients, but after looking at the 4 dishes and soup in front of him for a long time, he still couldn't tell what they were made of. Under Fang Ye's expectant gaze, Su Yang hesitated for a long time before finally taking a bite. He took only 1 bite before decisively putting down his chopsticks. Let's have instant noodles again tonight. Having high expectations for the ICCEO's cooking skills was indeed his biggest mistake. Chapter 29, Collection Triggered. Snake Gallbladders That Grant Skills. After a busy night, Fanya was almost completely exhausted. As night fell, she worried that Su Yang might take the final step with her, but nothing happened. Su Yang didn't touch her, but he kept her busy all night, opening treasure chests, organizing supplies, and helping with transactions. Her hands were almost too sore to lift. Because the team had a special prefix, almost everyone in District 9527 knew that Fanya had become a member of Su Yang's team. At first, she was incredibly excited watching the treasure chests continuously yield supplies, but later, as Su Yang kept stuffing treasure chests into her storage box, she went from having cramps in her hands to feeling weak all over, and finally became completely numb. Just a few days ago she was looking forward to opening the chest, but now she gets goosebumps whenever she sees one. After daybreak, Su Yang placed a breakfast in front of her, saying that there weren't that many treasure chests during the day, and that she should rest after eating. This breakfast, from the station restaurant, cost a full 20 silver coins. It not only tasted delicious, but also helped restore my strength. However, the recovery food was sold in limited quantities, with each person only allowed to buy 1 serving per day, which Su Yang found somewhat regrettable. Fanya was too tired to talk. She quickly finished her breakfast, took a shower, and went to rest. Instead of resting, Su Yang opened the attribute panel to check his gains. After a night, his level was still Iron 10, but he had accumulated 8,721 experience points. His gathering skill was upgraded to LV9, his bullet crafting skill was LV5, his caravan skill was LV3, and he still had 3 skill points left. The inventory was overflowing with treasure chests, vehicle storage boxes, and poison bullets, yet space still felt cramped. After bringing Fanya into the convoy, Su Yang discovered an unexpected benefit. At the starting station, he could only buy 10 green vehicle storage box blueprints. He used 1 for the tricycle and 2 more after upgrading the RV, leaving him with only 7. After Fanya joined, he actually got 10 more purchase slots. Fanya was ranked after 20th, so she should only be able to buy 1 blueprint. It was obviously because of the team that Su Yang had more purchasing privileges. This made him consider whether he should recruit another team member. The current fleet size is 3 people. Adding 1 more person could create 10 more vehicle storage boxes, which is equivalent to adding 1,000 cubic meters of space. Despite his inventory being expanded to 50 slots with expansion scrolls, it's actually far from enough. It's fortunate that iron and copper sheets can be combined into iron blocks and copper blocks, and then further combined into steel and refined copper. Otherwise, these materials would have already filled the space to bursting. Furthermore, Fanya can also open the treasure chests dropped by Su Yang after defeating him and obtain special items. Her luck was even better than Su Yang's. Among the more than 1,000 white treasure chests, she could occasionally get copper, iron, and refined copper, which were key materials for upgrading blue vehicles. However, these were all secondary. What truly satisfied Su Yang was the experience. One night, he killed over 1,000 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, gaining over 5,000 experience points, but he still didn't see a desert viper. These snakes are much stronger, and many car owners can't catch them. They will run away as soon as they sense something is wrong. Even if someone intervenes in time, they often dare not hold back and end up killing the snake. Since the white treasure chest couldn't hold a whole desert viper, Su Yang simply bought snake corpses for 5 copper coins, planning to collect them all at once to see if he could trigger any good items. Now, including the ones he already has, he has collected more than 30 desert vipers. Su Yang went to the storage room, emptied the pile of white treasure chests, and then took out all the snake corpses. The ground was covered with desert vipers, some even piled up, which looked quite frightening. He did not collect all the samples at once, but planned to do so in 2 batches. The first batch consisted of 30 snakes, but in the end, all that was obtained were ordinary snake meat, snake gallbladders, and venomous fangs. No special harvesting was triggered. Su Yang was somewhat disappointed. His gathering skill had been upgraded to LV9, and he had only triggered the special effect twice before. When would the third time come? He muttered to himself as he continued to use the harvest skill on the remaining 7 or 8 desert vipers. He hadn't triggered any of the 30 triggers the first time, and this time the number was even smaller, so he hadn't had much hope. But the more impossible something seems, the more likely an accident is to happen. A notification suddenly popped up. Data collection triggered successfully. He obtained special items, desert viper meat and desert viper gallbladder. It actually worked, and 2 kinds came out at once. Su Yang immediately perked up and took out the snake meat and gallbladder to examine them. Desert viper meat is a high-quality consumable with an excellent taste. Consuming it can increase your constitution by up to 2 points. Although this thing was good, it was still within Su Yang's expectations. What truly shocked him was the emerald green gallbladder of the desert viper. It is also of green quality, and after consumption, it can increase 1 point of mental attribute. And there is even a certain probability of awakening mysterious power. Awakening a mysterious power. Su Yang stared at the snake gall, his heart filled with surprise and curiosity. After carefully checking for a long time and confirming that the substance was not highly poisonous and showed no signs of danger, he swallowed it without hesitation. The next moment, 2 notifications appeared simultaneously. His mental attribute increased by 1 point. At the same time, he also acquired a new skill, precision. Su Yang was stunned. Could snake gall really grant someone skills? Precision LV0, the effect is simple, improves accuracy by 10%. But Su Yang quickly realized that this skill was by no means insignificant. It not only improves shooting accuracy, but also provides a precision bonus for various actions such as throwing and charging. Even driving a car into an enemy can increase the probability of a successful hit. That's good. With the precision skill, the shooting accuracy will be much higher. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. In the past 2 or 3 days, he has produced 100 poison bullets. Nowadays, handguns equipped with poison bullets are already a major weapon of mass destruction. The only problem was that his marksmanship wasn't very good, but now that he has the precision skill, that weakness has finally been overcome. Chapter 30. It's your loss if you, with your amazing unboxing skills, don't stick with me. Precision LV3 increases accuracy by 50% and adds lock-on capability. Su Yang put all 3 of his skill points into precision. He originally only wanted to improve his marksmanship, but unexpectedly, he unlocked the lock-on ability. Consuming 10 mana points allows him to lock onto a target, significantly increasing his hit rate. With his current marksmanship, he can almost always hit a target within 100 meters after locking onto it. The ability is good, but the mana value is only 120 points, which is still too little. Su Yang frowned. Items that can increase attributes are really rare. Just then, a message popped up from a friend. Su Yang clicked on it and was immediately stunned. Jiang Manhwa, I have items that increase strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Do you want them? Su Yang replied without hesitation, yes, and added, I'll take as many as you have. Zhang Manxue quickly replied that she could add 3 points to strength and 2 points each to agility and spirit. That was all she had. Su Yang was utterly speechless. He had opened so many treasure chests, and Fangya had opened over 1,000 last night. Yet she had only gotten 1 power apple and 2 agility strawberries. But the attribute-enhancing items Zhang Manxue casually pulled out were more than all of them combined. Did she have a special way of opening boxes? Zhang Manxue's words silenced him. Of course it's from opening treasure chests. You think you bought them from the train station? The items at the station were ridiculously expensive, so she could only look at them. But with a journey of 500 kilometers and a maximum of 51 treasure chests, she actually managed to open so many good items. This luck is simply outrageous. Su Yang immediately extended an invitation. Looks like you're in luck. Join me. I've formed a team, and it would be a waste if you, with your lucky streak in opening boxes, didn't come with me. He genuinely wanted to win Zhang Manxue over. His luck was simply phenomenal. He was a born expert at unpacking surprises. But Zhang Manxue said that she had already formed a car team, and a classmate happened to be in this area and could arrive tomorrow. Su Yang was a little disappointed, but he didn't insist. He simply asked her what she wanted. Zhang Manxue said she wanted to do business with Su Yang. Then, she sent him a special prop. Item, contract card. Category, consumables. Quality, green. Purpose, allows for contracts with up to 100 people. Note, the contract terms can be customized, and penalties for breach of contract can be set within a certain range. Upon seeing the attributes, Su Yang was quite surprised. He had never seen such a special item in all the boxes he had opened, yet Zhang Manxue had actually obtained it. He suddenly realized that Zhang Manxue's decision not to join the team might not be her loss, but his own. You really won't follow me? Su Yang asked again. Zhang Manxue only replied with an ellipsis. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry to recruit her. Zhang Manxue was capable enough and had plenty of resources, so there was no need to force her. She might not think the same way later on. As for her purpose in seeking him out, Su Yang had already figured it out. You want to get gasoline? Zhang Manxue immediately admitted it. She planned to sign contracts with 100 people using contract cards, providing them with green gas tanks or green batteries so they could pay for gasoline by arriving at the station. Gasoline is an absolute hard currency, and although stations sell it, the quantity is limited. As long as it's operational, it's a surefire way to make a fortune. Su Yang directly offered a price. 19%. You get 1, I get 9. Zhang Manxue was furious. She took out her contract card, only to be offered a 10% share. She immediately demanded a 50-50th split. Su Yang retorted without any politeness. 50-50? Are you mistaken? It's true that you issued the contract card, but why didn't you make it yourself and instead came to me? It can't just be because I'm famous. 100 people can bring back a lot of gasoline. But how many vehicle parts blueprints can you provide? How many green fuel tank blueprints can you buy? These are all costs. Even if you can afford it, are you willing to take the risk? After sending a series of questions, Zhang Manxue fell silent. She had originally only planned to provide each person with a blueprint for a component and 1 or 2 green oil tanks. This way, she could only get a maximum of 100 to 200 green fuel tanks, which would yield 50,000 to 100,000 liters of gasoline. She didn't even dare to imagine investing more. But Su Yang was clearly not satisfied with this. He planned to go all out. 100,000 liters of gasoline was already the limit Zhang Manxue had imagined. But now she realized that she had underestimated Su Yang's boldness. After a long silence, she finally made a decision. 50,000 liters of gasoline, and the contract card is yours. Those fruits that increase attributes are all extras. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Manxue was indeed bold in her pricing, but no matter how valuable this contract card was, it wasn't worth 50,000 liters of gasoline. At current prices, 1 liter of gasoline costs 100 copper coins, so 50,000 liters would cost 5 million copper coins, which is equivalent to 500 gold coins. The value of a contract card is definitely not that high. Even if it's inflated in this environment, it's still not worth 500 gold coins. Therefore, Su Yang did not agree directly, but instead sent Zhang Manxue a drawing. A vehicle upgrade blueprint. Even Su Yang himself could only buy one of these blueprints. It was only because Fangya joined that he had an extra purchase slot, which he used for the transaction. More importantly, Zhang Manxue had no authority to purchase this upgrade blueprint, and couldn't even see it. Su Yang believed that she would not refuse. As it turned out, he was right. Chapter 31. Did the S-Class 36D fail? Item. Armored Commercial Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Blue. Purpose. When used on a green 9-star vehicle, it can be upgraded to a blue 1-star armored commercial vehicle. Materials needed: 100G iron block, 100G copper block, 30G glass, 30G rubber, 30G plastic, 30G electronic components, 30G general purpose components. Upon seeing the blue vehicle upgrade blueprint, Jiang Manchua's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She had the authority to purchase vehicle blueprints, and even blue ones. However, in her purchase interface, the blue blueprints only include vans, sedans, and pickup trucks, with the lowest price being 150 gold coins. In contrast, this armored commercial vehicle upgrade blueprint completely diminished the appeal of the other 3 types of vehicles. Su-yang sent a message. You probably can't buy this kind of blueprint. Exchange it with a contract card, and I'll provide all the materials needed for the upgrade. Jiang Manchua gave a wry smile. Su-yang really knew how to win people's hearts. This blueprint might not be worth 50,000 liters of gasoline, but it was what she wanted most right now. She sought cooperation with Su-yang to obtain the contract card, all in order to upgrade her vehicle as quickly as possible, right? I agree. Su-yang said he could only give her the blueprints tomorrow, and then took out something as collateral. Jiang Manchua was stunned when she saw it. Those were 10 green vehicle storage boxes, filled with food, water, and basic supplies, the value of which was impossible to calculate at the moment. But Jiang Manchua knew that these supplies were definitely more valuable than the armored commercial vehicle blueprints. She ultimately agreed. After receiving the contract card, Su-yang immediately went into the room and woke up Fangya, who was fast asleep. Fangya opened her eyes groggily, her first thought being, has Su-yang finally lost his temper and is going to make a move on me? But Su-yang's next words made her fall into deep thought before she even had a chance to blush. Don't sleep tonight. You have work to do. Eating this snake meat will increase your constitution by 2 points, so you can go 2 days without sleeping without any problems. Su-yang left the roasted snake meat behind and turned to leave. Fangya watched his retreating figure, beginning to doubt her own charm. She's clearly very beautiful, and her figure hasn't changed. Her S-cup 36D is still perfect. So why doesn't Su-yang react at all? Could it be that her 36D size has really stopped working? Meanwhile, Su-yang contacted Xiaobayan. It has to be said that this guy is indeed capable. By leveraging Su-yang's name, he has already developed a considerable network of connections. Xiaobayan was well aware that his network of connections depended entirely on Su-yang. Without Su-yang, no one would bother with him. So as soon as Su-yang sent a message, he replied instantly. The two chatted for more than 10 minutes. Then Su-yang entered the chat channel and posted 3 announcements in a row. We are recruiting 100 owners of white, high-quality vehicles for cooperation. A maximum of 2 vehicle parts can be used, with priority given to those who only need 1 part. Those interested should contact Fangya and Xiaobayan to register. The moment the 3 messages were posted, the entire chat channel exploded. Some people excitedly shouted that a big shot had appeared, some asked if green quality vehicles could participate, and some regretted that they had installed 3 parts. Some people were even relieved that they had just obtained the vehicle parts addition diagram and had not yet had time to install the power steering. A car owner with only white training wheels cautiously inquired whether he met the requirements. Soon someone reminded him that the training wheels didn't take up space on the vehicle. He'd just hit the jackpot. The others gradually realized that Su-yang's offer was clearly giving opportunities to those still struggling. The channel was filled with gratitude, but Su-yang didn't pay any more attention. Fangya and Xiaobayan were extremely busy. Even though they had set a rule that only owners of white vehicles could send private messages, the number of people signing up was still astonishing. It's already the 5th day, and 1/3 of the people in District 9527 are still driving white-quality vehicles. If Su-yang hadn't released a large number of green blueprints for 3 consecutive nights, this proportion would have been even higher. On the morning of the 3rd day, there were still 5,879 people in District 9527, and today, there are 5,756 people still alive. This was already the result of Su-yang's intervention. Without him, probably not even 5,000 people would have survived, let alone arrived at the original station on time. But given the current situation, at least 2/3 of these 5,700 people should be able to get to the station. Su-yang strolled through the trading hall, acquired the designated white treasure chest, and casually killed dozens of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Not long after, Xiaobayan finally sent over a list. The list contains only 10 people, all of whom were selected after their vehicle information was verified. Vehicle status information can be sent directly to other car owners and cannot be faked, So Su Yang is very reassured. He first contacted Zhang Shan, who was on the list. Are you clear on the conditions? Zhang Shan immediately replied, Understood, Boss Su. I agree to everything and have no objections. Su Yang said, I will write your name on the contract card later. Just agree after you receive the notification. Clear. A moment later, Su Yang used the contract card, and the contract interface appeared. He filled in Zhang Shan's name. As expected, the contract was successful. Su Yang didn't say anything more, but simply assigned a batch of goods to Zhang Shan to hang in the trading hall, and then notified the other party to receive them. Chapter 32. Invest 100 and earn 2,500? On the highway, Zhang Shan was dressed no better than a beggar, but he was constantly worried that something might go wrong with the deal. The next moment, a notification sounded. After reading the message, a smile immediately spread across his face, and he entered the trading hall. He obtained a green gasoline engine, 5 green vehicle fuel tanks, and 2 white and 3 green vehicle component edition drawings for only 1 piece of wood. In addition, there were 30 liters of gasoline, 1 kilogram of special snake meat, and enough food and water to last a week. Zhang Shan became increasingly excited as he looked at the tricycle, and immediately set about upgrading it. Vehicle, gasoline-powered tricycle. Quality, green 1 star. Speed, 60 kilometers per hour. Components, gasoline engine, 5 green vehicle fuel tanks. Su Yang originally requested that at least 4 green fuel tanks be installed, in which case he would provide 4 fuel tanks and corresponding blueprints. If you fill 5 green fuel tanks, you'll receive an extra blueprint and 1 kilogram of snake meat. This piece of snake meat can directly increase the constitution attribute by 1 point. Su Yang had previously collected over 100 rattlesnakes and accumulated a considerable amount of special snake meat, but this stuff no longer had any effect on him, so he could use it as a bargaining chip. Zhang Shan chose snake meat without hesitation, even though the 5 fuel tanks would fill up the component slots, and he couldn't install any other components before reaching blue quality. In this world, attributes are more important than anything else, especially physical constitution. With just 1 point of increased constitution, even a cold or fever can be cured, and one's physical fitness will far surpass that of ordinary people. Moreover, for these people who might not even be able to reach the initial station, this was not an ordinary transaction, but a chance to survive. Soon, all 10 people on the list signed contracts with Su Yang. Su Yang had already instructed Fang Ye and Xie Bian to prioritize screening those whose vehicle parts slots were not yet occupied. The white-quality auxiliary wheels do not take up any part space, so those selected can easily install the engine and 5 fuel tanks. Without any hesitation, all 10 people chose the special snake meat, which meant that, apart from the engine, all other parts were used to fill the green fuel tank. The car owners selected later also made the same choice. They certainly understand that this will limit the future development of vehicles, but how can people who can't even reach the first stop care about the future? Things went much more smoothly than Su Yang had expected. The list of 100 people was finalized in just 2 or 3 hours. With 100 car owners, each carrying 5 green fuel tanks, Su Yang would receive 2,500 liters of gasoline. The contract stipulates that after everyone arrives at the station, the 5 fuel tanks, along with the gasoline inside, will appear on the contract interface, waiting for Su Yang to collect them. Su Yang and Zhang Shan only discovered when they signed the contract that it could be set up in a transaction-like manner. The engine, blueprints, snake meat, and food were considered the compensation provided by Su Yang. What these 100 people need to deliver is 2,500 liters of gasoline. The fuel tank is just a container, and it can be returned in the end. If anyone defaults and fails to hand over the gasoline, the consequence will be that the vehicle becomes the property of Su Yang. Thinking about this, Su Yang even looked forward to someone failing to complete the contract, so he could get a car for free. Originally, he estimated that each person would need to invest more than 300 silver coins, and with 100 people combined, the cost would exceed 300 gold coins. The green engine blueprint is worth 100 silver coins. The green fuel tank blueprint is even more expensive, while the blueprints for additional parts are cheaper. After all, blueprints for increasing production capacity are easy to obtain, but blueprints for fuel tanks are extremely rare. Now that the fuel tank can be recycled, Su Yang not only saved a lot of costs, but also saved the money of buying additional fuel tanks to store gasoline. In total, the resources invested this time amounted to no more than 100 gold coins. More than 100 gold coins were exchanged for 2,500 liters of gasoline. At the current price of 100 copper coins per liter, This batch of oil would fetch 2,500 gold coins if sold. If this is already an exorbitant profit, what about later? Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. Many people believe that since gasoline can be bought at the initial station, the price of gasoline must have dropped. But this place has never been a normal world. Because he ranked first in the entire district, Su Yang received some information about the second phase in advance early this morning. The second phase requires running 5,000 kilometers within 10 days. At an average speed of 500 kilometers per day, Su Yang's armored RV is fast enough that this is not a problem. But others are different. Even at 60 kilometers per hour, it would take them more than 8 hours to drive continuously. Fuel consumption at full speed is far greater than that of normal driving. In theory, 500 liters of gasoline is enough to travel 5,000 kilometers, but in reality, it will only consume more. More importantly, once the second phase begins, the population of each district will return to 10,000. The missing personnel in District 9527 will be filled, and then Su Yang will no longer have to worry about selling gasoline. Therefore, he will not sell this batch of gasoline for the time being. He even planned to buy the gasoline that appeared in the trading hall at a low price, but he wasn't in a hurry. The most cost-effective time to buy is when everyone is convinced that oil prices will fall. Several hours later, Zhang Shan drove his upgraded fuel-powered tricycle and finally rushed into the original station. It was already the afternoon of the 5th day, but he still managed to squeeze into the top 100, ranking 98th. Although we missed the treasure chests along the way, in retrospect, it was all worth it. They had already learned from Xiebian that the first 100 people to arrive at the station would receive an extra reward. Xiebian arrived at the station early this morning, clearly with Su Yang's help. Su Yang never mistreats those who do things for him. Upon entering the station, Zhang Shan finally understood why Su Yang only wanted 2,500 liters of gasoline, but didn't ask them to pay extra. It turns out that this gasoline was originally a reward given by the station. Zhang Shan not only didn't feel cheated, but was also filled with gratitude. Without Su Yang, he probably wouldn't have gotten here at all. He was overjoyed when he discovered that the 5 green fuel tanks on the car had been taken away by the contract. Now that the component slot is available, he can finally install other components later. Zhang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "It must have been Boss Su Yang who did it. It's simply amazing." No, Su Yang is truly a god. Chapter 33. 1 copper coin becomes 1 silver coin? Sell it. After it got completely dark, Su Yang, who had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, woke up and immediately checked the contract interface. The number of green fuel tanks has reached over 300, which means that at least 60 people have completed their contracts and arrived at the station. He glanced at the chat channel again and found that the number of people who had arrived at the initial station had exceeded 300. The remaining 2 days would probably be when the real large number of people would arrive. The more people there are, the fewer desert scorpions and rattlesnakes there will be to trade, but Su Yang doesn't care. He can still collect at least 1,000 tonight. Getting 300 or 400 birds here and there during the day is already considered a pretty good haul. Just then, a noise came from the storage room. Su Yang went over to take a look and found that Fangya had already gotten up and was busy opening a treasure chest. Fangya dared not sleep too much. After doubting herself, she always felt that Su Yang seemed to have some kind of special obstacle, and she was afraid that if she didn't perform well, she would be kicked out of the team. There's no need to worry about monsters here, nor to rush around frantically. Opening treasure chests may be tedious, but it's much easier for her, and she can even watch the chat channel while opening them. That's why she learned just how miserable the lives of those people outside really were. Su Yang releases 5,000 points in exchange for 100 milliliters of water every day, and occasionally puts up 10,000 to 20,000 with chips at low prices, which saves many people's lives. But that's just surviving. 100 milliliters of water a day, plus 1 or 2 slices of bread, is the most realistic life at the bottom of this survival world. Thinking about the 4 dishes and 1 soup she ate last night, Fangya felt it was excessively extravagant. Su Yang's continued production of treasure chests further solidified her resolve to cling to this powerful figure and demonstrate her own worth, no matter what. When she saw Su Yang come in, her eyes lit up, and she quickly took out a drawing. "Su Yang, look, I got something good. Item, waste disposal unit image. Category, drawings. Quality, green. Purpose. After installation, it can handle waste from vehicles, as well as sewage and garbage from daily life. Materials needed, 10 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 5 glass, 5 rubber, 5 plastic, 5 electronic components." Su Yang's eyes lit up. This thing had come at just the right time. The armored RV's toilet has showers and a bathroom, but sewage and garbage don't just disappear. The lower level outside the vehicle is only 2.5 meters high, and half a meter below the ground are occupied by water tanks and other equipment, so garbage must be disposed of manually. With waste disposers, waste and garbage can be gasified, and sewage can be purified and flushed back into the toilet, making RVs more and more complete. Soo-young built and installed it on the spot. The RV now has 5 components: a solar generator, 2 vehicle storage boxes, a water maker, and a waste disposer. It's just missing the last one. Hybrid engines can also generate electricity, but they are too slow. He had already bought the blueprints for a green solar generator, which could generate up to 20 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour when there was plenty of sunlight. In addition, he created 10 green high-energy batteries, which were fully charged at the station and placed in the inventory, storing a total of 2,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. This electricity is only for backup. The vehicles still run on gasoline, and Soo-young has no shortage of gasoline. The water purifier is much more efficient than the condenser, producing up to 30 liters of water per hour, which is more than enough for domestic use. As for drinking water, mineral water and beverages are piling up like mountains. As it turned out, Soo-young's premonition was correct. This night was another great harvest. He and Fong-ya barely slept, and more than 1,800 treasure chests were dropped throughout the night, all containing level 3 monsters, giving Soo-young more than 6,000 experience points. The supplies he obtained were equally impressive, but although he got a few fruits and special items that increased attributes, they were all duplicates, which disappointed him somewhat. On the morning of the 6th day, more and more people arrived at the original station, and the amount of gasoline in the trading hall quickly increased. 2 days ago, gasoline was selling for as high as 150 copper coins per liter, but today it's mostly selling for only 100 copper coins. After lunch, gasoline was appearing for 80 copper coins, and in the afternoon it dropped to around 60 copper coins. Soo-young was still not in a hurry to buy oil, but instead began to sell off basic materials. At the station, iron sheets, copper sheets, and wooden pieces were all sold for 1 copper coin each, but he sold 2 for 1 copper coin each. There's a 10% chance of getting iron or copper pieces from opening treasure chests, and a 20% chance of getting wood pieces. Not to mention Soo-young himself. Fong-ya opened nearly 3,000 chests in the past 2 nights, getting iron and copper pieces more than 30 times. These materials were neither useful to Soo-young, nor did they take up much space, so he simply cleared them out at a low price. This move greatly increased many people's goodwill towards him, but Soo-young didn't care at all. His real purpose was to use 1 silver coin to buy the storage box of the white vehicle. Every car owner could buy a white storage box once for 1 copper coin, but he was willing to pay 1 silver coin for it. The white storage box is a full 10 cubic meters, and each item slot can hold 99 items, which is equivalent to expanding 1 item slot to 990 cubic meters. The chat channel exploded instantly. Holy crap, Sushin bought a white car storage box for a silver coin? He bought it for a copper coin and immediately made a 100-fold profit. Each person can only buy this box once. It must be very important. Soo-young only gave it 1 silver coin. Don't sell it. Bullshit. 1 copper coin for 1 silver coin, and you still think it's not enough? This guy has no conscience. How can there be any haters? Those people who were rejected by Su-shun's cooperation quota, they didn't meet the requirements themselves, so they started to resent Su-shun. Don't forget there's a handling fee for exchanging currency. Su-shun gives 1 silver coin, but in reality, he gives 120 copper coins. So what? Soo-young will definitely make a killing. This storage box is worth far more than 120 copper coins. Whether he makes money or not, I don't know. Anyway, I just got 1 silver coin and bought a beginner team card. Looking for teammates online. I have a green 3-star electric tricycle with a solar generator. Looking for a cute girl. Holy crap, you can do that. I'm also looking for teammates. I need a green 6-star vehicle, plenty of supplies, and a mature woman. Brother, I can be both a mature woman and a cute girl. I can switch styles at will, and I even have white high-quality functional seats in my car. A functional chair? Is it the kind of functional chair I'm thinking of? Oh no, this is the feeling of being smitten. It looks like I'm not going to be able to keep this car's storage compartment. Regional Channel 9527, 5,283 members, each posting 5 times per day. Sure enough, on the last night, too many people started taking risks. Today is the 7th day. Yesterday, many people rushed to the last 100 kilometers, but encountered level 5 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. 300 or 400 people died in just one night. As a result, Su Yang traded for more than 1,200 monster corpses, most of which were level 5, and his experience points surged again. Host, Su Yang. Level, Black Iron 10, 21179/. Health, 125/130. Mana, 79/140. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Skills, Gathering LV9, Bullet Crafting LV5, Caravan LV3, Precision LV3, Material Synthesis LV0. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 61/90. 1 blue treasure chest, 19 green treasure chests, 99 poison bullets, 99 green fuel tanks. More than 20,000 experience points. As long as you successfully advance to bronze, you can level up several times directly afterward. Su Yang was satisfied with his haul, but when he looked at his inventory, his brow furrowed slightly. After opening white treasure chests for 2 consecutive nights, he had only gotten 1 inventory expansion scroll. These expansion scrolls are becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. Fortunately, he had collected 700 or 800 white vehicle storage boxes beforehand, so he wasn't short of space for the time being. Su Yang eventually transformed the material synthesis blueprint into his own skill, and he even bought an extra one so that Feng Ye could also complete the transformation. To upgrade Feng Ye's vehicle, Su Yang temporarily brought Xie Bian into the team and purchased a blue container truck upgrade blueprint, upgrading Feng Ye's vehicle to blue 1-star. After the upgrade, Feng Ye's car has 6 vehicle component slots. She can then directly equip them with any new material crafting blueprint she obtains. Su Yang's own vehicle wasn't suitable for these functions to take up parts, so he simply converted it into a material synthesis skill. Although it was only level 0, it already possessed basic synthesis capabilities. After organizing the supplies, Su Yang went to rest. He knew that gasoline prices would definitely rise during the day, and now was not the time to make a move. Sure enough, during his break, gasoline prices rose steadily from 60 copper coins per liter. After all, today was the last day, and drivers who hadn't yet reached the initial station were all getting anxious. By noon, gasoline prices had first risen back to 100 copper coins, and then surged to 130 copper coins, with the upward trend still evident. When Su Yang woke up, it was already afternoon. More than 3,000 people had arrived at the original station, and people were arriving every hour. Gasoline prices surged to a peak of 200 copper coins per liter before beginning to fall. In the trading hall, large quantities of gasoline priced at 180 copper coins per liter remained unsold. More and more people arrived at the station, each with a 10-liter gasoline purchase quota, all hoping to make a quick buck during this last chance. Most of the first 10 to arrive made a fortune as a result, and Jiang Manhwa was one of them. She knew that Su Yang still had at least 100,000 liters of gasoline, but he never took it out. So when the price dropped to 60 copper coins, she spent almost all her car coins on gasoline. Once gasoline prices reached 180 copper coins, she decisively sold it off. This transaction earned her a large amount of vehicle coins, which finally allowed her to purchase vehicle component blueprints and continue modifying her armored commercial vehicle. After Su Yang provided the blueprints, Jiang Manhwa completed the upgrade early on. She removed all the rear seats, keeping only the 2 front driver's seats, freeing up a space that was 4.5 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 1.8 meters high. She then divided the space into a bedroom and a bathroom, which was quite comfortable for the 2 of them to live in. She was able to earn this car coin thanks to her best friend, Lu Mimi. Lu Mimi was not only her college roommate, but also lived in the same area. To help her get to the initial station, Jiang Manhwa didn't hesitate to take the bus card and also used a lot of resources. It's fair to say that without Jiang Manhwa, Lu Mimi would never have made it here alive. Xiaoxue, you're amazing. Gasoline prices have indeed dropped. Some people are already listing it for 150 copper coins per liter. Lu Mimi stared at the trading hall, her face full of surprise. That's not all. The price will continue to drop. Jiang Manhwa was quite certain. She had messaged Su Yang before, but he hadn't given her a clear answer, only telling her to find an opportunity to buy more gasoline. Did Su Yang tell you? He didn't say anything. He just told me to look for opportunities to buy more. Lu Mimi's eyes lit up, and she immediately came up with a terrible idea. Why don't you talk a little more flirtatiously? Maybe you can get some information out of him. Lu Mimi, are you trying to get yourself killed? The 2 laughed and joked around, temporarily forgetting the crisis outside. As night fell, with just over 3 hours left until midnight, 500 or 600 people had not yet reached the initial station and were making their final sprint. Traveling at night is dangerous enough, let alone crossing the last 100 kilometers. Meanwhile, the trading hall was in complete chaos. In the first hour or two after dark, gasoline prices briefly rose again, but most of those who wanted to buy had already done so. Those who didn't buy were mostly those who simply couldn't afford it. For more than 10 minutes, no gasoline was sold. Finally, someone couldn't hold out any longer and changed the price from 180 copper coins to 150 copper coins per liter. It was like the first snowflake falling before an avalanche. In less than 10 seconds, 20 or 30 people followed suit and changed their prices, all dropping to 150 copper coins. Some people on the chat channel are urging everyone not to keep pushing down prices, but who would want to just sit there and watch their gasoline sales plummet? 10 minutes later, the lowest price for gasoline dropped to 100 copper coins per liter, and it still didn't stop there. The price began to plummet. With only 1 hour left until the end of the day, the trading interface was already filled with gasoline priced at 30 copper coins per liter, but no one bought any of it. Chapter 35 Annihilation. A cruel world of survival. 7 days have passed. Congratulations to the owners who reached the initial station. Those who did not reach the station will be penalized with termination. The chat channel exploded instantly, flooded with countless desperate pleas for mercy and curses. Wait, I'll be there soon. Give me a little more time. I'm only 30 kilometers away. Why won't you even give me a few liters of gasoline? No, I don't want to die. Give me one more day. But those sounds quickly stopped. Clearly, those who hadn't arrived at the station in time had all been eliminated. Immediately afterwards, another mysterious clue appeared. Congratulations to all car owners in Zone 9527. Your zone has the highest number of surviving players on Blue Star. All car owners will receive 100 silver coins, a green treasure chest, and will receive information about the next stage of your journey 12 hours earlier. Suyong looked at the notification, his gaze darkening slightly. District 9527 only had 5,032 people left, which was already the highest on Blue Star. In other words, out of the billions of people who entered this world, less than half survived in just 7 days. However, Suyong quickly calmed down. With his strength, survival was not a problem at all. He was more interested in seeing where this survival game would ultimately lead them. In the chat, everyone was already excitedly opening treasure chests. Some people got the blueprints for a green generator, some got the blueprints for a high-energy air conditioner, and some got the blueprints for a green vehicle upgrade. However, some people have noticed the harsh reality. If more than 5,000 people can become the number one on Earth, there are probably even fewer survivors in other regions. Many people believe that District 9527's success today is entirely due to Su Yang's early arrival at the station and his sale of large quantities of supplies at low prices. But soon some people went too far, demanding that Su Yang provide resources free of charge, claiming that with great power comes great responsibility and that everyone must unite. This statement immediately drew a wave of ridicule. So-called unity is nothing more than wanting others to support you for free. Suyong found these comments laughable. He was selling basic materials at low prices to collect copper coins, and helping these people along the way was already a good thing. He doesn't have that kind of saintly heart. In this cruel world, all he needs to do is take care of himself and enjoy the life he's meant to enjoy. The lives of others are none of his concern. At this moment, Fangya suddenly spoke up. Suyong, the lowest price for gasoline in the trading hall has dropped to 45 copper coins per liter. Do you want to buy some? No rush. Let's wait a bit longer. Suyong remained calm. 45 copper coins per liter was clearly not the lowest price. On the other side, Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi were also keeping an eye on gasoline prices. Lu Mimi was getting restless, since they had almost no gasoline left besides the 500 liters that came with their vehicle. But Jiang Manhua gritted her teeth and decided to continue waiting. Everyone just received 100 silver coins, and many people will definitely use the money to buy the 10 liters of gasoline that are sold in limited quantities at the station. Many car owners are electric vehicle owners, so gasoline is useless to them. Some gasoline car owners have already filled up their tanks when they arrive at the station and are unwilling to spend more money to fill up. Now that they have free silver coins, these people will naturally use up their purchase quota and then put gasoline in the trading hall to make money. As it turned out, Jiang Manhua made the right bet. Over the next hour, many car owners bought 10 liters of gasoline and then began reselling them. Some listed it for 30 copper coins per liter, while others listed it for 20 copper coins. Those selling items for 20 copper coins are mostly electric vehicle owners. They don't need gasoline and just want to make a small profit from the price difference. Su-young finally made his move. He bought up all the gasoline that cost 20 copper coins per liter. To eat as much as possible, he even exchanged his gold coins for copper coins. Many people quickly realized that someone was buying up large quantities of oil and immediately raised prices. But Su-young refused to buy anything over 20 copper coins. In the end, he simply went to sleep. If you're so capable, keep it up and see who's in a bigger hurry. That night, Su-young did not sleep alone. Fanya finally regained her confidence. She knew she was still beautiful and could still satisfy Su-young. Meanwhile, gasoline prices in the trading hall became increasingly chaotic. Jiang Manhwa also took advantage of the chaos to buy a lot of gasoline, but she had limited money for the car and dared not invest all her savings. But some people chose to go all in. Xiaobayan had a green vehicle upgrade blueprint, which was a reward Su-young gave him after he used Xiaobayan as a tool in the team and then kicked him out. This blueprint can upgrade a vehicle into a bus, which was initially unavailable at the station. Xiaobayan didn't use it himself, but sold it to an alliance team in exchange for 100 gold coins. Adding the car coins he had earned with Su-young, he invested all his assets in the gasoline market. He would buy it as long as the price did not exceed 30 copper coins per liter. For Xiaobayan, this was a real gamble. If he won, he could leave most people behind and join the first stage of Blue Star. As for standing on the same level as Su-young, Xiaobayan knew very well that it was simply impossible. Su-young, the eldest, has long since carved out his own niche. Chapter 36 allows you to choose the second difficulty level. The sun was high in the sky when Su-young finally got up. Fanya was exhausted from the previous night, so he didn't want to wake her and went into the trading hall alone to buy up goods. The incredible stamina brought by 13 points of physique was too exaggerated. Later, he took out something to increase physique and raised Fanya's physique to 6 points, which was barely enough to keep up. Just as he had predicted, there was still plenty of gasoline in the trading hall. Jiang Manhwa and Xiaobayan had both asked about the gasoline, but Su-young didn't explain much, only telling them to buy as much as they could when they had the chance. But their cash reserves were ultimately limited, making it impossible for them to go on a shopping spree like Su-young. In just 1 minute, Su-young bought over 100,000 liters of gasoline, all priced below 20 copper coins, with some even as low as 15 copper coins per liter. Some people noticed that gasoline was suddenly being bought up in large quantities and immediately put it on the market, but the price remained at 20 copper coins. Others sensed something was wrong and withdrew their items in an attempt to raise the price. But Su-young refused to buy. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that no one was willing to buy, the people had no choice but to lower the price back down. A dozen minutes later, Su-young had less than 1,000 copper coins left in his cart. He had already exchanged all his gold and silver coins for copper coins and poured them in. But his gains were also astonishing, with over 250,000 liters of gasoline. Adding the 250,000 liters he earned from the contract card partnership, he now had a total of 530,000 liters of gasoline in his possession. There was still some gasoline left in the trading hall, and the lowest price had dropped to 12 copper coins per liter. Su-young didn't buy any more, leaving 1,000 copper coins in case of an emergency. Even if he were stuck with all 530,000 liters of gasoline, he wouldn't be worried. His own vehicles were top of the line, and he had no shortage of supplies. Besides, it was impossible for him to be stuck with gasoline. It will be 12 o'clock soon, and then it will be other people who are anxious. Su-young smiled slightly. The chat channel gradually quieted down, everyone waiting for news of the second phase. Soon, it was 12 o'clock, and everyone in District 9527 simultaneously received the notification for the next phase. The chat channel was unusually silent for a few minutes before it exploded. The second phase requires running 5,000 kilometers, but the time limit is only 10 days, averaging 500 kilometers per day. Some people took 5 days to complete the first stage of 500 kilometers, but now they run 5,000 kilometers in 10 days, which is simply despair-inducing. Everyone immediately realized that in order to complete the mission, the vehicle had to be upgraded to a car or a motorcycle that was fast enough. Some analysts believe that with the upgrade blueprints, the motorcycle speed could definitely exceed 100 kilometers per hour. However, many others have realized that the real key factor isn't speed at all. Gasoline and electricity are the key. Upon hearing this, countless people's expressions changed. Some only had a few liters of fuel left in their tanks. Some had just spent money to buy 100 liters, and some electric vehicle enthusiasts secretly rejoiced. But when they rushed into the trading hall, they found that the low-priced gasoline had been almost sold out, leaving only the exorbitantly priced gasoline at 500 copper coins per liter. Those who previously complained about the space occupied by gasoline and thought that a few hundred liters would be enough are now realizing how much they've been wasting. Inside the armored van, Jiang Manhwa was filled with regret. Su-yang had clearly reminded her to buy more gasoline, but to be on the safe side, she only bought a little. Lu Mimi comforted her, saying that being able to buy 15,000 liters was already pretty good. After all, who would dare to bet all their money on gasoline? They could still make a big profit by reselling it now. But she didn't know that the person who had actually gone all in was already grinning from ear to ear. Xie Baiyan looked at the 50,000 liters of gasoline he had stockpiled and was so excited he almost jumped for joy. Even if he sold it for only 100 copper coins per liter, that would still be an astonishing profit of 500 gold coins. He immediately sent Su-yang a message of thanks. Su-yang only replied, "In the last 3 hours, our district will replenish 10,000 people ahead of schedule, and I will sell gasoline at that time." Xie Baiyan instantly understood that Su-yang indeed possessed information that others did not. Since Su-yang had chosen to make his move in the last 3 hours, there was no need for Xie Baiyan to rush. As long as you sell out before then, you're guaranteed to make a profit. Thinking of this, Xie Baiyan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He immediately put 10,000 liters of gasoline on the shelves, priced at 500 copper coins per liter, which is 5 silver coins per liter. Su-yang didn't care how Xie Baiyan operated. His attention was already focused on the detailed rules of the second phase. This time, for the 5,000-kilometer journey, the difficulty level can even be selected. There are 5 difficulty levels: easy, medium, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. Others assumed it would be the same as the first phase, with a treasure chest every 10 kilometers. However, Su-yang discovered that in the second phase, there was only one white treasure chest every 50 kilometers. A green treasure chest will appear every 1,000 kilometers, and a blue treasure chest will appear at the final destination of 5,000 kilometers. However, if you choose Hell mode, the blue treasure chest at the end will be upgraded to an orange treasure chest, and there is even a chance to directly open a red treasure chest. More importantly, in Hell mode, the probability of finding a green chest along the way is guaranteed. The probability of finding a blue chest increases by 50%, the probability of finding a purple chest increases by 10%, and the probability of finding an orange chest is also 1%. Moreover, treasure chests are no longer fixed at 1 every 50 kilometers. Sometimes, 2 or 3 treasure chests may appear consecutively within a 50-kilometer radius. The probability of getting good items from these treasure chests will also be significantly increased. Su-yang was immediately tempted. He wanted to choose Hell mode. There were definitely dangers, but he didn't think he would run into any trouble. After all, this was only the second stage. Even if the monsters got stronger, their levels wouldn't be ridiculously high. Moreover, he has fired 7 or 8 handguns in the past few days. Although the number of bullets is not large, he can easily make them himself. Most importantly, Su-yang couldn't wait to encounter more monsters. The more monsters there were, the faster he would level up. The stronger the monsters, the higher the level of the treasure chests they would drop after defeating them. While the orange or even red treasure chest at the finish line is certainly tempting, what he truly values are the monsters and treasure chests that constantly appear along the way in Hell mode. Since we've decided to choose Hell mode, we should definitely buy that item. Su-yang muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the gold coin interface of the initial station shop. He had painstakingly earned gold coins, and this was the moment he had been waiting for. That item, worth a full 10,000 gold coins, was finally his to claim. Chapter 37 Server Merge. Talent Awakening Card. Despite the wailing and lamentation on the communication channels, gasoline prices continued to skyrocket. At first, no one was willing to buy it at the price of 500 copper coins per liter, but the situation changed instantly after Su-yang announced the route to the second phase of the treasure chest. There is a white treasure chest every 50 kilometers, a green treasure chest every 1,000 kilometers, and a blue treasure chest at the end of 5,000 kilometers. Many people originally thought that by using the little gasoline they had to open treasure chests along the way, they might be able to get more gasoline. There's only one white tank every 50 kilometers. Even if you have enough gas left to drive 300 kilometers, you can only get 6 white tanks. How much gas you can get depends entirely on luck. No one doubted Su-yang's words. His reputation in District 9527 had already led most people to accept the authenticity of the news. As a result, gasoline prices skyrocketed, quickly rising from 200 copper coins per liter to 300 copper coins, when nobody wanted any of it. With only 3 hours left before the required number of participants is reached, the price has temporarily stabilized at around 380 copper coins. Many people are still holding onto their gasoline, waiting for the last moment to raise the price. Suyang, however, was not in a hurry at all, because he knew that the real price increase was yet to come. Because District 9527 had the largest population, the number was increased to 10,000 3 hours ahead of schedule. The population figures from Districts 9528, 9529, and 9,530 were then incorporated into this count. Regional Channel 9527, 10,000 members. Each person can post 5 times per day. Early server merge. The first place player gets this kind of benefit. Only about 5,000 people in all 3 districts combined. Does that mean they're all almost dead? Brothers from District 9527, quickly welcome Brother Hua. Hello everyone. I am Chun Jun from District 9230, the captain of the Chun family army. Brothers who have upgraded their vehicles are welcome to join us. Joining the Vulcan camp and following Brother Hua is the best choice. Tianhe Business Alliance has 3 blue 1-star vehicles and is now recruiting elite members. The new factions, having just entered the channel, were already eager to recruit troops. But the people in District 9527 were all amused after reading it. Didn't you check the situation before you came in? That guy, Hua, dares to be so arrogant in just an ordinary blue 1-star minivan? Tianhe Business Alliance is even more interesting. Aren't vans, cars, and trucks just the most ordinary blue vehicles? The 3 newly merged districts were completely bewildered, having no idea what these people were laughing about. The so-called stronghold of the Vulcan Battalion was nothing more than a row of cars parked near the original station. Fire Bro with the rooster-like hair was watching the channel, his face turning ashen with anger. He was about to retort when his underlings suddenly cried out in surprise. Brother Hua, something's not right. There are actually more than 5,000 people alive in this area. The first person to arrive at the original station was on the 3rd day, and more than 10 people arrived on the 4th day. Huagu was stunned on the spot. With the support of his underlings, he finally arrived at the station on the morning of the 5th day after much effort. When he was placed in section 9527, he couldn't even squeeze into the top 10. What he found even more unacceptable was that there were probably 30 to 50 people in this district who owned blue cars. Over there, only a little over 1,600 people arrive at the station in 7 days, and there are only 2 or 3 blue car owners, which is less than 1/10 of what's here. Similar shocks occurred in the other 2 merged areas. But soon, they discovered an even more important fact. District 9527 actually sells gasoline. Those who arrive at the station early can use the train coins to buy supplies, so they will naturally try their best to exchange copper coins from other train owners. Having money doesn't mean you can buy resources. The station has limited supplies, and other districts don't have the low-priced wood chips and iron sheets that Suyang sells, so development simply can't compare with District 9527. However, they had quite a few copper coins in their hands. At this moment, Suyang made his move. 500,000 liters of gasoline. First put them on the shelves in batches of 100,000 liters, at 500 copper coins per liter, of which 200,000 liters will be listed directly. Even at an astonishingly high price, gasoline was still sold out in the blink of an eye. The newcomers rushed in like madmen, buying up oil at prices they had experienced before, especially in the area where the Tianhe Business Alliance was located, where it had even reached 1,000 copper coins per liter at its peak. As soon as Suyang sold enough gasoline to reach 10,000 gold coins, he immediately bought the item he had been eyeing for a long time. Item, Talent Awakening Card. Category, Special. Quality, Perfect. Purpose, grants a perfect talent awakening. Note, each car owner can only awaken their talent once. Car owners who have already awakened their talent can use this card to further enhance it. Upon seeing the card, Suyang realized that the car owner also possessed talent, but simply didn't know how to awaken it normally. But he was absolutely certain that this perfect quality talent awakening card was extremely precious. It's a special perk that only the top player in the entire region can obtain. Even if others have gold coins, they simply can't buy it. Special item, a unique perk reserved for the top player in the entire region, available for purchase only during this exclusive opportunity. Suyang had put in a lot of effort over the past 2 or 3 days to collect the gold coins, and now that he finally had them, he chose to use them without hesitation. There was no earth-shattering change, just a flash of white light. His body also glowed faintly, he trembled slightly, and the whole process was over. If it weren't for the extra talent bar in the car owner's interface, Su Yang would have even suspected that he had bought a fake. Car owner, Su Yang. Talent, optimized. Vehicle, armored mobile vehicle. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Currency, 23 gold coins, 359 silver coins, 105,087 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 3+, starting from such a low level. Achieving such a high rating is unprecedented. Talent optimization, which doesn't seem particularly remarkable just by looking at the name. But after Su Yang learned about the specific effects, he realized that this talent was far more powerful than he had imagined. Each time the rating increases, the talent gains an additional ability. Currently, the talent possesses 3 abilities, each of which is quite unique. The only limitation is that the optimization talent currently only applies to his vehicles. But in this world of survival, vehicles are essential for survival. Those 3 innate abilities are equivalent to giving Su Yang's armored RV 3 special skills. Chapter 38 Hell Mode. Is that all? After the armored vehicle is optimized, a 100% status will appear on the vehicle panel. This is the first skill of the vehicle optimization program, wholeness. Simply put, this 100% is vehicle durability. As long as it doesn't reach 0, the RV will always remain intact, and even the people inside will not be injured. More importantly, the durability can automatically recover at 0.1% per hour, which is 2.4% per day. It may seem like a small amount, but it doesn't require any resources at all. The plus sign after the attribute indicates an enhancement, which doubles all effects. Upgrading the RV's quality allows it to reach a top speed of 400 km per hour, but at full speed, durability consumption will definitely increase. The number of generators, water purifiers, and waste disposers on the vehicle has also doubled, and the 2 storage compartments have been expanded to 20 cubic meters of space. What surprised Su Yang the most was the location of the final optimized component. It could not only install ordinary vehicle parts, but also be disassembled and replaced at any time, and even weapons could be installed. Once installed in this slot, the item will enter an optimized state, and its quality will be directly upgraded by 1 level. Installing a green generator will immediately turn it into a blue quality item. Su Yang tried to put the pistol inside, and it indeed upgraded to blue. Even more incredibly, after the weapon was mounted in the vehicle, he could control it from inside and fire in any direction outside the RV. At this point, Su Yang immediately thought of the only weapon blueprint in the station shop. A K-type light machine gun worth 1,000 gold coins. Green quality, 300 rounds per minute, effective range of 800 meters, maximum continuous firing time of 1 minute. With this powerful weapon, Su Yang dared to choose Hell Mode. After securing the RV, he put the remaining 300,000 liters of gasoline on the trading floor. Just as he was about to sell, he discovered that the price of gasoline had been inflated to 800 copper coins per liter, clearly manipulated by the Tianhe Merchant Alliance behind the scenes. Su Yang was immediately annoyed. Why should others reap the benefits of the market he built? He first listed 10,000 liters of gasoline, priced at 750 copper coins per liter. Sure enough, the Tianhe Merchant Alliance immediately bought it. Su Yang then continued to list more, selling 10,000 liters after 10,000 liters. To his surprise, the other party was quite wealthy. After all 200,000 liters of gasoline were bought, Tianhe Business Alliance actually took out a full 15,000 gold coins. Later, Su Yang learned that Yuan Tengfei, the leader of the Tianhe Business Alliance, had special means to acquire other people's vehicles and then sell them to the station to obtain funds, which was how he amassed such a large fortune. However, 15,000 gold coins was clearly their limit. Su Yang then listed another 10,000 liters of gasoline, but the other party did not continue to buy. Instead, they raised their price to 1,000 copper coins per liter and listed 500,000 liters at once. Yuan Tengfei clearly wanted to use the exorbitant price to force Su Yang to sell his 10,000 liters of gasoline. Su Yang smiled. He kept the 10,000 liters of gasoline at a high price, and then resold more than 120,000 liters of gasoline at 10 copper coins per liter, limiting each person to a maximum of 30 liters. In this way, most people can buy gasoline, and although not much, it's enough to keep them from touching the overpriced goods of Tianhe Business Alliance. Furthermore, Su Yang also sold large quantities of basic materials and food at affordable prices. While these could initially be purchased at the train station, the quantities were limited, while the Tianhe Merchant Alliance sold them for 10 times the price at the station. Earning a little less, Su-young didn't care at all. He had already earned 15,000 gold coins from the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, more than he had originally expected. As for offending Yuan Tingfei, he didn't care at all. After listing all the supplies, Su-young went directly into the store and bought a K-type light machine gun. At this point, there was only 1 hour left before departure. On the other side of the station, inside an extended truck, had long been converted into luxurious rooms. Yuan Tingfei's face was terribly grim. Very well, Su-young, you're quite something. You actually dared to trick me. You piece of trash who got lucky by sheer luck. Do you really think I, Yuan Tingfei, am easy to mess with? You just wait. An hour later, the mysterious prompt appeared again. The second challenge, a desert journey. Everyone must reach the desert station, 5,000 kilometers away, within 10 days. Failure to do so within 10 days will result in immediate elimination. Treasure chests will appear along the way. Opening them might yield surprises. However, anyone who stays at the initial station for more than an hour will be eliminated. A desert trip? What's this? Desert tourism? Su-young was too lazy to complain. To him, this hurdle really seemed much like a trip. Fangya sat in the passenger seat and asked him when they would depart. Su-young smiled slightly. Now. The RV started, and a path of light appeared in front of the parking space. The armored RV drove into it, and soon the surrounding environment was completely transformed. Before me stretched a desert, still desolate, but no longer the endless, lifeless expanse of before. A few giant cacti stood scattered in the distance. Su-young had expected a cactus beast to appear, but after looking for a long time, he found that it had no health bar and was obviously just an ordinary plant. Hold on tight, I'm going to test the speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-young stepped on the gas. The numbers on the dashboard jumped rapidly, quickly breaking through 100 and continuing to rush towards 200. 200 is not the limit at all. After the upgrade and boost, the speed doubles instantly, and in just over 10 seconds, the RV breaks through 300, eventually soaring to 400 kilometers per hour. Su-young's attributes were sufficient, and he still controlled the vehicle with ease. Fangya, however, closed her eyes in nervousness. It wasn't until a few minutes later, when the RV slowed down, that she heard Su-young speak. Fangya, you drive. Fangya opened her eyes and saw that Su-young had already given up the driver's seat and immediately guessed his plan. Have we reached the 50-kilometer mark? Right. Su-young nodded and climbed out of the sunroof. The next second, a K-type light machine gun appeared in front of him. His eyes were full of excitement as he picked up the machine gun and swept it forward. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. A hail of bullets swept across the sand, and the health bars of the monsters ahead plummeted. By the time the armored vehicle reached a distance of 50 kilometers, no health bars were visible anymore. All the monsters along the way were killed. Hell mode? That's it. Chapter 39 Sweep. Advancement to Bronze. 50 kilometers away, Su-young could see a dense cluster of health bars in the distance. Near the treasure chest, dozens or even hundreds of giant desert scorpions were gathered, all of them level 10. The desert giant scorpion has 80 life points, and its skill is Flying Strike. It also contains a level 1 black iron weapon. Su-young wanted to test out his newly built K-type light machine gun, so he set it up on the spot. After being installed in the RV's optimization components, the quality of this light machine gun has been upgraded from green to blue. Its rate of fire can be adjusted between 100 and 1,000 rounds per minute, and its effective range is 1,500 meters. It can fire continuously for up to 10 minutes, but it can only fire a maximum of 1,000 rounds at a time before needing to cool down. The so-called 10 minutes of continuous firing is actually the effect of the low rate of fire mode. Su-young had prepared 10,000 bullets in advance, and using his LV5 manufacturing ability, he added snake fangs and scales to them. Although they were not poisonous, their hardness and penetrating power were perfect for machine gun fire. The next second, machine guns roared, and a dense barrage of fire engulfed the swarm of scorpions. In less than a minute, hundreds of giant desert scorpions were blasted to pieces, not even having a chance to get close to the RV. This round consumed over 500 bullets, but yielded 1,100 experience points, along with a large number of white treasure chests and copper coins. The level 1 black iron giant scorpion even gave a green treasure chest and 100 experience points. Su-young's eyes lit up. He had finally encountered a black iron level monster. After killing 8 more black iron level creatures, he could complete his advancement quest and enter the bronze level. Fangya, inside the car, was pale. When she saw the giant scorpions scattered all over the ground, she almost dared not breathe. But after witnessing the machine gun sweeping through the area, she felt completely at ease. With such a powerful weapon, even hell mode doesn't seem so terrifying. Soo-young got out of the car to collect materials and discovered that although these giant scorpions, each the size of a wash basin, had been blasted apart, they could still be harvested using the harvesting technique. Unfortunately, the collection results were not ideal, and nothing of value was found. Soo-young didn't mind, since the scorpion materials could still be used to make bullets. Back in the armored vehicle, Fanya didn't get out, and didn't even turn off the engine. This was something Soo-young had instructed her to do beforehand. Always have a backup plan for retreat. Fanya also had 2 green handguns on her, filled with poison bullets. Soo-young wasn't worried that she would accidentally hurt him. The first ironclad rule of the convoy was that the captain could not be attacked in any way. This time, Fanya drove, while Soo-young checked the vehicle's dashboard. The high-speed dash and machine gun fire had reduced the armored vehicle's durability from maximum to 99.6%. Once the vehicle reaches a speed of 400 km per hour, its durability will decrease by 0.1% per minute. Machine gun fire will also deplete the vehicle's condition, and since there was no recoil just now, the RV obviously absorbed the impact for him. Soo-young instructed Fanya to maintain a speed of 100 km per hour. 20 minutes later, they reached the 100-kilometer mark, where another group of giant desert scorpions awaited them. This time, he increased the firing rate to 100 rounds per minute, and more than 300 bullets cleared the target. In less than half an hour, both swarms of scorpions were eliminated, exceeding expectations. But Soo-young was still not satisfied. He discovered that after driving at 100 kilometers per hour for half an hour, the vehicle's condition did not continue to decline. The only thing that was truly depleting its durability was the machine gun. So he immediately ordered Fanya to increase the speed to 120 kilometers per hour. 25 minutes later, the third swarm of scorpions was wiped out by machine gun fire, and the vehicle's condition dropped to 99.4%. The results proved that the damage to the vehicle's durability was caused by the shooting, and there was no additional loss in vehicle speed. Soo-young no longer hesitated and continued to increase his travel speed. More than an hour later, the RV reached the 300-kilometer mark. This time, Soo-young didn't use a machine gun. Instead, he stood on the roof of the vehicle with 2 pistols in hand, ready to practice himself. Actually, the K-type light machine gun hadn't entered cooldown mode. After being installed in the optimized component slot, it could be used indefinitely as long as the RV's status didn't drop to 0. However, Soo-young also needed to improve his own combat capabilities. Gunshots rang out one after another, with LV-3's precision reaching its peak. Within 100 meters, Soo-young's aim was almost flawless. The giant scorpions that charged forward were precisely pierced by his bullets. When his pistol ran out of bullets, he threw the empty gun back into the car and took out another fully loaded pistol from his inventory. Fanya, meanwhile, kept loading bullets into the car, but the bullets she had prepared were completely useless. After the battle, Soo-young immediately began collecting resources from the battlefield, but still failed to obtain any scorpion meat that could increase his attributes. He even began to wonder if his luck was truly terrible. However, the speed test has been completed. At 150 kilometers per hour, the vehicle will not lose durability. Even at 200 kilometers per hour, the durability will only drop by 0.1% per hour, which can be offset by the vehicle's own recovery. 200 kilometers is too difficult for Fanya to control. 150 kilometers is enough. At this rate, she can probably clear 3 scorpion colonies in an hour. Another hour passed, and Soo-young reached the 450-kilometer mark. When the last black iron level 1 desert giant scorpion fell, the system notification finally rang in his ears. You have completed the advancement quest and successfully advanced to the bronze rank. Chapter 40 Rankings open. Number 1 on all 3 lists. You've advanced. Soo-young was stunned for a moment. He had clearly only killed 9 level 1 black iron desert giant scorpions. Then he remembered the first level 1 black iron mini-boss, the cactus. Counting it, there were exactly 10. He checked his experience points and found that he had accumulated more than 31,000, while level 2 black iron only required 2,000 experience points. Without hesitation, Soo-young chose to upgrade. After continuous upgrades, his level soared to bronze rank 7. Host, Soo-young. Level, bronze 7, 4079/8000. Health points, 130/130. Mana points, 125/140. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Skills, Gathering LV9, Bullet Crafting LV5, Caravan LV3, Precision LV3, Material Synthesis LV0. Skill points, 7, free attribute points, 21. After advancing to bronze rank, he gains 3 free attribute points for each level up, and at level 7, he gets a total of 21 points. Fangya's current combined 4 attributes probably don't even reach 21 points. Looking across the entire Blue Star region, there are definitely not many people whose combined 4 attributes can exceed 20 points. Suyang already had a total of 54 points across the 4 dimensions, and with these 21 points, it would be even more difficult for others to catch up with him. After a moment's thought, he added 20 points to Constitution, Agility, and Spirit, but only 2 points to Strength. With pistols and machine guns available, he doesn't need to personally charge into battle for the time being. He can replenish his strength later. Fangya suddenly felt that Su Yang beside her seemed to have changed. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was different, but she could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Let's take a break, eat something, and then set off again. Fangya nodded and quickly took out the food. Just as the two started eating, a mysterious notification suddenly appeared. In the Blue Star region, 10 million people have already exceeded 100 kilometers, meeting the requirements for opening the rankings. Ranked leaderboards, vehicle leaderboards, and resource leaderboards are now available. The Blue Star communication channel is now open. The top 10 players in each region's 3 rankings can speak 5 times a day, and the top 100 players can speak once a day. The simultaneous appearance of the leaderboard and the Blue Star communication channel surprised Su Yang. Sure enough, a leaderboard entry appeared on the owner's panel, and the main channel was also opened. But instead of checking the chat channel, he first opened the leaderboard. The 3 lists are for rank, vehicles, and supplies, and each list is further divided into Zone 9527, Dragon Kingdom Zone, and Blue Star Zone. Su Yang first looked at District 9527, and he was number 1 on all 3 lists. Number 1 on all 3 lists. Switching back to the Dragon Kingdom region, the result remained the same. He still dominated the top spot on all 3 lists. Then, with a hint of anticipation, Su Yang opened the ranking list of Blue Star region. First place, Su Yang, rank 3+, with special evaluation bonus. Second place, Julius Caesar, 2nd class. Third place, Victor Edward Polo. 7th place, Jiang Manhwa, rank 2. 87th place, Xia Bian, rank 2. 100th place, Koizumi Nwachiro, rank 2. Su Yang wasn't surprised that he ranked first. What truly surprised him was that Jiang Manhwa had actually climbed to 7th place on Blue Star. More importantly, he was the only one in the entire Blue Star region to have advanced to the 3rd tier. But then I thought about it again, and the comprehensive evaluation not only looks at the vehicle, but also takes into account the owner's attributes and other aspects. Putting everything else aside, the blue quality machine gun alone is enough to warrant a high evaluation. His armored motorhome is already a special vehicle, and with the talent enhancement, it's quite normal for him to get 1st place. My vehicle should also be the best on Earth. Su Yang confidently opened the vehicle ranking list, and the result was exactly as expected. First place, Su Yang, vehicle level blue 1, star plus, special buff. Second place, Caesar Alexander, vehicle level blue 2 stars. Third place, Victor Edward Polo, vehicle level blue 2 stars. Fourth place, Jiang Manhwa, vehicle level blue 1 star. 100th place, Park Gun Seo, vehicle level blue 1 star. Su Yang was genuinely surprised this time. His car was only a blue 1-star car, while the 2nd and 3rd were blue 2-star cars, yet he still managed to keep them behind. It seems to be a special blessing brought by talent. A realization flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, on another highway, an armored Humvee was parked 300 kilometers away, the surrounding desert giant scorpions having been cleared away. A blonde, blue-eyed man holstered his revolver and frowned as he looked at the leaderboard. What's wrong with this Su Yang? It's one thing that his overall rank is ahead of mine, but his vehicle is only blue 1 star, so why is he ahead of me? A blonde woman stepped out of the car, holding a carbine, and said calmly, "It must be specially enhanced. They probably used some special card or prop." 7 or 8 more people, both men and women, got off the car one after another. They had sharp eyes and an imposing presence. "Caesar, what's the rush? We'll get the vehicle upgrade card in 50 kilometers. Once we get a few more, surpassing Su Yang will be a piece of cake." That's right. How could a mere Chinese be a match for us? We are destined to become the masters of this world and control everything. This is an extremely powerful team. The ordinary caravan cards initially sold at the station could only accommodate 2 people, but Caesar obtained an advanced caravan card from the blue treasure chest he opened at kilometer 500 in the first level. His convoy could accommodate up to 100 people, which was incomparable to the teams like the Vulcan Battalion and the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, which relied on recruiting people through layers of junior convoy cards. Caesar originally thought that with this elite team, taking first place would be a piece of cake. But now, he finds himself facing a terrifyingly strong opponent. Caesar's gaze slowly fell on the last item on the resource ranking list. Chapter 41, the special reward for being number 1 on all 3 lists. On the resource ranking list, Su Yang ranked first with 152,826 points, followed by Candela with 63,905 points and Victor with 58,662 points. Yuan Tingfei, who ranked 26th, scored 15218. When Su Yang saw this result, his first reaction was, as expected, he was number 1 on all 3 lists. He actually took first place in the overall evaluation ranking, the level ranking, and the resource ranking. Su Yang was actually a little surprised, because before setting off, he had sold off a large amount of basic materials and food at a low price. Although we still have thousands of iron and copper blocks and enough food to sustain 100 people for 2 or 3 months, many teams have emerged in various districts. In District 9527 alone, the Vulcan Battalion has more than 300 people. The team should theoretically have less than him in terms of resources, since they have gathered them together. If Su Yang hadn't sold so much stuff in advance, he would have been confident of securing first place on the supplies leaderboard, but he's still number 1 now. Does this mean that gold coins are now included in the resource score? He soon discovered that this was not the case. Gold coins only counted towards the score after being used to purchase supplies, and the real difference was made by treasure chests. A white treasure chest is worth 100 points, a green one 1,000 points, a blue one 10,000 points, and a purple one a whopping 100,000 points. Su Yang immediately understood why the system had popped up that notification when the leaderboard appeared. The system asks whether to share some data from the inventory for external special mechanisms to detect, and explains that sharing will not have any impact on him. It turns out that what was being shared wasn't ordinary supplies, but rather those treasure chests piled up in the inventory. This put Su Yang completely at ease. The mysterious mechanisms of the survival world obviously couldn't detect the system, or the system had a way to block it. In hell mode, every 50 kilometers you advance guarantees a green treasure chest. He obtained 2 green treasure chests after defeating the level 1 black iron desert giant scorpion. In addition, with the 100 green treasure chests dropped by 100 ordinary level 10 desert giant scorpions, he had already obtained 900 white chests and 18 green chests in the first 3 or 4 hours of the game. These treasure chests alone brought him 108,000 points. In other words, the actual number of resource points he possessed was less than 50,000. Thinking of this, Su Yang, who had originally planned to open the treasure chest that night, immediately changed his mind. The scores on the leaderboard are still rising, indicating that many teams are pooling the resources held by their members. The most obvious change is in Yuan Tingfei. In just a few minutes, he jumped from 26th to 16th place, and his score is still increasing. It looks like he might even break into the top 10. Su Yang noticed him because the other person was also from District 9527. It seems that he is the leader of the Tianhe Business Alliance. Aside from those 300,000 liters of gasoline, Su Yang couldn't think of anyone else in District 9527 who possessed such resources. Jiang Manhwa could only rank in the 70s or 80s within the district, and far behind in the entire Blue Star, while Yuan Tingfei was obviously relying on the resources of the Tianhe Business Alliance to climb the rankings. Gasoline is a valuable asset, and 300,000 liters of gasoline is his biggest asset. Although Yuan Tingfei posed no immediate threat, Su Yang still decided to be cautious. Fanya, let's go. Let's try to finish 1,000 kilometers today. Okay. The two continued on their way, with Su Yang aiming to open as many treasure chests as possible to further increase their score. Being on the list is not just about prestige, but also about tangible rewards. If you are ranked number 1 on any leaderboard in the 10,000 player zone and maintain that position for 3 hours, you will receive a daily reward, 10 green treasure chests. The top player in the Dragon Kingdom region will receive 1 blue treasure chest, while the top player in the Blue Star region will receive 5 blue treasure chests. The top scorer on each of the 3 lists also has a special selection process. The first reward is 15 blue treasure chests. The second is 1 chance to combine treasure chests. 10 white treasure chests can be combined to make 1 green treasure chest, 10 green treasure chests can be combined to make 1 blue treasure chest, and so on. The most terrifying aspect of the synthesis opportunity given by the top-ranked player on the 3 lists is that there is no limit to the number of opportunities. All treasure chests of the same level can be synthesized at once. For example, 1,000 white treasure chests can be directly combined into 100 green treasure chests, but you cannot combine them into 10 blue treasure chests across levels, or directly combine them into purple treasure chests. But this was not a problem for Su-Yang at all. Once a day, there are still 10 days left in the survival period. If you combine the white boxes into green boxes today, and the green boxes into blue boxes tomorrow, you'll have a chance to get a purple treasure chest the day after tomorrow. As long as he maintains his position at number 1 on all 3 leaderboards, he will receive 10 synthesis opportunities. Therefore, we must maintain this first place. Meanwhile, the 9,527 district communication channel was in complete uproar because of Su-Yang. Number 1 on all 3 lists? As expected of God Su, truly amazing. I knew Su Shun was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. He's the number 1 on the entire planet. There are hundreds of second-tier beings on the entire blue star, but only Su Shun broke through to the 3rd tier. I'm still being rated as a 0-tier being. Now I finally understand. The comprehensive evaluation is based on an individual's all-round abilities. The most outrageous thing is the resource ranking. Su Shun is almost 90,000 points higher than the 2nd place. My resource points are only a little over 100. Looking at Su Shun's points, I feel like we're not even in the same league. Soon, people also noticed that Yuan Tingfei's score was rising rapidly. Who is this Yuan Tingfei? How come his score keeps soaring? It must be the team leader, gathering resources from his subordinates. Wait, he's also from District 9527? Could he be the leader of the Tianhe Business Alliance? People from the Tianhe Business Alliance immediately jumped out. How dare you? Show some respect to our leader, or you'll only cause trouble for yourself. Damn, you call yourself a black-hearted idiot? I'll never respect you. You're asking for it. Wang Hao, right? I'll remember you. Remember me? Come and chop me up if you dare. They're all just trying to survive, and they still have lackeys? Chapter 42. Killing 1 monster earns you 100 points. How will you respond? In District 9527, the Tianhe Business Alliance has never had a good reputation. If Su-Yang hadn't sold a batch of low-priced gasoline at the end, many people wouldn't have even had enough fuel to drive 300 kilometers. In the trading hall, gasoline was once priced at 1,000 copper coins per liter, but was subsequently removed entirely. Breaking into the top 10 of the resource rankings across the entire planet, earning a blue treasure chest daily, was a reward that would tempt Yuan Tingfei to take a gamble. As for reputation, Yuan Tingfei didn't care at all. In his eyes, those who looked down on him and cursed him might not even live to see tomorrow's sun, so why bother arguing with the dead? At this moment, Yuan Tingfei's convoy had stopped. The Tianhe Business Alliance had just started developing, but its total number of members had already reached 600 or 700, and the amount of supplies it had gathered was astonishing. But his extended truck couldn't fit everything, and besides, the cargo compartment had been modified for personal enjoyment, so there wasn't much space left for actual cargo. But Yuan Tingfei wasn't acting alone. His truck was followed by more than 10 vehicles and over 50 people. These days, there are probably very few forces on the entire planet that could muster a group of over 50 people on a single highway. All of this stemmed from the talent he awakened when he was on the verge of death. He was once bitten by a desert viper, and with no antidote at hand, he was on the verge of death. At that critical moment, he successfully awakened a talent known as the Merchant Guild. This talent has 2 abilities. The first is similar to a special transaction, allowing him to buy vehicles from other car owners and then resell them to the station to earn money. This is how Tianhe Business Alliance obtained its initial capital. However, this ability can only be used 10 times a day. The second ability is to establish a merchant guild, allowing members to act alongside him. The constraints of a merchant guild are far less stringent than those of a regular caravan. Fortunately, Yuan Tingfei had resources and methods, and he won people's hearts with benefits, which is how he built the Tianhe Merchant Alliance. In order to maximize profits, he only took a core team of more than 50 people with him, while the rest of the members were divided into 5-person groups and scattered in various places to collect resources. Yuan Tingfei's team consisted of 12 vehicles, 8 of which were ordinary vans, but he had upgraded them all to blue quality. Each vehicle also had 6 green storage boxes filled with supplies, including 300,000 liters of gasoline. The reason the convoy stopped was simple. The supplies in the other vehicles wouldn't count towards Yuan Tingfei's personal score. To climb the leaderboard, he had to move all the supplies out and put them all under his own name. He didn't have everyone wait in place. Instead, he sent out a van and 4 motorcycles to scout ahead. As long as he could hold out for 3 hours, he could secure today's ranking reward. With someone paving the way, he wasn't afraid of being overtaken by others. But when his gaze fell on Su Yang, who was at the top of the list, his face immediately darkened. Su Yang had produced 500,000 liters of gasoline, demonstrating an astonishingly large reserve of supplies. What concerned Yuan Tingfei even more was that Su Yang simultaneously held the top spot on 3 lists. There's definitely something wrong with Su Yang. Even if he was the first person on Earth to arrive at the original station, he couldn't possibly have enough funds to buy so many supplies. Yuan Tingfei's eyes flickered. He looked down on Su Yang, thinking that the other party was just a lowly person who had gotten lucky, but he would not underestimate him because of that. Could it be that he opened a special item from the treasure chest? Or perhaps he also awakened a talent. It has to be said that Yuan Tingfei guessed part of the right thing. But even though he believed Su Yang possessed extraordinary talent, he still didn't think he would lose. In his view, given time, the merchant group would be invincible. His talent was the most unique and powerful talent. However, Yuan Tingfei had no idea what kind of being he wanted to challenge. He said there wasn't enough time, and Su Yang thought so too. Su Yang even felt that if he had a few more days, his resource points would skyrocket to a level that would leave everyone in despair. After all, he gains at least 100 points for every giant desert scorpion he kills. At that rate, how can anyone else possibly compete? After the Blue Star communication channel was opened, although each 10,000-person zone only had 100 speaking slots, the channel was still incredibly lively when people gathered from all over Blue Star. What everyone was discussing most was Su Yang's achievement of dominating the rankings. On the resource ranking list, Su Yang was far ahead of the second-place player. The ranking list was even more outrageous. Hundreds of players were still at rank 2, while only Su Yang had stepped into rank 3. What's most baffling is the vehicle rankings. Second and third place are both blue 2-star, while Su Yang is only blue 1-star, yet he still firmly holds first place. What kind of trash ranking is this? Second and third are both blue 2-star, but first is actually blue 1-star. Didn't you see the plus sign? The leaderboard description says special buff, which is definitely stronger than a star rating. That's why Su Yang is ranked first. Bullshit. No matter how much it's enhanced, it's still only a blue 1-star. How can it possibly surpass a blue 2-star? That's right, could Su Yang have cheated? The leaderboard can't be cheated. There are hundreds of blue 1-star vehicles. The third-place vehicle is definitely stronger than the 100th or 200th. Su Yang's car is definitely more special. With special enhancements, it can naturally rank first. What do you know? That's Su Shin's car. How could it be ordinary? Who says a blue 1-star car is necessarily worse than a blue 2-star car? What if he installed a few blue parts, or even purple parts? Nonsense. There aren't many blue vehicle parts on Earth these days, let alone purple. Do you really think Su Yang is a god? Whether Su Yang is a god or not is unknown, but he was the first person to arrive at the original station on the morning of the 3rd day. The earlier you arrive, the easier it is to buy special items. Maybe he already has the special upgrade blueprints. That's quite possible. I heard someone bought the upgrade blueprints for the blue armored bus, so Su Yang must have bought something even more special. That should be it. Chapter 43 Unboxing, Little Red Hand and Super Black Hand? What kind of combination is this? Watching the arguments about cheating in the Blue Star chat channel, Su Yang was speechless. Could an ordinary person really cheat in the survival world? But then I thought, he seems to have a system, so that should also be considered cheating. In that case, let him cheat. Su Yang, I see a blue light ahead. Could it be a blue treasure chest? Fangya, who was driving, suddenly asked excitedly. In hell mode, the guaranteed drop is a green chest, and the drop rate for blue chests is increased by 50%. However, they found 9 chests, and all of them were green. Su Yang wasn't sure either. The system could see the desert giant scorpion's health bar, but not the treasure chest information. However, he'd find out if it was a blue treasure chest once he got closer. He simply opened the sunroof and started firing the machine gun. He had been manufacturing bullets the whole way, and with ample ammunition, he felt even more strongly that developing the skill to manufacture bullets was absolutely the right thing to do. Da-da-da. Bullets swept past, and by the time Fangya parked the car near the treasure chest, the surrounding desert giant scorpions were all dead. After Su Yang got out of the car, he cast a gathering spell as he walked. Fanya watched as the giant scorpion corpses disappeared one after another in the places he passed. Even though she had seen it many times before, she still couldn't help but sigh. She knew Su Yang had special abilities, but she never asked him about them. Su Yang would tell her what he needed to know, and since he hadn't, she wouldn't press him for details. As he approached, Su Yang's eyes lit up. It was indeed a blue treasure chest, worth the equivalent of 100 white treasure chests. This blue box alone adds 10,000 resource points, and adding the white boxes dropped by the 100 giant scorpions, the total gain is a full 20,000 points. As for scorpion meat and materials, we also obtained several hundred portions. 3 hours later, Su Yang arrived at the location of the treasure chest, which was 1,000 kilometers away. The process was the same. Machine guns swept through, clearing out the giant scorpions, and the treasure chest in front of him was also blue. Su Yang couldn't help but wonder if all the fixed treasure chests that appeared every 500 kilometers in hell mode were probably blue. Over the next 500 kilometers, they encountered many green treasure chests, most of which were discovered by Fanya. After taking the second blue treasure chest, Su Yang said, "That's enough for today. Although there's still time before dark, nobody knows what will happen on the first night. Let's rest and save our energy to deal with any dangers." Fanya nodded, feeling relieved. Driving 1,000 kilometers a day, with speeds mostly above 150 miles per hour, required her to be fully focused, and she was exhausted after 7 or 8 hours. Su Yang stopped, but the others continued on their way. Some were worried about the dangers of the night and stopped early to prepare. On another highway, an armored minivan sped along. Jiang Manhua sat in the passenger seat, while Lu Mimi drove. "Mimi, once we reach 500 kilometers, we'll stop and prepare to spend the night," Jiang Manhua reminded her. Lu Mimi had just nodded when she suddenly cried out and slammed on the brakes. If Jiang Manhua hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, she would have been thrown out of the car. "Xiaoxua, look! Isn't that a treasure chest?" Lu Mimi exclaimed with delight, pointing to a sand pile not far away. Jiang Manhua looked in the direction indicated and indeed found a treasure chest. The chest was placed intact on the sand pile, and its size alone suggested it was quite large. A blue treasure chest? After confirming there was no danger nearby, Jiang Manhua immediately got out of the car and took the treasure chest back inside. Upon opening it, she found it was indeed a blue treasure chest. Lu Mimi cheered on the spot. "Haha, it really is a blue treasure chest. Since I found it, it's my turn to open it this time." Jiang Manhua smiled and handed the treasure chest to her, but Lu Mimi suddenly hesitated and finally shook her head sullenly. "You should do it. You know how unlucky I am." Jiang Manhua's expression stiffened slightly, as she instantly recalled her best friend's terrifyingly cunning nature. While others could get resources from opening green treasure chests, she could only get 10 pieces of wood. This is not a legend. Jiang Manhua witnessed it with her own eyes. Noticing the odd look in her eyes, Lu Mimi immediately retorted, "What's wrong? I'm just a little unlucky. Besides, I found this treasure chest with my own eyes. Maybe it's destined to be mine, and I'm sure I'll get something good from it." She got more and more excited as she talked, her gambler tendencies about to kick in. Jiang Manhua didn't dare let her touch it, and before she could reach out, she opened the treasure chest herself. You opened the blue treasure chest and obtained the following items: 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 plastic bags, 100 electronic components, 2 blue sheets of paper. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, Su Yang was taking stock of today's gains. Over the course of 1,000 kilometers, he killed 2,000 ordinary level 10 desert giant scorpions and 20 level 1 black iron giant scorpions, which yielded 2,000 white treasure chests and 20 green treasure chests. Including the fixed treasure chests and what I found along the way, I got exactly 50 green treasure chests and 2 blue treasure chests today. Su Yang also discovered that the inventory could hide some items. He hid all the treasure chests he obtained today, so his resource points only increased by 20,000 to 30,000. Otherwise, his resource points would have already exceeded 500,000. The closest to him right now is just over 100,000. But new problems have arisen. "I don't have enough storage bags in my inventory," Su Yang sighed helplessly. 2,000 white treasure chests take up 20 storage slots. Even if he has more slots than others, there won't be much space left after filling all the chests. Just then, a friend message lit up. The sender was Jiang Manhua. "Hey bro, do you need this blueprint?" Attached is a blue diagram of a vehicle storage box. Item: vehicle storage compartment image. Category: drawings. Quality: blue. Applications: can be used to create blue-quality storage boxes with a maximum internal volume of 1,000 cubic meters, which can be integrated into or placed on a vehicle. Materials needed: 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 wood blocks, 1,000 common parts. Chapter 44. The first blue-quality vehicle part. Inside the armored commercial vehicle, Lu Mimi held the blue blueprints for the blue vehicle storage box, her face full of reluctance. Xiaoxue, are we really going to sell this blueprint? If it were loaded onto a vehicle, it could have a maximum capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, enough to hold a large amount of supplies and also accommodate a lot of equipment. Jiang Manxue remained calm. Note that it's a maximum of 1,000 cubic meters. With our current vehicle class, we might not be able to reach that number. Lu Mimi was still unwilling to give up. Even if it's only a few hundred cubic meters, it's still very important. When we find Cici and the others later, this little space in the car won't be enough. Jiang Manxue remained silent for a moment, of course understanding the value of the storage box. Although people couldn't enter, it could store a large amount of supplies from the vehicle, which could be retrieved at any time when needed, making it extremely convenient. But she finally said, "That's why we need to make sure we survive first, and then we'll have a chance to find Cici and her family." We chose the hard mode. We have 2 pistols now, which seems safe, but the danger will increase as we go on. Su Yang was able to take first place on all 3 leaderboards, so he must have some good stuff. Trading this blueprint for weapons and attribute items is the best option for us. Lu Mimi finally understood that in this world, comfort is secondary, safety is everything. Yes, you're right, I'll listen to you. Just then, Su Yang's message arrived. The item is nice, I'll take it. What would you like to exchange it for? Jiang Manxue replied directly. Weapons and items that increase attribute points. Upon seeing this, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This woman was indeed remarkable. She knew exactly what she lacked most at this stage. He sent over the attributes of the poison bullets, and then quoted a price. No attribute items. 20 poison bullets, 2 green quality pistols, plus 1,000 regular bullets. Jiang Manxue was clearly dissatisfied. Not enough. 100 poison bullets, 5 pistols, 3,000 regular bullets, plus a green vehicle storage box. Su Yang was speechless. Are you here to rob me? Jiang Manxue retorted without backing down. Don't speak so harshly. This is the blueprint for the storage box of the blue vehicle, with a maximum capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Su Yang immediately grasped the key point. It's the largest, but that doesn't mean it will definitely have 1,000 cubic meters when installed. Jiang Manxue replied, I can't speak for others, but there's definitely nothing wrong with your vehicle. After some back and forth, the deal was finally agreed upon. Su Yang traded 50 poison bullets, 2 green quality pistols, 2 white quality pistols, a green vehicle storage box, and 1,300 ordinary bullets for the blue blueprints. Looking at the supplies she had received, Lu Mimi immediately smiled. As expected of you, you got so many things in return, plus a green storage box. I love you so much. Jiang Manxue was also very happy, but she didn't take credit. It's because that big shot was generous enough, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get so much. This time, she opened 2 blue blueprints from the blue treasure chest, along with a vehicle storage box and a star-up card. Item, star-up card. Category, consumables. Quality, blue. Purpose. When used on vehicles of blue quality or lower, it will increase their star rating by 1. Jiang Manxue originally intended to use it herself, but now she hesitated. It seemed that exchanging it with Su Yang for more life-saving supplies would be more beneficial than using it to upgrade her star level. She decided to keep it for now. If things went smoothly, she would use it herself. If a crisis arose, she would use it to exchange for resources from Su Yang. Little did she know, this was exactly the outcome Su Yang wanted to see. Generous? Do you really think everyone can make Su Yang generous? Even pretty women won't do. But Jiang Manxue was different. Su Yang was becoming increasingly certain that she was a lucky charm when it came to unpacking things. It seemed like he had paid a high price in this transaction, but in reality, he had made a huge profit. Blue vehicle storage boxes are extremely difficult to obtain, but bullets can be replenished through crafting skills. White pistols are even less valuable, with short range, slow rate of fire, and only 7 rounds in the magazine. He doesn't even consider them worthwhile. Of course, Su Yang didn't want Jiang Manxue to really die. This reserve player still had great value. As for winning over Jiang Manxue, he didn't intend to give up, but he wasn't in a hurry and would take it slowly. Afterwards, Su Yang emptied the green vehicle storage box on the armored RV, took out the blue blueprint he had just acquired, and immediately began the upgrade. Once a vehicle component is installed, it cannot be removed, but it can be covered with a higher quality component. Unfortunately, the old parts cannot be left after the cover is installed. Su-Yang felt a bit cheated, but the next second, the corners of his mouth turned up. Sure enough, the storage space reached 2,000 cubic meters. The blue vehicle's storage compartment already has a maximum capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, and its vehicle skill enhancement effect doubles that capacity. Although the storage box cannot be nested inside other vehicles' storage boxes, its 2,000 cubic meters of space is enough to empty a large number of his inventory slots. A moment later, Su-Yang's inventory was indeed much fuller. Host, Su-Yang. Level, Bronze 8, 8179/9000. Health points, 200/200. Mana points, 200/200. Strength, 18. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Skills, Gathering LV9, Bullet Crafting LV5, Caravan LV3, Precision LV3, Material Synthesis LV0. Skill points, 8. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 56/90, 3 blue treasure chests, 69 green treasure chests, 16 green vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes. Advancing from 500 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers, Su-Yang killed a giant desert scorpion, which gave him 11,000 experience points in one go, allowing him to level up smoothly. He added all 3 free attribute points he gained from the upgrade to strength. Combined with the blue vehicle's storage box, his inventory suddenly had 34 free storage slots. There seemed to be quite a few slots, but if all of them are used to store treasure chests, it can only hold 3,366 white treasure chests. Su-Yang didn't care too much. If he couldn't fit them all in, he could just combine them once. 2,000 white treasure chests could be combined into 200 green treasure chests, taking up a maximum of 3 storage slots. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to car owner Su-Yang. You have successfully maintained your position at number 1 on all 3 leaderboards for 3 hours, earning you a chance to synthesize a treasure chest. This reward was distributed 3 hours after the leaderboard was announced. Su-Yang also quickly figured out that treasure chest synthesis opportunities could not be accumulated and had to be used once a day. The number of crafting attempts made on a given day can only be claimed up to 24 hours later. After that time, the rewards will be lost. In other words, this opportunity must be used before 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds tomorrow. Otherwise you will miss out on the reward for the next day as well. Su-Yang is not in a hurry and plans to synthesize it after nightfall tomorrow. Just then, Xiaobayan sent a message. Boss, Brother Hua from the Vulcan Battalion is asking if you're still accepting live desert giant scorpions? Su-Yang frowned. Of course he would accept it. But the giant desert scorpion he was facing was as big as a wash basin. An ordinary white treasure chest couldn't fit it at all. If he forced it in, it would probably crush the giant scorpion to death. But soon, he realized a problem he had overlooked. The fact that he encountered a giant desert scorpion doesn't mean that others have encountered one of the same size. Su-Yang immediately asked Xiaobayan and quickly received the answer. The monster levels corresponded to different difficulties, with even the lowest level desert giant scorpion being level 5. In easy mode, 10 level 5 desert giant scorpions will appear near a treasure chest. In medium mode, there will be 20 level 6 giant scorpions, and in hard mode, there will be as many as 30 level 7 giant scorpions. As for nightmare mode, Xiaobayan had not seen it with his own eyes, but Su-Yang could only speculate that there would probably be about 50 level 8 or 9 giant scorpions there, and there shouldn't be any level 1 black iron monsters directly appearing. However, these things have little to do with Su-Yang. If Brother Hor really wants to make a trade, it will be at most level 5 and level 6 desert giant scorpions. After thinking for a moment, Su-Yang replied, Tell him that each desert giant scorpion costs 50 copper coins in normal mode, 60 copper coins in medium mode, and 70 copper coins in hard mode. Xiaobayan readily agreed. Not long after, he sent another message. Boss, the other party thinks the price is too low, saying that the desert giant scorpion is much better than the desert poisonous scorpion, and the minimum price should be 100 copper coins each. Su-Yang didn't continue to haggle, and only replied, Ignore him. Use your network to acquire the communication channel in my name. Understood, boss. On the highway, Xiaobayan looked at the message and immediately understood Su-Yang's meaning. His car looks like an ordinary sedan on the outside, but the interior has been completely transformed. Following Su Yang's advice, he installed a hybrid engine, a solar generator, and a fuel tank in advance, and replaced the remaining 3 space with green storage boxes. After using the vehicle upgrade card, in addition to the original sedan space, there is an extra storage area in the back that is 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Using this space, Xie Baiyan also recruited several team members. Everyone, the boss has already said that we'll buy it at the previous price. It's okay if Brotherhood doesn't agree. We can just shout it out in the chat channel a few times. The eyes of the 6 people in the car lit up immediately upon hearing this. The beginner team card has a special function. Team members can put away their vehicles. However, once put away, the vehicles cannot be taken out again unless the team upgrades. The 6 of them had already packed up the vehicle. They were already going all out to work for Xie Baiyan. They asked for nothing more than to survive in this world. Since Xie Baiyan had managed to establish a connection with Su Yang, even if they couldn't pledge allegiance to Su Yang, following him was better than following anyone else. Soon, news appeared on the chat channel that Su Yang had acquired a live giant desert scorpion. Did Su acquire another live giant desert scorpion? Great. This will allow me to earn some copper coins. I have 2 here with broken legs and tails. I didn't expect to be able to sell them to Su Shan. Haha. Those who are quick have already pocketed 150 copper coins, like the clever me. What? The transaction has already started? I don't even have a blank white treasure chest. The news kept flooding the screen, and trading quickly became lively. On another highway, Huagu stared at the communication channel, looking extremely frustrated. I only raised the price slightly, and he immediately found someone else to buy it. Is this targeting me? Brother, it shouldn't be. One of the underlings quickly said. Su Yang has bought live desert scorpions and rattlesnakes before. Even if we don't take the initiative, he will most likely start buying them. You think I don't know? I was just complaining. Huagu glared at him, annoyed. The younger brother shrank back and asked again, should we still sell it to him? Sell. Of course we have to sell. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Huaji's eyes. The live desert giant scorpion would definitely be useful to Su Yang, but they could also earn car coins by selling it. Since it's impossible to catch up with Su Yang in the rankings anyway, there's no harm in cooperating once. Don't let Huaji's seemingly naive demeanor fool you. He's actually quite shrewd. Having risen from a street thug to become the leader of the Vulcan battalion of over 300 men, he certainly couldn't have been without his methods. The Vulcan battalion's continued growth was also related to his loyalty and fair distribution of resources. Logically, as the leader, he should have had access to the most resources in District 9527, but in reality, he ranked outside the top 100. Because he distributed supplies to his subordinates, almost every one of the more than 300 men in the Vulcan battalion had reserves, and for this reason, everyone was willing to support this leader. Chapter 46 Crisis in the Night. Desert Storm. Slay a common level 5 desert giant scorpion. Receive 1 white treasure chest, 5 copper coins, and 5 experience points. Slay a common level 6 desert giant scorpion. Obtain 1 white treasure chest, 6 copper coins, and 6 experience points. Although a single giant scorpion only gives 5 or 6 experience points, a large number of them can yield a considerable amount. More importantly, each one can open a white treasure chest. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, he was standing outside the armored vehicle, with opened white treasure chests piled up at his feet and the corpses of giant desert scorpions scattered around him. Most of these giant scorpions were level 5 or 6. There wasn't a single level 7. But in just 1 hour, 400 or 500 live scorpions were sold in the trading hall, more than 100 of which came from the Vulcan camp. Su Yang doesn't care about this experience now. What he's really eyeing is the endless stream of white treasure chests. Unfortunately, it was getting dark. No new giant scorpions were being listed in the trading hall, and everyone began preparing for the crisis that would ensue that night. Su Yang had some expectations. If a large number of giant desert scorpions appeared, just like the previous nights, it would be a good thing for him, allowing him to continue acquiring and opening boxes. But he soon realized he was overthinking things. As darkness fell completely, a gentle breeze blew in from the depths of the desert. The scorching daytime air carried a hint of coolness. Is it windy? Su Yang was slightly taken aback. The first 500-kilometer stretch was windless, and the first 1,000 kilometers of the second stretch were equally calm, but tonight it suddenly changed. Moreover, this wind is very strange. A deep, rumbling sound came from afar, like some enormous creature roaring in the sea of sand. In just a few seconds, the wind grew closer and stronger. Within a minute, The wind force exceeded level 5 and was still increasing rapidly. The armored vehicle's exterior soon emitted a series of cracking impacts, clearly from being repeatedly struck by flying sand and gravel. Sandstorm. Suyang instantly realized that tonight's crisis was probably this desert storm. Suyang, something bad has happened. This should be a desert storm. Fangya's face turned pale, clearly showing signs of nervousness. Don't worry, Suyang said calmly. An armored motorhome is not light. A normal storm won't blow it away. Despite saying that, he still pushed open the car door and stepped out into the strong wind. Suyang. Fangya didn't know what he was going to do, but she understood the next second. Suyang raised his hand and waved it. With a muffled thud, a metal box, 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2 meters high, resembling a giant shipping container, crashed in front of the RV. That's a green vehicle storage box. Immediately afterwards, Suyang took out several more vehicle storage boxes and arranged them around the armored RV, effectively adding a heavy barrier to the RV. By the time he finished setting things up, the sandstorm hitting the RV had noticeably subsided. The storage boxes outside rattled and popped, but they effectively blocked the most violent impact. Suyang returned to the car, and it immediately became much quieter. That's about it. You don't need to worry too much. He smiled at Fangya. You've been driving for so long today. Go and rest first. But there are no buts, Suyang interrupted her. If I'm not mistaken, tonight's crisis is just the desert storm, nothing else. Meanwhile, the chat channel was already in complete chaos. What the heck? The wind's picking up. Is a sandstorm coming? It's not just coming, it's already here. My car is starting to shake. My car windows were smashed in the hard mode, and the car is full of yellow sand. It seems the storm intensity varies depending on the difficulty level. If it's like this in normal mode, wouldn't it be deadly in hard mode? I was planning to catch a few more giant scorpions tonight, but now I can't even open the car door. Those in a convoy, quickly link your vehicles together. Those without a convoy, drive your vehicles into the sand pit, and try to get through tonight first. Do you have any metal plates? I want to increase the weight of the vehicle. 10 copper coins each, already on sale. 10 copper coins for a piece of iron? Are you crazy? Sorry, we're sold out. The channel was filled with wailing. Some people came up with quick ideas, but most were just taking advantage of the chaos. The situation on the Blue Star communication channel was equally chaotic, with countless people complaining about the storm and others offering random suggestions. As for driving the car into the sand pit, Suyang could only shake his head helplessly after seeing it. It was indeed a stupid method. After one night, the car would likely be completely buried, and whether it could get out tomorrow would be a problem. But in this situation, surviving tonight is the most important thing. Suyang wasn't worried. The storage compartments of those vehicles were all crammed full of materials. Their weight was astonishing, and the storm would hardly be able to shake them. As time went on, the wind continued to pick up, but the armored vehicle remained stable. At most, it was pushed a meter or two by the storage boxes outside, but it was not seriously damaged. Meanwhile, the storage boxes on the windward side kept accumulating yellow sand, and the sand piles grew higher and higher, which further strengthened the defenses. Suyang learned from the chat channel that many people's vehicles had been completely buried by the sandstorm, but they were surprisingly safe. The only problem was that the air inside the cars was unbearably stuffy. Compared to those who were swept away with their cars and completely lost contact, feeling frustrated is nothing. After midnight, the wind finally began to decrease, but the decrease was extremely slow. However, the number of people in District 9527 has decreased by more than 1,000. Chapter 47 Crisis escalates again. The next day, before dawn, Suyang woke up and immediately entered the chat channel, his eyes fixed on the number of people. Regional Channel 9527, 8,736 members, each posting 5 times per day. In just one night, nearly 1,300 people disappeared. These people who survived the first phase all had some skill, but they still couldn't withstand last night's desert storm. Moreover, the fact that over 8,000 people survived doesn't mean they're all still on the highway. The channel is filled with stories of people swept away by the storm and buried by the sand. Some people were relieved that they were only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the highway, while others were frantically digging sand, with their cars just 7 or 8 meters away from the roadside. Some people regretted not taking shelter in the sand pit last night, preferring to be buried in the sand rather than be swept away by the storm along with their vehicles. Everyone was worried about how many people would be able to get back to the highway after this night. Even more disheartening was the fact that some areas on the main communication channel had seen their numbers drop below 5,000. Su-young checked the Blue Star communication channel and found that the casualties in District 9527 were actually relatively low. In other districts, it was common for 2,000 to 3,000 people to die in one night, and in severe cases, 3,000 to 4,000 had died. District 4528, which suffered the most, now has only 2,871 people left, less than 3,000. However, after last night's experience, many people have figured out how to deal with the storm. The safest ones are actually those who upgraded their vehicles to motorcycles. They dug sand pits, secured them with wooden and iron sheets, hid the motorcycles and people inside, and finally covered them with sand, which actually helped them avoid the most violent storms. The most discussed topic on the channel right now is how to survive tonight. Some people are planning to bury the entire car, while others are planning to bury at least a third of it. The methods are varied and numerous. Su-young watched for a while, and Fanya had already prepared breakfast. Fanya got up to relieve him around 2 a.m. last night, and he had only rested for a little over 3 hours, but that was enough for his physical condition. Breakfast was plentiful, including roasted snake meat, roasted scorpion meat, snake soup, and braised meat. As their physical condition improved, both of them ate much more, and they needed to eat enough of ordinary food to replenish their energy. As for the snake meat that can increase attributes, 1 or 2 kilograms is enough. Fanya had spent 10 gold coins to learn cooking at the station restaurant, and since the ingredients were all obtained by Su-young using gathering techniques, the taste was naturally not bad. After they had eaten their fill, dawn finally broke, and the two set off again. Su-young's goal for the day was 1,500 kilometers, so Fanya immediately increased the speed to over 150 kilometers per hour. A dozen minutes later, they reached the 1,050-kilometer mark. Su-young leaned out of the sunroof and saw the giant desert scorpion in front of him, a strange light flashing in his eyes. There were 10 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions there. After 1,000 kilometers, the difficulty indeed increased. But Su-young wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised. The more monsters the better. He wouldn't care even if their numbers increased tenfold. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The machine gun fire suddenly erupted, and Su-young, without conserving ammunition, unleashed a barrage. He had already manufactured a considerable amount of bullets during his night watch, and this time he used up over 500 rounds, quickly ending the battle. He then proceeded forward, gathering resources as he went. After obtaining the green treasure chest, he gathered 10 level 1 black iron giant scorpions and used a gathering spell on them. What can be collected is still just high-quality scorpion meat, without any effect on increasing attributes. Su-young frowned. Could it be that the desert giant scorpion could not be harvested for special scorpion meat? He felt this shouldn't be the case, and quickly made a decision. He would save the next batch of giant scorpions for later, and wait until there were dozens, or even hundreds before trying to harvest anything of value. A moment later, Su-young got back into the car and continued on his way. Meanwhile, the other survivors in District 9527 also began to take action. Their first task was to dig the vehicle out of the sand. Su-young, on the other hand, had it easy. He simply put the vehicle's storage box into his inventory, and the surrounding sand was almost completely cleared. After driving another kilometer, there wasn't a single speck of yellow sand left on the road. It was as if last night's desert storm only hit the first kilometer of road. But for others, things are far from easy. For example, Zhang Manhwa and Lu Mimi are currently trapped on a stretch of highway buried in yellow sand. The two men painstakingly shoveled sand, clearing over 700 meters, but only managed to create a narrow, passable path in the middle of the road. Completely clearing the entire stretch of highway was simply impossible. After confirming there was no danger around, they started their operation at 5 a.m. with the car lights on. There was a bit of wind at the time, but it didn't have much of an impact. After bending down to shovel a load, Lu Mimi immediately clutched her slender waist and cried out weakly, "Xiaoxua, I can't take it anymore. My waist is gone." Zhang Manhwa was also panting heavily, but she still said, "All right, let's just consider it as losing weight." "No, I gave up dieting the day after I entered this world," Lu Mimi said earnestly. Zhang Manhwa was about to complain when her expression suddenly changed. Behind them, a huge shadow had appeared out of nowhere and was pressing down on them. "That looks like a sandstorm." In the chat, someone asked in alarm, "Can anyone tell me what that huge shadow behind me is?" Some people didn't see it, but others immediately recognized it as a sandstorm. Soon, someone realized the key question: "Have you not set off yet?" Those still digging in the sand fell silent. More than an hour had passed since dawn, and they still needed at least another hour to escape. Immediately afterwards, someone in the channel came to a conclusion. The crisis has escalated again. If the dust storm persists for more than an hour after daybreak, it will likely strike. If it drags on for 2 or 3 hours, we may face another storm. Holy crap, you can actually do that. I'm doomed, I can't escape now. The special blue blueprint from the green treasure chest in Chapter 48. When Soo-young learned that if he stayed in place for 3 hours after dawn, he would encounter a sandstorm, he had already reached a location 1,500 kilometers away. A sandstorm during the day? Fanya told him this news right after they finished collecting all the giant desert scorpions and loading the treasure chest into the car. The RV was restarted, and Soo-young immediately went into the chat channel to check the situation, only then figuring out what had happened. Regional Channel 9527, 8,421 members, each posting 5 times per day. More than 300 people have been lost. Clearly, most of them perished in the sandstorm. The dangers are mounting, but fortunately, the storm has had little impact on Soo-young. His only concern was that acquiring the desert giant scorpion would become more difficult with fewer people. After all, 10,000 white treasure chests could be combined into an orange treasure chest, and his goal was to collect 100,000 white treasure chests. On his own, he could only accumulate a maximum of 10,000 white treasure chests, plus some green and blue treasure chests, but he would still be far from getting a red treasure chest. However, if the people of District 9527 work together, they only need 5,000 people each to sell him 20 live desert giant scorpions, and that will be enough. The problem is, not everyone can capture a giant desert scorpion alive. With the death toll rising, achieving this goal will only become increasingly difficult. If all else fails, we'll just buy the treasure chests directly. This was Soo-young's last resort. Collecting treasure chests yielded no experience points, and a white treasure chest couldn't possibly be worth only 50 or 60 copper coins. Once he starts making large-scale acquisitions, the price of treasure chests will inevitably skyrocket, which is not the situation he wants to see. For the next few hours, Soo-young continued to repeat the familiar routine. Every 10 minutes or so, the K-type light machine gun would sweep away a swarm of scorpions, after which he would get out of the vehicle to collect the scorpions and clean up the battlefield. Fortunately, the armored vehicle has an additional slot for an optimized component, allowing the vehicle to absorb the machine gun side effects. Otherwise, with his usage, the K-type light machine gun would have been scrapped long ago. By evening, the armored vehicle had stopped at kilometer 2,700. Originally, they had only expected to advance 1,500 kilometers today, but they had managed to cover an extra 200 kilometers. The cost was also obvious. The RV's condition had dropped below 95% to only 94.6%. The increased vehicle speed, coupled with the unrestrained use of the machine gun, was depleting the armored vehicle's durability. However, Soo-young could accept this level of wear and tear. Moreover, we also gained a lot today. First, there are experience points and treasure chests. In addition to the giant desert scorpions he hunted along the way, he also bought a lot of live scorpions in the trading hall, bringing his total number to over 3,000. 3,000 sounds like a lot, but if distributed across the entire 9527 district, it wouldn't even be enough to give one to everyone. But having this number is already quite good. The second piece of good news was that after repeated attempts, Soo-young finally collected the special material when he gathered 50 corpses of black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions. Item: desert giant scorpion meat. Category: consumables. Quality: green. Uses: edible, with an excellent taste. Consuming this item can increase strength and constitution attributes by up to 3 points. Seeing the attributes, Soo-young was very satisfied. Although it took some time, the gains were definitely worth it. Tonight's dinner is pan-fried desert giant scorpion meat. Fanya has already gone to prepare the ingredients. While eating, Soo-young opened the chat channel again and found that there were still 8,389 people online. Throughout the day, apart from those who died from the sandstorm, only 22 people actually died. The survivors who have made it this far are all quite strong, and the atmosphere in the area has changed. Initially, everyone thought four-wheeled vehicles were the best. However, after last night's and today's sandstorms, those who developed motorcycles actually suffered little loss, and very few motorcycle owners were actually swept away by the sandstorms. While eating scorpion meat, Soo-young suddenly received a private message from Xiaobayan. Xiaobayan said, "Boss, we opened a green treasure chest and got a blue blueprint." Yang was stunned. A green treasure chest can actually yield blue blueprints? He had opened many green treasure chests, accumulating a ton of white blueprints, but far fewer green ones. Now, Bayan was telling him that a blue blueprint had appeared in a green treasure chest. Yang's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. Soon, Bayan sent the blueprints over directly. Item: alloy steel plate diagram. Category: drawings. Quality: blue. Application: when used on vehicles, it enables the manufacture of blue-quality alloy steel sheets. Note: using this type of drawing will occupy one component slot on the vehicle. This is actually a manufacturing blueprint that can be transformed into a skill. Yang was initially surprised, then hesitated. What exactly could alloy steel plates be used for? If they could only be used to make steel plates, it didn't seem like a very cost-effective solution. But then I thought, there doesn't seem to be a limit to the number of his skills. In that case, there's no harm in giving it a try. Bayan sent over the blueprints, so Yang simply converted them into skills. Alloy steel plate LV0 consumes 10 mana points. Can be crafted using up to 3 different metal materials. Yang immediately took out 3 kinds of metal materials and activated his skill to manufacture them. Before long, an alloy steel plate, 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 10 centimeters thick, appeared before his eyes. He then discovered that this steel plate could actually be used as a material for vehicle upgrades, and could also be used to replace or manufacture vehicle parts. For example, if the original carriages were made of iron and copper blocks, but were replaced with alloy steel plates, the resulting green carriages might not be less defensive than ordinary blue carriages. Fortunately, it was converted into a skill, and this skill is quite good. Yang had an idea and immediately upgraded the alloy steel plate, quickly raising it to LV3. Alloy steel plate LV3 consumes 10 to 100 mana points and can be crafted using 3 to 5 different metal materials. After upgrading to LV3, the effect of this skill is significantly different. Yang can control the dimensions of alloy steel plates, with lengths ranging from 2 to 10 meters, widths from 1 to 5 meters, and thicknesses ranging from 10 to 30 centimeters. The larger the size and the more complex the shape, the more materials and mana are needed. Moreover, although the manufactured steel plates are still of blue quality, their actual strength far exceeds that of ordinary blue materials, and is even comparable to the outer shell of an armored vehicle. Faced with this special alloy steel plate, Yang had already figured out its uses. Chapter 49: The Terrifying Shadow in the Storm. In the chat channel, Yang sent 3 messages in a row, selling special alloy steel plates that can be assembled into triangular-shaped wind shelters to protect vehicles from desert storms. For details, please contact Xiaobian and Wang Chengyong. The news caused an uproar on the entire channel. Meanwhile, Xiaobian and his group had already obtained the steel plates and were assembling a shelter with Wang Chengyong and his brothers, along with 5 others. When Yang manufactured the steel plates, he deliberately left fitting slots. The triangular room, which was 8 meters long and 5 meters high, was assembled in just over 10 minutes. Looking at the steel storm shelter in front of him, Wang Chengjun laughed excitedly. With this, we're finally safe tonight. Wang Chengyong immediately urged him. Stop watching. Hurry up and go to the channel to help Sushin explain. If there are too many people selling steel plates, we definitely won't be able to handle it all. Xiaobian also urged everyone to take action. Yang had already called their names in the channel, and there would be no shortage of inquiries to reply to. Sure enough, as soon as Xiaobian opened his private messages, a flood of messages came in within just a dozen seconds. This is precisely why Yang accepted Xiaobian and the others. Many trivial matters are time-consuming and laborious, so entrusting them to reliable people allows him to focus on the overall situation. In return, Yang gave Xiaobian not only steel plates, but also several kilograms of high-quality desert giant scorpion meat. This scorpion meat can enhance physical fitness and strength. Everyone knows that things that can increase attributes are extremely precious and very rare throughout the entire Blue Star region. Xiaobian was overjoyed to receive the scorpion meat. He knew very well that the fact that he could continuously obtain such resources from Yang meant that his 4-dimensional attributes were definitely among the top in the Blue Star region. The discussion in the channel grew increasingly heated. As expected, it has to be God Su. He saved my life again this time. With alloy steel plates, what's there to fear from tonight's desert storm? Some people questioned. A few steel plates, can they really withstand that kind of storm? Soon someone explained that as long as you buy a few steel plates and assemble them into a Mitsubishi shape and drive the car in, it will be difficult for the storm to directly overturn the vehicle. Furthermore, the steel plate comes with built-in slots, making installation and disassembly very convenient. The Mitsubishi body structure also helps to absorb and guide airflow, making it much stronger than ordinary shields. Siabayan even offered advice on the channel, suggesting that 3 steel plates could be used to build the main structure, and that wooden boards or iron sheets could be used to reinforce the sides to protect the vehicle. Some people complained that a white-quality steel plate costing 1,000 copper coins was too expensive, but others immediately countered that this type of steel plate offered defense comparable to ordinary green-quality materials and could even be used as a special material, so it wasn't expensive at all. If you're worried about the price, why not catch a few more giant desert scorpions before it gets dark? With the wind protection measures in place tonight, we can travel a longer distance during the day. It's worth it no matter how you look at it. Suyang simply smiled faintly upon seeing these words. 1,000 copper coins per piece seemed like a high price, but the steel plate was 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick, resulting in a huge consumption of materials. Each steel plate requires a total of 500 iron and copper sheets. Although he doubled his resources, he also consumed mana. This price is not outrageous. Moreover, he discovered that he could create thousands of alloy steel plates by consuming 100 points of mana at a time, making his production efficiency extremely high. Suyang also built a Mitsubishi-shaped shelter and parked the armored vehicle inside. He also left windows at the front, back, and sides, and installed them with special glass. Even when storms raged outside, he could still observe the situation in the desert at any time. Some people worried that the steel plate was too large to fit in the vehicle's storage compartment. However, someone in the channel had already come up with a solution, temporarily storing the item using the designated trading function in the trading hall. The designated transaction can last for 3 hours. The team leader assigns the steel plate to the team member, and when the time is almost up, the team member assigns it back to the team leader. This process is repeated, which is equivalent to creating extra temporary storage space. This vulnerability was discovered as early as the first phase. Even without a team, it is possible to find other people to designate trades, so the issue of carrying steel plates is not a big deal at all. Night finally fell, and the desert storm arrived as expected. Many people gritted their teeth and bought 3 steel plates to build a Mitsubishi-style windproof shelter, firmly protecting their vehicles inside. Those who didn't have enough copper coins would sell off their supplies or directly exchange them with Suyang. Those who couldn't afford 3 copper coins would buy a steel plate to save their lives. They dug a pit 2 or 3 meters deep along the edge of the road and buried a steel plate vertically to block the strong winds from the front. Vehicles parked behind the steel plate to avoid the wind. Although this method is rudimentary, it is still much better than doing nothing. But not many people actually bought the steel plates. Many weren't short of money, but they felt they could get through the night on their own. Suyang didn't care about this. He wasn't just selling steel plates to earn car coins. More importantly, he wanted to make more people realize the importance of resources and motivate them to hunt the giant desert scorpions. Sure enough, in the last hour before nightfall, he traded for 700 or 800 desert giant scorpions. Suyang believed that once everyone witnessed the effectiveness of the alloy steel plate after tonight, more and more people would buy it. He would actually prefer to exchange steel plates for a living desert giant scorpion rather than copper coins. However, in the early hours of the morning, an accident occurred. After midnight, the wind began to weaken. Suyang looked out through the glass and saw a huge black shadow appearing in the far distance of the sand sea. The shadowy figure was barely visible. Something just didn't look right. At first, Suyang thought he was seeing things, but when he saw the health bar above the shadow, his expression instantly turned serious. That wasn't an illusion, it was a real monster. The exposed portion alone is already over 20 meters long. Suyang's heart sank. If something so enormous were to charge and crash into him, could his armored vehicle really withstand it? Chapter 50 Thrilling. First kill of the Bronze Mini-Boss. Giant Sandworm Mini-Boss. Tier, Bronze 1. Health, 800. Mana, 200. Skills, Desert March, Mighty Charge, Iron Skin, Sulfurious Saliva. Suyang stared at the enormous black shadow for a moment, finally confirming its nature, and his heart sank. It's actually a Bronze Level 1 mini-boss. This giant sandworm is clearly not something they can easily deal with right now. Suyang just wanted it to leave quickly, but what he feared most was exactly what happened. The giant sandworm suddenly changed direction and headed straight for the shelter they were in, its target very clear. Not good. Suyang immediately called out to the open bedroom door behind the car, Fangya. At the same time, he took out several pre-made alloy steel plates from his inventory, quickly placed them outside the vehicle, and secured the armored RV to the shelter. These steel plates were originally prepared by Su Yang to prevent vehicles from being swept away by sandstorms, but unexpectedly they came in handy now. After securing them, he immediately rushed into the room, pressed Fangya, who was just about to come out, back inside, and closed the door tightly. There is danger. It is a giant sandworm that is over 20 meters long. Upon hearing this, Fangya's expression instantly changed. The thought of a worm over 20 meters long sent chills down her spine. Don't be afraid, Su Yang said in a deep voice. The space inside the car won't be easily affected. Replace the pistol with poison bullets, and then load those bullets into the machine gun's ammunition belt. As he spoke, he took out 2 ammunition belts and 3 white treasure chests. They were filled with poisoned bullets. Fortunately, Su Yang had also prepared a batch of special bullets in advance when he mass-produced ordinary ammunition. Fangya didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and immediately began loading the ammunition. The next second, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Boom. A giant sandworm crashed into the shelter, which was made of blue-quality materials and reinforced with a large amount of metal. The shelter was sent flying. Fortunately, the shelter didn't shatter on the spot, but one side was noticeably dented. Enraged that its attack hadn't destroyed its target, the giant sandworm unleashed another powerful charge. Bang! This time, the shelter was severely twisted from the impact, with the slots and connections deformed, and the armored vehicle inside was barely visible. The RV rolled around continuously with the shelter, but Su Yang and Fangya in the bedroom were not greatly affected. As long as the vehicle is not completely damaged, the interior space can remain stable, which is one of the biggest advantages of armored RVs. Su Yang glanced at the vehicle's status. Its durability was still at 97.8%. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then another deafening crash came from outside. Immediately following was the sound of steel tearing and twisting. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yang sensed something was wrong and immediately went to the doorway, looking out through the small window. What he saw shocked him. The entire armored vehicle had been violently thrown into the air by a giant sandworm ramming it from inside the shelter. Boom. The RV crashed heavily onto the sand, and its condition instantly dropped to 81.3%, a decrease of 16.5%. Su Yang understood that he couldn't afford to be passively attacked any longer. If this sandworm rammed him a few more times, the armored vehicle would be completely destroyed. Taking advantage of the moment when the RV landed and the giant sandworm was temporarily away, Su Yang rushed out. Su Yang! Fangya instinctively tried to grab him, her eyes filled with terror. It's all right. I refuse to believe that a giant sandworm can withstand my machine gun. Su Yang quickly returned to the car, ignoring the chaos inside, and locked his gaze onto the enormous figure in the distance through the window. The impact had sent the RV flying a distance, and now the giant sandworm was charging towards them again from afar. Su Yang immediately manipulated the optimized components to manifest the machine gun and fired wildly at the target. Da-da-da! The machine gun was firing at its maximum rate of fire, capable of firing 10,000 rounds per minute. However, after firing continuously for more than 10 seconds, Su Yang's complexion showed no improvement whatsoever. Despite the giant sandworm's painful roars, its health bar decreased extremely slowly. More than 3,000 bullets had been fired, yet it had only reduced the sandworm's health by a dozen or so points. Changed to poison bullet belts. Su Yang shouted as he continued to pull the trigger, his eyes fixed on the approaching sandworm. Fangya reacted extremely quickly, immediately completing the installation of the poison bullet belt. Once the regular bullets were exhausted, new ammunition was immediately unleashed. At the location hit by the poison bullet, the giant sandworm's head continuously emitted -10. The poison ammo belt only had 100 rounds, so to maximize its effectiveness, Su Yang adjusted the firing rate to 300 rounds per minute. In just 30 seconds, the giant sandworm's health points decreased by 300. The little boss finally felt fear and turned to run away. Drive, catch it. Fangya's expression changed, but she still gritted her teeth, got into the driver's seat, started the RV, and gave chase at full speed. Half a minute later, the giant sandworm let out a terrified roar, raised its head, and prepared to burrow back into the depths of the desert. Can you escape? Su Yang remained calm as he took out a K-type light machine gun from the optimized components and installed a harpoon launcher on the weapon. With the addition of optimized components, the harpoon launcher, originally of green quality, has been upgraded to blue quality. Suyang activated the precision lock-on capability, aimed at the giant sandworm, and decisively pulled the trigger. Call out. The harpoon shot out instantly, accurately hitting the middle of the sandworm's body and piercing deep into its flesh. Reverse. Maximum power. At Suyang's command, the harpoon launcher was moved to the rear of the vehicle. He then climbed out of the sunroof, raised the K-type light machine gun, and continued to fire wildly. At this point, the giant sandworm's health was less than 100 points, while the armored vehicle, at maximum power, could reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. The sandworm, dragged by the harpoon, was unable to burrow into the sand. A few seconds later, its massive body suddenly stopped moving and then became completely still. Suyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, because the giant sandworm's health bar had been reduced to 0. Chapter 51. Overtaken in resource ranking? Just a clown. He's finally dead. Suyang slumped for a moment, but then seemed to remember something and looked around. It was only then that Suyang realized the desert storm had long since stopped, and there wasn't a breath of wind around him. Could something strange have happened, and the desert storm will finally stop? Only after hearing the roar of the vehicle's engine did Suyang shout to Fangya inside the car. Fangya, it's okay, that giant sandworm is dead. Dead? Fangya was stunned for a moment, and her tense nerves completely relaxed. Only then did she realize that she was completely soaked. After turning off the car, Suyang looked at the vehicle's current status with a wry smile. 68.9%. They've all fallen by 70%. Clearly, the struggle with the giant sandworm had caused considerable damage to the vehicle. Only, glancing at the messy interior, Suyang found that there was no damage inside the car, and even the exterior of the vehicle was not damaged, nor was it deformed in the slightest. This holistic capability is truly amazing. Suyang finally realized the special nature of his talent, his first ability. Normally, after being ravaged by a giant sandworm, a vehicle would have been deformed long ago, and even starting it would be a problem. However, his armored motorhome was still intact to some extent. Ignoring the giant sandworm, Suyang's gaze fell on the system's kill notification screen. Slay a bronze level 1 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 10 free attribute points, plus 2,000 experience points. First kill reward for a bronze level mini-boss. 1 random skill. Another kill against a higher level opponent. And this time, a purple treasure chest was found. Before midnight, Suyang had already used up the synthesis opportunity he had obtained yesterday, synthesizing a total of 6,000 white treasure chests into 600 green treasure chests in one go. Now, facing this first purple treasure chest, Suyang hesitated. Should he open the chest and see what he could get? At this moment, Suyang was unaware that while he was experiencing all this, the chat channel in District 9527 had already turned upside down. While Suyang was dealing with the giant sandworm, the resource ranking changed. Someone caught up with him and even surpassed him in less than 10 minutes after midnight. Resource ranking. First place, Yuan Tingfei, resource score, 200,000. Second place, Suyang, resource score, 180865. Third place, Kandrak Shatari, resource score, 90575. Fourth place, Victor Edward Polo, resource score, 87026. 200,000 points. Both whole and odd amounts. This was clearly intentional. Yuan Tingfei has taken first place on the resource leaderboard and is now in the 3-hour countdown phase. If he stays at the top of the resource leaderboard for 3 hours, the reward for being number 1 on the resource leaderboard today will belong to him. Suyang, on the other hand, will lose his top spot on all 3 lists and will not be able to obtain a chance to synthesize a treasure chest today. Communication channel. Haha, it's been more than 10 minutes, and Suyang's resource score hasn't increased at all. There's no way he can catch up with our leader. Chase? What chase? Suyang was just lucky. How could our alliance leader have such a strategic mind and so easily taken first place? What's with the arrogance? He's just number 1 on the resource leaderboard, not number 1 in everything. Haha, he's getting anxious. Look closely, this is the number 1 player on the entire planet Earth. Even if we're only number 1 in the resources ranking, as long as our leader wants it, being number 1 in rank and number 1 in vehicles is just a matter of time. That's right. Taking the lead at the beginning is nothing. Only by maintaining the lead can you be the strongest. Our leader is fully capable of doing that. Damn it. I must be crazy to be here at night, instead of sleeping to watch these lackeys fawn over me. I'm happy to do it. What's it to you? Lackeys. We call this being pragmatic and wise, or choosing the right tree to perch on. You know nothing. What's there to be so smug about? If it weren't for the large amount of materials Su Shun used to manufacture the alloy steel plates, our resource points would definitely be over 200,000 by now. Stop making excuses. It's just that it's not as good as it is. There's nothing more to say. On a highway, inside two 10-meter-long Mitsubishi-shaped shelters, a large truck was parked. It was Yuan Tengfei's extended version of the truck. Looking at the rankings on the resource leaderboard and the arguments in the chat channel, Yuan Tengfei's lips curled up slightly. Huh, you think you can catch up with me? A hint of disdain flashed in Yuan Tengfei's eyes. He still had a lot of supplies hanging on those vans behind him, which did not officially belong to him. But if he wanted to, the owners of those vans would hand over their supplies immediately, and his supply points would increase significantly. That's right. If Su Yang hadn't refrained from selling those alloy steel plates, he would have at least 210,000 resource points, or even 220,000 or 230,000. But, even if you, Su Yang, can reach 230,000 resource points, you still can't compare to me. I'm determined to be number one on the resource leaderboard, and no one can change that. Yuan Tengfei was full of confidence. How could it possibly change? A charming voice came from beneath Yuan Tengfei's feet. The next moment, a bright and beautiful woman rushed up and threw herself into Yuan Tengfei's arms, speaking in a sweet and coquettish voice. Brother Fei, you really bullied Su Yang too much. He clearly had 50,000 to 60,000 points worth of supplies, but he didn't use them. And he even deliberately made it a round number of 200,000. That's just too mean. Don't you like it when I'm a little bad? Yuan Tengfei tightened his embrace around the radiant woman in his arms. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes, but she maintained her smile. Her physique and strength were only 2 points, while Yuan Tengfei's strength was at least 5 points, and his physique was about the same. Naturally, this exertion was a bit too much for her. But she dared not show any emotion, and even tried her best to please Yuan Tengfei, because she knew exactly what kind of person this man was. She wasn't the only beautiful woman who got on that truck, but few of them are still alive. Seeing the woman in his arms being so cooperative, Yuan Tengfei was about to get his gun on when there was a knock on the truck door. Alliance leader, something terrible has happened. Yuan Tengfei, who was already furious, had a sharp glint in his eyes and said angrily in a low voice, "You bastard, didn't I tell you not to bother me unless it's something important?" The alliance leader is really in trouble, and it's something very important. The person outside knew the general situation inside. If Yuan Tengfei hadn't given instructions beforehand, how could he have dared to come and risk trouble at this time? Su Yang's resource points have increased. Fearing that Yuan Tengfei would blame them, the person outside the door hurriedly said, "Humph, so be it, we'll increase it." He directly gained 500,000 resource points. Before Yuan Tengfei could finish speaking, he was stunned by this sentence. 500,000. Chapter 52 Heroes, Fine Birds, say something. 1 minute ago. Su Yang, this is bad. Quick, check the resource rankings. Someone's resource score has surpassed yours. Just as Su Yang was wondering whether to open the first purple treasure chest and see what good stuff he could get, Fanya hurriedly called out. Your resource score is higher than mine? Su Yang was surprised, but he immediately understood when he saw the resource ranking list. Is it Yuan Tengfei? I see. They accumulated a lot of supplies during the day, but didn't calculate the score immediately. Are they planning to grab the first place reward at this early morning hour? Su Yang had to admit that this was a good method, because at this time there was no other way to obtain a large amount of supplies unless he spent a lot of money to buy them. But if he really spends money to acquire supplies, needless to say, Yuan Tengfei will definitely be able to take the opportunity to make a profit from him. Even if his ranking is overtaken today, he will still make a profit. It can advance or retreat as needed. He could barely be considered a notable figure. But, only 200,000. You think you can take first place from me? And this number? Su Yang chuckled lightly. This was clearly a deliberate provocation from the other party. If they can display a total of 200,000, then there must be even more supplies. You just haven't figured out the situation at all. Su Yang immediately put the purple treasure chest he had just obtained into the blue storage compartment of the armored RV, and then put more than 300 green treasure chests into it, thus recording the mysterious and special moment in the survival world. A purple treasure chest is worth 100,000 resource points. More than 300 green treasure chests are worth more than 300,000. This caused Su Yang's resource points to soar to over 600,000, which was a rather interesting number. Resource ranking. First place, Su Yang, resource score, 654321. Second place, Yuan Tingfei, resource score, 200,000. Third place, Victor Edward Polo, resource score, 130575. Fourth place, Kandrak Shatari, resource score, 97026. On the truck, Yuan Tingfei looked at the number 654,321. It was so glaring, and even more humiliating. He remained silent, his face terribly grim, while the bright-eyed woman in his arms began to tremble, seemingly afraid of being blamed. Roll. Sensing the fear in the woman's arms, Yuan Tingfei threw her to the ground. The bright-eyed woman breathed a sigh of relief and, ignoring the pain, quickly got up and ran out, as if fleeing some kind of raging beast. Su Yang. Yuan Tingfei's voice was hoarse and deep, like that of an enraged beast. This is outrageous. How dare they humiliate me like this? I, Yuan Tingfei, will never let you get away with this. I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you to vent my anger. Enraged and resentful, Yuan Tingfei seemed to have forgotten that he was the one who started this whole thing. He even deliberately generated 200,000 resource points with the intention of humiliation and provocation. To this end, he deliberately reserved 50,000 to 60,000 points of resources, planning to gradually increase them again when Su Yang increased his resource points, in order to tease and humiliate him. However, reality was crueler than he had planned. 50 or 60,000. Even if you left 500,000 to 600,000 points worth of supplies, it wouldn't be enough for Su Yang to win. Communication channel. Ha ha ha, where are they? Oh, sorry, I blurted out. Where are Yuan Tingfei's lackeys? Huffed. I laughed. I really laughed. 654,321. This number is amazing. The thought that Yuan Tingfei still had some supplies that hadn't been scored was something he planned to take out when Su Shen added points, but now he can't take them out. He still has the nerve to bring it out? With such meager supplies, he dares to flaunt them in front of me. God, Su? How does one make a laughingstock out of such a display? It turns out that Su Shen didn't even look at the rankings beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Yuan Tingfei be so arrogant for so long. More than 10 minutes? Hee hee. I just want to ask, what happened to those wise and shrewd people who knew when to back down? Where are the other birds? Come out and speak. Don't hold it in. It's tiring to keep it to yourself. Speaking of which, Su Shen is too strong, isn't he? He took out nearly 500,000 resource points in one go. Just how many resources is that? It should be a treasure chest. I think Su Shen must have challenged the Hell Mode difficulty and obtained a lot of treasure chests from it. Hiss. Hell Mode? No wonder it's God Su. Terrifying. Not only the 9,527 districts communication channel, but also the Blue Star communication channel caused a sensation because of Su Yang's soaring resource points. In fact, there are very few people on the entire planet who currently possess more resources than Su Yang. Furthermore, some people are planning to take action to surpass Yuan Tingfei's resource score, especially Victor Edward Polo, who is third on the 3 lists and has already collected 300,000 resource points. Just who is this Su Yang? These scores are ridiculous. Inside a Hummer camper van, Victor Edward Poirot, in his 30s, looked utterly helpless. Victor was born into a powerful family, but few people on the entire planet Earth knew about his family. When he suddenly arrived in the survival world, Victor's family became even more united. It just so happens that there are several families in the 10,000-person district where Victor is located, and some of their subordinates are also in this area. Their family was very united and focused most of their resources on Victor. Victor arrived at the original station on the afternoon of the 3rd day. He then used the resources purchased at the original station to help his people reach the original station and also earned a lot of train coins. He seized this opportunity to develop his career, and he was also very lucky. One of his tribesmen awakened his talent while on the verge of death, and the man chose to join his caravan and become his leader. If it weren't for Su Yang, Victor would be the number 1 person on Blue Star. Maintaining a 3rd place ranking across 3 lists is no easy feat. Tonight, Victor isn't aiming for 1st place on the supplies leaderboard. His goal is to be number 1 on all 3 leaderboards. Although he was only 4th on the resource ranking list at the beginning, he had not yet collected all the resources of the family members. After collecting a little more, he became 3rd. The 3rd place finisher on the 3 leaderboards also triggered a special reward, which was to directly receive 10 blue treasure chests. It was these 10 blue treasure chests that gave him the confidence to challenge for the top spot on all 3 leaderboards. Not only did he get 2 star-up cards, but he also got several items that increased his four-dimensional attributes. Whether it was the vehicle level or the overall rating, it gave him the confidence to aim for first place. However, even Victor, who always considered himself superior and in control of everything, was at a loss when faced with Su Yang's reckless distribution of resource points. We simply can't catch up. Even if he were to gather all the families in his region now and ask them to contribute all their resources, he still wouldn't be able to get such a high score in resources. And even if it were possible, Victor had no intention of doing so. 654,321. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. It was definitely Su Yang's doing. Moreover, Victor soon realized that he was right not to go all out to compete for the ranking, because at this time Su Yang's vehicle level had also improved. Blue 2 stars. Oh no, it should be blue 2 stars plus. Chapter 53 Purple Treasure Chest. Purple Car Group Card. After raising the resource points to a level that made others feel despair, Su Yang stopped paying attention to what happened next. No need. There's absolutely no need to worry about him surpassing you in resource points. At least, that's impossible at this stage. Then, Su Yang finally decided to open the purple treasure chest he had obtained. He wanted to see what good stuff he could get from the first purple treasure chest he had acquired. You opened the purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. 3 new blueprints have been added for the blue vehicle parts. 3 blue star-up cards. 10 purple parts. 1 purple car group pass. After seeing these things, Su Yang knew that he had made the right decision. These are all good stuff. Item, vehicle parts added diagram. Category, drawings. Quality, blue. Purpose, adds 1 more component slot to a blue quality vehicle. Note, blue vehicles can have a maximum of 3 additional component slots. 3. Needless to say, Su Yang immediately arranged for his armored RV to be fully loaded. The armored vehicle now has 9 part slots, with 4 empty slots remaining. Su Yang has already begun planning what parts to install. However, we'll have to wait and see. Su Yang's gaze fell on the second item he had opened from the purple treasure chest. Item, star-up card. Category, consumables. Quality, blue. Purpose, when used on vehicles of blue quality or lower, it will increase their star rating by 1. I see. So, after a vehicle is upgraded to blue, it needs these star-up cards to continue upgrading its star rating? A flash of understanding crossed Su Yang's eyes, and he immediately used a star-up card to upgrade the armored RV. It's worth mentioning that while the star upgrade card can indeed increase the star rating of a vehicle, upgrading a vehicle still requires consuming certain materials. This was no big deal for Su Yang, it was just some materials. Let alone 3 star-up cards. Even 3 more would be a drop in the ocean. However, in the end, Su Yang upgraded the armored RV to 2 stars and decided not to upgrade it any further. Because, vehicle, armored motorhome, 100%. Quality, blue 2 stars plus. Speed, 220 km/h+. Components, May 9th solar generator, green plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, green plus. Water generator, green plus. Waste disposal unit, green plus. Optimized component, 1/1K type light machine gun, blue optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, and component optimization. Has the numerical status been restored? Looking at the vehicle attribute panel information, Su Yang was slightly taken aback. Judging from the vehicle status data, an upgrade card is not just a simple upgrade for him. It's also equivalent to a recovery card that can fully repair an armored motorhome. So, even if the armored vehicle's status drops below 10%, can you use an upgrade card to restore it to 100%? Suddenly, Su Yang had a more effective use for this star-up card. He would save it for crucial moments. Purple parts are special. They are essential materials for upgrading vehicles to purple and are also needed for upgrading purple vehicles to higher star levels. Yeah, I'll keep it. I might need it in a few days. Su Yang put away the purple parts and his gaze fell on the last card item. Item, Group Tour Pass. Category, Consumables. Quality, purple. Purpose, after acquiring a racing team, this card allows you to form a fleet that can accommodate 3 racing teams. Note, a purple car guild card can randomly grant a purple level car guild attribute. Group Tour card? First it was a convoy, now it's a car club? Only. Should I build a car fleet? Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about it, he finally decided to use the car group card to create a car group. He was quite interested in the purple color of the car group. At the same time, Su Yang secretly guessed that a car club ranking might appear in the future, and it would definitely be beneficial to be the first to build a car club. You have successfully used the car club card. You will now form a purple car club. Please name your car club. Naming? It has to be said that Su Yang is terrible at naming things. All the racing teams he has built are named after himself, and now he subconsciously plans to name this car club after himself as well. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yang looked at Fangya beside him and asked, Fangya, what do you think we should name this car club? Fangya naturally saw the attributes of the car club card and understood that Su Yang planned to use it to form a car club. After thinking for a moment, she said, how about calling him God Su? Su Yang. That's just too much self-aggrandizement. It's true, but it's a bit too awkward. Su Yang now had a better understanding of Fangya's naming skills. Since I have a system that allows me to kill monsters, get treasure chests, and level up, why not just call it infinite? Unlimited treasure chests. Unlimited upgrades. Su Yang made a decision to name the car club Infinite. Naming successful. You have successfully created the Purple Car Club Infinite Car Club. Just after this special notification ended, Su Yang wanted to check the car group's attributes, but he found that things were not over yet. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang. As you are the first person in the entire region to establish a purple car guild, you are hereby rewarded with an upgrade of your car guild to orange, and you will also receive attribute awakenings for all car guild levels. There are such rewards? Su Yang was stunned. Meanwhile, Su Yang was unaware that on a certain remote highway. This highway is far from Su Yang because they are not even in the same region. At this very moment, on a perfectly streamlined armored vehicle, several meters long and resembling a high-speed train carriage, a young man with a third eye on his forehead looked on with delight. Haha, I finally got the purple car group card. The fastest person to get the purple car group card in the early stage is definitely my three-eyed clan. The three-eyed youth looked proud. Even though all living beings of all races would have their four-dimensional attributes cleared to 1 point when they first entered the survival world. However, racial bloodlines are not erased, and racial talents will awaken when one has 10 points in the four-dimensional attributes. The starting point is indeed the same, but the stronger the race, the faster it develops. The purple caravan card in his hand was a purple treasure chest he created by combining the resources from most of the three-eyed clan members who entered the survival world, and finally exchanging them for enough treasure chests to get the top reward from the 3 leaderboards. In addition, their clan's innate talent led to them being lucky enough to obtain a car group card. This is naturally for the purpose of creating the first purple car group. The first purple car team will be rewarded with an upgrade to an orange car team, and will also be able to awaken 5 car team attributes. This will be of great benefit when the car team leaderboard opens and in subsequent car team battles. The three-eyed youth excitedly used the car group card. You have successfully used the car club card. You will now form a purple car club. Please name your car club. The Three-Eyed Clan. Naming successful. You have successfully established the purple car club, the Three-Eyed Clan car club. After receiving this mysterious hint, the three-eyed youth looked on with anticipation for what would happen next. But, what happens next? Shouldn't it be upgraded to an orange car team? The three-eyed youth was confused. How come this is not what was agreed upon? Chapter 54 5 Car Group Attributes and Sandworm Essence. Car Group, Infinite. Level, Orange. Team, 0 out of 10. Orange Attribute. The guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Purple Attribute. 10 parking spaces for car groups. Blue Attribute. Vehicle Warehouse, 100,000 cubic meters. Green Attribute. Allows car core teams to expand by 5 times. White Attribute. Regular members receive 10 copper coins daily. Team leader receives 1 silver coin, and guild leader receives 1 gold coin. Note: mystery chests can yield mysterious items. Su Yang was quite surprised by the attributes of the car group in front of him. He never expected that the first person to own a purple car club could directly advance a rank, and the car club, which originally could only accommodate 3 teams, now has 10. Not only that, it also awakened 5 car group attributes. The white attribute may seem the worst, but in a way, it can also be considered the strongest, because once the number of people in the car group increases, one can earn countless car coins in a single day of cultivation. Yes, this car token appears directly in the car group's account, which can also be said to be Su Yang's private property. Leaving aside the fact that green attributes allow for 5 times the number of participants, it's worth mentioning the teams that car clubs can accommodate. Beginner teams are only 2 people each, and alliance teams that are somewhat like endless nesting dolls are not recognized. Even a novice team can become a 10-person team with this attribute bonus. Not to mention the car group warehouse, which is a very special warehouse. Simply put, If Su Yang were to bring Xie Baiyan's convoy into the caravan, then Su Yang could simply put things in here, and Xie Baiyan could easily retrieve them from the caravan's warehouse from his current location, which would be extremely convenient. As for the car group parking space, that's even more complicated. This ability allows everyone in the car group to place their own vehicle in the car group's parking space, somewhat similar to how Su Yang can put Fang Ye's vehicle into his inventory, which can be taken out at any time. Furthermore, because it is purple in color, damaged vehicles can be repaired after being placed in a parking space. This is even better than Su Yang's inventory storage compartments. Of the 5 vehicle group attributes, Su Yang valued and looked forward to the first orange attribute the most, as it would allow him to obtain a mysterious treasure chest containing mysterious items. Although Su Yang doesn't yet know just how mysterious the mysterious item is, its name alone suggests it's something extraordinary. If it's all mysterious, there must be something special about it. Therefore, Su Yang was very much looking forward to it. After being busy for a while, Su Yang realized that it was almost 5 o'clock. While Fang Ye was preparing breakfast, Su Yang suddenly thought of the giant sandworm outside. With such a large body, it should be able to collect a lot of good things, right? Upon arriving at the giant sandworm corpse, a glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and he cast a harvesting spell with a wave of his hand. Triggered successfully. You have collected 10 sandworm essences, a special item. It's triggered. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and then he noticed that one of the storage slots in his inventory had gained 10 sandworm essences. When he took them out, they turned out to be long-sized, jelly-like objects. Compared to the enormous body of the giant sandworm, this sandworm's evolution is severely diminished, but its effects are incomparable to the meat of the giant sandworm. Item: Sandworm Essence. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Use: A special item. Consuming it not only grants 1 point to each of the 4 main attributes, but also has a certain chance to awaken the skills of a giant sandworm. Note: this effect is only noticeable on the first use. Can it awaken skills? This is good stuff. Su Yang immediately swallowed 1, but apart from a 1-point increase in his 4-dimensional attributes, he did not awaken the giant sandworm skill. It's a pity. If I could awaken the iron plate skill, I could use skill points to upgrade it and become completely invulnerable to blades and spears. Su Yang said with some regret. Back in the armored RV, Fang Ye had already prepared breakfast. Here, take this. Su Yang took out the sandworm essence and gave it to Fang Ye. This is... Fang Ye, who had just received the sandworm essence, was about to ask something when she saw its properties and was immediately speechless with surprise. Without asking any unnecessary questions or being coy, Fang Ye directly consumed the sandworm essence. How about it? A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Although he hadn't awakened any skills, he was still hoping that this thing would awaken some. Su Yang was also eager to know what would happen when other car owners awakened their skills. I've awakened a talent called Impact, Fang Ye said, but Su Yang immediately sensed something was wrong as soon as she opened her mouth. Wait, you said you awakened a talent? Yes, it's the owner's talent, a talent that improves as my rank increases. Fang Ye nodded, which left Su Yang dumbfounded. This is clearly an awakened skill, so how did it become a talent for Fang Ye? Wait, does this mean? Can all my skills be considered talents? And it's a talent that can be upgraded? Upon realizing this, Su Yang discovered that his situation was even more unusual. After some investigation, Su Yang finally understood Fang Ye's situation. She had indeed awakened her talent breakthrough. Currently, because her rank is 2nd tier, this talent is also 2nd tier. After use, Fang Ye can use a vehicle, other objects, or even herself to create an impact. Under impact, both speed and defense can be increased 5-fold. For example, Fang Ye can now use the impact skill while driving an armored vehicle, which can instantly increase the vehicle's speed and defense 5-fold, and then deliver a ramming attack to the enemy. If she had this ability before, she probably could have killed the giant sandworm with a single impact. Su Yang was surprised, while Fang Ye was delighted. Fang Ye originally thought she could only help with driving, handling some items, and preparing 3 meals a day, but now she knows she plays a much bigger role. It's more than just big. Su Yang attempted to have Fang Ye conduct an assault, primarily using an armored RV. Su Yang only felt a blur before the armored vehicle appeared hundreds of meters away with a bang. The armored vehicle didn't even stop, because it didn't have a clear target. It maintained its current speed for 10 seconds before coming to a stop. Only then did Su Yang realize that the loud bang he had just heard was the sound barrier. The armored vehicle just now exceeded the speed of sound. That's too fast. Su Yang glanced at the dashboard, and saw that the armored vehicle had traveled 3.6 kilometers in just 10 seconds. I made this. Fangya finally came to her senses, but she was still completely dazed, as if she were dreaming. You did it. A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Your talent is strong. In critical moments, you can not only attack the enemy, but also escape. It just means there's a lot of wear and tear. 95%. Seeing the current status values of the armored vehicle, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. It had dropped by 5%, which was too exaggerated. This isn't even attacking the enemy. If it were an attack on the enemy. It seems I need to prepare a few more star-up cards. Chapter 55 Little Red Hand and Super Black Hand join the team. Regional Channel 9527. 8,168 members, each posting 5 times per day. The sandstorm yesterday and last night reduced the number of people by more than 200, with most of the reduction occurring last night. Compared to the more than 1,000 the night before, last night's amount was far less. It was clear that Su Yang's alloy steel plate saved some people, while the others, having learned from the previous night's experience and being prepared last night, naturally had an easier time. However, many people in the 9527 district chat channel have already decided that they will buy at least one alloy steel plate tonight. Furthermore, Su Yang learned from the chat channel that even when others chose the hard mode, no giant sandworms or even desert giant scorpions appeared all night. As for whether nightmare mode has a higher difficulty level, Su Yang didn't know, because there was no such information in either the chat channel or the blue channel. This made Su Yang secretly speculate that this might be the reason for the appearance of giant sandworms when Hell mode was selected. Perhaps Nightmare mode also has this feature, but no one has mentioned it. Today, Su Yang asked Fangya to speed up because her 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 1 point, and it was already the 3rd day. Fangya had adapted to being able to increase the car speed to over 200 kilometers per hour. It's entirely possible to cover 200 kilometers in an hour, plus clear out all the giant desert scorpions. Although it's not easy, Su Yang has already decided to arrive at the Sansi station today. That's only 2,300 kilometers. Su Yang is confident he can finish it in a day. However, he soon changed his mind. The reason was simple. Su Yang had gained enough experience points to level up to Bronze 10. Host, Su Yang. Level, Bronze 10, 0/. Health points, 250/250. Mana points, 250/250. Strength, 23. Constitution, 25. Agility, 21. Spirit, 25. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV3. Bullet Crafting, LV5. Caravan, LV3. Precision, LV3. Material Synthesis, LV0. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill points, 4. Free Attribute points, 0. Item Inventory, 65/90. 13 blue treasure chests. 99 green treasure chests, 99 green treasure chests. Once you reach bronze level 10, you'll naturally know the advancement requirements. It's actually quite simple. Kill 100 iron level monsters and 10 bronze level monsters. Su Yang was in a dilemma. This leaves only 2 options. The first is to skip the advanced missions and arrive at the Sansi station as soon as possible. Each has its own advantages, and Su Yang suddenly thought of something. Killing a bronze level 1 giant sandworm can drop a purple treasure chest. Even though it wasn't the first kill and there were no random skill rewards, a purple treasure chest is still pretty good. It's worth mentioning that this time the random skill is gun skill. With LV3 gun skill combined with 3 precision, even with an extremely powerful burst of 100 rounds per minute, Su Yang can hit the target every time within 300 meters. It must be said that his marksmanship skills were extremely good. Perhaps I should stay here and kill the giant sandworms to get the purple treasure chest? But when he thought about the benefits of arriving at the station first, Su Yang became conflicted again. Wait, maybe I can do this. On a certain highway, an armored commercial vehicle was traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and Jiang Manhwa inside the vehicle was somewhat worried. Although the shelter built with alloy steel plates made their nights a little easier, it still took them an hour or 2 in the morning to drive the car out of the sand dunes. They were so tired that they ignored the 2 white treasure chests they had passed in the first 100 kilometers of the day while they were on their way. Xiaoxua, there's another white treasure chest ahead. Should we keep going? Lu Mimi, sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly asked. Jiang Manhwa's gaze fell on a white treasure chest several hundred meters ahead. Although it was still a white treasure chest, she had already decided to take it. We can't just leave without taking any treasure chests. However, at that moment, a message from a friend suddenly appeared. Suyang. Jiang Manxue was somewhat surprised. After clicking on it, she saw an invitation. Suyang, want to join my car club? Jiang Manxue car group? Isn't it a racing team? What good thing have you come up with this time, big shot? Suyang didn't say anything, but sent the car group's attributes to Jiang Manxue, though he chose to hide the orange attributes. Even so, Jiang Manxue was dumbfounded. Wait, are we playing the same game? After Lu Mimi drove the car a short distance away from the area with the white treasure chest, Jiang Manxue told her about the information, and the two discussed it. Mimi, do you think we should join this car group? Join? Of course we'll join. What's there to hesitate about? As her best friend, Lu Mimi naturally understood some of Jiang Manxue's thoughts and couldn't help but say, Xiaoxue, I know you want to rely on yourself and stand on your own, but the usually cheerful Lu Mimi showed a hint of melancholy and confusion on her face. This is a world of survival. We're doing all right now, but you know without me saying it. Given our situation, it will probably get harder and harder in the future. Take today for example, we've already lost 3 white treasure chests. I realized that our previous thinking was too naive. Besides, we're just joining Su Yang's car team as a convoy, and I think we can totally stick with this big guy. Open treasure chests to upgrade your vehicle and obtain special items to improve your attributes. This is truly wonderful. But it's difficult. It's impossible for things to go smoothly all the time. Jiang Manxue was well aware of this. She was indeed very lucky. She easily got good items from treasure chests. White treasure chests can also yield blue quality items. But without a treasure chest, her luck is useless. She was already somewhat hesitant, but now that Lu Mimi had said so, it seemed there was no need to hesitate anymore. Jiang Manxue, I agree. So, could the commander-in-chief sponsor me something? Suyang. Of course, but wait a minute. I'll add you to the team first. Jiang Manxue, join the team? Isn't it joining the group? Suyang didn't explain anything immediately. Instead, he used skill points to upgrade the team's skills. It took 3 consecutive upgrades to give the team the desired abilities. The restrictions on team members in LV6 teams are much stricter. In fact, unless it's a gold item, even a red item can't break the bond between him and his teammates. It was only then that Suyang realized that even a convoy built with his skills could be dismantled using items. But a gold item, and a gold item that can break a contract, is probably extremely rare. There's basically nothing to worry about. However, this was only secondary. What truly impressed Suyang about the LV6 team was their ability to directly bring Jiang Manxue and the others to his side. A moment later, Jiang Manxue and Lu Mimi, who had joined the team, appeared inside Su Yang's armored RV. In fact, even with the capabilities of an LV5 team, bringing them in like this was essentially the same as abandoning the armored commercial vehicle. But Su Yang's orange car core has 10 parking spaces, and Jiang Manxue's armored commercial vehicle is parked in one of them. As the core leader, Suyang can take it out at any time. Chapter 56, An Unusual Arrival at the Station, An Unexpected Ranking. Wah, this is what life is all about. This is what happiness is. After learning about Su Yang's armored RV, Lu Mimi was so envious she cried. Considering that their armored commercial vehicles were already quite good, yet they were still struggling, and looking at this armored motorhome, it's as if they were fighting for survival, while Suyang and his group were on vacation. Looking at Lu Mimi in front of her, Fanya was both amused and exasperated. This girl has such a vivid inner monologue. However, she can also understand it easily. 2 more people joined the car, and they were 2 20-year-old college students, young and beautiful. It's impossible for Fanya to be completely unconcerned, but she had already prepared herself mentally. When survival is the priority, there's no time for all sorts of random thoughts. Jiang Manxue was also shocked. She had thought that there was a big gap between herself and Suyang, but it shouldn't be this big. Putting aside other things, they've only traveled 1,500 kilometers from the border, while Suyang has already traveled almost 4,000 kilometers. This is absolutely infuriating. Especially at this time, when she had just reached a position of 3,900 kilometers, she saw an unbelievable scene. Many desert giant scorpions, and 30 extra, even larger desert giant scorpions. It is worth mentioning that 20 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions appeared at 2,050 kilometers, and 30 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions appeared starting at 3,050 kilometers. But for Suyang, it made no difference at all, especially after he obtained the skill of gunmanship. 130 desert giant scorpions were just 130 bullets. The machine gun swept through, and it was done in a minute. This made Jiang Manchua's eyes widen in disbelief, while Lu Mimi was completely dumbfounded. The appearance of so many giant desert scorpions had already startled them, but Su Yang's handling of the situation was even more astonishing. It wasn't until Su Yang brought up the green treasure chest that Jiang Manchua came to her senses. Now I finally understand why you were able to easily get ahead of all of us. I won't lose out by joining, will I? Su Yang smiled and looked at Jiang Manchua. How could she possibly lose money? If she had known that Su Yang was in this situation, she would have joined immediately. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Jiang Manchua's expression turned serious. Given Su Yang's situation, he didn't need them at all, so there must be a reason for having them join. There was indeed a reason. In fact, Su Yang planned to have Jiang Manchua arrive at the Sanxi station in advance. In this way, as a fellow team member and a member of his train crew, it would be no different from him arriving at the Sanxi station first. Of course, compared to this, Su Yang valued Jiang Manchua's lucky charm even more. Su Yang naturally wouldn't reveal the reason. So that's how it is. You plan to let me arrive at the station first, while you plan to hunt giant sandworms at night? Su Yang naturally wouldn't explain the specific reasons to Jiang Manchua, even though she was now his teammate and faced many limitations. But extracting the sandworm essence is enough. Su Yang explained that he had the means to extract sandworm essence from the giant sandworm's body, which was one of his innate abilities. He also briefly told Jiang Manchua about the car owner's ability to awaken his talent. Jiang Manchua was also very surprised, but at the same time, after learning that the first place, especially the first place in the whole district, had special privileges, she immediately agreed with Su Yang's idea. You're right, we should take first place, but I have a better way. As she spoke, Jiang Manchua activated her privileges as the team leader and took out a motorcycle. Su Yang's current team allows team members to have their own teams without affecting their ability to become captains. Jiang Manchua took out Lu Mimi's vehicle, a blue-quality motorcycle. Although it was only a regular blue-quality motorcycle, it could still play a significant role in crucial moments. Jiang Manchua's idea was that the motorcycle was their last resort. If they encountered an unavoidable crisis, escaping by motorcycle would be the best option. Upon seeing the motorcycle's attributes, Su Yang was surprised because its top speed could reach 300 kilometers per hour. He hadn't expected Jiang Manchua to have such a good item. But this would make getting to the Sanxi station much easier. Half an hour later, Jiang Manchua set off on her motorcycle. At this moment, the motorcycle has been upgraded to Blue 3-star, and its top speed can reach 400 kilometers per hour. It has also been equipped with a green balancer component, which means that the motorcycle will not fall over and is easy to control even at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. Jiang Manchua started from 40-50 kilometers away. Although there were still 30 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions here, the number of ordinary desert giant scorpions had doubled to 200. Fortunately, they weren't gathered on the road, so Jiang Manchua's motorcycle was fast enough to get past them immediately. Of course, before setting off, Su Yang gave Jiang Manchua a lot of things that greatly improved her four-dimensional attributes. The only pity was that, like him, the sandworm essence did not awaken her. Lu Mimi also ate the same thing, but did not awaken her either. It seems that the possibility of awakening the sandworm essence is actually not high, but even so, it is still extraordinary. Su Yang has now asked Xie Bayan to spread the information about his talent, and he plans to make a fortune with this sandworm essence. Since Jiang Manchua had already set off, Su Yang was no longer in a hurry and stopped. Lu Mimi did not set off with Jiang Manchua, firstly because Jiang Manchua could go faster by herself, and secondly because she stayed behind to help. It can help with the transaction data model. The LV6 team allows Su Yang to delegate some permissions, such as having other Lu Mimi help him buy things from the transaction hall and in his name. This frees Su Yang from the transaction hall. Lu Mimi placed the white treasure chest from the transaction into the caravan's warehouse, which Su Yang could easily retrieve and kill the giant desert scorpion inside. 2 hours later, with 3 hours still until nightfall, Su Yang received a special notification that Jiang Manchua had arrived at the Sanxi station. Congratulations, Su Yang. You are the first driver in the current area to arrive at the initial station. You have received 10 silver coins. Congratulations, Su Yang. You are the first driver in the Dragon Kingdom region to arrive at the initial station. You have received 100 silver coins. Congratulations, Su Yang. You are the first driver in the Blue Star region to arrive at the initial station. You have received 1 gold coin. Congratulations, Su Yang. You are the 57th driver in the entire region to arrive at the initial station. You have received 10 gold coins. This was quite different from what Su Yang had expected, because he was no longer the number one in the entire district, and he didn't even make it into the top 10. Keep in mind, this is only the third day. With such results, they wouldn't even be in the top 50, let alone first or top 10. Chapter 57. Money makes you get away with in the survival world. An unexpected ranking. And why does this feel like the ranking reward is the same as the first level? Su Yang frowned. He had thought that since this was the second stage and the second level, the rewards would at least be upgraded. However, in reality, nothing had changed. However, he did not contact Jiang Manhua immediately, as she needed time to understand the situation after arriving at the station. Half an hour later, Jiang Manhua sent a message. The situation at the Sanxi station was almost identical to that of the original station, except that the items available for purchase in the shops had changed. Jiang Manhua, the biggest change is in the station shops. They are no longer distinguished by copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Instead, they are divided into 3 tiers. One for the entire region, one for the Blue Star region, and the last one for the Dragon Kingdom region. Su Yang, what about the purchased goods? Jiang Manhua, there are some quantity limits, but because we chose the Hell mode option, the quantity we can purchase has a certain bonus. Aside from the special treasure chests, the most important thing about Hell mode is that the final reward is 10 times greater. Su Yang's final reward was actually 110 gold coins and 1100 silver coins. Moreover, and most importantly, they have the privilege to purchase purple items at the Sanxi station. No one else, not even the top 10 in the entire region, has the privilege to purchase purple items. Only the top 3 in the entire region are eligible, or they are car owners who choose the Hell mode. Even owners of vehicles in Hell mode can purchase additional special items. Soon, Jiang Manhua posted the attributes of many products. Star Up card. This is also available for purchase, and you can buy one as soon as you arrive at the Sanxi station. The price is 10 silver coins, which is considered one of the perks. However, when the group or team is the main entity, only the group leader or team leader can purchase it, and no matter how many people are in the group, only one ticket can be purchased. For example, Su Yang arranged for Jiang Manhua to arrive at the Sanxi station under the name of the car group, which meant that the 4 of them could only buy 1 Star Up card for 10 silver coins. However, under the Hell mode reward mechanism, any member of Su Yang's car group who owns a vehicle can buy 1 Star Up card for 10 silver coins. In addition, blue quality upgrade cards cost 10 gold coins each. There are a total of 100 cards in the Dragon Kingdom area, 10,000 cards in the Blue Star area, and a total of 1 million cards in the entire area. Su Yang could originally buy 3, 30, and 300 cards respectively from these 3 places, but now he can buy 10, 100, and 1,000 cards respectively. The top player in the entire region can definitely buy more Star Up cards, because Jiang Manhua told him that there are now 300,000 fewer Blue Star Up cards in the entire region in the store. The 57th place player can only buy 1,000 cards. Based on this, the top player in the entire region can probably buy 30,000 to 50,000, or even 100,000 Star Up cards, and most likely chose the Hell mode. Jiang Manhua, the Sanxi station has a trading hall for the entire Blue Star. As long as you are in the top 100 in the Blue Star region, you can trade across regions. We can trade the rewards of Hell mode throughout the entire Blue Star region, so I suggest that you buy all the Star Upgrade cards. Su Yang. Okay, I have already transferred the gold coins to the caravan's warehouse, and you can use them as you see fit. Besides being a large warehouse, the warehouse of the car group can also store car coins. Su Yang directly transferred 15,000 gold coins into it. Soon, 15,000 gold coins turned into 3,900 gold coins, and the car group warehouse gained 1,110 Blue Star Up cards. Then Su Yang instructed Jiang Manhua to conceal her identity and place a price of 1,000 gold coins per card in the trading hall. Of course, the equivalent silver coins and copper coins could also be used to purchase them. Jiang Manhua, you're really ripping me off. 1,000 gold coins. Su Yang. Don't worry, someone will buy them. By the way, do you have weapon blueprints? Am I worried that there won't be anyone here? I mean, you're too dark-skinned. Jiang Manhua, there are purple K-type heavy machine guns in the whole district, but they have already been bought. The only one left is a blue K-type heavy machine gun in the Blue Star district. A purple heavy machine gun? Su Yang's pupils contracted. He finally understood what he had missed this time. In fact, Su Yang has now fully realized that if he had let Jiang Manhua arrive at the Shanghai station ahead of time, she could have arrived at the station the next day, or even the first day if things had started earlier. Even though Hell mode is extremely dangerous, it is still possible to accomplish it with sufficient equipment and certain methods. Some people even completely abandoned the treasure chests along the way and traveled at high speed, which was no problem at all. In fact, if he were to travel at the maximum speed in his armored vehicle, he could reach the Sand Sea Station in a day. However, in order to kill monsters, loot treasure chests, and level up, Su Yang had to slow down. But after this experience, especially after having their own car club, the situation naturally changed. Weapon blueprints are expensive, especially heavy weapons. A blue K-type heavy machine gun blueprint costs 12,000 gold coins, which is enough to buy some purple blueprints. For example, a purple complete wagon blueprint costs only 10,000 gold coins. With the remaining 3,900 gold coins, Su Yang had Jiang Manhwa buy some blue blueprints to upgrade all his vehicle parts to blue, and also added some new parts. It is worth mentioning that after obtaining these blueprints and manufacturing them, Su Yang did not choose to install them immediately. Then, just as he had guessed, someone couldn't hold back any longer. Even though the upgrade card costs 1,000 gold coins, some people still choose to buy it, and some even buy 3. Kandrak Shaley ranked 4th on the resource leaderboard. It seems he already had a star-up card. After purchasing 3, he upgraded his vehicle to 5 stars and immediately jumped to the top of the vehicle leaderboard. Su Yang waited for more than an hour before taking action, because by then a second person had bought a star-up card, upgraded their vehicle's level, and surpassed him. Only then did Su Yang install the vehicle parts he had obtained. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 100%. Quality, blue 2 stars plus. Speed, 300 km/h+. Components, 7/9 solar generator, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. High energy water generator, blue plus. High energy processor, blue plus. Complete vehicle body, purple plus. Hybrid engine, blue plus. Optimized component, 1/1 K-type light machine gun, blue optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, and component optimization. The original vehicle parts were upgraded to blue, and a purple overall cabin was added. This part is equivalent to raising the overall defense of the armored camper van to another level. Especially with the enhancement of vehicle skills, Su Yang's armored camper van is now stronger than most purple vehicles in terms of defense. Installing an additional hybrid engine naturally increases speed, increasing the vehicle speed by 80 km/h. Even so, Su Yang could not possibly surpass Candela in the vehicle rankings, but he surpassed the original second place, bringing his ranking back to second place. However, this was certainly intentional on his part. Chapter 58, 1800 Green Treasure Chests. As Su Yang expected, more and more people were buying upgrade cards. Not to mention Yuan Tingfei. He went on a buying spree, lowering the price of gasoline, and using the money to buy 8 upgrade cards to max out his vehicle's tier. Blue 9 stars. It has to be said that money can get you anywhere, even in this world of survival. This makes Yuan Tengfei's vehicle class truly deserving of first place. Everything was as Su Yang had expected. Perhaps there weren't many people in District 9527 who could afford to spend thousands of gold coins, and even fewer who could afford to spend tens of thousands of gold coins. And those who could afford to spend so many gold coins might not necessarily choose to buy a star-up card that costs 1,000 gold coins. But there are probably still 2 or 3 billion people in the entire Blue Star region. Even if only one person in each of the 10,000 person regions buys one card, 1,100 upgrade cards would not be enough. As it turned out, Jiang Manhwa had sold over 800 upgrade cards before dark. Su Yang earned 800,000 gold coins. With the money, they naturally acquired the blueprint for the K-type heavy machine gun. Build it. Install. Su Yang's vehicle has been reinforced again, and this reinforcement is much stronger than before. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 100%. Quality, blue 7 stars plus. Speed, 400 km/h+. Components, 7/9 solar generator, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. High energy water generator, blue plus. High energy processor, blue plus. Complete vehicle body, purple plus. Hybrid engine, blue plus. Optimized component, 1/1 K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, and component optimization. Just as Su Yang had thought, even if it was just a blue-quality K-type heavy machine gun installed on the optimized parts of his vehicle, it would be directly upgraded to purple. The optimized purple K-type heavy machine gun can adjust its rate of fire from 100 to 5,000 rounds per minute, has an effective range of 5,000 meters, and can fire continuously for up to 10 minutes. The most important thing is the bullets. 12.7 millimeters caliber. This is standard equipment on the Barrett sniper rifle. Using it on this K-type heavy machine gun would make it virtually invincible. Su Yang's bullet manufacturing skill level of LV5 meant he could actually manufacture this type of large caliber bullet long ago, but the previous K-type light machine gun was completely useless for it. Now it's all good. We can just arrange it directly. Of course, such bullets are not cheap to manufacture. If Su Yang wants to manufacture one bullet with 10 points of mana, the materials consumed are as high as 100 silver coins. This does not include materials such as fangs, thorns, and snake scales. Moreover, at this cost, only 100 bullets can be manufactured. Considering the materials collected, the value of each bullet is no less than 2 silver coins. Better bullets are made at this cost. 10 bullets are produced, costing 20 silver coins each. Su Yang manufactured 100 of these bullets. Although they were expensive, they also had the poisoning effect of toxin bullets. Su Yang used them specifically to kill giant sandworms. With such weapons, Su Yang's vehicles are naturally extraordinary, as can be seen from the rankings. Vehicle ranking. First place, Su Yang, vehicle level, Blue 7, Star Plus, Special Enhancement. Second place, Caesar Alexander, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. Third place, Victor Edward Polo, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. Fourth place, Chun Tianyao, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. Fifth place, Kandrag Kshatriyam, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. 10th place, Xia Bayan, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. 11th place, Yuan Tingfei, vehicle level, Blue 9 Star. 100th place, Park Jiam Suk, vehicle level, Blue 6 Stars. On the truck. Seeing the same vehicle ranking list made Yuan Tingfei feel terrible, especially since he was ranked 11th, a very awkward position. However, this time Yuan Tingfei was unusually calm. He did not roar repeatedly. On the contrary, he was very calm at this moment. We've been tricked. A glint of light flashed in Yuan Tingfei's eyes. The star-up cards in this trading hall were definitely sold by Su Yang. At 1,000 gold coins each, they are worth far more than the original value of the star-up cards. I didn't analyze it carefully before, but now I realize that Su Yang did it on purpose, just to make people spend 1,000 gold coins to buy a star-up card. What Yuan Tingfei couldn't understand was how Su Yang had arrived at the Sanxi station so quickly. The other party must be at least in nightmare mode, or even possibly in hell mode, etc. Suddenly, Yuan Tingfei seemed to understand something. Could it be considered a success if the rest of the convoy arrives at the station ahead of time? Upon considering this possibility, Yuan Tingfei felt he should give it a try. Moreover, he immediately thought that using a motorcycle was the best way to try it. Soon, Yuan Tingfei began preparations. With his financial resources, building a blue-quality motorcycle focused on speed was no problem at all. It was just a shame that it was already dark, otherwise, he would have already sent his men off. Quite a few people share Yuan Tingfei's idea, and some with the confidence and financial resources have also made the same attempt as Yuan Tingfei. As a result, there will likely be quite a few car owners arriving at the Shanghai station in the next day or two. While everyone else was busy, Su Yang was fast asleep. Lu Mimi and Feng Yu were guarding him outside. He needed to rest and recharge so he could kill the giant sandworm tonight. Su Yang was woken up by Feng Yu an hour before midnight. Feng Yu also rested for 3 or 4 hours, while Lu Mimi had slept for a while during the day and was now anxiously overthinking things. Is that giant sandworm really as big as Sister Yu said? How do you kill something that's so big? Unaware of the girl's wild thoughts, Su Yang first cleaned up the acquired desert giant scorpions, obtaining 2 or 3 more white treasure chests, and then used the treasure chest synthesis opportunity he had acquired that day. Yesterday I crafted 6,000 white treasure chests, and today I'm getting even more white treasure chests. More than 10,000 treasure chests were dropped, more than 6,000 of which were killed by Su Yang himself, and more than 3,700 were brought by the desert giant scorpions he acquired. This time, Su Yang directly combined a total of 10,000 white treasure chests. With 1,000 green treasure chests in hand, plus the ones synthesized yesterday and the green treasure chests obtained in the past 2 or 3 days, Su Yang now has 1,800 green treasure chests. Adding the blue treasure chests I have, if I combine them all, I'll almost be able to create 2 orange treasure chests. Not enough. Not enough. Su Yang's ambition has become somewhat inflated. This is a rare opportunity, and he must try his best to collect 10 orange treasure chests and then combine them into a red treasure chest. Although it is somewhat difficult, it is not impossible. Especially since I should be able to get at least one purple treasure chest tonight, right? The enormous, indistinct black shadow that suddenly appeared in the distance was clearly visible to Su Yang. Giant Sandworm, Mini-Boss. Rank, Bronze Level 1. Health points, 800/800. Mana points, 200/200. Skills, Desert March, Mighty Charge, Iron Skin, Sulfurious Saliva. Strange? No, this is a treasure chest. Purple. Chapter 59, Building a Monster Catching Team? -10. -1. -2. A series of damage reduction effects emerged from the giant sandworm's head in the distance, enraging it and causing it to frantically chase after Su Yang and his companions. At this moment, Fangyu was already sitting in the driver's seat and started the car. Lu Mimi was huddled in the passenger seat like a quail, completely terrified by the enormous figure of the giant sandworm. Su Yang, on the sunroof of the car, was using both hands to operate a K-type heavy machine gun, constantly attacking the giant sandworm chasing behind. Each bullet could only take away 1 to 5 points of the giant sandworm's health, but this was a machine gun that could fire at least 100 bullets per minute. Moreover, with the combination of Su Yang's marksmanship and precision skills, every shot hit its mark. In just 1 minute, the giant sandworm's health dropped to less than 200 points. Sensing danger, it tried to escape, but Su Yang decisively adjusted the firing rate of the K-type heavy machine gun, increasing it significantly. In just 3 seconds, he unleashed over 200 bullets, instantly depleting the giant sandworm's health. Slay a Bronze Level 1 Mini-Boss. Received, 1 purple treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 5 free attribute points, plus 2,000 experience points. Looking at the kill notification, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. It was certain that there would be no random skill reward unless it was the first kill. But why is it that even the reward for free attribute points has been halved? Could it be that the rewards will decrease if you kill too many enemies of higher level? Su Yang was puzzled, but he soon stopped worrying about it, because at that moment, another health bar appeared in the distance, and there were 4 of them. Only. Giant Sandworm, Elite. Rank, Bronze Level 1. Health points, 600/600. Mana points, 130/130. Skills, Desert March, Mighty Charge, Iron Skin, Sulfurious Saliva. Not a mini-boss anymore. Despite some disappointment, Su Yang immediately took up his K-type heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire, quickly depleting the health of the 3 elite giant sandworms. Slay a Bronze Level 1 elite giant sandworm. Received, 1 blue treasure chest, 1 silver coin, 1,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 1 free attribute point, plus 2,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 1 free attribute point, plus 2,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 1 free attribute point, plus 2,000 experience points. Bonus reward for defeating a higher level opponent, plus 2,000 experience points. Seeing these 4 kill notifications, Su Yang understood that the rewards for killing enemies above his level couldn't be obtained indefinitely. The free attribute point reward will only appear 3 times, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will not be able to obtain the free attribute point reward again when killing other bronze level elite monsters. He will only receive experience points instead. Didn't the boss not even give a first kill reward? Su Yang felt a little disappointed, especially when he saw that the treasure chest that was dropped was only a blue one. This is an elite giant sandworm. If it were a good giant sandworm, wouldn't it only drop a green treasure chest, while the ordinary ones would only drop a white one? We hope to get more. If the quality isn't good, then let's just make up the quantity. Su Yang was somewhat expectant and began looking around in hopes of finding other health bar information. 5 giant sandworms dropped 1 purple treasure chest and 4 blue treasure chests, which translates to 1,400 white treasure chests. Indeed, defeating powerful monsters is the fastest way to collect treasure chests. Unfortunately, Su Yang did not see any other giant sandworms appear until dawn. Although it was already daylight, Su Yang had no intention of setting off. There were less than 950 kilometers left to go, and he didn't want to rush to the Sandsea station. He planned to stay for another 2 or 3 nights to kill more giant sandworms. The purpose is twofold. Firstly, to collect all the treasure chests, and secondly, to obtain some sandworm essence and sandworm meat. Last night's mini-boss, the giant sandworm, still yielded 10 sandworm essences after being harvested, but the 4 elite giant sandworms only yielded some sandworm meat. Item, sandworm meat. Category, consumables. Quality, blue. Uses, edible, tastes excellent. Consuming this item can increase constitution and strength attributes by up to 2 points. Su Yang collected a total of 400 kilograms of this sandworm meat. One elite giant sandworm costs 100 gold coins, and eating 1 kilogram can increase one's attributes by 4 points. Nowadays, even if Su Yang priced an item that can increase one's attributes by 4 points at 100 gold coins per kilogram, there would still be plenty of people willing to spend money to buy it. However, Su Yang did not intend to sell it in large quantities. With this stuff, he could train some decent people. It's worth mentioning that Yuan Tengfei's 11th place was intentional on Su Yang's part. After acquiring the K-type heavy machine gun, Su Yang gave the previous K-type light machine gun to Xie Bian, and of course, it wasn't given away for free. Xie Bian has now joined Su Yang's car team, but he is only a vice captain. The captain is Fangya. Su Yang had Zhang Manxue buy an intermediate-level racing team card to help Fangya create a racing team. He then invited Xie Bian to join her team, which in turn joined Su Yang's team. This was Su Yang's way of trying to see if they could achieve a ranking by arriving at the station on different routes while in the same racing team. Since this was the approach, Xie Bian's team naturally focused on speed. Fangya also recruited the people around Xie Bian into the team. Su Yang used some supplies to boost Xie Bian's vehicles, not intentionally, but mainly to increase their speed. However, Su Yang was quite happy to see Yuan Tengfei's vehicle level suppressed to outside the top 10. Because the team leader is Fangya, and she is also part of the car club's team, people who join the Infinite Car Club are subject to many restrictions. The most obvious restriction is that all vehicles become the property of the car club the moment they join. Whether it leaves automatically or is kicked out by Su Yang, the vehicle will remain in the vehicle group. In other words, it has become Su Yang's private property. Moreover, Su Yang was confident that they would not leave his team because the benefits he offered were enough to make them reluctant to leave. Meat that increases attributes can be exchanged, and by completing certain tasks, you can even exchange live desert giant scorpions for other resources. Su Yang did not hide the attributes of the caravan warehouse, allowing all members to see them. The 100,000 cubic meters of food piled up with 10,000 cubic meters of other items, along with the 300,000 gold coins displayed in the caravan warehouse, speak volumes. After Xie Bian and the others saw this, they were worried that they would be expelled by Su Yang. Now they were rushing on their way and trading the live desert giant scorpions in the trading hall, which left Fangya and Lu Mimi with nothing to do. The reason Su Yang planned to train some people was because he discovered that even without treasure chests, the Cheituan's warehouse could allow living creatures to enter. Although it couldn't be maintained for long, members could capture monsters alive and put them in, which he could then retrieve and kill at any time. Instead of spending money on such an uncertain transaction, why not build your own monster-catching team? Chapter 60I, Lu Mimi, could never be unlucky. Time flew by, and on the afternoon of the 4th day, Xie Bian and his group arrived at the Sanxi station. The rankings are no longer region-wide. Blue Star region is only 76th, and region 9527 is 4th. Huage from Vulcan Camp has already arrived at Sanxi station, but he is only 3rd. Yuan Tengfei is 2nd. Clearly, the method of getting the rest of the convoy to arrive at the station ahead of time has been discovered by many people. Su Yang understood that the trading of star-up cards across the entire Blue Star zone had led some clever people to guess something. Unfortunately, only the top 3 in each region are eligible to trade across regions, and even then, it's only across 2 or 3 regions with tens of thousands of players. The top 100 players across the entire planet can only trade across a maximum of 10 regions, so it's impossible for them to influence him. The only thing that Su Yang found regrettable was that he couldn't acquire the desert giant scorpion from another region, but he already had a plan for this. Regional Channel 9527, 8,072 members, each posting 5 times per day. Yesterday alone, nearly 100 people were lost, and all of them had chosen the hard mode. Because of the vehicles in hard mode last night, after the desert storm, giant desert scorpions appeared, and due to the sudden situation, some people were killed without even realizing it. Tonight may be harder, but it may also be easier. Because someone discovered that the giant desert scorpions were no match for the shelters made of alloy steel plates, and could be completely ignored. In fact, On this day, Su-Yang manufactured a large number of alloy steel plates and put them into the warehouse of the car group, and Xie Bian and others were responsible for the transaction. On this day, Su-Yang and his two companions had only traveled 200 kilometers. It is worth mentioning that Su-Yang discovered Lu Mimi's special ability, as she could frequently find treasure chests, and they were all blue. Even with Su-Yang's deliberate exploration, the two of them, more than 10 kilometers away, discovered 3 blue treasure chests in a certain place, without any danger. This made Su-Yang wonder if Lu Mimi might be the chosen one. That's incredibly lucky. Moreover, if you think about it carefully, starting from 4,100 kilometers, the treasure chests every 50 kilometers are blue. Su-Yang originally thought it was because he was getting close to the finish line, but now it seems that it might be due to the luck brought by Lu Mimi. But, after witnessing Lu Mimi open another blue treasure chest and get a green water condenser, he abandoned this unreliable idea. How is this possible? Why are the condenser blueprints green? Lu Mimi was furious, looking unwilling to accept it. I don't believe it. I'm sure I can get something good. I can't be unlucky. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed the last blue treasure chest on the other side. Su-Yang took out 5 green treasure chests and 2 blue treasure chests for Lu Mimi to open and see how lucky she was. Now there's only 1 blue treasure chest left. Su-Yang didn't let the other party continue to cause trouble and directly put away the blue treasure chest. No, I'll open another one. This one's sure to yield something good. Gambler Lu Mimi went online. Oh, Su-Yang chuckled dismissively, got up and left, completely ignoring her. Hey, what do you mean? Lu Mimi was furious. This is dictatorship. This is hegemonism. I protest. Mimi, just shut up. Fanya couldn't stand it anymore and pointed to the contents of the treasure chests on the ground, saying, look for yourself. The highest level treasure chest you just opened is the water condenser blueprint. I won't even mention the green treasure chest, but you even managed to get a white blueprint from the first blue treasure chest? That's a blue treasure chest. Fanya was also somewhat incredulous. This luck was simply incredible. But there's still a case of bottled water and a cup of instant noodles. Lu Mimi's voice grew softer and softer, and she was also a little embarrassed. It was shameful to say that she had only gotten this little bit from the blue treasure chest. You should know that she had seen Jiang Manhwa open green blueprints from white treasure chests several times. In fact, the value of the items from the 5 green treasure chests and 2 blue treasure chests that she opened might not even be as high as the highest item Jiang Manhwa got from a single white treasure chest. Fine, I won't open it then. I'll find the treasure chest myself and open it secretly. Lu Mimi said somewhat unconvinced, but she didn't see the hint of wariness that flashed in Fang Ye's eyes beside her. Jiang Manhwa had previously warned her to be careful of Lu Mimi and not let her open treasure chests, as she had very bad luck. However, she hadn't paid attention, and now it seemed that she had been careless. We have to keep an eye on it. The treasure chest is a valuable item, and we can't let her squander it like this. As night falls, the desert storm arrives precisely on schedule. Su-Yang has already gone to rest. With some people under him handling the affairs, he can relax a lot. It wasn't until more than an hour before midnight that Su-Yang got up, and as usual, he glanced at the chat channel and the trading hall, and finally the car group warehouse. There were quite a few alloy steel plates used, but now there are only a few left. Finally, Su-Yang's gaze fell on the number of treasure chests. Today he killed 800 ordinary desert giant scorpions and 120 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions, which is equivalent to 800 white treasure chests and 120 green treasure chests. Today we have enough manpower, and we have traded 7 or 8,000 desert giant scorpions. Su-Yang and his team only traveled 200 kilometers today, which is one of the reasons why there are too many giant desert scorpions to kill. In the end, Su-Yang merged 8,000 white treasure chests. Su-Yang currently has over 2,700 green treasure chests, nearly 20 blue treasure chests, and 1 purple treasure chest. He didn't open the purple treasure chest that dropped last night, intending to save it for combining. I have 3 orange treasure chests now, and I still need 7 more, which is 70,000 white treasure chests. Su-Yang's eyes flickered, and he was very much looking forward to seeing how many giant sandworms would appear later. The first time it was 1, last night it was 5, and tonight there will definitely be more. It has to be said that Su-Yang guessed correctly. After midnight, the giant sandworms appeared immediately, and there were as many as 15 of them. But, giant sandworm, elite. Rank, bronze level 1. Health points, 600/600. Mana points, 130/130. Skills, Desert March, Mighty Charge, iron skin, sulfurous saliva. Giant sandworm, excellent. Rank, bronze level 1. Health points, 500/500. Mana points, 110 out of 110. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin, sulfurous saliva. A giant sandworm without a mini-boss. Su-yang was stunned. 15 giant sandworms, 5 elites, and 10 excellent ones. This gave him a bad feeling. Sure enough, after killing several excellent giant sandworms, Su-yang's unease was confirmed. Slayed a bronze level 1 excellent giant sandworm. Received 1 green treasure chest, 30 copper coins, 1,000 experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 1 free attribute point, plus 2,000 experience points. Slayed a bronze level 1 excellent giant sandworm. Received 1 green treasure chest, 30 copper coins, 1,000 experience points. Bonus reward for defeating a higher level opponent, plus 2,000 experience points. Not only did it only drop green treasure chests, but killing an enemy above your level only rewarded you with 1 free attribute point. The second one didn't give you any more. However, the excellent giant sandworm turned out to be a disappointment. Chapter 61 Advancement to Silver. Evolution that breaks through human limits. 15 giant sandworms, 5 blue treasure chests, and 10 green treasure chests. That's not bad. But in Su-yang's opinion, the lack of a purple treasure chest was a huge letdown. Fortunately, while collecting a considerable amount of sandworm meat, Su-yang also obtained 10 sandworm essences when collecting 10 excellent giant sandworms at once. Overall, the results weren't bad. Most importantly, he completed the advancement task and has successfully advanced. Host, Su-yang. Level, Silver 1, 133580/20,000. Health points, 270/270. Mana points, 280/280. Strength, 27. Constitution, 27. Agility, 27. Mental state, 28. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunmanship, LV3. Bullet crafting, LV5. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV3. Material synthesis, LV0. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 2. Free attribute points, 3. Item inventory, 83 of 90 blue treasure chest. Successfully promoted to silver. Su-yang had already anticipated that advancing to silver would grant him 3 free attribute points per level. Then, he decided to continue leveling up. With 130,000 experience points accumulated, it's entirely possible to level up further. 130,000 experience points seem like a lot, but in reality, it only allowed Su-yang to level up 3 times and gain 12 free attribute points. Su-yang continued to pursue a balanced development path, allocating the 12 free attribute points and adding the extra point to his spirit attribute. This brought his 4-dimensional attributes to 30 points, and his mental attribute to 31 points. Then, something unexpected happened to Su-yang. The host's 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 30 points, breaking through the limits of human capabilities and achieving an evolution in their life level. Faced with such a system notification, Su-yang was greatly surprised. Before he could examine it carefully, his body began to change. A powerful surge of heat erupted from deep within his body. At that moment, Su-yang felt his body genuinely becoming stronger, as if even his cells were cheering with joy. Without the excruciating pain of Yi Jin Shi Sui, a traditional Chinese medicine technique, depicted in novels, true evolution only brings comfort, or rather, a greater sense of perfection. Su-yang felt as if he were in a warm ocean. He didn't know how much time had passed before he came to his senses and realized that 2 or 3 hours had passed, and his body was covered with a layer of dirt. This is quite consistent with the concept of Yi Jin Shi Sui in the novel. The taste was the same, and Su-yang himself couldn't help but rush into the bathroom to wash up. While washing himself, Su-yang checked his condition. He felt fine, his strength had increased, and his energy was much higher. After trying it out, Su-yang found that his speed seemed to have increased significantly. When he subconsciously opened the attribute panel, he was even more surprised. Host, Su-yang. Level, Silver 4, 43580/50,000. Health points, 900/900. Mana points, 930/930. Strength, 30. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 31. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunmanship, LV3. Bullet crafting, LV5. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV3. Material synthesis, LV0. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 5. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 83 of 90 blue treasure chest. 900 health and 930 mana. Most of the information on the attribute panel remained unchanged, but the changes in health and mana really surprised Su-yang. This is a threefold increase. Previously it was 300 and 310, but now the value is 3 times that. Originally, 1 point of constitution and spirit was 10 points of health and mana, but now it is 30 points. After a thorough examination, Su-yang finally figured it out. This evolution of his had broken the upper limit of human physique. In other words, Su-yang was no longer considered a human, but a human who had undergone a life-level evolution. A truly superior human being, etc. Suddenly, Su-yang thought of something, and a look of seriousness flashed in his eyes. This entire survival world seems to contain life from many different worlds. Could there be beings among them whose life level is even higher than that of humans? Upon considering this possibility, Su-yang quickly came to an answer. Definitely. Perhaps all living beings start from the same point, regardless of their previous circumstances, starting with 1 point in each of the 4 attributes. However, for those higher life forms, even if they cannot level up by fighting monsters like I can, their life level allows them to have 1 point of constitution, which may be equivalent to 30 points, or even 300 points of life value. Such situations certainly exist. Su-yang, who originally thought that his 4-dimensional attributes were high and that his health and mana were far superior to others, now had a bitter smile on his lips. So all my hard work has been for nothing. For some races, a mere 3 or 5 points increase in physical and mental attributes would be enough to give them more health and mana than I do now. The initial joy brought by the upgrade vanished almost instantly, but Su-yang's fighting spirit only intensified. Powerful races? Just wait. As long as I keep leveling up, I will eventually leave all of you so-called powerful races behind. Dawn broke soon afterward. More than 200 people had died that night, because those who chose the medium mode were also attacked by the giant desert scorpions. Communication channel. I almost died. Luckily, my constitution is at level 5, which helped me withstand the venom of the desert giant scorpion. Otherwise, I would have been dead too. What an amazing person. He actually withstood the venom of a giant desert scorpion. Sigh, my teammates didn't make it, and several of my friends aren't online either, so they're probably gone too. Holy crap, is this for real? I chose the easy difficulty mode. What if a giant desert scorpion appears tonight too? I reckon it will be. The day before yesterday was hard mode, last night was medium mode, and today it's definitely easy mode for the people. Don't panic. I stayed in the sheltered room last night. It was perfectly safe. Neither the desert storm nor the giant desert scorpion could get in. Thank you again, Godsu. Haha, me too. Although the doors on both sides are not made of the alloy steel plates that Sushin sells, there are 6 of us. 3 of us used iron plates to hold off the giant desert scorpion last night, so it was a close call. Now we have bought 2 more alloy steel plates, so we will definitely be fine tonight. Buying 1 is enough. Keep 1 to guard against catching giant desert scorpions. Hey, it turns out we weren't the only ones doing this. Last night, we left one side open and protected most of it with iron plates, letting the desert giant scorpion deliberately come in. It was too easy to catch it. Holy crap, there's actually such a method? I've learned something. I'll try it tonight. I just don't know if Su Shun will accept any live desert giant scorpions tonight. Okay, now it's basically Xie Bayan and a few others in charge. I heard their entire convoy has joined Su Shin's team. What? I can join Su Shin's team? I want to join too. Su Yang, Su Shun, I have 5 points in strength and 3 points in constitution. Can I join? Su Yang, Su Shun, this little sister has a soft voice and a gentle body. She's easy to push over. Su Yang. Chapter 62 The Orange Treasure Chest at 5,000 kilometers. As the chat channel gradually filled with messages, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Luckily, he had blocked these notifications, otherwise, this barrage of messages would have stunned him. But, are you catching giant desert scorpions at night? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. He felt this was a good way to get more white treasure chests, which was exactly what he needed right now. The next day was not much different from the previous day for Su Yang and his 2 companions, except that Su Yang was a bit busier because there were more people trading desert giant scorpions. In just one morning, Su Yang acquired more than 7,000 desert giant scorpions and kept frantically killing them to get treasure chests. In other words, these giant desert scorpions that were captured alive were all half crippled, making them easy to kill, though somewhat numb. 3 hours before nightfall, Su Yang and his group stopped at the 4,800-kilometer mark. If the harvest was not satisfactory after tonight, there was no need for them to stay any longer. The power of the desert storm seemed to have increased somewhat, but the impact was not significant. Instead of resting, Su Yang organized the white treasure chests he had collected that day ahead of time. Including the giant desert scorpion Su Yang and his group encountered during the day, the total number exceeded 15,000, which is the more than 15,000 white treasure chests that were dropped today. Another thing that can be confirmed is that Lu Mimi's luck lies in encountering treasure chests, not in opening them. All the treasure chests that appeared for hundreds of kilometers today were blue, and even the occasional treasure chests that appeared on the road were blue. She got nearly 20 treasure chests in total. Not bad luck, but really not suitable for opening treasure chests. I'm not destined for that. After using up today's synthesis attempts, Su Yang now has over 4,200 green treasure chests, over 40 blue treasure chests, and 1 purple treasure chest. I've already used 4 attempts to synthesize a white treasure chest. I have a maximum of 2 more attempts left to synthesize a white treasure chest. If tonight's harvest isn't good, I'll head to the station and then collect as many treasure chests as possible. Su Yang had already made up his mind. If he remains number 1 on all 3 lists for 10 days, he will have 10 chances to synthesize the treasure chest. However, 4 of these chances are for him to save the chest to transform from green to red. So whether he can synthesize a red treasure chest depends on the next 2 days. Oh, and tonight too. However, after seeing the properties of the giant sandworms that continued to appear after midnight, Su Yang was still disappointed. There are a lot of them, 30 in total. However, only 3 of them were elite giant sandworms, while the rest were excellent giant sandworms. After expending a lot of bullets, Su Yang only obtained 3 blue treasure chests and 27 green treasure chests. They didn't collect any sandworm essence, only 3,000 kilograms of sandworm meat. Su Yang decisively started driving at night, intending to complete the remaining 200 kilometers directly. In fact, he was also hoping that other giant sandworms would appear while traveling at night. However, to Su Yang's disappointment, apart from the 200 ordinary desert giant scorpions and 30 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions that appeared in the 50-kilometer treasure chest, there were no other desert giant scorpions, and naturally, no giant sandworms appeared either. But the last treasure chest still gave Su Yang a pleasant surprise, because it turned out to be an orange treasure chest. Wow, it's an orange treasure chest. This time it must be because of my luck. I have a feeling that if I get this orange treasure chest, I will get 10 orange blueprints. Upon seeing the orange treasure chest, Lu Mimi excitedly shouted, rubbing her seemingly fair but actually very dark hands together, looking eager to try it out. Seeing Lu Mimi like this, Fangya stared at her intently, as if facing a formidable enemy, looking ready to pounce. It seemed that if Lu Mimi showed any inclination to approach the orange treasure chest, she would make a decisive move. It's safe to put it in the inventory. Su Yang was also worried that Lu Mimi would act impulsively, so he immediately put away the orange treasure chest, which made Lu Mimi unhappy. She sulked and muttered something under her breath. 1 orange treasure chest is equivalent to 10,000 white treasure chests. No matter what she muttered, Su Yang chose to ignore it. After obtaining the treasure chest, the armored vehicle entered the Sand Sea Station. The moment it entered the station, the armored vehicle was moved to a parking space, where Jiang Manhwa, who had already received the news, was waiting. Minor snow. The moment Lu Mimi saw Jiang Manhwa, she rushed off the armored vehicle and began to complain. Let me tell you, our captain is a complete tyrant, a blatant dictator. He won't even let me open a treasure chest. How can he do that? Seeing Lu Mimi crying, Jiang Manhwa's first thought was that Mimi had been bullied. Although she was somewhat prepared for this day to come, not to mention Lu Mimi, she herself had resigned herself to her fate. But little did she know she was overthinking it. Looking at Lu Mimi with a mix of amusement and exasperation, Jiang Manhwa almost blurted out, "Give you a treasure chest? Isn't that a waste?" Although it was still dark, the 4 of them did not rest, but instead began to get busy. "Are you really planning to acquire the white treasure chest?" Jiang Manhwa looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression. Although she didn't know the specifics, she seemed to guess that Su Yang had special means to obtain a large number of treasure chests. This time, because she achieved a genuine top 100 ranking across the entire region, she learned a lot about things, such as the special item awakening cards being sold on the region-wide shop interface. Jiang Manhwa secretly guessed that Su Yang might have obtained an awakening card and awakened his talent when he arrived at the station last time, and that this talent would allow her to obtain a large number of treasure chests. Su-yang didn't hide the special reward for being the top scorer on the 3 lists from the 3 women. Firstly, he needed their help, and secondly, he didn't need it. Due to the team's restrictions, the 3 women couldn't possibly leak the information, and besides, even if they did, it wouldn't be a big deal. Jiang Manhwa believed it was due to his talent, so it goes without saying that others were even more likely to agree. No. Su-yang shook his head slightly. With 1 orange treasure chest, the pressure of 10,000 white treasure chests was reduced, and he planned to continue with the previous method. First, raise the price for acquiring the giant desert scorpion. If that doesn't work, then acquire the treasure chest. Jiang Manhwa nodded. She didn't really agree with acquiring the treasure chest either. The reason was simple. The price was too high, and the effort wasn't worth the reward. In fact, people in other areas with tens of thousands of players also buy treasure chests, but the prices are too high. You can learn from the Blue Star Communication channel that a white treasure chest usually costs more than 10 silver coins, and even the occasional lower price is 5 silver coins. What good stuff can you get from a white treasure chest? If you're incredibly lucky, you can indeed find items worth several silver coins, or even 10 or 20 silver coins. But what if you're unlucky? There wasn't even anything worth 1 silver coin. The lowest price was probably 10 copper coins. If white treasure chests are already this expensive, then green treasure chests will only be more outrageous. Even if each white treasure chest costs 5 silver coins, 10,000 chests would amount to 50,000 silver coins, which is at most 500 gold coins, nothing to Su-yang. But Su-yang felt this was a huge ripoff. Instead of buying treasure chests, it would be better to increase the price of buying desert giant scorpions. Even if the price is increased to 100 copper coins, it will only be 1 silver coin. Chapter 63, Synthesizing the Red Treasure Chest. In fact, Su-yang only raised the price to 80 copper coins per coin, which caused most of the 95-27 community to go crazy. Even Yuan Tingfei. 80 copper coins for a giant desert scorpion? Seeing the messages from Xie Bian and the others in the chat channel, Yuan Tingfei frowned. He naturally knew that this was actually Su-yang's acquisition of the giant desert scorpion. Su-yang's talent is probably related to living things. He secretly guessed and analyzed, but in the end there was too little information to analyze accurate data and results. But that didn't stop him from earning copper coins. This might help Su-yang, but with a price of 80 copper coins for a desert giant scorpion, many people would be tempted even if he didn't make a move. He has already seen this. In just a few minutes, the number of white treasure chests containing desert giant scorpions on the trading hall had increased significantly. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Tingfei came to a conclusion that excited him. That is, once his merchant group gets going, they can easily capture several hundred desert giant scorpions in one night, and with a little effort, they could even capture 1,000. That's 80,000 copper coins. Let's do it. In the end, Yuan Tingfei still gave orders to his business group to capture the giant desert scorpion. As dawn broke, Su-yang dealt with another batch of giant desert scorpions, and was somewhat bewildered when he glanced at the number of white treasure chests in his inventory. In one night. No, it should be 5 or 6 hours after midnight. He amassed tens of thousands of white treasure chests. By calculation, almost everyone in District 9527 had caught at least 1 desert giant scorpion and sold it to him. There is hope. Su-yang was overjoyed. At this rate, he would harvest once during the day and once more at night, and he would probably have collected all the treasure chests by then. Today is the 6th day. Although some people have started arriving at the station, most people have slowed down in order to earn more train coins. Some people even plan to stay for the full 10 days after finding out that Su-yang is buying up the desert giant scorpion until the last day, and then head to the station on the last day. Catching 1 desert giant scorpion earns 80 copper coins, and catching 10 earns 800 copper coins. To further motivate these people, Su-yang even announced that transactions could be settled with silver coins or even gold coins. Only the first 100 people in each district who exchanged their coins were exempt from the transaction fee. Most people would have to pay a 20% transaction fee if they wanted to exchange their copper coins for silver coins. Now that Su-yang was settling accounts with silver and gold coins, many people were naturally happy. Catching 2 giant desert scorpions would earn you 1 silver coin and 60 copper coins, and soon even more people were enthusiastically joining in. After a day, Su-yang finally collected more than 15,000 white treasure chests. It seems like a lot, but in fact, even if it is divided among 5,000 people, it is only 3 desert giant scorpions per person. Now, everyone in the 9527 district is very skilled at catching desert giant scorpions, especially the older people who were even more adept at it. With the addition of the giant sandworm killed in the early morning and the white and green treasure chests dropped by the giant desert scorpion 200 kilometers later, Su Yang now has 7,000 green treasure chests after combining them. I have 8 orange treasure chests now. I'll definitely be able to collect them all by tomorrow. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Not only that, he also gained 130,000 experience points that day, allowing Su Yang to level up 2 more times. At this rate, I might reach silver level 10 before the next phase begins. Taking advantage of the fact that it was nighttime and the desert storm was in full swing, Su Yang went to rest, as did the 3 women. Today's transactions were not enough for Xie Baiyan and his group. Everyone was very busy. In fact, Su Yang had already begun looking for people from other districts, planning to have Jiang Manhwa and even Lu Mimi establish an intermediate-level racing team, and then recruit people from other districts as members. This matter wasn't urgent, because the Sanxi station was somewhat special. Even the top 100 in a district with 10,000 members could chat across districts and even form teams. This time, there will also be a day of rest. Su Yang plans to wait until the 10-day survival challenge ends before recruiting 2 teams from other regions. Xie Baiyan didn't have such thoughts, and he didn't even intend to rest. Although his team leader was Fangya was actually staying by Su Yang's side, and Xie Baiyan was the one in charge of this intermediate team. Xie Baiyan felt this situation was quite good. In reality, the team was still his team, but it was subject to more restrictions, yet he gained even more. For example, his current 4-dimensional attributes are at least 10 points, which means he is definitely at the top level in the entire Blue Star region. Compared to this, being subject to some restrictions is nothing, just as Wang Qingjun said. Restrictions? The higher the restrictions, the better. It means that Su Shan needs us to assist him, which will make us safer. To some extent, this statement is not wrong, and others agree with it. In particular, Fangya told him that if things went smoothly this time, they would have the opportunity to awaken their talents. Now that Xie Baiyan understands about talent, he knows that there are beginner awakening cards for sale at the Sanxi station for 10,000 gold coins each, which is an exorbitant price in Xie Baiyan's eyes. Of course, even at such an exorbitant price, not everyone is qualified to buy it. Only the number 1 player in each of the 10,000 player zones is eligible to purchase a basic awakening card. There are also intermediate awakening cards for sale, but they are only sold in the store across all zones. Only Su Yang is qualified to purchase one on the entire Blue Star. Now that Fangya has said that Su Yang can give them a chance to awaken, that alone is enough to motivate Xie Baiyan and the others. A mid-level team can have 10 members, and with the green attribute of Su Yang's Infinite Car Club, that's 50 members. Fangya delegated the recruitment of other team members to Xie Baiyan. Xie Baiyan has already taken a liking to some people and is currently in contact with them. After midnight, Su Yang got up and began to repeat the actions he had taken the night before. They retrieved the giant desert scorpions from the caravan's warehouse, then killed them to obtain treasure chests. Tonight, even more people worked hard. Some skilled lone wolves captured more than 20 giant desert scorpions alive in one night, while cooperative teams were able to take down 20 or 30. Therefore, by daybreak, Su Yang had unearthed nearly 15,000 treasure chests, almost equal to his entire harvest from the previous day. This almost made Su Yang want to synthesize them directly, because with more than 40 blue treasure chests and 1 purple treasure chest, he could synthesize 9 orange treasure chests, and finally 1 red treasure chest. But in order to synthesize more treasure chests, Su Yang held back. As night fell on the 7th day, Su Yang had obtained more than 25,000 white treasure chests that day, and after combining them, he had just more than 9,500 green treasure chests. After midnight, and after the rewards for the top 3 rankings refreshed 3 hours later, Su Yang immediately chose to combine all the green treasure chests. Combined with the blue treasure chests he had obtained earlier, Su Yang now had exactly 1,000 blue treasure chests. Although there were no more chances to synthesize a white treasure chest, the 8th day was still the same routine for Su Yang as before. However, because many people arrived at the Sanxi station, Su Yang collected exactly 15,000 white treasure chests that day, and he combined the 1,000 blue treasure chests he had into 100 purple treasure chests. On the 9th day, they collected more than 12,000 white treasure chests, and Su Yang combined the purple treasure chests in his hand into 10 orange treasure chests. On the last day, Su Yang collected at least 8,000 white treasure chests, and at the same time, the orange treasure chests in his possession were finally combined into a red treasure chest. Goal achieved. Chapter 64 Unboxing. Unboxing. Jiang Manchua's talent. 1 purple treasure chest, 1 orange treasure chest, and 1 red treasure chest. This is the result of Su Yang's 10 days of hard work. Of course, there are still more than 36,000 white treasure chests that cannot be synthesized. All 10 attempts at synthesis had been used up, and Su Yang didn't keep the extra treasure chests. Instead, he let the 3 women open them. Lu Mimi also got her wish and opened a treasure chest, until she was sick of it. There were too many. She only opened 1 or 200 before giving up. The main problem is that they suffered too many blows. People who only get 3 or 5 iron pieces from a white treasure chest are already considered unlucky, but she managed to get 1 piece. And she even opened 4 or 5 white treasure chests in a row, only to get 1 iron piece, 1 copper piece, or 1 wood piece. Considering the sheer number of over 36,000 white treasure chests, Su Yang didn't mind Lu Mimi wasting a few. But the 3 girls only opened a little over 1,000 white treasure chests before they didn't want to continue. It was too troublesome. It's a pity there's no way to synthesize treasure chests. I wonder how long it will take to open all these white treasure chests. Su Yang felt a little melancholy, but this time he was finally certain of one thing. Jiang Manchua's luck was truly remarkable. The contents of all the white treasure chests are different, but the worst white treasure chest opened by Jiang Manchua contained a bottle of mineral water, 3 iron pieces, and a pack of instant noodles. If you're lucky, you might get the white condenser blueprint. This item still has a very high value even in District 9527. You can sell it for over 100 copper coins. It might seem that the vehicles and equipment owned by those who have survived to this stage are quite good, but that's not actually the case at all. To put it simply, in other districts with tens of thousands of residents, there are still people who don't have enough water every day, and in Su Yang's District 9527, probably less than a third of the car owners own air conditioning. After confirming that Jiang Manchua was extremely lucky, Su Yang asked her to open the 3 treasure chests in front of her, starting with the purple one. You really want me to open it? Looking at the purple treasure chest in front of her, Jiang Manchua couldn't help but ask Su Yang another question. Su Yang nodded, and Jiang Manchua opened it without further ado. A flash of purple light appeared, and after the purple treasure chest opened, only 4 items appeared before the 4 people. The purple treasure chest is actually quite large, measuring 1 meter long, 0.6 meters wide, and 0.8 meters high, and can hold quite a few things. However, there are only 4 items, which is not many, but all 4 items emit a purple light. All items are purple. Su Yang's eyes lit up. As expected of my hand-picked lucky charm, this person's luck is truly extraordinary. Of the 4 items, 3 are blueprints, and the remaining 1 is a card. Item, star-up card. Category, consumables. Quality, purple. Purpose, when used on vehicles of purple quality or lower, it will increase their star rating by 1. Nice one. The purple star-up card isn't even sold in the entire server interface of the station shop, so getting it from a purple treasure chest is actually quite lucky. All 3 blueprints are good items, including a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint. With this, Su Yang could upgrade his vehicle to purple. Although the materials required would be plentiful, they were the one thing Su Yang had no shortage of. He also has the only hard-to-obtain purple part, which he got by opening a purple treasure chest himself, and he can upgrade it directly. However, Su Yang did not intend to do so. The reason was simple. Although the purple vehicle was a good armored vehicle, when upgrading it, 2 vehicle component slots could be discarded and materials added to automatically generate a weapon. However, once used, it will completely change the Su Yang armored RV, even eliminating the interior space. It will be necessary to reinstall the vehicle storage box now and upgrade it to obtain interior space. That's not worth it at all. Moreover, Su Yang also had his own ideas about this blueprint. The remaining 2 blueprints are for a purple high-energy engine and an in-vehicle ecosystem device. The former is a completely upgraded version of the hybrid engine. It can use gasoline, diesel, electricity, and even burning charcoal and wood chips. Moreover, it can not only provide power but also be used as a generator. It is a very good product. Su Yang directly built it and installed it on his armored RV to replace the original solar generator. With this in-vehicle ecosystem device, Su Yang's armored RV became completely sealed, capable of generating oxygen and other essential environmental conditions. You know, the first night he was buried in the sand, it was actually quite stuffy. But now with this ecosystem device, there's no need to worry about these issues. You can even keep it running smoothly by putting some flowers and plants in the car. No more nonsense, let's install it directly. The 3 women were also very happy, because the better the armored RV, the more comfortable they would be. Continue. Su Yang pushed the orange treasure chest in front of Jiang Manxue. The purple treasure chest was so powerful, so what about the orange treasure chest? Not only Su Yang, but Fang Ye and Lu Mimi also became expectant, while Jiang Manxue became a little nervous. It's okay, whatever you get is fine, I won't blame you. Encouraged by Su Yang, Jiang Manxue finally opened the orange treasure chest. However, what happened next was completely unexpected by everyone present. The moment Jiang Manxue opened the orange treasure chest, a golden light emerged from it, flew directly into her body, and disappeared. This is... Su Yang and the other two were stunned, and Jiang Manxue herself was completely dumbfounded. Xiaoxue, what's going on? Lu Mimi broke the silence because she saw that the orange treasure chest was empty after it was opened. Su Yang seemed to have guessed something and asked, was that golden light from the opening? More or less. Jiang Manxue was also somewhat bewildered at this moment, her gaze blank, clearly she was checking something. Su Yang's heart stirred, and he directly used his privilege as the team leader, and then he saw what Jiang Manxue was seeing at that moment. You opened the orange treasure chest and gained one opportunity for advanced talent awakening. Since you were the first person to open the orange treasure chest this time, your chances of advanced awakening have been increased, and you have gained a special talent awakening opportunity. No way. Is this even possible? Su Yang was surprised. Shouldn't this be an awakening card? Why is it a one-time talent awakening opportunity? Since things had come to this point, Su Yang didn't say anything, and Jiang Manxue's awakening of her talent wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. However, Su Yang was overjoyed when he saw Jiang Manxue's awakened talent. Car owner, Jiang Manxue. Talent, luck. Vehicle, armored commercial vehicle. Strength, 12. Constitution, 13. Agility, 13. Spirit, 15. Currency, 10,000 gold coins, 650 silver coins, 567,893 copper coins. Overall rating, second order. Chapter 65 The Shock Brought by the Red Treasure Chest. Lucky. This is Jiang Manxue's awakened talent, and this lucky talent has only two abilities. The first is that she can see her own luck, which refreshes once a day, and her luck is never low. She can also apply it to other people. The second is the ability to accumulate one's own luck, reach a certain level, and then unleash amazing luck, which can then be applied to others. Jiang Manxue had already begun explaining her talent and abilities. Since everyone present was one of her own, there was no need to hide anything. Although Su Yang could see everything clearly, he did not tell anyone about the fact that he could see the team members' attribute information. That's roughly it. My talent lies in these two abilities. That's amazing. Not only can you see your own luck, but you can also transfer your luck to others. Xiaoxue, your talent is incredible. Lu Mimi exclaimed in amazement. Fang Ye nodded and said, that's really good. This will make it easier for us to open important treasure chests and get good stuff. By the way, Xiaoxue, can you see the luck we have? Cannot. Jiang Manxue shook her head and said, my talent only allows me to see my luck. The level is similar to that of a treasure chest. The lowest level is white luck, followed by green and blue levels. There are gray ones too, which is considered bad luck, but because my talent is luck, my daily luck level can't be lower than green. It's probably because your rank is still low. Once your rank increases, you'll be able to see the luck of other people. Su Yang said that even Jiang Manxue herself was not as clear about her talent as he was, because some information given by the system indicated that as long as Jiang Manxue completed a breakthrough in human physique evolution, she would be able to see the luck of other people. Jiang Manxue was unaware of this. I see. Jiang Manxue was taken aback, but since Su Yang already possessed talent, she naturally believed him. Wah! Now I'm the only one without talent. Even Sister Ye has talent. Lu Mimi started to cry, and before anyone could comfort her, she revealed her true colors. So, could the domineering captain give me a few blue treasure chests to open? Don't worry, I'll have Xiaoxue cast a spell on my luck, and I'm sure I'll be incredibly lucky and get some good stuff. Unlucky? So be it if I'm unlucky. But I have a good friend who can help me turn even the unluckiest person into the luckiest. This turn of events left the two women somewhat amused and exasperated. Jiang Manxue said irritably, we've already consumed the sandworm essence. If we haven't awakened our talents, we can only blame ourselves. Don't worry, there will be opportunities, Fang Ye said. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked Jiang Manxue, Manxue, what is your current luck level? Blue. After Jiang Manxue finished speaking, she added, this is the highest level of luck I can accumulate right now, because my rank is still low. However, the luck that refreshes every day may exceed the blue level. Wait, you mean I'll cast a spell on you now, and then you'll open the red treasure chest? Jiang Manxue realized what was going on. Su Yang nodded. My luck may not be as good as yours, but it's not bad either. I got your blue level luck, which is close to purple even if it didn't reach purple. Su Yang, let's wait a bit. Fang Yu suggested. I think we should wait until Xiao Xue gets a high level of luck before opening this red treasure chest, since treasure chests of this level are really rare. That's absolutely right. Fang Yu is right. Normally, we should wait for Jiang Manxue to refresh her high-level luck tomorrow or a few days later, and then have her apply it to Su Yang to maximize his luck, which would make it easier to get good items. However, Su Yang shook his head and denied it. No, we must open this red treasure chest as soon as possible. Su Yang explained. As Manxue just told you, the orange treasure chest she opened this time only gave her a high-level awakening opportunity, but because it was her first time opening an orange treasure chest, the reward was upgraded to a special talent awakening opportunity. So you mean that if I open the red treasure chest now, it should be the first red treasure chest I open, and the rewards will be increased? Lu Mimi seemed to have realized what was happening, and her words made Jiang Manxue and Fang Yu understand as well. Yes, Su Yang, you're right. I had forgotten that. Fang Yu was also getting anxious and said to Jiang Manxue, then, Xiao Xue, hurry up. Although the chances are slim, what if someone has already gotten the red treasure chest? If the first reward from the orange treasure chest is so special, what about the red treasure chest? The three women were all looking forward to it. Jiang Manxue nodded in agreement and then looked at Su Yang. After he signaled to start, she used her innate ability. However, what Jiang Manxue didn't know was that Su Yang was also secretly surprised after being blessed by her luck, and a hint of unexpected joy flashed in his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be blue for the next day, or you can accumulate your luck for the whole day to gain 10 seconds of purple luck. Is this even possible? Su Yang immediately chose the latter. Opening a treasure chest only takes 1 second, and 10 seconds of purple luck is naturally better than a day of blue luck. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 red universal materials. A red quality supercar card. 1 interior space for the red vehicle part. 1 red vehicle shield blueprint. For things. And they're all red quality. The first red universal material surprised Su Yang, because universal materials can replace any material or part. No matter what material or special item it is, as long as it is missing in the forging process, it can be replaced with this universal material, and there will be no problems after the replacement. The second item shocked Su Yang even more. It's a red quality vehicle, not a blueprint that requires no materials to build. You can get the finished vehicle simply by using this card. Despite being only a 2-seater sports car, it boasts a 100 cubic meter interior space, 12 vehicle parts, and a self-repairing capability, allowing it to be repaired with materials in case of damage. Most importantly, even someone who is not the owner of the car can become the owner again after using this card to obtain the vehicle. Nowadays, many people in the entire Blue Star District are no longer car owners. Some have joined other people's car fleets and abandoned their own vehicles. Many more have had no choice but to abandon their vehicles after they were damaged. Not everyone has a special item slot in the system like Su Yang, where even vehicles can be placed. If your vehicle breaks down and can't be driven, and you'll die if you don't reach the station by the deadline, what should you do? It's pretty obvious. Abandon the vehicle, arrive at the station by yourself, and then find another driver to join you. There were actually quite a few people like this in the first phase, and even in the 10 days of the second phase, quite a few people abandoned their vehicles. However, very few people can get to the station on foot. Something that can become the owner of a car again is naturally extremely valuable, and if it were to be sold, it could fetch an astronomical price. Chapter 66, 4th Tier, Red Optimization to Gold State. Su Yang was certain that no one could offer him a price that satisfied him at this stage, and he wouldn't sell the supercar either. Only someone with a screw loose would choose to sell it. Now Su Yang really wants to know one thing. What will happen if he uses this supercar card? Will he end up owning 2 vehicles? Perhaps it was luck, but the third item, the red vehicle part and its interior space, was also a finished product, requiring no materials to build. It can be directly installed on a vehicle, and this interior space is not a vehicle component like a glove compartment. To put it simply, this space is habitable. This car interior is actually spacious enough for people to live in. While Su Yang was looking at these things, the 3 women were also beside him. Lu Mimi couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "My God, There are actually 1,000 cubic meters? Wait, what does can be modified it will mean? Can we freely plan out this 1,000 cubic meter space? Is this the power of red quality? This was quite surprising, but understandable. Even Su Yang was shocked by the attributes of the interior space of this red quality car. The three women got together to plan how to allocate the 1,000 cubic meter space. In fact, although the 1,000 cubic meter space looks very large, it is only the size of a 101,010 cubic meter cube. While the three women were discussing, Su Yang's gaze fell on the only blueprint. Item, vehicle shield diagram. Category, drawings. Quality, red. Purpose, can be used to create a red quality defensive shield that provides 360-degree protection for the vehicle. Materials needed, 1 red electronic chip, 1 red energy converter, 1,000 alloy steel, 1,000 alloy copper, 10,000 electronic components. Nice one. Su Yang didn't use either the electronic chip or the energy converter, but the universal material he just obtained could replace both of them. The only thing that Su Yang found a bit troublesome was the alloy steel and alloy copper. Alloy steel and alloy copper are not difficult to obtain, as they can be obtained simply by having enough iron and copper sheets. Iron sheets are combined to form iron blocks. Then 10 iron blocks can be combined to form 1 piece of steel, and 10 pieces of steel can be combined to form 1 piece of alloy steel. 1,000 pieces of alloy steel is equivalent to 10,000 pieces of steel, or 100,000 iron blocks. The same applies to alloy copper. Su Yang doesn't have that many iron pieces right now. He only has a little over 3,000 iron blocks, but that's alright. He still has 35,000 white treasure chests and plenty of other resources, so he can definitely gather them all. Under normal circumstances, alloy steel will be found in purple treasure chests, and with good luck, it may occasionally be found in blue treasure chests. However, at present, only 2 or 3 pieces of steel and refined copper occasionally appear in the trading hall, while alloy steel and alloy copper have not appeared at all. Su Yang can only synthesize materials himself now, but the synthesis speed of LV0 level materials is too slow. He plans to upgrade 1 or 2 levels. He now has 11 skill points, which can be used to upgrade the level of a few skills. The red treasure chest did indeed only contain these 4 items, but this time we got more than just those. Since you are the first person to open the red treasure chest this time, you will receive an extra red upgrade card. This is the reward Su Yang received for opening his first red treasure chest, a red upgrade card. This card can upgrade blueprints, vehicle parts, fleets, vehicle groups, and even vehicles to red. Upon receiving the red upgrade card, Su Yang's first thought was to upgrade his vehicle to red quality. After some research, he realized that using the red upgrade card to upgrade the armored camper to red quality would only upgrade everything the armored camper currently possessed to red quality. The most obvious difference is that there are only 9 vehicle component slots, while a red quality vehicle can usually have 12 component slots after a normal upgrade. In fact, given the Su Yang armored vehicle itself, if it is successfully upgraded to red quality, it can have up to 15 component slots. However, Su Yang still planned to use the red upgrade card on his own vehicle, but not now. What Su Yang is now hesitant about is the installation of the vehicle shield and the vehicle space. It is worth mentioning that the life level evolution that occurred when Su Yang's 4-dimensional attributes reached 30 points has already brought his rank to the 4th level. Car owner, Su Yang. Talent, optimized. Vehicle, armored mobile vehicle. Strength, 36. Constitution, 36. Agility, 36. Spirit, 37. Currency, 50 gold coins, 1,000 silver coins, 1,500 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 4. As a human, you have already completed your first life evolution. You are definitely the strongest human. The strongest human. This is not an exaggeration at all, but Su Yang could also tell from this comprehensive evaluation that there are other naturally powerful races. After reaching the 4th tier, his talent optimization was naturally improved, granting him another ability, which was a light energy that left Su Yang somewhat puzzled. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 100%. Quality, blue 7 stars plus. Light energy, 0/100. Speed, 400 km/h+. Components, 6/9 high energy engine, purple plus, ecosystem device, purple plus, vehicle storage box, blue plus, vehicle storage box, blue plus, high energy water generator, blue plus, overall vehicle body, purple plus. Optimized component, 1/2 vehicle fuel tank, purple optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy. The fourth tier optimization improved all three of Su Yang's vehicle's original skills. The improvements from the overall enhancement and reinforcement were not very obvious, but the improvement from the optimized parts skill was significant, directly adding an optimized parts parking space. It's worth mentioning that this time, all the vehicles that entered the station, including Zhang Manchua's motorcycle, Su Yang's armored RV, Zhang Manchua's armored commercial vehicle, and Fang Ye's vehicle, received a full repair and had their gasoline and batteries refilled. Su Yang installed a blue fuel tank in the optimization component position, which directly upgraded it to a purple fuel tank that could hold 100,000 liters of gasoline, making a profit of 100,000 yuan for nothing. After arriving at the station this time, no one was making money from gasoline anymore. Everyone knew about this situation and had already prepared in advance to get free gasoline. Regarding the extra vehicle skill, light energy, Su Yang currently only knows that consuming light energy can restore the armored vehicle to 100% condition, which can be considered a repair ability. There should be other uses as well, but Su Yang has not yet figured them out. Although the optimized parts have two locations, one of them must be prepared for the K-type heavy machine gun. At least one needs to be used for the weapon. So, is the other a shield or the interior space of the vehicle? Su Yang didn't attempt to build the shield yet, but after installing the optimized components inside the vehicle, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Optimized components, 2 halves interior space, gold optimized state, vehicle fuel tank, purple optimized state. Chapter 67 Hell Mode Bonus. The interior space, which was originally just red vehicle parts, turns golden after the optimization parts are installed. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Even though he was only at the 4th tier and his vehicle was only at the purple level, he could still optimize the red quality to the gold quality. The original 1,000 cubic meter space has been increased to 1 million cubic meters, and it is an ecological space that is more suitable for living than the original space. Special items can even be added to enhance the space. Su Yang was naturally very pleased with this space, but there were only 2 optimization components, and if the interior space was installed, the vehicle shield could not be installed. For Su Yang, installing a shield was the preferred option. The reason is simple: it can improve safety. If the interior space can be optimized to a gold level, then the shield can naturally be optimized as well. Compared to the red shield, the gold shield is definitely more powerful. As for the specifics, Su Yang still planned to create the shield and then make a decision after seeing its actual effects. The 3 women agreed with his suggestion, so here's the problem. For people, 35,000 treasure chests. How long will it take to drive there? It looked like it would take a long time, but in reality, the 3 women finished in just 6 or 7 hours. Su Yang first paid to stay at the station hotel and chose a suite with a huge space. Then he kept taking white treasure chests out of his inventory. On the other hand, the 3 women opened the treasure chests and threw them into the caravan warehouse without even looking at them. Meanwhile, in several other rooms, Xie Bayan and the others took out the empty white treasure chests and the items that came out of them, sorted them, and then put them back into the Cheituan warehouse or put them on the trading hall for sale. Su Yang would immediately place the empty white treasure chest into his inventory, then take out basic materials such as iron pieces and copper pieces to synthesize them. For this purpose, he had already upgraded his material synthesis skill to LV3, which allowed him to synthesize 100 iron blocks and 100 steel pieces at once. That's how fast we can keep up. Also, Xie Bayan has already recruited a full team of 50 people, otherwise we simply wouldn't have enough manpower. After opening the treasure chest, the 3 women went off to cultivate numbly. I swear, I will never open a treasure chest again in my life. Lu Mimi left behind such bold words. Su Yang guessed that she was already traumatized by opening treasure chests. Well, given her personality, she'll probably recover in a few days. It's worth mentioning that LV3 material crafting can combine some items, such as inventory expansion blueprints. This time, the more than 30,000 white treasure chests brought Su Yang a lot of inventory expansion blueprints. But Su Yang soon discovered that once the inventory slots reached 100, he could no longer increase the number of inventory expansion slots with these blueprints. Only by combining 10 inventory expansion blueprints into 1 inventory expansion scroll can the number of inventory slots be further increased. Item: Inventory expansion scroll. Category: Drawings. Quality: Blue. Use: when your inventory has 100 or more storage slots, use this scroll to add 5 more storage slots. Note: if your inventory has less than 100 storage slots, use this scroll to add 10 slots. This time, Soo-young only synthesized 2 inventory expansion scrolls, and he now has 110 inventory slots. Actually, after clearing out those white treasure chests, my inventory slots were quite empty, but naturally, the more of these items, the better. Not only inventory expansion scrolls, but other blueprints can also be crafted. 10 white low-energy air conditioner blueprints can be crafted into 1 green one, and 10 green ones can be crafted into 1 blue one. The discovery that LV3 material synthesis could only produce blue blueprints greatly excited Soo-young, so he tried to upgrade the material synthesis level. However, even after upgrading to LV4, he still did not gain the ability to synthesize purple blueprints, so Soo-young eventually gave up. Because he didn't have enough skill points, he upgraded his gun skill to LV6 and bullet manufacturing to LV6, which consumed 4 skill points. The accuracy skill also needed to be upgraded, which consumed 3 points to reach LV6. When the K-type heavy machine gun is optimized to purple level, it is difficult to achieve a 100% hit rate without a certain level of marksmanship and by increasing the range. It also requires more special bullets to prevent encounters with monsters stronger than the giant sandworms that are mini-bosses. Therefore, all skill points have been used up. Host, Soo-young. Level, Silver 10, 58500/. Health points, 1080/1080. Mana points, 1080/1080. Strength, 36. Constitution, 36. Agility, 36. Spirit, 37. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunsmanship, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV4. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 52 of 110 blue treasure chest. Looking at his attribute panel, Soo-young was very satisfied. Soon, the materials for making the shield were gathered. After consuming 2 red universal materials, Soo-young created the shield, this special vehicle component. He then installed the shield onto the optimized component. After careful consideration and taking into account the opinions of the 3 women, the red vehicle component for the interior space was installed in the vehicle component position, while the shield was installed in the optimization component position. Safety first. Perhaps the interior space would be better if it were upgraded to gold, but without people, even the best and most comfortable space is useless. Furthermore, after the red interior space is installed, it will also receive the boost from vehicle skill enhancements, increasing the space from 1,000 cubic meters to 2,000 cubic meters, which is quite a lot. The 3 women plan to create a space that is 20 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 5 meters high, with an area of 400 square meters. This space can accommodate a lot of things and allow the 4 of them to live very comfortably. Even if more people are added later, it will not be a problem. And it's only this big now. It might get bigger later. Arriving at the station in hell mode, while also ranking in the top 100 across the entire region, will grant an additional special reward. Consume gold coins to perform a special upgrade on the vehicle. The more gold coins you consume, the more unique the enhancement will be. Furthermore, you can use specific items, such as vehicle upgrade blueprints, during the enhancement process. This special enhancement has a maximum limit of 1 million gold coins. It will not directly increase the vehicle's level, but it will definitely improve various aspects of the vehicle. After investing in the vehicle upgrade blueprint, the vehicle will definitely be upgraded, and it will not be a normal upgrade. That's right. Soo-young planned to use the red upgrade card he obtained here to give the vehicle a special enhancement. Since it's a special enhancement, Soo-young naturally plans to max it out, which means the special enhancement that costs 1 million gold coins. It's worth noting that Jiang Manhwa arrived at the station early. Besides selling the initial star-up cards, she also sold a lot of alloy steel plates. These plates remained hot sellers, and even at 1,000 copper coins each, they were still in high demand throughout the entire Blue Star region. Chapter 68 Special Enhancement. Double plus purple armored motorhome. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 100%. Quality, blue 9 stars plus. Solar energy, 100/100. Speed, 400 km/h plus. Components, 9/9 interior space, red plus. High energy engine, purple plus. Ecosystem device, purple plus. Overall cabin, purple plus. High energy water generator, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Vehicle storage box, blue plus. Optimized components, 2 halves vehicle shield, gold optimized state. K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy. Su-Yang has upgraded the armored motorhome to Blue 9-star. At the same time, the solar energy was also fully replenished and all 9 component slots were installed. In the end, he really didn't know what to install, since he couldn't install everything to avoid affecting the armored motorhome itself. However, the vehicle's storage compartment is not included in this category. Installing too many of these will also increase the interior space. The next step is naturally to use the special enhancement reward. For this, Su-Yang cleared out a large amount of resources. In other words, the second phase has already been settled. Otherwise, Su-Yang would probably have fallen out of the top 100 on the resource ranking list. Su-Yang kept only enough supplies to sustain 100 people for a month, and sold off the rest in exchange for vehicle currency and countless basic materials. By synthesizing a large number of blue blueprints, Su-Yang easily amassed 1 million gold coins. He bought all the materials available at the station, and after synthesizing them, he planned to invest in this enhancement. It can be said that Su-Yang has invested most of his wealth in this special enhancement. In addition to the red upgrade card and the red universal material, Su-Yang hesitated for a moment about the material, but in the end he decided to invest 3 of them. If he hadn't only had 9 left, he would have invested more. Su-Yang was certain that at this stage, even if someone else had 1 million gold coins, it would be impossible for them to invest such a huge amount as he had. After that, Su-Yang's net worth shrank drastically. He only had 100 gold coins and 100 silver coins left, and although he had more copper coins, he only had a little over 70,000. However, Su-Yang felt it was all worthwhile after seeing the specially enhanced armored vehicle. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 200%. Quality, purple 1-star++. Light energy, 100/100, recovers 1 point of light energy per hour. Speed, 600 km/h+. Components, 3/9 interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Optimized components, 2/2 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy. Purple quality with double plus rating. Su-Yang hadn't expected there to be another plus sign, and he was especially delighted to see the 200% value. Such a huge price was indeed paid off handsomely. The 200% cap makes the armored vehicle more durable, and the solar energy also recovers 1 point per hour. Previously, to recover solar energy, one could only rely on other means. Su-Yang had only figured out how to recover solar energy using solar energy. A blue plus quality solar generator takes 5 hours to recover 1 point. Su-Yang was naturally pleased that the body could recover on its own. Not to mention the speed. The top speed reaches 1,200 km per hour, which is almost the speed of sound. After the vehicle was upgraded to purple rank during this enhancement, not all parts were cleared. 3 remained. Su-Yang guessed that this might be due to the effect of him investing 3 red universal materials. Other vehicle components were naturally integrated into the armored motorhome, which was then upgraded and strengthened. Of the 3 vehicle components that were retained, the first one, the interior space, was the original interior space and was not integrated into the vehicle. In fact, Su-Yang's armored motorhome now only has the space occupied by this interior space component. Without the upgrade, it remained at 1,000 cubic meters, but with the vehicle skill enhancement, it now reaches 2,000 cubic meters. However, this does not mean there will be no changes. Simply put, if Su-Yang installs a storage box in the vehicle, the space will be directly added to the interior space. Installing blue vehicle storage boxes adds 200 cubic meters of space to the vehicle's interior, regardless of the number of boxes. It may seem like nothing has changed, but the storage space in a vehicle is not meant for people to enter. It's only for storing things. Now, it's practically habitable. Meanwhile, the interior space of the vehicle has a special feature. Su-Yang can open and enter any part of the vehicle at will, even when he is no more than 10 meters away from the armored motorhome. It's very convenient. As for the energy converter, it is even more special. With this component, energy materials such as electricity, gasoline, and even wood, charcoal, and coal can be converted into electrical energy, kinetic energy, and even light energy. To put it simply, Su-Yang is now fully capable of using wooden pieces to open the armored RV. The energy converter can take in 10,000 units at a time for conversion, including with chips and gasoline. Even when an armored vehicle reaches a certain speed, the wind force it encounters while driving can be converted into energy, although the conversion effect is not significant. In a sense, Su Yang is not lacking in energy to start the armored vehicle. The last one is the daily ecosystem, which is simply a system that provides people with the most comfortable living environment. It enables armored vehicles to have air conditioning, floor heating, sunlight, and other environmental features, as well as sewage and other domestic wastewater treatment, water production, oxygen production, and a series of other functions. It's no exaggeration to say that staying in Su Yang's armored RV can restore 1 point of health and mana per minute. Although it occupies 3 vehicle component slots, Su Yang is very satisfied with the functions of these 3 vehicle components. In addition to these features, the armored motorhome also possesses a special ability. When upgrading its star rating, special materials can be added at will to enhance the motorhome's defense and performance. This also gave Su Yang's alloy steel plate skill its greatest use. For example, where alloy steel was originally needed for star upgrades, he directly used a special alloy made of alloy steel and alloy copper instead, which naturally made the upgrade even stronger. Although the armored vehicle did not reach the red level after this special upgrade, and the shield and K-type heavy machine gun of the optimized parts were not enhanced, Su Yang was still very satisfied with it overall. Moreover, although it did not reach the red level, the Double Dash Plus special level was fixed, which would give Su Yang's armored vehicle an absolute advantage in the same star level. In fact, the armored vehicle has many other functions, but these are relatively more important than the main functions, which is why Su Yang attaches great importance to them. With the armored vehicles we have now, the third phase should be much easier. Su Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The second phase of 10 days had ended, and now it was the 11th day of rest. Su Yang also learned what the third phase was. Zombie Siege. Chapter 69. Population increase, 100,000 per district. This time, the number 1 spot in the entire Blue Star region still belongs to Region 9527. 10 days later, more than 7,300 of the 10,000 people in District 9527 were still alive, more than in the first phase. This time, it was all thanks to Su Yang. If he hadn't created the special shelter by manufacturing alloy steel plates, the number of people who could have survived in this area would probably have been at most 5,000, or even fewer. Similarly, because Su Yang sold alloy steel plates throughout the entire Blue Star district, he indirectly saved many people. Su Yang didn't obtain much information about the third stage beforehand, except for the name, Zombie Siege, and the time and route of the third stage. The journey will take 30 days and cover 10,000 kilometers. The time was 3 times that of the second stage, but the distance only doubled, making it seem a bit easier. The name, Zombie Siege, itself suggests that this 10,000-kilometer stretch was by no means easy. Soon, the news spread to the other people in District 9527, but Su Yang received a more special notification. The third phase station, Dawn Station, will not have any shops, meaning that no one can buy anything at Dawn Station. This also means that for the rest of the journey, vehicle upgrades and improvements will have to be obtained from treasure chests. However, along the 10,000-kilometer journey through the zombie-infested city, special shops will appear, selling various items. It's easy to imagine that these shops will be located in extremely dangerous places, and entering to buy anything will be no easy feat. Su Yang didn't care about that. He could get treasure chests just by killing monsters. Killing zombies will definitely drop treasure chests. I just don't know what level of monster zombies are, or what kind of treasure chests they can drop. A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Time passed slowly, and soon the countdown to the third stage arrived. This time, each region will no longer have 10,000 people, but 100,000 people. There will also be a leaderboard this time, but it will be different from the previous leaderboards. The ranking system still exists, but it now combines the owner's own ranking and the vehicle's ranking. The resource ranking system has been removed. Then there are the team leaderboard, the player leaderboard, and the kill leaderboard. The team rankings are based primarily on the team's own level, but also take into account a range of factors, including team members. The population ranking is based on which 100,000 person zones on the entire planet have the most surviving people, and only the top 100,000 person zones are recorded. The kill leaderboard is quite obvious. Although it's not explicitly stated, it's definitely based on zombie kills. For leaderboards, while getting first place on all 4 leaderboards wasn't difficult for Su Yang, he wasn't particularly interested. The reason was simple. This year's leaderboards didn't offer any real rewards. The only factor was the final evaluation upon reaching the Dawn Station, which would boost the rewards for reaching the higher end. As for what kind of reward there will be, that remains to be seen. There was still a lot of detailed information in the second phase, But even after the third phase officially began, Su Yang did not receive any more detailed information. Just like the start of the second phase, after midnight all car owners were teleported to the starting point of the third phase, the zombie siege, and then it was dawn. The time is still midnight, but the first day will be a bit longer. At this very moment, on the 9527 District Communication Channel, Regional Channel 9527, 100,000 members. Each person can post 10 times per day. Not only has the number of participants increased, but the number of times each person can speak per day has also increased. Furthermore, the top 10,000 people in the Blue Star region can speak without restrictions in their respective region's communication channels. Holy crap, this time each district has increased to 100,000 people. Haha, it's actually District 9527? I didn't expect to join the Sushin District too. Welcome, newcomers. Remember to send photos. Men, step aside. Women, please provide your measurements. A zombie apocalypse? Holy crap, are zombies going to appear? This time it feels pretty dangerous. Zombies, they're practically impossible to kill. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you can't even afford a green pistol blueprint. They used to sell them at the station. At the very least, you should be able to afford a white one, right? Having a pistol is dangerous. Even if you're a perfect shot, the question is, how many bullets do you have? What's there to be afraid of? My vehicle has been upgraded to blue. No matter how many zombies come, I'll just smash them to pieces. Everyone, please be careful. If it really is a zombie, it won't be so easy to deal with. Inside an 8-wheeled armored vehicle, Xiaobayan looked at the people inside with excitement. Everyone, our leader, Su Shun, has given us super powerful vehicles and a large amount of weapons. Now it's our turn to shine. We are determined to achieve great results this time. Xiaobayan shouted, and everyone responded in unison. In addition to the 10 people in the seats inside the vehicle, there were nearly 40 people in the back of the vehicle, and they were all full of confidence. Xiaobayan never expected that after recruiting so many people, Su Yang would give him a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint, and it was even an armored vehicle. Although this armored vehicle has permanently lost 2 vehicle component slots, it has gained an upgradable heavy machine gun with tremendous power, which can be further enhanced as the vehicle is upgraded. A zombie apocalypse? Kill as many as come in front of my armored vehicles. This idea wasn't unique to Xiaobayan. The other 40-odd people shared the same sentiment. Inside the armored vehicle, Su Yang chuckled upon seeing the message from Xiaobayan that sounded like a military order. The reason he gave Xiaobayan the vehicle upgrade blueprint from the purple treasure chest was actually to build a powerful fleet. Moreover, although Xiaobayan was the owner of the armored vehicle, the actual ownership belonged to Su Yang. If anything unpleasant happens, Su Yang can take it back immediately and store it in the vehicle group's parking space. This means he can bring the armored vehicle back to his side at any time. Building a powerful racing team is naturally also for planning other things. This time, Su Yang's recruitment of 2 other teams was not very smooth. In the end, Su Yang took a different approach and managed to get 2 teams. How's it going? Su Yang's gaze fell on Jiang Manhua and Fang Ya, while Lu Mimi was driving the armored vehicle. I'm all set. Jiang Manhua said, Qianqian's group has already gathered more than a dozen people, and with the resources we've given them, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Jiang Manhua hesitated for a moment, then said, if zombies really appear, it will probably take some time to adapt. Yes, I understand. Su Yang nodded. After all, zombies are creatures that only appear in movies and novels. Even he couldn't accept them appearing in this survival world right away. It's understandable, but if they can't demonstrate enough strength and results, then Su Yang wouldn't mind replacing them. Chapter 70 Yuan Tingfei. This time it's definitely my turn. Fang Ya, how about you over there? Su Yang looked at Fang Ya, who was in charge of contacting her older brother. In fact, it was because she accidentally learned about her older brother at the train station that Fang Ya immediately sought help from Su Yang. She even went to great lengths that night to get Su Yang to help her brother. Before my eldest brother set off, he found one of my cousins and another cousin, and together with some of their friends, the team already had more than 20 people and 3 vehicles. Although they were all blue-level vehicles, they should be fine given their situation. Not bad. Su Yang nodded. He had met Fang Ya's older brother, Fang Shuqing, a few times and had the impression that he was a good person. The Fang family is a large family, but Fang Shuqing doesn't have any of the bad habits of a rich family's young master. He attended several company gatherings during the early stages of Fang Ya's business, and he was completely unpretentious at the dinner table. But as I said before, although Su Yang was optimistic about the other party, he treated Fang Shuqing, Jiang Manhua, and Lu Mimi's classmate He Qianqian the same, investing the same amount of resources. Although it was impossible to compare with Xie Bian, it was much better than the others who had no resources at all. In fact, Su Yang didn't have high expectations for these two people's team. His biggest thought was to find a way to acquire monsters. This is equivalent to him being able to buy monsters in 3 100,000-person zones, except acquiring zombies feels a bit creepy. I'd rather see how many experience points the zombies can gain. Su Yang got into the passenger seat and began to look around for any signs of zombies. Fang Ye and Jiang Manhua sat in the back seats, their eyes also fixed on the outside of the car. We had been driving for several minutes, and the road was still desert until about 50 kilometers later, when some green vegetation appeared, and we entered a post-apocalyptic world. Everything they saw resembled a post-apocalyptic scene from a movie, with abandoned objects everywhere, and even abandoned vehicles on the road they were traveling on. Mimi, stop for a second. Su Yang suddenly spoke. A zombie. Lu Mimi was startled and quickly looked around. Fang Ye and Jiang Manhua also became alert. No, I was just checking if these vehicles were of any use. Please keep an eye on them. As Su Yang spoke, he opened the car door and got out. As soon as Su Yang stepped out of the armored RV, he frowned, because he was greeted by an indescribable stench of decay, not very strong, but very faint. But this slight stench seemed to be everywhere in the world, and the smell made Su Yang feel uncomfortable. He walked over to the vehicles around him and checked them, finding that they were no different from those on Earth. I just don't know if the parts from this vehicle can be installed on my own vehicle. Su Yang certainly wouldn't attempt that. He had better ways to try. Harvesting technique. That's right. Su Yang planned to collect data from the vehicle, although he didn't know what he could collect. But it couldn't hurt to give it a try, since there was no harm in doing so. Result. Data collection successful. Received. 10 iron pieces, 1 white vehicle upgrade blueprint. It actually succeeded? Su Yang was stunned, especially when he saw the collected drawings. The white vehicle upgrade blueprints were naturally useless to Su Yang. This action was only effective for upgrading the tricycle into a vehicle. However, for Su Yang, these blueprints have another use, for synthesis. Once you collect 100 of them, you can synthesize a blue vehicle upgrade blueprint. Nowadays, there aren't many people in the Blue Star District who own blue vehicles. Whether it's selling from somewhere or training his own racing team, Su Yang thinks it's a good idea. This zombie siege is probably not a lucky place for me. Su Yang was overjoyed. Soon, Su Yang got on the bus. From then on, wherever there were vehicles, Su Yang would have Lu Mimi approach, and then have Fang Ye and Jiang Manhua store the abandoned vehicles in a warehouse inside the car. The 2,000 cubic meter interior space was deliberately divided by Su Yang into a 500 cubic meter warehouse that was 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. He then granted the 3 women permission to freely enter and exit the interior space, and to freely take things from it. This situation has come in even more handy now, as both cars and motorcycles can be stored in the warehouse, and the process can be completed while sitting in the vehicle, making it very easy. Because this warehouse is not in the system's inventory, Su Yang can use the harvesting technique on these abandoned vehicles in the warehouse at any time. Unexpectedly, before even encountering any zombies, he discovered the first benefit of this zombie siege. Su Yang was very satisfied. He believed that others would at most dismantle some items from these vehicles, making very limited use of them, unlike him who took everything. However, Su Yang was wrong this time. Surrounded by several guards, Yuan Tingfei, standing next to a heavy truck, was overjoyed. Haha, it really works. Watching the abandoned vehicle disappear before his eyes, and then seeing that he had 100 more copper coins in his currency account, Yuan Tingfei was overjoyed. Having only entered the 3rd stage of the zombie siege, which lasted 50 kilometers, Yuan Tingfei arranged for people to go down and search for treasure chests. After seeing an abandoned vehicle nearby, he subconsciously tried to see if he could use his talent to sell the vehicle. After the 2nd phase of effort, and with some items purchased at the Sanxi station, Yuan Tingfei successfully advanced to the 3rd tier. Currently, there are over 500 people on Blue Star who have reached the 3rd rank, but only Su Yang has reached the 4th rank. Yuan Tingfei spent most of his fortune to upgrade his vehicle. If it weren't for the fact that his rank had been raised to the 3rd level, which improved his talent merchant group, he wouldn't have been able to keep the Tianhe Merchant Alliance running. But now Yuan Tingfei feels that nothing is a problem. Not to mention maintaining the Tianhe Business Alliance. Even if the Tianhe Business Alliance were expanded tenfold, he is confident that he can maintain it. He could get 100 copper coins for recycling an abandoned ordinary car with his talent ability, and 100 cars would be worth 1 gold coin. How many vehicles could there be during this zombie siege? It could be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. Thinking about this, Yuan Tingfei became somewhat excited, especially since he wondered what about the others if things were like this on his end. Acquisition. I want to buy these abandoned vehicles in the trading hall and get 100,000 people in this area to help me collect them. However, Yuan Tingfei was stunned when he entered the trading hall. He discovered that people had started buying these abandoned vehicles, and not just vehicles, but also some household appliances and other equipment. The price of an ordinary abandoned car was as high as 80 copper coins. Faced with such a price, Yuan Tingfei's face turned ashen. He intended to buy it, but he could only offer 10 or 20 copper coins at most, with 10 copper coins already considered a high price. The road was full of these abandoned vehicles. Finding them and putting them in the trading hall was no trouble at all. Countless people would do it for 10 copper coins. Chapter 71. No treasure chest? Are there shops in the zombie town? Ordinary zombie, normal. Level 5. Health points, 50/50ths. Mana points, 0/0. Skill, zombie virus. Looking at the scattered zombies in front of the town, Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly. If he could see the health bar information, it meant that a treasure chest could be found. These were all level 5 ordinary zombies, numbering only 7 or 8 in total. Su Yang simply took out a pistol and started shooting. Bang bang bang. After a few gunshots, Su Yang received several kill notifications. Killed a level 5 common zombie. Received 1 white treasure chest, 5 copper coins, 5 experience points. Killed a level 5 common zombie. Received 1 white treasure chest, 5 copper coins, 5 experience points. It is no different from desert scorpions and giant desert scorpions. Several gunshots did indeed attract more zombies. K-type heavy machine gun activated. Su Yang didn't climb the roof of the vehicle. He simply sat in the passenger seat and operated the K-type heavy machine gun. After the armored vehicle was upgraded this time, the K-type heavy machine gun, which could originally be operated and fired from any position inside the vehicle, now had a firing control position. While sitting there, Su Yang killed all the zombies that had gathered. However, ordinary zombies did not require any special bullets, so Su Yang used the most ordinary bullets, which he had manufactured in considerable quantities. I don't know if it's one of the abilities brought by the double plus level, or because the armored car was upgraded to purple, but in any case, these bullets can fire 300 to 500 per minute without having any effect on the armored car. The armored vehicle is still at 200% status. That's it. The zombies that appeared were cleared out by Su Yang in less than a minute, which disappointed him, because there are probably only about 100 of them. They had reached the 100-kilometer mark and had not found any treasure chests along the way. At this 100-kilometer mark was a small town, which did not appear to be very large, but was a town with a population of several thousand or tens of thousands. Su Yang originally thought there would be thousands or even tens of thousands of zombies, but it was clear that this was not the case. The road they were traveling on changed at the entrance to the town. A straight road led directly into the town, but then split into 2 forks, which seemed to allow them to bypass the town. Could this fork in the road be a way to avoid encountering zombies? Lu Mimi, who was slowly driving in the armored RV, suddenly spoke up. Now that you mention it, it really does seem to make sense. The 2 roads at these 2 intersections give the impression that they encircle the town. Fanya also seemed to have figured something out. That should be the case. Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Now I understand why a mere 10,000-kilometer journey takes 30 days. This is because some places require taking a detour." The situation was quite clear. Driving straight through the town would be the fastest way. If he wasn't mistaken, there would definitely be places like the town every 100 kilometers. The total distance of 10,000 kilometers is all directly passing through small towns and the like. If it were a detour, it would probably be more than 10,000 kilometers. Naturally, the only place to find something is along the road that runs through the town. Sure enough, when they arrived at the very center of the town, there was a special shop there, and a green treasure chest was at the shop's entrance. So that's how shops appear in this zombie-infested city. Su Yang immediately understood. Wow, a green treasure chest. Lu Mimi exclaimed in surprise. Are those the shops that will appear along the road during this phase? Jiang Manchua's gaze fell on the peculiar shop. I wonder what they sell inside. Let's go take a look. It's safe here now. Su Yang smiled slightly. He was now certain that there were probably only those zombies left in the town, and no other zombies. It's a pity there's no difficulty mode option this time. If there were, a hell mode would be great. Just the zombies in a small town alone would yield countless treasure chests. As soon as Su Yang spoke, the 3 women's eyes lit up, and they all got out of the car. If Su-yang said it was safe, then it must be safe. However, the stench of rotting flesh made them feel uncomfortable immediately after getting off the bus. A moment later, the four arrived at the shop. After putting away the green treasure chest, Su-yang then looked at the so-called shop. This can hardly be called a shop, because there is no counter at all, just a simple screen displaying 3 items and 2 items that can be considered as rewards. A case of bottled water and a pack of ham sausages are available for free. The other 3 items are an alloy machete, a green pistol, and 200 rounds of ammunition. They are not expensive. The same items would cost at least 3 times more at the Sansi station. The ammunition can be purchased with basic materials such as iron sheets, copper sheets, and wood chips. The price isn't high either. 1 metal plate can buy 3 bullets, and you can also choose the caliber. It's so cheap. Jiang Manhua was quite surprised, but Fangya saw through it. It's cheap, but getting here isn't that easy. Fangya pointed to the shops in front of her and said, "This is the center of town. Without clearing out those zombies, there's no time to buy these goods. In a way, this is a reward." That's true. This shop displays a 3-minute progress bar after you select an item. Only when the progress bar reaches 100% will the selected item appear at the bottom of the screen. You really can't buy it without some skill. Staying in the town for a while mainly involves collecting abandoned cars and appliances that can be gathered. It has to be said that upgrading the gathering skill to LV9 was definitely the right decision. During the time Su-yang stayed in the town, people from Blue Star gradually arrived at the first town 100 kilometers away from the zombie siege. Communication channel. No treasure chest after 50 kilometers? Does this mean there's only 1 treasure chest every 100 kilometers this time? There are no treasure chests 100 kilometers away, only a small town with a bunch of zombies. What does this mean? There's no treasure chest, just a town? Wait, could the treasure chest be inside the town? It turns out that the treasure chest is indeed in the town, and it's in front of a special shop. Getting this treasure chest won't be easy. I chose to take a detour, and then I discovered that the original 10,000-kilometer journey to Shuguang Station had now increased by 100 kilometers. This shop does have some good stuff. There's free food and bottled water, and 3 items for sale. I don't know what the others have, but a blue vehicle upgrade blueprint appeared in my shop. Holy crap, is this guy's luck that incredible? All I have are 100 bullets and 2 machetes, not even a gun. What use are these bullets to me? Wait, why are you all going into the shops to buy things? Where are the zombies? There aren't many zombies, probably just over 100. It shouldn't be too difficult to wipe them all out. Well done, Versailles isn't difficult, the little guy said, explaining that he had his motorcycle teammates lure the zombies away before they could enter the shop. Damn it, how could this happen? I've already taken a 30-kilometer detour. Is there any chance I'll make it back in time? Chapter 72. Can zombies also collect resources? After watching the chat channels and the Blue Star chat channel for a while, Su-yang realized that the items in the shops were not fixed. It all comes down to luck. Soon after, Su-yang and his group left the town, having collected a considerable number of abandoned vehicles. Meanwhile, Su-yang started by acquiring abandoned vehicles in the trading hall. Each of the 3 teams in the vehicle group had someone responsible for acquiring them, and they put the acquired vehicles into the vehicle group's warehouse. By now, the warehouse of the car group had accumulated more than 5,000 abandoned vehicles. Su-yang had an idea and immediately used a collection technique. He was curious to know what he could collect by gathering so many abandoned vehicles together and using his collection technique. Data collection successful. Obtained 1 nuclear engine blueprint, 10 blue vehicle upgrade blueprints. Seeing the collected nuclear engine blueprints, Su-yang had mixed feelings. This is a good thing, but his armored RV already has an energy converter that can convert various types of energy, including nuclear energy. Therefore, this thing is not very useful to him. You can keep them, but sell the blue vehicle upgrade blueprints. Acquiring over 5,000 abandoned vehicles only costs about 40 gold coins, but Su-yang doesn't have many gold coins right now, so selling these can help him recover some losses. As for how much to sell, let's make it cheaper, 200 gold coins per piece. In other words, Su-yang is currently unable to synthesize purple blueprints. Otherwise, a single purple vehicle upgrade blueprint could sell for 7 or 8,000 gold coins, and if one were greedy, it could easily fetch 20 or 30,000. There's no need to keep them. The silver level 10 advancement quest requires killing 5 mini-bosses, and Su-yang is currently 3 short. He doesn't know when he'll encounter them. He doesn't have many gold coins left, so if he wants to continue buying abandoned vehicles, he can only sell some first. Well, Actually, there aren't many people in District 9527 who can afford to spend thousands of gold coins, and those who can actually afford to buy purple vehicle upgrade blueprints have already upgraded them. Su-Yang handed over the 10 blue vehicle upgrade blueprints to Fanya to handle, while he himself began to operate the K-type heavy machine gun again. After leaving the first town, Su-Yang told Lu Mimi to speed up. It is worth mentioning that all three women have now reached the third tier, with their four-dimensional attributes all exceeding 15 points. Among them, Jiang Manchua's four-dimensional attributes have all exceeded 20 points, with the highest mental attribute reaching 27 points. The reason for this is that she had previously obtained a special item attribute card, which directly increased her four main attributes by 5 points. It has to be said, she is truly lucky. Because of her high four-dimensional attributes, Lu Mimi can easily control the car even when the speed exceeds 200 km per hour. She is not very proficient yet, but once she becomes proficient, increasing the speed to over 300 km per hour will not be a problem for her. The faster the car traveled, the faster it arrived at the second town. Da-da-da, da-da-da. After a burst of machine gun fire, no more zombies stood up in front of them, and the armored vehicle had arrived at the shops in the center of town. This time, Su-Yang got out of the car alone, while Lu Mimi and the others drove around the town, collecting abandoned vehicles and other items they encountered into the car's storage space. Su-Yang arrived in front of the shop, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Because this time the shop's goods were still not very good, but they still had 200 bullets. Although they weren't very useful or valuable, Su-Yang still bought everything. Then, Su-Yang began to wander around. He accidentally saw the zombies he had just shot at, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Can this zombie be collected? Once this seemingly absurd, and indeed quite absurd, thought popped into Su-Yang's head, he found himself losing control. Perhaps we could give it a try. With a sudden thought, Su-Yang directly collected the contents of a zombie's corpse. Then, something happened that Su-Yang hadn't expected. Data collection successful. Obtained, 1 basic virus agent. It really can be collected? A glint of light flashed in Su-Yang's eyes as he looked at the collected medicine. Item, basic virus remedy. Category, consumables. Quality, white. Attribute, can clear the zombie virus from the body of a patient infected with the zombie virus within 1 hour, and also grants 1 point to Constitution. Note 1. Do not use this as a drug to improve physical attributes. If someone who is not infected with the zombie virus uses this drug, they will only turn into a zombie and will require a high-level virus drug to be eliminated. Note 2. Even if the infection with the zombie virus is cleared, it will still cause irreversible damage to the body. How should I put it? This is indeed a good thing, but the problem is, if it weren't for this annotation, I would really like to improve this 1 point of physical fitness. Su-Yang's tone carried a hint of regret, but his hands moved quickly as he began to collect samples from the zombies in front of him. At the same time, he thought of the more than 100 zombie corpses in the first town, which contained hundreds of doses of basic virus medicine. 10 minutes later, Su-Yang and his 3 companions left the town, and Su-Yang took out the basic virus reagent from the car. How much do you think would be a suitable price for this? Fanya and Jiang Manchua instinctively picked up a basic virus serum each, and then they both froze. A potion to clear the zombie virus? And it can even increase your Constitution attribute by 1 point. Jiang Manchua's exclamation made Lu Mimi glance over. There's such a good thing? Captain, your talent is just too amazing. Lu Mimi let out an exaggerated scream. The 3 women were not only used to Su-Yang occasionally taking out special items and acquiring some inexplicable things, but also believed that this was Su-Yang's innate ability. However, even Lu Mimi did not ask Su-Yang for an explanation. It's a pity. Although this basic virus medicine can increase physical fitness by 1 point, we are probably not able to enjoy it. Fanya shook her head slightly. Although this product didn't explicitly state its side effects, one could understand them if one thought about it carefully. That's a zombie virus. Even if it's cleared out, it will definitely have some impact and damage on itself. But a glint flashed in Fanya's eyes, and her CEO demeanor was on full display at this moment. While it's of little use to us, it's a different story for others, especially those infected with the zombie virus. Fanya said, for them, this is a life-saving item, and they don't care what price it costs. It doesn't need to be sold at a high price. Su-Yang paused for a moment, then said, this thing can be made from the corpse of a zombie. 1 zombie can make 1. Fanya's eyes flashed again, and she looked up at Su-Yang and asked, so, are you still accepting living zombies? I had Xia Bian try it before. Although the zombies look alive, they can still be listed in the trading hall. If we want to buy living zombies, we can use the primary zombie virus to do so. Chapter 73: The popularity of basic virus agents. You mean you want to use this basic viral agent to acquire zombies? Su-young immediately understood Fang Ye's meaning. Right. Fang Ye nodded and said, if a basic virus drug were to sell for 1 gold coin, there would definitely be no one who could afford it. But if we look at it another way, what if we could exchange 100 zombies for a single basic virus serum? No wonder he's a CEO who built his fortune of hundreds of millions from scratch without relying on his family. Su-young sighed inwardly, realizing that compared to capital, he was still kind. Indeed, this basic virus drug costs 1 gold coin, which is an astronomical price. At least 99.9% of the 100,000 people in one district cannot afford it. However, if we follow Fang Ye's method, then even an individual, with some risk and effort, can catch a zombie. If you're careful, zombies are actually safer than desert giant scorpions in some ways. Those who have survived to this day probably have at least 2 points in the 4 main attributes, and many have 3 points in strength and constitution. Siebin's requirements for recruiting team members are at least 5 points in the 4 main attributes, and at least 8 points in either strength or constitution, with preference given to those with 10 points. Therefore, capturing 100 zombies is not difficult at all. The premise is that you don't get surrounded by zombies. These were not things Su-young had considered. After careful thought, he realized that Fang Ye's method was indeed feasible. 1 basic virus serum can be exchanged for 100 zombies. You will receive 100 basic virus serums, 100 white treasure chests, at least 500 experience points, and 500 copper coins. That's incredibly profitable. You can handle it. Su-young said to Fang Ye. I will put the virus agent I produce into the warehouse inside the car. You can decide what to do. As for the zombies I acquire, I will install a blue vehicle storage box specifically for storing them. There are still 6 vehicle part slots available, and if you can get the purple vehicle part blueprint, you can get 3 more slots, so installing a vehicle storage box won't be a waste. In other words, Su-young doesn't have a purple vehicle storage box yet, but that's okay. He can upgrade it after he gets one. Fang Ye nodded and immediately got into work mode. First, she placed 10 doses of basic virus-reducing medicine in the caravan's warehouse and notified the 3 squads that even if they were infected with the zombie virus, they didn't need to worry, but it was best not to get infected. The moment they saw the basic virus medicine, everyone in the 3 convoys breathed a sigh of relief. During the 10,000-kilometer journey, everyone was worried about being bitten by a zombie and then becoming infected and turning into one themselves. There's no need to worry now. Although they exchanged for 10 living zombies for the basic zombie virus, it was still much better than what others paid for, and they could also use it first and pay later, which was much better than what others paid for. Full of safety. That's why they quickly went to complete the task assigned by Fang Ye. The initial viral agent spread quickly, with the first area to react being District 9527, because Fang Ye had already listed it in the trading hall. Communication channel. Holy crap, a basic antiviral agent that can eliminate the zombie virus has appeared in the trading hall. What? There's such a thing. Wait, can we also get infected and turn into zombies? No way. You really think you're special? Don't forget, we're surviving in a survival world. It's only natural that we get infected by the zombie virus. Stop talking. I've actually been infected. I was scratched by a zombie before, and I've been feeling unwell ever since. This low-level zombie virus is a lifesaver for me. It's beyond saving. You can catch 100 zombies in an hour? 1 basic virus drug requires 100 living zombies to exchange for. The price is too high. This must be Su Yang's doing. The trader is Fang Ye, Su Shen's woman. This item must have come from Su Shen, but as for its price, I have a different opinion. Gentlemen, 100 zombies isn't a high number, nor is it difficult. But don't forget that zombies are special beings. They can survive even with only their upper bodies remaining. Holy crap, that's right. That way, as long as we don't blow their heads off, we can just smash their legs. That'll make them much easier to capture. Hee, the clever ones have already taken up big machetes and chopped the zombies in front of them into human sticks and packed them up. Friendly reminder, if you have 3 points in agility, you can easily dodge the attack of 5 zombies and easily cut off their legs. Damn, there really are fast ones. Expensive? Anyone who's alive today knows that such voices are just some people trying to stir up trouble. In the current environment, basic antiviral agents are absolutely life-saving. Who wants to become a zombie? Moreover, capturing zombies alive is really not a difficult task for someone with an agility of 3. Even someone with an agility score of 10 can escape successfully from being surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of zombies on their own. Many people have transformed after going through 2 phases. In just half an hour, Fangya successfully traded 30 doses of basic virus serum and gained 3,000 zombies. These are the leaders of those forces. They value their lives very much and immediately gave orders to their subordinates to capture zombies. Once they had 100 zombies, they would immediately purchase basic virus drugs. Not only in District 9527, but also in District 100,000 where the other 2 teams of Su Yang's car club are located, people have made purchases. Under such circumstances, some speculators emerged who would capture zombies and put them directly on the trading hall, offering 200 or 300 copper coins, or even 500 or 600 copper coins. It has to be said that even at this price, there are still people willing to buy, but it's probably only in the early stages. Su Yang did not collect all 3,000 zombies at once, but collected them separately, obtaining 3,000 doses of primary virus medicine. The primary antiviral agent was selling like hotcakes. 30 doses were sold in half an hour, but over 100 doses were sold an hour later. Even if only 1% of the 100,000 people in a district buy, that's still 1,000 people. 2 hours after the basic virus medicine was put on the market, the price of zombies had stabilized and remained at around 100 copper coins. At this time, Su Yang and his 3 companions had arrived at a small town 500 kilometers away. The number of zombies here has increased by 20 to 30%, and most importantly, there are more powerful zombies. Ordinary zombie, normal. Level 5. Health points, 50/50ths. Mana points, 0/0. Skill, zombie virus. Mutant zombie, excellent. Level 7. Health points, 70/70ths. Mana points, 0/0. Skill, zombie virus. Mutant zombie, excellent. Level 8. Health points, 80/80ths. Mana points, 0/0. Skill, zombie virus. Mutant zombies. They're all at least level 7, but their actual strength isn't apparent. Su Yang felt that they weren't much stronger than ordinary zombies. Chapter 74 Special Zombie Liquor. Killed a level 7 common zombie. Received 1 white treasure chest, 14 copper coins, 7 experience points. Slayed 1 level 8 common zombie. Received 1 white treasure chest, 16 copper coins, 8 experience points. Although the mutated zombies are stronger, they are no match for ordinary zombies when facing the K-type heavy machine gun. Even though it's an excellent level monster, it still only gives me a white treasure chest and no experience points. The only difference is that my copper coins have doubled. Could it be because my level is too high? A realization flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It seemed that as his level increased, the rewards from killing low-level monsters would also decrease. It's not noticeable with ordinary monsters, but it becomes apparent with excellent and elite monsters. This time, the 500 kilometers treasure chest is not only blue, but the shop also has 2 blue blueprints. One is a blue vehicle upgrade blueprint, and the other is a blue vehicle storage box blueprint. It seems that shops in the 500 kilometer and subsequent 1,000 kilometer stretches will offer some pretty good items. And Su Yang's eyes flashed, revealing a newfound anticipation. If he wasn't mistaken, the zombies get stronger as you progress. He had initially doubted whether he could complete the silver level advancement mission this time, but now it seems there's still a good chance. Continue. The armored vehicle started up again, and Su Yang began to get busy. Collection vehicles and zombies. The vehicles continued to be acquired, and so did the zombies, and their numbers continued to grow. However, Su Yang was unaware that the more abandoned vehicles and zombies he acquired, the greater the impact on the 3 districts with populations of 100,000, including District 9527. It has been more than 3 hours since the start of the 3rd phase. It may not seem like long, but many people have actually earned a lot of copper coins. An abandoned vehicle is worth 80 copper coins. Everyone cheered at the price, except for Yuan Tengfei, who was somewhat resentful. Reaching the first town in a little over 3 hours is no problem. If you're careful, you can find a few abandoned vehicles, which will net you 300 to 500 copper coins. It's not just Su Yang who can manufacture bullets. Many people who obtain bullet manufacturing blueprints consume a vehicle part slot to enable their vehicles to manufacture bullets. There are even people who manufacture handguns. However, most of them are white-quality pistols. While white-quality handguns aren't very expensive, they're still not affordable for everyone. However, thanks to Su Yang's actions, at least 99% of the people in the 3 100,000-person districts were able to afford to buy a house. Having a pistol makes it much easier to deal with zombies. That is why no one has died in District 9527 so far, which is simply unbelievable. In the other two districts with Su Yang's car convoy, although some people have died, it's only 20 or 30. News has been circulating on the Blue Star communication channel that hundreds of people have died in other regions, and in more serious cases, several hundred have died. Without weapons like handguns and basic antiviral agents, most people would choose to take a detour if they lack confidence. Even if someone were to fight, those who survived would truly rely on luck if they weren't strong enough. This is just the beginning. As time goes on, the impact will become even greater. 2 hours later, Su Yang and his group arrived at a location 1,000 kilometers away, where they found a city. Although it is a city, it is not very large, probably with a population of 500,000. Su Yang was excited, because he felt that there would be a lot of zombies this time. Sure enough, after deliberately making some noise, a large number of zombies ran towards the location of the armored vehicle. This time, Su Yang went straight to the sunroof of the vehicle and began to unleash a frenzied barrage of fire from the K-type heavy machine gun. Still using ordinary bullets, tens of thousands of bullets were fired in just 3 minutes. Su Yang took a moment to glance at the current status of the armored vehicle. 199.99%. Oh wow. With 10,000 rounds fired in 3 minutes, did it only drop by 0.01%? A light drizzle. However, Su Yang soon discovered that although there seemed to be a lot of zombies, their actual number was only 3 to 5,000. There is none left. Looking at the few scattered zombies behind a field of zombie corpses, Su Yang was a little disappointed. He didn't expect 300,000 to 500,000 zombies to appear, but if there aren't even 30,000 to 50,000, that's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Captain, there's a zombie at 10 o'clock that looks suspicious. It seems a bit like a licker from the movies. Lu Mimi's uncertain voice came from inside the car. Licker? Special zombies? Su Yang's eyes lit up as he looked toward the 10 o'clock position and indeed spotted a zombie that looked very much like a licker. No, this guy is a licker. The licker mini-boss. Rank, bronze level 1. Health points, 1000/100. Mana points, 0/0. Skills, zombie virus, swiftness, tongue whip. So he really is a licker? Su Yang was stunned for a moment. But at that moment the licker seemed to have noticed Su Yang and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Yang was overjoyed to see the licker rushing towards him. Little boss. What he needs now is a mini-boss. The K-type heavy machine gun spewed fire again, wildly spraying bullets at the licker. To Su Yang's surprise, the licker was able to dodge, but unfortunately, it only dodged a portion of the bullets, and most of them still hit it. However, the licker's defenses were quite high, and the ordinary bullets fired from the K-type heavy machine gun could barely penetrate them. It took Su Yang a full 300 bullets to deplete his health. Slay a bronze level 1 mini-boss. Received, 1 blue treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. It's a pity that there are no more rewards for skipping levels now, and even the treasure chests have turned blue. Su Yang remembered that when he killed the first bronze level 1 mini-boss, the giant sandworm, he was rewarded with 10 free attribute points. The second one only gave him 5 points, and now he only has 2 points left. If it's a level 1 silver mini-boss, it should drop a purple treasure chest, right? Su Yang shook his head slightly, then a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. What can a mini-boss's licker collect? Data collection successful. Obtained. Optimized T-Virus Agent 3. T-Virus? Looking at the collected medicine, Su Yang was quite surprised. He was surprised that they could even collect this. Wait, no, this isn't the T-Virus, it's an optimized version? Seemingly having discovered a blind spot, Su Yang's gaze fell upon its attributes. Item, Optimized T-Virus Agent. Category, Consumables. Quality, Blue. Attributes, After use. All 4 main attributes increase by 5, and the user gains immunity to the zombie virus evolved from the T-Virus. Note 1. Using this drug will alter a portion of the human DNA, solidifying racial genes, and making it difficult to break through the limits of human physical evolution. Chapter 75. This is the drawback of lacking knowledge. +5 to all 4 attributes. This is absolutely fantastic. But upon seeing the final annotation, Su Yang sighed inwardly. What a pity. It's a real shame. Although this optimized T-Virus drug is quite good, it prevents people from breaking through to the next evolutionary barrier. Su Yang could not use it, nor could he allow Fangya and the other 2 women to use it. Soon, after collecting the remaining zombies, Su Yang returned to his car. Because this was a one-time collection, Su Yang obtained a better antiviral agent. Item, intermediate virus solution. Category, consumables. Quality, green. Attribute, can clear the zombie virus from the bodies of patients infected with the zombie virus within 10 hours, and also grant 2 points to constitution and 2 points to strength. Note 1. Do not use this as a drug to improve physical attributes. If someone who is not infected with the zombie virus uses this drug, they will only turn into a zombie and will require a high-level virus drug to be eliminated. Note 2. Even if the infection with the zombie virus is cleared, it will still cause irreversible damage to the body. The 3 women also felt a pang of regret upon seeing the 2 medicines. They now know that reaching 30 points in 4-dimensional attributes will allow the human body to break through its limits and complete a life-level evolution. It's worth mentioning that although the other characters' health and mana values are not visible, they can still sense the changes in themselves as their physical and mental attributes improve. For example, Fanya discovered that she could only use the impact skill once before, but after her mental attributes improved, she can now use it several times. After learning about the ultimate evolution from Su Yang, they naturally had no interest in the optimized T-virus drug in front of them. We may not want it, but it's a different story for others. As she spoke, Fanya looked at Su Yang, a playful smile appearing on her lips. I think Yuan Tingfei really needs this optimized T-virus agent. Since they were all in the same district, Fanya naturally realized that her team was being targeted. The investigation wasn't difficult. She had already discovered that Yuan Tingfei was behind it. Especially now that Yuan Tingfei in District 9527 is also buying up abandoned vehicles, and the price is only 1 or 2 copper coins more than theirs. It's just disgusting. Fanya originally planned to raise the price to 90 copper coins, or even 100 copper coins, but because of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance's bad reputation, and since there weren't many more, most of them still sold to her side. But she couldn't swallow this insult. Now that this optimized T-virus drug has appeared, she plans to trick Yuan Tingfei. Of course, she couldn't show up. But this is simple. Inside the armored vehicle, Xia Bayan looked at the message Fanya had sent and immediately patted his chest to assure her that there was no problem. Xia Bayan, big sister, don't worry, there are still a few people on my side who haven't shown up yet. Fanya, very good, then I'll leave this to you. Xia Bayan, no problem. Soon, Fanya sent over the optimized T-virus serum. Looking at its attributes, Xia Bayan felt a pang of regret. It's a good product, but not suitable for use. Xiaoyu, come with me for a moment. Xia Bayan brought a 17 or 18-year-old boy into the car. This had to be kept secret. Boss, what's up? You're quite resourceful. I'll leave this to you. Try to sell it to Yuan Tingfei at a high price. Holy crap, this is such a good thing. Why don't we keep it for ourselves? Upon seeing the properties of the optimized T-virus agent, Xiaoyu exclaimed, staring at Xia Bayan in disbelief. Boss, you've betrayed us? Roll, Xia Bayan said irritably. Let me tell you the truth. If we humans reach 30 points in the 4 dimensions, we can achieve an evolution at the life level. But if we use this thing, we can't evolve anymore. The captain has evolved? Xiaoyu realized what was happening immediately. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Our commander doesn't want to make a fuss. These things are fine for us to know. Clear, Xiaoyu immediately assured him. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. On the truck, Yuan Tingfei, who was angrily cursing people for being scum and idiots and for refusing to sell to him despite offering a higher price, suddenly received a message. Optimized T-virus agents? This was a message reported to him by one of his subordinates. Alliance leader, this is definitely a good thing. It can increase the 4 main attributes by 5 points at once. What? Increase 4 main attributes by 5 points? Yuan Tingfei couldn't sit still any longer. Where are the things? The other party did not make a price easily, saying that they wanted to discuss it with you personally. Tell me his name, I'll add him. He's Xiaoyu. Soon, Yuan Tingfei's friend had someone. Yuan Tingfei. Speak, what do you want? He's Xiaoyu. It's not about what I want, but what you can give. Yuan Tingfei. This stuff has side effects. It will change DNA and prevent you from breaking through the limits of evolution. He's Xiaoyu. Alliance leader Yuan. Save your breath. What evolution? What is this? Do you even know? Besides, we're in a survival world now. Strength is the most important thing. Does DNA matter? He's Xiaoyu. The only reason I approached you is because you can afford the price. I wasn't satisfied with the price Su Yang offered. Otherwise, you wouldn't be needed. He's Xiaoyu. Moreover, this thing can enhance my strength if I use it myself, making it easier to catch zombies to sell and find abandoned vehicles. I just don't want to waste too much time. Yuan Tingfei frowned. From the other party's words, he could tell that it would be difficult to obtain this thing without paying a certain price. The fact that the other party had approached Su Yang made him even more anxious. If Su Yang got his hands on this item, the other party's strength would definitely increase. This stuff does have side effects, but Yuan Tingfei doesn't really care about the so-called upper limit of human potential. In fact, he thinks that using this optimized T-virus agent and solidifying the genes means being restricted from pursuing biochemical paths. This is not a difficult task. It can't be said that Yuan Tingfei wanted to leave. In fact, he didn't actually do what he analyzed. Even without the human body's limit-breaking life-level evolution, he can indeed be enhanced using the power of the biochemical series. He was certain of this because he had a booster vaccine developed from a zombie virus that could allow a human to evolve into a bioengineered organism. Yuan Tingfei was initially hesitant about using it, but now that he has this optimized T-virus agent, he feels he can use it. This will allow him to quickly gain great strength. In such a world, Yuan Tingfei is very clear that only by becoming strong can he be safer. It can only be said that without sufficient information, no matter how Yuan Tingfei analyzes and plans his development path, it is very likely to be a futile effort. The limitless evolution of races is a benefit that the survival world provides to any race. Of course, the more powerful a race is, the less likely it is to obtain this benefit. But for humans, who are inherently low-level life forms, it is the first opportunity to change their fate. However, those who evolved from humans into other races would not be eligible for this benefit. Chapter 76. Car Team Attribute Enhancement. Advancement to Gold Rank. Item, Vehicle Group Attribute Enhancement Card. Category, Consumables. Quality, Green. Purpose, can upgrade the white attribute of a vehicle group to green. Item, Processing Parking Space Cards. Category, Consumables. Quality, Blue. Purpose, one parking space in a workshop can be converted into a processing parking space. Note, processing bays can only accommodate processing vehicles. Yuan Tingfei actually has such a good thing in his possession? Su Yang was quite surprised, but then he understood why the other party had offered these items in exchange for the optimized T-virus drug. The fact that the other party doesn't currently have a car group isn't the whole reason. In Yuan Tingfei's view, with his talent and business acumen, he didn't need a car dealership at all. Therefore, he had no idea of the value of these two items. The other party even paid a lot of extra gold coins, making it a huge profit for Su Yang, which surprised him greatly. This guy named He Xiaoyu is not bad. Let's give him a sandworm essence. Su Yang said something to Fangya, and then used the two cards. Car group, Infinite. Level, Orange. Team, 3 out of 10. Orange attribute. The guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Purple attribute. 10 parking spaces for vehicle groups, 1 processing parking space. Blue attribute. Vehicle warehouse, 100,000 cubic meters. Green attribute. Allows car core teams to expand by 5 times. Green attribute. Earn 1 silver coin worth of vehicle currency per person per day. Note, mystery chests can yield mysterious items. How many people are there each day? That's how many silver coins you get. It seems like this has decreased. He used to earn 1 gold coin a day. The current guild only has about 110 or 120 members, and each day they earn about 1 gold coin plus a dozen or 20 silver coins. However, this is because the number of people in the car group is not large enough. Once the number increases, things will be different. 1 gold coin for every 100 people. 1,000 people equals 10 gold coins. 10,000. Currently, Su Yang's car club is only a mid-level team, with a maximum of 10 members. With the support of the car club, this number can be increased to 50. If you upgrade to a high-level caravan of 30 people, that's 150 people. 10 caravans would be 1,500 people, earning 1,500 silver coins a day. And that's just for the green attribute. Further upgrades would reach blue or purple. Maybe I'll never lack gold coins again. Su Yang inexplicably thought of this situation. As for the processing workshop, Su Yang only realized after using it that the so-called processed vehicle in this parking space was not a vehicle with processing capabilities, but rather a vehicle that required special vehicle blueprints, just like his armored RV, which required processing vehicle upgrade blueprints to be upgraded. Su Yang had never seen such vehicle upgrade blueprints before. We'll just have to wait until we encounter it in the future. Overall, this deal was good, but most importantly, it screwed over Yuan Tingfei. The evolution that occurs when a race breaks through its limits is something you can only truly understand how important it is by experiencing it yourself. Suyang felt no guilt whatsoever about this. Yuan Tengfei was just like a clown, jumping around aimlessly. It was only because he wasn't in front of him that Suyang had already finished him off with a burst of bullets. The number of zombies increased after 1,000 kilometers. At 1,100 kilometers, there was still a zombie town, but the number of zombies had doubled, and there were many mutated zombies. The liquor that Suyang was hoping for did not appear. Suyang's goal today is 3,000 kilometers. There are 18 hours of daytime, enough to run 3,000 kilometers. Although the number of zombies increased at 1,100 kilometers, it didn't change anything for Suyang. It was still a minute-long barrage of fire. Besides collecting vehicles and dealing with zombies, Suyang spent most of his time making bullets. Honestly, Suyang made the right decision to upgrade his marksmanship and accuracy to LV6. Otherwise, he might not have had enough bullets. Not long after, while the others had only run 300 or 500 kilometers, Suyang and his group had already arrived at the zombie town 1,500 kilometers away. A second liquor has appeared. But just an elite-level boss, not a mini-boss. Suyang looked disappointed as he watched the liquor being killed by just a few dozen bullets. Moreover, the optimized T-virus agent collected was only at the green level. Item: optimized T-virus agent. Category: consumables. Quality: green. Attributes: after use, all 4 main attributes increase by 2, and the user gains immunity to the zombie virus evolved from the T-virus. Note 1. Using this drug will alter a portion of the human DNA, solidifying racial genes, and making it difficult to break through the limits of human physical evolution. However, this time there are 10. Suyang kept the medicine. Lu Mimi suddenly realized that this thing was definitely a disadvantage for humans, but it might not be the case for other races. Just like him, he can now break through the limits of evolution, but that doesn't mean that everyone on Blue Star can break through the limits of evolution. For those races that are already powerful, reaching the upper limit of their own race is probably not so simple. If it's this difficult for humans to raise their 4-dimensional attributes to 30 points, then it's even more difficult for other powerful races. Therefore, this optimized T-virus agent may be a very precious treasure for other races. Upon careful consideration, this makes perfect sense. Since we already have plenty of gold coins, there's no need to sell them, so we'll just keep them. So far, he has acquired more than 10,000 zombies using basic viral agents, which is more than he has encountered and killed on his own. Suyang estimated that today's acquisition of zombies using basic virus drugs would yield at least 30,000, and it was highly likely that it would reach 50,000. After all, there are 3 districts with a population of 100,000 each. If 300,000 people each catch one, they can catch 300,000. Catching 30,000 to 50,000 a day is not a lot. It was past 11 o'clock, and Suyang and his 3 companions had arrived in a city 2,000 kilometers away. This time, there were tens of thousands of zombies and 10 lickers. Although they were all bronze level 1, there was only 1 mini-boss, while the other 9 were only elite lickers. Despite his disappointment, Suyang immediately took control of the machine gun and began firing a burst of fire. Still easy. No threat whatsoever. Slay a bronze level 1 mini-boss. Received: 1 blue treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. Although there are no rewards for exceeding the level, the treasure chests are only blue. However, a level 1 bronze mini-boss can drop 10 gold coins, which is not bad overall. The corpses of at least 10 lickers are also quite valuable, and Suyang plans to collect them all at once this time. He wonders if he can find something even better. Of course, what really concerned Suyang was that after killing this mini-boss, the licker, he had finally completed his advancement quest. You have completed the advancement quest and successfully advanced to the gold tier. With all 5 mini-bosses finally gathered, Suyang successfully completed the advancement mission and advanced to the gold rank. Chapter 77 Skill Upgrade. Synthesize Purple Blueprints. Host: Suyang. Rank: Gold Level 1, 185265/100000. Health points: 1080/1080. Mana points: 1100/1100. Strength: 36. Constitution: 36. Agility: 36. Spirit: 37. Skills: Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet Crafting, LV6. Caravan Management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material Synthesis, LV4. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill points: 1. Free attribute points, 5. Item inventory, 76 1 10 10. Optimized T-virus potions, 8 blue treasure chests. Advance to gold rank. Gain 5 free attribute points per level. This was undoubtedly good news for Su-Yang. The only thing that gave Su-Yang a headache was that it now required 100,000 experience points to level up. After accumulating so much experience and killing so many zombies, I can only increase my level by 1. With a soft sigh, Su-Yang realized that the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. He raised his level to gold level 2 and distributed his 10 free attribute points evenly. Since learning that breaking the limit only occurs when all 4 attributes are at least 30 points, Su-Yang has become even more determined to pursue a balanced attribute path. As for the extra 2 skill points, Su-Yang hesitated for a moment when looking at the LV4 material synthesis, wondering whether to upgrade. After this skill is upgraded to LV3, a special change occurs. It can even synthesize dropped blueprints, but the maximum quality is only blue. Su-Yang speculates that if it is upgraded 2 more times to LV6, it will probably be able to synthesize purple blueprints. But Su-Yang also wanted to save his skill points in case a suitable skill came along, and he could use them to improve. Forget it. Who knows when the right skill will appear, and I'm already at the gold rank. Although it requires a lot of experience points, I can still level up. Using 2 skill points is nothing and won't delay anything. On the contrary, the material synthesis skill definitely needs to be upgraded. After a moment's thought, Su-Yang decisively upgraded his material synthesis skill to LV6. After seeing the ability and effects of LV6 material synthesis, Su-Yang sighed softly. Alas, I still can't synthesize a treasure chest. Yes, he hopes this skill will allow him to combine treasure chests. I haven't opened any of the zombies I've acquired along the way, nor the treasure chests dropped by the zombies I've killed. I haven't had time. Since he couldn't get the chance to synthesize the treasure chest again this time, Su-Yang had considered upgrading his material synthesis level so he could synthesize the treasure chest. But now it seems impossible, at least LV6 is unlikely. However, there is no problem with synthesizing purple quality. Moreover, the synthesis target can be determined. For example, Su-Yang previously used white vehicle upgrade blueprints, which could be used to combine vans, RVs, and sedans, but the resulting blueprints were random. Now Su-Yang can choose whether the resulting vehicle is a minivan or a motorhome. This means that as long as it is a special vehicle upgrade blueprint, even if it is of white quality, it can be upgraded to blue, purple, or even higher quality in his hands. This has a huge impact. For example, Su-Yang has a lot of special vehicle blueprints, but they are mostly only of white quality. They have everything: excavators, buses, RVs, tank trucks, and more. These vehicles may be of no use to Su-Yang, but they are very special to others. For example, many fleets use a nested approach to create upgrade blueprints for one type of double-decker bus. An intermediate team has 10 members. Except for the captain, everyone else has formed a junior team. In reality, the team has 28 members, or even more. Having more vehicles is not necessarily better. Not only do they consume a lot of resources, but they also make movement extremely inconvenient. This is why many car teams primarily use motorcycles for their members, as motorcycles can be stored on the vehicles. If these double-decker buses were available, they would be highly sought after by teams with hundreds of people. Even more so, some people, for their own enjoyment, will spend car coins to upgrade the vehicle into a large RV after purchasing it, so the price of upgrading this thing is definitely not low. Su-Yang immediately chose to synthesize a blueprint for upgrading a double-decker bus, and even upgraded it directly to purple. Then, he entered the chat channel. Su-Yang, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint. Special items and blueprints are preferred. Interested parties please contact Fangya or Jiang Manhwa. Su-Yang, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint. Special items and blueprints are preferred. Interested parties please contact Fangya or Jiang Manhwa. Su-Yang, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint. Special items and blueprints are preferred. Interested parties please contact Fangya or Jiang Manhwa. His 3 consecutive speeches immediately drew everyone's attention. Front row. To bask in Su Shun's divine aura. Holy crap, Su Shun is here. That's rare. Let's quickly soak up his divine aura. I admit that Su Shun's rare remarks are unusual, but isn't the focus the purple vehicle upgrade blueprint? My god, there are actually such good things? No wonder it's God Su. Before joining District 9527, I had some doubts about Su Shun, but now I realize that my narrow-minded perspective failed to see Su Shun's power. Purple vehicle upgrade blueprints? How could he even produce that? Our team's main vehicle was just upgraded to blue, and Su Shun is already selling off his purple upgraded vehicles. Su Shun is indeed very strong, but I can't figure out how to obtain this purple vehicle upgrade blueprint, especially this special double-decker bus. Do you even need to ask? Su Shun must have fought his way through, clearing even zombie cities. The shops and treasure chests there must be special, so getting a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint is only natural, isn't it? A zombie town? Isn't it a small town? Upstairs, 1,000 kilometers away, is already a city. Don't overthink it. It's best to take a detour. There are thousands, or even tens of thousands of zombies. Wait, why can't I contact Fanya and Jiang Manhwa? Wake up. Without a certain amount of assets, you'll be automatically blocked by these two goddesses. A purple double-decker bus? Yuan Tengfei looked at the blueprint information sent by Su Yang, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity, my vehicle has already been upgraded to purple. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have missed this vehicle upgrade blueprint. If he had enough funds, Yuan Tengfei would have tried his best to get his hands on the blueprint. But although he had some coins, he couldn't compete with others. He proved to be right. On the other side of the highway, this is the route where Huagu of the Vulcan camp is located. Great stuff, this is really great stuff. Huagu was overjoyed. What our Vulcan battalion lacks most is large vehicles. We must get this blueprint. Give the order to collect all the vehicle currency from each squad and try to obtain this vehicle upgrade blueprint. The Chun family army and the various forces that joined District 9527 are all in similar situations. The leaders of these forces all seem determined to obtain this blueprint. Chapter 78, This Little Black Hand. Even the luckiest person can't save him. While the outside world was buzzing with discussion and fierce competition over the purple double-decker bus blueprints, Su Yang had already synthesized several purple vehicle upgrade blueprints. 100 white vehicle upgrade blueprints can only be combined to create one blue vehicle upgrade blueprint, and 10,000 blueprints are needed to create one purple blueprint. But Su Yang has discovered that collecting data from a dozen or 20 abandoned vehicles together has a certain chance of yielding blue vehicle upgrade blueprints. Collecting 2,000 to 3,000 abandoned vehicles at once can yield at least 100 blue vehicle upgrade blueprints. However, he was unable to collect purple vehicles. Su Yang suspected that these abandoned vehicles were too low-end, and no matter how many there were, he could not collect purple vehicle upgrade blueprints. That's fine. Anyway, it's equivalent to combining 2,000 or 3,000 abandoned vehicles to create a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint. By now, Su Yang has acquired quite a few abandoned vehicles, which naturally allows him to synthesize a considerable number of purple vehicle upgrade blueprints. However, he hasn't immediately put them out for sale. In a city 2,000 kilometers away, a bronze level 5 mini-boss, the Liquor, appeared, along with more than 20 other liquors in total. Unfortunately, only blue treasure chests dropped, and the other liquors only gave one green treasure chest. However, a purple treasure chest appeared in front of a shop in the city center. Wow, it's a purple treasure chest. Lu Mimi picked up the treasure chest with excitement, looking eager to use it, but was quickly warned by Fanya. Mimi, you can take it, but don't you dare open it for me. This is a purple treasure chest. Okay, I'll take a look. Lu Mimi shook her head and said sourly. I'm not the captain, I don't get Xiaoshua's favor. How could I possibly open a treasure chest? Lu Mimi, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Manhwa gritted her teeth. Isn't that so? Lu Mimi, with an expression that said, I've seen right through you, said to Jiang Manhwa. Your luck is now going to our captain every single day. I've known you for 5 years. We've been best friends since high school, but you. As she spoke, Lu Mimi burst into tears. This acting is absolutely amazing. Jiang Manhwa was so angry that she wanted to give her a good beating. Fanya couldn't stand it anymore and said directly, Xiaoshui, aren't you lucky today? Give it to her and let her open it. This. Jiang Manhwa subconsciously glanced at Su Yang, who was collecting zombie corpses not far away. Su Yang had already heard it and was speechless. Give it to her. A 20-year-old girl acting like a resentful woman in her boudoir. Ha ha ha, long live the boss. Lu Mimi was immediately delighted, but Su Yang's next words made her smile disappear. Wait, if we give her the blue one first, won't it still be a green treasure chest? Boss, this is disrespecting me. Lu Mimi was unhappy. I admit I'm unlucky, but with Xiaoshua's talent, I'm super lucky today. Unfortunately, Fanya had already taken the purple treasure chest from her hand, leaving behind 5 green treasure chests. Sister Yeyu. Lu Mimi was somewhat unwilling, but she quickly changed her mind. Humph, Just wait. When I get something good, you'll all be begging me. However, such arrogance vanished in less than a minute. Looking at the 5 open green treasure chests in front of her and the dozen or so items, only one of which was green, and that was just a green oil tank blueprint, Lu Mimi was confused. Xiaoxua, haven't you given me a buff yet? Apply the blue luck buff now, don't hesitate. Jiang Manxue felt a pang of pity. Mimi, Oh no, that can't be. At this moment, Lu Mimi seemed to turn ashen. Su Yang was also amazed. This luck was incredible. Even the luckiest person can't save you. But, that's a bit strange. To say that Lu Mimi is unlucky is an understatement. The problem is that when she drives to the town, she often encounters blue treasure chests, while Fanya almost always gets green treasure chests. Even if it weren't for Lu Mimi, Su Yang thought there would only be 1 blue treasure chest instead of 3. So, Lu Mimi's luck wasn't actually bad. If she had really bad luck, she wouldn't have made it past the first stage. After all, with her luck in opening treasure chests, she wouldn't have survived without luck. So here's the question. Even with blue level luck, how come it's still so bad? 5 green treasure chests yielded 1 green blueprint, which is barely acceptable, but it doesn't count as blue luck. Something strange. But I don't understand. Su Yang shook his head inwardly, thinking that perhaps he would figure it out in the future. After getting into the car in a huff, Lu Mimi went straight to her room, saying she needed to sit quietly for a few hours to recover. I hope Mimi is alright. Fanya was a little worried. After spending a few days together, she really liked this lively girl. Fine, Jiang Manxue said casually. If she hadn't said a word, that would have been a problem. The way she is now, it's actually fine. If you don't believe me, sister Ya, wait half an hour and see. She'll definitely be asleep. Sure enough, half an hour later, after the 3 of them dealt with the zombie town 2,100 kilometers away, Fanya took a moment to check on Lu Mimi and found that she was indeed asleep. She didn't disturb Lu Mimi's nap now, as she would need to keep watch tonight. Su Yang, Brother Hua from the Vulcan Battalion, has a blue vehicle group card and wants to use it to exchange for double-decker bus upgrade blueprints. Jiang Manxue suddenly spoke. The upgrade blueprints for the purple double-decker bus haven't been sold yet, firstly because it hasn't been long, and secondly because the prices offered by some people haven't satisfied Su Yang. A blue car group pass? This kid has something this good. Su Yang looked surprised, but he quickly shook his head and said, this thing is useless to us. Even if we get it, we'll just sell it and create more trouble. Okay, I understand. Jiang Manxue nodded and sent a message to Brother Hua. On the other side, Hua Gu frowned when he saw Jiang Manxue's reply. Brother, doesn't the other party agree? Upon seeing Hua Ji's expression, a dark-skinned young man immediately asked a question. Brother Hua nodded, looking conflicted. Then he looked at the dark-faced young man and asked, Blackie, if my vehicle is upgraded to a purple double-decker bus, will your abilities still be effective? Of course it can. I'm already at tier 3, and my abilities have improved. I can definitely be effective against purple vehicles, Haiwa said with a determined look. Actually, Hua Gu trusted the other party a lot. After all, his cousin had never lied to him since they were young. The reason he was hesitant was simply because he hadn't made up his mind. Brother, which thing are you planning to use? Haiwa also knew his cousin well and reacted immediately upon seeing the situation. Let's forget about it. Our vehicles will eventually be upgraded to purple. It'll just be a little slower. That card is an absolute gem. We can't sell it. No, we'll sell it anyway. In the end, Hua Gu made a decision and sent Jiang Manxue a message along with the attributes of a card. A dozen minutes later, Hua Ji's vehicle was upgraded to a double-decker bus that was 15 meters long, 3.2 meters wide, and 5 meters high. The moment Hua Gu upgraded the vehicle, Haiwa, who was at the back of the vehicle, raised his hands high, and a burst of energy burst from his hands. The next moment, 2 identical double-decker buses appeared. Double the talent for vehicles. Chapter 79 Special Items. Another upgrade. Item, copy card. Category, mysterious. Quality, special. Use, can duplicate any item. Higher level items have a certain failure rate. I didn't expect Brother Hua to have such a good thing on him. Looking at the card's attributes in his hand, Su Yang was quite surprised, because he had just tried this copy card and found that it could copy not only purple vehicle upgrade blueprints, but even red quality universal materials. But what truly surprised Su Yang was that this thing could even copy that red supercar card. And the success rate is 100%. Simply put, this item is at least red quality, and Su Yang felt he had made a huge profit. Perhaps Hua Gu knew how valuable this copy card was, but he probably underestimated it. Su Yang asked Jiang Manhwa to inquire with the other party about how they obtained the materials and successfully provided them with a batch of upgrade materials. Compared to the value of this copy card, those materials are truly insignificant. Looking at the materials in his hands, Brother Hua didn't mince words and spoke directly. This copy card was obtained from a purple treasure chest found in a zombie lair in the first zombie town. A zombie abode. Su Yang was stunned. There really was such a place? Wait, why didn't I meet him? However, Su Yang quickly realized that their team focused on speed and actively lured all the zombies out. He could see the zombies' health bars, even if there were buildings blocking the way, as long as they got close enough. Therefore, whether it was a zombie town or a city, Su Yang would ride around on Lu Mimi's motorcycle for a bit, and then leave as soon as he found that his health bar was empty. Fanya and her team drove armored vehicles to search for abandoned vehicles without having to get out. This makes it easy to miss even if there is a zombie lair. Even if Su Yang knew now, he wouldn't deliberately search for it, because Brotherhood discovered that not all cities within 1,000 kilometers have zombie lairs. His Vulcan battalion was divided into 5 large teams, all of which were quite fast. The 4th team had just entered a small city within 1,000 kilometers, but they hadn't found a zombie lair. The 2nd squad found the zombie lair, but did not discover any treasure chests. The 3rd squad did find a treasure chest, but it was only blue. All I can say is that Huagu was lucky that time. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, Su Yang and his group arrived at the 3,000-kilometer mark. The number of zombies here exceeded 10,000. All 3 women joined the battle. There were just too many of them, and even with the K-type heavy machine gun, Su Yang couldn't keep up. Moreover, Su Yang's target at this moment was the lickers. The liquor mini-boss. Level, bronze 10. Health points, 2,000/2,000. Mana points, 100/100. Skills, zombie virus, swiftness, tongue spike, steel fong. A level 10 bronze liquor, who is also a mini-boss, along with 30 other level 1 to 3 bronze lickers. Even with the K-type heavy machine gun, it took more than 3,000 rounds of ammunition to kill these lickers. Slay a level 10 bronze mini-boss. Received, 1 blue treasure chest, 20 gold coins, 10,000 experience points. The level 10 bronze liquor didn't bring Su Yang any surprises either. The treasure chest it dropped was still only blue. However, he still managed to get 31 blue treasure chests, bringing his total to over 100. Jiang Manhwa and her 2 friends also had K-type heavy machine guns, but they were only of green quality and could only fire ordinary bullets. Most importantly, after firing more than 3,000 rounds, they needed a cooling-off period before they could be used again. Su Yang could remove the shield and install a K-type heavy machine gun, which would upgrade the green quality to blue. But with the shield, there's no fear of being surrounded by these attempts. Su Yang had already tried it before, and even a bronze level 5 liquor couldn't break through the armored RV. Even setting aside bronze level 5, Su Yang felt that even silver level 5 or higher gold level 5 would definitely not be able to break through the armored vehicle's defenses. Therefore, Su Yang could not disassemble the shield. If necessary, he would only disassemble the K-type heavy machine gun and install the required vehicle parts. The battle was over in just over 10 minutes. This time, the 3 women were just getting some practice. They only killed ordinary zombies and mutated zombies, which only resulted in white treasure chests. It wasn't a big deal for Su Yang to kill fewer of them. Next, it's time to clean up the battlefield. This time, it's another purple treasure chest. Not only that, but one of the 3 items sold in the shop is a purple star-up card, and there's also a purple star-up card among the free items. These are 2 cards that can upgrade the vehicle to purple 3 stars. Of course, Su Yang won't use these 2 upgrade cards for now. He'll save them to restore the vehicle's status and isn't in a hurry to upgrade it. The items collected were the same as before. Nothing of value came up. The level 10 bronze mini-boss, the liquor, only yielded blue quality optimized T-virus potions. Su Yang now has quite a few of these potions, including the blue quality ones plus the ones he just collected, totaling 13. Half an hour later, Su Yang and his group left the city at a leisurely pace, stopping more than 30 kilometers away. It was still early, with about an hour until dark, but in order to deal with the situation tonight, Su Yang decided to stop and rest. Although it was supposed to be a rest day, Su Yang actually began frantically killing the zombies he had acquired, while the 3 women started frantically opening treasure chests. Someone wanted to buy alloy steel plates, but Su Yang didn't have many materials on hand and could only obtain them by opening treasure chests. Even Sieb Bai inside set up camp and began organizing materials 10 minutes later. It finally got dark. While eating dinner, Suyong smiled slightly as he looked at his accumulated experience points. He could finally level up. 300,000 experience points is no easy feat. Host, Suyong. Level, Gold 3, 10820/400000. Health points, 1200/1200. Mana points, 1200/1200. Strength, 39. Physical fitness, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 40. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunsmanship, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 1. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 82 110 2 purple treasure chests, 13 optimized T-virus potions, 99 optimized T-virus potions, 87 optimized T-virus potions, 99 blue treasure chests. Seeing that the next level required 400,000 experience points, Suyong felt a pang of melancholy again. If only a bunch of Iron Tier zombies appeared, I could just sweep them away with machine guns. Anyway, I have 2 upgrade cards in hand, which means I'm completely fearless with 600% vehicle status. Therefore, Suyong was quite looking forward to tonight. Ideally, high-level zombies would appear so that you might be able to level up in one night. Chapter 80 New Type of Zombies. Night Demons Attack. As darkness fell, the chat channel in Zone 9257 became even more lively. Tonight is the first night of the zombie siege. I wonder what dangers might come tonight. I already said it's the first night, so there will probably only be some zombies at most, and the danger level isn't high. Not high? Even for ordinary zombies, if there are too many of them and you get surrounded, you're doomed. Can a blue vehicle withstand an attack from ordinary zombies? My vehicle is only blue with 4 stars. I don't know if it can withstand an attack from many zombies. Ordinary zombies are no problem. My vehicle, a blue 3-star, was attacked by more than 20 ordinary zombies, but not even the windows were broken. Yes, that's exactly how our convoy kills zombies. It's quite easy. Let's be careful. Our convoy was attacked by a licker before. One of our blue 5-star vehicles was damaged. If we hadn't reacted quickly, everyone in the vehicle would have been killed. But we also used up 3 doses of basic virus medicine because of it. Without lickers, tonight is basically safe. They shouldn't appear on the first night, and if they do appear tonight, it'll probably be 2,000 kilometers away, right? 2,000 kilometers? Our team has only driven a little over 800 kilometers. It's only the first day. How could anyone have driven over 800 kilometers? How could it be gone? 2 members of our motorcycle team have already reached the 2,700 kilometer mark. Holy crap, are there really teams doing this? Are they risking their lives for a ranking? Motorcycles can go fast, but that's definitely dangerous, especially at night. What do you know? Once tonight we get a shelter from the captain. Oh, you could call it a zombie shelter now. I can sleep all night. Wow, there's actually a way to do that. Damn it, if I had known, I would have made my teammates do that too. Hee hee, I'm really looking forward to the official refresh of the leaderboard after midnight. I'll see how exciting the team leaderboard rankings are then. This time the team will be first, and I will definitely be first. Watching the debate on the chat channel, Yuan Tengfei smiled coldly, his face full of confidence. He dispatched a vanguard of 3 motorcycles, each equipped with a green quality machine gun, and the 3 motorcycle owners also had a large quantity of ammunition and several pistols. Moreover, he did not prepare a safe haven for the 3 of them, but deliberately spent a lot of gold coins to build an alloy room at the Sanxi station. Now the 3 of them are staying in the alloy room, and there is definitely no danger at night. The team rankings are based primarily on the team's own level, but also take into account a range of factors, including team members. However, the real key factor is the distance traveled this time. His 3 subordinates did not actively kill any zombies along the way, and have now reached 4,300 kilometers, which is far ahead of the competition. In front of another city, 3 double-decker buses were parked in the center of a square, surrounded by a protective zone made up of abandoned vehicles, and further away there was a large amount of debris piled up. This is Huagu and his gang's hideout for tonight. Huaji's Vulcan battalion is doing well, but he hasn't upgraded his vehicles to purple. In his view, upgrading to purple wouldn't allow him to carry many people, so it was better to buy awakening cards and try to awaken his talents. However, the core members of the Vulcan camp believe that since it was only a basic awakening card, the awakened talent would definitely not be good enough, so they told Brother Huan not to awaken it yet. The Vulcan battalion is quite united. They are genuinely thinking of Brother Huan's best interests. Moreover, the initial awakening card they purchased was ultimately used on Haiwa, who is the second in command of the Vulcan battalion. Haiwa's awakened talent is double the number of vehicles, which is a very peculiar talent. He can merge his own vehicle into other people's vehicles, creating a duplicate. Therefore, at this moment, the Vulcan battalion already has 3 double-decker buses, which is the main reason why Brother Hoi made the difficult decision to use up a copy card. Because of Haiwa's innate ability, the 3 double-decker buses are actually just the one that consumes energy for Huoge. The cloned buses don't need to be used. But because of this, if Huoji's vehicle is damaged, the 2 vehicles will be damaged simultaneously. But this was already excellent. Before the upgrade, Huoge installed storage boxes on the 2 remaining empty vehicle parts, ultimately giving his double-decker bus a 300 cubic meter interior space. Now there are 3 of them, and they are integrated into a 900 cubic meter interior space. The 3 double-decker buses can easily enter and exit the other 2 vehicles through this interior space. At this moment, 3 double-decker buses are positioned in 3 different locations, guarding all directions. The Vulcan battalion naturally had many members on motorcycles, but Brotherhood did not send anyone ahead of time, and the same was true for the other brigades. He needs to see how things go tonight before deciding whether to send members ahead on motorcycles. Brother, there's movement. Suddenly, Haiwa's expression turned serious. According to the feedback from the 2 double-decker buses I copied, it seems that a large number of energy entities are advancing towards us. The vehicles that Haiwa replicated were actually made of energy, but because they were made of energy, Haiwa could use these 2 double-decker buses to sense the general situation around him. Is it a zombie? As he asked the questions, Brotherhood began giving instructions to his subordinates. I don't know, but they're stronger than the zombies we've encountered. Not a zombie. Huoge frowned, and just then, an exclamation came from his walkie-talkie. Holy crap, Huoge is a night demon, a lot of night demons. Night demon, normal. Level, black iron 1. Health points, 120/120. Mana points, 10 out of 10. Skills, night walk, summon. Nightmare, excellent. Level, black iron 5. Health points, 250/250. Mana points, 30 to 30. Skills, night walk, summon. A black iron level monster? And night demon? Looking at the large number of health bars in the distance, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Was he trying to collect all the zombie-like monsters that appeared in movies? Could a tyrant or something appear later on? But this is a good thing for me. Looking at those densely packed health bars, there must be at least 1,000 of them. Killing a level 1 black iron monster grants 100 experience points. Killing 1,000 of them would yield 100,000 experience points. Moreover, this isn't just about level 1 black iron. Ordinary night demons can also be level 3 black iron, and excellent night demons can be level 8 black iron, and perhaps even higher. I might actually level up tonight. A hint of anticipation flashed in Su Yang's eyes, and then he began to fire the K-type heavy machine gun. When Su Yang saw that a single bullet only took away 70 to 80 points of health from a level 1 black iron night demon, his eyes narrowed slightly. It was stronger than a mutated zombie. But that's all. Just 2 ordinary bullets. No problem. Start the killing. Chapter 81. Another special item. The night demon appeared shortly after nightfall, unlike before when the crisis only appeared after midnight. However, Su Yang was extremely disappointed, because those night demons escaped. It's almost unbelievable. At first, only a few thousand night demons appeared, but as Su Yang killed some of them, more and more night demons appeared. I didn't count them precisely, but there should be 3,000 or 4,000. However, after sweeping away more than 2,000 of them with a K-type heavy machine gun, the rest of the night demons scattered in all directions. They fled all over the mountains and fields, and even if Su Yang wanted to chase them, he couldn't. They ran away? Aren't these night demons zombies too? How come they ran away? Jiang Manhua looked completely bewildered. She was practicing her marksmanship with a rifle when this unexpected situation occurred. They're probably scared. Lu Mimi suddenly realized something. Night demons are a bit more advanced than zombies, and they have some intelligence. Seeing how powerful our forces are, they naturally chose to run away. Does the night demon possess intelligence? Fanya looked speechless. You didn't just make that assumption based on the movie, did you? Is that not allowed? Lu Mimi put down her rifle and started counting on her fingers, saying, first there were ordinary zombies, then stronger ones, and then there were lickers. It's all similar to the movies. Now, isn't it only natural that something like the night demons from the movies are appearing? Goodness, after that one sentence, Fanya didn't know how to refute it. At this moment, Su Yang spoke up, Fangya, drive. Let's chase after them. Chase after them. Although Fangya was somewhat surprised, she immediately sat in the driver's seat, while Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi also took their positions and became alert. Data collection successful. Obtained. Night Demon Essence 3. Looking at the Night Demon Essence he had just collected from the Night Demon corpse not far from the armored RV, Su Yang understood that this substance had even more unique properties than Sandworm Essence. Item: Night Demon Essence. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Use: a special item that, when consumed, not only grants 1 point to each of the 4 main attributes, but also has a certain chance to awaken a Night Demon series skill. Note: if you fail to awaken your skill on your first attempt using Night Demon Essence, consuming 3 Night Demon Essences will grant you Night Vision. Even if you fail, eating 3 will grant you Night Vision. This is much better than Sandworm Extract. A moment later, Su Yang looked somewhat regretful, as he had consumed all 3 Night Demon evolutions he had collected. Without awakening any skills, Su Yang could only consume 3 items to gain Night Vision, but this was an innate ability, not a skill or talent, and therefore could not be upgraded. Moreover, apart from the first Night Demon Essence increasing 1 point of the 4 main attributes, the other 2 did not improve the 4 main attributes. During the pursuit, Su Yang also collected several more Night Demon Essences, and the 3 women each obtained 3. They understood why Su Yang had done so. Unfortunately, they didn't awaken any skills either, and in the end, they only gained Night Vision. Having Night Vision is extremely advantageous in this survival world. At this moment, everything in front of them looked much the same as during the day to Su Yang and his companions. After chasing for a while, Su Yang finally let Fangya return. There's no other reason than that I can't catch up with him. Even with Night Vision and the ability to see health bars, Su Yang couldn't find any trace of the escaped Night Demons. Most of them had vanished without a trace. Su Yang actually wanted to pursue the Night Demons to the places where their health bars disappeared, but the ground was uneven after leaving the road, especially since some areas were either forests or high slopes, so he had to give up. After cleaning up the battlefield by car, Su Yang tried driving a short distance to see if any new Night Demons appeared. Unfortunately, no. It didn't happen until the new day dawned at midnight. Su Yang and his group are just a unique case. Compared to others, they are not the same at all. Communication channel. Help. Night Demons. There are so many Night Demons. Sigh, another one. Luckily, we managed to drive the Night Demon away, but I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. These Night Demons are clearly a level above the zombies. Although they are not as strong as the lickers, there are too many of them. What's most terrifying is that these things are actually intelligent. That's right. Our convoy had 5 vehicles. Those Night Demons deliberately feigned weakness, which caught us off guard and caused us to lose 1 vehicle and 7 companions. This is already considered good. It is said that several convoys with 50 or 60 people have been completely wiped out. Ha ha ha, they're all wiped out, that's great. Come on, you Night Demon bastards and trash zombies. If you've got the guts, catch up to your Grandpa Ming. Is this insane? Most likely, and judging from the situation, he was planning to escape by car, but he didn't know that the zombies in the next zombie town were gathered at the intersection. Holy crap, is that even possible? A car owner I know was planning to drive away with his fleet of cars. He told me about this an hour ago, and his profile picture has already gone black. I'd like to know how those motorcyclists are doing. What a load of rubbish. The facts prove that the farther you go, the more Night Demons you encounter. After 2,000 kilometers, there are several hundred Night Demons, and after 3,000 kilometers, it's probably not just 1 or 2,000. It's already cold. It's impossible for it not to be cold in this situation. On the truck, Yuan Tingfei's face was extremely gloomy at this moment. The attack of the Night Demons caused him to lose some of his men, which was the only way he was able to repel them. But his 3-man motorcycle Vanguard team had long been wiped out. He had originally thought that with the Vanguard team around, he could slow down and search for abandoned vehicles. Abandoned vehicles are not only found in small towns and cities, there are also vehicles along the roadside, and even some distance away from the road. Therefore, Yuan Tingfei hasn't even run 1,000 kilometers today, which is definitely lagging behind. Give the order, we'll travel through the night tonight. Yuan Tingfei picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order, which surprised the person on the other end. Leader, it's dangerous to travel at night. Someone said that zombies are gathering at the crossroads. Because they are gathered at the intersection, we can rush over and even take away the treasure chests and goods from the shops in the center before the zombies arrive, Yuan Tingfei said calmly. But No buts, we're leaving in 10 minutes. After saying that, Yuan Tingfei hung up and looked up, revealing a pair of somewhat bloodshot eyes. How could a mere night demon possibly stop me from taking first place? At this moment, he was no longer a pure human, but a biohuman using an enhanced virus vaccine. In fact, if it weren't for that optimized T-virus drug, he would probably have lost his human form and become a bioengineered species. Becoming a biochemical species will not completely separate us from humanity. The direction of evolution will only be one branch of the direction of human evolution. A wrong and stupid branch. Chapter 82 opens the mysterious treasure chest for the first time, allowing you to explore the treasures inside. After confirming that there would be no more night demons, Su Yang decided to go and rest. However, Jiang Manhua suddenly exclaimed in delight, "My luck today is purple." Purple? Su Yang was overjoyed. He had finally waited for this moment. Su Yang, is this purple one okay? Or should we wait for a higher one to be refreshed? Jiang Manhua asked. No, purple it is. Su Yang shook his head slightly and said, if we wait any longer, it's unlikely that we'll get a higher level one, and we've already had pretty good luck with a purple level one. In Su Yang's opinion, given Jiang Manhua's current rank, there's probably not much chance she'll get orange level luck. Shall we start now? Jiang Manhua looked at Su Yang, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes, because Su Yang was about to open a special treasure chest. It was a mysterious treasure chest that Su Yang's Infinite Car Club could obtain every 10 days with its orange attribute. Counting from the day Su Yang established the Infinite Car Club, this mysterious treasure chest had already spawned after the zombie siege began. However, because Jiang Manhua's luck was only blue, Su Yang did not choose to open it. Now that it's past midnight, Jiang Manhua refreshed her purple luck and naturally opened it. Wait a minute. Instead of letting Jiang Manhua start immediately, Su Yang went into a work area inside the car, an empty room. Immediately afterwards, Su Yang took out all the purple and blue treasure chests he had obtained, which made Lu Mimi envious. However, thinking about how she was still like this yesterday, even with the blue luck buff, she was afraid that she would be even worse off today without the luck buff. In the end, she lost interest in opening the treasure chest. It's ready. Looking at the treasure chest in front of him, Su Yang nodded to Jiang Manhua. Upon seeing this, Jiang Manhua immediately used her innate ability to bestow her luck of the day upon Su Yang. It's worth mentioning that even if Jiang Manhua transferred her luck to others, she could still completely defeat Lu Mimi when opening treasure chests. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be purple for the next day, or you can accumulate your luck for 3 seconds to gain orange luck. When the prompt appeared, Su Yang did not hesitate to choose the orange luck option. At this moment, his luck was even higher than when he opened the red treasure chest. Only, not 10 seconds, just 3 seconds? The thought only flashed through Su Yang's mind for a moment before he opened the 2 purple treasure chests with his hands, which were originally resting on them. Without even checking what was inside the 2 purple treasure chests, Su Yang immediately opened the mysterious treasure chest and then frantically started snapping photos of the pile of blue treasure chests. However, Su Yang only opened about 20 blue treasure chests before stopping, because the 3-second orange luck buff had already expired. Having exhausted his luck, he opened treasure chests just as badly as Lu Mimi. Only then did Su Yang check what he had opened earlier, starting with the 2 purple treasure chests. You opened the purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. 10 alloy steel units. 10 purple parts. 1 blueprint for a purple mechanical leg. 1 new blueprint added for a purple vehicle part. You opened the purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. 10 alloy copper units. 10 purple parts. 1 purple Barrett Thor blueprint. No purple star-up cards? This was Su Yang's first reaction, but when he saw the blueprints from the 2 purple treasure chests, especially the last one, he was overjoyed. Barrett Thor. Purple. Needless to say, this is definitely a good product. The purple Barrett Thor has a range of 8,000 meters and features sniper rifle functions such as auto-lock and night vision. In addition, it has 2 special attributes. It possesses both penetrating and explosive power. With these 2 abilities, even ordinary bullets can easily penetrate blue-quality steel plates, creating an explosive impact. If this shot hits a zombie's head, even a licker will be blown to bits. Absolutely fantastic. If we had this thing, not many of those night demons would have been able to escape. Su Yang created it immediately, and the 1.5-meter-long Barrett Thor attracted the attention of the 3 women as soon as it appeared. The air is thick with murderous intent. Perhaps the Barrett Thor is not as destructive as the K-type heavy machine gun, but in a one-on-one fight, Su Yang is confident that he can kill a silver-level boss. Especially when installed on vehicle parts, the power of the orange-level enhancement is even more formidable. While the three women were studying the Barrett Thor, Su Yang's gaze fell on the mechanical leg, a strange glint in his eyes. Because this thing is actually a wheel. Simply put, it is possible to create 8-meter-long mechanical legs, which, once installed on vehicle components, would allow the vehicle to move like a spider without significantly reducing its speed. Wait, does having this mean we can enter mountainous and some forested areas? Su Yang's eyes lit up, realizing that these mechanical legs were a good thing. Build and install. A moment later, the armored RV had 8-meter-long mechanical legs. Su Yang tried to start it for a while and found that in the mechanical leg mode, the armored RV would be suspended 1 to 8 meters in the air, and there was no big shaking inside the vehicle, just like driving normally. The speed is 1/3 of the vehicle's original speed. With the speed of Su Yang's armored RV, even in mechanical leg mode, the speed can reach 200 kilometers per hour. This is just under normal conditions. If the effect of entering the double plus level breaks through the limit, the speed can reach 300 kilometers per hour or even higher. Finally, Su Yang's gaze fell on the items that had been opened from the mysterious treasure chest. You opened a mysterious treasure chest and obtained a special item search radar. It's a special radar, and it wasn't a finished product that was directly produced from blueprints. Its level is even orange. Su Yang was even more surprised after seeing its attributes. Item, search radar. Category, vehicle parts. Quality, orange. Attribute 1, range, allowing searching of a circular area with a radius of 10 kilometers. Attribute 2, alert, issues a notification and alert upon detecting a hostile target. Attribute 3, lock, allows you to lock onto a target for searching. All three abilities are extremely important. With this ability, there's no need to deliberately send people to keep an eye on the surroundings, and Su Yang doesn't need to rely on the ability to see health bars to check from time to time whether any enemies are approaching. Especially its lock-on ability makes it easier and more accurate to chase down enemies. Su Yang immediately installed it on the vehicle and then tried to lock onto Night Demon for a search. Sure enough, a number of Night Demons appeared on the search radar, but the total number was less than 50, so Su Yang gave up the idea of pursuing them. Looks like I'll have to go to sleep. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, but at that moment, a seemingly absurd idea suddenly came to him. Can this thing lock onto treasure chests? The result is yes. Chapter 83, The Awakening Talent of the Night Demon series. Are these all treasure chests? Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the dots of light appearing on the search radar. Huh, is this the radar that came out of that mysterious treasure chest? Lu Mimi leaned closer and asked, what are these dozen or so bright spots? Why are there green, blue, and purple ones? This commotion drew the attention of Fangya and Jiang Manhwa, who were also curious. Su Yang's next words left them speechless. This is a treasure chest. A treasure chest? Lu Mimi was stunned. Fangya seemed to understand something, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her beautiful eyes. Wait, Su Yang, do you mean that this radar can detect treasure chests? And these dots are individual treasure chests, and the colors displayed on them indicate the level of the treasure chest. Right. Su Yang nodded. Actually, he had just tried it out, but he never expected that he could actually find a treasure chest. However, when locking onto a treasure chest, the search radar can only search for chests within 3,000 meters. This means that there are so many treasure chests within a 3,000-meter radius around them, including not only 5 blue treasure chests, but also 1 purple treasure chest. Upon learning of this, the 3 women were no longer sleepy and excitedly rushed off to find the treasure chest. No, to use Lu Mimi's words, it's to pick up treasure chests. As for the 20 blue treasure chests that Su Yang opened, they didn't really examine them. After looking at the contents of 2 purple treasure chests and 1 mystery treasure chest, the 3 women lost interest in what the blue treasure chests contained. Well, mainly they wanted to collect the treasure chests. Actually, there were still some good items. Su Yang even unexpectedly discovered that he hadn't gotten any purple star-up cards from the purple treasure chests, but he had gotten 2 from these 20-odd blue treasure chests, along with some decent blueprints. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be of much help to Su Yang, but it could be given to Xie Bayan and the others. The Infinite Car Club now has a contribution point system, which was created by Fangya. All members can use contribution points to exchange for various items, many of which cannot be purchased from outside the club. For example, bullets. Don't underestimate the value of bullets. In a 100,000 person area, many people now have handguns. Handguns are still the primary weapon against zombies, as bullets are in short supply. For Su Yang, he can produce 1,000 ordinary bullets at a time, which only consumes 10 mana points. If Su Yang consumes 100 mana points and more materials at a time, he can produce 30,000 ordinary bullets. Of course, these are just ordinary pistol bullets. There certainly wouldn't be so many machine gun bullets. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Yang alone could easily ensure that everyone in the Infinite Car group had no shortage of bullets. Bullets are just the most common items. There are 50 special items like Sandworm Essence, and now Night Demon Essence has been added. There is even a Beginner Awakening card and an Intermediate Awakening card in the Caravan Warehouse. Anyone can exchange them as long as they have enough contribution points. The 3 teams of the Infinite Car group are now actively capturing live zombies and any missions issued by Su Yang. The Night Demon Essence was discovered by Xie Bian as soon as Su Yang put it into the Che Tuan warehouse. They finished their battle and are now busy sorting out the items the 3 women got from the treasure chest and making some trades. Even night demons are traded, and Su Yang's offer will be much higher. Boss, the commander has put some good stuff into the Caravan Warehouse again. He Xiaoyu discovered the Night Demon Essence immediately and ran to tell Xie Bian. Something good again? Xie Bian's face lit up with joy as he opened the warehouse of the caravan. His eyes lit up even more. It really is a good thing. It can actually awaken the Night Demon series of skills. What are the Night Stalker skills? He Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. How the hell should I know? Xie Bian was somewhat speechless and shook his head slightly, saying, I don't know, but I'm guessing it's pretty good. We can exchange 5 of them with our current contribution points. Who wants to try? Xie Bian spoke his last sentence to the people around him. Me, Captain Xie, I'll do it. Cough, cough, cough. I'll be the guinea pig for this kind of awakening of uncertain factors. Wang Qingyong, go play somewhere else. You were like this last time with the Sandworm Essence, and you're going to do it again this time. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Xie Bian felt a headache coming on. Their team had already established some rules. Contribution points were shared and managed by the team leader, Fangya. If you needed to exchange for something, just tell Fangya. Fangya doesn't concern herself with anything within the team. She's just a captain in name only. A moment later, 5 Night Demon Essences appeared, making He Xiaoyu envious. I want one too. Come on, you awaken the Iron Skin talent by eating Sandworm Essence, and it's a special type at that. This Night Demon Essence can only increase your 4 main attributes by 1 point. Xie Bian looked disgusted, but his tone was sarcastic, and he wanted to punch He Xiaoyu for chuckling. Some of these people have already consumed the Sandworm Essence, but only 2 have awakened the Iron Plate talent. Awakening the Iron Plate talent can result in 2 outcomes. One is that it makes one's skin truly invulnerable to blades and spears. After reaching Tier 2, the Ironhide armor can withstand bullets from the white pistol. He Xiaoyu is the second type. Not only can he withstand the bullets from the green pistol at the 2nd level, but more importantly, he can also apply a layer of iron plate to the vehicle. This made Xie Bian and the others extremely envious, but also incredibly surprised. Thanks to He Xiaoyu's metal plate, their armored vehicles could rampage and kill large numbers of zombies and night demons. If it weren't for the fact that their leader needed them to handle some matters, they would have already planned to travel at night. After finding all the treasure chests detected by the search radar, Su Yang heard Fangya say that Xie Bian and the others had exchanged for 5 Night Demon Essences, and then 3 of them had successfully awakened their talents. 3 people have awakened the Night Demon talent. Su Yang looked surprised. What talents have they awakened? 2 of them are speed talents, which can increase speed by 30% within 10 minutes, and the other is the awakening of mental impact, Fangya said. Psychological shock? Su Yang's gaze sharpened. It seemed that there were special types of night demons capable of mental attacks. Be careful. However, it's not a big problem. After all, so far, there hasn't been a single night demon that has come within 100 meters of their armored vehicle. Even if night demon possesses this mental shock skill, it's unlikely that it could release the skill from a distance of 100 meters, right? After tidying up, Su Yang put back all the unopened blue treasure chests he had taken out earlier, planning to open them next time he had good luck. As for the white and green treasure chests, let Jiang Manxue and the others open them. However, not now. I need to rest. This time, thanks to the search radar, all 4 of them were able to sleep peacefully. Even inside the car, Su Yang could access the search radar screen at any time, and if any danger arose, he would be alerted by the search radar immediately. Chapter 84 Special Types of Vehicles. Rankings updated. It's dawn. Somewhere in a city, there is a ruined square, littered with the corpses of zombies and many night demons. A large truck was parked here, surrounded by more than 20 vehicles, but many of these vehicles were damaged, indicating that the owners had obviously died. Even though many people had died, there were still more than 100 people on high alert, their eyes gleaming with surprise. Why hasn't the Alliance leader come out yet? I wonder if things have succeeded. There shouldn't be any problem. All the zombies below have been lured out and dealt with. Our Tianhe Business Alliance suffered significant losses this time, but if things succeed, we will become even stronger. That's right. By then, all that Su Shen will be nothing but bullshit. Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and the ground exploded, revealing the scene deep below, which attracted everyone's attention. Below is a very high-tech laboratory. Biochemistry lab. A moment later, one person climbed out. It was Yuan Tingfei. Behind him were only 3 or 5 other people. Of the 40 or 50 people who had entered together, only these few remained. Despite such a loss, Yuan Tingfei was overjoyed. Ignoring his men who surrounded him, he quickly went to his truck, took out a blueprint and a large amount of materials. Buzz. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and Yuan Tingfei's truck transformed into a black armored bus-like vehicle. Biochemical laboratory vehicle. This is a special purple vehicle modification blueprint that Yuan Tingfei obtained in the deepest room of this underground biochemical laboratory. It can be used to transform a vehicle into a laboratory. After the modification was completed, Yuan Tingfei immediately went inside. What he saw was that the interior of the vehicle had been transformed into a corridor, with only a small experimental room at the very back. Yuan Tingfei was not surprised and took out several blueprints to begin installing the vehicle parts for building this biochemical laboratory. After a while, Yuan Tingfei finally stopped. Ha ha, this is my car. Yuan Tingfei laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. Humph, it's only because there's no vehicle ranking this time. Otherwise my vehicle would definitely be number 1. Biochemical experiments, biochemical modification, biochemical enhancement, biochemical therapy. These 4 functions constitute the capabilities of his vehicle, and since it is now at the purple 5-star level, these functions are quite powerful. No rush. Let's test it a few times first, and once we're sure there are no side effects, then we can do it on myself. Even though he has now entered the realm of biochemical biology, and this is still his vehicle, Yuan Tingfei still intends to be cautious. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 200%. Quality, purple 1-star++. Light energy, 100/100, recovers 1 point of light energy per hour. Speed, 600 km/h+. Components, 5/10 interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Optimized components, 2/2 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy. Looking at the fully upgraded stats and the newly installed vehicle parts, Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. Ultimately, he didn't install the Barrett Thor on the component slot, because the Barrett Thor could be swapped with the K-type heavy machine gun and installed on the optimization component, which would allow the Barrett Thor to achieve an orange level status. After reviewing the vehicle attributes, Su Yang's attention turned to the rankings. The leaderboard is refreshed daily, always after dawn. Yesterday's rankings didn't actually have any rankings, they just presented the list, but today we're officially entering the rankings. Rank leaderboard. Su Yang was rightfully in first place. With his 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 30 points, he had officially entered the 4th tier, and he was number 1 on the entire blue star. Yes, this ranking is a global ranking across the entire planet. Looking across the entire blue star, Su Yang is the only 4th tier individual. Not to mention the 3rd tier. Even the number of 3rd tier individuals is extremely small. Tier 3 requires a breakthrough of 20 points in all 4 attributes. Currently, of the 3 women besides Su Yang, only Zhang Manhua is at the 3rd rank, while Fangya and Lu Mimi are still a little short. It's worth mentioning that after his first evolution, Su Yang discovered that those white-level attribute-boosting items no longer had any effect on him. It seems that as one's level of life increases, the things that can enhance the 4-dimensional attributes also become more and more advanced. Many items that enhance attributes can be obtained from treasure chests at each stage. Initially, they were power apples and stamina bananas, and now they are stamina potions and power potions. Yesterday, the three girls opened a white treasure chest containing many of these attribute-boosting potions, but each one only worked the first time, and there weren't many types. Suyang estimated that only in the next stage, when other items that increase attribute points appear, will there be a large number of Tier 3 car owners. As for Tier 4, that depends on luck. If you're lucky, you might get a special item that increases your 4 main attributes by 3 to 5 points at once. Jiang Manxue is a living example right in front of him. The population ranking is based on the number of districts with a population of 100,000. District 9527 lost over 1,000 people yesterday, but even so, it's still ranked first. The leaderboard only records the top 100, and Suyang saw that the district where the last 100th ranked person was located had lost more than 5,000 people. If the top 100 regions on Earth are experiencing this, those regions ranked lower must have lost thousands or even tens of thousands of people. The team rankings are interesting. Many teams sent motorcycle riders who covered 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers on the first day, but the problem is that the night demon that appeared last night wiped out almost all of these motorcycles. At least on the entire planet, the longest distance traveled by any convoy is currently Su Yang's convoy. The second-place convoy has just exceeded 2,100 kilometers. Moreover, according to them, they have bypassed many zombie towns and even cities that are 1,000 and 2,000 kilometers away. You won't get anything out of this. As for the kill leaderboard, Suyang looked at the leaderboard and saw his score of over 50,000, then looked at the second-place player's score of just over 5,000. Far ahead. The kill leaderboard only counts 1 point for killing a zombie. Even killing a night demon or a bronze-level licker also counts as 1 point. However, judging from some of the debates on the chat channels, it seems that his ranking is somewhat inaccurate. Because he acquires living zombies, many people believe that 99% of his 50,000 plus points came from killing the zombies he acquired. But he had no idea about any of this. Yesterday, Suyang didn't even acquire 20,000 zombies. Most of them were killed by him with real guns and bullets, especially the night demons that appeared last night. It was only because they ran fast that he had more points. Chapter 85 Special Items Targeting Night Demons. During the chat, Suyang also learned something that surprised him. That means that starting from 3,000 kilometers, there will be a gas station on both sides of the road in both zombie towns and cities, and there will also be a few zombies there. There were 200 or 300 of them. Since the road was open, it was easy to drive away from the zombies, though it was a little troublesome. However, the key point is that every gas station also has a treasure chest, and so far it seems that the lowest level of treasure chests that appear is a green one. This is a complete tactic to lure people into taking the treasure chest. 200 or 300 zombies may not seem like much, but they are still very dangerous for most convoys. Moreover, each detour adds 100 kilometers to the journey, turning 1,000 kilometers into 2,000 kilometers. And is it 150 kilometers after 3,000 kilometers? Seeing the gas station appear ahead, Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly. For his armored RV, a few thousand more kilometers wouldn't be a big problem. So after leaving the stronghold from last night, when he was holding off the zombie town 3,100 kilometers away, he told Lu Mimi to drive on the left-hand road. He planned to circle around the left-hand road to check the situation of the 2 gas stations, and then rush back to the middle. So 200 kilometers isn't much, but the gas station is now located at 75 kilometers instead of 50 kilometers on the left, which obviously means the route has become longer due to detours. However, this is not a big problem. It's only 300 kilometers, plus clearing out zombies and checking 2 gas stations, and even taking into account the situation in the zombie town. It can be done in 2 hours. We've arrived at the gas station. The zombies noticed the situation immediately and swarmed over. But before they could get close, they were taken out by the K-type heavy machine gun in a minute. Suyang understood that although there were zombies here, there were more than 500 of them. However, there are no lickers, so it is relatively safe. Ha ha ha. It's a blue treasure chest. Lu Mimi shouted happily. It was her again who spotted it first. Actually, with the search radar, she could easily find out the level and location of the treasure chest in advance, but in her words, that would be too boring. She would rather wait until she found the treasure chest before turning on the search radar to search for it. After obtaining the blue treasure chest, Lu Mimi went to activate the search radar. It's worth mentioning that, like last night, there are more treasure chests appearing at night, and probably fewer during the day. Even so, a blue treasure chest was still displayed on the search radar. Captain, there's another blue treasure chest. It looks like it's below the gas station. Lu Mimi popped her head out of the car window and shouted to Su Yang. Below the gas station, Su Yang raised an eyebrow and, after collecting the last batch of zombies at his feet, entered the gas station. After searching for a while, he found a staircase leading to a basement. There was no health bar, but the messy bloodstains indicated that there used to be zombies here. Normally, if you sneak in, there will definitely be zombies here and you'll be ambushed. But Su Yang and his group were different. They didn't need to be careful when approaching. They even deliberately made noise to attract the zombies out. Obviously, the zombies here were also attracted out, so there was no danger. Sure enough, there was a blue treasure chest. And they even have blueprints? Su Yang looked at a table on the other side of the blue treasure chest with a surprised expression. This was the first time Su Yang had ever seen a blueprint presented like this, not inside a treasure chest, but simply placed on a table. Item: ultraviolet fluorescent lamp. Category: drawings. Quality: white. Applications: can be used to create white quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, which can be decorated or installed on vehicles. Materials needed: 5 iron sheets, 5 copper sheets, 5 plastic sheets, 5 common parts, 5 electronic parts. Faced with such an attribute, Su Yang fell silent, unsure of what to say. Etc. Ultraviolet light? Could this possibly ward off the night demon? Su Yang suddenly thought of this possibility and felt that it was probably possible. I knew it. The nights during this zombie siege are extremely dangerous, especially 3,000 kilometers away. Of the 100,000 night demons that appear, only 10,000 to 20,000 will likely survive safely. If this pace continues, perhaps only 1 or 2,000 people in District 9527 will reach the finish line in the end. It seems that Night Demon still has a way to deal with it. After they came out, Jiang Manhwa and Fangya also brought 2 blueprints, one for upgrading an oil tanker and one for an extra-large capacity oil drum, both of which were blue-grade. Moreover, neither of these 2 blueprints was inside the treasure chest. One was on a tanker truck, and the other was on the cash register at a gas station. These 3 blueprints alone were already quite a gain, but Su Yang soon realized that these blueprints were not something that came easily. The second gas station was just a blue overall framework blueprint. It's worth mentioning that both gas stations had some expired canned goods and biscuits, which Su Yang naturally didn't want. Fangya only put the prices of a few pieces of iron and wood on the trading hall. In addition, the 2 gas stations collected more than 100 liters of gasoline. In fact, some vehicles had some gasoline in them, but Su Yang and his team thought it was too much trouble to collect it. In fact, even some abandoned vehicles contained gasoline. Su Yang naturally couldn't process them one by one. He collected them all directly. It was precisely because of this that if a large number of abandoned vehicles were collected at once, some gasoline could be extracted. Su Yang did not build the oil drum blueprints because the vehicle now has an energy converter and the drums store energy. The Su Yang armored vehicle can store 100 units. Although the number may not seem like much, even if the armored vehicle runs at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour for an hour, it may not consume 1 unit of energy. The energy converter can output 10,000 pieces of wood, or energy such as gasoline or electricity, which can be converted at any time and then put back in. Therefore, Su Yang's armored vehicle still has a full energy capacity of 100 units. After finally entering the town at 3,100 kilometers away, Su Yang was surprised to find that the goods here were also quite good. There was a blue vehicle upgrade blueprint and a blue pistol blueprint. You should know that Su Yang only had 3 blue quality pistols at the moment, and they were all purchased from the entire region interface in the shop at the Sanxi station. In other words, he was the only person on the entire planet Blue Star who purchased a blue quality pistol. Of course, this doesn't mean that there was only one blue quality pistol on the entire planet Blue Star. Many people must have obtained it from opening treasure chests. Even the 3 gifts given away were all high quality items, one of which was even a Blue Star Up card. Although most of the top 100 players on the entire planet are now driving blue 9-star vehicles, with a few driving purple ones, the majority of their vehicles are still green quality. Only a small number of owners have upgraded their vehicles to blue. These Blue Star Up cards still have a good market, and the price won't be low. Although they don't fetch the exaggeratedly high price that Su Yang had Jiang Manhwa sell them for before, they can still sell for about 30 to 50 gold coins. Chapter 86 Yuan Tingfei, a 4th order biochemical species. It took 2.5 hours, a bit longer than expected. Looking at the town behind him, Su Yang checked the time. It was about half an hour earlier than the time on his jade slip. It's basically just that the distance increased from 100 kilometers to 400 kilometers, plus 2 gas stations and hundreds of zombies. This is really not a difficult thing. Su Yang pondered for a moment, then said to Lu Mimi in the driver's seat, Mimi, increase the speed, go straight to 400 kilometers per hour. All right. Lu Mimi's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to make a quick move, but Su Yang hadn't allowed it. In fact, if Lu Mimi didn't have 20 points in both strength and spirit attributes, Su Yang really wouldn't have dared to let her drive like that. You two get ready too. Today we'll drive to a city 4,000 kilometers away, taking 2 hours to get through a small town. Although the distance has increased, the towns and cities along the total route remain unchanged, and the team leaderboard only records the total distance covered in the 10,000-kilometer journey. Jiang Manhwa and Fang Yan naturally had no objections. Let alone a speed of 400 kilometers per hour. With their current attributes, they could barely control the car even at 600 kilometers per hour. Well, that is, provided that the road doesn't have any sharp bends or similar issues. Soon, a message spread through the communication channel. What the heck? There are zombies even when we take a detour? After 300 kilometers, a detour is 150 kilometers. Really? Isn't it only 100 kilometers away, and there won't be any zombies? It's true. According to reliable sources, this information came from Xie Bian, who in turn came from Su Shan. Not only that, there are some good things inside the gas station at the midpoint of the detour. You call the blue vehicle upgrade blueprint not bad? If Su Shan says it's not bad, then it's Su Shan. For us, it's an absolutely valuable item. If that's what Su Shan said, then it must be true. There are still zombies. What's the point of having good stuff if we can't get it? What's the difference between Su Yang saying anything and not saying anything at all? He might as well give us some good stuff. I think Su Yang's behavior is wrong. He should give us some good things for free so that we can survive. Damn it, some more disgusting things have appeared. They're not all dead yet. This survival world is fucking weird. It gives some disgusting things good luck, and they've actually survived until now. Why are you swearing? Did I say something wrong? Isn't Su Yang very powerful? Doesn't he have a lot of good things? Sharing some with us won't affect him at all, will it? That's right. Of course it's right. But it's also right for Su Shan not to share his own things with you, isn't it? Haha. Yeah. Is it wrong for someone not to share their own things with you? But he's very strong, isn't it? With great power comes great responsibility. What the hell are you spouting movie lines from this real world? Stop talking nonsense. Let's have a showdown. You put your stuff up for free on the trading platform, and I'll put 3 times that amount up for myself. Isn't it true that with great power comes great responsibility? You've got some ability, haven't you? With such thick skin, one must have at least a century of cultivation. 100 years is too short. Let's make it 1,000. Oh no. Am I going to be targeted and then killed? You're doomed. The other party will come down the internet cable and kill you. Ha ha ha. I can't hold back anymore. Having a few more funny people around has made my originally depressed mood much better. Su Yang was unaware of the matter concerning the communication channel, and it was indeed he who asked Xie Bian to release the information. Whether others believe it or not is none of his business. There are also lickers in the zombie town 3,000 kilometers away, and they are even bronze level 10. Su Yang's current idea is to gather a group of bronze level 10 lickers, and then collect resources together to see if they can find anything good. That would be great if we could collect a boosting potion without side effects. However, what Su Yang didn't know was that those people on the communication channel who smeared him and spoke ill of him were actually sent by Yuan Tingfei. Su Yang was unaware that humans would undergo a special change after their 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 30 points. It wasn't that they would achieve that level of evolution, but rather that their vehicle owner attribute panel would be updated. Car owner, Yuan Tingfei. Talent, Merchant Guild. Vehicle, Biochemical Laboratory. Health points, 900/900. Mana points, 360/360. Strength, 50. Physical fitness, 45. Agility, 47. Spirit, 36. Currency, 15,893 gold coins, 89532 silver coins, 253,755 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 4. You have evolved into a bioengineered species and separated from humanity. Your total 4-dimensional attributes surpass those of all current humans. Ha, my 4-dimensional attributes have finally surpassed everyone else on Earth. Looking at the information on his attribute interface, Yuan Tingfei was overjoyed and beamed with pride. He has completely evolved into a bioengineered species, especially after seeing his own life points and flying away after advancing to the 4th rank. My health has also increased. Before, I had 10 health points for every 1 point of constitution, but now I have 20 health points for every 1 point of constitution. After his promotion, Yuan Tengfei received feedback on his status as a bioengineered species. His physique was now twice as strong as a human's, giving him twice the life force of a human. Not only that, his talented business group has also been upgraded again, and now has the ability to lend money. This lending capability has come at the perfect time. I can use this method to build a sufficiently powerful army of bioengineered species. Yuan Tengfei's eyes lit up. His vehicle could produce modification potions that could transform humans into bioengineered species. With enough materials, he could even produce modification potions that directly increase four-dimensional attributes by 5 points. His own method of improvement is also very simple. Collect the genes of powerful life forms, research them into enhancement drugs, and strengthen himself. He had previously collected zombies, night demons, and lickers, along with some experimental subjects and results from his previous biolab, and finally successfully advanced to the 4th tier. In Yuan Tengfei's eyes, Su Yang was no match for him at all. It was only because the current rankings hadn't been updated that Yuan Tengfei was shocked to discover that even though his total four-dimensional attributes were already number 1 on Blue Star, he still couldn't rank ahead of Su Yang. Especially his self-perceived strength, which was merely his own perception. However, it must be said that Yuan Tengfei could quickly cultivate a large group of subordinates who were 3rd-tier car owners in this way. At least a third of his 100-plus subordinates have already broken through 20 points in their four-dimensional attributes. Now, by recruiting people through lending and having them collect materials, the improvement speed will only be faster. Therefore, Yuan Tengfei believed that he would soon be able to rule District 9527. Chapter 87 Advanced Enhancement Potion. More than 3 hours later, Su Yang and his team arrived at the 4,300-kilometer mark, where the zombies in the town had been cleared out. In less than 4 hours, almost 3.5 hours, they dealt with 200 kilometers of zombies, which was much faster than expected. But precisely because of this, Fangya is now driving. Maintaining a minimum speed of 400 kilometers per hour, even with a mental attribute of 20 points, consumes a great deal of energy, and even Lu Mimi's mana has decreased by more than 20 points. It seems that if you expend too much energy, your mana will also be depleted. A flash of understanding crossed Su Yang's eyes, and then his gaze fell on a blueprint in his hand, which he had just purchased from a shop in the center of a town 4,300 kilometers away. Item: ultraviolet fluorescent lamp. Category: drawings. Quality: blue. Application: can be used to create blue-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, with an illumination range of 100 meters, preventing night demons from approaching. Materials needed: 30 iron sheets, 30 copper sheets, 30 plastic sheets, 15 common parts, 15 electronic parts. If the white-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamp was only suspected of being able to repel night demons, then this blue-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamp is a genuine tool for repelling night demons. This thing had no effect on Su Yang. In fact, it had the opposite effect. He might worry about not being able to attract the night demons, but he wouldn't worry about being surrounded by them. It can only be used by Xie Bayan and his group. No, Xie Bayan and the others don't need it either. Xie Bayan had already told Su Yang about last night's experience. Because he Xiaoyu awakened the talent of Iron Skin and could attach it to their armored vehicles, they were able to ignore the night demon's siege and fire at them from inside the armored vehicles. Later on, he even ran over and killed many night demons with his car, without posing any real danger. Give it to Fang Shuqing. Su Yang ultimately decided to send the items to Fang Shuqing. As for Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi's classmate He Qianqian. Thinking of this woman, Su Yang frowned slightly. He Qianqian had asked Jiang Manhua for a lot of supplies, including some guns and vehicle parts. However, the woman did not install these things on her vehicle. When she asked Jiang Manhua for these resources, she said it was to arm herself, which clearly meant the other party was lying. Is it about starting from scratch? Su Yang sneered. So these people think they can act with impunity just because I don't know? He didn't tell everyone that as the leader of the Infinite Car Club, he could check the vehicles of any member, and Su Yang couldn't hide any changes to He Qianqian's vehicles. Since the other party could buy a lot of zombies and sell some things in their area, Su Yang didn't expose them directly. But Su Yang's things aren't so easy to take. On a certain highway, a convoy of 40 or 50 people was parked in one place. He Qianqian, it's time to go. A short-haired, capable woman patted a camper van and shouted. Inside the RV, a man and a woman were still fast asleep. After being woken up, the woman's face showed anger. Cece, don't be angry. The man stopped He Qianqian from getting angry, saying, "We still need these people to help us, and if any conflict happens and it gets back to Su Yang, it won't be good for us. My vehicle hasn't been upgraded to purple yet." The man's name was Wu Yong, and he was He Qianqian's boyfriend. He Qianqian and Jiang Manhua had invested all the things they wanted into him. After entering the survival world, Wu Yong managed to barely get through the first stage by opening a box of instant noodles at the beginning, and then found He Qianqian. As for He Qianqian, she relied on borderline methods to get through the first stage. At the initial station, she barely managed to get 8 points for her looks and used her body to acquire a lot of resources, upgrading her vehicle to blue. The two teamed up at the initial train station. Knowing He Qianqian's character and personality, Wu Yong naturally understood how she obtained her blue car after seeing it, but he didn't expose her and remained infatuated. He Qianqian had a thing for this kind of thing, and she felt that she had Wu Yong completely under her control, whether on Earth or in this survival world. But she had no idea that to Wu Yong, she was just a tool for venting his anger. After all, He Qianqian is quite good looking, which is better than doing it myself, and it's free. After teaming up with He Qianqian, Wu Yong even had the idea of using her body to survive. Unexpectedly, Jiang Manhua's appearance caused He Qianqian to change again, and Wu Yong was overjoyed when he learned about Jiang Manhua's relationship with Su Shun. Ultimately, through Wu Yong's deliberate efforts, He Qianqian came to believe that relying on others in this world was ultimately futile. We should rely on ourselves. She then agreed to use the supplies she obtained from Jiang Manhua to upgrade Wu Yong's vehicles. Anyway, Su Yang couldn't possibly know, and neither could Jiang Manhua. It's impossible for anyone to contact Su Yang. Besides, the people here don't know what Jiang Manhua gave you, so we can make ourselves stronger by leveraging Su Yang's resources. Under Wu Yong's sweet words, He Qianqian completely followed his lead. However, neither of them knew that not everyone could be manipulated. They don't even consider what qualifications or confidence they have to scheme against Su Yang. Have no idea? Are you kidding me? The team leader is Lu Mimi, and everyone else is a member of the Infinite Car Group. How could Su Yang not be able to contact the others? After lunch, Su Yang and his group continued their journey. A few hours later, Su Yang and his team arrived at their final destination of the day, a city 4,000 kilometers away. After clearing out the gas stations on both sides of the road, Su Yang and his team then ventured into the city center. This time, there were several thousand zombies, and even 30 or 40 lickers, the lowest level being Bronze 3, and finally 3 Bronze 10 lickers appeared. Su Yang tested the power of the Barrett Thor, and it really did kill one person with one shot, headshot after headshot. Even a Bronze level 10 licker was instantly killed by Barrett Thor's headshot. They used the most common sniper bullets. The armor-piercing, penetrating, and poison bullets that Su Yang had prepared were not used, which made Su Yang very satisfied. Before the zombie horde got close, Su Yang had already taken care of all the lickers. Then he switched to the K-type heavy machine gun and swept through the area for a few minutes before ending the battle and starting to clean up the battlefield. Tonight, Su Yang planned to find a place to rest in the city. About an hour before dark, Su Yang and his group returned to the armored RV. Good haul. Item, Advanced Enhancement Potion. Category, Consumables. Quality, Blue. Attribute, Special Potion. Upon use, it strengthens the user, increasing all 4 main attributes by 3 points. Note, this medicine has no side effects, but each person should only take it once. This was something Su Yang collected after gathering more than a dozen level 10 bronze lickers. Now he also buys lickers, 3 gold coins for a live one and 1 gold coin for a dead one. This price caused quite a stir, but the lickers are quite powerful, and so far Su Yang has only managed to acquire some corpses. What Su Yang didn't expect was that his actions, along with the distribution of a lot of low-level enhancement potions, gave someone an opportunity to promote the concept of biochemical evolution. Chapter 88 The Trend of Biochemical Modification? You mean there's a trend in communication channels these days of evolving into bioengineered species? Su Yang looked bewildered. Right. Fanya nodded, her expression somewhat grave. It's still unclear where it originated, but some people have already transformed into bioengineered species. Some people even took this opportunity to raise their 4-dimensional attributes to over 20 points. Is this even possible? Su Yang was somewhat surprised, but he quickly got in touch with Xie Bayan. Compared to Fanya, Xie Bayan knew more and in greater detail. Xie Bayan, according to the information I have, the news about this bioengineered species should have come from the Tiana Business Alliance. It was definitely the work of that idiot Yuan Tingfei. There are already quite a few people who have been transformed into bioengineered species. Xiaobian. Hey, Commander, you don't know this, but there's a claim in the information about these bioengineered species that if they're modified into bioengineered species, they'll have twice the life strength of humans. Double health? Wait, could this be health points? Su Yang seemed to understand something, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Su Yang, Yuan Tingfei only mentioned doubling life strength? What about other aspects? What about strength and speed? Xiaobian. There should be an improvement, but it definitely won't be double. According to what you said, leader, our human four-dimensional attributes will be 30 points in the first evolution, so it will be tripled, right? Su Yang. That's right. For example, if 1 point of physique was equivalent to 10 points of health before, then after the first evolution it would be 30 points, a threefold increase overall. Xiaobian. Hey, if Yuan Tingfei finds out, he'll be so depressed he'll commit suicide. Huh. All I can say is that Yuan Tingfei is too arrogant. But, you could call that luck, right? A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Instead of reminding humans that there is an initial evolution at 30 points in the four-dimensional attributes, he deliberately arranged a biochemical modification route during this stage. TSK, this survival world is really something else, traps everywhere. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang had an idea and immediately entered the chat channel to send a message. Su Yang. I advise those who want to be transformed into bioengineered species that humanity has one privileged first evolution, and once it is transformed, it will no longer be able to obtain this first evolution. Su Yang, I advise you. Su Yang. After sending the message, Su Yang chose to leave the chat channel. He had already made his point, not only in the chat channel of District 9527, but also in the Blue Star main chat channel 3 times in a row. If someone still chooses to reform, they're only reaping what they sow. Su Yang had a premonition that the decrease in the human population was not a good thing for him. Communication channel. Yuan Tingfei. Ha! They finally found a way to survive. And you, Su Yang, still say such things? Yuan Tingfei, where is he? Are you too guilty to come out? Xiaobian. You idiot Yuan Tingfei, do you think nobody knows that it was you who was doing these biochemical modifications? Yuan Tingfei. Tisk, where did this lackey come from? Xiaobian. Don't worry about where it came from. If you have the guts, admit that this biochemical modification was your doing. Yuan Tingfei still? Did I deny it? I, Yuan Tingfei, will say it right here. I have put in a lot of effort for humanity to find the means of biochemical modification. Su Yang has no ability and he won't let people talk about it. That's right, what did Su Yang do? Yuan Tingfei, that big shot, pioneered biochemical modification technology, which is truly a benefit to all mankind. This Xiaobian is disgusting. Does he really have to go to such lengths to fawn over Su Yang? Everyone, I, Zhang Shan, have verified my identity. After undergoing biochemical modification, all 4 of my attributes have increased by 5 points, and my recovery ability has also increased many times over. Biochemical modification is definitely the right thing to do. Don't let Su Yang and the others influence things. Those who want biochemical modifications should hurry up, because our leader doesn't have many modification agents left. Is this biochemical modification really that powerful? I'm a little tempted, but is this initial evolution benefit real or fake? Xiaobian. Everyone, I'll say this last thing, biochemical modification is not advisable. Those who trust our leader, Su Shun, shouldn't participate in the modification. Those who don't, feel free to do so. After sending this message, Xiaobian left the chat channel. It was getting dark, and he needed to prepare for the evening. He didn't have time to waste here. Just like he said, believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, he's not the one who regrets it. On the biochemical testing vehicle. Seeing that Xiaobian had stopped speaking, Yuan Tingfei sneered inwardly. First evolution? Benefits? Who are you kidding? There's no such thing as welfare in this survival world. Yuan Tingfei naturally didn't believe it. In fact, he was convinced that Su Yang was deliberately making up a lie because he was worried that Yuan Tingfei would use his number 1 position. What kind of evolution can there be? Human physique is absolutely inferior. Based on the data he found in that biochemical laboratory and his own condition, Yuan Tingfei dared to assert that no matter how much the human body is improved, it will be difficult to break through to 10 attribute points. How could humans possibly evolve? He seemed to have forgotten that this was a world of survival, and that the possibility of human evolution was also very high. As for the difficulty in improving the 4-dimensional attributes, but in reality, at the current pace, After surviving 1 or 2 more stages, many people will probably reach 30 points in all 4 attributes. This might be a conscious oversight by Yuan Tingfei, because he didn't want to admit that he had missed something. Moreover, he firmly believes that his current biochemical modifications are the strongest. Even if humanity had an initial evolutionary benefit, it could never compare to his biochemical modifications. We're only a little over 2,000 kilometers away now. There are definitely even stronger zombies ahead. If he can obtain the mutated biochemical genes of those zombies, he will become even more powerful. And, Suyang probably doesn't know at all that after the biochemical modifications, we won't be attacked by zombies. Yuan Tingfei looked smug, which was another major benefit of biochemical modification. Meanwhile, everyone in the Tianhe Business Alliance who is undergoing a transformation is frantically capturing zombies to sell to Suyang. Even though Yuan Tingfei knew very well that Suyang would definitely benefit from it, he needed a lot of funds right now. As long as he had enough funds, he could collect more materials and create a more powerful biochemical agent. Suyang is just working for him. It's just that Suyang didn't know Yuan Tingfei's thoughts, otherwise he would definitely have scoffed at them. Who is actually working for whom? Meanwhile, Suyang was already preparing for a big operation tonight, because he seemed to have discovered that the night demons appearing on the search radar all came from the same place. They appeared to be surging towards them from all directions, but in reality, they emerged from the west of the city and then dispersed to surround them. Chapter 89 Jiang Manchua's First Evolution. Night Demon's Nest. Do all these night demons come from the same place? Seeing the red dot representing the night demon on the search radar, Lu Mimi exclaimed in surprise, "The lair. This night demon must have a lair. Let's charge in." The K-type heavy machine gun, the Barrett Thor, and the golden shield on their armored vehicle made Lu Mimi fearless. Even Fangya, who had just felt that Lu Mimi was a bit too much, stopped talking immediately after realizing what was happening, and instead became somewhat expectant. As for Jiang Manchua, she looked eager to try. The reason is simple. She is now at the 4th level, and Suyang used the high-level potion he had obtained before on her. The increase of 3 points in the 4-dimensional attributes is not very significant for Suyang, but it is enough for Jiang Manchua to complete her first evolution. Car owner, Jiang Manchua. Talent, luck. Vehicle, armored commercial vehicle, armored motorhome. Health points, 960/960. Mana points, 990/990. Strength, 30. Constitution, 32. Agility, 30. Spirit, 33. Currency, 378 gold coins, 732 silver coins, 6,558 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 4. After your initial evolution, you are already a superhuman. After her first evolution, the information on Jiang Manchua's personal attribute panel also changed, now including health points and mana points. If we consider this survival world as a game, then Jiang Manchua wasn't even a formal player before. Only those who reach Tier 4 are considered official players? No, that's not the case. Suyang believes that only those who have completed the 4th stage of their initial evolution are qualified to become players in the survival world. So the question is, how many official players can there be on the entire planet Blue Star? Suyang didn't know the answer. He just wanted himself and those around him to survive. With her improved strength, Jiang Manchua naturally planned to test her skills, even though it was actually difficult for them to fight personally. Even Suyang chose to fight with firearms, so Suyang was not sure about his true strength. However, he didn't want to take any risks just to test his strength. There were more night demons this time than last night, and there were also more excellent grade night demons, but none of them were above excellent. However, there were quite a few excellent grade night demons at Iron Rank 10. Because of the search radar, there was no need to worry about the night demons escaping. On the contrary, Suyang wanted to find their lair by following the direction they fled. The K-type heavy machine gun swept wildly, and even after firing tens of thousands of rounds, the armored vehicle's status values did not decrease. All I can say is that the purple armored motorhome with the double plus rating is too powerful. Ordinary shots from the K-type heavy machine gun are no longer enough to have any effect on it. The 3 women have also started practicing their marksmanship. The fact that they can kill some of the night demons, which are numerous, doesn't have much impact on Suyang. Besides, they do need to improve their marksmanship. In just over 10 minutes, most of the night demons were killed, and then some of them began to retreat. Chase after them, Suyang shouted, and Fangya, who was already sitting in the driver's seat, immediately drove to give chase, while Jiang Manchua in the passenger seat kept her eyes on the direction the night demons were retreating on the search radar. Just like when we came, those night demons retreated to the west of the city. Fang Ye stepped on the gas and sped off towards the west of the city, while Su Yang, though on the sunroof, had his eyes on the system panel. Host, Su Yang. Level, Gold 4, 30895/500000. Health points, 1260/1260. Mana points, 1260/1260. Strength, 42. Physical fitness, 42. Agility, 42. Mental strength, 42. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 2. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 85 of 110. He was promoted again. He visited all the gas stations along the 1,000-kilometer journey during the day, killed 20,000 to 30,000 zombies, and acquired some more. Su Yang was already close to leveling up, and now, after killing these night demons, he leveled up immediately. 400,000 experience points. That's not easy. I wonder how much I'll gain tonight, and whether it'll be enough to upgrade to gold level 6 tomorrow. After catching up with the fleeing night demon, Su Yang and his group quickly left the city. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, they came to a mountain forest. Generally speaking, it would be difficult for a car to drive up there, but Su Yang's armored RV was different. Click, click. Suddenly, a mechanical turning sound came from both sides of the armored vehicle, and 8 mechanical legs extended out. It's hard to say whether to call it science fiction or fantasy. The armored RV looks the same, but 8 mechanical legs pop out after the mechanical legs are activated. This wasn't Fang Ye's first time driving. She had tried the mechanical leg mode several times before, as had Lu Mimi and Jiang Manhwa. Therefore, they were quite skilled at operating it, and it wasn't much different from driving a normal four-wheeled vehicle. At that moment, the armored RV seemed to transform into an armored spider, nimbly and swiftly tracking down the night demons. A few minutes later, Jiang Manhwa, who had been staring at the search radar, suddenly shouted, "Found it!" Upon hearing this, Su Yang returned to the car, and his gaze fell on the search radar. At this moment, there are a large number of red dots on the search radar to the west. As the armored vehicles approach, more and more of them appear, eventually forming a large cluster of red dots, probably numbering 5 or 6,000. Moreover, many of these red dots are quite large, with an extra large red dot at the very center. Su Yang looked up at the front of the car and saw an abandoned factory, which had obviously become the night demon's lair. Charge in. Su Yang calmly closed the sunroof, sat in the driver's seat that Jiang Manhwa had given up, and moved the K-type heavy machine gun over there. Jiang Manhwa and Lu Mimi went to the back of the car, each holding a rifle, and began to practice their marksmanship. Meanwhile, Night Demon quickly noticed the commotion caused by the armored vehicle. Roar! The night demons that had retreated into the factory rushed out and attacked the armored vehicle at this roar. Not only those night demons, but many more rushed out of the factory. Instead of immediately activating the K-type heavy machine gun, Su Yang searched around with his eyes. When some night demons approached within 100 meters of the armored vehicle, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This night demon's lair indeed contains even stronger night demons. Night Demon Guardian, Elite. Rank, Bronze Level 1. Health points, 900/900. Mana points, 100/100. Skills, Night Walk, Summoning, Extreme Speed. Although the Bronze Level 1 Night Demon Guardians are only elite level monsters, each one still gives at least 1,000 experience points. Su Yang had already seen the health bars of 7 or 8 Night Demon Guardians. It looks like we might actually be able to upgrade to Gold Level 5 tonight. Chapter 90 Night Demon Leader. Black Treasure Chest. Start the killing. At Su Yang's command, Jiang Manhwa and Lu Mimi began to fire their guns. Fang Ye, who was sitting in the driver's seat, also took out a pistol, but her attention was mostly focused on the search radar. Su Yang then activated the K-type heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the charging night demon. Once the K-type heavy machine gun was fired, hordes of night demons fell to the ground, like wheat being harvested. No, it's even more exaggerated than harvesting wheat. Even the Bronze Level 1, 2, and 3 Night Demon Guards couldn't withstand more than a few bullets before their bodies were broken in half. Slay a Bronze Level 1 Elite Night Stalker Guardian. Received, 1 green treasure chest, 1 silver coin, 1,000 experience points. Slay a Bronze Level 3 Elite Night Stalker Guardian. Received. 1 green treasure chest, 3 silver coins, 3,000 experience points. It was just a green treasure chest, as expected. Su-yang glanced at the treasure chest dropped by the Night Demon Guard when he had a moment to spare. It was just a green treasure chest. The mini-boss is the one that drops the blue treasure chest. Of course, if the Night Demon Guardian is silver level 1, then it will most likely drop a blue treasure chest, while the mini-boss will definitely drop a purple treasure chest. However, his experience points will not decrease as his level increases. Previously, when he was at a normal level, killing a normal level monster would give him 1 gas station point, and it will still be the same now. If dozens of level 1 gold monsters appear, he can level up by killing them all at once. The K-type heavy machine gun might not be able to deal with gold level monsters, but the Barrett Thor in his hand can definitely snipe gold level monsters. Seemingly sensing that Su-yang and his group were in great danger, another roar came from the depths of the Night Demon's lair, and the Night Demons that had not yet been killed immediately turned around and returned to the factory. They were afraid, and that's when I knew they were intelligent. Lu Mimi looked as if she had just expected this. Charge in, Su-yang said to Fangya, then said to Lu Mimi and Jiang Manhua behind him, you two close the firing ports, and don't fire anymore. When upgrading the armored vehicle, Su-yang spent some gold coins to modify several firing ports. These firing ports were somewhat of a weakness, so it was better to install them on the optimized parts of the armored vehicle, making the weapons completely integrated with the armored vehicle. In fact, Su-yang could have achieved the same result by installing weapons in ordinary component positions. However, in terms of weaponry, the K-type heavy machine gun and the Barrett Thor are sufficient, and they can be rotated. Soon the armored vehicle arrived in front of the factory. The factory gate was still there, but it was somewhat damaged. It could not stop the Night Demon and the zombies, but it did stop the armored vehicle. Bang! Fangya stepped on the gas and drove the car through the dilapidated factory gate, heading straight into the depths of the factory. As if sensing some danger, a roar came from the depths of the factory again, this time filled with rage. Now that they were inside the factory, the roar could be heard more clearly, and Su-yang could see more health bars in deeper areas. He finally saw the owner of the roar. Night Demon Leader, Mini-Boss. Level, Bronze 10. Health points, 1700/1700. Mana points, 350/350. Skills, Night Walk, Summoning, Extreme Speed, Armor Penetration. A level 10 Bronze Mini-Boss. Su-yang's eyes lit up, and he began to fire wildly at the surging Night Demons with his K-type heavy machine gun. One by one, the Night Demons fell to the ground, none of them able to get within 10 meters of the armored RV. The armored RV, on the other hand, drove deeper into the area, smashing through all the obstacles it encountered. Even without a shield, the armored RV's current defensive capabilities are sufficient to withstand the attack, but for the sake of complete protection, Su-yang still had Fangya activate the shield. At this moment, the armored RV with its shield activated was practically invincible. Even when it ventured deep into the core of the Night Demon's lair and encountered a large number of Night Demons, and Su-yang didn't have time to kill them all, allowing some Night Demons to get close to the armored RV. Those Night Demons did not cause any damage to the armored RV. The shield was activated, but only at the minimum output, causing a 1 centimeter thick light shield to rise on the surface of the armored vehicle. Even so, this was not something that the Night Demons in front of them could break through. Dida-da? Dida-da? Under the barrage of fire from the K-type heavy machine gun, the surrounding Night Demons were quickly cleared away, but the corpses scattered on the ground hindered the armored vehicle's progress. Just as Fangya was about to activate the mechanical legs, the corpses of the Night Demons on the ground vanished in an instant. Su-yang took some time to cast a few gathering spells, and this time he gathered a lot of Night Demon essence. Suddenly, Su-yang noticed that the Night Demon Hunt's health bar was moving away. Was it planning to escape? Su-yang was quite surprised, then gave a cold laugh. Can you escape? He instantly put away the K-type heavy machine gun, then disassembled it, and put it into his inventory. Next, Su-yang installed the Barrett Thor in his inventory. Su-yang practiced this for a period of time, and was able to switch within 1 second, and start shooting at the second. Bang! First shot hits. The first shot was an armor-piercing bullet that pierced through several walls before hitting the Night Demon leader, reducing his health by 100 points, but destroying his right foot. Bang! The second shot not only hit its target, but also depleted the Night Demon leader's health. Can a level 10 bronze player get a headshot? Su-yang muttered to himself, then turned his Barrett Thunder God rifle around, and fired at the other Night Demon guards. A few minutes later, with the last zombie being killed by Su Yang, there were no more red dots on the search radar. He cleaned up the night demon's lair. Let's check if there's a treasure chest. Lu Mimi, who couldn't contain herself any longer, immediately started operating the search radar after Su Yang said those words. The next moment, upon seeing the bright spot displayed on the search radar, Lu Mimi exclaimed, "Something's not right. Why is one of the treasure chests a black bright spot?" A black treasure chest? Su Yang was taken aback. There were black treasure chests? This is clearly not right. White, green, blue, purple, red, and gold are clearly the different levels. So could it be that the treasure chests above gold are black? But only the night demon's lair, where the highest level night demon leader is only bronze 10, can produce black treasure chests of gold or higher. That can't be. Even so, Su Yang still had some expectations in his heart. What if he wasn't the only one who thought this way? The three women shared the same idea. Let's go take a look. Lu Mimi looked anxious. Originally, she was supposed to stay in the car, while Su Yang and Jiang Manhua would get out. Jiang Manhua has completed her initial evolution to some extent, so if something were to happen, she would have some things to deal with. In the end, Su Yang let Lu Mimi go with him, while Fangya stayed in the car alone, as she was the safest option, even though she also wanted to go out with them. But someone must remain in the vehicle, and someone needs to keep an eye on the search radar. Chapter 91 Night Demon's Treasure Chest. Night Demon's Heart. 10 blue treasure chests, 30 green treasure chests. Very generous. However, these treasure chests are not easy to obtain. This is because these treasure chests should have been found near some night demons. It's just that Su Yang and his group have killed all the night demons, which makes them seem easy to get. As for the black treasure chest, it's located deep inside, probably where the night demon leader is. It's worth mentioning that the night demon essence that Su Yang collected from that night demon leader was somewhat special. Item, Night Demon Essence. Category, Consumables. Quality, Blue. Use, a special item. Consuming it not only grants 1 point to each of the 4 main attributes in night vision, but also has a very high chance of awakening Night Demon series skills. Note, if you fail to awaken a skill the first time you consume Night Demon Essence, you will have one more chance to awaken a skill by consuming other Night Demon Essences. Upon seeing this special Night Demon Essence, a hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. I ate too early. If he had consumed this Night Demon Essence first, he might have had a chance to awaken a skill. Even if that didn't work, he could have consumed other Night Demon Essences. But now that he had already consumed 3 ordinary Night Demon Essences, consuming this special Night Demon Essence would have no effect. Finally, there's a Night Demon chest as a consolation prize. That black treasure chest is a special one, the Night Demon treasure chest. Su Yang believed that this should be a special treasure chest that would only appear in a monster's lair. The Night Demon's lair has a Night Demon treasure chest, and the zombie's lair would probably have a zombie treasure chest. Opening these treasure chests will yield special items. I never expected such a special treasure chest to exist. How come I've never heard anyone else mention it before? Looking at the Night Demon treasure chest in front of her, Lu Mimi looked puzzled. At this moment, they had already returned to the armored RV. Do you want to hear what you have to say? Jiang Manhua rolled her eyes. How many forces are like us right now, capable of easily taking over a Night Demon's lair? Do you really think this thing is so easy to get your hands on? Even if Xie Bayan and his team were to take action, there would likely be casualties, and they might not even be able to take down a Night Demon's lair. Hee, I forgot. Lu Mimi chuckled, then her eyes darted around, and she looked at Su Yang with longing. Captain, look, this is a special treasure chest. I thought my luck was completely blocked from ordinary treasure chests, but actually it all came from these special treasure chests. You don't even believe that yourself, do you? Su Yang couldn't hold back any longer. This woman still had expectations for him to open the box. To avoid making Lu Mimi envious, Su Yang directly opened the Night Demon treasure chest. You open the Night Demon's treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 Night Demon Essences. 3 low-level Night Demon Enhancement Potions. 1 Nightmare's Heart. Su Yang was stunned. It was one thing to get 10 regular Night Demon Essences directly, but there was even a Night Demon version of the Enhancement Potion. This low-level Night Demon Enhancement Potion has the same effect as the low-level Enhancement Potion, increasing all 4 attributes by 1 point. However, if you use this Night Demon Enhancement Potion without consuming Night Demon Essence, there will be certain side effects, such as a possible decrease in vision during the day. It's a pity it's low grade. Su Yang shook his head, as white quality items wouldn't improve his abilities. This could improve Fang Ya and Lu Mimi's bioinformation by 1 point. Xia Baiyan should also get one. Su Yang realized that he could focus on training certain individuals, at least to improve their strength and, more importantly, to help them complete an evolution. His gaze fell on the last item, the heart of the night demon, and Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Item, heart of the night demon. Category, consumables. Quality, blue. Use, a special item that guarantees the awakening of one night demon series skill upon consumption. Note, this item can only be consumed once. When consuming 3 night demon hearts simultaneously, you can choose one skill from the 3 night demon skill sets. This item fully awakens the night demon series skills, which means it's a talent awakening item. Moreover, if you can use 3 night demon hearts at once, you can get a choice of 3. Sigh. If only it were a choice of 3. Su Yang sighed inwardly, but he was determined to collect enough night demon hearts. Leaving aside his other skills, his mental impact is a special skill, especially when it can be upgraded. Its power becomes even more extraordinary. The harvest was quite good, but in the end Su Yang still failed to achieve tonight's goal, to upgrade to gold level 5. I'm still short over 30,000 experience points, which isn't a lot. I just need a few more bronze level night demons, or a few hundred iron level night demons, but unfortunately, I don't have any. After searching again, Su Yang only saw 2 or 3 night demons occasionally appearing on the search radar. He didn't bother to kill them, and had Fang Ya drive the car back onto the highway before heading to rest. There definitely won't be any more night demons next. In fact, before Su Yang and the others returned to the highway, they ran around the area to confirm that there was no second night demon nest or more night demons within a radius of 20 to 30 kilometers. After washing up, Su Yang returned to his room, lay down, and skillfully began to caress the person next to him. 6. This feels wrong. And it's not that big. It's not Fang Ya, it's Jiang Manhwa. Su Yang instantly realized this. At this moment, Jiang Manhwa, nestled in the quilt, looked exquisitely beautiful. Even though she had mustered up the courage to take this step, the reality was completely different. Upon feeling Su Yang's hands, her mind went blank and her body stiffened. Su Yang wouldn't stand on ceremony, much less spoil the mood with a question like, "What are you doing here?" Or "What are you doing here?" At this point, it should be, "Silence speaks louder than words here." Su Yang had a comfortable night, but it was still a difficult one for everyone else. Xia Baiyan and his group, on the other hand, had ultraviolet fluorescent lights that they had set up in advance, making it impossible for the night demon to get close. Keep an eye on things. Once the night demons have gathered a bit more, throw a flare, and then start shooting. While giving instructions, Xia Baiyan fired his pistol at the night demon in the distance. He already possessed night vision, allowing him to see all approaching night demons, making the night no longer a threat to them. The only slight drawback is that they are not strong enough to capture live night demons, but the night demon corpses can still yield good items in Su Yang's hands, so killing more is always a good thing. Xia Baiyan's 4-dimensional attributes have now exceeded 20 points. He is now working hard to achieve more results, so that if the leader is happy, he might be able to complete his first evolution. Many things happened in various places that night as well. Su Yang wasn't the only one who got his hands on ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. Quite a few other people did as well. Combining ultraviolet fluorescent lamps was quite easy, and Yuan Tingfei was one of them. This guy has renamed the Tianhe Business Alliance to the Biochemical Legion, intending to create a powerful biochemically modified legion. He had a lot of ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, and because he was modified into a bioengineered species, he was less likely to be hated by the night demons. Instead, he took the initiative to approach the night demons, and coincidentally, he found a night demon's lair. Chapter 92 Special Item Challenge Card. Daylight broke. In a dilapidated, post-apocalyptic city, at the very center stands an incredibly luxurious skyscraper, a very high-class hotel. Even though it has been an apocalypse for who knows how long, this hotel still has a little bit of electricity. There were a few, barely functioning solar generators on the roof, and it was because of this that Yuan Tongfei sent people to search the restaurant after learning about it, and they actually found some good stuff. There's even a blueprint for a purple presidential suite, allowing you to add a 1,000 square meter presidential suite to your vehicle. However, because all the materials he had were used to strengthen or add equipment and rooms to his laboratory, Yuan Tingfei did not have enough materials to build this presidential suite in a short time. Moreover, Yuan Tingfei eventually discovered that the third level of the hotel's underground parking garage had been dug out by something, revealing a very deep space. Upon investigation, he discovered that it was actually a night demon's lair. Of course, the night demon's lair he discovered was not as impressive as the one Su Yang discovered. Yuan Tingfei, located 3,000 kilometers away, discovered 2 to 3,000 night demons' lairs. He was not Su Yang, and his vehicle was far inferior to Su Yang's armored RV. So even though he had 40 or 50 times more people than Su Yang, it still took him about 10 hours to take down the night demon's lair. After this incident, Yuan Tengfei's entourage dwindled to less than 100 people, with only about 70 remaining. Compared to today's gains, this loss is insignificant. In particular, he obtained a special night demon treasure chest. Yuan Tingfei was certain that he was the only one on the entire planet Blue Star who had obtained this night demon treasure chest, and the contents inside after opening it filled him with even greater joy and excitement. It's worth mentioning that today's rankings have already been updated, but it's precisely because they were updated that Yuan Tengfei is so furious. The reason is simple. He wasn't even number 1 or number 2 on the ranking list. Ranking list. First place, Su Yang, rank, for TH+, special evaluation bonus. Second place, Jiang Manhwa, rank, 4. Third place, Yuan Tingfei, rank, 4. Fourth place, Victor Edward Polo, rank, tier 3. Fifth place, Julius Caesar, rank, 3. Third place. This drove Yuan Tingfei almost crazy. He had already become a more powerful bioengineered species, so how could he be surpassed by Su Yang and Jiang Manhwa, who were still just humans? There must be something wrong here. In particular, he saw that his rank evaluation information still showed him as number 1 in the total number of 4-dimensional attributes. This ranking made Yuan Tingfei want to kill Su Yang. Su Yang's crime of using underhanded tactics to secure first place is utterly unforgivable. Now, item, challenge card. Category, mysterious. Quality, special. Purpose, allows you to force a challenge on a specific car owner individually, in a fleet, or as a group. If the other party refuses, you can randomly obtain one of their important abilities or items. Note, if you successfully defeat your opponent, you will gain all of their resources. Otherwise, you will lose everything. Looking at the card in his hand, Yuan Tengfei's eyes turned cold. He finally had a way to kill Su Yang. However, Yuan Tingfei did not use the card immediately. He needed some time to rest after the battle, and the genes of those powerful night demons were quite good, so he could use them to further improve himself. Su Yang, just you wait. Your life is already on a countdown. Yuan Tingfei gave a cold laugh, his face contorted in a terrifying grimace, a sight that had transcended the realm of humanity. Again, number 1 on all 4 lists. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This was no challenge at all. Oh, not much. That Caesar Alexander's caravan is closing in on him. 3,750 kilometers. It has to be said that this is very close to theirs. But Su Yang wasn't worried, because he knew very well that the journey ahead would likely become increasingly difficult. 4,000 kilometers later, each zombie town had 4 to 5,000 zombies, and there were also 2 or 3 bronze level 5 or higher lickers. Even the number of zombies at the gas stations on both sides had doubled, with each one having thousands of zombies. Of course, this was something Su Yang was very happy to encounter. More zombies mean more treasure chests and more experience points. Just 4,100 kilometers of zombies was enough for Su Yang to accumulate enough experience points to raise his level to gold level 5. Host, Su Yang. Level, gold 5, 11275/600000. Health points, 1290/1290. Mana points, 1320/1320. Strength, 43. Constitution, 43. Agility, 43. Spirit, 44. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunsmanship, LV6. Bullet Crafting, LV6. Caravan Management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material Synthesis, LV6. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill points, 3. Free Attribute points, 0. Item Inventory, 86 of 110. Gold level 5. Another promotion. I wonder if I can reach gold level 6 today. Su Yang muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. Based on the experience points gained from this 4,100 kilometer run, he could gain 3 to 400,000 experience points just by reaching the 5,000 kilometer mark. If there are more lickers at a higher level when you encounter them at a distance of 5,000 kilometers, you will get even more experience points. Then, with the addition of the acquired zombies, there might actually be some hope. Even if you can't level up during the day, you can basically level up by finding a night demon's nest at night. After making an estimate, Su-yang felt that there shouldn't be any major problems with upgrading today. At this rate, I might be able to level up to gold 10 during this zombie siege phase, and as for advancing beyond gold, well, Su-yang thought it was unlikely. Today, the four of them basically repeated yesterday's operation. The 100-kilometer journey turned into 400 kilometers because they swept away the zombies at the gas stations on both sides. But because they had adapted yesterday, even though there were more zombies today, Su-yang and his team were faster than yesterday, able to deal with 100 kilometers of zombies in 50 minutes. It was past 2 p.m., and because they had sped up considerably, Su-yang and his three companions had 30 minutes to enjoy afternoon tea. However, at that moment, Fangya suddenly frowned and showed disgust. Su-yang, that Yuan Tingfei said something in the chat channel that you should submit to him, otherwise he will kill you with his own hands. Su-yang was taken aback, only then realizing that Yuan Tongfei had started provoking him a few minutes earlier, shouting for him to submit, and Xia Bian and the others had already started cursing inside. However, Yuan Tingfei did not answer Xia Bian and the others, but went straight to Su-yang. Ignore him. Su-yang waved his hand. Why bother? He's just a keyboard warrior. Su-yang didn't care at all, but what he didn't expect was that, seemingly because of his disagreement, Yuan Tongfei said, Su-yang, you're dead. Immediately afterwards, Su-yang received a mysterious hint. Level 4 car owner Yuan Tingfei has used a challenge card to issue a mandatory challenge to you. Chapter 93, the first live broadcast across the entire planet. Level 4 car owner Yuan Tingfei has used a challenge card to issue a mandatory challenge to you, intending to engage in a one-on-one life or death battle. Do you accept? Hint 1. If you accept, the opponent will gain everything you have after your defeat. Otherwise, you will gain everything the opponent has. Tip 2. If you refuse, you will lose one of your important abilities or items. What's going on? Faced with this prompt, Su-yang looked completely bewildered. There was such a prop? Challenge card? How can they actually launch a forced challenge against other car owners? Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed in Su-yang's eyes. A one-on-one life or death battle? At this moment, he had already seen some of Yuan Tongfei's attribute information, but car owner, Yuan Tingfei. Health points, 1000/1000. Mana points, 390/390. Strength, 53. Constitution, 50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 39. Overall rating, Tier 4. Their four-dimensional attributes are very high, even higher than mine. Su-yang wasn't too surprised by this, because there were too many biochemical enhancement drugs and viral drugs available. If he hadn't been worried about being affected, his four-dimensional attributes would have already exceeded 50 or even 60 points. However, upon seeing Yuan Tingfei's 1,000 health points and 390 mana points, Su-yang fell silent. You think you have the guts to challenge me? Su-yang glanced at it, and saw that his attribute information was also displayed on the challenge interface. Car owner, Su-yang. Health points, 1290/1290. Mana points, 1320/1320. Strength, 43. Constitution, 43. Agility, 43. Spirit, 44. Overall rating, level 4+. This attribute is hidden. Yuan Tingfei can't see it because he's a challenger. Faced with such a challenge, Su-yang only thought about it briefly before agreeing. Yuan Tingfei is at most a level 3 or 4 bronze Knight Demon Guardian. Although he has never tried it, Su-yang has tested the strength of a level 10 Black Iron Knight Demon. In terms of both speed and strength, he completely overwhelmed the Knight Demon. In Su-yang's eyes, the Knight Demon guards were not much better than the excellent grade Knight Demons. Moreover, Yuan Tingfei might not even be as good as a Knight Demon Guardian. Su-yang was wrong about this. Last night, Yuan Tingfei dealt with a Knight Demon's Nest, which contained a bronze level 1 Knight Demon Guardian. However, although Yuan Tongfei killed the bronze level 1 Knight Demon Guardian, he not only relied on a large number of firearms for assistance and the help of some of his subordinates, but he himself was also seriously injured and a small part of his body was crippled. Of course, these injuries had no effect on Yuan Tongfei, who was already a bioengineered species, and he recovered quickly. On the other side, Yuan Tingfei, having used his challenge card, was waiting patiently. The best outcome would be for Su-yang to accept the challenge, in which case he could obtain everything from the other party. Even if the other party doesn't accept it, he can still get something just as important as Su-yang, which is definitely worth it no matter how you look at it. Su-yang must have a lot of good stuff to have gotten this far. A glint flashed in Yuan Tingfei's eyes. He was actually hoping that Su-yang would accept the challenge. The arguments in the communication channel before were nothing more than his attempt to provoke Su Yang into accepting his challenge. Unfortunately, it failed. He hadn't expected Su Yang to remain completely hidden, but this only made him more certain that Su Yang was lying about the initial evolution. The challenger has accepted the challenge. You will enter the battle space in 1 minute. Does this mean they agree? Mr. Yuan Tingfei was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Ha! This Su Yang really doesn't know what's good for him. Without hesitation, Yuan Tengfei entered the battle space. Once inside, he quickly discovered that, as the challenger, he had the right to choose whether or not to broadcast the battle live. Moreover, because he was the first person in the Blue Star region to use the challenge card, he had the privilege of broadcasting live across the entire Blue Star region. It's still a paid live stream? A strange light flashed in Yuan Tingfei's eyes, and he ultimately chose the lowest price of 1 copper coin. At the same time, a message was pinned to the top of the communication channels in all regions of the entire planet. The first ever live stream of Blue Star's car owner's life or death battle will begin in 10 minutes. Would you like to enter the live stream room? A large number of people entered the live stream room immediately. The price of 1 copper coin wasn't something they couldn't afford. In just a few seconds, the number of viewers in the live stream rose from 0 to millions, and a few seconds later it had reached tens of millions. The live stream also has a chat channel, but everyone who enters only gets 1 free chance to speak. To speak again, you need to spend 1 silver coin per time. Spending 1 gold coin to speak allows you to stay in the top chat box. Holy crap, I didn't expect to be able to watch live streams in this survival world. Hiss. A life or death battle? Is this going to be a fight to the death? Su Yang? Yuan Tingfei? Holy crap, aren't these 2 big shots on the leaderboard? I can actually see the attributes of 2 big shots, but there's something wrong with these attributes. What's wrong with that? Didn't you see that our leader's 4-dimensional attributes far surpass Su Yang's? Biochemical modification is the strongest. See that? That's the power of biochemical modification. Once modified, all 4 dimensions of attributes can be easily improved. After entering the live stream, Yuan Tengfei posted his attributes, and Su Yang did the same. However, even though Su Yang did it on purpose, Yuan Tingfei still couldn't see Su Yang's attributes. Therefore, the situation in the live stream is somewhat strange right now. In other words, the 2 of them couldn't see the chat channel in the live stream. Otherwise, Yuan Tingfei would probably be completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Yuan Tingfei's 3 main attributes are all higher than Su Yang's, but what's with his health and mana? Is this some kind of bug? Yuan Tingfei has 50 points in constitution and 1,000 points in health, but Su Yang only has 43 points in constitution, but 1,290 points in health. Let me briefly explain. Biochemical modification has altered and developed the body in some ways. The life value is 20 times that of the physique. Normally, for humans, the 4-dimensional attributes below 30 points are only 10 times, and the same goes for the mental attribute. 1 point is equivalent to 10 mana. Then, when our human race reaches 30 points in the 4-dimensional attributes, we will be able to undergo an evolution. This is the first evolution that the survival world gives to our human race as a benefit. At that time, our overall strength will double. 1 point of physique and spirit is equivalent to 30 points of health and mana. Yes, biomodification no longer belongs to humans. So those who know. Such a thing really happened? Is it true? It shouldn't be fake, right? The pinned chat box costs 1 gold coin per use. Nobody would waste 3 gold coins on this nonsense, would they? The person who answered is Xie Bian, a big shot from our 9527 district. It's 100% true. Moreover, Su Shen said before that our human race has undergone initial evolution, so we should be more cautious when we carry out biochemical modifications. It seems that Su Shen was right. Luckily, I didn't agree to join that thing's bioarmy. What do you know? So what if your health and mana are low? You have no idea how powerful our alliance leader is. After the biochemical modification, our strength can easily kill zombies, and our leader can even punch Night Demon to pieces. Chapter 94, A Worthless Battle to the Death. Is this the battleground? So, the enemy needs 10 minutes to prepare before they can see it? Looking at the vast white space around him, Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly, and a strange feeling crept into them. Yuan Tingfei seemed very worried about bringing any powerful weapons, so he started a challenge that restricted any weapons. Only. Su Yang waved his hand, and a thick, shield-like alloy steel plate instantly appeared. He can't bring weapons, but he can still use his original quest items here, and the things he creates with his skills can also be used in combat. Is this 10-minute window just enough time for some people to manufacture weapons? A flash of understanding crossed Su Yang's eyes. After a moment of thought, he used all 3 skill points on the alloy steel plate. After seeing the attributes of the alloy steel plate upgraded to LV6, Su Yang was shocked. He had not expected that this upgrade would give the skill such a special ability. The next moment, after consuming 10 alloy steels, a special iron block appeared in front of Su Yang. This iron block doesn't look very big, just the size of a normal brick, but it's an essential material for upgrading vehicles to orange rank and for crafting most orange blueprints. Orange iron block. Orange iron blocks and orange copper blocks, among other materials, are precious materials that can only be obtained from orange treasure chests. At this moment, Su Yang was able to directly synthesize it from alloy iron, or more accurately, from iron sheets. Moreover, Su Yang was now controlling the orange iron block to transform it into a set of close-fitting inner armor. After putting it on, Su Yang moved around a bit, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was just as comfortable as a set of thermal underwear, allowing for unrestricted movement, which was excellent. If there's anything wrong with it, it's that this thing only has a single defensive capability. Although it's made of orange iron blocks and has amazing defense, when it suffers a powerful attack, the inner armor might be fine, but the person wearing it would be killed by the force. But that's enough. It was originally just a precaution, and Su Yang even thought that having this inner armor wouldn't make much difference. 10 minutes passed quickly. A white light flashed across Su Yang and Yuan Tingfei at the same time, and they reappeared on a fighting stage. Ha ha, Su Yang, I finally caught you. The moment Yuan Tingfei saw Su Yang, he burst into laughter, his face contorted with rage. On the contrary, Su Yang frowned slightly when he saw the other party. He had heard that Yuan Tingfei was only a little over 1.7 meters tall, but what was going on with this big guy who was over 2 meters tall? Is the biochemical modification really that drastic? Su Yang was greatly surprised, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite its massive size, its aura is comparable to that of some powerful black iron-level knight demon guards, all flashy and ostentatious. Yuan Tingfei was unaware of Su Yang's thoughts at that moment. When Su Yang did not react, his first thought was that the other party was shocked by him. Kneel down. Yuan Tingfei suddenly shouted, his face full of arrogance. In this life-or-death battle, unless I agree, you will surely die. So, Su Yang, if you want to live, kneel down before me, and I might spare your life. Are you some kind of idiot? Su Yang replied with a helpless expression. I really don't know how someone like you, who hasn't even undergone initial evolution, dares to challenge me? Where does the courage come from? Is it Fish Liang? If there were other singers like this on Earth, Su Yang would have blurted it out. Yuan Tingfei's face instantly darkened at Su Yang's words, and his voice was like an erupting volcano, suppressed to the extreme. Very good. Su Yang, you're very good. I want to see if you'll still be so arrogant when I cripple your limbs and you're lying on the ground groaning. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tingfei suddenly jumped up and punched Su Yang. Bang! A dull thud resounded, and Yuan Tingfei's expression turned extremely grim. Because his fist, which was 3 times larger than Su Yang's, was easily caught by Su Yang, steadily. How so? Yuan Tingfei couldn't believe it, and suddenly increased his strength to try to suppress Su Yang. But no matter how much force he used, Su Yang didn't budge. That's it. Su Yang chuckled, and with a simple wave of his hand, sent Yuan Tingfei flying. To be honest, Su Yang was startled by his own power. He had underestimated his strength without actually testing it. Yuan Tingfei is indeed quite strong, but he is far inferior to him. If calculated in the same way as physical constitution and spirit, 1 point of strength is equivalent to 10 points of power. After Yuan Tingfei's transformation, 1 point of strength can generate about 15 points of power. However, he has already undergone his first evolution, and 1 point of power can unleash 30 points of strength. How can we fight like this? Impossible. How could you possibly possess such power? Yuan Tingfei couldn't believe it. Because I evolved, and you didn't, Su Yang said calmly. No, that's impossible. What you call first evolution is just nonsense. Yuan Tingfei didn't believe it. His face contorted with rage. Since that's the case, then I'll show you the terror of biochemical modification. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tingfei's body swelled up instantly. Originally just over 2 meters tall, he swelled to a height of 3 meters, resembling a little giant. Ha ha! Su Yang, look closely, this is my strongest form. Yuan Tingfei laughed wildly. But the next moment he seemed to be hit by a dump truck and flew backward. The strongest form? It's not that much stronger. Su-young blew on his fist, looking relaxed. He had only used 7/10 of his strength and couldn't withstand it. This biochemical modification really didn't work. Wait, no, it should still have some merits. Seeing Yuan Tengfei, who had been thrown backwards into the distance, struggling to get up, a hint of surprise flashed in Su-yang's eyes. He aimed for the other person's heart, and logically, the force of that punch should have shattered the other person's heart, but he was still alive. Upon arriving at Yuan Tengfei's side, Su-yang discovered that although the man was not dead, he was nearly dead. Impossible, you can't be that strong. I am clearly the number one in all 4 dimensions of the entire planet. I am clearly the strongest one. Something must have gone wrong. Did he go insane from the shock? Su-yang shook his head slightly, then mustered his strength and threw another punch. Su-yang aimed his punch at Yuan Tengfei's head. Bang! Like a watermelon, Yuan Tengfei's head was smashed open. This time he should finally die, right? Su-yang didn't believe that this biochemical modification could survive after losing its head. Of course not, at least not for Yuan Tengfei right now. The final battle is over. Challenger Yuan Tengfei is dead. The challenger, Su-yang, has won this life or death battle. Chapter 95, another first-time special reward. It's over? Is that all? Not even 3 minutes. Seeing the live stream screen turn black, many people are probably cursing right now. The live stream room was gone, but the Blue Star chat channel remained, and countless people entered the chat channel in an instant. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Not even 3 minutes have passed, and this is a life or death battle. This is absolutely ridiculous. I finally found a safe place to park the car, and as soon as I entered the live stream, all I saw was a single image before it ended and went black. What does this mean? I burst out laughing. That Yuan Tengfei was so ridiculous. He looked so confident, like he was invincible, but what happened? Then he was gone with just 2 punches, and they even did some weird biotransformation, but it was completely useless. Damn, I thought biochemical modifications were going to be amazing, but this is all. Is Yuan Tengfei some kind of clown hired by the monkeys? It's not that Yuan Tengfei isn't strong enough, it's that Su Shun is too strong. Su Shun is indeed powerful, but Yuan Tengfei is not weak either. In that state of arrogance, he could easily kill those powerful night demons. It is indeed strong, but only in 4 dimensions. It is still not as strong as Su Shun. It is obvious that biochemical modification is a wrong path. True strength comes from improving attributes and then evolving. It is said that the first evolution is an evolution at the level of life. After the evolution, one can be said to be a superhuman, a completely new kind of human who is born from humans but surpasses them. Superhuman? Haha, that's a good word. I want to evolve into a superhuman. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you need 30 points in all 4 attributes to get the first evolution. Damn it, can't I even dream for a bit? The discussion on the chat channel was lively, and many people wanted to know what the mindset of those who had undergone biochemical modifications was now. I'm devastated. The members of the Bioengineered Legion in the 9527 district chat channel were all dumbfounded. Admittedly, this biochemical modification does have many benefits. Not only has their strength increased, but they also seem to be able to avoid being surrounded by zombies. Even when facing them face to face, the zombies simply ignore them. But after witnessing this life or death battle, these people realized that biochemical modification was a complete trap. However, some people felt it was no big deal, because they were in a situation where they basically couldn't survive without undergoing reformation, but they were still very grateful to Su-yang. The reason is simple. The price they paid for being biomodified by Yuan Tengfei was enormous. They had practically become Yuan Tengfei's tools. Now that Yuan Tengfei is gone, the cost of these loans naturally no longer needs to be repaid. How could I not be grateful to Su-yang? However, Yuan Tengfei's 100 or so subordinates harbored deep resentment towards Su-yang. They were certainly not very loyal to Yuan Tengfei. Yuan Tengfei was already somewhat twisted, and this became even more so after he became a bioengineered species. Working under him was always a nerve-wracking experience. The fact that Yuan Tengfei was killed by Su-yang was, in a way, a good thing for them, and they would feel grateful to Su-yang. The premise is that Yuan Tengfei's biochemical testing vehicle is still in use. At this moment, more than 100 people stared blankly at the empty space where the biochemical test vehicle had been parked. After Yuan Tengfei died, the car disappeared, and everyone inside was also removed. Yuan Tengfei sold all their vehicles, so these 100+ people don't even have cars, although they do have some motorcycles. However, all the motorcycles belonged to Yuan Tengfei. After the defeat in this life-or-death battle, everything Yuan Tengfei owned belonged to Su Yang, so all the motorcycles were taken away. However, it is not in Su Yang's hands, including that biochemical experimental vehicle. As the winner of the first life-or-death battle in the Blue Star region, you can choose to receive your rewards as follows. Option 1. All of Yuan Tengfei's assets, plus 16,534 gold coins, 53 silver coins, and 27 copper coins, a share of the revenue from this live stream. Option 2. Exchange all your winnings for one item of equal value at random. Option 3. Choose one of Yuan Tengfei's talents, vehicles, or items, and upgrade them using all the gains from this experience. This is the notification that appeared in front of Su Yang after he killed Yuan Tengfei. He was still in the ring at this moment. The live broadcast had been turned off, but for Su Yang, this life-or-death battle was not over yet. Everything Yuan Tengfei owned was presented to Su Yang in a list. Su Yang was quite surprised to see that Yuan Tengfei's vehicle was a special type of vehicle. Because he had established a legion and possessed a special processing workshop, Su Yang learned some special information. The so-called special vehicle is extremely unique. Don't be fooled by its powerful armored motorhome. It is actually just a relatively high-level vehicle among ordinary vehicles, not a special vehicle at all. Vehicles such as biochemical testing vehicles and processing vehicles are classified as special vehicles. Well, how should I put it? Yuan Tengfei's car held no appeal for Su Yang. Besides, Yuan Tengfei didn't have many valuable items, not even much car currency. All of it would only amount to a little over 8,000 gold coins. Although the number is not small, Su Yang still thinks it is too little. In fact, Yuan Tengfei invested most of his funds in biochemical modification, which is a real money pit. Originally, Yuan Tengfei was planning to raise 10,000 gold coins to enhance his biochemical body, but now it has all gone to Su Yang. It must be said that anyone who received all of Yuan Tengfei's wealth could rise to prominence, but it would be of no help to Su Yang. Therefore, the first option was ignored by him. As for the second one, this haul, combined with Yuan Tengfei's net worth, is of considerable value, but the equivalent item is random, and the risk is too great. As expected, this equivalent value should be the price set by that mysterious hint in the survival world. At most, it's only enough to exchange for a red item, right? Su Yang secretly guessed that this option was unreliable, but he was looking forward to the third option. Because Su Yang had his eye on Yuan Tengfei's talented business group. This talent is quite good. The ability to buy and sell vehicles and make loans alone makes Su Yang very satisfied. After the selection is successful, that mysterious and special thing reappears. You have obtained one special talent card merchant. Instead of directly granting him the talent, a merchant talent card appeared directly. After checking it out, Su Yang was quite satisfied, because this talent merchant was a talent above the merchant group level. It has to be said that Su Yang underestimated the value of the special vehicle biochemical laboratory. In fact, biochemical modification is not necessarily a bad thing. If it is developed, it may not be inferior to superhumans. But as I said before, there is a limit to biohazards, even if that limit is very high. Chapter 96 Fang Ya's second talent. The merchant talent card is quite good. Su Yang was particularly satisfied after reviewing its attributes. Of course, Su Yang was also well aware that this merchant talent card was actually a special reward he received because it was the first time the Blue Star region had undertaken such a challenge. Only, is this for my own use? Or should we let someone else use it? Su Yang hesitated. If he could obtain it directly, he wouldn't hesitate. But now it's an awakening card, which not only guarantees 100% awakening, but also sets the talent. So, is it Lu Mimi or Fang Ya? With only two choices, Jiang Manchua's talent is unique, and there's no need for her to acquire another talent. Yes, this talent has another special feature. It awakens a second talent. His own teammates could not betray him, and Su Yang could even reclaim his businessman talent if he wanted to. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang decided to give it to Fang Ya. Fang Ya's first talent, Impact, was awakened using the essence of sandworms, and it actually has a pretty big effect. Especially now that the armored RV has a shield, Su Yang felt that this impact could even kill a super powerful boss of the gold level. However, Fang Ya has only attempted to use this talent a few times so far, and has never actually used it in a real battle. He has great talent, but he doesn't use it in many ways. Unless they encounter someone that even Su Yang can't handle, they'll probably launch such an attack. Fang Ya's true talent doesn't lie in this area. She possesses a unique aptitude for business, especially since she has been in control of the transactions during this period. Now that she has this business talent, she will surely be able to fully unleash her abilities. She's the only one. As for Lu Mimi, well, a successful businessman must need a lot of luck. The thought of this little black hand's incredible luck immediately made Su Yang dismiss the idea. Fangya, this talent card is for you. Su Yang handed the talent card directly to Fangya, who was first stunned and then became quite excited. She still hesitated, glancing at Lu Mimi subconsciously, but Su Yang's next words dispelled one of her thoughts. Don't even look at her. I'm worried she'll lose all our gold coins with those shady hands of hers. What the hell? Lu Mimi immediately became displeased. Su Yang, even though you are my team leader, you can't slander me like this. What do you mean I would lose everything? Oh really? Su Yang's gaze shifted to her, and he smiled. Alright, you can use this talent card. From now on, you'll be in charge of our business matters. Ah, here I am. Lu Mimi was immediately stumped. Should she be held responsible? My God, is this something she can understand? Never mind her. She can't even do simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Besides, Yijia is the most suitable for this talent. Jiang Manhua spoke. Xiaoxue, even you are bullying me. I admit that this talent is most suitable for Sister Ye, but you're going too far with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, aren't you? Oh really? Jiang Manhua sneered. Then let me ask you, what is 50,000 multiplied by 50,000? Huh, Xiaoxue, you're going too far. How could I make a mistake on such a simple question? Lu Mimi replied with a disdainful look. 50,000 multiplied by 50,000 is naturally 250,000. That's too easy. You can give me a more difficult one. Su Yang, Fangya. Neither of them knew what to say. They simply couldn't understand where this little black hand's confidence came from. Mimi, our vehicle has a calculator function. Finally, Fangya couldn't help but say something, and then took the talent card from Su Yang's hand. Su Yang sat in the passenger seat and signaled Jiang Manhua to drive. Seeing that no one paid attention to her, Lu Mimi was a little confused for a moment. After she used the calculator to do the calculation, she fell silent. I've lost so much face. Although they had gone through a life-or-death battle, it had no effect on Su Yang. They quickly recovered and advanced rapidly to kill zombies. More than half an hour later, after Su Yang had dealt with yet another zombie town, he returned to his armored RV and was quickly informed by Fangya of her innate abilities. A gifted businessman, as the name suggests, is someone with a natural talent for becoming a businessman. Fangya is even more special than Yuan Tingfei. When Yuan Tingfei was at the 3rd tier, he obtained car coins through vehicle trading, which was essentially a sacrifice to obtain car coins. Fangya is different. I can trade directly, or rather, I should trade through the shops that exist within the survival world itself. Fangya said, I can sell anything I collect to this shop, but this shop doesn't allow me to buy anything from it. So that means you can only sell, not buy? Su Yang seemed to understand. Fangya nodded. But there are still some special features. For example, I can lend money, while Yuan Tingfei can only lend money for transactions. I can lend money directly to anyone. Lending? Su Yang was stunned. He didn't know they had this ability. After Fangya's explanation, Su Yang immediately understood. Simply put, Fangya can see how much a car owner is worth and then lend them money. But it doesn't mean that if the car owner is worth 10,000 gold coins, she can lend them 10,000 gold coins. For example, if Lu Mimi is worth 10,000 gold coins, Fangya only needs to lend her 5,000 gold coins. Fangya can set the interest rate herself. The important thing is that if the other party fails to repay the loan, Fangya can activate her talent ability to forcibly deprive the other party of their 10,000 gold coins worth of property. Even if the other party has already returned 9,999 gold coins, as long as the debt is not fully repaid, Fangya has the right to resort to such a disgusting tactic. That's really disgusting. Wait, Fangya is my woman. Yes, this ability is super powerful. I like it. Besides, what surprised Su Yang the most was that Fangya's talent had a special ability. At the first level, she could place goods in the trading hall for trading. This seems rather pointless, since any car owner can do this. Simply open the trading hall and list the items they want to sell. But, at the 2nd tier, this ability appears unchanged on the surface, but in reality, it allows Fangya to place goods in trading halls in other areas, randomly placing goods in trading halls in 3 different areas. I am now at level 3, able to fix goods in the trading halls of 10 districts, and at the same time, I can also purchase goods in these 10 districts. As Fangya spoke, her beautiful eyes shone with an amazing light. She was well aware of just how special her ability was. Originally, I thought I could only rely on Su Yang, and my help to Su Yang was limited to a few aspects. At most, the talent breakthrough was somewhat good. But things are different now. Now that she has the talent of a businesswoman, she can bring Su Yang a large amount of currency and special goods. In particular, it helped Su Yang acquire more abandoned vehicles and zombies. Chapter 97 The Silver Level Tyrant, 5,000 kilometers away. They can't kill them all. They can't kill them all. There's no way to kill them all. Seeing the warehouse filled with zombies, Su Yang's lips twitched slightly. Several hours had passed since Fangya demonstrated her business acumen, and Su Yang and his group had arrived at a location 4,900 kilometers away. However, they had already been here for over an hour. The reason is simple. The number of zombies acquired was simply too large, so Su Yang had no choice but to stop the car and start killing them. But there were too many. In just 4 or 5 hours, Fangya had acquired more than 30,000 zombies, which gave Su Yang a headache. 10 districts mean over 1 million people. Even if only 1 out of 100 people goes to catch zombies, that's still 10,000 people if each person catches just one. This was even with most people not believing that someone would buy zombies, since other areas hadn't done it as many times as District 9527. Therefore, Su Yang's announcement of the acquisition was quite fast, and there were quite a lot of people involved. This led to a situation that left Su Yang speechless. There were just too many white treasure chests. He now possesses over 60,000 white treasure chests, and that's without even opening them. Therefore, Su Yang had to put all 3 women's vehicles into the car park, because not only had Su Yang upgraded their vehicles to purple, but blue storage boxes had also been installed on most of their vehicle parts, just to hold these white treasure chests. There were too many. Even his inventory couldn't hold them all. Su Yang wouldn't let anyone other than the 3 women open these treasure chests. A small number wouldn't matter, but too many would be unacceptable. Others only get a dozen or 20 treasure chests after traveling 1,000 kilometers, but you're getting tens of thousands. How can that not attract attention? This could potentially cause a lot of trouble. So, it seems we still need to add more players. He only felt at ease with team members who were under his control and gradually brought under his supervision. There's no rush for now. The 3 women and their 3 vehicles had a total of 15 storage boxes installed. Even if they were just the blue ones, they would still have 1,500 cubic meters of space. With the size of the white treasure chest, it wouldn't be a problem to put in tens or hundreds of thousands of items. However, Su Yang still planned to wait until the car was parked at night, and after dealing with the night demon, he would set aside some time for the 4 of them to open the treasure chests. At that time, Xiaobayan and his group will continue to split up, and all the basic materials will be synthesized into high-level materials such as orange iron blocks and orange copper blocks, while the rest will be sold. Acquiring zombies didn't cost Su Yang any in-game currency at all. Basic virus potions were enough, and he could even earn a considerable amount of in-game currency by occasionally using intermediate and advanced virus potions. Item: Advanced Virus Solution. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Attribute: Can clear the zombie virus from the bodies of patients infected with the zombie virus within 72 hours, and also grants 5 points to Constitution and 5 points to Strength. Note: Although it poses no risk of infection by the zombie virus and will not cause any harm to the body, it is not a potion that enhances attributes. Su Yang had only collected a few doses of the advanced zombie virus drug, so it was very difficult to obtain. Even collecting tens of thousands of zombies at once might not guarantee its appearance. Although this thing has no side effects, Su Yang doesn't use it, and neither do the 3 women. On Xiaobayan's side, some people have already used it, and several members have even volunteered to use the 3 types of virus drugs to enhance their own attributes. Firstly, they genuinely wanted to improve their physique and strength in order to enhance their overall power. Secondly, it can also be considered as verifying one of Su Yang's guesses. If using the viral agent does not affect the initial evolution, then Su Yang would not refuse many people who want to use such a viral agent. With advanced viral agents, using low and medium-level viral agents does not necessarily lead to infection and turning one into a zombie. It may still have some impact on oneself, but as the saying goes, many people do not regret undergoing biochemical modification. The presence of numerous zombies at 2 gas stations located 5,000 kilometers away, along with 5 bronze level 10 liquors at each gas station, has made Su Yang somewhat hopeful about the city in the center. Given this situation, it's possible that a silver level liquor might emerge. He hasn't gotten the first kill on a silver level boss yet. Even if it's not a kill that's higher level than the boss, he can still get the first kill reward as long as he's the first to defeat a silver level boss. That's a reward for a random skill, so Suyong was naturally looking forward to it. However, Suyong soon realized that he had guessed wrong. It wasn't the liquor that appeared, but that doesn't matter. Because what appeared was not only a silver level boss, but also a silver level mini-boss. Tyrant mini-boss. Rank, silver level 3. Health points, 3500/3500. Mana points, 300/300. Skills, zombie virus, steel skin, rage critical strike. My god, what is that? Lu Mimi was shocked when she saw the tyrant. Because this tyrant was over 3 meters tall, it stood out like a crane among chickens among a group of zombies, making it extremely conspicuous. Bang! With a gunshot, Suyong, who had set up the Barrett Thor, immediately fired. With a single shot, the tyrant's head was severed by more than half, and his health instantly decreased by a third. Roar! The tyrant, severely wounded, instantly flew into a rage, his body swelling to over 4 meters tall. Bang! It was met with another bullet. This time its remaining head was completely blown apart, and its health was reduced to 0. Isn't this something you're presenting, making it so conspicuous? Suyong said softly, then looked at the stunned Lu Mimi and said, "This is a tyrant." Tyrant. I was right after all. Lu Mimi was surprised. This survival world really does have zombies like the tyrant. What about the other types? Ignoring the shocked Lu Mimi, Suyong switched to the K-type heavy machine gun and began firing. Suyong was not surprised at all that the tyrant, a silver level 3 mini-boss, could be killed in 2 shots with the Barrett Thor. He could even have killed it instantly with a single explosive bullet. Each explosive bullet costs several dozen gold coins, and Suyong couldn't bear to use it on this tyrant. It was meant for a gold level monster. I wonder if a gold level zombie will appear this time. While muttering to himself, Suyong used his K-type heavy machine gun to sweep away the zombies that were rushing through, and at the same time check the items dropped by the tyrant. Slay a silver level 3 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 60,000 experience points. First kill reward for a silver level mini-boss, 1 random skill. Purple treasure chest. Good. Compared to this, 100 gold coins are nothing. What really caught Suyong's eye was the direct increase of 60,000 experience points. If he got a few more of these, he could quickly level up to gold level 6. Of course, what Suyong was most looking forward to was the first kill reward for a silver level boss. Chapter 98, The Last 5,000 Kilometers of Polar Night. Space LV0 can create a space with a diameter of 1 meter. This is the skill Suyong acquired this time. However, Suyong felt that this talent was not very useful to him. It's less than a cubic meter, the space is too small. At this moment, Suyong realized that he was somehow connected to a spherical space with a diameter of 1 meter, but the space was too small, which made Suyong shake his head. However, after several attempts, Suyong discovered that storing items in this space was faster than using the inventory. Although the storage slots in the inventory could be quickly accessed and stored, it still took some time. However, this space was something he could control with a thought, and Suyong quickly discovered that if he put bullets and empty magazines into this space, he could fill the magazines with a single thought. This ability was extremely powerful. It's a good place to store important things, so we won't have to load bullets one by one anymore. Suyong was overjoyed. At least there were some benefits. At this moment, Suyong had no idea that his skill was anything special. After expending tens of thousands of rounds, the K-type heavy machine gun found no zombies standing in front of it. Nearly 10,000 more white treasure chests appeared, and the experience points reached the level Suyong wanted. Host, Suyong. Level, Gold 6, 2380/700000. Health points, 1350/1350. Mana points, 1350/1350. Strength, 44. Physical fitness, 45. Agility, 44. Mental strength, 45. Skills, gathering, LV9. Gunsmanship, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial ability, LV0. Skill points, 1. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 81 110s, 5 purple treasure chests, 56 optimized T-virus potions, 99 optimized T-virus potions. Thank goodness, I almost didn't make it to level up. After leveling up another one, Su-young breathed a sigh of relief and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. We've reached gold level 6. Our main objective for today has been achieved. However, this was only the first piece of good news. There was another piece of good news when Su-young used the harvest technique on the tyrant. Item: Heart of the Tyrant. Category: Consumables. Quality: Purple. Use: a special item that, upon consumption, increases all 4 main attributes by 1 point and guarantees the awakening of 1 Tyrant series skill. Note: this item can only be consumed once. When consuming 3 Tyrants' hearts simultaneously, you can choose 1 skill from the 3 Tyrant series skills. Like Nightmare's Heart, this time there's Tyrant's Heart, and it's clearly better in comparison. Collecting 3 Tyrant Hearts will not only grant you a Tyrant series skill, but also increase your 4 main attributes by 3 points. Even now, he doesn't get that many attribute points for leveling up twice. If there's one, then there must be more. Su-young put away the Tyrant's Heart, but at the same time wondered why there was no Licker's Heart. Could it be that the number of Lickers is too low? No, that's not right either. Lickers are much stronger than most night demons. Unable to figure it out, Su-young didn't dwell on it, because at this moment his attention was already focused on the shop. The 3 gifts were all blue-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. Even the number of items sold in the shop increased from the original 3 to 10, and all of them were ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. This situation made Su-young feel vaguely that something was wrong. Su-young, the ultraviolet fluorescent lamp blueprints that appeared this time are a bit strange, and the 3 ultraviolet fluorescent lamps that were given away are actually finished products. Could it be that the ones behind them are all night demons? Jiang Manhwa frowned slightly, somewhat confused about the situation, but her words reminded Su-young of something. Could it be? Su-young suddenly looked up, and his gaze fell on the direction he was heading. The sky in the far distance was somewhat gloomy. It wasn't dark yet, and he had originally thought it was a cloudy day, but now Su-young had another idea in his mind. Get in the car, drive out of the city, and head straight ahead. After purchasing the items from the shop, Su-young left with the 3 women, and the armored RV started up again. Jiang Manhwa, who had originally wanted to say something, fell silent upon seeing Su-young's solemn expression. Even Lu Mimi sat quietly to the side. At this moment, Su-young gave her the feeling that something big was about to happen. The armored vehicle maintained a speed of around 200 kilometers per hour, but after only a dozen minutes, the 3 women's expressions changed completely. What's that? A storm? It's so dark. Lu Mimi stared in disbelief at the distant sky, where it was pitch black several kilometers away. No, it's not a storm. It's a real storm. It's impossible for it to be this calm. Fangya looked incredulous, as if she wanted to say something unbelievable, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. It felt like it was dark there. Jiang Manhwa said something subconsciously, then suddenly froze, and immediately turned to look at Su-young with a question in her eyes. Not only her, but also Lu Mimi and Fangya are the same. Most likely. Su-young sighed. Although he had some guesses before, he was still not sure. The Polar Night. This damn survival world is pulling this stunt. Sure enough, as the armored vehicle drove to the side where it was getting dark, a strange phenomenon occurred. It was night 100 meters away, but it was daytime on their side. At the same time, all 4 of them received a mysterious hint from the survival world. Congratulations on successfully completing the first half of the zombie siege. The real survival challenge begins now. Please survive the remaining 5,000 kilometers of Polar Night to reach Dawn Station. Good heavens, it really is Polar Night. And it was during a 5,000-kilometer Polar Night. Even Su-young felt a bit of a headache. Although he would prefer a large number of night demons to appear, the current situation was not what he wanted. Just the thought of spending 10 or 20 days in the Polar Night is enough to drive anyone crazy. So, the reason there are so many ultraviolet fluorescent lights at 5,000 kilometers is to prepare for this Polar Night. They've even prepared ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. It goes without saying that there must be a large number of night demons in the Polar Night, and they might even be rampant with them. Of course, there was more good news than bad. After the mysterious hint appeared, Su-young and his team received a lot of information. For example, during the Polar Night phase, a treasure chest will be automatically awarded every 100 kilometers, and there is also a certain chance to receive a special reward, which will be placed inside the vehicle. There's even a vehicle repair bonus every 1,000 kilometers, which means even the most severely damaged vehicles can be restored to their original condition. But the more this was the case, the more Su-young understood that the Polar Night ahead would be difficult to endure. Perhaps, having enough ultraviolet fluorescent lamps should make things much easier. Su-young secretly made a guess. Chapter 99, Entering the Polar Night section. Faced with the Polar Night, Su-young and his team did not rush in immediately. No more nonsense. Let's open the treasure chest. The four of them worked together, and Xiaobayan and his group also found a place to park in advance, and then started sorting the waste. Su-young also informed Xiaobayan and the others about the situation during the Polar Night, which made them realize that speeding up now was pointless. Because the last 5,000 kilometers of Polar Night cannot be reached in a short time. We should start preparing now. It got dark 2 hours later. The place where Su-young and his group were was no different from the Polar Night, but he still had no intention of moving forward. He wanted to test the waters. As he had guessed, no night demons appeared that night, and not even any zombies. This is arguably the safest place after entering the Polar Night. They did manage to trade quite a few night demons that night. Fangya bought and sold zombies and night demons across 10 districts and made a considerable profit. Clearly, there are also powerful forces in other districts capable of capturing night demons at night. Moreover, information about the night demon's lair has now appeared on the Blue Star communication channel, making it unlikely that even finding the night demon's lair will be possible without a certain amount of time. At this moment, Su-young was unaware that not all night demon lairs were located outside of highways. Some were even situated within cities. After one night, Su-young finally opened all the white treasure chests he had, and Jiang Manhwa also opened some of the blue treasure chests. Su-young only had 5 purple treasure chests left. The iron pieces and other materials obtained were used to synthesize high-level materials such as orange iron blocks, orange copper blocks, and orange wood blocks. A large amount of resources were also exchanged for iron pieces and other materials for synthesis, including District 9527 and the 2 districts with Heqianqian and Fengshuqing. Fangya was involved in transactions in 13 districts with 100,000 people each. Even though she opened up a large amount of supplies, they were all sold out in just one night. After getting everything ready, the 4 of them rested for 3 or 4 hours. With their current physical condition, sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day was enough, and they were full of energy. Rush. The armored motorhome officially entered the Polar Night Zone. The 4 people in the car became alert. Su-young looked around through the sunroof. Fangya was driving steadily, and Jiang Manhwa was holding a blue-quality K-type heavy machine gun, which she had obtained from some blue treasure chests. She even drew up several blueprints for the K-type heavy machine gun, but only one was blue. Lu Mimi was holding a green-quality sniper rifle on the other side, and all 4 of them went into alert mode. No. Su-young, looking bewildered from the sunroof, had expected to encounter the night demon upon entering the Polar Night Zone, but that hadn't happened. The search radar has a search range of 3,000 meters, meaning there are no night demons or zombies within a 3,000-meter radius. Something strange. With a thought, Su-young switched the K-type heavy machine gun to the Barrett Thor. It has to be said that now that he has the space skill, such a switch can be completed in 1 second, which is faster than before. Got it. When Su-young used the Barrett Thor's scope to observe the distance, he saw 2 dots with some health points in the far distance. That's about 20,000 meters, or 20 kilometers. There's a night demon about 20 kilometers away. Su-young looked down and said something into the car, then continued searching for any silver-level night demons. Soon, the armored vehicle had traveled more than 10 kilometers, and then information about night demon appeared on the search radar. There are night demons on the search radar, more than 700, no, 1,000, more than 3,000. Fangya changed her story repeatedly because the car's speed had increased, and the search radar had detected more night demons. Bang! Su-young, who was looking through the sunroof, had already fired his gun because the scope had allowed him to spot a night demon leader. Night demon leader, mini-boss. Rank, bronze level 5. Health points, 1200/1200. Mana points, 280/280. Skills, night walk, summoning, extreme speed, armor penetration. The night demon leader in the night demon's lair that Su-young had previously cleared was no match for him. Su-young took him down with a single shot. With the death of the night demon leader, the night demon horde, which had been charging in an orderly fashion, paused instantly and then fell into some panic. At this moment, Su-young switched back to the K-type heavy machine gun and told Fangya to accelerate and rush forward. The K-type heavy machine gun swept across the area, killing all the night demons in sight. Although it was polar night in the eyes of Su-young and his 3 companions, they still had night vision, which meant they could see clearly even during the day without the sun. If it weren't for his night vision, Su-young might not have been able to venture into the polar night so quickly. The battle ended quickly. However, when Su Yang had Fangya drive the armored vehicle off the road to collect the corpses of the night demons, Jiang Manhwa, who had been observing the surroundings, suddenly sounded a warning. Night demon, another night demon has appeared. Su Yang was taken aback and stopped collecting data from the night demon. He immediately climbed out of the sunroof and looked into the distance. Sure enough, the night demon's health bar reappeared several kilometers away, but this time the number was not large, only about 200 or 300. Before the night demons could get close, Su Yang had already dealt with them. But a dozen minutes later, another 200 or 300 night demons appeared. Su Yang finally realized that once they entered the polar night section, it seemed that these night demons couldn't be completely eradicated. I refused to believe it. A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Fangya, activate the mechanical leg mode and head towards the direction from which those night demons came. Rather than waiting for 200 or 300 of these night demons to catch up, it's better to just charge straight in. Moreover, Su Yang was also looking forward to taking down the second night demon's nest. However, an hour later, looking at the 200 or 300 night demons that reappeared in the distance, Su Yang fell silent. After mercilessly slaying the 200 or 300 night demons, Su Yang said, "Let's go back." Night demon's lair? Su Yang even suspected that these night demons had somehow spawned. They had been running for over an hour and were already more than 200 kilometers away from the highway. But they still couldn't find the so-called night demon's lair. In fact, Su Yang had a feeling that the night demon's nest definitely existed, but it was too far away. Back on the highway, Su Yang told Fangya to drive forward. Night demons appeared on the road again, but this time Su Yang didn't attack and instead told Fangya to continue. They quickly discovered that as long as the speed was kept above 200 kilometers per hour, most night demons couldn't keep up. A few bronze-level night demons could barely keep up, but they could only maintain their speed for a minute before running out of steam. 3 hours later, behind Su Yang and his group was a long line of night demons, numbering over 10,000. Only then did Su Yang climb out of the sunroof, set up the K-type heavy machine gun, and begin firing at the night demon army behind him. Chapter 100 Summoning Night Demon. 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes, Su Yang had eliminated more than 10,000 night demons. Then, Su Yang leveled up. Gold level 7. That's too fast. Because this is a polar night section of the road, it's actually only a little past 10 a.m. now, which is much faster than before. In particular, Su Yang needs 700,000 experience points to advance from gold level 6 to gold level 7. Given the current situation, he might be able to advance another level today. Over a period of more than 4 hours, Su Yang and his group obtained 4 treasure chests, all of which were blue treasure chests. Including the night demon leader they killed, they've already collected over a dozen blue treasure chests, quite a few green treasure chests, and tens of thousands of white treasure chests. The more this was the case, the clearer Su Yang became about one thing. There are fewer people. Although there were members of the vehicle regiment, there were far too few people in their armored vehicles. Once we reached on station, we must find a few people to join the armored vehicle. After spending some time collecting all the night demons, the armored RV started up again, and Su Yang's gaze fell on the several night demon hearts in his hand. Since entering the polar night section, Su Yang has killed more than 15,000 night demons, including several night demon leaders. He just collected 7,000 to 8,000 night demon corpses at once, which directly gave Su Yang 5 night demon hearts. Combined with the night demon hearts he had obtained before, Su Yang can now guarantee that 3 people will obtain a night demon series skill. And it's a choice of 3. Su Yang used 3 night demon hearts himself first, as he was quite eager to experience the mental impact of the night demon series. But he wasn't very lucky. Summon, speed, armor penetration. These are the 3 skills that Su Yang obtained by using 3 night demon hearts. He must choose one within 1 minute, otherwise he will randomly receive one of the 3 skills. Su Yang was a little disappointed that he didn't get the mental shock he wanted most. However, when Su Yang saw the attributes of the summon skill, he was completely taken aback, because it was a skill that could directly summon the night demon. Consuming mana summons a night demon of no higher rank than oneself. According to Su Yang's estimation, Iron rank is equivalent to Tier 1, Tier 2 to Bronze, Tier 3 to Silver, and Tier 4 to Gold. This only corresponds to the level, not the actual strength. The problem is that this is not higher than its own rank, that is to say, I'm currently at level 4. With this skill, I can summon a level 3 night demon. Su Yang was startled, then overjoyed. Humanity's foundation is very weak, completely at the lowest level of life. Even after completing the first evolution, it is still inferior to most races. Putting everything else aside, let's just talk about the Night Demon. A Black Iron level Night Demon is equivalent to a Tier 1 level. How many Tier 1 car owners on Blue Star could defeat a Black Iron level Night Demon? Almost none. Even though Su Yang is currently at the 4th rank, it would be really difficult for him to face a 4th rank Night Demon equivalent to a Gold level demon using only his own strength. Therefore, this skill is definitely an excellent skill. What's more, I can upgrade it myself. This skill is not to be missed. A moment later, Su Yang gained a new skill, Summon Night Demon. Summon Night Demon LV0. Consumes 100 mana to summon one Night Demon Guardian of no higher rank than yourself, lasting for 3 minutes. Su Yang tried to summon one, and a Night Demon, over 2.5 meters tall, and with a ferocious and terrifying appearance, instantly appeared inside the armored vehicle. Fortunately, Su Yang had mentioned it beforehand, otherwise the 3 women would have been exclaiming in surprise long ago. Night Demon Guardian, summon. Rank, Silver level 1. Health points, 3000/3000. Mana points, 300/300. Skills, Night Walk, Extreme Speed, Armor Penetration. 3000 health points? That's taller than me. Su Yang exclaimed inwardly, while also eagerly anticipating what the upgraded skill would look like. Just put in 2 skill points. Summon Night Demon LV2. Consumes 100 mana to summon one Night Demon Guardian of rank no higher than your own, lasting for 5 minutes. A maximum of 3 Night Demons can be summoned. Not much has changed. The attributes of the summoned Night Demon Guardians remain the same, but the duration has been extended, and now a maximum of 10 can be summoned. At this moment, there were already some Night Demons behind the armored vehicle. Su Yang directly summoned 3 Night Demon Guards and sent them out to fight. Just as Su Yang thought, the Night Demon Guardians he summoned would also be credited with killing the Night Demon, and he could get experience points from the treasure chests they dropped. If nothing unexpected happens, this skill will undergo a significant change when it reaches LV3. This makes him wish he could summon more Night Demons at once, so he can directly upgrade himself to Gold level 8 and gain skill points to upgrade the Summon Night Demon skill. Su Yang had a general idea of how to navigate the polar night sections of the road. In fact, if he maintained a speed of 200 km per hour, it would be easy to complete the rest of the journey. Well, not necessarily. There might be some special circumstances later on. For now, as long as the speed increases, this polar night section is not dangerous. But this needs to be kept running. Especially after Su Yang and his group reached the 6,000 kilometer mark and saw the dense swarms of zombies appearing on the highway, Su Yang realized that the last 5,000 kilometers of polar night were indeed not so easy. But the car was going really fast, but there wasn't any particular danger. Looking at the bright spots displayed on the search radar, Su Yang felt that they could be bypassed, or that if the vehicle's defenses were high enough, they could be rammed through. It's worth mentioning that the vehicle repair reward for the 6,000 kilometers has a 10-minute countdown, meaning you can drive recklessly for 10 minutes to try and break through the zombie horde in front of you. After that, you can use this reward to restore the vehicle to its original condition. Even if it can't, it can still keep crashing, and the vehicle can still withstand it. Of course, there are still dangers involved. Su Yang has already seen 2 or 3 tyrants among the zombie horde, all of them silver level 1. Su Yang naturally wouldn't let Fangya drive recklessly, because zombies that are pretending to be dead aren't his to kill, so they won't drop treasure chests or give him experience points. As for the possibility of summoning Night Demons, Su Yang did not attempt it, as the 3 Night Demon Guardians would be of little use in this situation. Besides, while this scene might make others despair, it would only excite Su Yang, especially those 3 silver level 1 tyrants. It's all treasure chests and experience points. Thud, thud, thud. Barrett Thor fired 3 bullets in succession, each hitting the tyrant between the eyebrows, instantly blowing his head off. Slay a silver level 1 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 20,000 experience points. Slay a silver level 1 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 20,000 experience points. Slay a silver level 1 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 20,000 experience points. Chapter 101 The Silver Rank Night Demon King. Although the first kill reward for the silver level mini-boss was gone, the 3 tyrants brought Su Yang 3 purple treasure chests and 60,000 experience points. It was a very fruitful experience. The only downside is that only 1 tyrant's heart was obtained from the 3 tyrants, while the other 2 tyrants yielded 2 tyrant potions. Item, Tyrant Potion. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Attribute: After use, increases all 4 main attributes by 10 points for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the attributes will temporarily decrease by 5 points. How should I put this medicine? It's definitely a good product. It can be incredibly useful in crucial moments. The most obvious example is that if Su Yang were to use it, his health and mana would increase by 300 points within 10 minutes. However, if the enemy is not eliminated within 10 minutes, it will be dangerous. Keep it. Su Yang continued to kill the zombies ahead. Although the tyrant was gone, there were still quite a few lickers. What concerned Su Yang was that there were only zombies in front of him, and no night demons appeared. Could it be that once all these zombies are cleared out, the night demon will appear? Sure enough, half an hour later, seeing the large number of red health bars appear in the distance, Su Yang knew he had guessed correctly. Night demon. A massive number of night demons. And this time, Night Demon King mini-boss. Level: Silver 5. Health points: 3000/3000. Mana points: 1200/1200. Skills: Night Walk, Summon, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin. A silver level Night Demon, and the Night Demon King at that. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately switched to Barret Thor, then aimed it at the Night Demon King. To Su Yang's surprise, the Night Demon King seemed to sense some danger and immediately retreated from its original position. Unfortunately, although it sensed the danger, it didn't know where it came from. Su Yang had already taken aim. With his LV6 marksmanship and aiming skills, coupled with the power of his Barret Thor, Su Yang was able to lock onto a target and fire within a second. Bang! The first shot took away over 1,000 points of Night Slayer's health, followed by the second and third shots. After the 3 shots were fired, a hint of joy flashed in Su Yang's eyes, because this Night Demon King had given him a full 100,000 experience points. Slay a silver level 5 mini-boss, Night Demon King. Received: 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 100,000 experience points. Another purple treasure chest. Satisfied, Su Yang put away the Barret Thor and started firing the machine gun. Shortly afterward, the battle ended, and Su Yang and his 3 companions drove their armored RV to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Su Yang collected a Night Demon King's heart from the Night Demon King. The effect was actually the same as that of a Night Demon heart, but 1 Night Demon King's heart was equivalent to 3 Night Demon hearts. It's worth mentioning that the Night Demon's heart was used on Lu Mimi and Luya respectively, and neither of them awakened the mental shock or the summon Night Demon skill. Of their 3 skills, only the Copper Skin Iron Bones is somewhat good. The Night Demon King's heart was given to Jiang Manhwa, and then Jiang Manhwa awakened 3 skills, including Summon Night Demon and Mental Shock. In the end, Jiang Manhwa chose the Mental Shock skill. Wow, that's a mental shock. Xiaoxua, you really are a lucky girl. Lu Mimi looked on with envy. Actually, having a Copper Skin and Iron Bones was quite good. The 3rd level Copper Skin and Iron Bones had given her the Iron Head skill. At least with this skill, when Fangya suddenly accelerated while driving, she would lose her balance and get hit without feeling any pain. Jiang Manhwa smiled, but didn't say anything. Actually, judging from the situation of several skills, summoning the Night Demon was the best choice. But since Su Yang already had it, they naturally chose to use Mental Attack. Give it a try, Su Yang said, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Jiang Manhwa nodded. Then her gaze fell on Lu Mimi, which made her expression change. Wait, Xiaoxua, what do you want to do? Buzz. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a jolt in her head, and then she lost consciousness and knew nothing more. However, in Su Yang and Fangya's eyes, Jiang Manhwa glanced at Lu Mimi, and Lu Mimi froze for a moment. Not only did she suddenly stop talking, but she also stood there motionless. It took her several minutes to come to her senses. What's wrong with me? Lu Mimi looked bewildered, clearly not yet fully recovered from the shock. That's a good ability. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he then had Jiang Manhwa try it several times to gain a deeper understanding of this mental impact skill. The power of the Mind Blast skill increases depending on the amount of mana Jiang Manhwa consumes. The situation Lu Mimi just experienced only had the effect of the minimum 100 mana points, and there were no after effects. But those few seconds of stunned silence can be absolutely fatal. Moreover, given Jiang Manhwa's current condition, she can only launch mental attacks on targets up to 100 meters away, making her very suitable for support roles. If some powerful being were to appear, even if she could only buy herself 1 second, that would be a lot of time for Su Yang. For example, firing hundreds of bullets. Su-Yang suddenly realized that he had another reason to expand his team. With more people, he could use the awakened skills of the Night Demon Heart. If there were 3 or 5 people with the ability to mentally strike in his car, it would seem easy to fight powerful monsters of higher levels. Soon, the day passed. Of course, there is absolutely no change in the Polar Night section. It is pitch black both day and night. The good news is that the Polar Night does not cause more night demons, but small groups of 1 or 200 or 300 night demons will still appear from time to time. And just as Su-Yang had expected, thanks to the experience points he gained from killing zombies that day, his level actually increased by 1. Host, Su-Yang. Level, Gold 8, 37820/900000. Health points, 1410/1410. Mana points, 1410/1410. Strength, 47. Constitution, 47. Agility, 47. Mental state, 47. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial abilities, LV0. Summon Night Demon, LV3. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 93 150ths, 10 purple treasure chests, 56 optimized T-virus potions, 99 optimized T-virus potions. Because he opened a lot of white treasure chests yesterday, which contain many inventory expansion blueprints, Su-Yang combined several inventory expansion scrolls to increase his inventory capacity to 150. However, Su-Yang also discovered that after the inventory reached 150 storage slots, the blue inventory expansion scrolls could no longer increase the number of storage bags. A higher level expansion scroll was needed. The purple inventory expansion card requires 100 blue inventory expansion scrolls to synthesize, so Su-Yang can only collect them slowly. Su-Yang used the upgraded skill points on the Summon Night Demon skill again, and as he expected, a special change occurred after Summon Night Demon was upgraded to LV3. Chapter 102 The Panic Brought by the Polar Night. Summon Night Demon LV3 consumes 500 mana to summon one Night Demon Guardian no higher than your own level, lasting for 10 minutes. A maximum of 3 night demons can be summoned. More mana was consumed, but the duration of the effect increased. The real change is that not higher than one's own rank has become not higher than one's own level. Simply put, Su-Yang could only summon silver level night demon guardians before, but now he can summon gold level ones, and even gold level 7 night demon guardians. Night demon guardian, summon. Rank, gold level 7. Health points, 12,000/12,000. Mana points, 2,000/2,000. Skills, Night Walk, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin. It has tens of thousands of health points, almost 10 times that of me. Su-Yang was very envious, but being able to summon a Night Demon Guardian with such power was also good news. Su-Yang had even tried it himself, having this gold level 7 Night Demon Guardian kill the Night Demons following behind the armored RV, and it was truly like cutting melons and vegetables. In the end, Su-Yang stopped the car. It's impossible to keep going like this forever. Although the 4 of them could manage, Su-Yang felt it wasn't necessary. Because once the armored vehicle shield is activated, those night demons are no match for it. As it turned out, Su-Yang was right. An hour after the vehicle stopped, the armored RV was surrounded by night demons, and there were even a bunch of night demons on the roof. They were all attacking the armored RV frantically. However, protected by the shield, these night demons could not budge the armored vehicle in the slightest. The most amazing thing is that Su-Yang directly activated the soundproofing function of the armored RV's daily ecosystem, which meant that the 4 of them were not affected at all, and they even started having hot pot inside the vehicle. Su-Yang had already set it up so that the search radar would sound an alarm whenever the armored vehicle's status value dropped below 100%. Given the current situation, even if you persist for 10 hours, the maximum reduction would probably be less than 20%. 1 purple star up card is all it takes to restore it. The main reason is that Su-Yang also plans to upgrade the star rating of the armored RV, as it is still only purple with 1 star, which is too low. However, Su-Yang only rested for 3 or 4 hours that night, as there were still some things he needed to try and verify. As dawn broke, it was no surprise that the location where Su-Yang and his group were still unchanged. It was still polar night, and there were no night demons around the armored vehicle at that moment. After a night of experimentation, Su-Yang discovered that as long as they could shake off the night demon and find a place to hide a certain distance away from the highway, there was a chance they wouldn't be bothered by the night demon. At least Su Yang and his group hadn't been discovered by the night demon for more than 3 hours now. After a whole day, Su Yang had a clear understanding of the polar night route. This may seem simple, but without the shield's super strong defensive power, Su Yang wouldn't have been able to make so many random attempts. After confirming, Su Yang opened the Blue Star communication channel. Then, the general situation of the polar night section was announced. Blue Star General Communication Channel. Su Yang. Just to let you know, after 5,000 kilometers we will enter the polar night section of the route. Su Yang. Su Yang. Su Yang's announcement instantly caused an uproar in the chat channel. Polar night. Wait, Su Shun, are you saying the last 5,000 kilometers are night without daylight? Holy crap, really? This time, there's even polar night. I don't believe it. Don't believe me? You're blind. This is God Su, the one who killed that idiot Yuan Tingfei with 2 punches. Damn, there's even polar night? Doesn't that mean we'll encounter a horde of night demons during the last 5,000 kilometers? Hee. Now I understand why there are ultraviolet fluorescent lamps in this survival world. I thought they were for dealing with night demons, but they're actually for saving our lives. Looking to buy ultraviolet fluorescent lamps at a high price? Contact me if you have any. I want to buy ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, 1 gold coin each, white or green quality. I'll take them all. This is insane. This survival world is really not letting people live. The survivors of the entire planet were stunned by this news. Since there are 30 days left, many people did not choose to fight their way through the zombies. Instead, most of them took a detour, which increased their distance but was safer. In particular, some drivers who capture zombies usually go to gas stations to do so. But now you're telling me the last 5,000 kilometers are polar night? Moreover, one could easily be surrounded by night demons, and every 1,000 kilometers there would be a huge number of zombies blocking the road. Many people have given up hope. Many people immediately began buying up ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, causing the already high price of these lamps to skyrocket, to the point that they were practically unavailable. On a highway, Huagu, who was about to set off, was stunned when he saw the news. Just now, he had almost completely cleared out his resources, selling off everything except for essential supplies and ammunition. This was all for the purpose of upgrading his vehicles. After all, with Haiwa's talent, upgrading his vehicles was equivalent to upgrading all 3 of them. He even sold off all his ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, so now he's feeling quite distraught. He thought he had made a profit when he sold off the dozen or so ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, but now he was shocked to find that the money he got from selling the supplies wasn't even enough to buy those dozen or so ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, and the worst part was that nobody wanted to sell them. Brother, what should we do now? Haiwa looked panicked. Clearly, he had also seen the message on the chat channel. Ask my ass. All you ever do is ask me. Huagu was furious and extremely frustrated, regretting that he hadn't sold off his shares. Haiwa was speechless after being rebuked, but he quickly thought of something and said, Brother, how about we sell that vehicle blueprint to Su Shun? Huagu frowned. He naturally understood which vehicle blueprint his younger brother was referring to. However, that vehicle blueprint is no simple matter. Once it is built, their Vulcan battalion will enter a period of rapid development. Not to mention in this 95-27 district, it would definitely be in the top 20 or 30 in the entire Blue Star. Therefore, Brother Hua hesitated. Seeing his brother's expression, Haiwa immediately understood what was going on and tentatively suggested, why don't we go into the city center first and collect some ultraviolet fluorescent lamps? Maybe we can get quite a few today. Never mind. Huagu shook his head slightly. The odds aren't very high. We can't afford to gamble. The Vulcan battalion was divided into 5 battalions, making 6 teams including Huaji's side. However, one team has been completely wiped out, and another team has suffered heavy losses. Huagu wanted to upgrade his vehicle in order to break into the city center and acquire resources, but this was also a gamble. He used to have confidence, but not anymore. The impact of the polar night was too great. He had to give his men some confidence. Otherwise, he feared that not many people in the Vulcan battalion would survive. Chapter 103 Another First-Time Reward. Orange Processing Vehicle. Item, Processing Vehicle Diagram. Category, Drawings. Quality, White. Purpose. This product can be used to modify white vehicles with 9 stars or lower to achieve a white 9-star rating. Materials needed. 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 wood blocks, 100 glass blocks, 100 rubber blocks, 100 plastic blocks, 100 cloth blocks, 100 electronic components, 100 general components, 100 precision components. Looking at the blueprints in his hand, Su Yang sighed softly. He hadn't expected to actually find the blueprints for the machining vehicle. The blueprint for the machining vehicle that Su Yang had was obtained from Brother Hua. He hadn't expected that the other party would have the blueprint for the processing vehicle that he had wanted for so long. You see, one of the parking spaces in his infinite vehicle group was a processing parking space, but because there were no processing vehicles, this processing parking space had been useless. Now we do have it. The blueprints for this processing vehicle can be used to directly convert a vehicle into a processing vehicle. What's special is that the processing vehicle can be processed as long as there are blueprints, and this process does not consume the blueprints. Simply put, the parts on the machining vehicle are not actually vehicle parts, but rather blueprints. Adding blueprints for vehicle parts has no effect on the crafting vehicle. The crafting vehicle only gains more vehicle part slots by upgrading its tier. Initially, white quality parts have only one slot, green quality parts add one more, and blue quality parts add another. Another point is that upgrading the processing vehicle is actually quite troublesome. For example, a white 9-star processing vehicle requires upgrade blueprints for a green processing vehicle to be upgraded. Without blueprints for a higher level processing vehicle, this processing vehicle cannot be upgraded. But for Su Yang, this was no big deal. He directly used the white processing vehicle blueprints in his hand as a base, consuming a large amount of blueprints collected from abandoned vehicles to synthesize and upgrade them. This upgrade went straight to purple. If it weren't for the fact that his material synthesis might prevent him from creating blueprints of purple rank or higher, Su Yang would have been quite capable of directly upgrading this processing vehicle blueprint to orange, or even red. Item: Processing Vehicle Diagram. Category: Drawings. Quality: Purple. Purpose: When used on vehicles with a purple rating of 9 stars or lower, it can be upgraded to a purple 9-star vehicle. Materials needed: 1 orange iron block, 1 orange copper block, 1 orange wood block, 1 orange glass, 1 orange rubber, 1 orange plastic, 1 orange cloth, 1 orange electronic component, 1 orange general component, 1 orange precision component. Note 1. Lower grade materials can be used instead of orange materials without affecting the performance of the machining vehicle. Note 2. Upgrading the entire processing vehicle with orange materials will grant an additional processing slot and a random processing attribute. After the processing vehicle was upgraded to purple, a special change occurred. There are actually such benefits to using orange materials? Su Yang was quite surprised, but he quickly realized that orange materials were nothing to him. As long as he had a large amount of basic low-level materials such as iron pieces and copper pieces, he could synthesize high-level orange materials. But it's different for others. Not to mention, in the entire Blue Star region, apart from him, there probably isn't even half of the materials needed for this purple processing vehicle. But for Su Yang, even if the price of these materials were 10 times higher, he could still produce them. Perhaps, looking across the entire survival world, there aren't many people who can produce such a document. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, then quickly looked away and turned to Fangya. Fangya, use your vehicle to upgrade these processing vehicle blueprints. Fangya naturally had no objections. She had seen the properties of the processing vehicle's blueprints and understood what a processing vehicle was. This arrangement is most suitable for Su Yang, because her talent is a good match for this processing vehicle. As he spoke, Su Yang had already begun operating the device. Congratulations, Su Yang. As the first owner in the entire region to create a purple special vehicle, you are hereby rewarded with an upgrade to orange, 2 special crafting attributes, and a random crafting blueprint. Really? Fangya's car now actually belongs to me. Faced with such a mysterious clue, Su Yang's first concern was that of the original owner, Su Yang himself, as it was clear that Fangya's vehicle belonged to him. Even the mysterious hints in the survival world acknowledge this, which means that in the survival world, you can use other means to increase your vehicle. Having confirmed this completely, Su Yang then turned his attention to the processing vehicle. Vehicle, processing vehicle. Quality, orange, 9 stars. Processing stations, 0/9 none. Processing attribute 1. Processing speed plus 300%. Processing attribute 2. Processing output plus 100%. Processing attribute 3. Processing optimization rate plus 100%. Processing attribute 4. Reverse drawing. Processing attribute 5. Crafting blueprint. This means abandoning the original basic functions of a vehicle and going completely into processing? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this attribute should be pretty good. Generally, a processing vehicle will only have 1 or 2 processing attributes. This time, the reward includes 5, and they are all very good processing attributes, especially the last 2. Reverse engineering the blueprints. This attribute is simply a bit exaggerated. To put it simply, Soo-young can now have the processing vehicle scan and analyze the Barrett Thor, or even the vehicle shields in his possession, and then reverse engineer them to derive the manufacturing blueprints. However, after trying it out, Soo-young felt that although the ability was good, it was best not to use it lightly without something special. It takes more than 10 days for the Barrett Thor reverse engineer to operate at full capacity to produce the blueprints, not to mention the vehicle's shield. This attribute may only be very useful if the processing vehicle's rank is increased. Soo-young knew that this ability would be hard to use in the short term, but the last ability to synthesize blueprints should be the most frequently used. The ability to synthesize blueprints is not applicable to just any blueprint. It can only be synthesized from similar blueprints. Just like now, Soo-young has installed a green quality bullet manufacturing blueprint onto the processing vehicle, and now the processing vehicle can manufacture blueprints at any time. Soo-young has quite a few blueprints for manufacturing bullets, but because of the different calibers and categories, it is difficult to use the material synthesis skill to synthesize advanced bullet blueprints. But now that we have a processing vehicle, we don't need to worry anymore. After installing the green quality pistol bullet blueprint, thanks to the processing attribute of the synthesis blueprint, it can be used to synthesize rifle bullets, sniper rifle bullets, or other types of pistol bullets. This means that the processing vehicle can produce even more bullets. Ultimately, speed is the most important thing. As long as there is enough energy such as gasoline or electricity, the processing vehicle can manufacture 24 hours a day without interruption. Moreover, since the infinite vehicle group has a processing vehicle slot, once Soo-young places it in, as long as the settings are correct and enough materials are placed in the vehicle group's warehouse, the processing vehicle can automatically add materials and gasoline. No need to worry at all. Chapter 104. Is it unscientific to talk about survival in the world? We are finally liberated. After placing the processing vehicle in the parking space of the infinite car group, Soo-young couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, he was the one who manufactured the bullets, and he also manufactured the bullets that Xie Bian and his men used, which kept him very busy. Now that the processing vehicle has taken over the more important but also tedious task of handling bullets, Soo-young's workload has naturally become much lighter. It's worth mentioning that Soo-young hasn't personally dealt with the zombies and night demons he acquired so far. Instead, he directly summons the night demons to handle them, meaning that 500 mana points are nothing to him. Although Huagu initially asked for a very high price, it now seems that his asking price was still too low. Meanwhile, at the 3 double-decker buses of the Vulcan battalion, Brother Hor looked bewildered. The transaction was successful. This was naturally the best thing ever, but the problem was that he hadn't expected it to cost this much. 3 purple vehicle upgrade blueprints, 5 blue firearms, 20 green firearms, 100 white pistols, a large quantity of ammunition, and 50 ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. To be honest, even Huagu felt he had gone too far with such a price. He was thinking of asking for an exorbitant price and then negotiating on the spot. To everyone's surprise, Soo-young agreed immediately. Huagu naturally didn't know that a day or 2 earlier, Soo-young could have negotiated the price down. But after opening tens of thousands of white treasure chests, Soo-young had a lot of resources at his disposal. Most importantly, Fanya could sell and buy supplies in other districts. She has already acquired 70 or 80 blue firearms, most of which have been distributed to Xie Bian and others, with the remaining ones being newly acquired. As for the 3 purple vehicle upgrade blueprints that seemed to be the most expensive, they were simply trash to Soo-young. Heaven knows how many abandoned vehicles Soo-young has acquired so far. He only knows that he has prepared 3 to 5,000 blue vehicle upgrade blueprints in order to find suitable vehicle blueprints, such as the one he processed this time, which can be directly upgraded to purple. The purple ones can be synthesized directly. It's a matter of a single thought. If more than 3,000 abandoned vehicles are collected at once, it is easy to collect hundreds of blue vehicle upgrade blueprints, which can be combined to create a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint. In other words, 3,000 abandoned vehicles equal 1 purple vehicle upgrade blueprint. Soo-young only needs to pay 24 gold coins to acquire 3,000 abandoned vehicles. If he were to sell them, he could probably get tens of thousands of gold coins for them. It's just that there aren't many people who can afford to spend that many gold coins at the moment. Huagu was unaware of all this. For a moment, he thought he had gotten a great deal, and after regaining his senses, he began to frantically praise Soo-young. Soo-young just smiled and didn't say much. In his opinion, Although he had paid a lot, the special nature of the processing vehicle was definitely worth the price. Moreover, this was the first time he had created one, so he directly obtained an orange-level processing vehicle. It wasn't until he officially came into contact with other races that Su Yang realized just how terrifyingly valuable this processing vehicle blueprint was. At this moment, Su Yang looked at the blueprints in his hand, a strange look flashing in his eyes. This blueprint is another reward for crafting a purple processing vehicle for the first time. It randomly generates one blueprint. Su Yang never expected that there would be such blueprints. Item: large meat bun manufacturing diagram. Category: manufacturing. Quality: blue. Purpose: when installed on processing vehicles, it enables the processing of large meat buns. Note: this recipe includes ingredients such as pork, beef, mutton, eggs, vermicelli, cabbage, chives, and pickled cabbage. You can allocate these ingredients as needed during production. That's right. This is the big meat bun, and it even comes with several kinds of vegetable fillings. To be honest, Su Yang's first reaction to these blueprints was that they were just for fun. But he soon discovered that this thing was not simple. It wasn't until he saw this blueprint that Su Yang realized he hadn't had a hot meat bun in a long time. The food that can be obtained from either white or blue treasure chests doesn't seem to be steaming hot. Items like steamed buns only appear once or twice in white treasure chests, and even when they do appear, they are frozen. This seems like a possibility. Do you think the machining vehicle should be equipped with this blueprint? Su Yang showed the blueprints to the three women, and they were all stunned. No way, there are actually blueprints like this? Lu Mimi exclaimed in shock. This is not scientific. Jiang Manhwa finally managed to utter a sentence after a long pause. Is it really appropriate for you to talk about science in the survival world? Fang Ye's eyes lit up slightly, and she said, I think we can install it. These big meat buns are a good food for us. As she spoke, Fang Ye didn't realize that she had unconsciously licked her lips. Now that we're no longer on Earth, even if we can cook for ourselves, we can't gather many of the ingredients. That's not wrong. So far, the main food in the Blue Star region is still the 3-piece set of instant noodles. Even instant noodles are unaffordable for many people. If the processing price is not high, we can make these big meat buns the main food of the group. Each person can be given 1 or 2 big meat buns every day, which can greatly increase the cohesion of the group. Fang Ye analyzed it, and her analysis was correct. Without further hesitation, Su Yang directly installed the manufacturing blueprints for the large meat bun onto the processing vehicle. It's worth mentioning that after this processing vehicle is built, it is entirely black, and people cannot enter the vehicle. They can only use it through the control interface on the surface. Soon, the processing function on the processing vehicle added a large meat bun option. Su Yang tried to make a large meat bun with pork and cabbage filling, and then he found that there were 10 options. The first one was 100 grams, the second one was 200 grams, and so on up to the 10th one was 1,000 grams. One meat bun weighs 1,000 grams. 2 caddies. Su Yang was a little unsure what to say, so he chose a 200-gram one. Then, Su Yang discovered that making a 200-gram meat bun only required 2 iron plates. This is too cheap. Looking at the white, fragrant meat bun in his hand, Su Yang thought that even if he offered 50 iron pieces, many people would be eager to buy it. What followed was a series of frantic attempts by the 3 women, and then something surprising happened to the 4 of them. Because eating one of these large meat buns restores 5 mana points. Alright. Now, the price of this big meat bun has gone up even further. Because the cost was not high, Su Yang, after considering Fang Ye's opinion, decided to give each member of the Infinite Car Group a large meat bun every 3 days, which was the most basic thing. Su Yang has divided his Infinite Car Club into several tiers, the first of which is the basic ordinary members. When ordinary members make certain contributions, they can be promoted to level 1 members, then level 2 members, and then level 3 members. Regular members get 1 large meat bun every 3 days. Level 1 members get 1 per day, level 2 members get 3 per day, and level 3 members get as much as they want. Chapter 105 Gold Level Big Boss 9527 District Communication Channel. Have you heard? Su Shun has created some kind of car club, and every member gets a big meat bun every 3 days. What? A giant meat bun? Oh, wait a minute. A giant meat bun. Damn, they still have big meat buns. I haven't eaten any of these things since I came to this survival world. Didn't the station originally have breakfast? Has no one ever eaten there? I've tried it, but it's too expensive. A basket of Xilongbao costs 10 silver coins. It's practically a Xilongbao assassin. Hey, God Su has put giant meat buns on the shelves. but they cost 1 gold coin each. Holy crap, 1 gold coin for one. This isn't just an assassin, this is a peerless killer. So steamed buns are this expensive? Does that mean this bag of frozen steamed buns I have is worth more than 10 gold coins? Look closely, the big meat bun that Su Shun is selling can restore 5 points of mana and health. This price is really not expensive. Wow, eating steamed buns can restore health? The key point is that these are actually steaming hot steamed buns. I want to join Su Shun's car club, and I want to eat big meat buns. The news quickly spread to the Blue Star main communication channel, which made many people envious. Looking across the entire Blue Star region, while steamed buns and the like are rare, they are not unheard of. The problem is that there are very few buns that can restore health and mana. It's worth mentioning that the 3rd and 4th ranked players on yesterday's leaderboard both reached 30 points in all 4 attributes and completed their first evolution. This made many people realize that only those who have undergone their first evolution can be considered true players in this survival world. Before your first evolution, you can't even see your own health and mana. No, it should be that they are not qualified to display this information. Having just completed its first evolution, it only has 900 health and mana points, which is less than many night demons, but is considered extremely high among humans. A large meat bun can restore 5 health points, which could be life-saving in a critical moment. Immediately, other districts on Blue Star expressed their willingness to buy the large meat buns from Su Yang. Fanya took this opportunity to announce to 10 districts that she would exchange items that increase the 4-dimensional attributes for the large meat buns. Over the course of a day or two, she acquired quite a few items that increased Su Yang's 4-dimensional attributes, which increased by 3 points. In fact, he could have increased them by even more. However, Su Yang discovered that once his 4-dimensional attributes reached 50 points, blue-quality items that increased his 4-dimensional attributes had no effect on him. Fanya and Lu Mimi both reached 30 points in their 4-dimensional attributes and successfully completed their first evolution. Now, all 3 girls have more than 40 points in their 4-dimensional attributes. Su Yang's 4-dimensional attributes are 52 points, and his mental attribute is 54 points, which is the result of leveling up. In the early morning of the 4th day after entering the Polar Night, Su Yang finally raised his level to the current maximum, gold level 10. Host, Su Yang. Level, gold 10, 8950/. Health points, 1560/1560. Mana points, 1620/1620. Strength, 52. Constitution, 52. Agility, 52. Spirit, 54. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial abilities, LV0. Summon night demon, LV3. Skill points, 2. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 93 150ths 14 purple treasure chests, 99 optimized T-virus potions, 99 optimized T-virus potions. To Su Yang's surprise, after leveling up to gold level 10, there were actually 2 advanced quests that appeared. The first method is to kill 10 silver level mini-bosses, which will allow you to successfully advance to platinum. That quantity is already sufficient. Therefore, Su Yang can now advance and break through to platinum level 1 as long as he wants. The second option is to kill 1 gold level boss, or kill 3 gold level bosses. The gold boss is a special boss above the boss level. It does not refer to the gold level boss, but can be the silver level or even the iron level boss. The 3 bosses required later are the gold level bosses. The golden boss is definitely a special monster, and its strength is absolutely extraordinary. Su Yang felt that it would be difficult to complete. If I really had to choose, I could only choose to kill the 3-character gold level boss. That's right, Su Yang plans to choose the latter to advance, and will not advance directly now. Although there were only 2 options and no description, Su Yang subconsciously chose the second option as the more appropriate choice. As for how to find the 3 gold level bosses, Su Yang felt that there was some hope in this Polar Night section. Just now, he killed a big boss, but it wasn't a gold level boss, only a silver level 1. Night Demon King, the big boss. Level, silver 10. Health points, 5000/5000. Mana points, 1500/1500. Skills, Night Walk, Summon, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin. Previously, I had only encountered Night Demon Kings as silver level 5 mini-bosses, but now I have finally encountered Night Demon Kings as a silver level big boss. Since there are silver-level bosses, it's not impossible for a gold-level boss like the Night Demon King to appear. At this point, Su Yang and his team have reached the 8,500 kilometer mark. They have only traveled 2,500 kilometers in 4 days. To be precise, they traveled 1,000 kilometers on the first day and only 1,500 kilometers in the last 2 or 3 days. The reason for this was that Su Yang deliberately slowed down in order to attract more night demons to kill him. The second reason is that Su Yang has discovered that there is a night demon's nest every 1,000 kilometers along the polar night route, and sometimes there is even a night demon's nest every 500 kilometers. It just takes time to find it, and the big boss we just killed, the Night Demon King, is the king of a night demon's lair. In Su Yang's view, there must be gold-level night demons at 9,000 kilometers, 9,500 kilometers, and the last 10,000 kilometers, which would make a total of 3, and that would be enough to complete the advancement mission. Even if it doesn't happen, Su Yang isn't worried. He'll just wait for the next stage. More people are now venturing into the polar night, but most stay within 200 to 300 kilometers of the polar night. It is possible to detour through the polar night, but that would require traveling much longer distances. Su Yang plans to finish the last 1,500 kilometers in the next 2 or 3 days, ideally one night demon nest per day. For hours later, Su Yang found the first gold-level boss 9,000 kilometers away. It wasn't in the Night Demon's nest or the Night Demon King, but a Berserk Tyrant. Berserk Tyrant, Big Boss. Rank, Gold Level 1. Health points, 10,000/10,000. Mana points, 2,500/2,500. Skills, Tyrant Virus, Horde Control, Steel Armor, Berserk, Shockwave. At this moment, Su Yang was facing a huge horde of zombies. He hadn't even noticed the Berserk Tyrant until he saw this special health bar information. Controlling hordes of zombies? Su Yang seemed to understand something. Clearly, this Berserk Tyrant was special and even had a certain level of intelligence, as could be seen from the current situation. Only, unfortunately, once I see your health bar, you have no chance to escape. Su Yang chuckled softly and lifted Barrett Thor up. Chapter 106 Life Level Evolution Stages. Slay a Level 1 Gold Tier Boss, the Berserk Tyrant. Received, 1 orange treasure chest, 1,000 gold coins, 200,000 experience points. First kill reward for a gold level boss, 3 orange treasure chests, 1 random special item. Huge explosion. Upon seeing this system notification, Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly. This Berserk Tyrant is really not easy to deal with. It has the steel armor skill, and its level is relatively high, which makes its defense extremely amazing. Even if Su Yang fires an armor-piercing bullet at it, it only takes away 1 or 200 points of its health. This has absolutely no impact on the Berserk Tyrant, whose total health is as high as 10,000 points. Fortunately, Su Yang doesn't need to help others manufacture bullets now. With the processing vehicle around, he doesn't have to worry about these things, which gives him a lot of time to manufacture a lot of armor-piercing bullets and the like. It was only because there were enough special bullets that this Berserk Tyrant was finally killed. From the moment it fired the first shot and realized it had been exposed, the Berserk Tyrant charged towards Su Yang and his group. Within a minute or two, the Berserk Tyrant collapsed about 700 or 800 meters away from them. That's incredibly fast. If there were no obstacles, the opponent could probably run 3 kilometers in a minute. Although it took 5 or 600 bullets, which translates to 2 or 3,000 gold coins. But just 4 orange treasure chests were enough to break even, and even make a huge profit. This time there are no random skills, but random special items. Su Yang frowned, but when he saw the random reward items, his displeasure vanished instantly. Item, skill point card. Category, mysterious. Quality, special. Purpose, upon use, you will gain a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 10 skill points. It's actually an item that can increase skill points? Su Yang was overjoyed. He had always thought he had too few skill points, but now it seemed that besides leveling up to gain skill points, there were other ways to increase his skill points. Instead of using the skill card immediately, Su Yang placed it along with 4 orange treasure chests into the space of his spatial skill. Such a good item should naturally be used when luck is at its peak, aiming to get 10 skill points. Therefore, at least wait until Jiang Manchua's luck reaches purple, then transfer it to him to exchange for a few seconds of orange luck before opening it. However, purple luck is not easy to come by. Several days have passed, and I've mostly had green and blue luck. However, after Jiang Manchua advanced to the 3rd tier, her talent luck can currently accumulate up to purple level, but it requires 10 days of accumulation time, which is equivalent to having one purple level of luck every 10 days. It was bound to happen sooner or later. A region in the polar night. This is a city teeming with zombies and hordes of night demons. This is the final city after 10,000 kilometers. However, the city at the end of this journey is not preceded by a highway, but by countless kilometers. The destination of a 100,000 person area is the same, because they are facing a destination city with tens of millions of zombies and night demons combined. At that moment, a large number of vehicles were gathered at one point at the city entrance, where a group of people with skin that glowed with blue light appeared. Blue Shadow Clan. A race whose technology is decades ahead of Earth's, but their main focus is on genetics. The Blue Shadow Clan, having unlocked their racial genetic locks, did not receive the benefits of initial evolution. However, they were already extremely powerful beings, at least compared to the human race. Even after their first evolution, humans only have 30 points of health per point of constitution, but the Blue Shadow Clan, who have all evolved into level 3 life forms, have 50 points of health per point of constitution. After the first evolution, a being becomes a level 1 life form. Before evolution, they are collectively referred to as lower life forms. The second evolution results in a level 2 life form, and the third evolution results in a level 3 life form. Level 3 life forms are immune to some zombie viruses. If they are simply scratched or bitten by zombies or night demons, they will not be infected and become zombies as long as they are treated properly. The Blue Shadow Clan, on the other hand, has undergone special genetic enhancement and evolution, making them completely immune to the zombie virus. This is why, in less than 10 days, not only have they had members appear in the final city, but their numbers are also quite large. It is extremely difficult for a level 3 life form to evolve into a level 4 life form. However, the Blue Shadow Clan can absorb the genes of some special life forms, further enhancing their own genes. The zombies and night demons that appeared this time, especially the tyrant among the zombies and the night demon king among the night demons, are very suitable for the Blue Shadow Clan. The zombie virus drugs have no side effects on them. Therefore, some members of the Blue Shadow Clan have now evolved into level 4 life forms. A level 4 life form has 100 health points for every 1 point of constitution. If a level 2 life form might be able to defeat a level 3 life form, then a level 3 life form would be virtually impossible to defeat a level 4 life form, because the difference is too great. A level 3 life form with 100 points of constitution only has 1,000 health points, while a level 4 life form has 10,000 health points. This is not the evolution of zombies or night demons, which are not even half-finished products, but a real evolution, a comprehensive evolution. Some powerful night demons and zombies may have tens of thousands of health points, but their strength is not proportional to their physical constitution, not to mention their mental attributes. This situation simply means that the target number of health points has been met. That's getting off topic. There are currently 2 Blue Shadow Clan level 4 life forms here, who have joined forces to gather more than 80,000 people in this area. Lan Shi, now that we've gathered 80,000 tribesmen, isn't it time to launch a full-scale attack? A Blue Shadow Clan woman spoke to a burly Blue Shadow Clan member in front of her. Haha, Lanmei, don't be in such a hurry. There won't be any ranking rewards for the entire region in this third phase of the zombie siege. It's okay to make your move a little later. Lan Shi laughed heartily. Don't give me that laugh-out-loud attitude. You know what I'm going to say. Lanmei frowned. Don't tell me you don't know about the next stage of the competition. It's crucial to whether our Lanning clan can persevere in this round of the Gods game. Therefore, we need to concentrate the resources of the entire clan to build the strongest few car regiments, and these will take time. Of course I know. Lan Shi's expression turned serious. So we'll have to wait a bit longer. The third prince told me to gather as many men as possible. There are still over 10,000 people in our area who haven't assembled yet. Let's wait a little longer. The third prince. Lanmei was taken aback, and a figure flashed through her mind. Since it's the third prince's order, then let's wait a little longer. The third prince of the Blue Shadow Clan, Blue Shadow, is regarded by the Blue Shadow Clan as the strongest genius in history. He was born as a level 4 life form and evolved into a level 5 life form after adulthood. His potential is limitless, so he was given the name Blue Shadow. Some now speculate that Blue Shadow has evolved again and is very likely a level 6 life form. The Blue Shadow Clan invested most of their resources in this God's game because of the existence of the Blue Shadow, which shows how much confidence the Blue Shadow Clan has in the Blue Shadow. Chapter 107 Arrival at the Destination City. It's been 10 days, and a third of the time has already passed. Su Yang and his group of 4 finally reached the final challenge, but now we can confirm that the final city is the checkpoint for everyone in our region. Looking at the dense clusters of bright spots displayed on the search radar, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The 3 women remained silent, because this final city not only had zombies but also night demons, and what was most terrifying was their sheer number. Too many. Millions? No, the number definitely exceeds tens of millions. In Su Yang's view, the entire destination city was covered with dense red dots, representing the blood levels of the zombies and night demons. After killing a berserk tyrant at 9,000 kilometers, he never encountered another gold-level boss. There was a night demon king at 9,500 kilometers, and another night demon king in a night demon's lair more than 100 kilometers away from that city. These 2 night demon kings were just silver-level 10 mini-bosses, and they only brought Su Yang 2 purple treasure chests. Su Yang had thought his advancement mission could only be completed at the next stage, but now, he could spot it from afar. He saw 3 health bars belonging to the berserk tyrant, a gold-level boss, as well as a gold-level night demon king. Night demon king, the big boss. Rank, gold level 3. Health points, 12,000/12,000. Mana points, 3,000/3,000. Skills, Night Walk, Summon, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin. This Night Demon King is stronger than the previous Berserk Tyrant. Although he only saw one, Su Yang had a feeling that there would be more gold-level bosses in this final city. Although completing the promotion task is not a problem, if we can't cross the final city, we won't be able to reach Dawn Station. Su Yang sighed helplessly. This was the conclusion they reached after running around the finish line city for nearly 200 kilometers. Because the destination city is a circle with a diameter of more than 30 kilometers, connected by highways, it is clear that all drivers' destination city center is the destination city. Therefore, it can be basically confirmed that this Dawn Station is located in the very center of the destination city. Actually, Su Yang had an idea, to charge straight in. With the powerful defense provided by the vehicle shield installed on the armored RV, this shouldn't be too difficult, especially with the Purple Star upgrade card and Fang Ye's talent, Impact. Reaching Dawn Station shouldn't be a problem. But what happens after we arrive at Dawn Station? Do I need to get off? Are there zombies and night demons near Dawn Station? Su Yang knew nothing about any of this. Another point is that if he leaves, most of the remaining people in District 9527 will probably have little hope of reaching Dawn Station. Moreover, Su Yang was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. Tens of millions of treasure chests. 2 days later, the news spread throughout the entire Blue Star region. Have you heard? There's a rumor that the final destination, Dawn Station, is located in the center of a terminal city with tens of millions of zombies and night demons. Holy crap, is this for real? Tens of millions. I can't even clear out a gas station with 200 or 300 zombies, and you're telling me there will eventually be a city with tens of millions of zombies and night demons? The good news is that the final destination city is a single city with a population of 100,000, and all 100,000 people in the area will gather in one place. 100,000 people against 10 million. Is it 1 against 10? That doesn't seem too difficult. Wake up. Let's not talk about those powerful tyrants and night demon leaders. Just look at how many districts on Blue Star have more than 50,000 people alive. 100,000. We're doomed. We're all going to be late now. Great news. Sushin plans to sell off ultraviolet fluorescent lamps and green-quality light machine guns at low prices. We still have hope. Really? Haha, it's true. A white-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamp only requires 10 iron pieces and 10 copper pieces, and a green-quality light machine gun isn't expensive either, only 10 silver coins. No way, it's so cheap. People were immediately excited and rushed to buy ultraviolet fluorescent lamps and light machine guns. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance to the final city, Su Yang, inside an armored vehicle, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still hope. After careful consideration, Su Yang decided to take over the final city. Of course, the 4 of them alone would not be enough, so he would have to send as many people as possible. Therefore, after Jiang Manchue refreshed her purple luck yesterday, Su Yang did not ask her to bless him, but instead asked her to open a treasure chest. All 16 purple treasure chests were given to Jiang Manchue. Su Yang planned to keep the remaining 4 orange treasure chests for himself. In any case, Jiang Manchue had accumulated enough luck in 2 days to give him the purple luck boost. He would then choose to open the 4 orange treasure chests after a few seconds of orange luck. Yeah, and the mysterious treasure chest that will spawn tomorrow in the Infinite Car Club event. We'll open them together then. As it turned out, Jiang Manhwa, who had been blessed with purple luck all day, actually did get quite a few good items. The first is a purple quality ultraviolet incendiary bomb, which costs 5,000 gold coins to make. Its effect is to stay in midair for 3 minutes, and then illuminate a diameter of up to 3,000 meters, which can cause great damage to ordinary night demons. Suyang had already tested it. Under the 3-minute attack, even the night demon guard's health would drop by half, while ordinary night demons would only have a very small amount of health left. It is a powerful weapon for eliminating night demons. Another important aspect is the manufacturing blueprints for ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. Once installed on the processing vehicle, these blueprints can be used to manufacture white, green, and blue ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. This is crucial as it allows others to safely traverse polar night sections of the road. Another one is a green quality light machine gun blueprint with a range of 1,000. Getting a green blueprint from a purple treasure chest is clearly Lu Mimi's level. But if this green blueprint were replaced with this light machine gun, then it would be a different story. It's a bit of a shame that this light machine gun can only fire continuously for a maximum of 5 minutes, and use a maximum of 3,000 rounds of ammunition before the barrel wears out and needs to be cooled down. However, this is already a good thing. Suyang has already started selling bullets in District 9527. The bullets are also being sold in large quantities. The processing vehicles are operating at full capacity, and Suyang himself has returned to his old ways and started frantically manufacturing bullets. Actually, there are other good things, such as blueprints for a bullet production line and a pistol production line. Suyang handed the blueprint to Fang Shuqing, instructing him to be in charge of that district and to try to get him to unite more forces to reach the final city. However, many people simply don't believe in the so-called final destination city. Suyang could only let District 9527 pass through the final city first, and then see how things went. Although it was a low-price sale, Suyang still made a profit. The processing vehicle has a processing output bonus of plus 100%, meaning it can manufacture 2 finished products using the same materials. Even if sold at cost price, you can still make double the profit. Chapter 108. No, why are you running away as a gold level 3 boss? Slay a level 1 gold tier boss, the Berserk Tyrant. Received 1 orange treasure chest, 1,000 gold coins, 200,000 experience points. Looking at the headless corpse lying on the ground thousands of meters away, Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. This method really works. Another day has passed, and Xia Bian arrived at the entrance to the final city last night and met up with him. After they reunited, they naturally got busy. Acquisition and sale. Suyang had already placed the processing vehicle in that location, and he then took Jiang Manhwa out to go hunting. The one being hunted is naturally the boss. We've hunted several mini-bosses and a few big bosses, but we only have 1 gold-level big boss. Choosing the second advancement method requires defeating the boss again, meaning Suyang now needs to defeat another gold-level boss to successfully advance. But reaching this final city doesn't seem to be a difficult task. All done. Manhwa, go to position number 1 now. Good. Jiang Manhwa nodded, stepped on the gas, and drove off in a certain direction. As for the corpse of the Berserk Tyrant, we had no choice but to give up. The area from 3,000 meters onwards is the finish line city, and the Berserk Tyrant was surrounded by a large number of zombies. If it had actually rushed up there, it would have been difficult to get out. The previous Berserk Tyrant gave Suyang another Tyrant Heart. Now he only needs 1 more Tyrant Heart to acquire a skill from the Tyrant series, and at the same time, his 4 main attributes will increase by 3 points. A dozen minutes later, the armored vehicle arrived at the Night Demon King area, where the gold level 3 boss had been found the day before yesterday. Suyang had come here every 2 or 3 days to look for the Night Demon King, but he had not found it. I'm having a lucky day. When Suyang saw the Night Demon King's silhouette appear on the site, he was somewhat excited. It has finally appeared. Today I'm able to advance to the next level. However, 3 minutes later. Damn it. Why the hell are you running? Watching Suyang disappear from the sights, I looked up into the distance and saw that the Night Demon King's health bar was at 2 points, rushing towards the destination city at an extremely fast speed. A level 3 gold Night Demon might be able to get a headshot by a Barrett Thor with a burst bullet. But this Night Demon King is a boss a level higher than even the minor bosses. Despite Suyang's marksmanship and precision, his first shot was dodged by the opponent. Although the distance of more than 8,000 meters played a part, the real reason was that the Night Demon King sensed the danger the moment he fired, which allowed it to dodge. The fact that Su Yang's presence was not detected left him only with a helpless rage, while Su Yang seized the opportunity to fire a few more shots. The explosive bullets, which could have headshot a silver level 10 mini-boss, only wounded the Night Demon King, reducing its health by a little over 800. Su Yang only fired a few shots before the Night Demon King, sensing something was wrong, ran away. Faced with this outcome, Su Yang could only accept it helplessly. Over the next few hours, another search was conducted, and many bronze and silver level mini-bosses were killed, and even a silver level 10 big boss was killed, but Su Yang did not encounter any more gold level big bosses. Su Yang had no choice but to give up. Upon returning to the base, Xie Bian, who was in charge of guarding it, spotted Su Yang immediately. "Commander, you're back?" Su Yang nodded. The stronghold was surrounded by 12 armored vehicles, all belonging to Xie Bian's team members, and all of them had been upgraded to purple. Su Yang now has enough blue vehicle upgrade blueprints to synthesize 200 or 300 purple vehicle upgrade blueprints, and he hasn't stopped acquiring abandoned vehicles either. Each of the 12 purple armored vehicles was equipped with 1 or 2 blue firearms, and Xie Bian and his men were also armed with blue quality AKs, making it a formidable defensive force. "How is the situation?" Su Yang asked. Xie Bian knew what Su Yang was asking and immediately replied. "More than 2,500 vehicles have already entered the Polar Night section. The strongest are Huogu from the Vulcan Battalion. If they arrive here as early as midnight tonight, they will be next. Qin Family Army and Tianhe Business Alliance are expected to arrive tomorrow morning." Tianhe Business Alliance? A strange look flashed across Su Yang's face. Their alliance leader is gone, and Yuan Tongfei sold all their vehicles, so how could they still make it here? "Hey, it's sister-in-law Fangya." Xie Bian chuckled. Sister-in-law Fangya loaned them an armored bus, but the price they'll probably have to work for her for the rest of their lives. Xie Bian of the Tianhe Business Alliance had no good feelings towards them, and he was somewhat gloating at their current fate. "Is it Fangya?" Su Yang's heart stirred. Fangya's talent as a merchant was stronger than Yuan Tongfei's merchant group. She could even sell vehicles. As for selling to Tianhe Business Alliance, Su Yang also realized immediately that although the people of the Tianhe Business Alliance had lost their initial evolution ability due to biochemical modification, they would not be attacked by zombies and night demons. If we were to subdue them, they might be of some use in this final city. It has to be said that Fangya was more thoughtful. He hadn't thought of these biomodified people before. With the information Xie Bian provided, Su Yang has now figured things out. People in other districts may not have a high degree of trust in the destination city, but there are quite a few people in District 9527 who do. This is especially true after Su Yang sold off ultraviolet fluorescent lamps and firearms at low prices, which makes it even more credible. Unfortunately, although his processing vehicles were quite good, they were still not enough to supply weapons for 90,000 people. Not in the short term. Therefore, Su Yang's initial plan was to integrate a group of people, not too many, just over 5,000. The gap between 5,000 and over 10 million is still enormous. However, there is still a chance if you have firearms or other weapons. For example, in Su Yang's own case, with sufficient ammunition, he could kill millions of zombies in a very short time. The K-type heavy machine gun can simply sweep across the area. The side effect is that if the armored vehicle's status value drops below 50%, or even 30% or 10%, Su Yang can restore it with a single purple star-up card. Even if you lose a purple star-up card, you can still recover it with light energy. The claim of 1 million zombies is not an exaggeration. It's actually possible. However, it would be best to have a weapon with a wide range of destructive power. Su Yang can only hope that such a weapon will appear in the early hours of tonight. Because after midnight tonight, Jiang Manchua's accumulated luck reached its peak, which could bless him with purple luck. He also got the mysterious treasure chest today, and now he has 5 orange treasure chests. Su Yang thought he should be able to get something good. No, it's still not safe enough. After resting for more than an hour, Su Yang and Jiang Manchua once again triggered the search for the gold level boss, as both leveling up and obtaining orange treasure chests were what he needed at the moment. Chapter 109. Can a treasure chest also contain an armory? It's past midnight. A new day has begun. They still hadn't found the gold level boss, but they had killed several silver level bosses and mini bosses, which gave Su Yang 5 more purple treasure chests. 5 orange treasure chests, 5 purple treasure chests, and a mysterious treasure chest, and that skill point card. That's fine too. Jiang Manchua was a little luckier today, getting a blue level item, but that's not what Su Yang wanted. But for blue, we still need to use what we've accumulated. Jiang Manchua spoke to Su Yang. and after seeing Su Yang nod, she began to use her innate abilities. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be purple for the next day, or you can accumulate your luck for 3 seconds to gain orange luck. Faced with such a system prompt, Su Yang naturally chose the latter. Although there were only 3 seconds, he could open all 11 treasure chests in front of him, and even a few blue treasure chests. With the orange luck buff activated, Su Yang quickly opened all the treasure chests in front of him. You opened a mysterious treasure chest and obtained a special item, the balancer. You have used 1 skill point card and gained 5 skill points. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained an orange item crafting potion card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained a small armory. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained 1 inventory slot upgrade card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained 1 orange heavy raider vehicle upgrade card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained the following items. 3 new blueprints have been added for orange vehicle parts. 10 orange parts. 10 orange iron blocks. 10 orange copper blocks. You opened the purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. 1 new blueprint added for a purple vehicle part. 1 purple star-up card. 10 purple parts. You opened the purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. The mysterious treasure chest contained a balancer, and it was a ready-made item that didn't require crafting. This thing has only one function. When installed in a vehicle, it keeps the interior and interior space in a stable state. Even if it flips 720 degrees, the car remains very stable. This thing may seem insignificant, but it actually plays a huge role. Because of the stabilizer, even if Fangya activates her talent, Impact, and makes the armored RV rampage, the interior remains stable. Most importantly, with this feature, even if the speed soars to 500 or 600 kilometers per hour, it is still very easy to control, no different from driving at 50 or 60 kilometers per hour. The skill point card, which could yield a maximum of 10 skill points, only produced 5 skill points, leaving Su Yang slightly disappointed. He had originally thought that even if he couldn't get 10 skill points, he could at least get 7 or 8. It seems that just having orange luck isn't enough. However, under the influence of orange luck, 4 of the 5 orange treasure chests yielded good items. It just felt like the value of several items was combined into one. In the end, each orange treasure chest contained something whose value and function satisfied Su Yang quite a bit. Synthetic potion card. This thing is far more powerful than Su Yang expected. Because it can synthesize some drugs, regardless of whether there are side effects, and the final synthesized drug will definitely have no side effects. Especially when using potion cards, you can also view the properties of the synthesized potion. If you are not satisfied, you can change it yourself until you get the properties you want before synthesizing it. It seems that those zombie virus drugs are now quite useful to me, but I'll try to synthesize them again later. As he spoke, Su Yang's gaze fell on the contents of the second orange treasure chest, and for a moment his eyes glazed over. A small arms depot? How the hell can this be opened? Soon, Su Yang discovered that the small armory was a card, but it could be installed on a vehicle just like a vehicle part. After installation, it created a room covering 1,000 square meters and 10 meters high, containing a large number of firearms and weapons. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles. These are enough to equip a 1,000-man force. Most importantly, there are also 20 shoulder-fired rocket launchers, 200 artillery shells, and 5 sniper cannons with 100 artillery shells. There are also plenty of firearms and ammunition. Preliminary calculations suggest that the firepower of this arsenal alone could kill 1 or 2 million zombies, which is quite impressive. Another point is that the armory is a one-time use item. Simply put, it disappears after use. However, the rooms in the armory itself can be preserved, which is quite good. Just the existence of this one room made Su Yang feel that it could be installed on his armored motorhome. Wait, install it on your own armored motorhome? Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly, because at this moment he thought of a possibility. His armored RV had vehicle skills, so could strengthening, upgrading, and optimizing the parts also have an effect on this small armory? After trying it out, Su Yang was shocked. It works. When he tried to install the card onto the optimization part, he received a message saying that it was a special vehicle part item that could not be removed once installed, which meant that an optimization part would be wasted. But an arsenal of red quality weapons. Su Yang spoke in a low voice, but in his heart he couldn't wait to install it immediately. Needless to say, upgrading the armory from orange to red level is not only a revolutionary change, but also a significant improvement over the current level. He was naturally tempted. The problem is that there are only 2 slots for the optimization component. If this armory is installed now, it means that he will only have one optimization component left. Then he won't be able to use the purple K-type heavy machine gun and the orange Barrett Thor. The vehicle shield will definitely take up an optimization component, so safety comes first. But it's not necessarily impossible to install it. If I successfully complete the advancement mission and advance to Platinum, my rank might soon advance to the 5th rank. At that time, the talent optimization will definitely be improved, and I might be able to install one more of these optimization components, which would be more than enough to install this armory. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly when he thought of this. It will be soon. All that's left is the final gold level boss. Su Yang originally thought that he would reach the 5th rank after reaching 50 points in the 4-dimensional attributes, but that was not actually the case, because the hard requirement for evaluating the 5th rank was to have 300 points in attributes. Simply put, the total attribute points need to reach 300. Su Yang's current total attribute points are only 210, which is 90 points short. However, it's not too difficult. As long as you advance to Platinum and level up a few times, plus the potion synthesis card you just got, it should be fine. Perhaps this potion crafting card alone is enough? Chapter 110: The Unique Abilities of the Skill Space. Host, Su Yang. Level, Gold 10, 237, for 25/. Health points, 1860 to 1860. Mana points, 1920/1920. Strength, 62. Physical fitness, 62. Agility, 62. Mental state, 64. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial abilities, LV6. Summon Night Demon, LV3. Skill points, 1. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 58/150. Optimized T-Virus Potion 200. Optimized T-Virus Potion 200. You're still being naive. Looking at his attribute interface, Su Yang shook his head slightly. He had already used the potion synthesis card. After synthesizing a large number of zombie virus drugs and enhancement drugs, Su Yang obtained a synthetic drug that could increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 10 points without any side effects. This only raised his 4-dimensional attributes to over 60 points, but it brought him much closer to the 5th tier. Su Yang has already used the inventory slot upgrade card that he got from the orange treasure chest. This item does not increase the number of inventory slots, but it increases the capacity of the inventory slots. The capacity of all storage slots in the inventory has been increased to 200. This cleared out a lot of space for Su Yang's props. 100 storage compartments can hold 20,000 items, which Su Yang thought was pretty good. As for the orange heavy raider vehicle upgrade card, in Su Yang's eyes it was the most valuable item in this orange treasure chest. Now, Su Yang and his team have a new vehicle at their camp. A behemoth over 8 meters tall and 20 meters long, the Heavy Raider. This thing is rife with violence. Putting aside its weapons, its sheer size and terrifying defense would be enough to overwhelm even a gold-level boss like the Night Demon King after just a few impacts. The vehicle was naturally not Su Yang's armored motorhome. His armored motorhome was already finalized, and upgrading it to another type of vehicle would have a significant impact on the armored motorhome, causing some of its original functions to be diminished. Therefore, Xie armored vehicle was the one that was ultimately upgraded. Besides the fact that Xie vehicle ownership belongs to Su Yang, another reason that made Su Yang do this is that he spent 6 skill points to upgrade his skill space this time. An accident in the past led Su Yang to discover that the 1-meter diameter space in his skill space was large enough for him to enter, and it was also possible for others to enter without any problem. However, due to the limited space, the air volume was also limited. Su Yang's idea was to upgrade the space to make it larger, so that it could hold more air and people could stay inside for a short time without any problems. However, after acquiring the skill points this time, Su Yang upgraded the space to LV3, and he suddenly discovered that the space had gained the ability to create spatial portals. After learning about his talent, Fanya suggested opening a spatial portal inside the armored RV, so that the RV's daily ecosystem could cover the space created by the skill space. It actually worked. The space is already sufficient for a normal life. At most, the existence of this space increases the energy consumption of the armored vehicle, but this is not a major problem. However, a casual remark by Lu Mimi amazed Su Yang. If this portal can be opened on our vehicles, allowing us to enter that space, then if it's opened on other vehicles, can they also enter that space? A single sentence awakened me from my slumber. If this really succeeds, it would completely connect the vehicles with spatial portals. Thinking further, if at the start of the next phase, vehicles with spatial portals were allowed to enter different zones, then, can I use this skill to freely enter other areas? The moment this thought came to mind, Suyang couldn't help but upgrade his spatial skills to LV6. Space LV6 can create a space with a diameter of 100 meters, can create 5 space portals, and can mark 1 space point. The ability has increased by 1, and the number of spatial gates has reached as many as 5. If his guess is correct, then he will be able to appear in all 5 districts in the next stage. As for spatial points, this is also a very special ability. For example, if Suyang marks a spatial point for Fanya, then she can return to that space at any time. Suyang can also actively pull Fanya back into the space, the difference being that the former consumes Fanya's own mana, while the latter consumes Suyang's. This ability seemed outrageous to Suyang. He even considered using his last skill point to upgrade the space skill, but he ultimately refrained from doing so. Because Suyang planned to save his skills to upgrade the Summon Night Demon skill, he had already tried summoning the Night Demon to find a gold-level boss, and he actually found it. However, being deep within the final city, the Summon Night Demon Guardians were not strong enough to kill them. But, while a level 7 Gold Night Demon Guardian cannot kill the gold-level boss Night Demon King, it is not easy to kill the gold-level boss. Therefore, the Summon Night Demon Guardians had a difficult task, to retrieve the corpses. They successfully brought back the corpses of the silver-level Night Demon Kings and Tyrants that Suyang had killed. Furthermore, because he could mark spatial points, Suyang was able to store the Night Demon Guards with spatial points on their bodies into his spatial storage with just a thought, along with the corpses they were holding. Using this method, Suyang quickly obtained many Tyrant corpses. Suyang went to such lengths to obtain these Tyrant corpses, naturally for the purpose of collecting the Tyrant's heart. The chance of collecting the Tyrant's heart is very low. So far, only 2 have been collected, and 1 more is needed for him to obtain a Tyrant-related skill. There is no hope today. Suyang was a little disappointed after collecting 5 more Tyrants, but still failing to obtain the Tyrant's heart. But he hasn't rested for a long time today. He can endure it, but Jiang Manhwa can't. Although, compared to Jiang Manhwa's 4-dimensional attributes, which have now exceeded 40 points, she can actually go 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. But that's unnecessary. Suyang, news has come from Xiebayan that the Vulcan Battalion and the Chun family army have arrived at the stronghold. Jiang Manhwa suddenly said, have we finally arrived? Originally, the Vulcan Battalion and the Chun family army agreed to arrive at the destination city around midnight. But because the Chun family army was attacked by a Night Demon team for some unknown reason, the Vulcan Battalion sent people to provide support, which resulted in them only arriving now. In Suyang's opinion, the others were still too weak. Even the Vulcan Battalion and Chun family army were like that, let alone the others. If Suyang knew that the Night Demon team that attacked Chun family army was led by a Night Demon King with part of his head missing, he probably wouldn't have thought this way. This is his fault. Chapter 111 Inter-Race Communication Channel. Su Shun, I've finally met you in person. Huagu had a smile on his face. In Suyang's eyes, Huagu was dressed like a ghost fire boy. But according to his understanding, this kid was quite loyal and valued the Vulcan Battalion he created and did not easily abandon anyone. He divided up all the items that the other party had previously obtained in exchange for the processing vehicle blueprints. Overall, he's a pretty good person. So don't be fooled by the seemingly high quality of some elite white-collar workers. When faced with real difficulties, their so-called high quality might be no better than that of a street urchin. While not absolute, it's not far off. Hello, Godsu. Another burly man, Chun Jiejun, the leader of Chun Jiejun's army, performed rather poorly. His convoy was Chun Jiejun. It's worth mentioning that Chun Jiejun was the second person in District 9527 to establish a car club, but his car club was only a green level 1. Suyang nodded, then got straight to the point. You've all seen the final city in person, so go ahead and spread the word to your family and friends on the main chat channel. Suyang had a feeling that if too many people died in the zombie siege, it wouldn't be a good thing for Blue Star, and it might also cause him some problems. We've said it all. Huagu immediately replied. Most people in our village believed me, but as for others, I'd say they were only half convinced. As he spoke, Huaji's face showed a helpless smile. He contacted his former classmates and teachers in the main communication channel, but because he was a poor student, no one believed him. They thought that the final point of the zombie siege had tens of millions of zombies and night demons. Some people even suggested that this was all a conspiracy by Su Yang, designed to make his ultraviolet fluorescent lamp sell like hotcakes. To be honest, even Brotherhood doesn't know what to say about this kind of thought process. Su Shun sells ultraviolet fluorescent lamps at extremely low prices, but the other party also has reason to say that Su Shun has special means to obtain ultraviolet fluorescent lamps at even lower prices, thereby making huge profits. Hichihua, you have no idea about the ins and outs of this. Even if Su Yang only earns 10 copper coins from a single ultraviolet fluorescent lamp on the entire Blue Star, he could earn hundreds of millions of 10 copper coins. Recalling his homeroom teacher's firm tone, Huoge felt even more helpless. I'm in a similar situation here. Chun Jejun also looked helpless, but he saw everything more clearly. Perhaps they do believe it, but they don't want to accept it. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Jejun still voiced his guess. It doesn't matter. Su Yang said indifferently. We can't expect everyone to survive. That's impossible. After these words were spoken, Hichihua and Chun Jejun fell silent for a moment. Yes, in this survival-oriented world, it's difficult enough for them to even stay alive. As for the others, why worry about so much? Fortunately, the situation in District 9527 is still quite good, and many people believe in it. After discussing for a while, Su Yang, Hichihua, and Chun Jejun finalized the alliance. The number of people needed to conquer the final city was too small to be suitable. The three of them decided to recruit more people. Fortunately, more and more people would be able to reach the final city in the next 2 or 3 days. Then, by having those who arrived first help those on the way, it wouldn't be too difficult. In fact, with the destination city now determined, many factions in District 9527 have started recruiting, and those who join will naturally receive help from those major factions. There's nothing wrong with the remaining people sticking together for warmth. After all, District 9527 is different from other districts. Because of Su Yang's special existence, there are simply too many firearms. Originally, out of 100,000 people, it was estimated that 70,000 to 80,000 would survive, but now it's estimated that more than 90,000 people can survive. In fact, it was because Su Yang gave an early warning of the polar night that too many people in District 9527 died at once. In other parts of Blue Star, many people died because they didn't believe Su Yang's words and recklessly entered the polar night section. If it weren't for the fact that the final city suddenly encountered a number of over 10 million zombies, which was unbelievable and hard to accept, many people would probably have died. Meanwhile, in a distant region, Lan Mei and Lan Qi finally led a large number of Lan Ying clan members to conquer the final city. The Blue Shadow clan in this area successfully entered Dawn Station. Shuguang Station. It's less of a train station and more of a huge space where races that can arrive at Dawn Station within a certain time are assigned to specific areas. Each race is a small space, and even though they are all small spaces, the races that arrive first gain more space. It is worth mentioning that only when the number of a race arriving at Dawn Station exceeds 1 million will they be allocated a space. Otherwise, they will only be temporarily placed in the parking lot. A parking lot is simply a place where vehicles are parked, and drivers are only allowed to stay inside their cars and cannot get out. The more than 90,000 people brought by Lan Mei and Lan Qi brought the number of Lan Ying clan members to over 1 million, successfully giving them a small space of their own, a space that was twice the size of the destination city. Blue Run did a good job. You didn't let me down. At this moment, Lan Qi was respectfully facing a young man from the Blue Shadow clan. The man was none other than the third prince of the Blue Shadow clan, the strongest genius of the Blue Shadow clan, who was named after his race. It's all thanks to His Highness the Third Prince's excellent leadership. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to lead so many clansmen. Lan Qi looked respectful, but in his heart he was overjoyed and extremely relieved. Almost, if he had brought just 200 or 300 fewer people, the Blue Shadow clan would have had 1 million, and the space they were allocated would have been a level lower. Moreover, all the treatment of the Blue Shadow clan will be downgraded, which will have a huge impact on the next stage of the competition. Thankfully, no. After exchanging a few words with Lan Qi, the third Prince Lan Ying returned to his vehicle and eagerly entered the multi-race communication channel. The multi-race communication channel is only accessible to the first 1,000 races to arrive at Dawn Station. However, only the top 10 races in each race are qualified to speak. The top 100 can only watch, and those below them don't even have the right to watch. As soon as the Blue Shadow entered, it was seen by people of many races. Three-Eyed Clan. Another race has arrived. Red Phosphorus Clan. Blue Shadow Clan? What kind of race is that? I've never heard of them. Tiger Man Clan. A level 4 life form? This one called Blue Shadow should be the strongest in the Blue Shadow Clan. So how come it's only a level 4 life form? Garen Clan. Heh. Yet another lucky little race. They probably poured all their resources into cultivating a level 4 life form, just to try their luck. Golden Light Clan. Foolish. Do you really think anyone can touch the game of the gods? Three-Eyed Clan. Not necessarily. You all say that the first purple car group wasn't created by you. Maybe there really was a lucky one. Fox people. I heard that this year's God's game has drawn in a large number of lower life forms. With such a huge pool, it's normal for 1 or 2 lucky ones to emerge. Tiger Clan. Huh. Little Fox Clan sister. Come with me. Tiger Lord will lead you into the top 100. Garen Clan. Top 100? You Tiger Man. You really dare to say that. Golden Light Clan. Heh. I'm afraid he can't even guarantee that his own race will be in the top 100 in the arena. Tiger Man. Damn it. A level 7 life form, can't even get into the top 100? Garen Clan. Whatever makes you happy. Red Phosphorus Clan. Whatever makes you happy. Faced with beings that were at least level 6 life forms, Lawning simply watched silently, not daring to utter a single word, for fear that a casual remark might bring unimaginable disaster to the Lawning clan. Chapter 112 Skill Shockwave. Tier 5. Item. Heart of the Tyrant. Category. Consumables. Quality. Purple. Use. A special item that, upon consumption, increases all 4 main attributes by 1 point and guarantees the awakening of 1 Tyrant Series skill. Note. This item can only be consumed once. When consuming 3 Tyrants' hearts simultaneously, you can choose 1 skill from the 3 Tyrant Series skills. Looking at the Tyrant's heart he had collected, a hint of joy flashed in Su Yang's eyes. I've got 3 Tyrants' hearts now. 2 days have passed since Ichihua and Chun Jejun arrived at the destination city. Although Su Yang did not kill the gold-level big boss again, he finally collected 3 Tyrant hearts after killing a number of tyrants. A moment later, Su Yang's skill gained a shockwave. Consuming 1,000 mana points can unleash a shockwave that can attack targets up to 20 meters away, making it quite powerful. A mere LV0 shockwave was enough to instantly kill a silver level 5 tyrant, shattering its body. Su Yang had witnessed the shockwave of the level 1 gold boss, the Berserk Tyrant, which directly blasted down a half-collapsed building, with destructive power comparable to a cannonball. His shockwave wasn't that powerful, but he could increase its power through upgrades. The main problem is insufficient mana. It takes 1,000 mana points to cast 1 spell, and with his current mana, he can only cast it twice at most. The 3 Tyrant Hearts gave Su Yang 3 points to his 4 main attributes. Combined with the attribute-boosting items he got from the purple treasure chest and the ones Fangya collected in the past day or two, Su Yang's 4 main attributes have now reached 72 and 73 points, for a total of 290 points. I'm only 10 attribute points away from being rated at Tier 5, and my talent optimization can be improved again. A glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Blue quality items that increased attributes had no effect on him, so he could only hope to get something good from the purple treasure chest. Actually, as long as he kills 1 more gold level boss, he can advance to platinum and then increase his total attributes to over 300 points through leveling up. Even if it only takes 5 free attribute points to advance to the platinum level, with the experience points he has accumulated so far, he can advance 2 levels, which is more than enough. It's a pity that all those gold level big bosses have somehow ended up in the deepest part of the final city. Looking up into the distance, Su Yang looked regretful. However, he soon received some very surprising news from Fangya. Half an hour later, Su Yang and Zhang Manxue returned to the camp. This is an open plain more than 5,000 meters from the entrance to the final city. Now, almost all the people in District 9527 have gathered here, and there are already more than 1,000 people here. Item. Treasure Chest Synthesis Scroll. Category. Consumables. Quality. Purple. Purpose. Combines 10 blue treasure chests into 1 purple treasure chest. Really? Even in this survival world, there are ways to combine treasure chests. Looking at the treasure chest crafting scroll in his hand, a glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This was obtained by Fangya through a trade, and the other party had 4 more of these items, which, according to Fangya's understanding, seemed to have been obtained from the Night Demon treasure chest. Su Yang could only say that these people were really lucky. Zhang Manxue is definitely lucky, but with so many people on the entire planet, it's impossible that she's the only one with good luck. Some people's luck might reach the red level in an instant at certain times, which is unpredictable. With more people involved, anything is possible with a certain probability. What does the other party want? Suyang asked. Fangya had only traded for one synthesis scroll, and the remaining 4 were quite expensive, so she was unsure what to do. Very good. Fangya's eyes flashed with anger as she spoke. That person said the remaining 4 crafting scrolls require 3 types of purple firearms, 3 purple vehicle upgrade cards, 5 purple star-up cards, 50 blue ultraviolet fluorescent lamps, and 1,000 gold coins. Suyang frowned. This bastard really dared to speak. You just said this person is from Heqianshan's district? Suyang suddenly thought of something and asked a question. Right. Fangya nodded. The other party contacted me through Heqianshan, not directly with me. Upon hearing this, Suyang immediately made a series of maneuvers, and then a cold smile appeared on his lips. I had already stopped paying much attention to you guys, and now you're causing trouble again? Heqianshan is now a member of Su Yang's team. Originally, Su Yang planned to upgrade the Summon Night Demon skill with the remaining 1 skill point, but due to an idea in his mind, he ultimately chose to upgrade the team skill instead. The LV7 team did indeed have an ability that surprised Su Yang. They could add members from other regions without the other side knowing. Of course, this is only within Su Yang's control. Simply put, Su Yang can pull anyone from the car club into his own car team whenever he wants, and at the same time choose to block the other party. Currently, only Su Yang knows that Heqianshan is his teammate. Even Fangya and the other 2 are unaware of this. Su Yang had just used his captain's privileges to directly access all the information on Heqianshan's car owner panel, including transaction and chat messages. This also led Su Yang to discover that none of the people he was talking to possessed a treasure chest crafting scroll, so it was undoubtedly someone close to her, and it was definitely the person named Wu Yong. Because Su Yang had already discovered that Heqianshan had a chance to transfer gold coins to Wu Yong, and had also made a deal to unconditionally give away a large amount of supplies. Do you really think my things, Su Yang's, are so easy to take? A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Heqianshan, who was far away in the car, looked uneasy. Wu Yong, do you think our asking price is excessive? Don't worry. We've only just begun. Wu Yong said confidently. The resources Su Yang has are far beyond your imagination. What I need is nothing to him. But there are no buts. That Wu Yong was getting angry. Why was this woman so disobedient? But he quickly realized that he still needed to rely on this woman, and his tone softened considerably. Cece, I'm doing this all for us. If we succeed this time, our vehicles will be upgraded to purple 9 stars. Then, even if a final city appears, we will have the confidence to survive. Okay, I'll listen to you. Heqianshan nodded, and then noticed that Fangya had sent her a message. Wu Yong, Fangya replied. She said she'll only give 3 blue-quality firearms, 1 blue-quality light machine gun, 1 purple vehicle upgrade card, 1 purple star-up card, and at most 10 blue-quality ultraviolet fluorescent lamps. Disagree. Without a second thought, Wu Yong replied. Telling them too little is too little. But they said if they don't sell it, we'll keep it for ourselves. Wu Yong. Chapter 113 Talent Enhancement. New Talent Abilities. With 5 treasure chest synthesis scrolls in hand, Su Yang directly synthesized 5 purple treasure chests. Then, he asked Zhang Manhua to boost his luck. This time, Zhang Manhua's luck was only blue, while Su Yang ultimately received a 10-second boost to purple luck. He then opened 11 purple treasure chests and hundreds of blue treasure chests within those 10 seconds. It's only because he's fast that he can open hundreds of treasure chests in 10 seconds. Su Yang has discovered that, under the influence of luck, as long as he has a slight preference, it is easy to obtain the item he desires, or at least an item of the same type. Sure enough, most of the items Su Yang opened this time could increase attribute points. Half of the 11 purple treasure chests contained purple quality items that increased the 4 main attributes. With the help of these things, Su Yang finally raised his 4-dimensional attributes to 75 points, with his mental attribute reaching 80 points, bringing the total to over 300 points. 5th rank. Car owner, Su Yang. Talent, optimized. Vehicle, armored mobile vehicle. Strength, 75. Physical fitness, 75. Agility, 75. Mental state, 80. Currency, 5,000 gold coins, 1,000 silver coins, 100,000 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 5. Although you are the strongest human, as a Level 1 life form, you are the weakest among Tier 5 beings. A Level 1 life form? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Could it be that after this initial evolution, it has become a level 1 life form? Therefore, there are second, third, and even more evolutions, leading to secondary and tertiary life forms. From just this one sentence, Su-yang was able to deduce a lot of information. Only, how to carry out the second evolution? Su-yang was somewhat concerned about this. He had his first evolution when his four-dimensional attributes reached 30 points. But what about the second one? Could it be that you need to reach 100 points in all four attributes? No, the initial evolution should be a reward given to humankind by this survival world, so subsequent evolution can probably only be achieved by oneself. But how can it be carried out? Alas, the information gap is too large, and many things cannot be analyzed correctly at all. Su-yang sighed inwardly, but he quickly became happy because he had reached the 5th rank. This means that his talent optimization has been improved again. Just as Su-yang thought, his talent improved, and the attributes of the armored vehicle were also improved again. Most importantly, the number of optimized parts increased. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 300%. Quality, purple 2 stars++. Light energy, 300/300, regenerates 10 light energy per hour. Speed, 700 km/h+. Components, 5/12 interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. Optimized components, 2/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. Barrett Thor, orange optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion. One more component has been added to the optimization list. Although Su-yang had considered adding 2 or even more, adding 1 more would be good enough. At the same time, the overall status value of the armored vehicle has increased again, currently reaching 300%, which means that it is now more difficult to damage the armored vehicle. Yes, the safety index has increased again. The upper limit of light energy has also been increased, and the recovery speed is 10 times faster than before. Even if it is used up all at once, it can be fully restored in a maximum of 30 hours. With the talent optimization, the vehicle speed has increased by another 100 km per hour, and finally, the vehicle skill has gained a new light energy conversion ability. Well, how should I put it? This skill is actually similar to the function of an energy converter. Compared to a red-level energy converter, the light energy converter is inferior in both quality and quantity. Light energy can be converted into electricity, power, and so on, but it is not as fast as red energy converters. But solar energy conversion has a special feature. It can convert some of the energy consumed by vehicles and equipment. For example, the Barrett Thor has a magazine capacity of 10 bullets. If those 10 bullets are used up, Su-yang can use light energy to replenish them. If you keep just one of the 10 bullets, the light energy can be converted into an identical bullet. 1 point of light energy can be converted into 1 ordinary bullet of green quality, while those specially made poison bullets require 3 points of light energy. Consuming 10 points of light energy can be converted into blue quality bullets, which is quite powerful for Su-yang. Although his bullet-making skill can now produce purple quality bullets, it comes at the cost of a large amount of materials and consumes 1,000 mana points to produce just 1 purple quality bullet. Normally, such a cost would be enough to produce 20 or 30 bullets of purple quality. It can only be said that the level of his bullet-making skill is not high enough, but Su-yang does not want to upgrade it at the moment because he is too short of skill points and cannot afford to focus on this skill. It's worth mentioning that Su-yang also tried to copy the skill point card before, but unfortunately, skill point cards are special card items, and the success rate was only 7.25%. The success rate for red quality supercar cards exceeded 80%, while the success rate for skill point cards was so low, so Su-yang naturally did not choose to copy them. The light energy conversion has the ability to be transformed into bullets. Although it consumes light energy, Su-yang believes that light energy can be naturally replenished. As long as he creates an extremely powerful bullet, the rest will rely on light energy. With a sudden thought, Su-yang took out a 2.7 by 99 mm bullet, a purple quality explosive bullet that he had crafted at a cost of over 10,000 gold coins. With a single shot from the Barrett Thor, even the gold-level boss knight Demon King can be blown to the head. These are bullets that Su-yang deliberately crafted after failing to kill the gold-level boss knight Demon King. He only crafted 3 in total, not because he didn't want to craft more, but because he didn't have enough materials. To get these 3 purple explosive bullets, Su-yang used up a lot of purple parts and other purple materials, as well as some special materials that he occasionally collected from the silver-level mini-boss tyrant. Su Yang removed the original magazine from the Barrett Thor and replaced it with a magazine containing a purple explosive round. He found that the transformation was indeed successful. 80 points of light energy can be converted into one shot. Su Yang switched to 3 rounds, and the Barrett Thor's magazine instantly gained 3 more purple explosive rounds. I should be able to convert a few more before the war starts. Oh no, my vehicle is only 2 stars right now. With the light that can be restored by Star Up, I can convert quite a few purple explosive shells. Su Yang made up his mind to prepare more purple explosive bombs while gathering people. They might not be used, but they couldn't be without them. Money can be spent, but it can't be without. Of course, if there were more suitable bullets, Su Yang would naturally use light energy to convert them into stronger bullets. He couldn't manufacture it, but the next moment, Su Yang took out the small arms depot card, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. In terms of component optimization, to what extent will this small arsenal be upgraded? Will there be stronger purple bullets? Even orange bullets? Chapter 114, Attacking the Final City. Vehicle, Armored Motorhome, 300%. Quality, Purple 2 stars++. Light energy, 60/300, regenerates 10 light energy per hour. Speed, 700 km/h+. Components, 5/12 interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. Optimized components, 3/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized status. Small armory, red optimized status. Barrett Thor, orange optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion. The small armory was eventually installed by Su Yang onto the optimized component, and this time it was fixed in place. Su Yang thought that even if things didn't go well, he could at least get a room with a decent amount of space, and that's exactly what happened. The original orange quality was directly upgraded to red, and the space was upgraded from a room that was 50 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters high to a room that was 200 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 10 meters high. The number of weapons has increased several times, and 2 more cannons have been added. As for the powerful sniper bullets that Su Yang wanted, they are indeed available, and although they are of the same purple quality, they are obviously stronger than those made by Su Yang. However, these bullets are all bundled together and are mounted on one of the heavy sniper rifles. It's worth mentioning that the firearms in this armory cannot be installed on vehicles. They all disappear after use. Even if the heavy sniper rifle wasn't destroyed, it would disappear immediately after the last specially made sniper bullet was fired. Su Yang tried to use light energy to restore the bullet, but it didn't work at all. To be honest, this disappointed Su Yang somewhat. I originally thought that upgrading from orange to red quality would ensure that these weapons would be preserved, but it turns out they're still only disposable. He shook his head slightly, but Su Yang quickly cheered up. With the weapons in this arsenal, he could easily assemble a force of 3,000 men, enough to fight at least one decisive battle in a city. Pass down the order. Begin the attack on the final city in 3 days. Su Yang sent a message to Xie 3 days later? Xie was taken aback and immediately replied, "Commander, isn't this too fast? We won't even be able to gather 10,000 people in 3 days." Su Yang didn't say anything, but directly sent the information about the arsenal to Xie. This completely shocked Xie. There are actually things like this? Soon, news of Su Yang opening an armory spread throughout District 9527, which excited many people. Communication channel. An armory? Is this for real? You can get this kind of thing from a treasure chest. Isn't that obvious? The attributes have already been displayed. How could they be fake? Stop wasting time talking nonsense and hurry up and try to reach the destination city within 3 days. Didn't Su Shen say that as long as we arrive within 3 days, we can get some weapons? I've arrived. I was just assigned a blue pistol, and our captain got a sniper rifle. Holy crap, this is free. It's free, and although it's only a one-time use weapon, it's totally worth it to be able to use this weapon to fight zombies. Disposable? What does that mean? I know that. It seems that the weapons from the armory that come out of the treasure chest can't last forever. They'll disappear once the ammunition is used up. I'm already traveling at full speed. I should be able to reach the destination city in 2 days at most. I'm not going to bother with any treasure chests along the way. I'm just getting on the road. You don't want treasure chests? You're not going to look for any resources at all. That's not good for future development, especially since the weapons Su Shen gave us are all one-time use. I just chuckled. If we can't get past this hurdle, what the hell is our future? With Su Xin here, I don't think this level will be difficult. The discussion on the chat channel was lively, and many people decided to contribute their share. Before this, they thought that even if they went, they probably wouldn't be able to help much. At most, he can run over a dozen or 20 zombies with his car, and then he can start singing, "It's over." But things are different now. Su Xin is giving us weapons. Although there won't be many, these weapons should be enough if everyone launches an attack together. In fact, some analysts have already begun to analyze the armory attribute information provided by Su Yang. Admittedly, this armory alone is not enough to take down the tens of millions of zombies in the final city, but the problem is that some of them also have weapons. Previously, the hope seemed slim, but now we see the dawn of victory. Even if we fail along with Su Xin, it's really not a big deal. At most, we'll just die 10 or 20 days earlier. In an instant, more than a third of the people in District 9527 began to speed up their journey. A day later, the number of people who had reached the vicinity of the destination city had exceeded 3,000. 2 days later, the number had exceeded 15,000. In a frantic rush, even taking detours is no problem as long as the speed is high enough. What's more, you can get a vehicle repair every 1,000 kilometers. Many people just want to see the destination city, and even if the vehicle is damaged, it can be repaired. Under these circumstances, nearly 40,000 people had arrived at the destination city 3 days later. They all abandoned the treasure chests along the way and charged and killed their way through. Su Yang had already distributed almost all the weapons in the armory, leaving only 2 cannons behind. The mortars were distributed to Xie Baiyan, Hichihua, Chen Jejun, and other forces. Because the zombies and night demons they were facing didn't require any differentiation, they could simply create a battle line spanning 5 kilometers. In fact, this had another advantage. Most of them were not good marksmen, or rather, they had no marksmanship at all. To wage war in this way, all you need to do is fire bullets forward. People were still arriving from time to time, but Su Yang felt there was no need to wait any longer. The zombie siege phase was already more than halfway over, with only 13 days left. Su Yang's plan was to capture the final city within 3 days and try to reach Dawn Station within 20 days. This morning, the chat channel in Area 9527 became eerily quiet, and even those who weren't in the final city remained silent. Since everyone has already reached a consensus, only a few people can speak today when the battle begins. Su Yang, is everything ready? A message from Su Yang suddenly popped up in the chat channel, which had been silent for a long time, but no one responded. After waiting calmly for a minute, Su Yang spoke again. Su Yang, the battle will begin in 1 minute. Upon seeing Su Yang's words, the drivers of the vehicles lined up 3 kilometers from the finish line city tensed up, staring intently at the seconds ticking away. 59. 3. 2. 1. Kill. Charge. Kill these brainless bastards. Kill. 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 The roar was deafening, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 115. 30,000 against tens of millions. The advantage is on our side. Here we go. Seeing the enemy advancing and hearing the deafening battle cries, a glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He didn't advance immediately, nor was he even on the front lines. Su Yang's armored vehicle was currently on the rooftop of a shopping mall, having climbed up using mechanical legs, which shocked many people once again. A vehicle can actually climb stairs? I can only say that Su Xin truly lives up to his name. This high vantage point naturally allowed Su Yang to better observe the battle. Although Su Yang wasn't at the forefront, everyone was filled with confidence looking at the massive vehicle at the front. As expected, the shouts of battle attracted the zombies and night demons from the nearby finish line city. The first thing to appear was zombies, which swarmed out. At this moment, the densely packed zombies in Su Yang's eyes seemed like countless ants that had smelled food. These past few days, Su Yang and his group weren't just quietly waiting and doing nothing. When the zombies rushed out of the city a kilometer away, suddenly a large number of zombies fell down and into pits. These were trench-like pits dug by Su Yang and his team. The zombies fell right into them, and at the bottom of these pits were large amounts of gasoline. Finally, just as the craters seemed to be filled, Xie Baiyan at the front gave the order to ignite it. More than 100 signal flares were launched along a 5-kilometer-long battle line, eventually landing on the craters. With a loud boom, the flames surged high, and in just over 10 seconds, 2 walls of fire more than 5 kilometers long appeared. To protect the firewall, everyone present only kept a small amount of gasoline, contributing the rest. Suyang even ran out of gasoline because of the energy converter. Countless zombies were set ablaze, but because they were zombies, they felt no pain and continued to roar as they tried to charge forward until they were burned beyond repair and turned into charred corpses. The night demons, on the other hand, let out screams and retreated. Of course, even under such circumstances, zombies still rushed out, their bodies ablaze with flames, their speed undiminished. At this moment, the skilled marksmen positioned at the front lines took action. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and zombies were shot down one after another. Within 10 minutes of the battle, not a single person was lost, and over 100,000 zombies and several thousand night demons were killed. They have the upper hand. But, inside the armored vehicle, Suyang stared at the search radar with an unchanged expression. At this moment, the red dots representing zombies on the front line of the search radar were rapidly disappearing, but more zombies were pouring out from the destination city further away. Roar! Suddenly, Suyang faintly heard a muffled roar, but it seemed to be quite far away and he couldn't hear it clearly. But after that sound, Suyang noticed that countless red dots on the search radar, representing the destination city, began to gather and surge towards him. The main force has arrived. Suyang immediately sent a reminder in the chat channel. At the same time, Xie Bian, aboard the heavy raider, roared with a sinister grin. Brothers, charge! Rush! All the heavy raiders roared, and so did the other vehicles. Led by the heavy raiders, all the vehicles began to move forward. After the flames of the pit wall of fire were extinguished, they bypassed the defense line and headed straight for the destination city. At the same time, the two sides of the original heavy marauder suddenly flashed, and then two more identical heavy marauder behemoth vehicles appeared. On the rooftop of the shopping mall in the distance, Suyang, watching this scene from afar, couldn't help but sigh. This Haiwa's talent is indeed freakish. He can even replicate an orange vehicle. That's right, Haiwa activated his innate ability. Originally, he was unable to copy orange-level vehicles, and after copying one, it was somewhat like locking the double-decker bus, making it not easy to copy other vehicles. However, after learning about his innate abilities, Suyang provided Haiwa with enough items to enhance his four-dimensional attributes, raising them to 30 points and completing his initial evolution. With his innate abilities further enhanced, Haiwa was finally able to copy other vehicles. Now that you've cloned the Blackie Heavy Marauder, there will be a 3-day cooldown period before you can clone other vehicles. However, although he successfully replicated the Heavy Marauder, it was still a struggle for Haiwa. In his words, the replicated Heavy Marauder could not be preserved for as long as the double-decker bus. It could only be preserved for a maximum of 3 days. In fact, if the damage is severe, the lifespan may be even shorter. Fortunately, the orange heavy raiders have amazing defenses, making it quite difficult to damage them. At least under the crushing force of the heavy raiders, the zombies couldn't budge them an inch. Ha ha! As expected of the good stuff the guild leader gave me, my raider is awesome. Xie Bian laughed heartily as he watched the zombies being crushed into pancakes. He knew that the heavy raiders, along with the 2 clones, had suffered 3 times the number of attacks, yet the raiders were still unharmed. 3 heavy raiders drew aggro, while the others seized their opportunities to fire. At first, we used pistols. Although there were many zombies, pistols were enough, mainly because Su Yang's armory had the most pistol bullets. But gradually, pistols alone were not enough, and some vehicles began to be equipped with machine guns. Half an hour after the start, the number of zombies gathered on the front line had reached more than 1 million, while large numbers of zombies and night demons also emerged in other parts of the final city. The heavy raiders at the forefront were surrounded by layers of zombies, but Xie Bian and the others were not flustered at all. The heavy raiders remained steadfast and could not be shaken by the zombies and night demons in front of them. Instead, Xie Bian and his group used the firing ports on the vehicle to continuously kill zombies, and some of them even attacked with long knives. Boss, something's wrong. A tyrant that's 4 or 5 meters tall is coming straight at us. Suddenly, a slightly panicked voice rang out. Has it finally arrived? Xie Bian's eyes flashed, and he was about to say something when a gunshot rang out. Boss's tyrant got its head blown off. Meanwhile, Suyang, far away in the mall, had already set up his bear at Thor and had just fired a shot. That's right, the silver-level mini-boss tyrant that attacked Xie Bian and his group was shot in the head by him. Moreover, more and more bosses are appearing now, whether it's the tyrant or the night demon, but for Suyang, these bosses can be taken down with a single shot. For this battle, he produced a large number of green sniper bullets and several hundred blue ones. Currently, These bosses can be dealt with using only green quality explosive bullets. Chapter 116, The Golden Boss, the Corpse King. Haha, brothers, don't panic. We have our commander behind us. Seeing the powerful tyrant who had just emerged get his head blown off, Xiaobai laughed heartily. He had intended to inform Su Yang earlier, because after the war began, Su Yang had said that whoever discovered powerful zombies and night demons should inform him. Before he could even speak, Su Yang had already taken action and resolved the situation. Although Xiaobai believed that even the tyrant from before might not be able to damage a heavy raider, it was best to avoid facing zombies of that strength if possible. The number of zombies is increasing, but thanks to ample ammunition, the front line is still able to maintain the upper hand. Casualties finally began to appear on the front lines after the number of zombies exceeded 3 million. Some vehicles that rushed too far, lacking the defenses of heavy raiders, were initially fine when surrounded by zombies. However, as time went on and the number of zombies reached a certain level, even Blue 7 or 8-star vehicles could not withstand the onslaught. These bloodthirsty car owners naturally couldn't withstand the onslaught and were eventually surrounded by a large number of zombies. Faced with this situation, Su Yang finally activated the 2 cannons. Boom boom boom. The double cannon fired in quick succession, clearing out a small area of zombies in front of them, but even more zombies followed. But the shells fired by Su Yang seemed to be a signal, and a mortar appeared next to several vehicles on the front line and began to bombard them. Rumble! Rumble! In an instant, banners were hung with cannonballs, and the sky was filled with the sound of artillery fire. In just over 10 minutes, a clearing of 400,000 to 500,000 square meters was created in front of them, and more than 3 million zombies were killed in this wave of attacks. So far, we've probably killed close to 5 million zombies, yet there are still several million red dots on the search radar. It's time to make a move. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He only glanced at Fangya, and Fangya instantly understood and drove the armored vehicle toward the battlefield. When the armored vehicles arrived at the front of the battlefield, a large number of zombies and night demons reappeared on the previously cleared ground. Su Yang set up the K-type heavy machine gun and began firing wildly. This time, the firing rate was increased to the maximum, and Zhang Manhua and Lu Mimi began to load Su Yang with ammunition belts. Countless bullets poured out, and Su Yang alone suppressed the zombies that were surging in front of him. This sight filled everyone present with trepidation. They had already begun to worry because they had used up 70 to 80% of their bullets and had run out of heavy weapons such as artillery shells. But now, seeing that Su Yang's combat power alone was comparable to that of more than 30,000 of them, they were all stunned. In fact, even the purple K-type heavy machine gun could not have such power. The main reason is that the side effects of firing the K-type heavy machine gun were due to the extent of Su Yang's armored vehicle. At this moment, the armored vehicle's 300% maximum value was decreasing by 3% every 2 seconds, which was terrifying. And because of this, the gun barrel that was constantly spitting out tongues of fire remained cold as usual, as if it was not firing at all. Even at its maximum rate of fire, the K-type heavy machine gun only fires 5,000 rounds per minute. The reason Su Yang was able to suppress the zombie horde in front of him for a time was because each of those bullets was an explosive bullet. In such a densely packed situation, a single green quality explosive bullet can kill 20 or 30 zombies, while a blue quality one is as effective as a hand grenade. However, these blue quality explosive bullets cost 20 or 30 gold coins to produce, and more than 100,000 gold coins per minute. Even Su Yang doesn't have many of these blue quality explosive bullets. I only lasted 2 or 3 minutes before switching to the green quality one, and then I couldn't suppress it anymore. However, he wasn't really alone here. After the others realized what was happening, they also began firing. The processing vehicles in the Infinite Vehicle Core's processing bays were still frantically producing bullets. Every minute, a large number of bullets were manufactured and placed in the Core's warehouse. Then, the scattered members of the Infinite Vehicle Core would take them out from each vehicle and distribute the bullets throughout the entire battle line. Under these circumstances, the horde of zombies was completely suppressed. Roar! Suddenly, at that moment, a furious roar rang out. This time, Su Yang heard it clearly. Not only that, he also saw a huge health bar at the source of the sound. The Corpse King, Golden Grand Boss. Rank, Gold Level 5. Health points, 23,000/23,000. Mana points, 8,000/8,000. Skills, Corpse King Virus, Commander, Steel Armor, Berserk, Shockwave, Mighty Stomp, Brute Force Charge, etc. The Golden Big Boss? Su-Yang was startled when he saw these attributes. The Big Boss was already very strong, and now a Golden Big Boss has actually appeared? Thump, thump, thump. As if war drums were beating, the ground trembled, and then a colossal creature appeared. It was a giant zombie that was over 10 meters tall. Everyone was stunned when they saw the appearance of this giant zombie. There are zombies this powerful? Just a glance from afar, and you can feel the oppression. You can't even muster the will to resist, only despair. With such powerful zombies, we're doomed. Bang! An unusual gunshot rang out, instantly hitting the Corpse King. -30. Seeing this message about reduced health made Su-Yang feel very unhappy. At this moment, the K-type heavy machine gun in his hand had been switched to the Barrett Thor. The last shot only took away 100 points of the Zombie King's health. Although it was only a blue-quality explosive bullet, it shouldn't have only taken away such a small amount of health. Roar! Although the Zombie King wasn't seriously injured, it was enraged instead. It instantly locked onto Su-Yang, and then ran towards him at an astonishing speed, probably reaching him in less than 10 seconds. Since that's the case, Su-Yang hardened his heart and said, "Fangya, aim at that Corpse King and launch an attack." Good. Without any hesitation, Fangya instantly activated her innate ability to unleash her power. With a loud bang, the armored vehicle trembled slightly at that moment, and then it was launched like a cannonball. Bang! The armored vehicle struck instantly, colliding with the Corpse King. It was sent flying and tumbling, but thanks to the balancer, the 4 people inside, including Su-Yang, were not affected in any way. -3,000. An astonishing amount of health appeared as the Corpse King was forcefully rammed by the armored RV and sent flying, crashing hundreds of meters away. Most importantly, Su-Yang discovered some cracks in the armor-like exterior of the Corpse King. But, seeing that the armored vehicle was only at 45% health, Su-Yang was surprised. It looked like there was still a lot left, but in fact, when Su-Yang had Fangya launch the attack, he had upgraded the armored vehicle by 1 star. The previous barrage from the K-type heavy machine gun had reduced the armored vehicle's condition to less than 70%. To be on the safe side, Su-Yang used a purple star-up card and spent some materials to upgrade the armored vehicle to 3 stars. Chapter 117 First Kill of the Golden Treasure Chest. The fact that the percentage dropped from 300% to 45% is enough to demonstrate the power of this Corpse King. Fangya, do it again. Su-Yang took out another purple star-up card and upgraded the armored RV to 3 stars. The armored RV's status was instantly restored to full value of 300%. The purple star-up cards I collected long ago were meant for use in situations like this. Fangya didn't speak, but directly entered mechanical leg mode, restored the armored RV from its flipped state, and then launched the impact again. Although it has already undergone its first evolution, the armored RV is too powerful. With Fangya's current mana, she can only barely launch such an attack 3 times before she falls into a weakened state. However, that's enough. Boom. Another impact from the armored vehicle sent the Corpse King, who had just stood up, flying away again. This time, the Corpse King lost 8,500 health points, and its total health was almost halved. Su-Yang, who was already prepared, aimed the Barrett Thunder God at the Corpse King. This time, the Barrett Thunder God's bullets were purple. Bang. -1,500. Very good. 11 shots should be enough. Upon seeing the information indicating a reduction in health, Su-Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and he fired 3 shots in quick succession. The light energy restored from the 2 consecutive star upgrades was used by Su-Yang to convert into purple explosive bullets. The armored vehicle's condition dropped to 63% after the impact, which was better than the first time, but Su-Yang still upgraded the armored vehicle by another star. After the light energy was restored to full and transformed into purple explosive bullets, Su-Yang's Barrett Thor magazine was now full with 10 bullets, and the light energy was still at full capacity. That's more than enough. And -1,500, -2,100, -1,800. Seeing the amount of health lost from those 3 shots, Su-Yang thought that perhaps he didn't need 10 bullets. He only has a little over 5,000 health points left, so 4 bullets should be enough. Roar! Suddenly, the Zombie King roared, this time with a hint of terror in his voice. Immediately afterwards, a large number of zombies surged towards the location of the Zombie King, seemingly to protect him. Are they pulling this stunt? Su-Yang frowned and immediately fired 3 shots. Of the 3 shots, only the first hit the Zombie King, taking away 2,300 health points. The rest were blocked by other zombies. Moments later, the Corpse King's enormous body was surrounded by a large number of zombies, and it could not be seen at all. You think you can get away with this? A cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he took out the 2 cannons from his inventory. He had deliberately kept a few cannonballs, but he didn't expect to actually need them. Rumble. Rumble. After several shells bombarded it, the Zombie King's health only decreased by a few hundred points, but the zombies protecting it were gone, finally revealing part of it, especially the Zombie King's head appearing in the Barrett Thor's sight. Thud. 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 Just in case, Su Yang fired 3 shots in quick succession, instantly depleting the Corpse King's health. In fact, Su Yang received a notification sound after the second shot took away the last 480 points of the Corpse King's health. Slay a level 5 gold boss, the Corpse King. Received 5 orange treasure chests, 5,000 gold coins, 5 million experience points. First kill reward for the golden boss, 1 golden treasure chest. First kill reward for the gold level boss, 1 red treasure chest, 1 random special item. 2 first kills? Su Yang was taken aback. After checking, he discovered that the golden boss, this special boss, had a separate first kill reward, and the reward was extremely high. The moment Su Yang saw the golden treasure chest, he already knew what was going on. Under normal circumstances, gold-level monsters will not drop gold treasure chests. Even the first kill of a gold-level boss only drops a red treasure chest. But this Corpse King was the first golden boss that Su Yang killed. Putting everything else aside, the sheer 5 million experience points alone were enough to astound Su Yang. That's equivalent to killing 1 million ordinary level 5 zombies. That's incredibly generous. Only, what a pity. A hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He was already at gold level 10, so killing a gold level 5 Corpse King wouldn't be considered a kill beyond his level. Otherwise, if there were an extra reward for killing enemies of a higher level, the rewards would probably be even more generous. Wait a minute, why isn't there a prompt for advancement? I've already killed a gold level boss, so I should have completed the advancement quest by now. Su Yang felt something was off, but he soon saw the previous kill record, which showed that he had just completed the advancement mission. This was because among the zombies protecting the Corpse King was a berserk tyrant, a gold-level boss, which he had just missed. Advanced quest completed. Because the host has completed an additional advancement task, this advancement is an evolutionary advancement. Evolution and advancement? Wait, is this going to make me evolve into a level 2 life form? Su Yang had a vague guess in his mind, and subconsciously looked at his current attribute panel information. He was stunned when he saw it. Host, Su Yang. Grade, Platinum Level 1, 13.87 million/18.5 million/2 million. Health points, 7600/7600. Mana points, 8100/8100. Strength, 76. Physical fitness, 76. Agility, 76. Spirit, 81. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet making, LV6. Caravan, LV7. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial ability, LV6. Summon Night Demon, LV3. Shockwave, LV0. Skill points, 1. Free attribute points, 5. Item inventory, 142 150ths 1 gold treasure chest, 1 red treasure chest, 8 orange treasure chests, 37 purple treasure chests, 200 optimized T-virus potions, 200 optimized T-virus potions, 200 blue treasure chests, 200 blue treasure chests. Although the number of free attribute points remains at 5, the upgrade increases the number of 4-dimensional attributes by 1 point, which is actually equivalent to 9 free attribute points. But 7,600 health points? 8,100 mana? Did this evolution increase 1 point of constitution and spirit attributes to 100 points of health and mana? Su Yang was greatly surprised. He originally thought it would be 40 or 50 points, but it turned out to be 100 points. Has this level 2 life form improved this much? Just as this thought crossed Su Yang's mind, he subconsciously glanced at his car owner information and realized that he seemed to have misunderstood. Car owner, Su Yang. Talent, optimized. Vehicle, armored mobile vehicle. Strength, 76. Physical fitness, 76. Agility, 76. Spirit, 81. Currency, 1,000 gold coins, 1,000 silver coins, 100,000 copper coins. Overall rating, Tier 5+. You've evolved from a lower life form to a Tier 4 life form in just 1 month. That's impressive. Level 4. This time, I evolved into a level 4 life form, not the level 2 I had imagined. So that's how it is. The previous advancement missions were actually evolutions that provided special boosts. Su-Yang understood, and he now realized that what seemed like two choices would actually lead to a greater evolution if both were chosen. If I did not do any tasks, I would probably still be a level 1 life form. But if I completed the first requirement, I would probably be a level 2 life form. If I completed the second requirement alone, I should be able to evolve into a level 3 life form. Once fully completed, it becomes a level 4 life form. Of course, these are just Su-Yang's guesses, and the specifics are still unknown. Chapter 118: The True Boss of the Final City. It's been upgraded, and it has evolved. At this moment, Su-Yang was still controlling the K-type heavy machine gun, but this time he was even more adept at it. What I originally found easy to use, the K-type heavy machine gun, now feels as easy and effortless as my own arm. Although the zombie king is dead, there are still a lot of zombies and night demons, and the final city has not yet been captured. And we must kill more zombies and night demons. Looking at his current experience points, Su-Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and he continued shooting while starting to finish off the remaining enemies. Over 13 million experience points may seem like a lot, but in reality, well, it only allowed him to reach Platinum 4 at most. Each level up restores mana and health, and Su-Yang immediately began frantically manufacturing bullets after leveling up. It doesn't need to be a high level, just white quality bullets will do. With over 8,000 mana points, a considerable amount could be created at once. When Su-Yang upgraded to Platinum level 4, he killed many zombies and gained over 200,000 experience points, bringing his total to 5 million, which allowed him to upgrade to Platinum level 5. There are 80 points in the 4-dimensional attributes, and 25 free attribute points that have not been allocated. No rush. First, deal with the zombies in front of him, because at this time, Su-Yang discovered that the installed armory had changed and entered a cooling state, and it seemed to have undergone some special changes. However, it seems unlikely that there will be any results in the short term. Sigh, it seems the armory is out of weapons. Su-Yang knew this was because the armory's weapons were completely used up. Sure enough, the cannon he had just put back into his inventory had also disappeared. After firing the last few shots, Su-Yang was thinking that maybe the cannons could be kept in the storage slots of his inventory. It turned out he was overthinking it. However, that's about enough. Just as Su-Yang had this thought, Fanya in the driver's seat exclaimed, "Su-Yang, something's wrong. More than 10,000 night demons have suddenly appeared on the search radar. Wait, another 10,000 have appeared. What?" Su-Yang was startled and quickly looked at the search radar, finding it somewhat strange. Within the already explored area, bright spots of night demons kept suddenly appearing, tens of thousands at a time. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of thousands of night demons appeared, as if they were appearing out of thin air, which was very strange. What's going on? Did it emerge from underground? Lu Mimi's subconscious remark reminded Su-Yang that this night demon seemed to have a penchant for digging holes. Moreover, this final city has both zombies and night demons. On the zombie side, there is the zombie king. So what about on the night demon side? Get ready, we're going to where the night demon appeared to find out. As Su-Yang spoke, he then notified Xie Bayan and the others in the chat channel that he would go in to see if there were any more powerful zombies similar to the Corpse King. Xie Bayan and his group naturally had no objection to this. Although the weapons provided by Su-Yang were gone, they still had their own weapons. In particular, now that the zombies had been almost killed, the remaining night demons were easier to deal with. As Su-Yang's armored RV stormed into the city center, numerous ultraviolet incendiary bombs were detonated on the vehicles, delivering a full-scale nuclear strike to Night Demon. An ordinary Night Demon lost 2/3 of its health under the ultraviolet incendiary bomb, becoming severely injured. Under such circumstances, even someone with only 3 to 5 points in the 4-dimensional attributes could easily kill such a Night Demon with a knife. In fact, due to limited ammunition, some people had already disembarked after being bombarded with incendiary bombs. Of course, most of the people who got off the bus had a 4-dimensional attribute of 10 or more. Not only that, but they were also followed by several vehicles with fully armed members on guard. This is the second phase of the battle, and there will be a third phase where everyone gets off the vehicle and fights the enemy. Danger? Huh. In this survival world, which place isn't dangerous? Actually, this is still considered good. Su-Yang has basically killed off all the powerful Night Demon zombies. Even if there are still some left, it doesn't matter. There are more than 30 snipers on the 3 heavy marauders, each with a blue quality sniper rifle, combined with the green and blue quality poison bullets, armor-piercing rounds, and explosive rounds that Su Yang manufactured. If some powerful tyrants do emerge, this can be resolved. If all else fails, just use heavy raiders to ram them. They've killed millions of zombies. Why would they be afraid of the remaining 4 or 5 million? The armored RV stormed into the city center, and Su Yang was not idle along the way. He used the K-type heavy machine gun to sweep away the night demons and zombies he encountered. When he encountered the boss tyrant and night demon, he switched to the Barrett Thor. Because they deliberately slowed down their pace to clear out the powerful zombies and night demons, it wasn't until half an hour later that Su Yang and his group entered the area where night demons were constantly emerging. Upon arriving here, Su Yang discovered that it was a huge plaza, but this huge plaza had been transformed into the shape of a night demon's lair. Because of the polar night, the night demons here don't need to conceal their nests. However, Su Yang still found the place where the night demons emerged from the search radar. There was a huge pit in the center of the square, which seemed to be the real entrance to the night demon's nest. Seemingly sensing Su Yang's presence, a large number of night demons emerged from the entrance at that moment. Only, why are most of them just ordinary night demons? Su Yang frowned, looking at the large number of night demons he had gathered and finding that there weren't many powerful night demons. In fact, there were only occasionally 1 or 2 minor bosses like bronze-level night demon leaders, and not a single major boss. Under the sweeping barrage of the K-type heavy machine gun, any number of these night demons who came would be sent to their deaths. In particular, there is no need to worry about the armored vehicle being breached. After all, given the attack intensity of these night demons, even if they were allowed to attack for an hour and cause damage to the vehicle's shield, it is estimated that the vehicle's condition would not decrease by 1%. It was precisely because of this that Su Yang drove directly into the night demon's lair in front of him. With the mechanical legs activated, Su Yang and his group slaughtered the night demons as they entered the depths of the night demon's lair. Upon entering, Su Yang and his companions discovered that it was a large hole with a diameter of over 10 meters, extending deep into the ground. Their actions seemed to have provoked something deep within the night demon's lair, as a large number of night demons appeared and attacked the entrance. Unfortunately, after Su Yang's K-type heavy machine gun swept through the area, these night demons were killed and blocked the cave entrance. Since they were already dead, Su Yang could naturally collect them. Any night demon corpses that the armored RV approached were instantly collected. Fangya had been replaced by Jiang Manhwa and was now collecting the night demon corpses with Lu Mimi. Under these circumstances, Su Yang and his group soon traveled several kilometers through the underground passage, reaching a point 500 meters below the surface. At this moment, Su Yang finally discovered why the night demon's nest kept producing tens of thousands or thousands of night demons at a time. It wasn't because they came from night demons' nests deeper underground. It was because of a huge health bar that appeared in Su Yang's head. Night Demon Mother, Golden Grand Boss. Level, Gold 10. Health points, 98,000/98,000. Mana points, 18850/48,000. Skills, Night Stalking, Summoning, Hyper-Reproduction, Invincible Skin, Mind Control, Mental Shock. Chapter 119 Summoning the Night Demon at level 7. Another golden boss, an even higher level than that Corpse King. This is probably the final boss of the final city. Su Yang immediately became excited. Even without the first kill, this golden boss should still drop a few orange treasure chests, right? And those millions of experience points. However, Su Yang was not blinded by these things. He could clearly see the Night Demon Mother's health and mana, and what was most terrifying was that the opponent had 2 mental skills. Mind Control, a Mental Shock. Although Su Yang didn't know whether this mind control was controlling Night Demon or could affect others. However, in such a situation, we should consider the worst-case scenario to arrive at the best outcome. Moreover, given the Night Demon Mother's magical power, this mental impact is absolutely terrifying. Be careful. Su Yang instructed Jiang Manhwa to move the armored vehicle back a distance, and then slaughtered the night demons who had surrounded them. Just as Su Yang had guessed, the night demons that kept appearing here were bred by the Night Demon Mother using her rapid reproduction skill. That makes things much easier. Su Yang planned to deplete the Night Demon Mother's mana in this way, and things turned out much as he expected. Just over 10 minutes later, the Night Demon Mother's mana dropped to less than 10,000, and then to less than 5,000 within a few minutes. However, an accident occurred. Just when the Night Demon Mother's mana dropped to less than 3,000, something happened to her, and her mana instantly soared to 30,000. Su Yang was a little confused when he saw this, but he soon noticed that some of the bright spots of the night demons around the night demon mother had disappeared. Did it absorb the energy or consume other night demons to restore its mana? The situation is a bit strange. If this is the case, won't the night demon mother's mana never run out? Su Yang frowned, then finally realized something, and his gaze fell on his skill, Summon Night Demon. He can now summon a platinum-level Night Stalker Guardian, which is quite powerful. What if he could summon an even stronger Night Stalker Guardian? Although Su Yang was thinking of using those skill points to upgrade other skills, upgrading Summon Night Demon was also a good idea, and now was the perfect time to put that skill to use. Summon Night Demon LV4 consumes 1,000 mana to summon one Night Demon Guardian of the same level as yourself, lasting for 15 minutes. A maximum of 3 can be summoned. After consuming one skill point, the Night Demon summoning skill was upgraded to LV4, but the attributes did not meet Su Yang's expectations. With a sudden thought, Su Yang directly consumed 2 skill points this time. Summon Night Demon LV6 consumes 1,000 mana to summon one Night Demon Guardian within range of your own rank, lasting 60 minutes. A maximum of 3 can be summoned. Isn't LV6 enough? Looking at the attributes of the summoned Night Demon, Su Yang muttered to himself, not entirely satisfied, and decided to upgrade it by 1 level. Summon Night Demon LV7 summons one Night Demon Guardian of the highest rank available to you, consuming 10 mana per second. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the LV7 summon Night Demon. Not only could it summon a platinum level 10 Night Demon Guardian, but the summoned Night Demon Guardian could also exist for a long time. As long as he has enough mana, he can even exist indefinitely. This is it. Su Yang's heart stirred, and the next moment a Night Demon Guardian appeared beside the armored RV. Night Demon Guardian, summon. Level, Platinum 10. Health points, 50,000/50,000. Mana points, 15,000/15,000. Skills, Night Stalking, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin, Mental Impact. Sure enough, the higher the skill level, the more powerful it becomes. Su Yang felt a surge of excitement and had a strong urge to upgrade this skill directly to LV9. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang's skills aren't limited to level 9. Rather, it takes 10 skill points to upgrade a skill from level 9 to level 10. At this stage, it's almost impossible for Su Yang to waste so many skill points to upgrade a single skill to level 10. Su Yang's mana is now 8,500 points, which can last for 850 seconds, or about 14 minutes. It seems to be worse than LV6, but as long as Su Yang's mana increases, the time will be longer, and one day he may even be able to keep a Night Demon Guardian alive for a long time. Most importantly, Su Yang discovered that he could now share the Night Demon Guard's line of sight, and at this moment the Night Demon Guard was already rushing towards the Night Demon Mother. A moment later, Su Yang, through the Night Demon Guard, saw the Night Demon Mother in the deepest part of the Night Demon's lair. Then, Su Yang was shocked. No wonder that Night Demon Mother had nearly 100,000 HP. It's all because of its enormous size. Deep within the Night Demon's lair lies a massive void, likely exceeding 100,000 square meters in area. Yet, 2/3 of this enormous void is occupied by a colossal mass of flesh. That is the Night Demon Mother. Seeing such a size, Su Yang subconsciously knew that even firing tens of thousands of bullets from a K-type heavy machine gun wouldn't be enough to kill it. Not wanting the Night Demon Guard to act rashly, Su Yang had them withdraw. At the same time, Su Yang cleared out the Night Demons who were surrounding him, while using his skills to create a large number of blue-quality explosive bullets. More than an hour later, the Night Demon Mother's mana had dropped to less than 6,000 points, and Su Yang began to act. Zhang Manshue increased the vehicle's speed, causing the K-type heavy machine gun to stop, and it crashed directly into the deep cavity. The Night Demon Mother seemed caught off guard by the sudden intrusion and became somewhat panicked, immediately attempting to unleash a skill attack. However, at that moment, the Night Demon Guardian, who had already infiltrated the area, suddenly leaped forward, activated his skill, and instantly rushed to the Night Demon Mother, followed by a full-force mental attack. Buzz! An invisible shockwave erupted instantly. The Night Demon Mother paused slightly, but quickly recovered. With a scream, she unleashed another mental shockwave that shattered the Night Demon Guardian's head. In Su Yang's eyes, the Night Demon Mother's mana value decreased by 3,000 points in that instant. This is the time. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the K-type heavy machine gun in his hand, aimed at the Night Demon Mother, instantly spewed out fire snakes, bullets pouring out. At the same time, Fangya and Lu Mimi also fired from the firing port. They were both using blue-quality machine guns and blue-quality explosive bullets. However, given the state of their machine guns, these two blue-quality machine guns would unleash a devastating barrage with at most 1,000 rounds of ammunition. It doesn't matter anymore. With their objective achieved, the Night Demon Mother's health was rapidly decreasing under the combined fire of the three. Even if a single bullet only takes away 20 or 30 points of health, the sheer number of bullets can be terrifying. At the same time, many night demons around them rushed frantically toward the Night Demon Mother, or more precisely, toward its mouth. Want to restore it? Su Yang snorted coldly in his heart, and with a turn of the K-type heavy machine gun, he directly killed those night demons on the way. The Night Demon Mother was too big to move, and could only watch helplessly as the night demons she had summoned fell down a dozen meters away from her mouth. Roar! The Night Demon Mother roared angrily, and several blood-red eggs instantly shot out from her abdomen. In Su Yang's eyes, these eggs were all Night Demon Kings, and they were all gold level 5 boss Night Demon Kings. This was clearly the Night Demon Mother's last stand, but unfortunately, the Night Demon Kings in these eggs, despite being induced in a special way and only taking a dozen seconds to be born, still possessed formidable power. But Su Yang wasn't going to give them those chances. He immediately turned the K-type heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the eggs. Within seconds, the eggs with less than 10,000 health points burst open, revealing the Night Demon King, now a corpse, inside. There's no way to save it. Seemingly realizing that death was inevitable, the Night Demon Mother let out a desperate roar, and at its roar, all the night demons on the ground began to rush towards this side. What the Night Demon Mother didn't know was that before Su Yang rushed in, he threw out all the night demon corpses he had collected, which directly filled the passage, which was more than 10 meters long, so that no more night demons could enter at once. Chapter 1 22nd Level Evolution Potion Blueprint. Slay 1 gold, 10 gold boss, Night Demon Mother. Received, 10 orange treasure chests, 10,000 gold coins, 10 million experience points. Faced with the Night Demon Mother who was in dire straits, although a lot of bullets were used up, the Night Demon Mother finally met its end after more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, there are 10 orange treasure chests. Looking at what the Night Demon Mother dropped, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it wasn't the first kill, a gold boss is still a gold boss, and the treasure chest it dropped was still pretty good. And, great, 10 million experience points directly. That'll give me one more level up. Oh no, it'll give me exactly 2 more levels. After taking a look, Su Yang realized that he had killed quite a few night demons in the previous 3 hours, and his experience points had long exceeded 5 million. With the 10 million he had just gained, his current experience points had exceeded 15 million. Not only that, there are also many zombies and night demons outside, and we can kill quite a few of them. However, at that moment, Sieb Bian informed Su Yang through the communication channel that the night demon outside had suddenly died. The enemy, which originally numbered 3 to 5 million, was suddenly reduced to less than 1 million zombies, making things much easier for them. Dead. Su Yang frowned. Could it be because of the Night Demon Mother? That's probably the reason. Once the mother dies, the night demons that are born from her also die. Fangya also felt the same way. Wait, is this the time to say these things? Didn't you notice that there's a huge treasure chest at the Night Demon Mother's location? Lu Mimi held up her little hand, her eyes sparkling as if gold coins had appeared. Only then did Su Yang, Fangya, and Zhang Manhua look in the direction Lu Mimi was pointing, and they saw a huge treasure chest behind the actual corpse of the Night Demon Mother. As if suddenly remembering something, Zhang Manhua immediately switched the search radar to treasure chest search mode. In an instant, the search radar screen flashed with numerous bright spots. White, green, blue, purple, and even a few orange ones, but the most eye-catching one is this huge night demon treasure chest in front of us. It was another night demon treasure chest, and this time it was exceptionally large. When Su Yang and his companions got closer, they discovered that it was a cube with sides of 3 meters. And there's a countdown timer on it. Not only that, it cannot be moved. This treasure chest is quite special, but it also made Su Yang realize that this special night demon treasure chest cannot be obtained without killing the Night Demon Mother. Reaching Dawn Station does not necessarily require killing the Night Demon Mother, and even the Corpse King may not be necessary. Yang had already seen from the search radar that there was a circular area with a diameter of about 1 kilometer in the center of the city where there were no zombies or night demons. That must be Dawn Station. So, as long as you can get to that area, you're basically safe, but the rewards will be different. The search radar can only search for treasure chests within a 3,000-meter radius, and there are hundreds of treasure chests within that 3,000-meter radius. So how many treasure chests are there in the entire destination city? Who's going to open this treasure chest? Lu Mimi's voice pulled Yang back to reality, and seeing her eager expression, his face twitched. Don't you dare do anything reckless, you little devil. Commander, you've gone too far. Lu Mimi gritted her teeth and said, What do you mean, little black hand? You're wronging me. Besides, I can clearly feel that my luck has completely turned around recently. Oh really? Yang sneered. If you give me something worth 10 silver coins, I'll let you open this night demon treasure chest. As he spoke, Yang flipped his right hand and took out a green treasure chest. This. Lu Mimi fell silent instantly, feeling somewhat dejected. In the end, she gritted her teeth, took the treasure chest, and opened it. That's all. Seeing Lu Mimi run back to the armored RV with a face full of grief and indignation, Fang Ye and Zhang Manhua exchanged a glance, both speechless, but not surprised. You open the night demon's treasure chest and obtain the following items. 1,000 night demon essences, 100 night demon hearts, 1 blueprint for a level 2 evolution potion. In the end, Yang opened the night demon treasure chest, but he only had 10 seconds of purple luck. However, what he got shocked him. The essence and heart of the night demon were nothing to Yang anymore. In this battle, he didn't even know how many night demon corpses he had collected or how many times he had gathered them. In any case, he now possesses over 50,000 night demon essences and approximately 3,000 night demon hearts. What Yang really cared about was this level 2 evolution potion. After obtaining the blueprint, Yang learned from some of the information on it that after the first evolution, if the 4-dimensional attributes reach 50 points, a second evolution can be performed. The second evolution will raise the life level to level 2, which is the so-called level 2 life form. However, the problem is that secondary evolution is not simply a matter of reaching the required 4-dimensional attributes. It requires special items or evolution potions. After the second stage of evolution, 1 point of constitution equals 40 points of health. After 3 more evolutions into a third-level life form, 1 point of constitution equals 50 points of health. Then, Yang is currently in the 4th-level life form, where 1 point of constitution equals 100 points of health. This item is useless to Yang, but it is an essential item for others to evolve. The cost price is not high, around 700 or 800 gold coins, but if it were to be sold, it would definitely be a highly sought-after commodity, even if it sold for 10,000 gold coins. Yang had an idea and installed it directly on the processing vehicle. Although the cost price remained the same, doubling the processing output was equivalent to having the cost. During the 10-second purple luck state, Yang also collected from the Night Demon Mother, obtaining 10 special Night Demon Serum potions. After use, they can increase the 4 main attributes by 5 points, and each person can only use them once. Yang immediately used a spell on himself, which boosted his 4-dimensional attributes by 5 points, with his mental attribute reaching 90 points. Yang also had 25 free attribute points left unused, enough to level up 2 more times. However, now is not the time to deal with these things. The battle outside is far from over. Yang wanted to kill some zombies to gain some experience points, so after tidying up a bit, he went out. Nearly 4 hours have passed since Yang stormed in alone, and the battle in the final city on the ground is still fierce, with hundreds of thousands of zombies remaining. But with Yang joining this time, the number of zombies decreased at an alarming rate. Chapter 121 Arrival at Dawn Station. Top reward. 3 hours later, there were very few zombies left in the entire final city. Yang's armored vehicle had stopped, but the 3 women inside were communicating with others via the chat channel about the locations of the surviving zombies. The entire final city has a large number of treasure chests, so naturally you should clear out all the zombies first, and then go find the treasure chests. Yang didn't care about the low-level treasure chests, but the blue and purple treasure chests were different. The orange treasure chests in the entire final city were the last 10. Xie Bayan and the others, under Fang Ye's guidance, were heading to the locations of those orange treasure chests. Yang can now act with ease and doesn't have to do everything himself. As for why they didn't go to Dawn Station, The reason is simple. Su Yang was in this place an hour ago. This is the center of the entire terminal city of Shuguang Station. Before entering, Su Yang received a prompt from the mysterious hint. Do you wish to enter Dawn Station now? If so, your final assessment during the zombie siege phase will be based on this moment. Su Yang was quite surprised by this sudden notification. But he soon realized that being the first person to enter the Dawn Station represented the district's achievement at this stage. The worst result is that a zombie and a night demon can enter Dawn Station without being killed. This is definitely on a completely different level than killing the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother. So, what if we could wipe out all the zombies and night demons in the entire final city? A day later, after the efforts of more than 30,000 people, there were no living zombies left in the entire terminal city. It's worth mentioning that the entire final city has a large number of shops, and these shops offer many free supplies. Moreover, the final city itself also has a large amount of supplies, giving the impression that this final city was originally a city with living people, a normal and prosperous city. The city still has a large supply of essential goods, even though a zombie virus outbreak has turned everyone into zombies. These alone made the more than 30,000 people involved in this battle very rewarding. After sending the armored vehicle back and forth several times, Su Yang finally confirmed that there were no zombies in the destination city. Then, he officially stepped into Dawn Station. Congratulations to car owner Su Yang on successfully arriving at Shuguang Station. Status of the current destination city detected. No surviving zombies or night demons. The abnormal targets, the Zombie King and the Night Demon Mother, have been eliminated. Congratulations. Your district has achieved a 100% completion rate, and you are about to unlock the highest reward. Based on your ranking and performance, you will receive the following rewards. 1 chance to awaken your talent. 1 vial of biochemical enhancement serum. 1 random red item. 1 orange vehicle upgrade card. 1 special blueprint can be generated in the current world. Note 1. Current rewards will only be issued upon arrival at Dawn Station. Note 2. For those who have already awakened their talents, the rewards for this talent awakening will be converted into talent enhancement rewards. This reward is incredibly generous. They actually reward talent awakening attempts. Moreover, this wasn't just for him. It was a reward for everyone in District 9527. Anyone who successfully reached Dawn Station would receive this reward, along with other rewards. Later participants will likely only get a few blue treasure chests at most, while those who participated in the final city battle this time all got at least a few blue treasure chests. Sieb Bayan received 1 orange treasure chest, 10 purple treasure chests, and 1 enhancement serum. The others received the same. The rewards for talent awakening opportunities and a relative number of treasure chests are all unique except for Su Yang's. What Su Yang was more concerned about was that his optimization seemed to be in perfect awakening, and could it be further strengthened? However, Su Yang quickly understood. Optimization is indeed his talent, but in a way, all his other skills are also his talents. Congratulations. Your talent space has successfully undergone an enhancement, and your abilities have been improved. After receiving the talent awakening reward, Su Yang received a mysterious notification, which clearly indicated that his skill space had been enhanced. Space LV6 creates a space with a diameter of 100 meters, can create 5 spatial portals, can mark 2 spatial points, and can teleport to the location of the marked spatial point. Requires a certain amount of mana. It only adds the number of spatial point markers. And is this teleportation? Su Yang looked bewildered, even though the spatial portal had previously allowed him to freely enter several places. For example, before the war began, Su Yang left a spatial portal on the Heavy Raider, which was the real reason why Sieb Bayan was completely at ease. If any danger arises, the captain can always use the portal to get onto the Heavy Raider, so what is there to worry about? But that's just moving through a portal using space, not actual teleportation. But now the skill space truly possesses the ability to teleport. Su Yang marked a spatial point on the armored vehicle, so he could teleport back to the armored vehicle anytime, anywhere outside. The farther the distance, the more mana it would consume. It was an amazing life-saving skill. Now it seems the reward is quite good, and Su Yang is very satisfied. The second reward is also good. The biochemical enhancement serum is an enhancement item with no side effects, and it is also a special item that directly increases the 4 main attributes by 10 points. This is because he was able to obtain it by killing the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother. The potion Sieb Bayan obtained only increased his 4-dimensional attributes by 3 points. The serum potion obtained by Fangya and the other two women who were with Su Yang could increase their attributes by 5 points. They were the ones who obtained the best serum potion besides Su Yang. Most of them only received a 1-point boost to their 4-dimensional attributes from the biochemical serum. The third red random item directly gave Su Yang a red car group attribute card. Instead of upgrading the existing vehicle group attributes to red, it directly generates a red attribute. Speaking of which, my car guild is only orange level. How can it have red attributes? Looking at the card in his hand, Su Yang's eyes showed doubt, but he still used it immediately. Successfully used the red car team attribute card. Your car team now has access to the red attribute car team training room. What is that? The training room of the car troop. Su Yang was a little confused, and looking at the attributes of the car group, he couldn't see what the function of these attributes was at all. Car group, infinite. Level, orange. Team, 3 out of 10. Red attribute, car regiment training room. Orange attribute, the guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Purple attribute, 10 parking spaces for vehicle groups, 1 processing parking space. Blue attribute, vehicle warehouse, 100,000 cubic meters. Green attribute, allows car core teams to expand by 5 times. Green attribute, earn 1 silver coin worth of vehicle currency per person per day. Note, mystery chests can yield mysterious items. Chapter 122 Competitive Tournament? No, this is a death tournament. When Su Yang entered Shuguang Station, the entire 9,527 district underwent a very special change. The chat channel immediately started asking out of curiosity. Wait, something's not right. I've only reached a distance of 6,000 kilometers. Why haven't I seen any zombies? You too? I thought it was just me experiencing this. What's going on? Haha, that's because Su Shun entered Dawn Station, and then our area had its final score evaluation. Simply put, we cleared the level. Holy crap, there's such a thing as clearing a game? Yes, but you need to reach 100% completion to get it. Now, you newcomers won't encounter any zombies or night demons along the way. It's so convenient. Comfortable? Comfortable my ass. The treasure chests are gone, the shops are gone, and we can't get any resources at all. You idiots, let me tell you, you've hit the jackpot this time. From now on, as long as you successfully reach Dawn Station, you'll get a chance to awaken your talent, plus enhancement serum and treasure chest rewards. What? A chance to awaken a talent? Really? Haha, of course it's true. I have successfully awakened my talent, and according to the level of talent awakening, it should be intermediate awakening. This is nothing. Our Captain Xie has awakened an advanced talent. Upon hearing that arriving at Dawn Station would awaken advanced talents, those still on their way couldn't sit still any longer. Drive. Accelerate. We will try to get to Shuguang Station in the shortest possible time. Awakening talents is something most people desperately want. Although it was possible to buy talent awakening cards before, not everyone could afford them. Those who had already awakened their talents were even more excited when they heard that they could enhance their already awakened talents. In fact, for many people who have already awakened their talents, this reward of strengthening and enhancing their talents is more useful. For example, He Xiaoyu's awakened iron skin talent previously only added a decent layer of defense to the vehicle, but now it directly doubles the vehicle's defense. So here's the question, what would it be like if the defenses of the heavy marauders were doubled? Haiwa's talent is even more amazing. Originally, when the vehicles Haiwa copied were attacked, the damage would be reflected back to the main vehicle, but now it can completely negate the damage on its own. Therefore, Haiwa can now use the clone vehicles as a shield. This news quickly spread on the Blue Star District's main communication channel. As long as the car owner is willing, they can post their attribute information, and this cannot be faked. In an instant, the entire planet Earth was in an uproar. The leaders of those forces were all tempted, mainly because the rewards were too great. Although Su Yang did not say what specific rewards he had received, Xie Bian, under his deliberate instruction, said that Su Yang had received 5 rewards, one of which was a red-level item. This one reward alone has made countless people green with envy. It's incredibly stimulating. In fact, people from other districts have already entered the final city of their respective districts. But the idea of these forces is basically to see how Su Yang and his group get there, and then learn from their experience to infiltrate the final city and reach Dawn Station with minimal losses. Yes, after seeing the situation in the final city, none of the other leaders, except Su Yang, had any intention of attacking the entire final city. But things are different now. Most importantly, to some extent, they can get support. Support from District 9527 has arrived at Dawn Station. This doesn't mean that Su Yang and his group can enter other areas. With Su Yang's current skills, it might be possible, but he needs to personally attach the spatial gate. It's impossible to attach it remotely. But now that Su Yang and the others are inside the Dawn Station, they can enter the trading halls of other districts to conduct transactions. It's important to know that the final city has many shops. Although most of the supplies there are free, there are still some items for sale, including a considerable number of firearms and weapons. In fact, there are more than a dozen shops near Dawn Station that sell blueprints for purple firearms and even cannons. Su Yang spent all his gold coins and then announced in the chat channel that everyone could buy from him and trade with him. With Fangya there, they could easily sell these weapons to other districts. Now it's all good. Anyone who arrives at Dawn Station can sell them themselves. Su Yang naturally didn't ask everyone to sell their items to him, but said they could sell them on their own. However, regardless of their motives, Su Yang felt that these people who cooperated with him in attacking the final city had contributed. Therefore, he announced in District 9527 that the more than 30,000 people who were attacking the final city could buy a level 2 evolution potion from him for 500 gold coins, while others would need 1,000 gold coins. A level 2 evolution potion costs less than 400 gold coins to manufacture here in Su Yang's shop, and he can make more than 100 gold coins by selling it for 500 gold coins. The people who attacked the final city with Su Yang were all quite capable, especially during the final looting of the final city. Basically, whoever found a shop got to keep it, which made each of them quite wealthy. It might not be possible for each of them to come up with 500 gold coins. However, if you have the resources and weapons at hand, you can easily gather enough weapons and resources worth 500 gold coins. At this moment, Su Yang's processing vehicle was not only manufacturing bullets, but also producing level 2 evolution potions. Making others stronger is also essential for Su Yang. After entering Dawn Station, he learned about the next stage, and so did the others. Competition. Join people from other worlds in a huge world and compete. If you win, you can access the content of the next stage and special rewards. As for losing, there's naturally no reward. It might not seem like much, but Su Yang knew very well that with such a reward, the survival world after the competition would definitely be very challenging. However, that's a story for later. Another reason is that we need to gather 1 million people to arrive at Dawn Station first. If this is not achieved, then the humans of Earth will be placed in a competition against other races that do not have 1 million people arriving at Dawn Station. At that time, there are 100 races in a world. A competitive match will only be matched with one race if there are 1 million participants. Perhaps the race matched with the latter is definitely more powerful, but it's much better than the latter, which is a meat grinder. Because only 3 out of 100 races can survive, who knows what will happen then? Competitive match? No, this is a death match. Moreover, once a race is matched, not everyone needs to participate. Only 10 teams are required, whether they are car guilds or racing teams. It would be much better if we could gather the strength of the entire planet and create the 10 strongest teams. Chapter 123: The Evolutionary Path of Perfect Biochemistry. Su Yang also released some of the rules and content of the competition on the Blue Star communication channel. His meaning was clear: to cooperate with other faction leaders and try to capture more final cities. But it is clear that human nature is complex. Su Yang's request was that after capturing the final city, the zombies and night demon corpses be handed over to him, especially the corpses of the zombie king and the night demon mother, which he should try to capture as much as possible, but if not, then forget it. However, even in this situation, those forces still tried to bargain with Su Yang, especially after learning that he possessed level 2 evolution potions. They demanded that he provide a large quantity of level 2 potions. Su Yang was utterly speechless at this situation. Moreover, the Blue Star main communication channel is now filled with messages urging Su Yang to prioritize the overall situation, essentially forcing him to provide firearms and evolution potions free of charge. Some people, especially the beautiful Chinese and their lackeys, the Japanese, were the most vocal in advocating that Su Yang should reveal the formula for the level 2 evolution potion. Su Yang was drunk. Putting aside the question of whether or not the information is released, this is a survival world, for crying out loud. Even if I told you the recipe for making a level 2 evolution potion, could you even make it? Absolutely impossible. I really shouldn't be too kind. Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. I've said it before, those who survived have become capital again, and they don't care about anyone else. Fangya sneered. Her business experience on Earth had long since taught her to see through things. If it weren't for the Fong family standing behind her, her company might have been even larger, but in that case, she would definitely have become a plaything for the upper class. At least she knew that several seemingly powerful female CEOs she had inexplicably dated actually had countless lovers who fawned over them every night. It doesn't matter. Soo-young shrugged. I'm just trying to put my mind at ease. Since they've already gone this far, we don't need to be too polite. As he spoke, he said to Fangya, tell your brother to contact the military. I will support them in taking the second final city. All the people on Earth are one race, but one race does not need all the people on Earth. The district where Fang Xuqing lives. Inside a purple car, Fang Xuqing was waiting for his sister's reply. At this moment, his expression was not only somewhat uneasy, but also rather complicated. He never imagined that Soo-young, whom he remembered as an excellent worker but not even a capable assistant to his sister, would have such a development. Not long ago, a leader of a faction in his district contacted him. The other party was an official. In the case of two mergers, an official force of more than 3,000 people was formed by relying on the original soldiers, and thanks to their care, nearly 80,000 people still live in the district of 100,000. The other party contacted him because he had many special resources, including the ability to acquire abandoned vehicles and zombies. However, the other party was unaware that Fang Xuqing's transactions were all because of Soo-young, and the resources he possessed were also due to Soo-young. However, because they were also acquiring zombies and abandoned vehicles, the officials had obviously deduced something, but they didn't say it outright. However, this time the situation was brought to light by the authorities, and Fang Xuqing contacted Soo-young to explain the situation. Soon, Fang Xuqing received a message from his sister. Fangya, Soo-young agreed. Fang Xuqing, you agreed? That's great. Fangya. However, Soo-young also has a request. You can see what he said on the main communication channel. So he plans to establish a Chinese nation based on our country. Fang Xuqing, wait? What does this mean? Fang Xuqing was somewhat confused. How could they establish a Huaxiao nation? Aren't all of us on Earth one race? Fangya quickly provided her answer. Humanity is not a single race. There are humans in other worlds as well. In the case of Blue Star, if everyone were Blue Star's human race. But, because their 95-27 district achieved the highest completion rate of 100%, they were granted a special right to separate from the Blue Star human race and become the Huaxia human race. Moreover, it's quite easy. Once 1 million Chinese arrive at Dawn Station, the area where they are currently staying at Dawn Station will become the territory of the Chinese race, and they will become independent from the Blue Star race. This is Soo-young's plan. Fang Xuqing found it somewhat unbelievable, but then he thought that this was a survival world, so there didn't seem to be anything unbelievable. After Soo-young's intentions and plans were explained to the officials, they held a quick meeting for an hour and decided to support Soo-young's plan. Clearly, both Fang Xuqing and the officials felt that separating from the Blue Star human race and establishing their own Huaxia human race was the best option. Neither Fang Xuqing nor the officials asked what would happen to the rest of the world if they established the Huaxia race. Is this something they need to consider? Rather, it's more accurate to say that the Chinese people fully agree that China should separate itself from the human race on Earth. Naturally, only a few people knew about the establishment of the Huaxia race. What Soo-young and his group needed to do most now was to increase the number of Huaxia people to 300,000 before the rest of the Blue Star entered the Dawn Station. Only in this way could they meet the conditions for independence from the Blue Star human race. Under his call, those in District 9527 who had already arrived at Dawn Station began trading with people from Fang Xuqing's district. Although the price wasn't as cheap as what Soo-young sold, it was still much cheaper compared to other districts. Soo-young directly traded all the purple weapons he purchased from the final city to Fang Xuqing. Although there were purple sniper rifles among them, they were common items and were somewhat inferior to Soo-young's Barrett Thor. Therefore, Soo-young did not replace them with Barrett Thor. However, purple blueprints for the K-type heavy machine gun appeared, and Soo-young replaced it. As for the two mortars, Soo-young chose to sell them to the military. Although the price was not high, Soo-young still made a good profit. However, Soo-young did not ask the other party to settle the payment with gold coins, but rather with the corpses of zombies and night demons. This is all because of the 5 rewards we received this time. The last reward is that a special blueprint can be generated in the current world. The blueprints that Soo-young received surprised him. Biochemical modification and evolution agent. Yes, it's about transforming something into a bioengineered species, while also creating evolutionary agents. Moreover, the evolution potion that can be created from this blueprint is enough to evolve biospecies into level 5 life forms, which is also the upper limit of existence in that world. Don't be fooled by the Night Demon Mother's high HP. It's actually because of its enormous size and extremely high physique that it has such a high HP. Of the 4 attributes, Constitution is the highest, followed by Strength, then Agility, and finally Spirit, which is extremely low. This is the downside of biochemical species. But the blueprints that Su Yang received were perfect. Chapter 124 Lu Mimi's Exceptional Talent. The biochemical species that Yuan Tongfei concocted was a defective product, extremely poor even among the substandard ones. The evolution of the bioengineered creatures in that previous world had actually gone astray. Su Yang obtained a blueprint for the evolution of a biochemical species with a perfect evolutionary path. Ultimately, there is an upper limit. It can only evolve into a level 5 life form at most, but for now, that's already quite good. Most importantly, Su Yang believes that perhaps even more advanced evolutionary agents can be developed in the future. I've already told you about the drawbacks. Are you sure you still want to go down the biochemical route? Su Yang looked at Huagu in front of him with a question in his eyes. I've made up my mind. Huagu, also known as Hichihua, was absolutely convinced that he was going to take the biochemical route. After reviewing the biochemical blueprints, Su Yang asked many people who were willing to take this evolutionary path, but he did not expect Hichihua to choose this path. It is worth mentioning that Hichihua had previously chosen to bring the Vulcan Battalion to join Su Yang's vehicle regiment. He just happened to get a high-level team card, which upgraded his team to a 100-person team. After choosing to join Su Yang's infinite team, he could directly bring in all the members of the Vulcan camp with 500 people. However, Hichihua's awakened talent was somewhat disappointing. It was a talent for enhancing strength, and the third-tier ability allowed Hichihua to triple his strength within 10 minutes. It looks good, but the problem is that even after evolving into a level 2 life form, Hichihua's power is still insufficient to directly defeat a silver-level tyrant. In terms of combat, he still relies on vehicles and firearms. Therefore, although this talent seems very strong, it is not of any help to Hichihua at present. This is the fundamental reason why he chose to pursue a biochemical path. Besides, the biochemical route that Su Yang gave is not about turning into zombies. Although it will turn into a new species, the body shape will still be human-like. It is even a biochemical modification based on humans, not a complete departure from the human realm. As for the upper limit, let's see if we live that long. This is what Hichihua was thinking. In the end, Su Yang agreed, but not now. The blueprints have been installed on the processing vehicle, and the manufacturing of the reagents has begun. The corpses of zombies and night demons are the perfect material for manufacturing this type of biochemical agent, but it takes 1 or 2,000 ordinary zombies to make one level 1 evolution agent, and even more for level 2. It doesn't necessarily have to be the corpse of a zombie or a night demon. The corpse of a powerful creature is also acceptable. This is also why Su Yang did not collect the zombie and night demon corpses he gathered. He kept them to make biochemical agents. Although the medicine was available, Su Yang was worried that if Hichihua and the others were modified and removed from the human race, they might be expelled when the Huaxiao race was born. So he decided to wait. It's worth mentioning that, due to a lack of sufficient numbers, Su Yang and his group are currently stuck in a huge parking lot, unable to leave their vehicles. Fortunately, Hichihua had joined the Infinite Car group before, and Su Yang left a spatial portal on his vehicle, so they could visit each other's vehicles. Moreover, Haiwa's talent allows him to have a special vehicle space between clone vehicles. Since he is currently cloning this heavy raider, this space is quite large, and many members of the Infinite Car group are chatting and joking around inside. Chun Jiejun, on the other hand, did not join Su Yang's car corps. Instead, he took the opportunity to expand his own car corps and established his own car corps. However, his car fleet was only of green quality, which was incomparable to Su Yang's. Su Yang did not choose to open the treasure chests he obtained this time. Instead, his level increased, and he had already allocated all the free attribute points for leveling up. Host, Su Yang. Level, Platinum 7, 3.35 million / 8.72 million. Health points, 10500 / 10500. Mana points, 10500 / 10500. Strength, 105. Body condition, 105. Agility, 105. Spirit, 105. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet making, LV6. Caravan, LV9. precision, LV6, material synthesis, LV6, alloy steel plate, LV6, spatial ability, LV6, summon night demon, LV7, shockwave, LV0. Skill points, 1. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 146 150ths 1 gold treasure chest, 1 red treasure chest, 19 orange treasure chests, 37 purple treasure chests, 200 optimized T-virus potions, 200 optimized T-virus potions, 200 blue treasure chests, 200 blue treasure chests. With 105 points in all 4 attributes, both health and mana are over 10,000. However, Su-Yang has not yet advanced to the 6th rank. There are quite a few treasure chests, 1 gold chest, 1 red chest, 19 orange chests, and 37 purple chests. With so many high-level treasure chests, Su-Yang naturally needed to open them when his luck was at its peak. Jiang Manchua's talent has improved quite a bit this time, and she is now at the 4th level, even though her life level is only at the 2nd level. The 4th tier luck allows Jiang Manchua to obtain up to orange luck every day, and she only needs 7 days to accumulate purple luck. She can even overdraft her luck and concentrate the luck of the next 21 days to obtain orange luck. Although Su-Yang can now get Jiang Manchua to buff him with orange luck, and then he will most likely have 2 or 3 seconds of red luck, opening the box will definitely be a good idea. The reason Su-Yang didn't open the box immediately was because of Lu Mimi. Lu Mimi naturally awakened her talent this time as well, but the talent she awakened shocked Su-Yang and the other two, while she herself looked miserable. Treasure chest synthesis. That's right, this is Lu Mimi's talent. She can combine low-level treasure chests into high-level treasure chests. The combination effect is the same as the combination opportunity and the treasure chest combination scroll. The only difference is that it requires mana. However, Lu Mimi, who is at the 4th level, can only synthesize orange treasure chests at most. Given her mana and her current condition, she can probably only synthesize a maximum of 2 orange treasure chests a day. Su-Yang is currently trying his best to help her reach the 5th rank. As for the life level, he'll deal with that later. Although it's somewhat difficult, the thought that Lu Mimi at level 5 might be able to synthesize a red treasure chest makes it worthwhile to try, no matter how hard it is. Of course, if all else fails, Su-Yang will open all the high-level treasure chests he has 2 days before the start of the competition. It's worth mentioning that although his talent is to synthesize high-level treasure chests, he's a complete jinx when it comes to opening them. Faced with this situation, Lu Mimi was almost depressed. To be honest, Su-Yang had nothing to say about Lu Mimi's ability to awaken such a talent. That's outrageous. Of course, while he wouldn't open the high-level treasure chests, Su-Yang still planned to open the white and green treasure chests. The space that Su-Yang now possesses in his skill space is filled with a large number of white treasure chests. 1 or 2 million. Chapter 125. You guys are pretty good. I'm not taking you with me anymore. The final city brought Su-Yang a treasure chest worth nearly 2 million. This number is terrifying. The 3 women now vaguely understand that Su-Yang seems to be able to obtain treasure chests by killing zombies or night demons. Su-Yang didn't explain this, nor was he worried about it. Because he has upgraded his skill team to LV9, his control over his team members is much stronger. In fact, a LV9 team has the ability to directly execute its members. Su-Yang set a rule that any team member who actively leaked his secrets would die immediately. It also stipulates that team members will not reveal any of his secrets without realizing it. Most importantly, he could see the loyalty of his teammates. All 3 women have a loyalty level of over 90 to him. Once it exceeds 90, there is no possibility of betrayal. If one day they can reach the maximum loyalty level of 100, then they will be locked in and will never betray him. They will be completely obedient to him. As for He Chanxian, who was a temporary addition, Su-Yang wasn't too surprised by her loyalty of less than 30 points. If the loyalty level is below 50, there is a tendency to betray. If it is below 30, it means there is no loyalty at all, only that the betrayal has not been made on the surface yet. Su-Yang had already given He Chanxian her fate. He was just letting her live a few more days. There are many treasure chests, and Lu Mimi is currently frantically combining white treasure chests into green treasure chests. There are just too many of them, and we don't know how long it will take. Honestly, if it weren't for the future, Su-Yang would have almost had Lu Mimi undergo biochemical modifications. With the zombies and night demons he has collected, creating a level 3 biochemical evolution potion is not a problem. In other words, he already has the means to create level 3 life forms, although the number is not very large. Moreover, If they could obtain the corpses of the Corpse King or the Night Demon Mother, they could create level 4 or even level 5 biochemical evolution potions. However, this time it probably won't work. After reaching an agreement with Fang Shuqing, they began to take action. In just one day, more than 5,000 people from Fang Shuqing's district arrived at the destination city, and as soon as they arrived, they began to attack the destination city. Unlike District 9527, they naturally didn't have enough firepower, so they could only lure out the zombies and night demons in batches to eliminate them. It must be said that the official team is indeed the official team. Most of its members are elite military personnel, and they eliminated hundreds of thousands of zombies and night demons in just one night. After one night, more and more people arrived at the destination city, which means that the speed at which zombies and night demons were eliminated was getting faster and faster. 2 days later, the final city in that area had lost 2/3 of its zombies and night demons, and to Su Yang's surprise, the zombie king had also been captured. At the same time, Su Yang also learned that the authorities were quite confident, as 2 of their vehicles were tanks. Unbelievable. They didn't go looking for the Night Demon Mother because the losses were also considerable. In just 2 or 3 days, the population of Fang Shuqing's district had dropped from nearly 80,000 to less than 70,000. Therefore, instead of pursuing the highest reward, they maintained a safe route to Dawn Station, intending to bring everyone in the district into Dawn Station. Soon, the number of people entering Blue Star from Dawn Station exceeded 100,000 and then 150,000. At the same time, official forces in other regions also began to take action. 2 days later, the number of Chinese people at Shuguang Station had exceeded 300,000, and the station was ready to become independent. Meanwhile, other Earthlings also entered Dawn Station, but they were assigned to a different location, not in the same parking lot as Su Yang and his group, which made many people feel something was amiss. Finally, news that the Huaxiao people were going to become an independent nation began to leak out, which caused panic among others. Blue Star General Communication Channel. Why? Why does China want independence? We are all people from Earth. The Chinese are too selfish and self-serving. How dare they not help us? This is clearly a violation of international treaties. This can't be. Chinese people, you must stop right now. You must stay with us and not go abroad on your own. Haha, 傻逼们钱傻了吧？还威胁苏神，搞道德绑架。现在好了，苏神带着我们不跟你们玩了。They messed up, serves them right. Su Shin clearly stated his plan before. How could the US and Japan still want Su Shin to give them away for free? It's already merciful that Su Shin took you all along and didn't make you kneel down to express your gratitude, yet he still forced you. Now let's see how to avoid being forced. Humph, Chinese people, don't be so smug. My great Sakura country will surely make you understand why we are strong. What's there for China to be so proud of? Our America is the strongest in the world. We will soon build a powerful team. Any destination city is child's play. Wow, that's impressive. It reminds you great nations and countries that there are less than 10 days left. What are you so smug about? There are still many people in China who couldn't withstand the Dawn Station. Hey, you guys don't know anything. Su Shun has found the perfect biochemical evolution route. With a little modification, we won't be attacked by zombies and night demons at all, and reaching Dawn Station will be no problem. The chat channel was buzzing with discussion, with all sorts of comments. Many people have also contacted Su Yang, hoping to persuade him to change his mind, and they will then fully cooperate. Su Yang has only one attitude towards this. Do you regret it now? Why didn't you do this sooner? If we say we won't take you, then we won't take you. Even if you kneel down and beg, it won't do any good. Simply block them. The cost of manufacturing biochemical evolution potions is naturally not low. Level 1 evolution potions require biochemical genes extracted from the corpses of 1 or 2,000 zombies to manufacture. However, if it is just about transforming into a biochemical species, not so many are needed. Generally, the biochemical genes extracted from 50 or 60 zombies can be used to manufacture it. On Su Yang's processing vehicle, the biochemical genes extracted from 50 or 60 zombies could be refined into 2 modified drugs. Of course, such modifications cannot improve any attributes. At most, they can only prevent zombies and night demons from attacking on their own, which is already quite good. Because this allows the people who have been modified to directly enter Dawn Station. Even if their performance is poor, at this point, just being alive is the best thing. Who cares about performance? Of course, there are also some strong regions that plan to take down the Corpse King or even the Night Demon Mother. Once the population reached 300,000, Su Yang determined that even if they underwent biochemical modifications, they would still be considered part of the Chinese race, essentially belonging to a branch. For example, both are human. One cultivates martial arts and the other cultivates magic. Only their power systems are different, but their races are the same. As for those who dare to take risks, Su Yang will naturally provide them with support, directly supplying them with biochemical evolution potions. Of course, through Fang Ye's talent as a merchant in the form of loans. Su Yang even publicly announced the details of the perfect biochemical route across the entire planet Earth, so that anyone who wanted to buy it could do so. Of course, the cost is not just about paying money. In District 9527, a single modification potion can be exchanged for a maximum of 30 zombies, while a level 2 evolution potion can be exchanged for 500 night demons. Night demons, being of the black iron level, possess biochemical genes far superior to those of ordinary zombies. 500 night demons could be used to create 2 level 2 evolution potions on Su Yang's processing vehicle. But if we consider the entire Blue Star region, that's 3,000 night demons per unit. For level 3, you'd need 300 tyrants per unit. Of course, an equivalent item can be substituted. As for level 4, okay, let's trade the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother for it. However, among the Chinese, a single Corpse King can exchange for 5 level 4 biochemical series evolution potions. Because of the zombie king killed in Fang Shuqing's area, Su Yang discovered that a zombie king can produce 10 level 4 biochemical evolution potions. Oh, and there are 20 on his processing vehicle. As for causing dissatisfaction among people from other countries on Earth, if you're unhappy, then don't buy it. In fact, Fang Ye has already sold several level 3 biochemical evolution potions. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang didn't mention that the highest level of potions he possessed was only level 4, and that the highest level of evolution in the biochemical series was currently only level 5. Chapter 126. First opening of the Golden Treasure Chest and Permission Card. Time passed day by day. There are also countries in the Blue Star region that want to establish their own race based on the Chinese civilization, just like Su Yang. The United States is the most eager to achieve this. Unfortunately, the United States has only been established for a little over 200 years. It not only lacks a sufficient cultural foundation of freedom, but its population is also pieced together from various sources. If a race can be established in the United States, then they will naturally be powerful. Unfortunately, this is not so easy. After several days of continuous effort, there are still less than 200,000 beautiful Chinese people who have entered the Dawn Station. Most importantly, they had no idea that the so-called basic conditions for 300,000 people to become independent were actually based on the world's most outstanding number 1, meaning that only Su Yang had the qualifications to establish an independent clan. There are now 3 days left until the start of the competition. By this time, the Huaxiao people had been fully established, and their numbers were already sufficient. Even though the parking lot where Su Yang and his group are now is connected to a city that is 1/5 the size of the destination city, it is not a big place for a population of 70 or 80 million. The problem is that daily necessities are provided free of charge within this area. For example, providing 3 meals a day free of charge. Although the price is at most 50 copper coins, it's free. Most importantly, while city space is limited, entertainment venues and hotels seem to have unlimited capacity. Most people now live in hotels. The area has 10 high-rise buildings, each over 100 stories high, but in reality, the number of rooms in these hotels is unlimited and they are free. Of course, if it's just free, it's a standard small single room of 10 square meters, fully equipped, but at most very basic with few functions. If you want to improve your living comfort, then spend money. This is much better than what other people on Earth can afford. People from other countries on Earth now number in the Dawn Station underground, perhaps even in the tens of millions. Moreover, some of them have already organized themselves to try to get more people to the Dawn Station. Over the next 3 days, a large number of people will enter the country, including those from other countries on Earth and from China. In fact, most people in China could reach Dawn Station, but they deliberately chose not to come in. Some are hunting zombies and night demons, or even plotting against the zombie king and the night demon mother, etc. Because of the biochemical modifications, he was able to enter the terminal city shops one by one and buy things in front of zombies and night demons, thereby obtaining a lot of weapons. Therefore, in the next 3 days, there will likely be even more people hunting the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother. At least in China, there may be a few regions that have a chance to win the highest reward. However, to Su Yang's surprise, less than half a day into the 3-day countdown, The country of America also won the highest reward in a district by killing the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother. Although somewhat surprised, Su-yang didn't find it unbelievable. He had previously heard that the official forces of the United States were organizing a large number of people to acquire firearms and weapons, intending to win the highest reward in a region. But Su-yang soon heard that the district had launched an attack with 60,000 people, but in the end, less than 10,000 people survived. It seemed that only 6 or 7,000 people survived. Su-yang didn't pay attention to the specifics, because he had more important things to do right now. That is, opening treasure chests. Lu Mimi ultimately chose the path of biochemical transformation, which was her own initiative. She said that biochemical transformation was just a means of enhancement, not turning her into a zombie, which was not wrong. In fact, if the evolution limit wasn't only level 5, Su-yang himself would have undergone biochemical modification. The reason for the modification is that once the modification is carried out, the zombie virus and other drugs that Su-yang collected before will have no side effects on Lu Mimi. It will only improve, and will not have any negative impact. Ultimately, Lu Mimi advanced to the 5th rank and evolved into a level 3 life form. Her health and mana both exceeded 8,000 points, which also increased the number of treasure chests she could synthesize. Most importantly, after reaching the 5th tier, Lu Mimi's talent finally allowed her to synthesize red treasure chests. However, she can only synthesize 1 per day. Normally, 10 orange treasure chests can be synthesized into 1 red treasure chest. Lu Mimi needs to consume 10,000 mana points. She doesn't have enough mana points, but she forcibly synthesizes them by relying on her special physique after biochemical modification. However, after merging them, she would have to lie down completely for the rest of the day. In the past 2 days, Su-yang had Lu Mimi combine 2 red treasure chests, giving him a total of 3 red treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest. Of course, there's also the mysterious treasure chest brought by the Unlimited Car Group every 10 days. 1 gold treasure chest, 3 red treasure chests, 1 mystery treasure chest, 2 orange treasure chests, and a dozen or so purple treasure chests. That's about it. Of course, there are also plenty of blue treasure chests, but Su-yang suspects that he won't have much luck this time, and it would be good enough if he could open these treasure chests. After some preparation, Su-yang asked Jiang Manhwa to bless him with good luck. Congratulations, host. You have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be orange for the next 3 hours, or you can gather all your luck for the day to gain 1 second of red luck. Not a whole day, just 3 hours? Su-yang was quite surprised, but he had expected that the upgrade to red luck would only take 1 second. As expected, you opened the mystery treasure chest and obtained a special item, a gold access card, car owner. You opened the golden treasure chest and obtained the golden item training room enhancement card. Since you were the first person to open the golden treasure chest this time, and your racing team has a racing team training room, this reward upgrades your racing team's racing team training room to a rare item training room. 1 second isn't much time. Even with Su-yang's current attributes, he only managed to open the mysterious treasure chest, the golden treasure chest, and 3 red treasure chests. Although he also opened the 2 orange treasure chests, it was no less impressive than opening them under the red luck state. It was all just pure luck that opened it, which is a loss. If Jiang Manhwa had opened it, she would definitely have gotten something good. However, after seeing what he got from the mysterious treasure chest and the golden treasure chest, Su-yang immediately dismissed the thought of losing out. Authorization card, vehicle owner. After learning about the function of this thing, Su-yang was extremely shocked. Because this is a tool that allows others to become car owners. But in Su-yang's view, the real function of this access card is to give people the ability to become a second car owner. Simply put, it allows 1 person to own 2 cars. This doesn't seem to be anything special, so let's just say it this way. If Su-yang had this access card before and had a second car owner identity, then he could have received 2 first-place rewards, or even won both first and second-place rewards by himself. Chapter 127 Red Energy Electromagnetic Cannon. The point is not the reward, but I've finally found the bug in survival world. Su-yang's eyes lit up as he looked at the red, high-quality supercar lying in the parking space. At this moment, Su-yang had already used the access card, and he even used the red supercar as his vehicle. The next moment, the red supercar vanished from the garage. It was taken away. Meanwhile, in the district where He Qianqian and the others were located, they had already reached the vicinity of the final city of the lightning release technique, but had not yet entered the final city. The reason is simple. He Qianqian and Wu Yong panicked. who knew that this time they would enter Dawn Station in a certain place, and that Su Yang would create a China region. How could they not panic? Previously, Wu Yong believed that Wu Yong's reckless actions in having He Qianqian sabotage Su Yang's resources stemmed from his refusal to meet with Su Yang, but things have changed now. He was worried that if something happened, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, he instructed He Qianqian to use the excuse of gathering as many people as possible in this area before making a move against the final city. In reality, he was trying to find a way to leave the China region and enter the Blue Star region. Unfortunately, he couldn't actively realize this idea, because at that very moment, Lin Xiaoyu, who was also a classmate of He Qianqian and was on the same team, had just taken a red supercar from the Infinite Car Club's parking space. The next moment, the door of the red supercar opened, and Su Yang got out. Then, after the other door opened, a spatial portal appeared. Immediately afterwards, a large number of figures rushed out from there, moving very fast. It was Xie Baiyan and He Qihua. Holy crap, we really did appear in this area. The guild leader is awesome. He Qihua exclaimed in surprise. He had been curious about it when Su Yang gathered the team earlier. He Qihua was dumbfounded when he learned that they were going to support people in other districts. How could they possibly enter other districts? Even though he greatly respected Su Yang, the regimental commander, the idea of him going to other districts was clearly unreliable. But at this moment, He Qihua made up his mind that from now on, no matter what others say, as long as the commander says he can do it, He Qihua will believe and support him without hesitation. Although Xie Baiyan was also shocked at this moment, he was different from He Qihua. He had a mission. After Su Yang nodded, Xie Baiyan turned around and led a group of people toward He Qianqian and Wu Yong with a sinister grin on their faces. Commander. When Lin Xiaoyu actually saw Su Yang in person, she started to stutter a little. Su Yang nodded. Pass the word down, make preparations, and then we'll take this final city. Yes. Lin Xiaoyu responded and ran to the convoy. At the same time, the cries of a man and a woman begging for mercy came from afar. Su Yang remained unmoved, and soon their voices disappeared. People continued to emerge from the space gate of the supercar. These were people who had undergone biochemical modifications, and many of them had even undergone secondary evolution. While the others were preparing, Su Yang carefully examined the items he had just opened from the golden treasure chest. Because it was the first opening reward, it was upgraded and became a rare item cultivation room. Su Yang had already looked into the red attribute training room that the Car Corps had added. It was a place for people to train. Currently, everyone on Blue Star appears to have improved their four-dimensional attributes, making them extremely powerful. However, because the improvement was too rapid, they haven't even been able to fully unleash their true strength. Even Su Yang is no exception. Therefore, the training room of the Car Group plays a very important role. But now the training room has evolved into a training room with more functions and enhanced capabilities. The training room even has a virtual training space, the kind of training where you can experience death. Not only that, but most importantly, anyone who joins a special training course can improve their four-dimensional attributes. The current training room only has 3 basic training courses, which can increase the four-dimensional attributes by 1 point, 3 points, and 5 points respectively upon completion. In short, Su Yang now knows that the strange object is definitely a good thing. Of course, these 2 treasure chests weren't the only good items we got this time. The 3 red treasure chests also yielded some decent items, especially the first red treasure chest. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the red item, the energy electromagnetic cannon. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 red iron blocks, 10 red copper blocks, 10 red parts, 3 red star up cards, 1 red fortress vehicle upgrade blueprint. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 red universal materials, 1 red challenge card, 1 blueprint for a tier 3 evolution potion. The first red treasure chest was the best. It gave me a red level weapon, an energy electromagnetic cannon. This name alone is enough to represent its power. Su Yang glanced at it and silently put it away because this thing was not something that just anyone could use. Even for his red supercar, it was a very difficult thing to install. It consumes too much energy. Perhaps my armored motorhome would be suitable. The thought that his armored vehicle was powered by light made Su Yang feel good. It's worth mentioning that although Su Yang now has the status of a second car owner, his talent optimization cannot be applied to the supercar. In other words, the supercar must be of red quality. Otherwise, Su Yang would not consider it strong enough. Well, he's the only one who thinks the red car isn't strong enough. Unfortunately, Although I am the second owner, the main vehicle has already entered the Shuguang station and cannot be transferred. A hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. If he could bring the armored RV here, he could witness the power of the energy electromagnetic cannon. However, the real purpose of this energy electromagnetic cannon is in the upcoming competition. The second red treasure chest yielded some red materials and 3 red star-up cards, which Su Yang could upgrade to red 3 stars if he wanted to. But what truly surprised Su Yang was that another vehicle upgrade blueprint had been produced this time, and it was castle vehicles? There are such vehicle types? Su Yang looked at the drawing with a puzzled expression. A moment later, Su Yang put the blueprints away. Damn it, I thought I was rich, but I can't even gather all the materials required for a single blueprint. The fortress vehicle is very powerful. Once successfully built, it will be a circular fortress vehicle with a diameter of 10 meters, a true behemoth. More importantly, the fortified vehicle not only has strong defenses, but also comes with a space to load a large number of weapons. If it were really made, it would definitely be a great weapon of war. But precisely because of this, the materials required for the upgrade are simply outrageous. The red materials, such as iron blocks, copper blocks, and parts, require hundreds of pieces, totaling over 1,000 red materials. Furthermore, they must be matched with an energy furnace of at least orange quality to be upgraded. Not to mention materials, Su Yang has absolutely no idea what this energy furnace is. This drawing probably won't be usable for a while. Chapter 128 LV9 Space. Su Yang was very satisfied with what he got from the third red treasure chest. Although he only got 3 items, one of them was a universal material, which was quite precious and very convenient. Su Yang even discovered that spending 10 universal materials could replace the energy furnace, so the fortress vehicle didn't seem too difficult to manufacture. That red quality challenge card was actually the same challenge card that Yuan Tingfei used to challenge him, except that this challenge card was of red quality. By using this challenge card, Su Yang could add conditions that were advantageous to himself. You can even use this challenge card to obtain everything from the opponent, including their talents. However, Su Yang hasn't had a chance to use it yet. Su Yang suddenly had a few thoughts. If he used this challenge card on Lu Mimi and Jiang Manhwa, he could obtain their talents. In this way, he could synthesize the treasure chest and increase his luck even more. However, this thought only flashed through Su Yang's mind before he dismissed it. Both women are his, and they have enough talent now, so there's no need for them to do this. It would be better to keep this challenge card and choose a powerful talent from other races. Finally, there's the level 3 evolution potion. This is useless to him, but it can evolve those around him into level 3 life forms, which can at least improve the strength of his subordinates. Very good. Finally, since the 2 orange treasure chests weren't blessed with good luck, the items they contained were quite ordinary in Su Yang's eyes. You open the orange treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 orange iron blocks, 10 orange copper blocks, 3 orange star-up cards, 1 new blueprint added for orange vehicle parts. You open the orange treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 orange parts, 10 orange copper blocks, 3 orange star-up cards, 1 orange vehicle shield blueprint. Although it was ordinary, it still yielded a good item, the orange shield blueprint. Okay, put it in the car group's warehouse and let them compete for it themselves. Soon, people noticed that there was an orange shield in the warehouse, and the atmosphere became unusually restless. Su Yang said that whichever team contributes the most over the 3 days will be rewarded. Su Yang's Infinite Car Club now has 4 major teams. The first is naturally Xiaobian, then He Qihua and Fang Shuqing, and finally the team here. He Qianqian is no longer alive. Su Yang recruited Lin Xiaoyu into his team and made her the team leader. It's definitely not because Lin Xiaoyu's looks are similar to Jiang Manchua's. That's definitely not the reason. Although there are 4 teams, the only ones who can compete are Xie Bian and his 2 teammates. In addition, although Fang Shuqing's team has expanded considerably and has received help from Fangya, it is still unable to compete with the other 2 teams at present. Needless to say, Xie Bian was Su Yang's first subordinate and received a lot of help from Su Yang. Moreover, he was a daring and aggressive person and was definitely Su Yang's #1 team. He Chihua's Vulcan battalion is not bad either. Especially this wave of talent awakening has given his brothers many special talents, especially Haiwa, a special existence. The competition is fierce. Of course, Su Yang then released a lot of good stuff to provoke these people. Sure enough, under these circumstances, the final city was captured in just half a day. Su Yang also took action, but he only killed the bosses. Without an armored vehicle, Even with a machine gun, he couldn't fire indiscriminately. However, there are many of them. In particular, the official forces within the Dawn Station's China region, after learning of Su Yang's ability, began to organize their teams after discussing with him. After Su Yang killed the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother and returned to the China region, the official team had already organized a team of over 30 million people, and more teams were also gathering. This is clearly a plan to take multiple routes. As expected, the official idea was to send 1 million people to each district, so that even those without firearms could fight off zombies under the cover of others. And this is just the beginning. As they capture each final city, the number of weapons will naturally increase. In this regard, Su Yang's processing vehicle also helped. It's worth mentioning that, to Su Yang's surprise, the official provided 2 special items free of charge in order to increase the output of his processing vehicle. Double the processing speed. Processing output growth card. Especially the first processing speed doubling card, which is a special item that can double the current processing speed of the processing vehicle. You should know that Su Yang's processing vehicle has the attribute of processing speed plus 300%. Vehicle, processing vehicle. Quality, orange, 9 stars. Processing slots, April 9th Firearm Series, large meat buns, evolution potions, biohazard series potions. Processing attribute 1, processing speed plus 600%. Processing attribute 2, processing output plus 200%. Processing attribute 3, processing optimization rate plus 100%. Processing attribute 4, reverse drawing. Processing attribute 5, crafting blueprint. That's right, it's now a whopping 600%. It's terrifying. This also made Su Yang realize that the government did have some resources. Well, there are a lot of people after all. The main reason is that the official team discovered the first reward mechanism and tested it with a large number of people, which resulted in obtaining many special items. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Su Yang guessed that the authorities probably possessed quite a few processing vehicles, just not as high level as his own. On the first day of the 3-day countdown, the Huaxiao region captured the final cities in 16 districts. The number of people in the Huaxiao region continued to increase, and by the second day, even more people were involved in this battle. Therefore, Su Yang became increasingly busy after taking over hundreds of districts the next day. Finally, there was no way to directly upgrade the skill space level, and the level had already been upgraded to level 10. The experience points from just killing those Corpse Kings and Night Demon Mothers were more than enough. The only thing that Su Yang regretted was that killing the second Corpse King and Night Demon Mother only yielded an orange treasure chest. After killing more than 30, not only did he get a purple treasure chest, but the experience points also dropped significantly. Space LV9 can create a space with a diameter of 1,000 meters, create 100 space portals, mark 20 space points, and teleport to the location of the marked space points. Requires a certain amount of mana. The LV9 space allows Su Yang to create 100 spatial portals simultaneously, directly trading supercars to other areas through Fanya via loan. After Su Yang enters, he directly creates a spatial portal for the vehicles of the people there. Then, he put the supercar into the car dealership's warehouse and let Fanya continue. In this way, on the last day, Huaxia captured more than 1,500 final cities in the region. When time was completely reset, the number of people in the China region exceeded 280 million. A lot of, but it's far too little compared to the original amount of over 1 billion. Even if Su Yang hadn't become the second owner of the car and exploited the loophole in the survival world, the number of cars in the China region would probably have barely exceeded 100 million. Actually, there are still some areas, but there's not enough time. That's all we can do. Chapter 129 complete. Platinum level 10. The zombie siege is over. There are fewer than 600 million people left on Earth, of which 280 million are from China alone, and the rest are from other countries. The United States independence plan was aborted, and its entire population of just over 50 million survived. In fact, if Su Yang hadn't sold a lot of supplies across the entire planet Blue Star, the number of people would probably have decreased by 1/3 or even half, and the number in China would probably have been even greater. Is that an exaggeration? It's not an exaggeration at all. Because capturing each final city would provide any faction with a large number of weapons, other countries on Earth initially found it difficult to capture any final city. However, they gradually progressed from infiltrating to killing some zombies and night demons. Then came the killing of the Corpse King, and finally the attempt to kill the Night Demon Mother. But all of this comes at the cost of human lives. Over 10 billion people on the entire planet were pulled into this survival world. When the zombie siege began, the number was still 3 to 4 billion, but now there are less than 600 million left. However, this situation is actually considered good. A world almost identical to Earth, with a population of billions, but now less than 100 million remain, and some even have less than 10 million. Su Yang was naturally unaware of these circumstances. His primary concern was his own improvement and the upcoming competition. Host, Su Yang. Level, Platinum 10, 42.3 million 5000 / Health points, 10500 / 10500. Mana points, 12,000 / 12,000. Strength, 105. Body condition, 105. Agility, 105. Mental state, 120. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunnery, LV6. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Alloy steel plate, LV6. Spatial ability, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV8. Shockwave, LV0. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 113 150ths 33 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. After upgrading both the car team and space skills to LV9, Su Yang used his last skill point on Summon Night Demon. He originally intended to enhance the Shockwave, which was his only offensive skill. But considering that leveling up only once probably wouldn't provide a significant boost, I decided to directly upgrade Summon Night Demon. As it turns out, his choice was right. Summon Night Demon LV8 summons 3 Night Demon Guardians of the highest rank available to you, consuming 10 mana per second. The LV8 Night Demon summoning skill hasn't changed much, and even the attributes of the Summon Night Demon Guardians haven't improved. The only difference is that the number of Night Demons that can be summoned has increased from 1 to 3. Most importantly, summoning 1 or 3 costs the same amount of mana. This change surprised and delighted Su Yang. The Night Demon Guards are actually quite strong. Even if they are not a match for the Corpse King, they are capable of putting up a fight against him. With 3 of them, you already have the combat power to kill the Corpse King. But that wasn't enough, so Su Yang planned to distribute the millions of white treasure chests to his subordinates to open them. Su Yang's 4 racing teams are now fully staffed, and they are all high-level teams. The Manchus numbered 500. A team is allocated 300,000 white treasure chests, but each person only gets 600. They can open 1 chest per second and finish opening them in 10 minutes. All the items that were opened were thrown into the headquarters space, which is an extension of Su Yang's skill space. Su Yang has named this place the Infinite Car Group headquarters. Because the space here is over 500 million cubic meters in size, and because it can be modified to a certain extent, Su Yang divided the entire 1,000-meter diameter spherical space into 100 layers, with the lowest layer being 5 meters high. More than 30 of these layers were used by Su Yang as warehouses, where he would put the items he got from the treasure chests. After the meeting was completed, people began to distribute the materials. Su Yang is really planning to bring out the Red Fortress vehicle. This time, the China region needs the 10 strongest teams in the competition. I'll count myself as one, Xie Baiyan's team can be counted as one, and He Chihua's team, which is already upgraded to orange vehicles, plus his younger brother Haiwa's talent ability, can also be counted as one. Although Fang Xuqing's vehicle was decent, it wasn't particularly powerful or special. Su Yang planned to upgrade it to a Red Fortress vehicle. That makes 4 teams. However, there seemed to be quite a few dissenting opinions regarding his ownership of 4 teams. Pre-war meeting? Su Yang frowned, his gaze falling on Fang Ye with a hint of confusion. Didn't I say that we have 4 convoys here? Let the rest handle it themselves. Etc. Seemingly understanding something, a cold glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Is someone dissatisfied that we occupy 4 teams? Although it wasn't explicitly stated, that's the general idea. Fang Ye said with a wry smile. When there are more people, the situation changes. As the saying goes, people's hearts are unpredictable. Human hearts are unpredictable? Su Yang sneered. I think quite a few people have gotten too big for their britches. Having conquered so many districts and cities, many forces now possess weapons. Even now, some have produced orange-tier weapons, and some can even evolve into level 3 life forms without his evolution potions. Su Yang is not surprised at all. With over 200 million people, if each person opens 1 treasure chest, that's over 200 million. Even if the chance of getting something good is only 1 in a million, the sheer number of chests adds up to a considerable amount. The leaderboard was removed yesterday when it ended, so some people must have upgraded their vehicles or even increased their own rank after the leaderboard disappeared. But ignore them. Just have Xie Bayan go and inform them. Suyang didn't take those people seriously at all. Aren't you going? Huh. Are they qualified to let me go? A hotel in the Huaxia district officially rented a sizable conference room by spending gold coins. At this moment, there were no fewer than 100 people in the conference room, all of whom were leaders of the strongest forces among the more than 280 million people in the China region. People come from all walks of life. In this survival world, the official authorities don't have absolute power. Now that Su Yang is the only one missing, there's already quite a bit of discussion going on at the scene. Why hasn't Su Yang arrived yet? The meeting has been going on for over 10 minutes. He's got Su. Isn't it normal for him to arrive a little late? Bullshit, he's just a little lucky and got ahead of us. Give me time, and surpassing Su Yang will be a piece of cake. Don't say that. Su Yang has done a lot for China after all. Even if he contributed, does he really deserve to take up 4 team spots by himself? Does he really want to pocket all the rewards for himself? Is Su Yang playing a clever game, taking 4 rewards for himself and leaving us, the more than 280 million people, to compete for the remaining 6? No, this can't be done. This is too much. I don't agree. I disagree. Chapter 130, this is not a notification, it's an order. Looking at the conference room, which had turned into a vegetable market, Lu Cheng felt a wave of exhaustion and powerlessness wash over him. As the official representative, he knew that this meeting should not have been held at all, or that it was just a way to allocate the remaining 6 team spots. These people had no idea what Su Yang represented. Lu Cheng sighed softly to himself. In fact, the government absolutely supported Su Yang's plan. But, of the more than 280 million people, the only official force they can truly rely on is a few 100,000. That's right, their official team did gather a lot of people before. The problem is that once these forces arrive in the China region, the situation changes completely. Because these people in front of us have contributed a lot of resources to recruit those who were being helped by the authorities. While the official resources were plentiful, in order to save more people, the official team appeared to have acquired a lot of supplies during this operation, but in reality, they used up even more. Even now, there are still more than 280 million people who are not getting enough to eat, but they have been fortunate enough to be rescued. In fact, it still comes down to this. This is a survival world, not Earth, and it's not a society governed by the rule of law. It's impossible for the authorities to continue the rules and constraints from Earth here. Even this meeting was, to some extent, forced upon the authorities. Ultimately, it's about the teams participating in this competition receiving rewards. Without those rewards, these people probably wouldn't even have a chance to stand out. Suddenly, at that moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and everyone fell silent, turning to look at the door in unison. But the person who approached was not Su Yang as they expected, but Xie Bayan. Upon seeing that only Xie Bayan had entered and Su Yang had not appeared, a middle-aged man frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, Xie Bayan, where's Su Yang? Xie Bayan did not answer the other party, but glanced at them. Then his gaze swept across the entire room before he spoke. Our team leader said that you should decide on the last 6 spots from the 10 teams and submit your names 1 day from now. These words immediately enlivened the quiet scene. Why should he? Does whatever Su Yang says go? Exactly. Why should Su Yang have the final say? I'm not convinced. Bring Su Yang over. I want to ask him what he really means by this. Shut the hell up, all of you. Xie Bayan suddenly roared, a sinister smile spreading across his face. This is not a notification, it's an order. All you have to do is obey. Don't overestimate yourselves, and don't think you can't use force here at Dawn Station. This is the China region established by our commander. Anyone who doesn't want to die, shut up and obey my orders. Quiet. Xie Bayan's words immediately silenced the room. Even Lu Qingzhong was startled by them. He didn't know whether this was Su Yang's idea or Xie Bayan's idea. But now it's Xie Bayan who's here, and the meaning is quite clear. After Xie Bayan left, the previously noisy group fell silent for a long time. Now you know who's in charge, right? Lu Cheng sneered inwardly, stood up, and prepared to leave. He still had some questions for Xie Bayan. After Lu Qingzhong left, the others also left one after another. Xie Bayan's words were too frightening. Don't they know how powerful Su Yang is? No, they all knew, and even one of them had witnessed it firsthand. It seemed like there were unlimited resources, along with evolution potions and biochemical potions. They originally thought that since they couldn't resort to violence at Dawn Station, they didn't need to be too afraid of Su Yang. After all, after the competition, it wasn't the same district, so there was no need to worry about Su Yang's retaliation. Moreover, the rewards from the competition are crucial for survival, so they naturally try every means to compete for them. But now, listening to Xie Baiyan's words, it seems that Su Yang is capable of using force in the China region? That's different. Although Su Yang might have sent Xie Baiyan to scare them, what if? What if it's true? Compared to Earth, these people value their lives even more in this survival world. They have developed and can act with impunity in this survival world. Can they even carry guns in China on Earth? If they get caught, they'll probably get a beating. But what about here? I've already killed someone. Who cares about me? Official? The officials here aren't necessarily any better than them. But Su Yang is different. The meeting room was empty in just over 10 minutes. Although many people wanted to discuss the remaining 6 spots, it was best to wait and see how Su Yang reacted. In the headquarters space, Xie Baiyan reported the events to Su Yang. Su Yang didn't care, but something Lu Qingzhong brought to Xie Baiyan surprised him. Lu Qingzhong told Xie Baiyan that he wanted to send 2 teams to join his unlimited car club. It wasn't an invitation, but a plea. In Lu Qingzhong's words, the official intention is to deepen cooperation with us. And at the same time, they also want to obtain some martial artists from you, the leader, such as evolution potions, since there are some special things that only you, the leader, have. As Xie Baiyan spoke, he couldn't help but ask, Commander, what do you mean? How about getting government officials to join your unlimited car club? Su Yang stroked his chin and suddenly felt that this might be a good idea. The real reason he formed the Infinite Car Club was initially to catch monsters and then kill them himself. The current state of affairs dictates that this is how things have developed. There seems to be no difference between finding people yourself and having the official team join in. After all, sovereignty is in our own hands. Explain our car club situation to him. Before he joined, all ownership belonged to me. Su Yang said, of course, even if they exchanged items before joining but didn't use them themselves, that's fine. They can handle it themselves. Yes. Xie Baiyan nodded, then sent a message to Lu Qingzhong. Shortly after, Xie Baiyan said to Su Yang, Commander, he said he wanted to discuss this in detail, because they don't know much about our infinite car group. Let Fanya go with you. Su Yang simply washed his hands of the matter, but he was actually quite busy. He still had to go synthesize materials later. In addition, there are a large number of abandoned vehicles waiting for him to collect, and he also needs to manufacture some level 2 and level 3 evolution potions. I'm so busy. Soon, Fanya and Xie Baiyan went to discuss with the officials about the 5 car teams joining the Infinite Car Club. Yes, Su Yang added 4 more, bringing the total number of unlimited car groups to 6. The 10 teams of the Infinite Car Club do not include Su Yang's own team. Including his own team, there are 11 teams in total. Having absolute control, he wasn't worried at all about the guest usurping the throne. On the contrary, he had the government send well-trained soldiers to join the Infinite Car Corps, which was actually a good thing for Su Yang. As for the last convoy position, Su Yang deliberately left it there, just in case it might be needed someday. Chapter 131 Match Successful, Opponent in the Arena. 3 days pass quickly. The final 6 team slots have been decided. The military has shown its strength by securing 3 slots, while the remaining 3 have been divided among various factions. But their convoy has a maximum of 100 people, while Su Yang's 4 people plus the 3 military personnel each have 500 people per team. Originally, those powerful forces even spread the news that Su Yang was threatening them, subtly trying to portray Su Yang as an unreasonable and domineering figure, giving him a bunch of titles such as warlord and dictator. Su Yang naturally didn't care. It's a survival world now. Who has time to care about those things? However, the military couldn't stand by and watch. And in order to stabilize the current situation, they gave Su Yang's Infinite Car Corps a special attribute, allowing each car corps to consist of 500 people. So, even though they look like the same team, anyone with eyes can see the difference between 100 and 500 people, right? Su Yang didn't care what others did. He was already prepared. All 4 teams consisted of beings at least at level 2, and at most at level 3. Opening many treasure chests yielded numerous items that boosted attributes, making it relatively easy to upgrade to Tier 3. The 500 members of the Vulcan Battalion have all reached the 4th rank, and a small number, such as Hichihua, are even at the 5th rank. As for their life forms, they are all level 4 life forms. Although Su Yang was busy leading people into different areas before, which resulted in him not killing many Corpse Kings and Night Demon Mothers, the total number of Corpse Kings and Night Demon Mothers killed in the entire China region was 200 to 300. The biochemical genes of the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother are sufficient to create a biochemical level 4 evolution potion, but the Vulcan camp as a whole has taken the biochemical route. It can be said that the strongest team under Su Yang's command is the Vulcan Battalion. Oh, now they should be called the Vulcan Team. Unfortunately, Fang Xuqing's vehicle has not yet been upgraded to the Red Castle vehicle. The thousands of red materials are not easy to collect, especially the red precision parts. The chance of getting this item from a white treasure chest isn't very high, which is why Su Yang only has about 73 red precision parts, even with red universal materials. However, Fang Xuqing's team of 500 people built 50 purple vehicles. Su Yang had no idea how many purple vehicle upgrade blueprints he had synthesized, but since they were mostly ordinary vehicle types, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Even the most ordinary ones are still purple vehicles, with parts installed and each vehicle equipped with 3 machine guns and enough firearms and ammunition. If he still loses, Su Yang will have no choice but to accept it. Upon learning that Su Yang possessed a large number of purple vehicle upgrade blueprints, the military spent a considerable amount of gold coins to purchase them, and then created 3 identically armed vehicle convoys to participate in this competition. Of course, these 3 teams also joined Su Yang's car club, and each team had 10 cars equipped with additional spatial gates provided by Su Yang. As for the other 3 teams, Su Yang chose to ignore them. The number of participants had already been determined. Now, a huge screen has appeared in the sky above the China region, and the countdown started 3 hours ago. Now, it's the last 10 minutes. Commander, all 7 teams have completed their final checks, and there are no problems. Fang Yi came to Su Yang's side and spoke. At this moment, Su Yang and the others were already in the armored vehicle, with the newcomer Lin Xiaoyu in the driver's seat. Who would have thought that such a petite beauty was actually a racing expert? Su Yang naturally let her be the driver, while he sat in the passenger seat. Su Yang nodded, his face seemingly calm, but a hint of nervousness crept into his heart. He was worried about being matched with a powerful race. Although he had won the highest reward, the time it took to establish the Huaxia race with 1 million members was too late, so he hadn't entered the multi-race communication channel. He only knew that such a channel existed. However, he could see a ranking list called Myriad Races, but because he hadn't joined the Myriad Races communication channel, Su Yang could only see the names of the last 1,000 races. A wide variety of things. What are the Blue Wolf Clan, White Scale Clan, Lizard Clan, Blue Shadow Clan, and Red Armor Clan? Even from their race names, we can glean some insights. They are at least better than the human race. Perhaps they were born as level 2, level 3, or even higher life forms, Su Yang thought. So he hoped that he wouldn't be matched with any race on the list of all races, even if it was a race ranked low. But sometimes, the things we fear most are the things that happen. With 3 minutes left in the countdown, the matchmaking system refreshed. It is a race that is ranked among the top 9,300, and not even one of the last few. At the same time, seeing the match captain appear on the screen, Lanning breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it's not a familiar name, so it probably isn't in the top few thousand. What race is the Huaxia people? What is their ranking? Does anyone know? Lanning turned to look at the person beside her, hoping to get an answer from him. However, he was met with silence, which made his face turn ugly. What's going on? Does nobody know? Didn't I instruct your branch to memorize all the races on the ranking of all races? Lanning was getting angry, but at that moment, a voice interrupted his anger. Your Highness, I don't think the Huaxia people are on the list of all races. Lanning was taken aback, then turned to see that it was Lan Mei who had answered, which made his eyes light up slightly. Lan Mei, are you sure? Although it was a question, Lanning knew that Lan Mei's talent was somewhat special, which made her memory extremely unique. It couldn't be said that she could remember everything she saw, but it was close enough. Sure. Lan Mei nodded with absolute certainty, while the others also indicated that they did not recall the name Huaxia clan. A minute later, Lanning was completely certain that the Huaxia race was not among the races on the ranking list, a result that filled him with immense excitement. Ha! I didn't expect our Blue Shadow clan to be so lucky, actually encountering a race outside the rankings. If nothing unexpected happens, this Huaxia clan should be a life form from a lower world. Lanning looked excited. This round was in the bag. Now that we've been matched with this weak race, we must finish this competition as quickly as possible. Lanning began issuing orders to Lan Qi and the others, who were the captains of the 10 teams he had selected. The faster the competition ends, the better the reward will be. No one knows what the next stage of survival will be, but winning the competition will give you very favorable rewards for the next stage of survival. Ning was initially worried, but now he is relieved and even wants to participate in the competition himself. However, given his identity and importance to the entire Blue Shadow clan, he cannot easily take risks, even in a situation where victory is assured. Chapter 132 has started? They want me to upgrade the vehicle. Blue Shadow clan. Ranked 9,637. Bad news. Oh no, it's a race on the leaderboard. Good news. Thankfully it's not ranked very high. Looking at the opponents he was matched with, Su Yang didn't complain. Why were so many races that weren't on the leaderboard matched with those on it? The matchmaking on Blue Star isn't based on the leaderboard. After China became independent, the remaining Blue Star was ruled by a single race, the Blue Star humans. The selection of 10 teams there caused quite a stir, but Su Yang didn't pay much attention to it. If Victor Edward Polo hadn't spent a lot of gold coins to buy a lot of purple vehicle upgrade blueprints from him, he wouldn't even know what was going on there. Everyone, be alert. Once you spot an opponent, don't hesitate to empty your magazines. With the countdown entering its final minute, Su Yang's orders were relayed throughout his team, while the other 3 teams were also notified by the official channels. A minute passed quickly. The next moment, Su Yang and the others were teleported away. When Su Yang reappeared, he found himself in a wilderness, seemingly out in the middle of nowhere with no road. Moreover, after being teleported here, Su Yang and the others received a very simple prompt. The race begins. Everyone, please reach the finish line. Then, there is a very simple rule. Only the top 10 teams that reach the finish line can get points, with the first place getting 10 points, the second place getting 9 points, and the 10th place getting 1 point. The race with the higher score wins. It's quite simple. Su Yang did not act immediately, but glanced at Fanya, who nodded and then entered the headquarters space. A moment later, Fanya returned, her face beaming with delight. Great. The spatial gate is unrestricted. All 7 teams can return to headquarters. We can freely enter other teams at any time, while non-participants cannot. Very good. Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. He was right to have invested his skill points in the skill space. So, while it appears that their team has 500 people, it actually has 3,500 people. I don't believe your Blue Shadow clan is that strong. That being said, Su Yang's first priority was still to upgrade his vehicle. Previously, he was a purple 9-star, and Su Yang had installed quite a few weapons for this competition. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 300%. Quality, purple 9 stars plus. Light energy, 350/350, regenerates 15 light energy per hour. Speed, 800 km/h+. Components, 12/12 energy electromagnetic cannon, red+. Vehicle interior, red+. Energy converter, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. K-type heavy machine gun, purple+. K-type heavy machine gun, purple+. K-type sniper rifle, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. Optimized components, 3/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized status, small armory, red optimized status, Barrett Thor, orange optimized status. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion. Su Yang did not choose to install the optimized component on the energy electromagnetic cannon. In fact, even the current red+ energy electromagnetic cannon was already quite powerful in Su Yang's opinion. Alright, given the current state of his armored vehicle, it's impossible for him to unleash the full power of the energy electromagnetic cannon. However, Su Yang has already tried it. With light energy as the base, 10 points of light energy can easily kill a zombie king, and 3 shots can blast the massive Night Demon Mother into dust. As a result, Su Yang installed 2 more high-energy engines to reduce the burden on the vehicle and prevent it from consuming too much solar energy. Using orange vehicle upgrade materials and a large amount of orange iron blocks, Su Yang directly upgraded the armored RV. Su Yang wouldn't be careless. He would make all the necessary preparations for any race on the leaderboard, even those ranked low. However, something unexpected happened to Su Yang. A special orange vehicle upgrade card has been detected using special vehicle parts. Do you wish to upgrade the vehicle's mini armory using 5 red universal materials? Is this even possible? Su Yang was taken aback, but without much thought, he immediately agreed. However, this was not the end of the matter. After Su Yang agreed, another prompt appeared. Do you wish to use 2 red universal materials and 10 orange universal materials to perform a comprehensive vehicle optimization? Are you coming again? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He only had 17 red universal materials in total. He planned to use 10 of them to upgrade the fortress vehicle. Although he had enough now, he couldn't use the red universal materials after that. There were about 20 or 30 orange materials, which came from the orange treasure chests later on. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 500%. Quality, orange 1-star++. Light energy, 3000/3000, regenerates 30 light energy per hour. Speed, 1000 km/h+. Components, 8/12 energy electromagnetic cannon, red+. Vehicle interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Small armory, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. Optimized components, 2/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. Barrett Thor, orange optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion. The vehicle has been upgraded and its overall performance has improved, with a 500% increase in overall efficiency. The upper limit and recovery of solar energy have also been improved. The mini armory was directly transferred to ordinary vehicle parts. The weapons that were previously installed were all in the mini armory. Now Su Yang can operate any weapon he wants from the mini armory. The small armory can only hold 12 weapons, but it can hold as much ammunition as it has. What pleases Su Yang the most is that as long as the ammunition is placed in the small armory, the bullets will automatically replenish the weapons. Even the weapons he puts into the optimized components can automatically load ammunition into the small arsenal without the need for manpower. Not only that, but if weapons are damaged, they can be restored by putting them in a small armory. The after effects of machine gun fire can also be mitigated by the armored vehicle. In other words, with a small armory, Su Yang can mount several machine guns on his vehicle and sweep indiscriminately. Overall, the red universal material spent on this small arsenal was worthwhile. Su Yang immediately put a large amount of ammunition into a small armory before letting Lin Xiaoyu drive forward. Currently, they have no destination in mind. As they have no idea where the final destination is, they can only drive around and see what happens. Fortunately, the car is already traveling at 1,000 kilometers per hour, and it can even reach 2,000 kilometers per hour under bursts. Is this even a car anymore? Su Yang found it difficult to express his opinion, but this was a good thing for them, as the high speed of the car would reduce the cost of trial and error. Chapter 133. Was I being too cautious? 6 hours later, Su Yang and the others parked their vehicle and began to eat. It's been over 6 hours. How come we haven't encountered any enemies? Lu Mimi looked listless. When Su Yang first mentioned that she could operate a K-type heavy machine gun, she was very excited and eager to wreak havoc. However, more than 6 hours have passed, and there hasn't been a single enemy, let alone a monster. It wasn't just their side. The other teams were experiencing the same thing, which left Su Yang speechless. All I can say is that the venue for this competition was too big. They ran more than 2,000 kilometers in 6 hours, but they didn't encounter anything. We'll inevitably run into them, and they're probably the ones who are more anxious than we are. Su Yang seemed to have thought of something. He was sure that the Blue Shadow clan would be very excited to find out that their Huaxia clan was not on the ranking list, and they would want to take them down as soon as possible to win. Because the faster it ends, the better the reward seems to be. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry. The competition lasted 10 days. If no one reached the finish line, it would be considered a draw. Although the reward wasn't high, it was still better than losing. Clearly, Su Yang still harbors great vigilance towards the Blue Shadow clan. After lunch and a half-hour rest, Su Yang and the others set off again, following the same route. Su Yang wanted to see just how big the place was. This time, the situation changed after just over an hour. Commander, the search radar seems to have detected the enemy. Lin Xiaoyu's sudden remark startled Su Yang and the other three, with Su Yang immediately rushing to the search radar. A pale yellow orb appeared on the edge of the search radar, containing 100 red dots. The pale yellow ones are vehicles, and the red highlights are the enemies, namely the Blue Shadow clan. It has finally appeared. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, drive around them for a while and see if they notice us." The search radar has a detection range of 30 kilometers. Although the chances are small, what if the other side has other detection methods that can detect them? In fact, Su Yang could have directly launched an energy electromagnetic cannon attack on that side, but if he couldn't eliminate the opponent, it would alert them. We must be careful. This is a race that's on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, about 30 kilometers away from Su Yang and his group, In a giant vehicle that was even larger than the heavy raider, Lan Shi and Lan Mei were arguing. I'll say it again, Lan Mei, remember your place. This is my car, and I'm the captain of this team, Lan Shi said angrily. Lan Mei remained unmoved and said, even if you are the captain, you wouldn't be so reckless. Firing shells indiscriminately to actively attract the enemy is not advisable. Moreover, we only have 20 short-range shells. Luring the enemy out in this way would be too costly. As the deputy captain, I have a duty to stop you. You? Lan Shi was furious. He regretted teaming up with Lan Mei. Oh, it seems I can't refuse. The 10 teams that the Blue Shadow clan had jointly built were naturally the strongest group of people gathered for this competition. Lan Mei's strength is definitely among the lowest in their 100-person team. In fact, based on strength alone, Lan Mei is not even qualified to be among the 10 teams this time. However, in terms of true value, Lan Mei is far more valuable to the Lanning clan than he is, and Lan Mei was sent by the Lanning prince to assist him. It is precisely because of this that he cannot ignore Lan Mei's objections. You. Just as Lan Shi snorted coldly, about to hurl a harsh rebuke at Lan Mei's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she shouted, enemy attack. What is that? Enemy attack? Lan Shi was completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. However, after he shouted, Lan Mei seemed to realize something and, without making any extra movements, took out a card and crushed it instantly. Just as Lan Mei crushed the card, she saw a terrifying energy cannon blasting towards her. Let's go back 1 minute. After half an hour of probing from various angles, Su Yang was completely certain that the Blue Shadow clan team they had discovered had not noticed them. Since that's the case, a sharp glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He still did not intend to risk getting closer, so he chose the more prudent approach. After instructing Lin Xiaoyu to carefully approach the other party, Su Yang made his move when they were still 10 kilometers away. Click! Suddenly, the roof of the armored vehicle split open, and a cannon barrel with a series of interconnected rings extended out. Energy electromagnetic cannon activated. Buzz! In an instant, the electromagnetic cannon's rings flashed with electric sparks, and a surge of energy converged in the center, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. When the energy gathered to a certain level and burst into a dazzling light, Su Yang pressed the launch button on the control panel inside the car. Call out. Boom. A 10-meter-long energy cannon, crackling with terrifying lightning, shot out instantly, heading straight for a location 10 kilometers away. Su Yang was eagerly anticipating the power of the electromagnetic energy cannon, which could unleash 3,000 light energy bursts per strike. To Su Yang's surprise, after the shot, he upgraded the vehicle to Orange Level 2 to restore its light energy. However, to his astonishment, while the star rating increased, the solar energy did not recover this time. Fortunately, the energy converter has been loaded with a large amount of materials and has begun to convert light energy at an alarming rate. The previous high-energy engine has also been integrated into the energy converter, which has slightly improved the conversion speed and material capacity. Although it was an accident, it's a good thing. It's better to discover now than during a crisis that orange vehicles cannot restore energy when they are upgraded. Moreover, with the energy converter, it wouldn't take long to restore light energy, which is why Su Yang felt confident enough to deplete all the light energy in one shot. Boom. With a loud bang, Su Yang and the others, 10 kilometers away, also saw a small mushroom cloud rise. It might not be as impressive as the scene on that island, but Su Yang understood one thing. A single energy cannon firing 3,000 light energy units might be powerful enough to kill a platinum-level boss. At least this one shot is powerful enough to instantly vaporize the Night Demon Mother. Success. There are no more enemy reactions on the search radar. Oh wait, there's still one bright spot. Lu Mimi, who had been closely monitoring the search radar, reported this immediately. Upon hearing this, Su Yang fell into deep thought. That's it. That's way too easy. This was his first reaction. He had prepared for the energy cannon to cause casualties to the enemy, but he never expected it to result in such near annihilation. This is somewhat different from the racial strength ranking he had in mind. Could it be? Am I being too cautious? Su Yang seemed to finally realize what was happening. Chapter 134 Captives. Is it a survival world or a game of gods? How did it turn out like this? Looking at the crater radiating intense heat in the distance, Lan Mei's expression was extremely grim. This was an outcome she never expected. Before she even saw the enemy, she was the only one left in the entire team. If she hadn't reacted quickly and hadn't had a random teleportation card, she would have died from the attack. Energy cannon? Lan Mei began to recall what had just happened, but she was still very shocked. An energy cannon has appeared after only 3 stages? Isn't that thing only obtainable from orange and higher-level treasure chests? Lan Mei was very puzzled. According to her understanding, the first 3 stages were basically just the initial screening, and only after passing the competition could one truly obtain the qualifications to survive. Therefore, it is almost impossible to obtain orange treasure chests in the first 3 stages of survival. The Blue Shadow clan only managed to synthesize 3 orange treasure chests in the second stage thanks to the special reward for being the top player on the 3 leaderboards. That was almost entirely their clan's capability, and while the items they produced were decent, they didn't include any energy-based weapons. But what was that just now? Thinking back to the scene she had just witnessed, Lan Mei's analysis led her to a very heavy conclusion. Energy cannon. It could even be an energy electromagnetic cannon. Even if it's only orange level, its power is terrifying, something the Blue Shadow clan simply cannot contend with. This competition is probably... No, we haven't lost yet. Lan Mei suddenly realized that they had 10 teams, and the other side couldn't possibly have all 10 teams equipped with energy electromagnetic cannons, could they? Even if they lose the championship, they can still win in the end as long as their total score is higher than the opponent's. Phew, there's still a chance, and what I should do now is find other teams and inform them of this situation. Taking a deep breath, Lan Mei waved her right hand, and a high-tech black motorcycle appeared. This is her own vehicle, and although it's only a blue 7-star vehicle, it's quite fast. However, just as Lan Mei had been riding for more than 10 minutes, she suddenly felt a deadly threat. Before she could react, an energy ray blasted towards her. Because she sensed the danger in advance, Lan Mei narrowly avoided the energy ray attack. However, when the energy ray finally struck in front of her, it exploded with a powerful impact, sending her and her car flying backward. With a thud, Lan Mei landed heavily on the ground. Given her physique, the fall only resulted in minor injuries. She immediately stood up and tried to run away. But the next moment, when she saw a black armored vehicle appear in front of her, and the electromagnetic cannon on the roof of the vehicle was pointed at her, her body instantly froze. No way. I'm not a monster that has evolved to a level 6 or 7 life form. Why would I need to use this thing to deal with her? While internally complaining, Lan Mei physically raised her hands high and shouted, I surrender. I surrender. On the armored mobile home, Su Yang, who was about to fire a finishing shot, froze at this moment. Surrender? You can surrender like this? Lu Mimi looked bewildered, as did the other 3 women. Clearly, the enemy's reaction was beyond their expectations. Bang! Gunshots rang out. It's Su Yang. He fired, 4 shots in quick succession, crippling Lan Mei's hands and feet. Lie down obediently. Lan Mei, who thought she was about to die, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and immediately lay down. Then, what happened next shocked her even more. Su Yang did not get out of the car, nor did he let the 4 women get out. He summoned a night demon guard with iron chains and went over to tie up the enemy. Lan Mei remained motionless throughout the entire process. She was experiencing complex emotions. Summoning talents? What exactly is going on? The Huaxiao race isn't even on the rankings, so how come they have such a strong summoning talent? Talent awakening is very special, but the chance of a strong talent appearing is very low. Even if a decent summoning talent is awakened, it is currently impossible to summon such a powerful night demon. And why night demon? At this moment, Lan Mei suddenly had a very sad thought. This time, our Lan clan may have encountered a very troublesome racial opponent. Soon, Lan Mei was captured by the night demon guards and taken into the armored RV. Throughout the process, Su Yang kept his pistol pointed at her, as did Fang Ya and Jiang Manchua. Lu Mimi and Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, were paying attention to their surroundings and keeping an eye on the search radar in case any enemies appeared. The Blue Shadow clan? Su Yang began the interrogation. Yes. Lan Mei answered honestly and cooperated fully, but Su Yang's next question made her feel numb. Why surrender? Blue charm. Seeing Su Yang's expression, Lan Mei immediately replied, I want to live. To survive, one can betray one's own race. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. What's impossible? Lan Mei chuckled softly, but her tone turned indifferent. In the world where our Lan clan lives, all resources are controlled by the higher-ups. People like us at the bottom are nothing but slaves. If I hadn't awakened a special talent in this game of the gods, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being cannon fodder. These words were not just empty talk from Lan Mei, but were indeed true. The situation of the Lan clan was extremely bad, at least for the lower classes. Well, the situation of the Blue Shadow clan can be seen as being 1 or 2 levels more extreme than the capital-controlled system of the Great Cold Kingdom. No wonder Blue Enchantress has no loyalty whatsoever. She's not someone from an aristocratic background like Lan Shi. The game of the gods. Upon hearing this term, Su Yang's gaze sharpened. Tell me what this game of gods means. Isn't this a survival game? You don't know? Lan Mei looked bewildered, seeing that not only Su Yang was like this, but the other girls also looked puzzled, which gave her another guess. Wait, is this the first time your world has entered the game of gods? If the game of gods you're referring to is this kind of survival game, then it must be it, Su Yang said. Impossible. Lan Mei shook her head in denial, saying, how could this be your first time participating? Your vehicle is at least a purple 5-star or higher, isn't it? No, a vehicle capable of launching an electromagnetic energy cannon, and one that completely destroys our vehicle in a single strike, unleashing such terrifying power, cannot be supplied by a purple vehicle. She seemed to finally realize something. Your vehicles must be orange. How could vehicles with an orange rating be entering the gods game for the first time? Without prior planning, it's already difficult enough to upgrade a vehicle to purple, let alone orange. Chapter 135 The Blue Shadow Clan is nothing special. Is this a game of gods? Su Yang sighed with emotion. After more than an hour of explanation and elaboration from Lan Mei, he finally gained some real understanding of this survival world. No one knows the origin of the survival world. Lan Mei only knows that it seems to open up once every certain period of time, selecting some intelligent races from all the worlds to play this game. Because each time tens of thousands of races are involved, and the world affected is vast, only a god could accomplish such a feat. Therefore, in all the myriad worlds, people refer to every survival game that appears as the game of the gods. Moreover, according to Lan Mei, it seems that as long as you survive to the end, you can become a god. In fact, after going through one stage of survival after another, those who survive will all have their strength improved. Life forms also undergo tremendous evolution. Today, there are many powerful races in the myriad worlds that survived after undergoing a certain survival process and eventually multiplied into powerful races. The world of survival seems endless, but after experiencing a certain point, one can even choose to exit and return to the original world. Some players can also obtain mysterious items from high-level treasure chests, allowing them to return to their original world or stop and continue their struggle for survival, gaining access to a place or even a world to live in. The Blue Shadow clan is the race that has experienced the games of the gods twice. The first time, the Blue Shadow clan entered the games for the first time, just like Blue Star. One Blue Shadow clan member was lucky enough to survive to the 5th stage of the survival game and evolve into a level 3 life form. At the time, this was actually a low-level situation. He was lucky enough to get a special card item that allowed him to return to the world where the Blue Shadow clan lived. Moreover, because he followed the genetic evolution route, he returned to his own world and studied for decades, eventually evolving into a level 5 life form. But this is the end. However, no 5th-level life forms evolved among his descendants, but the details of the gods' game were recorded. In a subsequent game of the gods, the Blue Shadow clan received a prior notice before the game began because someone from the Blue Shadow clan had successfully returned. However, the last time the Blue Shadow clan paid a huge price, investing tens of millions of people, but not a single one returned. This is the 3rd time, and this time it's different because Blue Shadow was born. To evolve into a level 4 life form without ever experiencing a survival world is truly genius and the hope of the Blue Shadow clan. Only, even if there were such a hope now, it would likely be fraught with difficulties. A level 4 life form? Huh. Su Yang chuckled lightly, his eyes full of disdain. I learned from Lan Mei that Lan Ying, the 3rd prince of the Lan Ying clan, was born with powerful genes and was at the 6th rank. However, once you enter the survival world, your rank will be reset. Just as Su Yang had thought, even if the ranks of powerful races are cleared, their life levels will not be cleared. Even with only 1 point in each of the 4 stats, Blue Shadow's health and mana are both 100. However, Lan Ying has only just raised his 4-dimensional attributes to over 80. Su Yang's life points exceeded 10,000 and his mana points were 12,000, which was much higher than Lan Ying's 8,000. Not to mention Su Yang, among the 4 women around him, Lu Mimi's 4-dimensional attributes all surpassed Lan Ying's. Moreover, Lu Mimi, who follows the biochemical route, is also a level 4 life form, stronger than Lan Ying in terms of attributes alone. Su Yang has now learned from Lan Mei that reaching a total of 500 points in the four-dimensional attributes means reaching the 6th rank. The 7th tier requires each of the 4 attributes to reach 300 points. For a level 5 life form at the higher level of life hierarchy, 1 point of physical and mental attributes is equivalent to 200 points of health and mana. There is no specific data on level 7 life forms in the Blue Shadow clan, but it is speculated that 1 point of constitution is equivalent to 300 points of health. It has to be said that having an insider means we finally know something. At least we're not completely clueless. Not only that, Lan Mei also revealed the entire lineup of the Lanian clan. Commander, aren't you worried that this Blue Shadow clan member is lying? Seeing Lan Mei knocked unconscious and then trapped like a dumpling by Lu Mimi, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before asking a question. No, she can't lie to me. Su Yang smiled slightly, his tone full of confidence. Lie? Absolutely impossible. Su Yang just tried it out, and what did he discover? He discovered that he could recruit Blue Charm into his fleet. Once the team reaches LV9, it can not only forcibly recruit people into the team, but also do so without the other party's knowledge. For example, when Su Yang recruited Lan Mei into the team, the other party was aware of it. This is because only in this way can the constraints on the team be maximized. To put it simply, the constraints Su Yang imposed on Lan Mei were the simplest and most direct, without adding any special constraints or restrictions. Because this kind of unrestricted team members is actually the real limitation of the LV9 team. It is completely like the relationship between slaves and slave owners, and it is the kind that cannot be violated. Therefore, Su Yang was not worried at all that Lan Mei was lying. Because of the team's restrictions, she couldn't lie to Su Yang. It can be said that Su Yang has a very good understanding of the 10 teams of the Blue Shadow clan. This also made Su Yang realize one thing. His vehicle team is very strong, and his vehicles are even stronger. Dawn Station, Blue Shadow Clan District. After the competition begins, there will be no live broadcast on the huge screen, only some data. For example, data such as the distance of the 20 teams from the finish line and the current number of players. In just a brief moment, or rather, a fleeting instant, Lan Shi's team of 100 was reduced to just Lan Mei. Lan Ning was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? What happened? Why is Lan Mei the only one left in Lan Shi's team all of a sudden? Lan Ning looked furious and turned to look at the people around him, who were his AI team. The AI team, which could analyze things in a very logical way, suddenly fell silent. In fact, everyone, including Lan Ning, knew very well that there was only one possible reason for this. The enemy had wiped out Lan Shi and his 99 men in an instant. But how is that possible? Lan Ning initially thought the Huaxiao race was a low-class race, especially after the competition started, and he saw that one of the opposing teams only had 5 people. He was quite happy. Under normal circumstances, even if a team is performing poorly in a competitive race, they would still form a mid-level team with about 10 members. Even the powerful races participated in the form of caravans, while the Blue Shadow clan could only participate in a caravan. Lan Ning was certain that the Huaxiao people didn't even know the rules, which meant that this was their first time participating in the game of the gods. This wave is in the bag. However, this situation is making Lan Ning feel a little embarrassed. No, we still have a chance. Something must have just happened. That was all Lan Ning could think of. Chapter 136. Another team annihilated. In contrast to the silence of the Blue Shadow clan, the Huaxia clan cheered with joy. Holy crap, how did the Blue Shadow clan wipe out an entire team all of a sudden? It must be Su Shin so fast. I admit Su Yang is very capable, but we can't blame everything on him, can we? Anyone still has doubts? Besides Su Shin, what other team could wipe out a team of over 100 people in an instant? Isn't there still one person missing? Damn, how come there are still so many idiots? There's still one left, so why couldn't he have been captured by Su Shin? Maybe Su Shin is interrogating him right now. Su Shin is a fan. I won't allow any questioning. Su Shin is so amazing, I want to have your babies. Is the person upstairs a guy? Since Su Yang can return to the headquarters space through the spatial portal of his spatial ability, he can naturally also contact people outside. But he wouldn't let anyone spread this around. In fact, although the 6 teams that officially joined would also enter the headquarters space, their access would only be restricted by Su Yang to one of the layers of space that is 500 meters long, 500 meters wide, and 10 meters high. This space, also referred to by Su Yang as the transit layer, is used to travel between different spaces via spatial portals. The convoys under Su Yang's command were also divided into several separate spaces, and apart from Su Yang and Fang Ya and the other women, no one else had a comprehensive understanding of the headquarters space. Inside the competition area, Su Yang has already begun the search based on the information provided by Lan Mei. The vehicles of the 10 Blue Shadow Clan teams were all equipped with a special radio tuned to the same channel, allowing them to communicate as long as they were within a certain distance, and even receive some signals from farther away. The convoys can analyze the distance between each other by the strength of their reaction signals, thus achieving a final rendezvous. Su Yang's vehicle's search radar can locate the Blue Shadow Clan's convoy simply by inputting the search signal. In fact, if Su Yang wanted to gather the convoy, he only needed to have the others come to him through the spatial gate. Then he could collect the vehicles there and teleport through the spatial point to gather the 7 convoys together. However, splitting up the convoy is the best option for Su Yang, as it expands the search area and increases the chances of encountering the Blue Shadow Clan. Sure enough, an hour later, a military team encountered the Blue Shadow Clan, and the two sides immediately engaged in battle. At the same time, the military notified Su Yang. Upon learning of this situation, Su Yang directly removed the Barrett Thor from the optimized component and then used the space gate to arrive at the vehicle of that team. "How is the situation?" Su Yang asked. Reporting to the commander, "The enemy's firepower is fierce, with more than 20 armed vehicles. Our side has already lost 1 purple 1-star vehicle, and 3 vehicles have lost power, but they can still provide some firepower." A man with a resolute gaze answered, his posture impeccably formal. If Su Yang remembered correctly, the other party was originally a newcomer on Blue Star, but he awakened a good talent and relied on himself to get to where he is now as the captain of this team. The convoy has 20 vehicles, all of which are purple, but most of them are purple 1-star vehicles. It seems this team is the Blue Shadow Clan's firepower unit. There were a total of 25 vehicles, some blue and some purple, almost all of which were equipped with firearms, but there were no cannons. "Leave it to me." Su Yang said something, opened the car door, and took out the supercar that was stored in the car club's garage. Lu Mimi immediately got into the driver's seat. He didn't come alone. He brought Lu Mimi with him, though Lu Mimi was only in charge of driving. With the previous supercar, Su Yang directly upgraded his Barrett Thor and fired several shots at the car with the most firepower. Bang bang bang. Even without the armored vehicle, the Barrett Thor is still a purple weapon, and with Su Yang's specially made purple bullets, breaking through the purple vehicle's defenses is no problem at all. After a few gunshots, the Blue Shadow Clan member in the driver's seat was shot in the head by Su Yang, followed by the Blue Shadow Clan members in the passenger seat and the sunroof. Instantly, the Blue Shadow Clan's strongest firepower member was rendered incapacitated. Su Yang's Barrett Thor had already targeted another vehicle and fired several more shots. Another vehicle was rendered combat ineffective, but Su Yang's Barrett Thor was also unable to continue fighting. The specially made purple bullets are not so easy to obtain. Each shot causes some damage to Barrett Thor. Installed on an armored vehicle, it could replace the side effects of the armored vehicle, but now that Su Yang has it in his hands, that won't work. However, that doesn't matter, because Su Yang has installed quite a few weapons on this supercar. The next moment, a purple K-type heavy machine gun appeared on the roof of the vehicle, and Su Yang began to wreak havoc on the battlefield. A dozen minutes later, when the last Blue Shadow Clan member jumped out of the powerless vehicle and rushed towards Su Yang with a look of mutual destruction, Su Yang shot him in the head, and the battle ended. A resounding victory. Although this convoy lost 7 or 8 soldiers, the elimination of 100 enemy soldiers can be considered a great victory. Most importantly, these captured vehicles, if the final victory is achieved, are spoils of war that can be put into normal use. This is the second team. The Huaxiao region erupted in cheers. This time, because 7 or 8 people had sacrificed their lives, everyone knew that it was the convoy that had made the contribution. However, what they didn't know was that if it weren't for Su Yang, the military convoy would still have won in the end, as long as the military's purple vehicles were stronger than the Blue Shadow Clans. Even if we win, it will come at a considerable cost. In contrast, the Blue Shadow Zone remained silent. If the first team encountered an accident, now the second team has been wiped out. Lanning was in a terrible mood at the moment, though this time was a little better than the last. Yes, because we caused them to lose 8 people. But they paid the price of total annihilation. We lost again. This is not the situation he wants. You should know that the real survival after the competitive matches is when the difficulty increases many times over. The rewards obtained from competitive matches are related to the strength of the assistance provided. If we lose. No, I won't lose. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. If we sweep the top 3 spots, even if another team comes along, we'll still be number 1. Lanning muttered to himself. And just then, the scene on the screen made his eyes light up. Another battle broke out, but this time the situation was different from the previous 2. Although people on their side continued to die, the number of people who died this time was much greater than those who fought against the Huaxia tribe's convoy. After losing more than 20 people on their own side, the Huaxia tribe's convoy was wiped out. We won this time. Chapter 137. This is a bus, not a bumper car. Did they wipe out one of their teams? Su Yang frowned. Just now, Jiang Manhwa, who was monitoring the news from the headquarters space, told him that one of her teams had been wiped out. The team that was wiped out was one of the 3 teams organized by other forces. If I had known, I should have left 1 or 2 spatial portals among those 3 teams as well. Su Yang felt a little regretful, but Fang Ye's next words made that regret disappear instantly. Given their personalities, there's no way they'd let you leave a portal. Fang Ye said with certainty. You said you wanted to leave them to help us collect what we need. That can be done through trade, but don't even think about anything else. She saw things very clearly. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that they had a monopoly on everything, those other powers would probably have raised prices on the spot. Fortunately, we are the ones who are now raising prices on the spot. Su Yang naturally understood Fang Ye's meaning. He was just a little regretful that he hadn't been able to eliminate that Blue Shadow Clan caravan. However, given this situation, if caravans formed by other factions were to encounter the Blue Shadow Clan's caravan, they would likely be completely wiped out. From Lan Mei's side, Su Yang already knew that the strength of the 10 teams of the Lanning clan was not very different, with the only relatively strong one being Lan Qi and her team. Lan Qi's vehicles are large vehicles, so only one vehicle can carry over 100 people. They are also a purple 9-star team that Lanning has high hopes for. Unexpectedly, Su Yang, lacking any martial ethics, blasted them to smithereens with a single cannon shot. The remaining teams are not much different in strength, so if the teams formed by other forces cannot defeat this one, then the remaining 2 teams are probably also in trouble. Commander, Hichiwa's group has encountered a Blue Shadow Clan caravan, and a battle has already begun. Jiang Manhwa suddenly spoke up. Another one? Su Yang's eyes lit up. In a desolate area, more than 20 vehicles, all of which were blue with a 9-star rating, were besieging 3 double-decker buses. On the double-decker bus, Hichiwa grinned maliciously. You little brats from the Blue Shadow Clan, do you really think our Vulcan camp is easy to bully? Men, ram them. Knock them over. The 500 people at the Vulcan camp didn't have any extra vehicles. In reality, they only had Hichiwa's double-decker bus. Because there is only one main vehicle, Hichiwa's double-decker bus has been upgraded to purple 9-star, which maximizes its defense. Most importantly, the orange shield that Su Yang got from the treasure chest was exchanged for by Hichiwa. This is only natural, since 500 people are upgrading one car together, so it's easy to accumulate enough contribution points. As soon as Hichiwa finished speaking, a girl wearing glasses in the driver's seat immediately lit up. Ha ha ha, it's finally my turn to unleash my power. The girl with glasses laughed loudly and activated the orange shield. Immediately, the other 2 cloned double-decker buses also raised their orange shields at the same time. Although the vehicles cloned by Hiwa can be controlled independently, some key equipment and weapons still need to be started by the main vehicle. As soon as the orange shield rose, the girl with glasses turned the steering wheel to its full speed and floored the accelerator. With a loud bang, the double-decker bus crashed into the 3 Blue Shadow Clan vehicles in front, smashing them to pieces, and the Blue Shadow Clan members inside were completely wrecked. The other 2 double-decker buses did the same, crashing directly into the Blue Shadow Clan's vehicle group without any hesitation, recklessly rampaging through the crowd. The captain of the Blue Shadow Clan convoy, who was not far away, saw this scene from his vehicle and was on the verge of collapse. How so? Impossible. How can their vehicles be so heavily armored? Wait, that's a shield. Attack. Their vehicles have shields. Focus fire on one of them. Their shields definitely aren't very strong and have a limit. Seemingly having discovered something, the captain issued orders to all the remaining Blue Shadow Clan members. However, to his despair, despite the concentrated fire of more than 20 machine guns, the shield of the double-decker bus remained stubbornly stable and undamaged. Even under these attacks, it managed to smash several more cars to pieces. Such defensive strength. Oh no, this is probably not an orange shield. The Blue Shadow Clan captain looked ashen-faced. and he didn't even give an order to dodge when faced with the oncoming double-decker bus. Well, there's no way to avoid that speed. Ha ha ha, that's great, that's so great. The girl with glasses on the double-decker bus had a flushed face, as if she had just done that. Hichiwa's face turned green. Grandma, don't get carried away, that's enough, that's enough. While shouting, Hichiwa checked the vehicle's remaining battery and gasoline. The shield is a major energy consumer, so Hichiwa installed 2 purple super energy batteries and 2 purple high-energy engines on the double-decker bus. The only difference was that an extra purple fuel tank was added, but 3 team members were assigned to refuel it. Upon seeing this, Hichiwa let out a scream. Holy crap, this much gasoline and electricity has already been used up? How long has it been open? Upon entering this competitive world, their vehicles did not stop. The other 2 double-decker buses were also powered by his vehicles. However, the energy consumed by the 3 double-decker buses over the past few hours was less than that consumed in just a few minutes, and was not even 1/10 of that consumed in those few minutes. What are you yelling about? Suddenly, Su Yang's voice rang out, interrupting Hichiwa's strange cry. Commander? Upon turning around and spotting Su Yang, Hichiwa immediately began to lament. Captain, the consumption of this orange shield is terrifying. Even Sieb Bayan's heavy raider isn't this exaggerated. Didn't I already say that the shield is paired with an energy-type engine? Without it, the consumption would be terrifying. Upon discovering how miserably the Blue Shadow clan was being bullied by the Vulcan camp, Su Yang decided against taking action and patted Hichiwa on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Although it's ridiculous that this guy is using the bus like a bumper car, it seems okay with that orange shield? But this is too much. Our Vulcan battalion team won't be able to exchange mini gasoline and electricity with the remaining contribution points after exchanging for this orange shield. Hichiwa looked heartbroken. This left Su Yang speechless. Alright, this operation will be reimbursed by the car team. Haha, the commander is awesome. Hichiwa's mournful face immediately changed, and he laughed heartily. Men, why don't you thank our commander? Thank you, commander. The people of the Vulcan battalion roared in unison. Su Yang was in a bit of a headache. They hadn't even dealt with the enemy yet. What are you doing? Well, that's about right. Forget it, I'll just go back. Seeing that he didn't need to get involved at all, Su Yang simply went back. Soon after, news of the Vulcan battalion's victory, in which they had taken down a Blue Shadow clan team without losing a single member, reached the other caravans. Sieb Bayan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Chapter 138, The Furious Blue Shadow. Damn it. How come Hichiwa always has such incredible luck? Sieb Bayan cursed under his breath, then turned to the people in his vehicle and shouted, Hurry up, find those Blue Shadow clan trash for me. Wang Yong was speechless. He wanted to find it too, but was it something that could be found so easily? If they were easy to find, the guild leader would have taken care of them all long ago. Of course, this couldn't be said. As one of the earliest veterans to join Sieb Bayan and Su Yang, even if the group had a good relationship in private, Sieb Bayan was still the captain and needed to maintain his authority. Moreover, he understood Sieb Bayan's eagerness to make merit, which was also his thought. Hichiwa has worked so hard, they can't slack off. As for Fang Shuqing, he's Fang Ye's older brother, and he was already quite familiar with the group leader back on Earth, so they can't be compared. Although Sieb Bayan and his men were eager to pull off a heist, the enemy was not easy to find. Compared to their side, the Blue Shadow clan outside was in dire straits, and the Blue Shadow's face was ashen, his whole body trembling with anger. Only then did they see that one of their teams had defeated one of the enemy teams, thus turning the tide of the game. However, how long did his happiness last? Now that another team has been eliminated, and it happened without any losses, Lanning cannot deduce which team. It was based on the reduction in the number of members in the Huaxia team. It should be the very first convoy. This convoy was very strong, definitely equipped with large vehicles and a lot of heavy weapons, and had a large number of firearms. This is Lan Ying's speculation, and it is also a reasonable speculation at present. Therefore, he concluded that the Huaxia people must have a special vehicle, which led to this situation. Damn it, I should have participated in the competition. Lanning regretted it. As the leader of this game of gods, his vehicle is the strongest. Not only is it a purple 9-star vehicle, but it is also a special heavy armored vehicle. Most importantly, he also obtained a blueprint for an energy engine. Although it's only purple, it can provide enough energy to activate the vehicle's built-in energy shield for defense. It is definitely a top-tier vehicle at this stage, and in Lan Ying's own perception, his vehicle is no worse than a typical orange vehicle. Unfortunately, to play it safe, he didn't participate. No, we still have a chance. Although 3 of their teams were wiped out, they still had 7 teams left, while the opposing team had only 9 teams, so the difference wasn't significant. However, Lanning soon changed her mind. 3 hours later, another military convoy encountered a Blue Shadow clan convoy. Su Yang arrived immediately and then dominated the scene with his supercar. Not only that, Su Yang also received news that Xie Bian and his group had encountered a Blue Shadow clan convoy. Su Yang wasn't worried about Xie Bian. As Su Yang had expected, the battle situation on Xie Bian's side was completely one-sided. Xie Bian and his team also only had 1 heavy raider, and 400 of the 500 people were actually staying inside the vehicle. The 100 people in the vehicle were assigned to individual firing ports. Once the bullets were used up, they could enter the vehicle without any warning, and someone inside would come out to fill in. Normally, when you run out of bullets, you reload. If you're quick, you reload the magazine. And if you're even quicker, you switch guns. But Xie Bian simply replaced him. In addition, the heavy raider's defense, combined with He Xiaoyu's iron plate talent, directly made that Blue Shadow clan convoy feel hopeless. Unbreakable. It's impossible to break. In fact, purple weapons combined with special bullets can still break through the defenses of this heavy raider. However, it only breaks through the defenses and is unlikely to cause damage to the heavy raider itself. It should be noted that Xie Bian's heavy raiders can ignore grenades, and even if a tank comes, 1 or 2 shots won't have much of an impact. After Su Yang finished his battle, he did not go to Xie Bian's side. Sure enough, Xie Bian's battle ended in just over 10 minutes. No one suffered any loss. On the other hand, even though Su Yang arrived in time, the military still lost 3 to 5 people because their vehicles were scattered and the enemy also had a lot of vehicles. The loss was not significant. Faced with this result, Lanning was almost driven mad. Another effortless wipeout. Oh, and there's another one where 5 people were lost. Both teams are gone. Is this a race listed below the leaderboard? Lanning became extremely anxious, because in his opinion, this was definitely a race on the ranking list, and a high one at that. How could it not be on the ranking list? I originally thought I was lucky to have encountered a small fry that I could easily handle. And you're telling me this is a great white shark? Half of them were lost, 5 teams were gone. Blue Shadow had given up hope of winning this competition, because it's almost impossible. They actually lost. Lan Ying's face was filled with hatred. He was unwilling to accept it. His gaze fell on the item in his hand. It was a special prop that he had originally planned to keep for later use, since he had no use for it now. But now it seems we can't keep them. Contact the Three-Eyed Clan for me. I want to make a deal with them. Lan Ying coldly spoke to her secretary beside her. As Lan Ying's secretary, and also his childhood maid, she immediately understood Lan Ying's plan. Your Highness, are you really going to trade this item? This item is extremely important to your vehicle. It's only important after the vehicle is upgraded to red. It's not needed now. Lan Ying shook her head slightly, her eyes revealing unusual calmness and rationality. It would be better to trade for some good items now. We can't afford to lose this competition. The competition has already begun, and even if Lan Ying wanted to join, she couldn't. But there is a special circumstance under which he can receive the reward for this competition. That's a bet. Is half gone already? A strange glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. According to the information provided by Lan Mei, the 3 strongest teams of the Lanning clan had been eliminated, and the remaining 5 teams were of average strength, with one of them having lost 20 or 30 people. It should be soon. Su Yang has already noticed that the space for this competition seems to be shrinking. Sure enough, 3 hours later, Su Yang and his group of 5 encountered the second Blue Shadow clan convoy, the one that had lost 20 or 30 people. This time, Lan Mei witnessed firsthand the power of Su Yang's vehicle. Without using an electromagnetic cannon, they only used a K-type heavy machine gun to destroy all the vehicles. Lan Mei couldn't understand it. What kind of machine gun is this that can fire so recklessly? It's incredible that they don't need any cooling at all. Red? Or even higher. Chapter 139 Special Rewards for Winning the Competition. After realizing Su Yang's power, Lan Mei had only one thought in her mind: how to survive. To live a better life. That is to demonstrate one's value. Su Yang didn't hide anything, which made Lan Mei very clear that although she had joined Su Yang's caravan, she was no different from a slave now, and everything she had belonged to Su Yang. To a certain extent, she couldn't disobey whatever Captain Su Yang said. If you disobey, you will suffer extremely painful punishment, or in severe cases, you will be executed. She doesn't want to. Therefore, she acted very positively. Especially after discovering that Su Yang possessed a biochemical evolution potion, she revealed the Blue Shadow Clan's trump card and pillar, gene enhancement. So, you mean that my biochemical enhancement and evolution path can incorporate the Blue Shadow Clan's gene technology? Su Yang looked surprised. He was truly surprised when Lan Mei proposed this idea. Theoretically, it is possible. Lan Mei hurriedly explained, my talent is that of a researcher, and it is precisely because of this that I obtained the gene enhancement technology for level 1 to 3 life forms of the Lanning clan. Although I have not studied the evolutionary potions of the biochemical system during the Dawn Station, the Lanning provided me with a large number of zombies and night demons for my gene research. Through these studies, I discovered a special gene among zombies and night demons, which I call the biochemical gene. This gene can be fully integrated into the Blue Shadow Clan and can increase the Blue Shadow Clan's genes, but some things are needed. Based on her aura and reactions, I initially judged that the Blue Shadow Clan's gene technology could also be used on her to strengthen and enhance her. As she spoke, Lan Mei's gaze fell on Lu Mimi. Clearly, she had already noticed that Lu Mimi had undergone biochemical modifications. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He was naturally aware of Lan Mei's talent, but he hadn't expected her talent to be so outstanding. Wait a minute, isn't this perfectly aligned with the biochemistry route he obtained? Give her the biochemical data and information we obtained earlier, and let her go to the laboratory to conduct research. Su Yang said to Fangya. The so-called laboratory is located in the headquarters space. Su Yang specially set aside 2 floors to have it transformed into a laboratory, although the current laboratory is mostly furnished and lacks even some of the high-tech equipment he wanted. However, with the help of the military, Su Yang managed to recruit quite a few talents in this field. Furthermore, the corpses of the Corpse King and the Night Demon Mother were also placed there, but initially, due to the lack of special equipment, no significant research results were achieved. With Lan Mei around, it might actually be possible to research and develop a biochemical level 5 or higher evolution potion. At least it's something to miss. Fangya nodded and took Lan Mei away, as she was well aware of the importance of biochemistry research. Then, Lan Mei was greatly shocked. The interior space was so large that even the orange-colored cars with similar interior space didn't have such a huge space. Soon, she was told that this was a special space and that it belonged to Su Yang's abilities. Dual talents? Lan Mei was shocked, but she soon realized that her master seemed to be more than just a dual-talented individual, or rather, a multi-talented individual. In the following hours, the remaining 4 convoys of the Blue Shadow Clan were also wiped out. Sieb Bayan finally turned the tide, as he encountered a second Blue Shadow Clan caravan and easily wiped them out. Ichiwa's team encountered the Blue Shadow Clan team, but they didn't gain anything by the end of the competition. The remaining 2 Blue Shadow Clan convoys were both encountered by the military. One of these convoys even wiped out another convoy from the China region, so it was naturally formed by other forces. 2 of the 3 caravans were wiped out. In fact, if the last caravan hadn't been attacked by the Blue Shadow Clan caravan, and the military caravan hadn't arrived in time, it probably would have been wiped out as well. It must be said that the Blue Shadow Clan's strength far surpasses that of Blue Star. Without Su Yang, China would have undoubtedly lost. It's worth mentioning that the finish line will only appear when there are only 10 teams left in the entire competition venue. In other words, a competitive match would require at least half of its participants to be eliminated. It depends on whether it's the enemy or our own side. When the finish line appeared, Su Yang naturally rushed there immediately. Then came Fang Xuqing's convoy. Interestingly, Fang Xuqing's team did not encounter any Blue Shadow Clan teams from start to finish. In fact, when the finish line appeared, they were less than 500 kilometers away from them, and they easily reached the finish line. Sieb Bayan's convoy ranked 3rd, Hichiwa's convoy ranked 4th, followed by the 3 convoys of the military, and the only surviving convoy formed by other forces ranked 8th. Compared to the other 2 convoys that have been completely wiped out, even though they lost 2/3 of their personnel, this is still an excellent result. Only 8 teams survived this competition, so there were no 9th or 10th place teams. As soon as the competition ended, Su Yang and the others received their rewards. The first reward felt a bit strange. Visibility for all personnel increased by 50 meters. This reward is for everyone in the China region, but Su Yang and other participants received even more. The first place winner received visibility plus 500 meters. The second place winner received 300 meters. The third place winner received 200 meters, and the 8th place winner received 120 meters. This reward suggests that the next stage of survival may involve obstacles or other challenges in terms of visibility. The second reward is a treasure chest. The next phase will feature treasure chests that are at least green, with a 10% increased chance of finding a blue chest, 1% for purple, and 0.1% for orange. Su Yang's chances of getting first place are 10 times higher, while the chance of a red treasure chest appearing is only 0.1%. The third reward was 1 free attribute point for everyone, while Su Yang and his team, who came in first place, received 10 free attribute points. Su Yang directly added all 10 free attribute points to his mental attribute, bringing it to 130 points, 25 points more than his other attributes. This was mainly because Su Yang wanted more mana to sustain the Night Demon Guardian's existence. All 3 rewards are quite good. Su Yang was very satisfied, and so were the others. This competition completely silenced the dissatisfaction with Su Yang. In short, that is. Fortunately, those major powers didn't send out more teams, otherwise they would have definitely lost this competition. The leaders of those factions remained unusually silent in the face of the outcome of this competition. After this experience, they seemed to have realized one thing. They were far inferior to Su Yang. They originally thought that with more people, more supplies, and upgraded vehicles, even if they weren't as good as Su Yang, they wouldn't be far behind. But what is the reality? That's not the case at all. 3 hours after the competition ended, a special notification stunned all of China. Blue Shadow Clan leader Blue Shadow uses racial betting cards to initiate a bet against the Huaxia clan. Chapter 140 The Bet. The confident Blue Shadow. Blue Shadow Clan leader Blue Shadow has used a racial betting card to initiate a bet against the Huaxia clan. The Huaxia clan is requested to choose from the following 3 options to bet. Option 1. Betting competition rewards. Losing means forfeiting the reward. Winning grants a certain reward. Option 2. In addition to the rewards from the betting competition, add 10 points to each of the 4 core attributes. A loss reduces the 4 core attributes of all members of the Huaxia race by 20 points, while a victory increases them by 10 points. Option 3. A race-based gamble. Failure results in the death of the entire race, while victory grants a special reward. A bet? Seeing the prompt that appeared before him, Su Yang frowned slightly. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. What's going on? Su Yang turned to look at Lan Mei, who had just arrived. A race-based bet. After understanding the situation, Lan Mei's eyes flashed with shock. He actually went this far? What's the meaning? When Su Yang asked again, Lan Mei immediately replied, "It's a gambling card. It should be that Lanning made a deal with the Three-Eyed Clan." The Three-Eyed Clan is a special race that seems to have the ability to obtain special items. They knew that Lanning had a special item and wanted to trade with him before, but he refused. Lan Ying's tone was slightly complicated. Now that we see, after he lost the competition, he chose to trade for that betting card. This bet cannot be refused, and if nothing unexpected happens, given the value of the item in Lan Ying's possession, he must have traded other things from the Three-Eyed Clan, perhaps something to enhance his own strength, or perhaps a vehicle. It depends on what kind of bet he chooses. If it's an individual battle, it's about improving his strength. If it's a team battle, it's probably about using special items to improve the team. With Lan Mei's quick explanation, Su Yang understood the so-called bet. Once the betting begins, the person being bet against will have 30 minutes to make a choice, but this time will not be explicitly stated. If they are unaware of this, the initiator will make the choice after the 30 minutes have passed. After selecting the betting option, the initiator can choose how to conduct the betting. But no matter what you choose, there are only 3 ways: individual, team, or clan. It's impossible for the entire tribe, because there isn't enough time. With less than a day left before the next stage of survival begins, no matter how confident Lan Ying is in the strength of his race, it's impossible for him to take on 280 million opponents with less than 20 million. Team. Given his performance in the competition and his record of eliminating the entire team without any losses on several occasions, Lan Ying would most likely not choose to do so, even if his vehicle could be further improved. It's not that there's absolutely no chance, but rather that the probability is very low. Then what's left is probably just an individual. After all, in Lan Mei's words, Lan Ying was quite confident in her own strength. Since that's the case, Fang Ye relayed the message. Everyone must choose the third option and make a choice within 30 minutes. Su Yang sneered. Did they really think that evolving to a level 4 life form made them invincible? The third option? Fang Ye was startled, but she quickly realized that Su Yang's strength didn't seem to pose any problem. Regardless of the fighting style, they have the best chance of winning, and since they can win, they naturally choose the option with the highest probability of winning. Soon, while everyone was still completely unaware of the details of the bet, Su Yang had people publicize the bet situation and provide a lot of information in accordance with his decision. Then, the entire China region was in an uproar. Damn, the Blue Shadow clan can't accept defeat. They've even come up with some kind of betting scheme. Trash. They lost the competition and thought they could win the bet? It's a joke. Wait a minute. Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Shouldn't it be Su Yang's plan? Choose the third option? Has Su Yang gone mad? If he loses, we'll all be buried with him. Too willful, too selfish. Is he planning to gamble the lives of his entire race? Huh, who does Su Yang think he is? Anyway, I don't agree. I disagree as well. Although I admit that Su Yang is very strong, this kind of bet is not suitable to gamble with everyone's lives. To be honest, although I believe Su Yang is bound to win this bet, it concerns everyone's lives, so even a 99.999% chance is unreliable. That's what I mean, I think. Everyone in the entire China region panicked. Clearly, even though many people were optimistic about Su Yang, they did not intend to choose the third option as Su Yang wished. When it comes to matters of life and death, no one would take it lightly. Even the military sent people to persuade Su Yang, but how could Su Yang be persuaded? Su Yang even made a harsh statement. If he hadn't chosen the third option in the last 3 minutes of the 30-minute betting period, he would lead his caravan to leave the Huaxia clan. Well, actually, Su Yang couldn't do that at all. But other people don't know. In addition, Su Yang had a criminal record, which led people to believe him. If Su Yang chooses to go independent, then the Blue Shadow clan will be the ones facing him. How strong is the Blue Shadow clan? Just look at the 300-person convoys organized by those forces to understand. Of the 300 people who participated, only about 30 returned alive, and even those were rescued. If they hadn't been rescued, the result would have been total annihilation. Su Yang's somewhat threatening behavior may have angered many people, but what can they do in the face of such a situation? Although many were reluctant, they eventually agreed. At least 2/3 of the people chose the third option, which can only be finalized if more than 2/3 of the people choose it. When Lan saw that the Huaxia people had chosen the third option, he was quite surprised, but after a moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. They actually dared to gamble on their entire race. Ha ha ha, how foolish. A hint of surprise flashed in Lan Ying's eyes. Does this Huaxia clan really think that possessing powerful weapons can lock down the entire situation? I'm sorry, I've chosen to fight this way, but I won't be bringing any weapons or even vehicles. Based on the situation in the competition, Lan Ying deduced that at least 3 teams of the Huaxia tribe possessed heavy weapons. Otherwise, they might have wiped out his subordinates without suffering any losses. Therefore, he plans to abandon everything else and engage in a betting war. With his evolutionary strength as a level 4 life form, coupled with the fact that he had already reached the 5th rank by using a large number of enhancement items he obtained from the Three-Eyed Clan, he was confident that there was no one stronger than him in the Huaxia clan. Just in case, he even brought along 10 Jin warriors who could unleash the combat power of a level 4 life form, even though they wouldn't survive more than 3 hours after the outburst. But as long as they can win, their sacrifice will be worthwhile. After confirming everything was correct, Lan Ying finalized the format of the gambling battle and led 10 Jin warriors into the gambling space. Chapter 141, so what if it's a level 5 life form? Easy victory. Me and 10 men, unarmed? Su Yang was quite surprised when he saw this condition, but he quickly realized what was going on. This blue figure probably thinks it has a higher level of existence, so it pulled this stunt. Su Yang immediately smiled. It was easy to select 10 people. The selection was completed in a short while, and then Su Yang and the others were teleported to the gambling space. At the same time, Su Yang saw the 11 blue shadows on the opposite side, and he immediately saw their attribute information. Car owner, Lan Ying. Talent, genetic optimization. Health points, 24,000/24,000. Mana points, 20200/20200. Strength, 120. Physical fitness, 120. Agility, 95. Spirit, 101. Overall rating, Tier 5. Not bad. Based on the information Lan May had given earlier, this Lan Ying was only a level 4 life form, and its rank had only recently been raised to level 5. Now, this attribute has not only evolved into a level 5 life form, but its rank is also about to be raised to level 6. What a pity. A hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes, because it was not hard to see from this that the item in Lan Ying's hand which even Lan Mei didn't know, was definitely very valuable. Otherwise it would have been impossible to trade for an item that could allow him to advance to this level. He can see the attributes of the blue shadow, but the other party cannot see his attribute information. At this moment, when Lan Ying saw Su Yang, she grinned maliciously and made a throat-slitting gesture. Holy crap, is this idiot really that arrogant? Xie Bayan couldn't hold back any longer. The 10 people Su Yang selected were not the 10 strongest people in the Huaxiao race, but they were all special. For example, He Xiaoyu possesses a special talent for iron plates, and after further improvement, his talent is quite astonishing. To put it simply, with He Xiaoyu present, as long as his mana hasn't been depleted, even the opponent's blue shadow wouldn't be able to harm any of Su Yang or the others. Xie Bayan's awakened talent is acceleration, which can increase speed by up to 5 times. With a good weapon, the support of He Xiaoyu's iron plate, and Xie Bayan's second talent of armor penetration, which he awakened with the heart of the Night Demon, he has the Night Demon skill. This allowed Xie Bayan to kill the Corpse King. The others are all quite talented individually, and when they work together, they are all very good. Countdown is over. The barrier between them vanished instantly, and Lan Ying seemed to want to say something. Su Yang didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all. Even if the chance of winning was 100%, Su Yang wouldn't take any risks. Lan Ying's behavior of risking the life and death of her race, and still wanting to talk nonsense was nothing short of brain dead. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yang summoned 3 Night Demon Guards, each over 3 meters tall, almost instantly. Without Su Yang's command, He Xiaoyu and the other 2 behind him used their talents. Iron Sheet, extreme speed, immense strength. With the addition of triple talent abilities, the Night Stalker Guardian, who was already a platinum level 10, became even more powerful. Then, they moved instantly. Not good. When Lan Ying saw 3 exceptionally powerful Night Demon Guards suddenly appear, his expression changed, and he sensed something was wrong. Before he could even speak, 3 Night Demon Guardians flashed to his side. But they didn't attack him. Instead, they attacked the Blue Shadow Clan warriors around him. Burn your jeans. Burn your jeans now. Finally realizing what was happening, Lan Ying shouted loudly. But when he finished shouting, he found that no one around him had stood up. Although the 3 Platinum Level 10 Night Demon Guardians are not Level 5 life forms, they are indeed Level 4 life forms, and due to their special evolution, they have reached Level 5 life forms to some extent. As for the rank, it is naturally the 5th rank. Such strength is simply incomparable to the Jin warriors under Blue Shadow's command at this stage. They were wiped out in a single encounter. Die! Upon seeing this, Lan Ying instantly flew into a rage, unleashing a powerful punch that sent the nearest Night Demon Guard flying. In Su Yang's sight, the Night Demon Guardian with 50,000 HP was half killed by Blue Shadow with a single punch. Very strong. In terms of pure strength, I should not be a match for this Blue Shadow. But, with a thought, the Night Demon Guard immediately charged towards the Blue Shadow, while Su Yang stopped what he was doing at the same time. He suddenly had a dagger made of a special alloy, which he created using his skills in material synthesis and alloy steel plates. It doesn't come with any special properties, only being extremely hard and sharp. The dagger quickly reached Xie Bayan's hands, but Su Yang's movements did not stop. The next moment, he created a heavy sword the size of a storefront. At the same time, a Night Demon Guardian in the distant battle was shattered into an illusion by the Blue Shadow. But soon, another Night Demon Guard appeared beside Su Yang, and it grabbed the heavy sword Su Yang had made and charged at Blue Shadow. No weapons allowed. It is entirely possible to create weapons using one's own talents. Soon, the 3 Night Demon Guardians summoned at the beginning were killed by Blue Shadow, but the newly summoned Night Demon Guardians, wielding heavy swords, posed a considerable challenge to Blue Shadow. At this moment, Su Yang took the opportunity to create some throwing weapons, which the people behind him used to throw at Blue Shadow. There was no need to worry about accidentally injuring the Night Demon Guards, because they could be summoned again if they died. This can be considered another special ability of LV8 to summon Night Demons. There is no cooldown time. As long as Su Yang has enough mana, he can summon Night Demons as soon as he dies. Su Yang added all 10 free attribute points he had previously obtained to his mental attribute, partly for this reason. The bigger the Blue Shadow grew, the more desperate he became. He wanted to get closer to Su Yang and the others, but the encirclement of the 3 Night Demon Guardians was not so easy to break through. In addition, the occasional throwing attacks made it impossible for him to get close to Su Yang. Finally, at a certain moment, Lan Ying, whose mana had been reduced by half, paid a price to shake off the 3 night demon guards. Then, just as she was about to unleash some kind of power after consuming 5,000 mana, Jiang Manhwa, who had been standing behind Su Yang, made her move. Mental shock. Jiang Manhwa instantly consumed 99% of her mana and unleashed a mental attack on Lan Ying. Buzz. An invisible mental attack struck Lan Ying instantly, causing him to momentarily freeze, and his previously unleashed talent ability instantly dissipated. At the same time, Xie Bian, who had been looking for an opportunity, also made his move. Whoosh. In a flash, before Lan Ying could even react, the dagger in his hand had already pierced his heart. The Blue Shadow clan is actually not much different from humans, except for their skin color. In fact, if you remove the blue fluorescence emitted by the Blue Shadow clan's body, they are no different from the humans of Blue Star. The heart is naturally the Blue Shadow clan's absolute weakness. When life evolves to a certain level, not to mention the heart, even if the head is lost, one will not die and can recover. Unfortunately, Blue Shadow clearly hasn't reached that level. The betting agreement is over. The winner is the Han Chinese. Chapter 142 Special Reward, Gene Evolution Technique. China region. After Lan Ying, Su Yang, and the others entered the gambling space, a huge screen appeared and began a live broadcast. Did you win? Many people were a bit confused. They haven't even recovered from being threatened by Su Yang to choose the third option and risk the life and death of their race. Is it over now? Not only did it end, but they also won. Ha ha ha, we won. We won. Just as I thought, Su Shun is indeed Su Shun. He can get it done in 3 minutes. Haha, I told you. Whatever Su Shun says, we choose. It's never wrong. See, we won now. Come on. You were just complaining about how domineering Su Shun was. Nonsense. I clearly said domineering. What do you know? Haha. Anyway, we won, so there should be a reward, right? There will definitely be a reward. This is a matter of life and death for the race, so the reward will definitely be substantial. TSK Tisk, I'm curious to know what the Blue Shadow clan is thinking. What kind of ideas do you have? If they lose, they'll all be dead. What other ideas could they possibly have? Compared to the Huaxiao region, the Lanying region was completely silent. Even after the results came out, the Blue Shadow zone was completely silent for a full minute. It seems that no one can accept this outcome. We lost. How could we possibly lose? Their third prince has already evolved into a level 5 life form, and not only that, his rank is also about to rise to level 6, which is quite powerful. Moreover, this time they are all gene warriors, whose power, when unleashed, can rival that of a level 4 life form. Even if there are powerful beings in China who have evolved to the 4th level of life form, there are definitely not many. They are guaranteed to win. However, the final result was far from what they had expected. The 3-minute countdown was quickly entering its final minute. This is a countdown to death. Then, countless Blue Shadow clan members broke through the defenses. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could this happen? Lan Ying, you bastard, how could you lose? I told you not to gamble with the whole clan, but this idiot Lan Ying still insisted on gambling. He's sending us all to our deaths. It's over, everything is over. Our Blue Shadow clan has been eliminated from this God's game. Such a loss makes it impossible for our Blue Shadow clan to participate in the next God's game. Blue Shadow, you are the greatest sinner of our Blue Shadow clan. The more these Blue Shadow clan members worshipped Blue Shadow, the more they now hate him. Why continue betting when you've already lost the competition? Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't do that, right? Quite a few members of the Blue Shadow clan share this view. They seem to have forgotten how brilliant Blue Shadow was when he initiated the bet. How could the mere Huaxia people possibly be a match for the Blue Shadow clan? Losing in a competitive match is always due to some kind of conspiracy or trickery. No one has such thoughts anymore. Everyone is complaining, cursing, and crying in despair. Regardless of what happened, once the countdown ended, all the Blue Shadow clan members vanished without a trace in an instant. This was completely obliterated by an inexplicable force. Not only the Blue Shadow clan here, but also those Blue Shadow clan members in the world they inhabited were wiped out. The Blue Shadow clan no longer exists in the world. Oh no, there should be one more. Blue Shadow clan member Blue Charm has been detected joining your team. Due to the special nature of your team, it possesses the ability to be immune to Blue Charm's elimination. Would you like to grant this immunity? TSK, my caravan is indeed special. It can even avoid the misfortune of wiping out an entire race. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Lan Mei trembling not far away, and chose to agree. In other words, after he made his choice, Lan Mei received a notification that she had been spared the fate of being annihilated, which made her instantly collapse to the ground. He almost died. Su Yang ignored Lan Mei and focused his attention on the reward segment after the bet ended. First, there's a general reward, with 3 options to choose from. The first is that all Chinese people will have their 4-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points. The second is that Chinese people awaken their talents once, but those who have already awakened their talents will not awaken again, and their talents will not be improved. In other words, if Su Yang chooses this reward, he will not receive any improvement. The third is that all Chinese people who have evolved to the 2nd level of life form will have 1 chance. Those who have already evolved to the 2nd level of life form or have evolved beyond the 2nd level of life form will have 1 chance. For example, a person who is already a level 2 life form can evolve into a level 3 life form by consuming 3 points of their 4-dimensional attributes when their 4-dimensional attributes meet the requirements. A level 3 life form can evolve into a level 4 life form by consuming 5 points of 4-dimensional attributes, while a level 4 life form consumes 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes. This might seem like it would reduce the 4-dimensional attributes, but compared to reducing the 4-dimensional attributes, it is obviously more difficult to evolve at the level of life. Su Yang could choose from these 3 reward options, but he chose to let everyone make their own choices, and he himself naturally chose 10 points in the 4-dimensional attributes. This is just the first reward of the bet. The second reward is double the visibility. The first 2 rewards are open to everyone in China, and the third reward is similar, but it also has options: individual or collective. Su Yang chose to go alone. This reward is a special gift made from everything won in this bet. This reward allows you to modify, fuse, or upgrade your talents or vehicle. In the end, Su Yang obtained a special talent card for gene enhancement, but he discovered that this was not the end of the story, because you can continue to add items to enhance it, and you can even choose talents. Su Yang's heart stirred, and he took out the blueprint for the biochemical potion. He found that it could indeed be placed inside. With a thought, Su Yang decided to take a gamble, and his gaze fell on Lan Mei. "Manhwa, give her a status update." Su Yang pointed at Lan Mei and said to Jiang Manhwa. Then, while Lan Mei looked completely bewildered, she was blessed with a blue luck charm. It's not that she doesn't want to do better, but Jiang Manhwa's luck today is only blue. She used up all her accumulated luck on Su Yang before the competition, so she can only buff Lan Mei's luck for the day. After the blessing was completed, Su Yang proceeded to the final step, incorporating Lan Mei's talent and then using it for the final fusion. Ultimately, Lan Mei's talent changed, and it was as if she herself was reset to 0 at that moment. Not only are its 4-dimensional attributes reset to 1 point, but its rank is also in an unevolved state. This filled Lan Mei with terror, but the next moment she received feedback from her innate talent, which shocked her greatly. Her talent as a researcher has transformed into genetic evolution. It can also be called a genetic evolution tree. Chapter 143, A New Land of Survival in the Mist. This genetic evolution technique is too powerful. An hour had passed, and Su Yang had learned about Lan Mei's current changes from her. Genetic evolution can be considered a talent that can be developed. However, this gene evolution technique does not improve with the blue charm's rank. It requires devouring special genes to evolve. Because it had previously absorbed the genes of the Blue Shadow clan, the gene evolution technique can now allow the Blue Shadow to evolve into a level 5 life form. It is worth mentioning that the evolutionary path of the bioengineering system has also been incorporated, which means that Blue Charm can no longer be said to be Blue Shadow clan, nor a bioengineering species, but a completely new race. Moreover, Lu Mimi and others who underwent biochemical modifications before can also be modified into this type of approach. Because of the Blue Shadow clan's genetic technology and biochemical blueprints, you can evolve to a level 5 life form at the fastest right now. Su Yang looked at Lan Mei with great surprise. Yes. Lan Mei was unusually excited. As long as I absorb enough genes, I can quickly evolve into a level 5 life form. Not only that, Master, your processing vehicle has the ability to reverse engineer blueprints. If I use this ability, along with my own genes, to conduct research, I can completely reverse engineer the blueprints for this series of evolution potions. Then how does one evolve into a level 6 life form? Su Yang asked another question. This? Lan Mei paused, then said hesitantly, it's simple in some ways, but difficult in others. Huh? What do you mean? That's right. If I want to evolve into a level 6 life form, I need to break through the level 5 life form, while also raising my rank to at least level 6. Lanmei replied. Once these two conditions are met, I can evolve by absorbing the genes of a large number of level 6 life forms. It's not about quantity, but variety. It requires devouring the genes of different races of level 6 life forms. Su Yang understood. It's really simple. But this is also difficult. For other races to evolve into level 6 life forms, the difficulty is unimaginable. According to Lanmei's speculation, she would need to devour the genes of at least 30 different races of level 6 life forms. As long as she had enough genes, she could evolve. Not to mention level 6 life forms, she could easily evolve into level 7 or 8 life forms. From this perspective, it is naturally simple. It's already difficult to gather 30 different types of level 6 life forms, let alone level 7 and 8. However, it is still a decent kind of special evolution. After confirming once again that Lanmei was still under his absolute control, Su Yang asked Fanya to take her to improve, whether it's rank or level of life. The next stage of the survival challenge is about to begin, but even now, Su Yang can only give orders to make more preparations regarding what the next stage of the survival challenge will entail. This time, Su Yang left at least 2 spatial gates in each of the 9 teams of the Infinite Car Group. Xiebian's team also brought 10 more vehicles in addition to the heavy raiders, all of which were purple armored vehicles. Moreover, among the 500 people in the convoy, there is a dedicated 100-person motorcycle team that can be deployed when necessary, whether for reconnaissance or combat. The other convoys were roughly the same size, except for the Vulcan Battalion, which was a bit special. It mainly consisted of 3 double-decker buses, with no extra vehicles except for some motorcycles, which were placed in the connecting space between the 3 double-decker buses. In fact, both the Vulcan Battalion and Xiebian side have some spare vehicles, which are stored in Su Yang's headquarters space. If any problems arise, Su Yang will take some of these spare vehicles and place them in the group's parking spaces so that group members can pick them up at any time. As for the remaining spatial gates, Su Yang only kept 2, while the other 80 spatial gates were distributed among the official and some other forces convoys. Of course, these teams are all his supporters, and if any unexpected situation arises, they can provide support through the spatial gate. This was just an excuse. The real reason was that Su Yang wanted to contact more districts. There are still over 280 million people in China. If each region has 100,000 people, there would be 2,800 regions. Moreover, there are people from Blue Star. Although China has become independent, it still belongs to the Blue Star region in terms of regional structure. It's good to prepare more. What Su Yang didn't expect was that this time, survival wasn't just about Blue Star. After the countdown ended, the next stage of survival began. Congratulations to all survivors. You have successfully passed the beginner trial. The real survival battle begins now. This is the land of mist, where mist is everywhere. Please be vigilant at all times, for countless dangers lurk within it. Please reach the land of mist within 30 days. Note 1. Anyone who fails to reach the land of mist within 30 days will be eliminated. Hint 2. There are many treasure chests hidden in the fog. Opening them will bring surprises. Hint 3. The team with the lower total score will be eliminated. The land of mist? I see. At this moment, Su Yang finally understood why the first reward in the competition was visibility. It's worth mentioning that people from other countries on Earth also managed to win in the competition. Of the 10 teams and 1,000 participants, less than 100 survived. But at least they won the competition and received the rewards. Only, will the losing side be eliminated? This hint puzzled Su Yang for a moment, but he quickly understood what it meant. Quickly check the number of viewers on the regional channel. Lu Mimi immediately noticed something unusual, and her shout drew everyone's attention to the regional channel. A001 regional channel. 1 million users, 500,000 users on Blue Star, 500,000 users on Water Source Star. The first thing you see is the number of people. The area code has changed. The number of people increased from 100,000 to 1 million. But, Water Source Star? So that's how it is. This is someone who joined another world. And then it's a survival competition? So that's what it means when the loser is eliminated. The chat channel was buzzing with excitement. With 10 minutes left in the countdown to survival in the fog, everyone can still speak in the Blue Star area. Survival in the fog? I finally understand what visibility means now. It's not just about survival, it's also about competition. Now we're going to compete in the same zone as Water Star, and the loser will be eliminated. I'm curious whether the elimination of the losing side refers to the 500,000 people in a single region, or to all of us on Earth. It's a separate district. Simply put, Out of 1 million people in any district, at most 500,000 can survive. Damn, I get it now. What they mean by true survival in the prompt is that it's a fight to the death. This is bad. It seems like there aren't any experts in the area I'm assigned to. On the bright side, maybe the other planet, water source, doesn't have any experts either. Haha, I'm in the same region as Su Shun. This round is in the bag. Wake up. Even if Su Shun is amazing, he can only score 100 points. This is about the total score. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm starting to panic. Chapter 144, a survival competition where losing means death. First place gets 100 points. 100th place gets 1 point. Does this mean that only the top 100 points count for survival in the Misty Land this time? After reading some of the rules, a flash of understanding appeared in Su Yang's eyes, but he quickly frowned slightly. What about the finish line? All he knows now is that the finish line has the same name as this stage of survival, a land shrouded in mist, but there's no hint about where it is. And most importantly, there is no specific requirement to run how many kilometers. This gave Su Yang a bad feeling. Well, we can only take it one step at a time. With a soft sigh, Su Yang's gaze fell on the countdown, which was now down to its final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 81. Whoosh. The next moment, everyone in the Huaxiao region of Dawn Station was teleported away. Su Yang and the others only felt a blur before their eyes, and then they arrived at a place filled with white mist. Looking out the car window, all I could see was white fog, so thick that I couldn't see more than a few centimeters away. However, at this moment, a white light flashed, and Su Yang and the women clearly saw a special notification appear. Visibility increased by 1,000 meters. The next moment, an invisible force forcefully pushed back the surrounding thick fog, first pushing it back to about 10 meters, and then clearing it away in an instant, creating an extremely long distance. Su Yang immediately understood that without the rewards of the competition, he could only see up to 10 meters away. This distance was barely manageable for walking, but it would be troublesome if he were driving. However, when Su Yang saw the situation within a 1,000-meter radius, he was even more shocked, because there was not just one road within that 1,000-meter radius, but 2 roads. 2 highways. What's going on? Lin Xiaoyu also noticed this and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What? There are 2 highways. Lan Mei's expression immediately turned serious. The situation is not good. With 2 roads, we will basically encounter the second team. Wait, an encounter? Lu Mimi's eyes widened. Doesn't this mean we'll run into the people from Water Source Star? That's basically it. Lan Mei sighed and said, in the survival game, if there are 2 or more roads, you will definitely encounter other convoys. And since people from Water Star appeared in this survival game, there will definitely be Water Star convoys, at least one. Now, because Su Yang chose to spare Lan Mei from being eliminated, in a sense, she has already joined Blue Star and become a member of the Chinese nation. As for race, now even the Blue Enchantress isn't part of the Blue Shadow clan anymore. Moreover, once Lan Mei develops the level 5 gene evolution potion, Lu Mimi will become just like her. What's there to be afraid of? With our strength, the mere Water Source Star is nothing to worry about. Didn't you say before that Water Source Star is a race on the list of all races? It can't be that strong. Lu Mimi seemed completely unconcerned. No, that's not how you say it. Jiang Manshua shook her head slightly and said, Shueyuan Star may not have only one race. Don't forget, we still belong to Blue Star, but in reality, our race is the Huaxiao race. Lu Mimi then remembered this matter. It's all right, Water Star is nothing to worry about for us. Su Yang spoke up, his tone very calm. This is a survival world. It's not just us who are struggling to survive. The opposing Water Source Star is also struggling to survive. So overall, the strength of our Blue Star and Water Source Star is definitely not that different. That's true. If the Water Star is far stronger than the Blue Star, then survival is impossible. At this moment, Fanya walked out of the spatial portal. During this survival mission, Su Yang conducted several experiments and even received strong support from the authorities. Actually, he was just testing whether the space derived from his LV9 spatial skill could keep people out of the struggle for survival. The result is not that it is possible. The authorities deliberately left several car teams in the Su Yang headquarters space. This space does not actually belong to the Infinite Car Group, so it is permissible for others to enter. Unfortunately, these people were eventually pulled into the land of mist to survive. This was just the first experiment, and it was unsuccessful. Whether it's an individual, a team, or even a racing club, they cannot. The second experiment was successful. The official team will add a total of 3,500 people to the 7 teams of Su Yang's Unlimited Car Club and distribute them evenly among the current 3,000 teams in the China region, leaving only 500 people to be assigned to the original 7 teams. And then, it worked. Currently, there is an official person in each of the 3,000 car teams in the Huaxiao region, who is also a member of Su Yang's Infinite Car Club. With them around, it's equivalent to connecting 3,000 car teams through Su Yang's Infinite Car Group. Although no one can enter the headquarters space, it's impossible without a space gate. But, as long as Su Yang grants them the necessary permissions, they can store and retrieve items from the vehicle group's warehouse. Because of the better headquarters space and the ability to enter directly through the spatial portal, Su Yang delegated control of the vehicle group's warehouse to the official authorities. The authorities were quite lenient, and they also trusted Su Yang a great deal, placing a large number of weapons in the vehicle corps' warehouse. Therefore, it can be said that what appears to be a collection of convoys struggling for survival in the Land of Mist is actually a massive group of 3,000 convoys on the Chinese government side. If a convoy runs into trouble, it can receive a large amount of weapons and resources and support. If all else fails, they can ask Su Yang for help, for weapons support, or even Su Yang himself. Su Yang's supercar has a spatial portal. As long as he allows it, any member can take out the supercar, and then he can go there himself, or even bring others with him. In addition, other people's vehicles are placed in the headquarters space and are still there, but the vehicle owners cannot use them. Overall, it's not bad. For Su Yang, this meant having 3,000 caravans help him hunt. Su Yang is currently at Platinum Level 10, and the advancement quests have been out for a while now. One of them is to kill 100 gold-level monsters to advance smoothly. Su Yang had already met this requirement, but he did not choose to advance. Instead, he chose the second way to advance. Kill 1,000 silver-level monsters, 100 gold-level monsters, 10 platinum-level monsters, and 1 diamond-level monster. The kills from before don't count. You have to start killing again. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang has already met the requirements for silver and gold-level monsters, leaving only platinum and diamond-level monsters. Yes, those Blue Shadow clan members that Su Yang killed were also considered strange to him. You can gain experience points and get treasure chests, but the treasure chests are generally of low level. The highest level you get is only 10 purple treasure chests. I hope to complete the advancement task in this stage. Su Yang was filled with anticipation when, just then, Lin Xiaoyu, in the driver's seat, suddenly shouted, "Commander, the search radar shows a life form approaching." Chapter 145 Blue Charm's Special Abilities. The search radar was also greatly limited when it entered the foggy area. It could originally detect a range of 30 kilometers, but now it can only detect 3 kilometers. It was suppressed to 1/10 of its original strength, and it could only detect the existence of life forms, but could not detect specific information or even analyze their strength. Upon closer inspection, Su Yang noticed a red dot about 3 kilometers to his left, seemingly moving in his direction. Upon entering this misty land, Su Yang didn't let Lin Xiaoyu drive too fast, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. "Slow down, and then move a little closer," Su Yang said. The roads in this misty land are unusually large, exceeding 30 meters in width. If it weren't for the good visibility, one might not even be able to see the entire road. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang's LV9 team can carry up to 1,000 people, and the research members he recruited have all been brought into the team. They now live in the headquarters space, which is very reassuring for them, as they don't need to go out to survive. However, their activity area is limited to within the 5th floor, which is actually quite large. At the same time, there are more than 100 logistics personnel. Su Yang only set the scope of their activities and some rules and regulations for these team members. If anyone doesn't want to work anymore, they can leave. In reality, no one would want to leave. With enough manpower, Su Yang can ensure that the armored RV can operate 24 hours a day while being guarded. After Lin Xiaoyu moved the vehicle closer, she quickly discovered that there were not just 1, but 7 or 8 life forms. A few minutes later, when the 7 or 8 monsters appeared within Su Yang's field of vision, Su Yang saw that they were actually 7 or 8 large dogs, each 2 or 3 meters tall. Mist Hound Normal. Level, Black Iron 1. Health points, 100/100. Mana points, 10 out of 10. Skill, Summon. Wild Dogs in the Mist, Excellent. Level, Black Iron 5. Health points, 150/150. Mana points, 15 out of 15. Skills, Summon Fangs. Iron level monster. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. he was weaker than the night demon. But it had only been half an hour, and they had only run about 30 kilometers, when a monster of the iron level appeared. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out, and 8 mist hounds were killed. Su Yang didn't make a move, but Lu Mimi volunteered to practice her marksmanship and killed him with a sniper rifle. Quick, Xiaoyu, run over there and retrieve these big dogs. Lan Mei excitedly shouted. I've never seen this type before. I need to collect their genes. If the genes are good, I might be able to create a level 1 evolution potion. Primary evolution potion? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Although this thing was of no use to him, and even after the bet, it probably wouldn't be attractive to most people in the Huaxia clan. It could be put into the Blue Star Zone for trading. With a thought in mind, Su Yang would not give up the opportunity to scavenge resources. Even basic materials that seemed to have low value were, in his opinion, part of high-grade materials, based on his skill, alloy steel plates. Soon, the corpses of several mist hounds were recovered, and Blue Charm immediately returned to the laboratory in the headquarters space. At this moment, Su Yang said to Fangya, release the confirmed information and at the same time collect live mist hounds and any other living creatures. Fangya nodded and then returned to the headquarters space. She also recruited 20 or 30 subordinates to assist her in transactions and in collecting and disseminating information. This time, there are 2 regional channels, one from Blue Star and the other from Water Source Star, and neither side can see the other. This left many people disappointed that they couldn't become keyboard warriors and fight against the Water Star. However, this also has its advantages, namely that some intelligence can be published on regional channels, which is quite convenient. Even on Blue Star, Su Yang had someone release the news that the official 3,000 teams were not all in the China region, but also included some on Blue Star. This allowed Su Yang to expand his trading scope and finally make contact. Fangya is still at the 4th rank and has not yet been promoted to the 5th rank. Because of the attribute-enhancing items she obtained, she first promoted Su Yang, and then Lu Mimi, since Lu Mimi's talent can be used to synthesize treasure chests. Then comes Jiang Manhua, whose talent is also very important. Next is Fangya, and finally Lan Mei and Lin Xiaoyu. Therefore, Fangya is still at the 4th tier. Her talent as a merchant does not yet allow her to trade throughout the entire Blue Star region. However, the team members dispersed by the government can serve as her trading assistants. Over the next few hours, a number of mist hounds and mist boars appeared one after another, all of them being level 1 to 5 black iron. Su Yang didn't make a move, leaving it for Lu Mimi and the others to practice their marksmanship. Killing a few would only give them a few dozen experience points, and the treasure chests that dropped were all white, which Su Yang no longer cared about. Unless you buy a large number of these black iron level monsters at once, you can't just sweep them away with a K-type heavy machine gun. Several hours later, Lan Mei also made some progress. First of all, she went directly from her previous unevolved state to a first-level life form. According to her, her current limit is a level 5 life form. As long as there are genes that match the species to activate her, she doesn't need to devour anything. The genes extracted from the bodies of monsters like the black iron level mist hounds and mist spiny boars can be used to create level 1 evolution potions, which can not only evolve people like Blue Charm, but also others. Simply put, the evolution potion needed for the modified person can be made with just 1 black iron grade mist hound, while the potion for others to evolve requires 3 times the amount. However, Su Yang had Fangya announce that 100 corpses of monsters like mist hounds and mist boars could be exchanged for 1 evolution potion, while only 50 living monsters would be needed. Oh, this is the price of Blue Star. For the Huaxiao region, only half the quantity is needed. Many Chinese people chose to awaken their talents when selecting the first reward in the bet, while many others had not yet evolved into first-level life forms. Yes, even now there are still people who haven't accumulated enough points in all 4 attributes to receive the benefits of that first evolution. A number of mist hounds have already been collected. The only thing that disappointed Su Yang was the lack of bronze-level monsters. According to his speculation, bronze-level monsters might allow Lan Mei to unlock the second-level life form genes, and then be able to deduce the blueprints for the second-level evolution potion. Overall, it's still pretty good. At least 7 or 8 hours have passed, and there have been no casualties in the China region, while the total number of people on Blue Star has decreased by several dozen. This time, in the survival game, you can not only see the number of people in your own area, but also the total number of people in both worlds. On Water Star, the overall number has not decreased. At first glance, Earth seems to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 146 Special Conditions for Upgrading Orange Vehicles to Red. Water Source Star Zone. At this moment, the main communication channel of the Water Source Star region is very lively. Blue Star? This is our opponent? It doesn't seem like much. Haha. Only a few hours in, and 70 or 80 people have already died. No pressure at all. Hey, have you heard? The Water Source clan is looking for people. Anyone who can get into the top 10 teams in the region during this survival competition can join the Water Source clan. What? Lord Coles is finally going to expand his race. This time I must join. It's not just the top 10. Our clan leader, Lord Coles, said that anyone who can kill 100 Blue Star people can join our Water Source clan. There's such a benefit. Where are the Earthlings? Come out, and let Lord Pugil kill them. It's probably not that fast. Although we've confirmed there are 2 highways, we'll probably have to wait a few more days before we encounter any Earthlings. Like Earth, Water Source Star also has an independent race that they named the Water Source race, meaning that they are the true masters of Water Source Star. However, the Water Source clan currently has a small population, only a few 100,000. However, this so-called Water Source clan was established after the competition. That's right, they fought their way out of competitions in multiple worlds. It's just that Water Source Star is much larger than Blue Star, and its population is far greater than that of Blue Star, which is why the number of people living on Water Source Star is now almost the same as that on Blue Star. Among them, the one with the best performance and the highest score, Coles, was qualified to establish a race. Coles used this to recruit many subordinates. The words spoken by those people in the communication channel were naturally, deliberately left there by him. But at this moment, his attention was not on that. At this moment, on a large armored vehicle. How's the intelligence gathering about Earth going? Coles looked at his secretary, who was exceptionally beautiful, and asked. Given his background, Coles would never have had any interaction with a woman like this. But now they were not on Water Source Planet, but in the survival world, and the woman in front of him could only rely on her looks to please him. Because the communication channels are not connected, the intelligence we have gathered is limited, but what we can confirm is that Blue Star has also established a race called the Huaxiao race, but it is not a race on the leaderboard. They must have arrived at Dawn Station earlier than us within the stipulated time, and obtained the qualifications to establish a community and the qualifications to establish a race. The beautiful secretary replied, according to our current intelligence, none of the people on our Water Star have died, but nearly 90 people have died on Blue Star. Oh really? Cole's eyes lit up, a hint of delight flashing across his face. How did the analysis team analyze it? Based on preliminary analysis, our chances of winning this battle are over 80%. If you upgrade the vehicle to Orange, Chieftain, the chances will be over 90%. It seems that Blue Star is just lucky. Kirsten was immediately relieved. Their Water Source Star had experienced fierce battles, and its overall strength was definitely much stronger than that of Blue Star, which had not experienced several world competitions. Go and spread the word that as long as certain materials are provided, I can let them join the Water Source clan. Yes. After the secretary left, Coles revealed a confident smile. As long as I gather all the materials to upgrade my Wilder to an orange vehicle, I can upgrade it to an orange vehicle. Plus, I have 3 Orange Star Up cards, so I can upgrade it to Orange 2 stars. How can I possibly lose? Vehicle, Armored Motorhome, 500%. Quality, Orange 9 stars plus. Light energy, 2890/3240, regenerates 54 light energy per hour. Speed, 1240 km/h+. Components, 13/15 energy electromagnetic cannon, red+. Vehicle interior space, red+. Energy converter, red+. Small armory, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. High energy engine, purple+. Optimized components, 3/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. Barrett Thor, orange optimized state. High energy engine, orange optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion. It's still not enough. Looking at the remaining solar energy in his vehicle, Su Yang shook his head slightly. Since upgrading the armored vehicle now doesn't restore light energy, Su Yang simply upgraded it directly to orange 9 stars, since he had enough orange upgrade cards. Not only are there enough upgrade cards, but there are also enough blueprints to add vehicle parts, directly increasing the number of part slots by 3. However, a high-energy engine has now been installed on one-third of the parts of Su Yang's armored vehicle, and even an optimized component has been temporarily installed. There was no other way, because the current daily ecosystem covers the space extended from the skill LV9 space, and there are currently 400 or 500 people living in the headquarters space. Adding in the energy consumed by Blue Charm's gene experiments, the energy consumption is staggering. Although there is a red-level energy converter in the vehicle's special engine, it is still not enough. In less than a day, they started to need solar power, which is unacceptable. Su Yang can only install more high-energy engines. If even more powerful engines become available, he will replace them. Furthermore, once the armored motorhome is upgraded, these installed engines will be integrated into the vehicle's own engine, providing a certain improvement to the engine, so it's not a waste. Only, the requirements for upgrading to a red vehicle are really high. Su Yang shook his head slightly. What's wrong? Does upgrading the red vehicle require a lot of materials? Jiang Manhwa couldn't help but ask. Materials aren't the problem. The key issue is that upgrading an orange vehicle to a red vehicle requires 3 orange 9-star vehicles. Su Yang's tone was somewhat unusual. What? We need 3 more orange vehicles. Jiang Manhwa's exclamation drew everyone's attention, and the girls immediately crowded around to watch, all of them exclaiming in surprise. My God, are red vehicles really that terrifying? Not only do they require a lot of red materials, but they also need to consume 3 orange vehicles. And it has to be orange 9-star? Wait, the requirements for the red fortress vehicle upgrade blueprint didn't include this. It's probably because my brother's vehicle didn't reach the orange 9-star requirement, so it didn't show that condition. It only showed the upgrade requirements for the red fortress vehicle. It seems fortunate that we didn't finalize the upgrade of your brother's vehicle to the red fortress vehicle beforehand. Otherwise, not only would we not be able to upgrade it, but we would also have to synthesize all the materials and make it unusable for the time being. Yes, that's true. The girls chattered excitedly. Su Yang's armored RV had been modified to be larger, and during the upgrade, he also made some changes to the vehicle's interior structure, adding a 1-meter-wide walkway to the sides and rear of the vehicle. The walkways were now guarded, and each driver was a professional official soldier, leaving Su Yang and his companions with nothing to do. Chapter 147, Opening the Mysterious Treasure Chest Again. Talent Extraction Card. Although the upgrade requirements are exaggerated, Su Yang is still confident that he can upgrade the armored RV to red in this survival challenge. It's just 3 orange 9-star vehicles. With so many people joining his team, he could easily produce 3 vehicles. Besides, Fanya already had quite a few vehicles acquired through trading. During the zombie apocalypse, Su Yang acquired a large number of abandoned vehicles, and the vehicle blueprints he collected have been used to synthesize purple vehicles. There are tens of thousands of them, but when the official team added them, Su Yang traded a lot of them at the bottom price. Even so, he still has 5,000 or 6,000 purple vehicle upgrade blueprints. Now, as long as he advances to diamond level and his level increases, he can use skill points to upgrade the skill of synthesizing materials. It will be very easy to synthesize orange vehicles then. Su Yang believed it wouldn't take long, because a bronze-level monster appeared on the 3rd day after entering the Misty Land. Misty White Wolf, normal. Rank, bronze level 1. Health points, 1,000/1,000. Mana points, 150/150. Skills, summon track. Today is the 3rd day. In the first 2 days, Su Yang and his group encountered many monsters during their cultivation, but they were all only of the black iron level, with the highest being only black iron level 8. And none of them even reaching black iron level 10. As for how far they ran in 2 days, because he had more people under his command, Su Yang kept the armored RV running 24 hours a day, which did not put any burden on the armored RV. Because the armored motorhome could collect the corpses of the mist hounds from inside the vehicle, it traveled 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers in 2 days, even though it sometimes slowed down. However, after running such a long distance, the scenery in front of me remained unchanged. It wasn't until he saw these few misty white wolves that Su Yang realized the situation had changed. A bronze-level monster has appeared. So the question is, did the white wolf of the mist appear with the passage of time, or as the distance traveled increase? An hour later, Su Yang confirmed the answer. It's time. Because it wasn't just him. Everyone who entered the land of mist saw the white wolf of the mist starting today. Even because the white wolf of the mist has white fur all over its body, it seems to blend into the mist when it stands in the mist, causing hundreds of people to die on Blue Star in just 1 hour. The Chinese are doing well. If they win their bet against the Blue Shadow clan, their reward visibility doubles. Therefore, the visibility of Chinese people starts at 100 meters. Even if they don't discover the missed white wolf immediately, the attack will only begin from 100 meters away, so they will naturally have time and distance to deal with it. Su Yang's side was within a kilometer radius, which was easily handled. He didn't even need to show his face. The personnel on both sides and behind the armored vehicle took down the white wolf of the mist. However, their orders were to avoid killing these mist wolves as much as possible. It should be noted that within the headquarters space lies a slaughterhouse, 10 meters high and 800 meters in diameter, which Su Yang specifically uses to deal with the strange creatures he has acquired. Once the collected quantity reaches a certain level, Su Yang will bring a machine gun and sweep through the area. Of course, what really caught Su Yang's attention was whether this bronze-level monster could allow Lan Mei to reverse engineer a level 2 evolution potion. As it turned out, he was right. A bronze-level mist white wolf is fully capable of creating a level 2 gene evolution potion. The three of them can create normal level 2 evolution potions. Su Yang still maintains the standard exchange rate of 100 mist white wolves for one level 2 evolution potion, with the rate halved in the China region. If a bronze-level monster appears on the third day, is there any chance that a diamond-level monster will appear in the remaining 30 days? Su Yang figured that encountering a diamond-level monster would allow him to complete the advancement quest. Let alone diamond-level monsters, Su Yang has never even seen platinum-level monsters, but that doesn't mean he can't kill diamond-level monsters. The Night Demon Guardian he summoned was a genuine platinum-level monster. Judging from the Night Demon Guardian's strength, it could be inferred that the monster was diamond-level. Even if there were some discrepancies in the final analysis, they wouldn't be significant. Su Yang was confident that he could kill a diamond-level monster. If all else fails, just unleash an electromagnetic energy cannon with 3,000 points of light energy. He refused to believe that this couldn't be handled. The question is whether it exists. Since the appearance of the mist white wolves, more than 100 mist white wolves have been encountered throughout the day. However, through trading, Su Yang killed more than 100,000 mist white wolves that day, which was quite a lot in terms of quantity, but the experience points he gained were actually not high. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang has accumulated nearly 60 million experience points, which is quite a lot. However, considering that the experience points required to advance to diamond level are in the tens of millions, it's likely that 60 million experience points will only allow him to advance 3 levels. It's still not enough. Su Yang was hoping for higher level monsters to appear, as that would give him more experience points. On the 4th day, another piece of good news came. It wasn't that a higher level monster had appeared. Well, higher level ones have appeared, such as the bronze level 5 mist white wolf, but no silver level ones have appeared. Su Yang's so-called good news is that Jiang Manchua's luck is purple today. We've been waiting for this day for several days. The mysterious treasure chest appeared the day before we entered the land of mist, but we haven't had any luck with it, so it's been sitting here until now. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be purple for the next day, or you can accumulate your luck for 3 seconds to gain orange luck. With Jiang Manchua's blessing, Su Yang immediately began to quickly open a mysterious treasure chest, and more than a dozen orange treasure chests in front of him. There was no red treasure chest. Logically, Lu Mimi should be able to synthesize a red treasure chest at her current level, but because Su Yang wanted to upgrade the vehicle to red as soon as possible, he only asked Lu Mimi to synthesize the treasure chest to orange. This way, you can synthesize 3 orange 9-star vehicles as early as possible. You opened a mysterious treasure chest and obtained a special item, the talent extraction card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained the orange item, the orange car team attribute card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained the following items: 10 orange wooden blocks, 10 orange iron blocks, 10 orange copper blocks, 1 blueprint for upgrading an orange armored double-decker bus. You open the orange treasure chest and obtain the following items: 10 orange parts, 10 orange iron blocks, 10 orange copper blocks, 3 orange startup cards, 1 orange vehicle shield blueprint. Yo-ho! When Su Yang saw that he had obtained a blueprint for upgrading an orange armored double-decker bus, his eyes lit up slightly. This was clearly meant for Hichihua. That's good. We can give it to the other party first, along with this shield, and then let him lead the Vulcan battalion to hunt monsters with all his might. Su Yang immediately had an idea. This stuff would be converted into specific contribution points, and then Hichihua and the others would repay it slowly. The details were Feng Ye and the others' business. Su Yang only glanced at them before his gaze fell on the contents of the mysterious treasure chest. Talent extraction card. Chapter 148, another orange card group attribute. Item, talent extraction card. Category, mysterious. Quality, special. Uses, it allows you to extract your own or others' talents. The acquired talents can be used by anyone to gain a second talent, or they can be fused with your own talents. Note, only talents of the same type can be fused. Fusing talents of different types has a high failure rate, and failure will result in the loss of the extracted talent. Wow, this is amazing. There are even special items like this. Upon seeing the attributes of this talent extraction card, Su Yang's mind stirred, and several ideas came to mind. Suddenly, Su Yang had an idea and took out a card. It was a copy of the card that Chihua had traded to him a long time ago, but he had kept it until now because he didn't have a suitable thing to use it. Su Yang tried it and found that he could copy it, so he simply copied it directly. It was a success. I now have 2 talent extraction cards. Since we already have 2, let's give it a try. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on his own skills. His skills were talents, so the question was, since the extracted skills can be fused, and the fused skill is just 1, can his skill points be returned? To be honest, Su Yang didn't think it was very reliable, but it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Furthermore, his skills clearly allow him to combine material synthesis with alloy steel plates. A few minutes later. Host, Su Yang. Level, Platinum 10, 59, 385, 000/. Health points, 11500/11500. Mana points, 14,000/14,000. Strength, 115. Physical fitness, 115. Agility, 115. Spirit, 140. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Gunslinging, LV6. Bullet Making, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Precision, LV6. Material Synthesis, LV6. Spatial Acupuncture, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV8. Shockwave, LV0. Skill points, 3. Looking at the skill synthesis plate that had disappeared, Su Yang did not panic. This was not a failure. It was a success. This skill has simply been integrated into material synthesis. Material synthesis can now synthesize metallic materials and, under Su Yang's interesting control, change their shape. Moreover, the degree of freedom in this regard is much higher than before. Su Yang had a feeling that he could control materials like orange iron blocks to fuse and surround the entire armored RV, giving it an additional layer of outer shell made of orange iron blocks. Perhaps it's just a matter of materials. Orange iron blocks are naturally not as strong as orange vehicles in terms of defense, but they are definitely a cut above the defense of most purple vehicles. In a sense, this is kind of a shield, isn't it? Su Yang was very satisfied, and what pleased him most was that his idea was correct. After the fusion, the skill points were indeed returned. Even though it's only half returned, it's still pretty good. I wonder if marksmanship and precision can be combined. Su Yang pondered for a moment, and finally decided to put away the talent extraction card. His idea was simple, to get another copy card so he could copy another talent extraction card. After all, it seems that duplicate cards can be obtained from treasure chests, although the probability is not very high. Most of the dozen or so orange treasure chests I opened contain materials, but I did manage to collect enough star-up cards to upgrade an orange vehicle to 9 stars. Look, we've only completed 1. We still need 2 more. It seems we still need to encourage Lu Mimi to work harder. Finally, Su Yang's gaze fell on the orange vehicle group attribute card. This was not to upgrade the vehicle group attribute to orange, but to randomly generate an orange vehicle group attribute. Thankfully, this is an orange tier item, and the generated vehicle attributes are within a specific range, so it shouldn't generate any junk, right? Soon, Su Yang's Infinite Car Club gained an orange attribute. Car group, Infinite. Level, Orange. Team, 9 out of 10. Red attribute, Training Room. Orange attribute. The guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Orange attribute. Car club discussion channel. Purple attribute. 10 parking spaces for vehicle groups. 1 processing parking space. Blue attribute. Vehicle warehouse. 100,000 cubic meters. Green attribute. Allows car core teams to expand by 5 times. Green attribute. Earn 1 silver coin worth of vehicle currency per person per day. Note, mystery chests can yield mysterious items. The generated orange attribute is a communication channel. Faced with such a trait, Su Yang couldn't say it was bad, but he could say it was somewhat disappointing. Of course, this car club communication channel is actually quite good, allowing all members to communicate within the car club. Su Yang divided the entire communication channel into 3 areas. The first interface is where all members can communicate, the second is only accessible to the team leader, and the third is the interface that Su Yang left for himself and the girls. The moment the car club's communication channel appeared, all the car club members were excited. Holy crap, I didn't expect our car club to have a communication channel. Haha, it seems there's no limit to how many times I can speak here, so finally I can communicate freely. Wait a minute, look what I found. There are even private chats. My god, the guild leader is awesome. No, you've completely missed the point. This communication channel also has a transaction-like function, and it doesn't require any fees. It can even be used as a small warehouse for long-term storage. Wow, I didn't know it could be like that. I was really hesitant about whether to waste a vehicle part space to install a vehicle storage box, but now it's completely unnecessary. Holy crap, I just tried trading a heavily wounded mist hound, and it actually worked. What? It can trade live animals? That's even better than the regional chat channel. Is it possible to trade live animals? Of course, he was quite surprised when Fangya told him about the car group communication channel, because he had no idea about it before. There's such a function? That's rather unexpected. Su Yang was taken aback, then overjoyed. But this should be a good thing, right? Of course it's a good thing. Fangya said. Both the Mist Hound and the Mist White Wolf are quite large. The purple treasure chest can only barely hold one of them, making the transaction very troublesome. Indeed, one purple treasure chest is needed to trade for one item, so 100 items would require 100 purple treasure chests. Su Yang didn't collect any of the purple treasure chests he opened, and he even kept the orange and red treasure chests to trade for living creatures. However, this also limits the number of transactions, which is why only 100,000 Mist White Wolves were traded yesterday. There are 280 million people in the China region alone. Even if only 1 in 1,000 people went to catch Mist White Wolves, they would only catch one a day, which would still result in 280,000 Mist White Wolves being caught in a day. However, Su Yang only traded 100,000 shares yesterday, which is due to limitations in trading methods. Now, with the live animal trading function in the car group exchange channel, the trading speed in at least 500 areas will be much faster. The 3,000 people who officially joined Su Yang's car club could not possibly be scattered across 3,000 districts. Moreover, there are not that many people on the entire Blue Star. Each of the 500 districts has 1 or 2, or even more members. They only need to help acquire the cars from their own districts, and the cars can be quickly traded to Fangya through the car club's communication channel. It's much faster than before. Moreover, although these members seem to be scattered, most of them are actually in the official car team. The official personnel are not just the 3,000 people who joined Su Yang's infinite car team. Chapter 149: The Silver Wolf King with Wind Blades. The benefits of faster transactions quickly became apparent. On this day, Su Yang acquired over 500,000 Mist White Wolves, and nearly 2 million black iron-level monsters, such as Mist Wild Dogs and Mist Thorn Boars. The downside of the faster transactions also became apparent. Most of the captured monsters were injured, and some were seriously injured. They were still alive when the transactions took place, but with their numbers piled up, many of the heavily injured monsters would die if Su Yang didn't kill them in time. Even so, Su Yang earned nearly 70 million in one day. At this rate, he will probably be able to accumulate enough experience points to upgrade to Diamond Level 9 very soon. So, when will a Diamond Level monster appear? Looking at his experience points of over 100 million, Su Yang felt somewhat melancholy. On the other side, have they still not found anyone from Earth? Cole's gaze fell on the secretary beside him, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. No. The beautiful secretary panicked and hurriedly explained, Chief, none of us from Water Source Star have encountered anyone from Blue Star yet. The analysis team believes this is because the time hasn't come yet. Yeah. Coles frowned. He had originally planned to encounter the people of Blue Star as soon as possible and kill as many of them as possible. In this way, they would definitely be able to win the final victory. Unfortunately, they never let him meet with the Earthlings, which made it impossible for him to dominate the battlefield. And what about Telt? How's his research going? Coles asked again. A portion has already been collected. The beautiful secretary immediately replied. Over the past 4 days, we have collected many treasure chests across the entire Water Source Star, including quite a few purple ones. However, Telt has a limited number of transactions per day, so it will take some time to collect them all. Too slow. Cole's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction. After a moment's hesitation, he said, How about this? Take out a batch of items from the warehouse that enhance the four-dimensional attributes, and have Telt upgrade his rank, so that his merchant alliance can also be upgraded. But, suddenly, Cole's tone turned cold. I told him to raise his rank to 4th level, and he needs to get all the materials within 3 days. Understood, I'll go tell him right away. Watching his secretary leave, Cole's eyes flickered repeatedly. Telt's talented merchant alliance has no real combat power. Even if it is upgraded to the 4th tier, it will not threaten me. So there is no big problem. It seems we still need something strong to restrain us. Otherwise, even though I am the chief of the Water Source clan, I don't have the power to restrain the other clansmen. This can't go on. From the bottom of the Water Source planet to the strongest in the survival world, Cole's selfishness has been fully exposed. He clearly possessed the resources to create at least 10 5th-tier subordinates, and even to evolve 3 of them into 4th-tier life forms, but he showed no intention of using them. Instead, they constantly plunder the resources of others, especially those who have joined the Water Source clan, who are required to deliver a certain amount of supplies every day. In fact, his analysis team had suggested that he sell those resources, even at a high price, but Coles chose to refuse. Simply put, he was worried that someone was too powerful and threatened his position. But he doesn't seem to understand that in this world of survival, just because he's strong doesn't mean he can rest easy. For example, even if he wins 1st place in the Misty Land this time, he will still lose if there are no people from Water Source Star behind him, and then he will be eliminated. Coles was well aware of this, but he believed that if he killed all his opponents, he could win even if he was the only one left. Unfortunately, he seems to have a significant misunderstanding of his own abilities and those of others. Day 7. On this day, Su Yang discovered a silver-level mist white wolf, which was a wolf king. However, when Su Yang saw its attributes, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The Mist White Wolf King mini-boss. Level, Silver 5. Health points, 2800/2800. Mana points, 500/500. Skills, Summon, Track, Evade, Windblade. One dodge skill is one thing, but why is there also a Windblade? This isn't Warcraft, is it? Su Yang was surprised and immediately ordered the guards to aim at the Wolf King's limbs and shoot. However, the Wolf King dodged all the shots fired at him. In Su Yang's view, the Wolf King's mana value dropped by several dozen points, which seemed to be 10 points of mana value that allowed it to dodge once. Interesting. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he went to the driver's seat, got out the Barrett Thor, and aimed it at the Wolf King. Bang! Bang! 2 shots were fired in quick succession, the first of which was narrowly dodged by the Wolf King. Unfortunately, it dodged the first shot, but couldn't dodge Su Yang's second. With a loud bang, the Wolf King howled in the distance as half of its right forelimb was broken off. -300. The health points didn't drop by much, since it wasn't a life-threatening situation. The Wolf King howled, trying to retreat, but Su Yang wouldn't let it have its way. Get closer to it. Su Yang gave the order to the soldier in the driver's seat, who immediately stepped on the gas, and the armored vehicle's speed instantly soared. Under the Wolf King's somewhat panicked gaze, the armored RV arrived within a dozen meters of it in just a few seconds. Oh whoa! The Wolf King suddenly roared and opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs to the armored vehicle. Then, in Su Yang's eyes, the Wolf King's mana value dropped rapidly, losing a full 1,000 points in an instant. At the same time, an invisible wind blade with a pale blue color condensed at the Wolf King's mouth. Whoosh! The wind blade flew out instantly and hit the armored vehicle directly. With a loud bang, the armored RV made a loud noise, but it was completely undamaged, which Wolf King found hard to accept, while Su Yang was startled. He did it on purpose, wanting to test the Wolf King's wind blades to see what they were like. At the same time, he was confident in his armored vehicle, so he didn't activate the shield. However, this single wind blade caused the armored vehicle's condition to drop by 0.5%. Compared to a fully upgraded armored vehicle with 500% capacity, a decrease of only 0.5% is negligible. But Su Yang's armored vehicle has been upgraded to orange level 9 stars, and the best materials have been used for each upgrade, making the vehicle's defense extremely strong. This Wolf King is only a silver level mini-boss, so it's quite astonishing that a single wind blade could cause such a result. However, what Su Yang cared about most was that wind blade. A magical attack. So that's how it is. Is this what true survival is all about? At this moment, Su Yang understood why the mysterious hint said that the Land of Mist was the true place for survival. They're playing magic through the air. And this is just a silver 5 level mini-boss. if it were a gold or platinum level. Suyang suddenly realized that this advancement mission might not be so easy after all. Chapter 150. Your skill is worse than not awakening it at all. Slay a silver level 5 mini-boss. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 100 gold coins, 50,000 experience points. After trying to provoke the Wolf King several more times by using wind blades to deplete its mana, Suyang finished it off with a single shot. This time, Suyang only left a little flesh and blood for Lan Mei, and then collected it. You have collected the following special items: Wolf King's Heart 1, White Wolf Essence 5, and Blue Quality Wolf Meat 100. When Suyang saw that he had collected 3 items, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not only did he have the Heart of the Wolf King and the White Wolf evolution, but he also had wolf meat that could increase his strength and constitution by 3 points. The only pity was that it was only blue quality wolf meat. Let alone Suyang, who is almost at the 6th rank. Even Fangya and others who are still at the 4th rank will not gain any attribute increase from eating wolf meat. However, what Suyang really valued was the Wolf King's heart and the White Wolf essence. Item: Heart of the Wolf King. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Use: a special item that guarantees the awakening of 1 Mist White Wolf series skill upon consumption. Note: this item can only be consumed once. When consuming 3 Wolf King hearts simultaneously, you can choose 1 skill from the 3 Mist White Wolf series skills. Item: White Wolf Essence. Category: Consumables. Quality: Blue. Use: a special item. Consuming it not only grants 1 point to each of the 4 main attributes, but also has a certain chance to awaken a Mist White Wolf skill. Note: this effect is only noticeable on the first use. This has a similar effect to the previous Nightmare Essence, Nightmare Heart, and Tyrant Heart. But, Windblade. Suyang's eyes flashed as he prepared to consume a White Wolf Essence to see if he could awaken the Windblade skill. However, after thinking it over, Suyang still approached Jiang Manhwa. Give me a status update. Guild leader, do you want that Windblade skill? What's this Wolf King Essence? Lu Mimi reacted immediately. Although she hadn't yet seen the properties of the White Wolf Essence, she was already very familiar with Suyang's methods. Upon seeing Suyang wave his hand to eliminate the Wolf King's corpse, and then have some things in his hand, the first thing that came to mind was the Night Demon Essence. It's not an evolution of the Wolf King, but merely the essence of the White Wolf, yet it possesses the heart of a Wolf King. Upon hearing Suyang's answer, Jiang Manhwa naturally understood and immediately granted Suyang a lucky buff. However, her luck today was only green, and even if Suyang chose a short-term option, his luck would only be blue. Suyang felt he could give it a shot. As it turns out, luck is a very unreliable thing to rely on. After swallowing a White Wolf Essence, Suyang did not awaken any skills. It failed. Looking at Suyang's expressionless face, Lu Mimi couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Even with Xiaoxue adding the bug, it still failed. As expected, your luck is not as good as mine, guild leader. Even if I'm incredibly unlucky, I can't possibly open a blue treasure chest and only get a box of instant noodles. Suyang gave a cold laugh, silencing Lu Mimi with just 1 sentence. Don't expose someone's shortcomings, and besides, it's been so long. Why are you still talking about it, Captain? No way. Give me one of those White Wolf essences. I'm sure I can awaken that Windblade skill. As she spoke, Lu Mimi picked up a White Wolf essence and swallowed it. Suyang didn't care. He gave the remaining 3 to Jiang Manhwa, Lin Xiaoyu, and Lan Mei, who had already begun absorbing that part of the Wolf King's flesh and blood. So, can you evolve with just a portion of flesh and blood? Okay, Lan Mei replied. My original genetic life level was level 5, but I need strong genetic stimulation, or rather, unlocking, to evolve smoothly. Although the Wolf King's life level is still a level 3 life form, some parts of it have already reached the level 4 life form, which allowed me to evolve directly into a level 4 life form. So, can this Wolf King create level 4 evolution potions? Suyang's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, for this was what he cared about most. Yes, but I estimate that it would take the genes extracted from a complete Wolf King's body to create 1 level 4 gene evolution potion. However, if we only need to create level 3, we could probably make 20 or 30. Lan Mei replied. Is that so? Suyang pondered for a moment, then turned to Jiang Manhwa and said, reveal the Wolf King's abilities, and then make sure that Xie Bian, He Qihua, and Fang Xuqing's 3 teams capture one of the Wolf Kings, dead or alive. For external purposes, a wolf king can be exchanged for the price of 3 level 3 evolution potions, with an extra one for a live one. Whether you manufacture level 3 potions or use other methods, you can only use wolf kings if all else fails. Su Yang's last words were spoken to Lan Mei. Clear. The two women nodded and immediately went down to get busy. Why are you running? Su Yang noticed that Lu Mimi was following Jiang Manhwa into the spatial portal and subconsciously asked a question. Being able to retrieve items from the outside world from inside the armored vehicle requires Su Yang to grant access to the interior space. He only granted this access to a few women. Fang Ye definitely didn't have time, and with Lan Mei and Jiang Manhwa leaving, only Lu Mimi and Lin Xiaoyu remained. This task naturally falls to the two of them. It's not fair to ask him to do it. In reality, it simply involves storing the corpses of the slain Wolf King and other prey into the vehicle's interior space, where specialized personnel then transport them to a specific level within the headquarters space for disposal. Oh, it's nothing. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Mimi looked flustered and made up an excuse to enter the portal. This surprised Su Yang, because she had just been there before, and it hadn't even been half an hour. Soon, Su Yang understood why Lu Mimi was so flustered. Of the 4 white wolf essences that were distributed, Jiang Manhwa didn't eat them, but the other 3 did. Lan Mei and Lin Xiaoyu didn't use any skills. As for Lu Mimi, she did awaken, but for her, it was better not to have awakened at all. Because the awakened skill is the strong teeth skill, which simply means that Lu Mimi's teeth can now bite through not only bones, but even some steel. But what's the use of this skill? Surely we can't let her bite or attack people. Therefore, Lu Mimi, fearing that Su Yang would ask questions, slunk away. To be honest, this skill left Su Yang speechless. It really was just as she herself had said. It would have been better not to awaken at all. Having encountered the first Mist Wolf King, Su Yang naturally wanted a second one, but unfortunately, he didn't encounter a Mist Wolf King for the next few hours. As for Xie Baiyan's 3 teams, they did encounter the Mist Wolf King. However, apart from He Chihua, who managed to surround the Mist Wolf with 3 double-decker buses and expend a lot of ammunition to severely wound and capture it, the Mist Wolf Kings encountered by the other 2 teams escaped. Fang Shuqing's side even lost 3 motorcycles, and several members were seriously injured, one of whom lost an arm. They also failed to capture the Wolf King. It must be said that the White Wolf of the Mist's evasion skill is truly unique. Once the opponent tries to escape, it's really difficult to catch them alive. After all, other teams don't have the same visibility of 1 kilometer as Su Yang. Chapter 151, The First Collision of 2 Stars. Thanks to Su Yang's reminder, and the fact that everyone in the Huaxiao region had a visibility of 100 meters, no one in the Huaxiao region suffered any losses. The main reason is that they really encountered the Wolf King. The first thing they did was ask Su Yang's Infinite Car Club for support, and they could also ask the official support. The authorities will provide weapon support as soon as possible, but of course, this will come at a cost. As for the act of renege on the agreement, to put it simply, even in ancient times on Earth, harsh measures were used to deal with chaos. How much more so in this world of survival? There will be no good outcome if you try to renege on your debt. As for the areas with members of the Infinite Car Club, Su Yang himself can sometimes go there. As long as Su Yang gives them permission, even if the supercars in the car club's parking spaces can be taken out by them immediately, Su Yang can naturally go through the spatial gate above. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang's convoy includes a team that previously underwent biochemical modifications and is now genetically modified. Su Yang specifically requested this team from the military. All 100 people are level 4 life forms, and their rank is also level 4. Their individual combat strength is naturally very strong, and some are even equipped with weapons. They are now considered a support team, shuttling between different areas from time to time, mainly for rescue, and secondly for capturing special monsters. After discovering that Xie Baiyan and his men had difficulty capturing the Wolf King, Su Yang naturally understood that capturing the Wolf King alive would be challenging. Since that's the case, let's kill it directly and preserve the Wolf King's body as intact as possible. Under these circumstances, the Huaxiao region did not suffer any casualties. At most, there were serious injuries. If a serious injury occurs, eating green quality meat can help you recover. Blue quality meat is even better. Not all of the bronze level mist white wolves acquired earlier were used to make evolution potions. In fact, most of them were harvested by Su Yang. However, he only harvested green quality wolf meat, wolf claws, wolf teeth, and other materials, without obtaining the white wolf essence. A single misty white wolf can yield dozens of kilograms of high-quality green wolf meat, which Su Yang processes at the incredibly low price of 10 copper coins per kilogram. There's no way to collect too much. There are tens of millions of kilograms and nowhere to store them. We can only trade them out cheaply, and we can still make a profit. The countries in the Blue Star region weren't so lucky. Many caravans were wiped out by the Wolf King. Of course, some caravans captured the Wolf King and tried to sell him to Su Yang for a high price. But Su Yang ignored them completely. With members from over 500 districts, why would he worry about not having a Wolf King? Moreover, it was only a silver-level Wolf King. It was only Windblade that attracted Su Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately tried to acquire it. The total number of people lost in the Blue Star region has exceeded 300,000. This number seems like a lot, but it is not much compared to the more than 100 million lost. As for Water Star, it also lost over 10,000 people today. In the past few days, nearly 200,000 people have died. Overall, it is better than Blue Star. However, Coles was quite satisfied with this result, especially since several 100-person teams in the A001 area had been wiped out, which made him very angry. Useless. All of you are useless. Coles was furious. It was just a Wolf King, yet it wiped out 4 caravans, and more than a dozen caravans suffered heavy losses. They're all useless. The beautiful secretary standing to the side trembled and dared not say a word, only muttering to herself. The strongest people in those caravans were only at the 4th level, and their life level had only evolved to the 3rd level. Facing the Wolf King, who could dodge attacks from ordinary weapons, they were really powerless. After all, someone with that kind of strength would basically be nothing more than a sitting duck if they directly engaged in combat with the Wolf King. Of course, she couldn't say this out loud. But soon she seemed to have received some news and suddenly looked up at the furious Coles and said, "Chief, a squad from Sector A107 has encountered a Blue Star convoy. In Section A107, 2 convoys are engaged in a fierce battle. Haha, these trash weapons from Water Source Star don't seem very good. Let's show them the strength of our great Han Kingdom." One of the captains of the Great Cold Country burst into laughter. However, he failed to notice that the convoy from Water Star was gradually approaching them. 1 minute later, a vehicle from the Water Star rushed up directly. "Sheba, it's me." The captain of the Great Cold Kingdom's expression changed, but before he could react, a Water Source Star warrior used his innate ability to appear in front of him. Uft! With a flash of light, the head of the Great Cold Kingdom's caravan captain was taken away. His death immediately threw the remaining members of the Great Han Kingdom into a panic. The massacre begins. Minutes later, after killing all the members of the Great Cold Kingdom, the 100-person convoy from Water Source Star was left with more than 70 people, several of whom were seriously injured. But whoever they were all madmen with sinister grins on their faces. Is this the strength of the Earthlings? They're too weak. It was too easy. We only lost about 20 men to take down their 100 men. Hey, if it weren't for their superior weaponry, we wouldn't have lost more than 10 men. This is good news. We should report it, and the clan chief will definitely reward us. This isn't an exaggeration by the people of Water Source Star. It's truly the case. After all, they had truly fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the previous competitions, and the experience of those who have survived to this day is no joke. Most importantly, they had fought against other races and knew how to deal with their opponents. Moreover, they encountered the Great Han Kingdom, which was powerless and could only shout Sheba, a vulgar expression of despair, so it was naturally easy. If this were a Chinese team, even an ordinary one, the outcome would be very different. Even if the Water Star team were to win, very few of them would likely survive. The main reason is that the Chinese government has been manufacturing a large number of weapons during this period and selling them at almost cost price. Su Yang has made a lot of money selling bullets. When Su Yang learned of this situation, it was already more than 2 hours later. By then, several Blue Star car teams had been wiped out by the Water Source Star car team, and even some members of his own car team had been killed. Of course, when Su Yang's team encountered the team from Water Star, they naturally emerged victorious. However, the losses were considerable. Such a huge loss. Su Yang was surprised because Jiang Manhwa told him that 9 out of 10 car teams from those countries on Blue Star that encountered the Water Source Star car team were wiped out. Even some of their own convoys in the China region were completely wiped out. The strength of Water Star is not low. Even the regular teams formed by the government may not be their match. Jiang Manhwa shared what she knew. The official team had a team ranked in the top 100. They encountered a team from Water Source Star and lost more than a dozen people before finally defeating them. From the captured water source star people, we learned that their competition was won through brutal fighting, resulting in the deaths of more than 5 billion people. Chapter 152. The official stuff is really good. I see. Su-yang immediately understood that the winner of the competition was the one who fought fiercely, and this was definitely the elite of the elite. The officially created legion has a large number of warriors, and because of the large number of people, there are also many treasure chests to open. The number of high-level 100-person caravans exceeds 300. The entire official legion has more than 10 million members, and those selected to join the team are naturally the true elites. Teams that rank in the top 100 are naturally quite strong. If such a team lost more than a dozen members, it is clear that the strength of Water Source Star is also not weak. Give the order that our A001 district convoy can get loans to purchase evolution potions, as well as some firearms and pills. Loans can also be opened up in the areas where Xie Baiyan and his 3 convoys are located. He is not a saint. He can only ensure the safety of himself and his men first before choosing to support other areas. Su-yang's processing vehicle now has gun manufacturing capabilities and can produce several types of guns. Although the highest level it can produce is blue guns, that is already quite high. Even among people in the China region, there aren't many who own blue guns, and those who own purple ones are even rarer. Just as Su-yang had Jiang Manxue relay the order, Fanya emerged from the spatial portal. What's up? Su-yang knew how busy Fanya was. Even though he had recruited many people to help her, there were many things that only Fanya, with her talent for business, could accomplish. If it wasn't something important, Fanya naturally wouldn't come. Well, there's something I need your decision on. Fanya nodded and said, the authorities have provided 3 hand grenade blueprints, wanting us to produce hand grenades at full capacity and then trade them to them. Hand grenade? Su-yang was shocked. He had opened so many treasure chests, and even with others helping him open them, the total amount was in the millions. Well, although 99% of them are white treasure chests. Despite opening so many treasure chests, Su-yang didn't get any blueprints for grenades. The official stuff is really good. Su-yang quickly regained his composure. After all, the official number of people exceeded 10 million, and there were even more if you added the so-called logistics personnel. Even if only one person from tens of millions of people gets a blue treasure chest, that would still amount to 10 million blue treasure chests. In comparison, Su-yang realized that he hadn't opened that many treasure chests, mainly because it was impossible for him to have tens of millions of blue treasure chests. Asking Lu Mimi to do the synthesis would probably kill her with exhaustion. After looking at the 3 grenade blueprints sent by Fanya, Su-yang's eyes lit up slightly, because all 3 blueprints were in blue. Su-yang would naturally agree to it, as it would only take up 1 processing position. But I spoke to the officials and they agreed, but they need to add some blue or even purple gun blueprints. Su-yang stated his requirements. Fanya nodded and quickly contacted the officials. A few minutes later, Fanya looked up at Su-yang and said, the officials have agreed. They have added 3 blue gun blueprints and 1 purple pistol blueprint, but they require that 70% of the production volume for the first 3 days be produced. There really is one. Su-yang was somewhat surprised. He was just trying it out, but the military actually had blueprints for purple guns. Soon, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su-yang's eyes when he saw the blueprints. The official purple pistol blueprint doesn't have very strong stats, it just has a longer range. Its main stats are armor penetration and armor penetration, which can add armor-piercing properties to the bullets it fires. He can manufacture bullets like these and then fire them with the green pistol. However, it's better than nothing. Not long after, Xie Baiyan and his team received news that they had encountered a convoy from Water Source Star. Upon learning the news, Su-yang immediately used the spatial portal to arrive at Xie Baiyan's location. These little brats from Water Source Planet think they can break through the defenses of the raiders with these trash guns? Brothers, grab your weapons and take them down. As soon as Su-yang arrived on the heavy raider, he heard Xie Baiyan's arrogant and cocky voice. Su-yang saw through the car window that there were more than 20 vehicles surrounding the heavy raider, firing wildly. Unfortunately, their firepower was no match for the heavy raider's defenses. Even the iron plates that He Xiaoyu had added could hold out for a while. Commander! He Xiaoyu spotted Su-yang immediately, and his shout also drew Xie Baiyan's attention to Su-yang. Boss, you're here. Xie Baiyan's arrogance and swagger vanished instantly. He was about to run over to Su-yang when Su-yang waved his hand. Never mind me. Take down this Water Star team, and remember to leave a few alive. All right. Xie Baiyan smiled and replied, then turned around and shouted, Brothers, our leader is here. Let him see our strength. Good. With a shout from the crowd, everyone's fighting spirit soared. It can only be said that this Waterstar team was extremely unlucky to encounter Bayan and his group, as the difference in numbers alone was enormous. One has 500 people, and the other has 100 people. The vehicle tiers are incomparable. Apart from having an absolute advantage in the number of vehicles, the Waterstar team has no advantages whatsoever and is at a disadvantage in every aspect. In just one simple collision, the Heavy Raider crushed one vehicle, wrecked 3 others, and after several rounds, only a few vehicles remained operational, with almost none remaining intact. That wasn't the end of it. After the collision, a barrage of gunfire ensued, turning the car into a showerhead. If Suyang hadn't said to leave a few survivors, they probably could have wiped out the entire enemy force in 10 minutes at most. Soon, Bayan and a dozen men got off the vehicle, intending to capture any living water source star people. After getting off, Xiaoyu gave them iron plates, making them able to withstand several shots without any problem. Suyang sat on the sidelines watching the whole time. He came mainly to capture someone alive for interrogation, not to provide support. If Bayan is going to provide support, then Blue Star is doomed to lose. A few minutes later, Bayan returned with 3 survivors. Suyang did not interrogate them personally. His subordinates had many tasks that did not require his personal attention, and he only needed to wait. Half an hour later, the 3 water source star people died. Bayan relayed all the information from the interrogation to Suyang, after which Suyang left and returned to his vehicle. By this time, Suyang had a good understanding of Water Source Star and knew that someone on Water Source Star had established the Water Source clan. But the specific situation did not seem to be very good, and it was far inferior to the Huaxia clan. Knowing that Coles was extremely selfish, Suyang didn't take him seriously, and even felt that the outcome of the battle against Waterstar in the Misty Land was not a problem. In fact, quite coincidentally, the Water Source Star caravan that Bayan faced off against were members of the Water Source clan. In their words, their strength ranked among the top 200 of all the caravans on Water Source Star. Unfortunately, he's still a weakling. Chapter 153. Can't even last 10 minutes and still be in the top 10? The fact that Waterstar has a selfish leader is undoubtedly good news. Although we didn't know exactly what level of strength Coles possessed, the strongest member of the team we just eliminated was only a 4th-tier car owner, and their life level was only a 3rd-tier life form. To be honest, Suyang thought this was too weak, especially considering that such a weak team could actually rank in the top 200. It's important to know that the official team previously spent a considerable amount of money to purchase a large quantity of drugs, including biochemical modification drugs and biochemical evolution drugs, from him. Even the top 100 teams officially ranked have at least 10 owners who are Tier 4 Level 3 life forms, and the leader is a Tier 5 life form. The owners of the 10 strongest teams are Tier 5 Level 5 life forms. In this comparison, Earth definitely has the upper hand. Only, Suyang glanced at the A001 area channel again, feeling somewhat melancholy. Perhaps because of his racing team, none of his Infinite Racing team members were present in this area. Even the official racing teams only had a few of average strength, with most being racing teams from countries like Earth. There are probably not many car teams from those countries on Earth whose strength is comparable to that of those from Waterstar. More importantly, even if they were evenly matched, Waterstar would likely have a higher chance of winning in a real fight. So, the only way to kill them is by actively engaging them. A sharp glint flashed in Suyang's eyes. He had to find a suitable way to kill as many people as possible from the same region, Water Source Star, in order to ensure final victory. Commander, a convoy of 100 people has appeared ahead. Suddenly, the soldier in the driver's seat interrupted Suyang's thoughts. Oh, so we finally met. Suyang's gaze fell on the search radar, but he showed no surprise. Based on the previous situation, there is a chance to encounter the Waterstar's convoy starting from the 7th day. Let's get closer to them and see if they can spot us. Suyang gave the order. His visibility was 1,000 meters, while the convoy on the opposite side of Water Source Star should only be 100 meters away. He was curious to know if the other side would notice him when he got within 1,000 meters of them. It turned out that they wouldn't have noticed Suyang's armored vehicle at all. It was over 100 meters away from the convoy, and they couldn't see it at all. It's a pity. If others had similar exploration methods as search radar, then Waterstar would be nothing to worry about. Jiang Manhwa, who had already returned to the armored RV, looked at the convoy not far away, her tone tinged with regret. Indeed, leaving aside Blue Star, the visibility for everyone in the Huaxia region in this misty land is at least 100 meters, while on Waterstar it's only 50 meters. Therefore, it is entirely possible to set up everything within this extra 50 meters and then open fire when the enemy is completely unprepared. For example, right now. Fire. With Su Yang's order, the dozen or so firing ports on the right side of the armored vehicle, as well as some soldiers who came out of the armored vehicle, raised their machine guns and unleashed a barrage of fire at the Waterstar convoy in the distance. Even at the very beginning, it was a barrage of grenades. After this bombing, almost all 20 vehicles in the 100-person convoy overturned, and some even lost their doors. In Su Yang's eyes, more than 30 of the hundreds of health bars belonging to the Water Source Star people had already been emptied. Immediately afterward, a burst of machine gun fire swept through the area, and the 15 soldiers emptied only one 200-round magazine before ceasing their attack on Su Yang's orders. However, they got out of the car and walked. It's worth mentioning that quite a few people have awakened the Iron Plate talent, but of course, they can't compare to He Xiaoyu, who was already awakened and received a bonus talent enhancement after conquering the final city of the zombie siege. Even so, with the strength of the 15 soldiers in front of them, they could withstand a few shots without much harm. Although they were originally soldiers from the official ranks, they are now completely under Su Yang's control. This can be seen as a close collaboration between the official forces and Su Yang. After joining the team, they are subject to many choices set by Su Yang, and can now be considered Su Yang's private army. This team has exactly 100 people. Su Yang would naturally not treat these people unfairly. Originally, they were biochemically modified, but now they have been genetically modified, and each of them is a 4th-level life form of the 4th rank. A few minutes later, the soldiers finished off the last few surviving waterfowl, looted all the spoils, and immediately entered the space portal back into the headquarters space upon returning to their armored vehicle. Soon after, another 15 soldiers appeared. The shift has changed. Su Yang also signaled to continue, not considering this operation to be anything special. Isn't it only natural that we were able to win it so quickly? With superior visibility and an ambush laid in advance, Su Yang never expected to fail, especially since the initial attack was a barrage of grenades. However, Coles, who learned of this news, looked extremely grim. Are you sure the 9th squad has been completely wiped out? Coles stared intently at the secretary giving the report, making the beautiful secretary somewhat apprehensive. But she still answered on the spur of the moment. The 9th team suddenly lost contact 10 minutes ago. After confirming from multiple sources, it is now certain that the 9th team has been wiped out by the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, the female secretary narrowed her eyes, waiting for the storm to break. However, the scene of Coles's furious outburst that she had anticipated did not occur. When she opened her eyes, she only saw Coles's very gloomy face. Useless. All of you are useless. Coles's sudden words startled the beautiful secretary, because she didn't yell or shout. Her tone was even quite calm. I invested resources to build 10 of the strongest racing teams on Water Source Star, and they were wiped out just like that? I guess I still have to rely on myself. Coles was naturally furious. Team 9th was the 9th strongest team among the 10 teams under his command on Water Source Star, second only to himself. The vehicles were purple and 9-star, just like his. The captain was a 4th tier, level 4 life form, while the rest were 3rd tier, with the lowest life level being level 2 life forms. He was extremely disappointed that such a convoy could be wiped out. At this moment, Coles did not believe that Team 9 had encountered an extremely strong Blue Star team. He believed that Team 9 had been involved by the other team, or that there was some other reason, such as being ambushed and blown up. It could not have been a direct confrontation. Well, in a way, Coles wasn't wrong. Indeed, there was no direct confrontation, because from beginning to end, only at the very end, a few surviving members of the 9th team saw the enemy. Before that, they hadn't even noticed the enemy. However, Coles, who has always had absolute confidence in himself, would never think that way. In fact, he believes that no one else can be relied on except himself. Therefore, he changed his original plan and took a risk. Chapter 154. It's not that you can't meet them, it's that you're doing it the wrong way. 2 days later, on the 10th day of entering the land of mist, Su Yang speculated that a higher-level monster might appear today. He had encountered other silver-level monsters in the past 2 days, but he had not encountered a second Mist Wolf King. Of course, Su Yang had already collected 3 Wolf King hearts that could be obtained from the Wolf King, and he even had more than 30 Wolf King hearts in his possession. He simply didn't choose to use the Wolf King's heart awakening skill. Because Su Yang distributed the Wolf King's heart he obtained to 10 people, letting them see what skills they could awaken, and sure enough, Some of them awakened the hurricane blade, which was even stronger than the wind blade. The reason why hurricane blade is said to be stronger is because someone has already awakened wind blade, and more than one person. Xia Baiyan awakened wind blade, while Fang Shuqing awakened hurricane blade. After all, they are his captains, and Su Yang doesn't want them to be too weak. Xia Baiyan's wind blade was quite powerful, easily killing a level 10 bronze mist hound, but it paled in comparison to Fang Shuqing's hurricane blade. For example, the range of a wind blade is 30 meters, while that of a hurricane blade is 60 meters. Both wind blade and hurricane blade are used to kill level 10 bronze monsters. Wind blade cuts the monster in half, while hurricane blade blows it up, making them much more powerful than grenades. It feels more and more surreal. However, only Fang Shuqing has awakened the hurricane blade using the heart of the Wolf King. Su Yang wondered if he had encountered an even stronger Wolf King, such as a gold-level Mist Wolf King, who might possess the hurricane blade. If you can acquire 3 gold-level Wolf King hearts, the chances of awakening the hurricane blade will definitely be much higher. It's just a matter of waking up a little later. Su Yang isn't in a hurry. Commander, another convoy in our area has just been wiped out. Suddenly, at that moment, a soldier reported a message that made Su Yang frown. Another one? Su Yang asked in a serious tone. How many people are in the convoy this time? It was also a high-class convoy with a full complement of 100 people. Like the previous convoys, it disappeared without any warning. Su Yang fell into deep thought. This was already the 7th team. It seemed that since yesterday, one team after another had suddenly disappeared in their area. Needless to say, they were completely wiped out. If Su Yang had been suspicious before, he was now almost certain that this was not the work of Coles. Although the 7 teams in a row were all from countries around the world and none were from China, those teams were high-level teams, so their strength must be quite good. The fact that these people couldn't even send out a message shows how strong the enemy is. Besides Coles, Su Yang couldn't think of anyone else on Water Source Star with that kind of strength, but it wasn't a 100% certainty. What really intrigued Su Yang was how the other party found so many of his own convoys. Why had he only encountered one convoy from Waterstar after traveling for so long and so far? Su Yang was very curious about this, and a day later he finally found out the answer. Day 11. On a highway, a crushing battle is underway. They actually lasted for 5 minutes. This Blue Star team is not bad. Looking at the convoy of 18 vehicles ahead, only 3 remained stubbornly resisting. Cole's eyes were filled with disdain. This was the 20th Blue Star convoy he had killed. As it turned out, his brilliant idea was indeed a correct gamble, allowing him to continuously encounter Blue Star's convoys in this way. It was definitely the best thing for him to do it himself. But this method has reached its limit. It seems it's time to let others adopt this method of killing the enemy. Coles was well aware that if he failed to eliminate the enemy within 3 minutes, or even within 1 minute, the chances of exposing him would be much greater. Coles was right. His method of killing the enemy had already given him away. On the armored mobile home. You mean, a convoy from our China region that was just wiped out sent a message saying that their enemy came from the other side, that is, ahead of them? Su Yang stared at Jiang Manhwa in astonishment. Yes. Jiang Manhwa nodded. At first, they thought they had encountered some kind of monster and were being attacked, but when the artillery attack came quickly, they realized something was wrong and fought back, but they were no match for the enemy at all. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he understood something. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Blue Star and Water Star are actually on the same road, and they are heading towards each other. However, this doesn't make sense. Why are there other roads? It is worth mentioning that starting from the 7th day, there were 2 roads within a 1,000-meter radius, not just one. There was a road on each side of Su Yang's armored vehicle, within approximately 1,000 meters. Su Yang originally thought he would encounter a convoy from Water Source Star on a highway, but now it seems that this is not the case. Instead, he will encounter the enemy by driving onto other highways and heading back. Clearly, the loss of 20 teams from yesterday to today is due to this reason. So that's why I couldn't run into the Water Star's convoy. It turns out I wasn't using the right method. With a sudden thought, Su Yang immediately ordered the car to stop, then got out of the car, took the supercar out, and gathered 2 soldiers to drive towards a road. We'll find out soon enough whether it works or not. Anyway, even if it doesn't work, he can use the portal on the supercar to get to the station and bring everyone back, and then teleport back to the armored vehicle. Trying it out won't take much time, and as for his own armored RV, he naturally continued onward. An hour later, the soldiers on the supercar side sent a message saying they had encountered a convoy from Water Source Star. Su Yang led a dozen soldiers through a spatial portal into the supercar's interior, and then, well, that's all. Even if Su Yang hadn't arrived, the two warriors in the supercar alone could have easily taken down this convoy from Waterstar. It's worth noting that Su Yang's supercar was equipped with 5 machine guns, all semi-automatic, and armed with armor-piercing bullets. Even purple-grade vehicles wouldn't last long, let alone those below purple. Even being able to hold out for 10 seconds is an extremely rare feat. Moreover, Su Yang personally led his men this time, so the battle ended very quickly, in less than a minute. Even though it's a supercar, it belongs to Su Yang and is his second vehicle. Therefore, it enjoys the attribute of 1,000-meter visibility. Parking and preparing, watching the other party come to him, couldn't be more relaxed. This time, Su Yang determined the correct way to kill the enemy. Then he smiled. Is it about killing more people than ranking them? Ah, this is my favorite. Chapter 155 Fighting Against the Tide. Blue Star gains the upper hand. Having determined that going against the flow would lead to encounters with enemies from Waterstar, Su Yang quickly dispatched another vehicle to travel against the flow on another highway. It wasn't his armored RV, because his armored RV still had to be on the main road so that he could encounter higher-level monsters. If he went against the flow and didn't encounter stronger monsters, how could he complete the advancement mission? To put it another way, the vehicle he sent was also inferior. It was a purple 9-star armed vehicle, with its parts basically all equipped with weapons and no auxiliary components. If you really need anything, just send it over through the portal. Not only on his own side, Su Yang also had some Huaxia district teams in the same district launch a counterattack. Each convoy is supported with 20 grenades. After taking down a convoy, you can get another 20 grenades and 500 armor-piercing bullets from it. Su Yang himself also got busy, with the processing vehicle working at full capacity to manufacture grenades and guns, and the bullets could only come from his supply. Fortunately, he currently has 14,000 mana points, and every 100 mana points can be used to create 1,000 armor-piercing bullets at once. Although this will consume more materials, Su Yang does not care. Because he had accumulated a large number of treasure chests during this period, and there were so many people in the headquarters space, 10 of whom were specially restrained by Su Yang. They were specially recruited by Su Yang to open treasure chests. Even if they only opened 50 or 60 chests per minute and only opened them for 13 or 14 hours a day, each person could open 40,000 to 50,000 treasure chests a day. So, 10 people could open 400,000 to 500,000 chests a day. Therefore, Su Yang's side would not lack materials for making bullets at all. As for other districts, Su Yang did not implement such a plan. Firstly, he himself could not supply them. And secondly, he naturally had to solve the situation in his own region first. Of course, this doesn't mean that no one in other districts chose to go against the flow of traffic. Knowing that going against the flow of traffic would easily lead to encounters with the Waterstar's convoy, Xia Bian, He Qihua, and Fang Shuqing didn't even think twice before choosing to go against the flow of traffic. However, He Qihua's Vulcan battalion was in a somewhat special situation. Like Su Yang, he chose to continue forward in the main vehicle, while the other 2 double-decker buses went against the flow to fight the enemy. Because of Haiwa's special talent, the interiors of the 3 double-decker buses are connected. Therefore, even if the other 2 vehicles go against the flow of traffic, and the 3 double-decker buses are separated by tens, hundreds, or even more kilometers, they will still stay in the same space inside the vehicle and can get on any of the double-decker buses at any time. Combat strength may be weakened, but not by much. Soon, within just 3 hours, the news that reversing the flow of energy could kill enemies spread throughout the entire planet, and people in those countries on Earth also learned about it. The caravans that were confident in their strength all chose to go against the flow, because even the wrecked vehicles of a caravan capable of killing Waterstar could be sold. Not only would Su Yang recycle them, but people with similar decomposition abilities would also buy them. Disassembling an own vehicle can yield a lot of rewards, including star-up cards, vehicle upgrade blueprints, vehicle component blueprints, and more. These are all opportunities to make a fortune. Therefore, in just one day, more than 10,000 convoys were destroyed on Waterstar. Of course, not all of these teams are high-level teams with 100 people. Instead, mid-level teams with 10 people make up the majority. Blue Star also suffered losses. A large number of convoys were destroyed that day, and even in the China region, 200 to 300 convoys were wiped out. It's worth mentioning that in the A001 district where Su Yang was located, more than 500 teams from Waterstar were wiped out, but only about 50 teams were lost, half of which should have been due to encounters with Coles. 10 to 1. That's outrageous. In reality, this is not an exaggeration at all. Most of the vehicles traveling in the opposite direction are from the China region. The visibility here is 100 meters, which is 50 meters more than that of the water source star. This is an inherent advantage. We can take advantage of this to make some arrangements. First, 20 grenades will reduce the number of enemies. Then, we can fire armor-piercing bullets, which will leave most of the enemies with few. The remaining machine gun fire will be sufficient. If you encounter a mid-level convoy of 10 people, you can save on grenades. 100 or 200 armor-piercing bullets might be enough to take down the enemy. Under these circumstances, cheers erupted on the Blue Star Communication Channel in Zone A001. Compared to the Blue Star Communication Channel, the Water Source Star Communication Channel was in a state of utter despair. Because too many people died. More than 20,000 people were lost in just one day, and that's an entire district. In the first 10 days, the number of people was 500,000, and the loss was less than 50,000. But today, the loss has exceeded half of the previous 10 days, which is a very bad situation. Damn it, how could this happen? Looking at the number of people still alive on Water Source Planet, Coles felt extremely angry. He couldn't understand why this blue planet had suddenly become so powerful. He wasn't surprised at all that going against the grain to kill enemies would expose him. The problem is that he also announced the news on the Water Source Star Communication Channel, and many Water Source Star convoys started to go against the flow of traffic. But why did they kill fewer people than Blue Star? Could it be that Earth is actually very powerful? The thought of this possibility made Coles's pupils shrink, and a sense of panic rose in his heart. Chief, I think that many of the Blue Star car teams we encountered today are among their top-ranked teams, and perhaps many of them have evolved to a higher level. Suddenly, the beautiful secretary spoke up, bringing Coles back to his senses. She didn't want to talk about it either. However, seeing that Coles was getting angrier, she knew that if she didn't do something soon, things could get dangerous. She had no idea how many secretaries Coles had before her, and without exception, all of them had died. Huh? Is that so? Coles frowned and turned to his secretary. What's your basis? Some. The fact that Coles took her in as his secretary shows that this beautiful secretary is no ordinary person. According to many of the enemies that our teams have encountered in this area, the first thing they do is attack with grenades, followed by machine gun fire, and the bullets seem to have armor-piercing properties. Therefore, I boldly speculate that there are 1 or 2 car owners on Blue Star who can manufacture grenades and armor-piercing bullets, and there should also be a car owner with a talent similar to that of the Telt Merchant Alliance, since there are several districts where the same operation is performed. Most of their vehicles were only purple 3-star, with a maximum of 5-star, and many were even blue vehicles. Naturally, they were inferior to your vehicles, Chief. Given this situation, it was relatively easy for them to be wiped out. The beautiful secretary didn't say anything more, but Coles already understood what was going on. Indeed, there is no other orange vehicle on the entire Water Source Star, and the level of life is extremely low. Apart from those who meet the requirements of the 4-dimensional attributes and receive the initial benefits, more than 70% of the people on Water Source Star have not evolved and are not even first-level life forms. People who reach the level of a third-level life form are extremely rare. It seems we can try trading some of those resources to at least improve the strength of some of the teams under our command in this area. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle will be uncertain. Chapter 156: The Golden Snow Wolf King and the Attribute Stone. The Misty Snow Wolf King, the Big Boss. Rank: Gold Level 5. Health points: 25,000/25,000. Mana points: 5,000/5,000. Skills: Summon, Tracking Lock, Blink, Hurricane Blade. Looking at the Snow Wolf King not far away, Suyong knew he had made the right decision not to drive the armored vehicle onto another road and go against traffic. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have encountered the Misty Snow Wolf King. Actually, starting from the afternoon of the 10th day, some people said they had encountered a powerful Wolf King, but they only sent 1 or 2 messages, and then there was no further news. This was clearly an attack by the Snow Wolf King. It wasn't until yesterday that Suyong, through information gathered from the Blue Star General Communication Channel, definitively confirmed the existence of the powerful Wolf King. This was also the reason why he didn't let the armored RV travel in the wrong direction yesterday. Without using the weapons on the armored vehicle, they directly summoned 3 Platinum-level Night Demon Guardians to charge forward. 3 against 1, and it's a Platinum versus Gold match. Suyong originally thought it would be an absolute crushing defeat, but it seems that it wasn't entirely like that. The Snow Wolf King was indeed not as strong as any of the Night Demon Guardians, but its skill blink allowed it to dodge the Night Demon Guardian's attacks. Then, it unleashed a visible wind blade, completely condensed from wind and emitting a faint blue light, resembling a small hurricane, which directly severed one of its arms. In the end, the 3 platinum-level Night Demon Guardians paid the price of losing an arm and suffering several wounds to kill the Snow Wolf King. Sigh. As expected, even if a summoned beast like the Night Demon Guardian is strong, it cannot fully exert its potential if it lacks intelligence. Su Yang shook his head slightly. Then his gaze fell on the Snow Wolf King's corpse that had been brought back by the 3 Night Demon Guards. He didn't pay much attention to the orange treasure chests dropped by the Snow Wolf King. After all, Lu Mimi could synthesize orange treasure chests, and he already had over 100 of them. What Su Yang truly cared about was the Wolf King's heart. You have collected 1 special item, Snow Wolf King's heart, 1 low-level attribute stone, and 300 purple quality Snow Wolf King meat. 3 things. Unlike the zombie night demons, these monsters, especially the Wolf King and the Wild Dog King, are easy to collect 2 or 3 kinds of items from. Previously, Su Yang had been able to collect the Wolf King's heart, wolf meat, and white wolf essence from the Wolf King's corpse he acquired. However, this time is a little different. Item: Heart of the Snow Wolf King. Category: Consumables. Quality: Purple. Use: a special item that guarantees the awakening of 1 Mist White Wolf series skill upon consumption. Note: this item can only be consumed once. When consuming 3 Wolf King hearts simultaneously, you can choose 1 skill from the 3 Mist White Wolf series skills. Item: Snow Wolf King meat. Category: Consumables. Quality: Purple. Use: a special item with delicious meat. Consuming 1 kilogram will increase 1 point in each of the 4 main attributes, up to a maximum of 5 points. Just as Su Yang had thought, the Misty Snow Wolf King could collect a higher-level Wolf King's heart. Judging from the attributes, the Snow Wolf King's heart seemed to be no different from the Wolf King's heart, but one was of blue quality and the other was of purple quality. You should be able to easily grasp the Hurricane Blade technique. Su Yang made a guess in his mind, and then felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, although the Snow Wolf King meat was a purple item, it did not provide him with any improvement. Because once the 4-dimensional attributes reach 100 points, purple quality items that improve attributes no longer have any effect on improving attributes, so this item can only be used by others for Su Yang. However, with the Snow Wolf King meat, Jiang Manchue could break through to the 5th rank. I just don't know how much luck a 5th tier luck tier can give him. When Su Yang saw the attribute stones he had collected this time, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Item: Low-level attribute stone. Category: Equipment. Quality: Low. Purpose: when equipped, it increases all 4 main attributes by 3 points. Equipment. Looking at the pebble-like object in his hand, Su Yang found it hard to believe that it was a piece of equipment. But it cannot be denied that this thing can increase his 4-dimensional attributes. Because his 4-dimensional attributes have now increased by 3 points, and his health and mana have also increased by 300 points. I just don't know if it can help people level up. As soon as he had this idea, Su Yang quickly found Jiang Manchue and asked her to equip the low-level attribute stone. No. After equipping the low-level attribute stone, Jiang Manchue shook her head slightly. Although after equipping this attribute stone, my total 4-dimensional attributes have reached 300 points, my rank is still only 4th tier and has not reached 5th tier. I see. Su Yang looked thoughtful. It seems that the attribute enhancements from attribute stones are not enough to break through the level restrictions. I wonder if this is because the attribute stone is low level, or if the 4-dimensional attributes that are increased in this way are not good enough. Since there are low-level attribute stones, there must also be high-level attribute stones. Perhaps high-level attribute stones possess special abilities that can break through ranks. Jiang Manchue paused and said hesitantly, "Seeing these attribute stones, I suddenly wondered if there might be equipment that directly upgrades the rank, or even equipment that upgrades the life level." How? Upon hearing this, Su Yang instinctively wanted to refute it, but he quickly stopped. Well, maybe. Before I saw this attribute stone, I didn't even know that such things existed in the survival world. Maybe I even have a special talent that allows me to use the attribute stone as an enchantment stone. You mean, attach attribute stones to the vehicle? Jiang Manchue was taken aback by Su Yang's wildly imaginative ideas. It might not necessarily be an attribute stone. It could also be a special piece of equipment that increases iron content. Soo-young thought about it more and more and felt that this was a possibility. And it doesn't necessarily have to be attached to the vehicle. It can be attached to vehicle parts. Then the vehicle itself might be able to activate the skill. Jiang Manhwa. Jiang Manhwa was getting less and less willing to talk. This was getting more and more outrageous. But then again, that's not necessarily true. With magical abilities like wind blades and hurricane blades already appearing, and now an attribute stone, it's not entirely impossible for something else they can't even imagine to come along. However, let's talk about that later. Alright, let's put that topic aside for now. What about the Snow Wolf King meat you mentioned? Jiang Manhwa's eyes lit up. It could increase her 4-dimensional attributes by up to 5 points, which would be enough to advance her to the 5th rank. Not to mention her. Even Fanya put down her work when she heard the news, because it seemed that she could also use this to advance her rank. Sister Fanya has already asked Mimi to prepare the seasonings, and Xiaoyu has already taken care of all the barbecue equipment. Now all that's left is your meat. Wait, what do you mean by my flesh? This is the flesh of the Snow Wolf King. Barbecue? That seems plausible. Even if eating 300 kilograms of Snow Wolf King meat doesn't increase one's 4 main attributes, but eat whenever you want. Chapter 157, Thrilling Rescue. Given Jiang Manhwa and the other girl's current physical condition, a mere 3 kilograms of meat is nothing, and they could even eat 10 kilograms. But this time it was purple quality Snow Wolf King meat, which was extremely high in energy. The girls were already full after eating just 1 kilogram, but driven by their desire to advance, they both tried to force themselves to eat 3 kilograms of Snow Wolf King meat. Ultimately, it failed. After eating 2 kilograms of meat, the two women were completely unable to eat anymore, and they couldn't even move. Fanya could only control her subordinates to trade and sell the meat through the communication channel. This completely dashed Su Yang's hopes of witnessing the improvement of 5th-tier luck and the merchant's abilities. Well, there's no rush. It should be ready by tomorrow at the latest. And soon, Su Yang had something to do, because a caravan, which was an official caravan, was attacked by the Snow Wolf King and asked Su Yang for help. Without saying a word, Su Yang placed the supercar in the car club's parking space, had the Infinite Car Club warrior retrieve it, and then passed through the spatial portal on the supercar. As it turns out, supercars should stay where they are, and other vehicles can go where they are going against traffic. Su Yang returned to the armored RV after only a dozen minutes, bringing with him the corpse of a misty Snow Wolf King. The first thing Su Yang did upon his return was to collect resources. Unfortunately, he didn't get any attribute stones this time, but he did manage to collect 100 white wolf essences. We already have 2 Snow Wolf King hearts, so we're still missing 1. Su Yang was very satisfied. Commander, the 9th marking squad has encountered a powerful enemy on Water Source Star and needs reinforcements. Suddenly, a soldier reported. The so-called 9th marking squad is the squad that Su Yang marked with spatial points. A total of 15 squads were marked, and Su Yang himself only kept 5 spatial points for backup. Although these 15 caravans were all high-level caravans, only 30 of them were actual soldiers. The remaining 70 were high-ranking officials and some people with special talents. Their overall strength was only average. To be honest, Su Yang initially thought that after the high-ranking officials took command of the army, some people who were greedy for power would appear. It's not that there aren't any, but rather that most of them have been resolved, and even the level of self-protection isn't the highest. This is also why Su Yang can continue to cooperate with the government. Therefore, before starting, Su Yang suggested marking 15 high-ranking officials so that he could arrive at any time. In fact, Su Yang was unaware that the initial number of people protecting these high-ranking officials was 60. However, after Su Yang claimed that he could mark them and perform a kind of space jump, enabling him to provide support when they encountered danger, the officials cut the number of protectors in half. If it weren't for dire circumstances, they would have only wanted to leave 10 people. In their words, these old guys are still capable of fighting. After the soldier reported the news, Su Yang glanced at Lin Xiaoyu, who nodded and immediately added a layer of iron to his plate. Lin Xiaoyu also awakened the iron skin talent from the sandworm essence left by Su Yang. Although it cannot compare with He Xiaoyu's iron skin, it can withstand some bullets without any problem. In fact, with Su Yang's own attributes, it can even withstand armor-piercing bullets. Although I have great faith in the official side, I can't be too careful. The next moment, Su Yang used his skill space to teleport directly to a vehicle. Rumble. As soon as he appeared, Su Yang heard the roar of artillery fire, and the whole vehicle was shaking. What's going on? Before the soldiers who had just noticed his arrival could even speak, Su Yang immediately began to inquire. The enemy vehicles are equipped with mortars, at least 3 in total, with a firing range of about 200 meters. They are powerful enough to threaten vehicles below the purple 3-star level. As expected of a professional soldier, he managed to compile the intelligence in just one sentence. In short, the opposing team should be the third-ranked team in the last competition on Water Star, with a visibility of 200 meters. It's no wonder that it's difficult to counterattack here. They can't see the enemy, and although they can analyze the location of the shells, blind firing in this situation doesn't cover a large area. Since that's the case, everyone retreat and create distance from the enemy. As he spoke, Su-yang took out the supercar and placed it aside. Meanwhile, a 5-person team was on guard by one of the doors in the headquarters space. The commander has retrieved the vehicle. Hurry. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading soldier entered the spatial portal. The next moment, he appeared not far from the entrance to the supercar's interior space. Without any hesitation, he crawled out of the entrance and entered the supercar, then began driving it with great skill. Then came the second soldier, and subsequently, more soldiers entered, all staying inside the supercar at any time to fight. Everything went smoothly, and the supercar roared to life the next moment. At the same time, Su Yang's second vehicle had the same visibility, directly expanding the current visibility to a kilometer. Su Yang, who was in the official vehicle, had a clear view of the Water Star convoy in the distance. He immediately summoned the Night Demon Guardians and ordered 3 of them to circle around and attack one of the enemy vehicles. As for the supercars, they have already launched an attack. The opposing vehicles are also a high-level convoy of 100 people, but there are only 10 vehicles, not the usual 20 or 30. However, these vehicles are at least purple 5-star, and 2 of them are even purple 9-star. However, under the first grenade bombardment from the supercar, 3 purple 5-star vehicles lost power. At the same time, several machine guns extended from the supercar, and several soldiers on the roof were firing wildly in this direction. At this moment, the water source alien in one of the purple 9-star vehicles, who was also the captain of the convoy, went from a sinister grin to astonishment. He suddenly noticed that the enemy was retreating frantically, and then suddenly unleashed a barrage of grenades after leaving his field of vision. Something was wrong. Didn't that convoy just throw a bunch of grenades like crazy? The reason why throwing grenades was ineffective was simply because they couldn't see what was happening on their side. But what's the situation now? He didn't know. He only knew that something was wrong. The next moment, he saw his 3 men's vehicles being subjected to a hail of bullets and riddled with holes in just a few seconds. Armor-piercing bullets? That's impossible. That's a purple 3-star vehicle. Of course, he didn't know that Su Yang had installed mostly purple weapons on the supercar. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the main support vehicle. Keep bombarding. Don't hold back on the shells. The captain suddenly gave the order, but at that moment, with a loud bang, his entire vehicle was attacked and shook violently. What's going on? Did they throw a grenade? The captain roared, and the reply came from a panicked, incredulous voice. It's a night demon. There are night demons in this misty land, and they are very powerful night demons. Night demon? Doesn't that thing only appear at night? And does that thing also exist in this land of mist? The captain was confused. He didn't know that night demons weren't afraid of sunlight once they reached the gold level, and that the platinum level made day and night the same. Besides, there's no time for him to think about this now. The result is the same whether you think about it or not. Chapter 158 Coals. This Su Yang vehicle is an auxiliary type. It definitely doesn't have much power. That solves it. Chun Guobang, with his head of gray hair, looked bewildered. He hadn't expected that the 1-minute deadly crisis would completely disappear just 1 minute after Su Yang arrived. Yes, it's resolved. Su Yang nodded. Mr. Chun, please stay inside the car and don't cause any trouble in the driver's area. Su Yang held the old man before him in the highest esteem. He clearly gave the other party 3 evolution potions, but the other party is still not even a level 1 life form, and even the 4-dimensional attributes are only 3 or 5 points. Licking is too much trouble? Old Chin's lips twitched. If it were any other kid, he would have slapped him across the face long ago. Moreover, judging from Su Yang's performance just now, this seems to be entirely correct. He seemed to have realized that he really was a bit too frail. If only he had been back then. All right. A true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. After Su Yang left, Old Chun said to his guards, give me some things to improve my 4-dimensional attributes. Not too much, just enough to make my body less useless, so as not to be a burden to you. The bodyguard, Xiao Zhang, was overjoyed. The old commander had finally come to his senses. He really wanted to say that the other party was not a burden, and that he himself had made a great contribution to the establishment and stabilization of China in this world of survival. But he was afraid that if he spoke up, the other party would change their mind. So he decided to wait until the old commander improved some of his attributes before making a decision. Oh, by the way, have Xiaozheng come over here for a moment. Old Chin's gaze fell outside the car onto the abandoned vehicles that had been gathered together, especially the 3 vehicles equipped with mortars, his eyes burning with desire. Hopefully, Xiaozheng can break down the blueprints for that mortar. Soon, a cool-looking woman in a white coat emerged from inside the car. Old Xiaozheng, it's up to you this time. The other side has 3 vehicles and mortars. As he spoke, Old Chin quickly added, of course, it's not your fault if you can't break it down. Don't put pressure on yourself. I'll try my best. The aloof woman nodded, and then got off the vehicle under the heavy protection of several soldiers. 10 minutes later, on the armored vehicle, looking at the 3 mortar blueprints, as well as the 20 or 30 purple vehicle upgrade blueprints and purple vehicle component blueprints that Elder Chun had traded over, Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. It appears to be the return of his spoils, but in reality, it is a further statement from Old Chun. So many blueprints in such a short time. I really wish that Old Chun had a special person by his side who could disassemble vehicles or even props. Some things don't need to be said. Actions speak louder than words. Only a mortar. Su Yang glanced at it, but showed no interest whatsoever. This thing was quite useful, but it didn't have any shells. He could use skill bullets to barely create super large bullets that could be fired from a mortar, but their power would definitely be inferior to that of a mortar shell. The main problem is that this mortar is only of blue quality, so its power isn't very strong. If it were purple, Su Yang might have kept it, but the blue one is a no-go. Soon, Su Yang traded these blueprints for 1 copper coin, and they were then distributed to the vehicles of the official members of the vehicle corps. Meanwhile, upon learning that the team ranked 3rd in the competition had been eliminated, Coles was furious. He gave those 3 mortar blueprints to the other side so that they could kill as many enemies as possible. In fact, the other side destroyed a lot of convoys. In one day, they killed more than 30 convoys and supplied Coles with a large amount of materials and blueprints. Coles also had subordinates with similar talents to the disassembly talent. The reason he gave a large number of blueprints to the teams outside his own region was because those teams could bring him greater profits. The blueprints and materials he collected have allowed him to build up several water source star caravans under the A001 name, making them quite powerful. But it was too fast. It was wiped out in just one day. This infuriated Coles, but at the same time, he also felt a little panicked. He discovered that while many of the Blue Star's caravans were weak, the strong ones were extremely powerful. Given this situation, no matter how many people his caravan killed, it would be impossible for him to achieve victory. Suddenly, at that moment, the beautiful secretary ran over to report some news. Clan Chief, it's confirmed that our district has the convoy of Su Yang, the strongest person on Blue Star. You're sure? It's confirmed. This answer came from interrogating people from several districts of Blue Star, and he is the one who founded the Huaxia race on Blue Star, the beautiful secretary replied. The strongest being on Earth. Su Yang? I see. Cole's eyes flashed. Did you find out the vehicle's classification? No, but it shouldn't be taller than your vehicle, chieftain. The beautiful secretary shared the information she knew. The other party has sold large quantities of evolution potions. It can be confirmed that Su Yang is a level 4 or even level 5 life form, and his rank should also be level 5. He has 3 car teams under his command, and the captains and some of the elites should all be level 4 life forms. Upon hearing this, Kirsten's eyes lit up immediately. It's obvious that the opponent's vehicle is a special type of vehicle, and it's an auxiliary vehicle that tends to produce evolution potions, so the overall strength of the vehicle is definitely not very strong. Coles was completely relaxed, and the thought of acquiring a vehicle that could produce evolution potions filled him with excitement. No, I need to speed up and catch up with Su Yang's convoy as soon as possible. I don't want to damage too much, so I can keep his vehicles intact and turn them into my second vehicles. Coles has a special item called the Vehicle Stealing Card, which allows him to steal other people's vehicles and make them his own second vehicle. Well, even before they've met, he already considers Su Yang's car his own. Then, he opened his private warehouse and began promoting a large number of his subordinates. As long as I have the vehicle to manufacture evolution potions, I can still use it to control the people under my command. I feel relieved. I finally got it. 3 hours into the rescue, Su Yang finally obtained the carcass of the 3rd Mist Snow Wolf King. This time, It was Xie Baiyan and his team that obtained it. They originally planned to go against the flow, but in the end, they only let 2 purple 9-star vehicles go against the flow, while Xie Baiyan led the heavy raider to continue forward. Because the situation in Xie Baiyan's region was relatively stable, there were 9 official car teams with members of the car club alone, and the number of people in the China region was much larger than that of people in other countries on Earth, giving them a clear advantage. Since that's the case, Su Yang let Xie Baiyan go ahead and try to hunt down powerful monsters. Sure enough, they encountered a misty snow wolf king, which Xie Baiyan then subdued. Well, it's worth mentioning that as soon as this mist snow wolf king appeared, fearing that it would run away like the previous mist wolf king, Xie Baiyan immediately increased the vehicle's speed to the maximum, and then simply crashed into the mist snow wolf king, severely injuring it. Then, a barrage of bullets took down the heavily wounded mist snow wolf king. After learning the details of the operation, Su Yang was speechless. Chapter 159 5th Tier Luck, Dreams Come True? Hurricane Blade LV0 consumes 500 mana to unleash a Hurricane Blade condensed from wind power. Su Yang finally obtained the Hurricane Blade skill. It has a very simple description, but even at level 0, it can kill silver-level monsters. In fact, the 3 Snow Wolf King Hearts awakened 2 skills that Su Yang thought were quite good. One was naturally Hurricane Blade, and the other was the Blink skill possessed by the Snow Wolf King. If Su Yang hadn't been able to teleport using spatial points, he probably would have chosen the Blink skill. The Hurricane Blade condenses very quickly, almost instantly, and can be released with a wave of the hand. The Wind Blade, on the other hand, requires about 2 or 3 seconds, like a precast animation. Even without an armored vehicle, Su Yang's safety level has greatly improved. If he encounters a powerful opponent, he can use the Night Demon Guard as a meat shield while he unleashes Hurricane Blade from the rear. Soon, it was past midnight. A new day has begun, but Su Yang's armored RV and the 2 cars he drove against traffic have not stopped. The hundreds of soldiers were enough to keep the 3 vehicles moving 24 hours a day. On the way, the armored RV also encountered some ordinary gold-level monsters. After killing these monsters, 3 of them could only produce 1 gene evolution potion. Normally, 10 gold-level monsters are needed to make an evolution potion. Of course, this is a level 4 evolution potion. For Su Yang, having 1 more gold-level monster here means having 1 more level 4 life form gene warrior under his command. Although the manufacturing cost is higher, it is still within an acceptable range. If a gold-level cultivator can create a level 4 evolution potion, then can a platinum-level cultivator create a level 5 evolution potion? Unfortunately, the Summon Night Demon Guardians are not actually made of flesh and blood. They only appear to bleed normally, but in reality, they are entirely composed of energy. Otherwise, Su Yang would have already had Lan Mei use the flesh and blood of the Night Demon Guardian to elevate her own life level. That's enough, let's go rest. After taking a look and confirming that there were no problems, Su Yang entered his own space on the 1st floor of the headquarters. However, when he arrived at his room, he saw Jiang Manxue waiting for him. Su Yang, you've arrived. I've now advanced to the 5th rank. Let me tell you. Before Jiang Manxue could finish speaking, Su Yang stepped forward and cut her off, saying, "We can talk about talent changes later. Right now, we should be doing something important." Wait, woof. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yang finally let Jiang Manxue go after she begged for mercy. The higher the attribute, the more different it is. 1 person alone is no longer enough. Su Yang started thinking about how to start a trip with 3 people, or even more, but decided to skip it for today. Jiang Manxue just told Su Yang intermittently that her talent improvement, this time, was not a big change overall. It was still the same as before, where purple luck could be accumulated in 7 days, and orange luck could be obtained by using up the luck in advance. However, luck could not be accumulated in the next 21 days, and could only be refreshed normally every day. Then, it gained a special ability. Dreams Come True. This is certainly not a true dream come true, but once this ability is activated, it can promote and increase the probability of obtaining desired items and the occurrence of events. For example, when opening a treasure chest, if you use this ability hoping to get vehicle upgrade blueprints, you're more likely to get them. However, since she had never tried it, Jiang Manxue did not know the specifics of this ability. Su Yang certainly wanted to try it immediately, but seeing the dazed Jiang Manxue, he had no choice but to give up. 3 hours later, Su Yang and Jiang Manxue woke up. After all, with their current physical condition, they could fully recover after sleeping for 1 or 2 hours a day, and even if they were a little tired, 3 hours would be enough. Faced with the radiant Jiang Manhua, Su Yang felt a stirring in his heart once again. Again? No. I have other things to take care of. Jiang Manhua refused outright, and even hurriedly got up because she was worried that if she stayed for another minute or two, she wouldn't want to get up. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to test your new talent. Su Yang looked righteous and awe-inspiring, but Jiang Manhua rolled her eyes at him. Everyone knows what you look like, yet you're pretending. But she didn't say anything, only saying, then you should get ready. You can take out the mysterious treasure chest you got earlier. Su Yang nodded, and then took out a mysterious treasure chest. Not only that, he also took out 30 orange treasure chests, because that was the limit of the number of treasure chests he could open in 1 second. After Jiang Manhua's rank was upgraded, her previous luck points were refreshed, and she could use them again. When Su Yang placed his right hand on the mysterious treasure chest and his left hand on an orange treasure chest, he nodded to Jiang Manhua to indicate that they could begin. Jiang Manhua activated her innate ability immediately. Congratulations, host. You have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be orange for the next 3 hours, or you can gather all your luck for the day to gain 1 second of red luck. After selecting the red luck option for 1 second, Su Yang immediately opened the 2 treasure chests in his hand, and then frantically slapped the surrounding treasure chests with both hands. Immediately, a series of notification sounds appeared. You opened the mysterious treasure chest and obtained a special item copy card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained a special item duplication card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained a special item duplication card. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained the following items. 10 orange iron blocks. 10 orange copper blocks. 1 orange star-up card. 3 new blueprints have been added for orange vehicle parts. You opened the orange treasure chest and obtained the following items. 3 cards? Su Yang looked astonished. That's right. This time he asked Jiang Manhua to bless him with good luck and use her dream-come-true ability to make him open a copy card. However, Su Yang had not expected that 3 cards would be drawn in a row. But this is definitely a good thing. The reason Su Yang opened the copy card was naturally to copy the talent extraction card, so that he could integrate his skills. For example, in his opinion, marksmanship and precision could be merged into one skill. Indeed, that is the case. After combining marksmanship with precision, Su Yang gained the skill of aiming. It can be divided into active and passive. Not only marksmanship, but any attack, even the activation of Su Yang's skills, can be aimed through this passive skill. If the enemy is too powerful or extremely fast, actively aiming will also hit the target. His marksmanship and accuracy are now far superior to what they were before. Then, just as Su Yang had predicted, he gained 3 more skill points. Finally, I have a lot more skill points, which can be used to upgrade other skills. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 160, Triggering a Special Mechanism for a Decisive Battle. Aside from the first 2 orange treasure chests which yielded duplicate cards, the rest only contained ordinary items. It's neither good nor bad. Even the items that were produced could be used to build 5 orange vehicles, and Su Yang quickly built one as well. The reason is simple. 2 more roads suddenly appeared today, which the warriors discovered while chasing several golden wolves. There are 4 roads within 2 kilometers, plus the one Su Yang is on, making 5 roads in total. Su Yang guessed that there were more roads further away, but in reality, he ran more than 10 kilometers to both sides without finding a 6th road. Obviously, the extra roads are related to the distance traveled. Su Yang upgraded the 2 vehicles that had been traveling in the wrong direction for a long distance to orange, and both were orange 5-star vehicles. The 2 roads that had just appeared were occupied by 2 orange 5-star vehicles, and he also had an orange 3-star vehicle in his possession. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the armored vehicle to red, at least for now. It seemed to be sufficient and didn't need an upgrade. It's already the 13th day. In Zone A001, there are just over 300,000 surviving Blue Star personnel. Most of them are actually racing teams from other Blue Star countries. Although the racing teams from the China region have also suffered considerable losses, they are generally doing quite well. Compared to Water Star, where the population in the same region has almost dropped by 200,000, it is naturally quite good. What Su Yang didn't expect was that a mysterious notification suddenly appeared 7 or 8 hours later. The total number of players in Zone A001 has decreased by half. The 2-star factions are fighting each other at an extremely high death rate, triggering a special mechanism to decide the victor. Su Yang was somewhat taken aback. This meant the rules had been changed. Sure enough, after reviewing the details of the decisive battle, Su Yang knew he had guessed correctly. However, The reality was far more bloody than what they saw. A fierce battle to determine the victor. Rule 1. Victory is achieved by completely eliminating one side. If either side allows any survivors within the allotted time, the entire area will be wiped out. Rule 2. Betting battles are allowed. At the end of the day, the loser's kill count for that day will be eliminated. Rule 3. After winning the decisive battle, you can either end the Misty Land event directly or continue your journey through the Misty Land. In that case, visibility will be increased to 10 times its current level. Upon seeing this, Suyang narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in them. Failed in battle, annihilation of the entire region? Furthermore, if a betting scheme is initiated, the number of kills by the winner of the day will be randomly eliminated at the end of the day. But if a winner and loser are to be decided, this bet needs to be started. Otherwise, killing everyone is simply impossible. Who knows if someone will run off the road and hide in a secluded corner, thinking that since they're going to lose anyway, they might as well make the other person pay with their life. Just as Suyang was thinking this, another mysterious notification appeared. If Coals of Water Source Star reaches 50% support, a betting event will be initiated. Current supporters, 0.01%. Oh wow, they even initiated it themselves. Suyang's eyes flashed. Initiating a bet requires the top 10 in the current region to be eligible, but the supporters must be from the entire region, including Blue Star. Suyang immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Suyang, there's an idiot on the other side courting death. Everyone support him. Let's finish this off quickly and get to the Land of Mist. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Su Shin speak since entering the Land of Mist. Slaps face emoji. A bet? Huh, I'm laughing my head off. Where does Coles get the guts? Wait, this won't do. What if we lose today? We'll be randomly eliminated. I believe in Su Shin's strength, but this random probability is too risky. What if I randomly get Su Shin? Holy crap, that's true. If you lose for a whole day, the situation is really bad. Seeing this, Suyang clearly made a move, but without saying a word, he sent out 5 orange vehicles, adding a final sentence. This is the vehicle of my team members who went against the flow of traffic. One sentence was enough to elicit gasps of astonishment from everyone. Holy crap, 5 orange vehicles, 2 5-star, 3 5-star? My vehicle is only purple 5-star. The guy upstairs is already a pro, but just a reminder, our leader's vehicle is a motorhome. Damn. So, Su Shin alone owns at least 5 orange vehicles? I remember someone saying that the #1 player on WaterStar only recently upgraded his vehicle to orange. Haha, it's true. But there should be several now. I feel like Su Shin alone could take on all the orange vehicles on this water source star. Then let's skip the formalities and just support it. Besides, it seems that only by supporting this bet can we wipe out water source star. Sigh, we really didn't have a choice, but luckily we have Su Shin. Yes, thankfully we have Su Shin. Fortunately, we have Su Shin. Fortunately, we have Su Shin. On the other side of water source star. When he saw the battle finally decide the winner, Coles was overjoyed. This is true survival. Without fighting, how can there be survival? With a sinister grin, Coles, after understanding the situation, immediately initiated a bet and then got the people of WaterStar to support him. Seeing the number of supporters increase rapidly, exceeding 20% in just 5 seconds, Coles was very satisfied, believing that his prestige on WaterStar was sufficient. However, it is estimated that only 3% of the 20% of supporters are from Shuyuangsing. The people of WaterStar know who he, Coles, is. Selfish and greedy. If it weren't for the benefits of joining the Water Source clan, and the fact that the other side was powerful, they wouldn't even take Coles seriously. Regardless of the growing number of supporters, the conditions for starting a gambling war have finally been met. The betting mode has begun. Everyone gets one chance to locate the enemy each day. This is. Suyang was surprised. It could even locate the target? So what are we waiting for? The obvious answer is to position ourselves with Coles. You have been located by Coles. The distance between you and Coles is 7,842 kilometers. It actually locked onto me on its own initiative? Interesting. The distance doesn't seem too far. We should be able to take it today. Suyang's eyes flashed, and at the same time, an arrow appeared on the side of Coles's vehicle, which made him extremely happy. With less than 8,000 kilometers to go, and his vehicle traveling at full speed, he should be able to reach his destination within 10 hours, which should be more than enough for today. Quickly, advance at full speed in the direction the arrow points, and try to take down Suyang, the #1 person on Earth. The thought of having a vehicle that could produce evolution potions made Coles incredibly excited. In his eyes, Su Yang was just a lamb to the slaughter, waiting for him to harvest him. It has to be said that his thoughts were similar to Su Yang's. To this end, he distributed the blueprints for several purple weapons he had stored to his subordinates in the same district, instructing them to kill more Earthlings. He didn't want to gamble on random probabilities. Chapter 161. You have no idea how strong I, Coles, really am. Su Yang did not lock onto Coles immediately. Instead, he asked other teams to try locking onto him. After understanding the locking function, he had an idea in mind. Then, he stopped where he was and waited for Coles to come to him. The journey is nearly 8,000 kilometers, which will take several hours. During this time, Su Yang will not just sit there. He will start to organize the current blueprints and eventually issue thousands of purple vehicle upgrade blueprints and thousands of purple star-up cards. Only when other teams in the same region become stronger can they win the bet. Of course, all of this was done through Fanya. It is worth mentioning that Fanya also successfully advanced to the 5th rank, and her talent as a merchant directly enabled her to trade throughout the entire Blue Star region. A purple vehicle upgrade blueprint requires 3 enemy purple vehicles, and not the extremely damaged kind. Su Yang contacted Elder Chun, and in short, he borrowed the person with the decomposition talent. The person had even entered Su Yang's headquarters space and started the decomposition process. Of course, Su Yang didn't borrow him for free. He would naturally pay a certain decomposition fee. In fact, to be more direct, he upgraded the other party from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank, and the life level was also upgraded to a level 4 life form. It's necessary to upgrade with the opponent's original mana value. After dismantling 30 or 40 vehicles, they will enter a state of mana recovery. Su Yang had considered using his skills to collect materials, but collecting materials is not the same as dismantling them. He could collect 1 orange vehicle upgrade blueprint from 60 or 70 purple vehicles, but he couldn't obtain a large number of purple vehicle upgrade blueprints. Meanwhile, Su Yang was constantly shuttling through the A001 area. Whenever a team encountered a team that they couldn't beat, he would go over, put down his supercar, and usually finish the battle within 10 minutes. 6 or 7 hours later, Blue Star had the upper hand in terms of the number of people betting. The people of Water Star are in a panic. Coles was equally panicked, but he did not give up on his plan. Kill Su Yang. Taking over the other party's vehicle would make things much easier. He was taking a gamble, betting that even if he lost today's bet, he wouldn't be eliminated. He, Coles, is a true chosen one. How could he possibly be randomly eliminated? Finally, with this strong thought in mind, an hour later, he found that his vehicle was less than 10 kilometers away from Su Yang's vehicle. Haha, we're almost there. Coles laughed maniacally and turned to his beautiful secretary beside him, saying, "Give the order that all weapons should begin attacking as soon as we get close to the other vehicle, but be careful not to actually destroy it." Yes. What could the beautiful secretary say? She was naturally worried about being randomly eliminated, but she knew even more clearly that if she disobeyed Cole's orders, she would be eliminated right now. Rather than doing that, why not take a gamble? However, she never expected that she wouldn't even have the chance to gamble. When the Corps' vehicle officially entered a distance of 3 kilometers from Su Yang's armored vehicle, the soldier who had been keeping an eye on the search radar immediately reported to Su Yang. At this moment, Su Yang was still in a convoy in the same district. Seeing this, he left his supercar behind and used his spatial teleportation ability to return to his armored RV. So they've finally arrived? A playful smile appeared on Su Yang's lips as he watched the rapidly approaching vehicle. He waved his hand and said, "Just as expected, detonate the grenades as soon as they enter the grenade zone." He had his men plant a ring of grenades in an area 500 meters from the armored vehicle. As soon as Cole's vehicle entered, they could pull the pins and give the enemy a surprise. Soon, several purple vehicles appeared 1,000 meters away. This was Cole's vanguard squad. Su Yang wasn't in a hurry. Although the opponent was in first place, the visibility was only 500 meters. He estimated that the opponent would stop at 500 meters and might even surround him. Sure enough, the next moment 30 vehicles appeared in succession, all circling around and surrounding Su Yang's armored vehicle. At the same time, Cole said with a ferocious look, "Charge over there and give him a shot." A cannon was already protruding from the top of his vehicle. Su Yang naturally saw it and was surprised, but he quickly understood. After all, he was the number 1 on Water Source Star, so it was only natural that he had some powerful weapons. Burst! Su Yang simply gave a light shout, and the soldiers who were already prepared instantly detonated 500 grenades. Rumble! A series of explosions occurred, with 200 to 300 grenades exploding, crippling 7 or 8 of Cole's 30 vehicles. Coles takes great care to protect his convoy, with all vehicles upgraded to at least purple 5 stars and 7 or 8 purple 9 stars. But at least for ordinary vehicles, even those with a purple 5-star rating, they can't withstand being bombarded by a dozen or so grenades. Not good. Upon feeling the vehicle shake, Coles's expression changed, but he quickly sneered. A mere grenade can affect me? This is an orange 5-star vehicle. Coles was arrogant, and indeed his vehicle hadn't suffered any damage, only a few bumps. These little tricks are useless against true powerhouses. It was obvious that Coles knew that after Su Yong was targeted by him, he began to plot against him, but Su Yong had no idea how strong Coles really was. Emission. At Coles's command, the cannon on the roof of his vehicle fired a shell instantly. His cannon is orange level, and although the shells are purple, one shot can easily turn even the Corpse King red, and a few shots will kill the Night Demon Mother. If he hadn't been delayed in gathering materials to build the cannon when the zombies besieged the city, how could he have been dragged into the fighting arena? Boom. With a loud bang, the shell hit Su Yang's armored vehicle instantly. Haha, is that all Su Yang is capable of? Suddenly, Coles realized something was wrong, because Su Yang's armored vehicle was completely unharmed despite the bombardment he had fired. How is that possible? Coles couldn't believe it. On the armored mobile home. It actually reduced the numerical status by 38%. This Coles is quite capable. Su Yang nodded. It was only because Coles couldn't hear him that he would have been driven mad with anger. No matter what Coles thought, his vehicle's attack power was simply insufficient to cause any damage to Su Yang's vehicle. Keep in mind that Su Yang was only testing the armored vehicle's defenses and hadn't even used the vehicle's shield yet. Moreover, the loud explosion on the armored vehicle had no effect on the interior of the vehicle whatsoever. The balancer, being a unique entity, was completely immune to the effects of the explosion. Chapter 162, Abundant Spoils. Boom. With an explosion, Coles fired another shell. The fact that the first shot was completely undamaged must mean he used some special talent. However, after the second shot was fired, Su Yang's armored vehicle did not even drop 1% in its status. Because at this moment, Su Yang had already activated the vehicle shield, and a gold-quality vehicle shield cannot be shaken by an orange cannon plus a purple shell. This is what it truly means to be completely unharmed. No, that's impossible. Seeing this, Coles turned around and roared, "Fire all the shells. I refuse to believe we can't break through Su Yang's vehicle's defenses. I want him dead." As for his earlier thought of being careful not to damage Su Yang's vehicle too badly, Coles had long since forgotten about it at this moment. Unfortunately, Su Yang was already tired of it. He directly controlled the Barrett Thor to aim at the driver's seat of the Coles vehicle, and then fired a shot. The purple armor-piercing bullet pierced through the Coles vehicle instantly and hit the driver, killing him instantly. Before Coles in the car could react, another shot rang out, hitting the person in the passenger seat as well. Seeing this, Coles instinctively covered his head and crouched down, then crawled into the car. On one side, someone shouted, "Go! Go! Take them down right now." Due to his own talent, Coles' team had 300 people, with 8 people in each of the 30 cars, while his own car had 60 people. 2 people had already been taken care of, but there were still quite a few left. At Coles' shout, they all immediately began to prepare to fight back, but for Su Yang, it was just a matter of firing a few more shots. The K-type heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle also extended and began firing at the oncoming vehicles. These vehicles, only purple in color, quickly lost power under the barrage of the K-type heavy machine gun. Su Yang had already switched to explosive rounds and killed the people in the Coles vehicle with just a few shots. The car, having lost its driver, crashed into a boulder not far away and came to a stop. Inside the car, Coles was trembling with fear. He was now all alone. He had pushed his beautiful secretary out to fight, and then he shut down the car's interior. Only after the battle ended and Su Yang's men discovered that the interior of the vehicle could not be opened did Su Yang order his men to fire grenades to bombard it. Coles finally got scared. "Don't touch me, don't kill me. I can submit." Coles begged for mercy, but it was clearly a joke. This was a fight to the death, and letting him live was tantamount to suicide. Soon, Coles was knocked unconscious and brought before Su Yang. Naturally, Su Yang wanted to examine Coles' talent. However, Su Yang discovered that Coles' talent wasn't particularly strong, though it was actually quite strong. This ability allows him to increase the number of people in his team, which is one of the talents that Coles possesses. But for Su Yang, Such talent is not important at all. His LV-19 can have a lot of members, so he doesn't need this boost at all. However, he managed to plunder some items from the other party, which brought Su Yang some pleasant surprises. The most important one is a purple training card. Item, Assault Wilderness Forest. Category, Training. Quality, Purple. Purpose, can be inserted into the training room of the vehicle unit to add assault wilderness training programs. Upon completion, it can increase the 4 main attributes, up to a maximum of 10 points. It's actually this thing. Su Yang's eyes lit up. His Infinite Car Club already had a training room, and it was even a red level 1, but there were no extra training programs. They only conducted the most basic training. Su Yang tried to find ways to increase the training program, but he couldn't find a way. Now he knows that he needs a training card. Give him a quick death. Looking at the training card, Su Yang waved to the soldier beside him. The soldier nodded, dragged Coles away, and with a bang, shot and killed the number 1 person on Water Source Star. At the same time, a special notification suddenly appeared in the Water Source Star region. Because its founder, Coles, is dead and there is no successor, the waterfowl tribe has been abolished. The appearance of this notification stunned everyone on Water Source Star. Has the Shueyuan tribe been banned? Wait, Coles is dead. The communication channel of the Water Source Star zone exploded instantly. Am I seeing things? This message says Coles is dead. Really? Didn't they say that some special mechanism was triggered in the district where Coles was located? How come he's dead now? Huh. I knew it would be like this. The lowest of the low will always be the lowest. Even if you give them a chance, they have no future. Hey, didn't Coles say before that he was going to kill the number 1 on Earth? He ended up killing himself instead. It seems that the number 1 player on Earth is extremely powerful. We're probably in trouble. What trouble could we possibly have? We're not even in the same district. As long as we win in our own district, that's all that matters. That's true, but it's best to avoid triggering this so-called decisive battle. Let's just focus on the rankings. Fighting like this is too dangerous. I shouldn't have listened to that idiot Coles and tried to kill the Earthlings by going against the tide. I hope it's not too late for me to get back now. 1 orange vehicle upgrade blueprint, 1 orange star up card, and 1 orange cannon blueprint. This is what we got after disassembling the Coles vehicle. My decomposition ability is still too poor. If you hadn't directly upgraded me to the 4th tier, I wouldn't even be able to decompose an orange vehicle. After leaving a message, Zhang Hanshuang turned and entered the spatial portal. She needed to rest. Disassembling the Coles vehicle was a considerable burden for her. The orange cannon? Su Yang shook his head helplessly. It's a pity that I didn't get the blueprints to make the cannon. Perhaps I can only use my skills to make super large explosive bullets instead. This is the only solution he can think of now. As for where to install it, perhaps he can give it to Hichihua. Speaking of which, they only paid back the blueprints for the orange double-decker bus upgrade yesterday. During this period, Hichihua has been frantically capturing monsters, all in order to pay off his debts. He had just finished paying them off when he was burdened with another debt. However, the other party should be quite happy to accept it. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yang sent the blueprints, he received several consecutive messages from Hichihua. Even though Su Yang explained that there were no real shells available, and that special explosive shells could be used instead, which were not very powerful, the other party still said he wanted them. Since Hichihua had already gone this far, Su Yang naturally granted his request. Unlike Coles, who hoards all the good stuff and refuses to sell it, he doesn't. In Su Yang's view, such behavior was completely idiotic. Chapter 163, a platinum-level monster appears. The news that Coles, the number 1 person on Water Star, had been eliminated quickly spread across Earth. The Blue Star people in Sector A001 were cheering wildly, a stark contrast to the despairing Water Source sector. Under such circumstances, the first day of the fierce battle to determine the victor was over. On this day, Blue Star lost more than 30,000 people, while Water Star lost more than 50,000. And this was just in District A001, which shows how fierce the battle was. Ultimately, this is because no one can lock onto an opponent once a day. It doesn't require locking onto names. You only need to lock onto the nearest opponent. Therefore, the fighting was very frequent on this day. After midnight, the number of Water Star people in District A001 decreased by more than 50,000, leaving less than 150,000, while Blue Star still has more than 280,000 people. The nearly double difference made the remaining Water Source aliens even more desperate. In fact, that was pretty much the case, because the next day, a Water Star team was lucky enough to be locked onto by a Blue Star team, but unlucky ones were locked onto by 5 or 6 teams. On the 14th day, more than 80,000 people died in Area A001. There's no suspense anymore. Since there weren't enough people left to be wiped out, and there were still 280,000 people on Blue Star, the loss wasn't significant at all over the course of a day. On the one hand, a single Water Star team can easily be locked onto by 2 or more Blue Star teams, which significantly reduces their combat strength. On the other hand, the people of the Water Source Star in this area have completely fallen into despair and have no fighting spirit whatsoever. In the early hours of the morning, the 15th day has arrived. Su Yang and everyone else in Sector A001 received a notification. Congratulations to all Blue Star citizens in Sector A001 for your victory. You can now choose from the following options to determine the outcome for the Misty Land. Option 1. Enter the Land of Mist directly and complete this survival mission. Option 2. Continue forward. Visibility increases tenfold. Treasure chest appearance rate increases tenfold, with a maximum chance of a red treasure chest. I choose option 2. Su Yang made his choice immediately, without needing to think twice. He still wanted to encounter even more advanced monsters. But even gold-level monsters weren't enough for him. In fact, almost everyone in Area A001 chose the second option, which not only increased visibility tenfold. The fact that the chance of a treasure chest appearing is increased tenfold, with the possibility of even getting a red treasure chest as a reward, is enough to drive most people crazy. As for the others, it wasn't that they didn't want to. In fact, their vehicles had already been damaged in the fighting. Although they were also envious and wanted to continue, the conditions didn't allow it. This is about survival, not leisure. Even so, more than 230,000 people were still left in Area A001. So it really won't work. Su Yang frowned slightly as he sensed that one of the spatial portals had lost contact with him. He could have had a convoy in the same region with a portal choose to end their journey and enter the Misty Land directly, just to see if they could freely enter and exit through the portal. The result was not good. I can't contact those trading partners either. Fangya spoke up, saying that she had just used her innate ability, but she still couldn't contact those people. If we can't get in touch with them, it won't have much of an impact. Su Yang shook his head slightly. Anyway, we have clear markers here, and it's not far to reach the Land of Mist. After winning the battle, all the convoys in Sector A001 appeared on a separate road, with a clear reminder that the destination of the road was the Land of Mist. There isn't a specific number as to how far it is. Su Yang ordered the car to speed up to 600 kilometers per hour. He now had a visibility of 10,000 meters, or 10 kilometers, and the search radar could detect a range of 13 kilometers. So, a slightly faster speed wouldn't have much of an impact. Nothing happened in the first hour. Not a single monster appeared. Until a certain point, Su Yang guessed that something strange had finally happened after running 500 kilometers. Su Yang didn't really make a move. The highest level monsters he encountered were only silver level, so the experience points were just SOSO, and he didn't bother to fight. The main problem is that Su Yang has already accumulated over 80 million experience points, and without the ability to level up, he's genuinely lacking motivation. 5 or 6 hours later, Su Yang appeared, because what appeared was a platinum-level monster. Mist Panther, Elite. Level, Platinum 3. Health points, 45,000/45,000. Mana points, 25,000/25,000. Skills, Speed, Claws, Bristle. We finally got a platinum level, so the diamond level won't be far behind. Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a surge of excitement and picked up his Barrett Thunder Gun to start sniping. However, what shocked Su Yang was that after being hit by the shot, the Mist Panther was actually unharmed, with its health dropping by a maximum of 500 points. Although the bullet he just fired wasn't an armor-piercing bullet, it was still a regular purple bullet, yet it failed to penetrate the Mist Panther's defenses. Wait, is it that skill, Bristle? Seeing the gleaming fur of the Black Panther in the distance, Su Yang seemed to understand something. After switching to armor-piercing bullets, Su Yang fired another shot as the Mist Panther looked on in surprise and uncertainty. This shot pierced through the fur of the Mist Panther, taking away 3,000 of its health. The Black Panther, which had been unable to locate the enemy, finally spotted them this time and suddenly looked up and ran towards the armored vehicle, which was still 5 or 6 kilometers away. However, before it had even run halfway, it was shot several times and fell to the ground. Slay a Platinum Level 3 Mist Panther. Received 1 purple treasure chest, 1,000 gold coins, 300,000 experience points. 300,000 experience points. Seeing such a generous amount of experience points, Su Yang raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, so many. The fact that the treasure chest was only purple was a bit disappointing to Su Yang, but considering that the Mist Black Panther was just an ordinary elite monster, not even a mini-boss, it seemed normal that it only dropped a purple treasure chest. Su Yang thought of something else. When he first entered the Misty Land, the monsters were of the iron level. Then, on the 3rd day, the bronze level appeared. On the 7th day, the silver level appeared. On the 10th day, the gold level appeared. And now on the 15th day, the platinum level appeared. If this continues, the diamond level monsters will probably appear in 20 days, right? However, Su Yang was wrong this time. After killing the first platinum level monster, Su Yang originally thought that platinum level monsters would appear easily, but that was not the case. It wasn't until the 18th day that he encountered the second platinum level monster. Some teams in the same region did encounter the platinum level Mist Panther. Su Yang went and killed the ones he could, and basically detoured to avoid them. Apart from a few strong teams, other teams simply didn't dare to provoke such a being. It wasn't until the 20th day that the number of platinum level monsters appeared more frequently, with Su Yang's armored RV encountering 2 a day. The diamond level monster that Su Yang had guessed did not appear by the 24th day, and no other team in the same area encountered anything stranger than the Mist Black Panther. Chapter 164: The Terrifying Mist and the Wild Bull Herd. It's the 25th day. Only 5 days remain until we reach the Land of Mist. In the past 10 days, Su Yang has killed quite a few Mist Black Panthers. He did not collect the platinum level Mist Black Panthers, but instead had Lan Mei create level 5 evolution potions. Although the level 5 evolution potion was created, Su Yang did not use it himself. Instead, he let the girls evolve into level 5 life forms before him. Su Yang's idea is to advance to the diamond level, and his life level will also evolve as a result of this. Of course, if things really don't work this time, and a new crisis arises, Su Yang will use a level 5 evolution potion. There's no rush now. Meanwhile, during these 10 days, many battles took place between Blue Star and Water Star to determine the victor. Some were won by Blue Star, some by Water Star, and some are still ongoing, giving the impression that they will perish together. Overall, Earth is the big winner. However, it's not over yet, and no one can say for sure. It's worth mentioning that after the battle, every 10,000 kilometers you travel, you'll be presented with an option to end or continue. Once finished, you can directly enter the Land of Mist. This mechanism is one of the few advantages of the survival world. Su Yang's only hope now is that a diamond-level monster will appear in these last 5 days, even if it's just one. Just as Su Yang was thinking this, the search radar quickly detected a group of monsters, and a huge group at that. At first, there were only a few or a dozen beasts 13 kilometers away, but as the armored vehicle approached, Su Yang discovered that it was a herd of tens of thousands of beasts. Mist Bull. Most of them are only bronze level, and their size is comparable to an elephant. Misty Bull normal. Rank, bronze level 3. Health points, 3000/3000. Mana points, 200/200. Skills, trample, iron skin, sprint dash. It was only a bronze level 3 monster with 3000 HP, which was the first time Su Yang had ever seen a monster with such a high HP. The level 5 silver mini-boss, the Mist White Wolf King, probably only has 2800 HP. As for the elite level Silver Bull, its HP is as high as 8000 points. The Mist Bull leader above it is the gold level mini-boss. Su Yang saw several of them, and their HP all exceeded 30,000. Su Yang searched and found 2 platinum level 3 and level 5 bull commanders, with a minimum of 75,000 HP. Just as Su Yang was hesitating about whether to take down this group of Mist Bulls, he suddenly saw a health bar flash by in the distance. The Mist-shrouded Bull King, the big boss. Level, Diamond 5. Health points, 150000/150000. Mana points, 50,000/50,000. Skills, King's Domination, King's Stomp, King's Dash, Iron Skin. Too much health, too much defense. Moreover, they are a large group of monsters, and they also have a Stomp and a Dash skill. Clearly, this herd of bulls is not to be trifled with. But, now that we've seen the diamond-level Bull King, there's no need to consider it further. Stop the vehicle, prepare for battle. With Su Yang's command, the soldiers on the armored vehicles sprang into action, and many more soldiers emerged from the headquarters space one after another. However, Su Yang did not use the armored RV immediately. He first took out the supercar, then equipped 5 orange vehicles before ordering them to approach the herd of bulls. with the armored RV following at the very back. It wasn't that Su Yang was cowardly, but rather that he wanted to see if he could harm this herd of wild bulls with 5 orange vehicles and 1 red vehicle. When Su Yang and his group were about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the herd of wild bulls, they were spotted by the bulls. Then, rumble. A deafening roar, like an earthquake, erupted as tens of thousands of wild bulls charged toward them without pause. Fire! Su Yang shouted, and the 6 vehicles in front opened fire with all their weapons, launching a frenzied attack on the bull herd. In just 10 seconds, dozens of machine guns fired tens of thousands of bullets. Although there were only 20 machine guns on the 6 vehicles, there were quite a few soldiers on board, most of whom were holding machine guns. Even so, Su Yang only saw the health of several hundred wild bulls be depleted. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. When the herd of bulls was less than 300 meters away, the soldiers in the 6 vehicles began throwing grenades like crazy. During this time, Su Yang collected a lot of animal meat, a large pile of purple meat, and some orange meat as well. Therefore, all the soldiers under his command have been promoted to the 5th rank, and their life levels have all reached the 4th level of life form. Some of the outstanding soldiers have even been promoted to the 5th level of life form by Su Yang. Throwing a grenade 300 meters away is nothing to them. Even so, the large number of grenades only took away a little over 1,000 bulls, barely causing the bull herd to lose more than 2,000. As expected, it still doesn't work. Su Yang shook his head regretfully, then got out and let the armored vehicle rush forward. In just a few seconds, the armored vehicle rushed to the front, and then all the weapons on the vehicle were turned on. With the addition of the armored vehicle, the firepower suddenly became much stronger, and the charging bull herd was slightly suppressed. But that's not enough. At this moment, Su Yang had already arrived at the passenger seat, where the control platform for the energy electromagnetic cannon appeared before him. Coles, that weakling, wasn't qualified to see his energy electromagnetic cannon, but this bunch of savages were. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Su Yang's control, the energy electromagnetic cannon on the roof of the car instantly focused and burst out as a beam of energy. However, after it flew out, the energy cannon instantly transformed into hundreds of thumb-sized energy beams. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the earth in front of them roared and shattered, and a large amount of the bull's health disappeared. A single shot took the lives of hundreds of bulls, and it only consumed 500 points of light energy. Everyone else had reached level 5 by eating meat, so there was no reason for Su Yang to be slower than them. He ate more, especially since he had opened quite a few orange treasure chests, and had obtained orange quality items that increased his 4 main attributes. Su Yang's 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 130 points, and his total attributes have long since reached the 500 points required to advance to the 6th rank. His talent optimization resulted in a new ability after he reached the 6th rank, light energy storage, based on Su Yang's personal mana value. 10 points of mana are equivalent to Su Yang being able to store 1 point of light energy. This does not mean that 10 points of mana are consumed to store 1 point of light energy. Su Yang has now stored more than 1,000 points of light energy. Adding the original 3,000 points of the armored vehicle, the 500 points consumed are nothing at all. Seeing that the effect was so good, Su Yang excitedly fired 2 more shots. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, the herd of wild bulls was reduced to less than half its original size. Not only did he take action, but the other 6 vehicles had already circled around to a distance from the armored vehicle and killed the wild bulls. In less than 3 minutes, the incredibly powerful herd of bulls was routed. The reason it was described as a rout is that many of the bulls in the herd panicked and began to run around in all directions, trying to escape. Chapter 165: The Super-Powerful Bull King. Moo. Amidst the chaos of the bull herd, a deep yet resounding bellow rang out, causing the entire herd to tremble slightly. The next moment, as if all the bulls had received a command, they charged madly towards Su Yang's armored vehicle. That look showed complete recklessness, utter disregard for one's own life, and a complete lack of fear. Kingly ruler. It's obvious without much thought that this was the Bull King unleashing its skill, and under its influence, all the bulls immediately chose to obey. This is troublesome. Given this momentum, with the attack intensity of 6 supercars, unless their firepower is increased tenfold, they will soon be swallowed up by the raging torrent of bulls. But, sigh, it's true that you can't save on solar energy. Seeing this scene, Su Yang, inside the armored vehicle, couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his face full of sighs. yet his hands moved without slowing down at all. The attack power of the energy electromagnetic cannon was directly increased to 1,000 points of light energy per shot, and 2 shots were fired at once. After the 2 shots, the armored vehicle's condition dropped by 100% instantly. It was clear that the orange-tier vehicle could no longer withstand such an attack from the energy electromagnetic cannon. But that's enough. 2 energy electromagnetic cannons were fired, and the beam cannons seemed indestructible, piercing through one bull after another. Whether they were bronze, silver, gold, or platinum level, they all exploded in an instant. The only difference is that the stronger the bull, the larger the corpse it leaves behind. The bronze-level bull is directly blasted into thumb-sized pieces of flesh. In an instant, the herd of bulls in front of them seemed to have been cleared out, leaving only a very small portion, with a huge black shadow remaining at the very back. Moo! With another roar, the dark shadow behind him suddenly rose higher, and Su-yang realized that the Bull King had only just stood up. It was already quite tall when it was sitting down, but not so tall that it stood out too much. Now, driven by anger, he has stood up completely, revealing the terrifying size of his body. Its overall height exceeds 20 meters, its jet-black skin looks as if it were cast from molten iron, and its 10-meter-long horns resemble 2 terrifying curved blades, radiating a chilling light. Whoosh! Streams of hot gas billowed from the bull's nostrils, and the sheer temperature of the spray alone drained hundreds of health points from several platinum-level bulls nearby. It may seem like a small amount, but it was just one angry breath from the Bull King. Upon seeing this, Su Yang's expression changed slightly, and he immediately understood that the strength of the Bull King in front of him was absolutely beyond imagination. The original idea of using the Bull King to test the power of the hurricane blade disappeared instantly. There's no need to try anything at all. That definitely won't work. Without hesitation, Su Yang aimed the energy electromagnetic cannon at the Bull King and fired a shot. Boom. The massive energy cannon fired instantly, arriving in front of the Bull King in the blink of an eye. However, to Su Yang's surprise, the Bull King suddenly roared and stomped its left foot. With a loud bang, the ground several hundred meters in front of the Bull King cracked open and shattered, unleashing a terrifying shock force that actually managed to slightly distort the energy cannon. This is what caused the energy cannon to miss it and explode in a huge blast on the other side, but it did not cause any damage to the Bull King. Holy crap, is this even possible? Su Yang was dumbfounded. Although it was the first time he had seen it, he was sure that the move just now was the king of the bull's skill, King's Stomp. It can actually distort energy electromagnetic cannons? This is absolutely outrageous. Manhwa, shoot that Bull King with explosive bullets. Su Yang suddenly shouted, and Jiang Manhwa, who was sitting behind him, nodded and immediately started firing a K-type heavy machine gun at the Bull King with explosive bullets. Seemingly sensing something, the Bull King did not launch another King's Stomp. Sure enough, although the bullets hit it, they did not cause any actual damage. Not only that, the Bull King also started walking this way. But at that moment, with a bang, a bullet gleaming coldly struck the Bull King, even piercing its skin and causing a trickle of blood to gush out. -100. Su Yang. I'm honestly speechless. A purple quality armor-piercing bullet is only worth 100 health points. We lost money. Su Yang thought to himself, but his hands did not stop. He continued to control the Barret Thunder God to fire wildly at the Bull King. Really? After a while, seemingly confirming something, the Bull King began to charge wildly towards this direction. Seeing this, Su Yang grinned maliciously. Fangya. Clear. Fangya moved the moment Su Yang shouted. Talent impact activated. Whoosh. At that moment, the armored RV seemed to transform into a streak of rainbow light, instantly colliding with the charging Bull King. With a loud bang, like a depth charge, the entire earth erupted with a terrifying explosive shockwave centered on the collision, leaving the surviving bulls utterly disappointed. The supercar and the other 6 vehicles had already received Su Yang's orders to retreat a distance, but even so, they were still thrown off balance by the aftershocks. As for Su Yang and his group, the armored vehicle was naturally unaffected, and in Su Yang's eyes, the vehicle's status data did not drop much. The gold-quality vehicle shield is truly impressive. It remained completely intact even after such a terrifying attack. The vehicle's solar energy was almost depleted, even the stored energy was exhausted. It's alright. Another ability of light energy conversion is that it can convert Su Yang's mana into light energy. The next moment, the armored vehicle gained another 1,000 points of energy, and then Su Yang aimed the energy electromagnetic cannon at the Bull King. That's right. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, the Bull King is still alive. Despite the damage from the impact of the armored vehicle, it did not die. At most, its two forelimbs were broken and it could not stand. It's likely that the overall damage wasn't as severe as it appeared, with its body covered in blood and its flesh mangled and terrifying. Su-yang was certain of this because he could see that the Bull King still had more than 58,000 health points. 1/3 of your health. This may be a serious injury, but it is still not fatal for the Bull King. Even when Su-yang saw the huge, angry eyes of the creature, he saw a flash of fury, but instead of madness, the eyes were filled with killing intent. The next moment, the Bull King's mana was completely depleted, clearly indicating that he was about to unleash some skill. Unfortunately, Su-yang didn't give it any chance. After the attack, Su-yang glanced at the remaining light energy and immediately used his mana to convert it. And then he began. Energy electromagnetic cannon activated. This time, I don't believe you can dodge it again. Su-yang sneered inwardly and pressed the fire button, and the energy electromagnetic cannon instantly unleashed a massive energy burst. Seeing this, the Bull King, who was about to unleash his skill, was filled with despair in his huge bull eyes. Chapter 166 Advancement to Diamond Level, Special Skills. Slay a Diamond Level 5 boss, the Mist Bull King. Received, 1 golden treasure chest, 100,000 gold coins, 20 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own. 10 free attribute points, 40 million experience points. First kill reward for a diamond level boss, 3 skill points, 1 random skill. Call. It's finally done. The massive energy cannon pierced through the Bull King's head in an instant, slicing off the lower half of its head and part of its neck, instantly reducing its remaining health to 0. The battle is finally over. Not only Su-yang, but everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. The herd of bulls alone put a lot of pressure on people, not to mention the Bull King that appeared later, which was even more terrifying. Fortunately, in the end, none of them were a match for our commander. Thinking about this, the others felt even more certain that joining Su-yang's Infinite Car Club was absolutely the right thing to do. They all believed that Su-yang's team was able to join so many people because of the special attributes of the Infinite Car Club, and given that Su-yang was the club leader, it was normal for the team to have more than 500 members. But that's not actually the case at all. Of course, apart from Su-yang and a few key figures, no one else knew about this. As for the so-called key figures, well, they are naturally Su-yang's women. The others have already entered the battlefield to clean up the battlefield. Although most of the bulls have been reduced to pieces, this is still a source of genes for Lan Mei to collect. She is now leading her gene team, excitedly collecting all the powerful genes in front of her. As for the meat chunks and such, these naturally need to be collected, and they certainly have their uses. As long as Su-yang takes action to collect them, he can naturally obtain some good things. Even just getting some wild beef would be much better than these chunks of meat. Generally speaking, these wild beef pieces can also increase attribute points, but the amount you need to eat is not only 10 times that of the meat Su-yang collected, but the attribute points gained after eating them are also less than those from the meat Su-yang collected. Su-yang didn't need to worry about these things. Fangya and the others could handle it. At this moment, Su-yang had returned to his room in the headquarters space, as he was taking stock of his gains. This battle yielded a huge number of treasure chests. Although he had killed quite a few others, Su-yang was only thinking about whether he could take out a few supercars to deal with a second herd of savage bulls if they encountered one. As it turns out, taking down a single Bull King alone proves that this was impossible. Without an armored vehicle, there's no way to take down the second bull herd. However, the armored RV is his main vehicle, and it is impossible for the supercar to replace the armored RV on this road, or for the armored RV to enter other people's roads, let alone enter other areas. Therefore, Su-yang had no choice but to abandon the idea. The previous battles were just tests. If they didn't work, we had to give up. And this time the haul was pretty good too, another golden treasure chest. In addition, killing a monster above your level grants you 10 extra free attribute points and a generous 40 million experience points. A single monster can provide 60 million experience points, allowing you to level up 2 or 3 times even if you are at the diamond level. Finally, the reward for the first kill of the diamond level boss was something that delighted Su-yang, because it not only gave him a fixed random skill, but this time he also gained 3 skill points. A great find. This is a huge success. Especially when Su-yang saw the ability to reduce the skill's effectiveness, he was pleasantly surprised again. Reduction LV0. reduces the cost of your own skills by 1%. This is a skill that reduces mana. At first glance, a 1% reduction doesn't seem like much, but after Su Yang tried leveling it up, it increased to a 10% reduction. This has a significant effect. A hurricane blade that originally required 500 mana now costs 450. Su Yang leveled up again, becoming 20%. A moment later, reduction LV9 reduces the cost of all your abilities by 90%. All the skill points I had previously acquired, as well as the skills I gained from skill fusion, were used on this reduction. But Su Yang didn't regret it at all, because now when he uses Hurricane Blade, he only needs to consume 50 mana points, and 1 mana point can maintain 3 Night Demon Guards for 1 second. This was something Su Yang could hardly have imagined before. Not bad, very good. We don't have any skill points left, but this skill is really powerful. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. And my skill points will come soon. Because he has already been promoted to diamond level, he has completed all the advancement tasks and can now advance. The next moment, Su Yang officially advanced to the diamond level, but this time the situation exceeded Su Yang's expectations once again. Simply put, Su Yang's current 1 point of constitution is equivalent to 300 points of health. This is not something a level 5 life form possesses, but rather a level 6 life form. This means that after Su Yang advanced to the diamond level this time, he directly evolved from a level 4 life form to a level 6 life form. Unexpected. Looking at his personal attribute information, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Moreover, after reaching the diamond level, each level up not only increases the 4 main attributes by 3 points, but also grants 5 free attribute points, which is quite good. Let's see how many levels I can gain from the experience points I've accumulated over this period. Su Yang began using experience points to level up, and after a short while, Host, Su Yang. Level, Diamond 6, 10.535 million/70 million. Health points, 50100/50100. Mana points, 51,000/51,000. Strength, 163. Physical fitness, 167. Agility, 163. Spirit, 170. Skills, Gathering, LV9, Bullet Crafting, LV6, Caravan, LV9, Aiming, LV6, Material Synthesis, LV6, Spatial Ability, LV9, Summon Night Demon, LV8, Shockwave, LV0, Hurricane Blade, LV0, Reduction, LV9. Skill points, 6. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 132 180ths 1 gold treasure chest, 91 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. Both health and mana have exceeded 50,000. This was something Su Yang hadn't expected. This advancement has greatly boosted my strength. Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the power of the Bull King initially made him feel a little flustered. But now it seems that his strength is not weak either. Although he still cannot be a match for the Bull King in a one-on-one fight, the Bull King is unlikely to endanger his life if they really fight. He now has 6 skill points. It seems like we can upgrade Hurricane Blade now. Su Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully, but this matter was not urgent. Because he really wanted to see what the Bull King could collect to make evolution potions for Blue Charm. If it were before, Su Yang might have considered having Lan Mei manufacture it. Since the Diamond level Bull King is naturally capable of creating level 6 evolution potions, even if he doesn't need them, he can keep them for future use. But now that I am a level 6 life form, I naturally don't need to anymore. Chapter 167 Epic. Night Demon Assassin. Su Yang originally wanted to upgrade Hurricane Blade directly to LV6, but he was still unwilling to give up. He was extremely envious of the Bull King, so he wanted to see what level the Summon Night Demon skill could reach if it was upgraded by 1 level. As for now, Night Demon Guardian, Summon. Level, Diamond 10. Health points, 120000/120000. Mana points, 35,000/35,000. Skills, Night Stalking, Speed, Armor Penetration, Iron Skin, Mental Impact. To be honest, the Night Demon Guardian summoned at level 8 made Su Yang feel a little expectant. While its 120,000 HP isn't as high as the Bull King's 150,000, it's not far off. 3 level 10 Diamond Night Demon Guardians might not be a match for the Bull King, but they could certainly put up a fight against it, and that's just 3 of them. According to Su Yang's guess, the LV9 Summon Night Demon should be able to summon 10 of them. With the assistance of 10 Diamond level 10 Night Demon Guardians, and the weapons and equipment of 6 supercars, we can take down at least 2 Bull Kings. A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. The 2 Bull Kings, he thought they were the same Bull Kings that Xie Baiyan and He Chihua could encounter. One is a heavy raider, and the other is an armored double-decker bus. Both are quite powerful, so there is still a chance. At most, you'll need to prepare more grenades, as well as a large quantity of armor-piercing and high-explosive rounds. Also, be prepared to waste a lot of machine guns. In this operation, Su Yang's side lost several machine guns, and these were only purple quality ones. There were even more blue and green quality ones. But compared to the gains, these are nothing. After figuring this out, Su Yang decided to upgrade the Summon Night Demon skill. He originally thought that 3 were enough, and he could summon them continuously. There was not much difference between 3, 5, or even 10. But now that he has advanced to Diamond and summoned Diamond level Night Demon Guardians, coupled with this situation, things are naturally a bit different. Therefore, this time it can't be considered a waste of skill points. However, to Su Yang's surprise, he regretted it after upgrading the Night Demon summoning skill to LV9, and he regretted it immensely. I regret not upgrading earlier, and instead waiting until today. Summon Night Demon LV9 can summon up to 10 Night Demon Assassins 1 rank higher than yourself. Each Night Demon Assassin costs 100 mana per second. The LV9 Summon Night Demon was indeed, as he expected, summoning 10 Night Demons. However, the difference was that they were no longer Night Demon Guardians, but Night Demon Assassins. A Night Demon Assassin who is a level above him. Nightmare Assassin, Summon. Tier, Epic Level 6. Health Points, 260000/260000. Mana Points, 56,000/56,000. Skills, Nightbringer, Fatal Strike, Stealth, Armor Penetration, Bleeding, Iron Skin, Mental Shock, Mental Immunity. 260,000 health points. 56,000 mana. This was something Su Yang had never expected. Especially those skills, each one more outrageous than the last. The skill Night Messenger can double the Night Demon Assassin's combat power at night. Damn, I feel like I could totally go hunting the Bull King tonight. Fatal Strike is an assassination skill that can increase attack power by 3 to 10 times. Not to mention stealth. At night, it's like a true invisibility technique, a god-level skill unique to assassins. Armor-piercing attacks can penetrate the target's defenses and directly attack their internal organs. Moreover, once injured, the target will be inflicted with the bleeding skill, preventing the wound from healing and causing continuous bleeding. Give the order regarding the Bull King's situation and send people to find the bull herd. Su Yang turned to Fangya and said, "Oh well." Fangya, who was already somewhat stunned by the aura of the Night Demon Assassin, subconsciously nodded in response. If it were before, she would definitely have tried to persuade Su Yang. Her personal experience made her understand the terror of a herd of bulls. Encountering a herd of bulls when you can't use an armored vehicle is a disaster and unwise. However, upon seeing the Night Demon Assassin who was less than 1.5 meters tall, she did not believe that Su Yang was acting recklessly. Is this thing also a Night Demon? After Fangya left, Lu Mimi, unable to resist any longer, came over with a curious expression. The girls were all there, each one more shocked than the last. After Su Yang nodded, he sent the Night Demon Assassins attributes to the girls, which caused them to gasp in surprise one after another. Among them, Lan Mei was the most excited. "Ah, what a pity, what a pity. This Night Demon Assassin is too strong. Its life level must be level 7 or even level 8. The more she talked about it, the more regretful she became, because such powerful genes were actually a summoned creature, without real flesh and blood, so she couldn't devour the genes. Lan Mei is now a level 6 life form, the same level as Su Yang. Originally, she needed to devour the genes of 30 level 6 life forms to evolve into a level 6 life form, but this time the Bull King allowed her to complete it ahead of schedule. The Bull King is not only a level 7 life form, but also a powerful level 7 life form. At this moment, a cool and aloof woman, who was not yet part of Su Yang's core team, walked up to Su Yang and asked, "Commander Su, may I report what happened here to Elder Chun?" Su Yang turned around and saw that it was Zheng Qingzhu, who had been borrowed from Chun Guobang and possessed the talent of decomposition. Zheng Qingzhu is the youngest professor in China, possessing exceptional talent in the field of plant research. He has previously developed a technology that has shocked the world. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly brought to this survival world, rendering her research useless. However, because she was a top talent, she was contacted by the authorities early on and received their help along the way. In the end, she even awakened her decomposition talent and once again became a top talent that the authorities wanted to protect. Don't worry, I won't say anything I shouldn't, and I can persuade Elder Chen to mobilize official resources to search for the wild bull herd. Seeing that Su Yang did not speak immediately, Zheng Qingzhu hurriedly offered an explanation. To outsiders, she is an aloof and stunningly beautiful woman, like an iceberg. In fact, this was her true nature back on Earth. However, after entering the survival world and experiencing so much, Zheng Qingzhu is no longer the same person she used to be. Otherwise, given her personality, she would never have said those words. Fine. Su Yang smiled slightly and said, there's nothing wrong with saying it. In addition, letting Elder Chen know about my strength will give him a sense of security. Sense of security? Zheng Qingzhu was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to refute Su Yang, asking what safety Chen Lao needed to worry about. But she quickly realized that this was a survival world, and the sense of security that Su Yang mentioned was probably not the kind she was thinking of, but rather the sense of security that the Chinese people felt in this survival world, just like Old Chen. Chapter 168, The Night Demon Assassin's First Battle. An energy electromagnetic gun? Can a single shot blast a mountain? When Mr. Chen saw the message from Zheng Qingzhu, he was somewhat confused. This thing has naturally been studied on Earth, and there are even some finished products. But those were all barely produced products. As for their attack power, let's not even talk about that. According to official research data, it will take at least several years, or even more than a decade, before it can be used by the military. As for developing the power described by Zheng Qingzhu, Elder Chen doesn't know how long it will take. It will definitely take a considerable amount of time. But what really concerned Old Chen was the herd of wild bulls that Zheng Qingzhu mentioned, and the terrifyingly powerful wild bull king. Even electromagnetic railguns might not be effective. In the end, it's still. Can vehicles also use deliberate collisions as a means of attack? Old Chen muttered to himself, then looked at the guard beside him. Before the old man could speak, the other party hurriedly said, Old Chief, this is unacceptable. Even if our vehicles are upgraded to orange level, they will never have such capabilities. I know you think I'm senile. Old Chen was both amused and exasperated. He knew, of course, that this must be some kind of special function of Su Yang's vehicle, which made him sigh with admiration. It seems that Su Yang is far more powerful than we analyzed, but that's a good thing. Old Chen's face was full of joy. The stronger he is, the more it proves that he can help our Chinese nation survive. Reporting to the commander, a herd of bovine creatures has been spotted ahead. Their energy levels are extremely high, and they somewhat resemble the wild bull herd you just mentioned in your information. Suddenly, a report interrupted the conversation between Old Chen and his bodyguard in the room. Seriously? I was just talking about it, and here it is? Old Chen looked bewildered. 3 minutes later, Su Yang stepped out of the spatial portal, followed by Zheng Qingzhu and Jiang Manchue and the other girls. Old Chen. As soon as he arrived, Su Yang saw Old Chen. Haha, you really are something else, kid. Old Chen laughed heartily, but he quickly changed the subject. Quickly, let's confirm whether that group ahead is a herd of wild bulls. No need. I've already made up my mind. Su Yang shook his head slightly. He had only glanced at it, and had already seen the health bar information of those bulls more than 1,000 meters away. Old Chen was taken aback. Was it confirmed so quickly? Does Su Yang also have a talent for detection? Although it is known that a person can naturally awaken their talents, and then awaken them through some special items, the official limit is that a person can only have a maximum of 3 talents. But when he thought about how Su Yang seemed to have sold a lot of items that could awaken talents, Old Chen immediately felt relieved. Su Yang has definitely awakened many talents, so it's not a problem for him to have a means of detection. Soon, Old Chen recovered and asked, then just tell me what to do, and I'll do my best to cooperate. We don't need to do too much. We just need to make arrangements in advance, and then wait until tonight, Su Yang said. Wait until tonight? Although it's somewhat unexpected, isn't daytime the best time for this kind of operation? Why choose to launch a night attack? But Mr. Chen didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he fully cooperated. In fact, Su Yang didn't ask the officials to do anything. He simply placed the supercar and 6 other vehicles here one after another. Immediately, visibility increased to 10,000 meters. 30-odd soldiers came out and made a series of deployments, but did not attack the bull herd. In fact, they were not the main force in this battle, and perhaps they didn't even need to fight a real battle. Su Yang himself even started chatting with Elder Chen. It was mainly Elder Chen who took the initiative to talk to Su Yang. Originally, Su Yang thought that the other party wanted to know about the energy electromagnetic cannon. But that's not actually the case. It was actually matchmaking. Yes, it's matchmaking. Act as matchmaker between him and Zheng Qingzhu. Su Yang was speechless. Even in this world of survival, the old man's ideas and habits hadn't changed. It was quite unexpected. To Su Yang's surprise, even after he hinted that Fang Ya, Jiang Manchue, Lu Mimi, and Lin Xiaoyu were all his women, old Chun became even more enthusiastic. We're already fighting for survival. How can you still cling to the idea of monogamy? What's the big deal about having a few women? You only have 4. Some of the so-called big shots in our Chinese nation have harems of at least 300, if not 300, but already a lot of women in their 30s. I believe Xiaojing definitely won't mind. Is being your woman extremely restrictive? Could leaking secrets be life-threatening? That's a good thing. You should find more women to help you so you can focus on improving your own strength. What could Su Yang say? He had already mentioned that his woman couldn't leak secrets, and old Chun had said those things, clearly indicating that he wasn't looking for Zheng Qingzhu as an inside agent. He's not some saint. How could he possibly remain unmoved when a stunningly beautiful woman comes knocking on his door? However, since the other party was an official, and he was in a cooperative relationship with the government, Su Yang naturally couldn't afford to cause any conflict with the government for the sake of a mere woman. But things are different now. Well, these days you could say this is like being ordered to pick up girls. Therefore, in front of Elder Chun, he took Zheng Qingzhu into his team and treated her the same as Fang Ya and the others. It wasn't until she joined Su Yang's racing team that Zheng Qingzhu realized what made Su Yang special. Since the authorities sent so many people to join Su Yang's Infinite Car Club, Zheng Qingzhu naturally knew a lot about Su Yang's Infinite Car Club. Only now did she realize just how special Su Yang's Infinite Car Group was, but the attributes of that row of cars really surprised her. Not only is it an orange team, but it is also an orange team with red attributes. As for Su Yang's armored RV, it dazzled her. She naturally knew that Su Yang's vehicle was definitely orange level, and most likely upgraded to 9 stars. Since there was no vehicle tier ranking list, not many people knew the tier of Su Yang's vehicle. Zheng Qingzhu fell silent upon seeing that orange 9 star plus special level. As for the 5 red and 1 gold vehicle parts, they left her in awe for a long time. When she thought of old Chen's words, little Zheng is also a child I watched grow up. She is the granddaughter of my old comrade in arms, and I also regard her as my own granddaughter. I am just finding a good home for my granddaughter. She felt a sudden stirring in her heart. This is indeed the best ending. By this time, it was already dark, and Su Yang had already summoned 10 Night Demon Assassins. Each assassin cost 100 mana points per second, but with the reduction at LV9, it became 10 mana points. So, 10 assassins per second only consumed 100 mana points of Su Yang's mana. With Su Yang's current mana, he can sustain 10 Night Demon Assassins for 8 minutes and 30 seconds. After locating the Bull King, Su Yang released them. 3 minutes later, Su Yang noticed that one of the Night Demon Assassins had disappeared. Once a Night Demon Assassin dies, it takes 1 hour to be summoned a second time. Su Yang was prepared to summon the Bull King several times before he could possibly kill it, but as it turned out, he underestimated the strength of the Night Demon Assassin. Just after the 4th Night Demon Assassin was killed, a kill notification sounded from the system. Kill Diamond Level 5. Chapter 169 Overall Gene Enhancement. Slay a Diamond Level 5 boss, the Mist Bull King. Received, 1 red treasure chest, 100,000 gold coins, 20 million experience points. 10 Night Demon Assassins infiltrated the bull herd to assassinate the Bull King, ultimately sacrificing 4 of them to successfully kill him. The remaining 6 Night Demon Assassins did not last long either, dying one after another. Having suffered too many attacks from the bulls, they could not possibly return. Soon, the herd of bulls ahead rioted. Because they suddenly lost their leader, the entire herd of bulls went out of control, with many of them seemingly running wild, and some even charging towards Elder Chen's convoy. Without Su Yang giving an order, the supercar and 6 other vehicles immediately began a frenzied attack, unleashing a barrage of bullets that riddled the charging bull with holes. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, a large number of bull carcasses lay dead. Faced with this situation, the leaderless herd of bulls finally stopped charging in this direction and instead ran off in other directions. Su Yang naturally wouldn't order a pursuit. He had already accomplished what he needed to do, and naturally wouldn't bother the other wild bulls. The number of bulls is too large, and killing them is not an easy task. In fact, with this side's lineup, without armored vehicles, they are likely to suffer damage. Soon after, Su Yang left and returned to the armored vehicle, leaving the rest to the soldiers and the people in Chun Lao's convoy. When Su Yang returned to the armored vehicle, the battlefield had been mostly cleared up, and Su Yang immediately began collecting data. By collecting from a large pile of mangled bull carcasses, Su Yang obtained a large amount of bull meat, ranging from green to purple quality. The high-level savage bulls were piled up on the other side. After collecting them, Su Yang directly collected over 1,000 kilograms of orange savage beef. This orange savage beef can increase the four-dimensional attributes by 10 points, but it requires a lot of consumption. Jiang Manhwa had already instructed the kitchen to fry the steaks, and Su Yang also wanted to see how much he could eat. The second kill of the Minotaur King only yielded a red treasure chest. The rewards for the first kill and the kill of a higher-level enemy were gone. Fortunately, the reward of 20 million was enough to make Su Yang feel very good. Normally, you would get millions of experience points for killing a diamond-level monster, but because this is a boss, there is a bonus. If I get a few more, I can upgrade again. That's what Su Yang was thinking. However, to Su Yang's great disappointment, no team encountered the Bull King the following day. Actually, it's not entirely impossible. Some convoys have encountered herds of bulls, but those convoys only had time to send a few messages before completely losing contact. It was obvious that they had been wiped out by the herd of wild bulls, which meant that Su Yang couldn't get there even if he wanted to. Time quickly came to the 27th day. Su Yang, who had just gotten up early in the morning, received several pieces of news. The results of battles and victories in several regions had been achieved. These are all areas where fierce battles determine the victor. 5 blue stars, 2 water source stars. It's impossible for Blue Star to win every time. Even if Water Star loses coals, its overall strength won't decrease much. While Water Star may not be as strong as China in terms of overall strength, it is much stronger than other countries on Earth. More importantly, they are the ones who fought their way to the top. The outcome of these past few days' battles has been roughly even, with the Blue Star region generally holding the upper hand based on the rankings. Because of Su Yang, Blue Star holds an absolute advantage in purple vehicles. While they may not have a large number of purple vehicles, it's quite normal for 1 in 10 teams to have one. On Water Star, even with 20 or 30 convoys, there might not be a single purple vehicle. Many areas that haven't experienced fierce battles have already seen people successfully reach the Land of Mist, and most of the first-place winners are from Blue Star. To Su Yang's disappointment, there was still no news of wild bull herds. It seemed that wild bull herds were only likely to be encountered in areas where battles had taken place. In the past day or two, he has killed the Bull King again, bringing his total number of Bull King kills to 4. This caused Su Yang to level up by 1. At the same time, because he ate the orange barbarian beef, Su Yang's 3 main attributes, except for agility, all reached 180. It's worth mentioning that Su Yang collected the corpse of the Bull King 3 times in a row, but each time, he only got orange beef and some orange quality materials. For example, cow bones, cowhide, cow horns. The so-called essence of the bull and the heart of the bull were not collected, nor were any other bulls. Su Yang has yet to collect the essence or special heart from the wild bull. This puzzled him greatly, and he could only conclude that the bull was somewhat special and could not collect those special items. Blue Charm was happy, because she finally had the corpse of the Bull King to study. She did indeed create a level 6 gene evolution potion. It is worth mentioning that after Zheng Qingzhu joined the core team, she took the initiative to enter Su Yang's room the next night, catching Su Yang off guard. But, of course, Su Yang wouldn't waste food, so how could he possibly refuse? What Su Yang didn't expect was that after Zheng Qingzhu joined, she quickly became close with the other girls and even seemed to be taking the lead. Seemingly worried that Su Yang might misunderstand something, Zheng Qingzhu took the initiative to approach him and explain some of the situation. The so-called dominance is both yes and no. In Zheng Qingzhu's words, he doesn't need too many voices around him. Su Yang alone is enough. While there may not be any hierarchy among the core team members, it's best to clearly identify a core member to facilitate leadership. To be honest, Su Yang didn't quite understand these things, but he knew that no matter what Zheng Qingzhu did, she could not break through his constraints. Moreover, after Zheng Qingzhu came along, he did find that many things became easier. At least Fangya said that Zheng Qingzhu helped her with a lot of things, and now she only needed to deal with business matters. Then, Zheng Qingzhu proposed that Su Yang's team be genetically modified, which simply means that everyone should follow the genetic evolution route. Because this makes it easier to control. Only Su Yang can make his subordinates evolve. This is the best way to control them. This is also because such evolution consumes fewer resources. After all, The resources consumed by one normal evolution potion are enough to create 3 gene evolution potions. This method can promote loyal subordinates, while those who are not so good will continue to evolve in a mediocre way. Smart people will know what choice to make. As for the issue that genetic evolution consumes more potential than normal evolution, Zheng Qingzhu's words made Su Yang instantly agree. A powerful but not particularly loyal expert, or 3 equally loyal experts of average skill. Which would you choose? Select? Is there even a need to choose? Chapter 170. Nothing much, just the boss casually gave a small reward. Although Su Yang had accepted Zheng Qingzhu's proposal to genetically modify the entire team, he still retained the normal evolution for the core team. Zheng Qingzhu agreed with this and even suggested bringing Fang Xuqing, Xie Bian, and He Qihua into his convoy as well. Anyway, his team is special, so even if he joins, he can still form his own team without any impact. He Qihua has already followed the genetic route, and there's no way to stop him, but Fang Xuqing and Xie Bian can follow the normal evolutionary route. We do need some truly strong individuals under our command, people who can be brought into the team to be subject to the highest level of discipline and restrictions, and to maintain their loyalty. Therefore, Su Yang naturally intended to give the first level 6 gene evolution potion that Lan Mei had created to He Qihua. In fact, with the body of a bull king, it would be entirely possible to create a normal evolution potion, but this time research was required, mainly on the research of a level 6 evolution potion, which consumed a lot of resources, and only one level 6 gene evolution potion was created. Normally, such high-quality materials can produce 3 blue charm lipsticks. As for how to give it to He Qihua, Su Yang was having a bit of a headache. He needed a reason, right? You can't just give it away as a gift, can you? As for asking the other party to exchange contribution points, forget about that. The blueprints for the orange armored double-decker bus upgrade were given to the Vulcan battalion, and He Qihua and the others had worked hard to finally get their contribution points back, while all he got was a cannon blueprint. Su Yang didn't believe that the Vulcan battalion would be able to pay off the remaining contribution points before the end of the Misty Land. So, what excuse do we need to come up with? Just as Su Yang was pondering this question, He Qihua suddenly contacted him. He Qihua, boss, good news. I've captured that merchant Telt from Water Source Star alive. Su Yang was stunned. Telt? The reason he knew about this person from Water Source Star was because the other party was a special merchant trained by Coles. The other party possesses the special talent of the Merchant Alliance. Although they are far inferior to Fang Ye's merchants in terms of trading skills, their talent has a unique feature. After trading with them, they can trade again even if they are in different regions. Therefore, Su Yang thought that if he used the talent plunder card to plunder Fang Ye's talent and merge it with her, would Fang Ye's merchant talent also be able to obtain this talent ability? Of the 3 copy cards Su Yang had previously opened, 2 had already been used to copy 2 talent plunder cards, one of which Su Yang had already used. The second one was naturally reserved for Fang Ye to use in devouring Telt's talent. They just haven't found him yet. Su Yang had already announced that any convoy that found Telt would receive a generous reward, and the reward for capturing him would be even more generous. Unfortunately, no one ever found Telt. It was as if he had completely vanished. I never expected this kid to bring me such good news. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and a thought struck him. This time, I don't need any excuses. Soon, He Qihua, accompanied by 2 of his men, escorted a Water Source Star person who looked like a beggar through a spatial portal to Su Yang's armored RV. Hey, the old man has arrived. He Qihua chuckled. You have no idea, this kid is really good at hiding. He completely concealed his identity and hid in a convoy. No one on the other side knew him. Even when I recognized this kid as Telt, the team leader was completely dumbfounded. After hearing He Qihua's words, Su Yang immediately understood. It seems that Telt hid his identity and went into hiding. Most likely, after Cole's death, he was afraid and pulled this stunt. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still captured by He Qihua, who was good at lying in wait. It is worth mentioning that no fighting took place in the area where the Vulcan camp was located. Instead, He Qihua arrived at the Land of Mist early on, but he did not choose to enter the Land of Mist. Instead, he squatted at the entrance and drove 3 double-decker buses around the entrance of the Land of Mist to search for the convoy of Water Source Star. He only wanted to wipe out the Water Star caravan that was near the Misty Land, but he got an unexpected bonus. At this moment, Telt finally realized that Su Yang in front of him must be the one who killed Coles. Most importantly, you actually possess such means, allowing you to freely enter other areas? Telt looked at Su Yang with disbelief. Hey, you dare to ask these questions? Ichihua slapped the other party across the face. Su Yang didn't explain, but simply took out the talent plunder card and plundered the other party's talent. Upon realizing that his talent had vanished in an instant, Telt's expression changed drastically. You actually stole my talent? Damn it. My words don't carry any weight anymore? You still dare to say that? Ichihua kicked the other party several times, causing Telt to vomit blood. Alright, go and handle it later. Su Yang frowned. They'd made a mess of his station. Yes. Ichihua knew that his boss had gotten what he wanted, so he gave two of his men a look, and Telt was taken away. Ichihua was about to leave as well, but Su Yang stopped him. Here, take this. Su Yang handed the level 6 gene evolution potion to the other party and said, You did a good job this time. The cannon's contribution points are cleared. This is your reward. As he spoke, Su Yang stepped ahead of Ichihua and entered the spatial portal, arriving at his room. Thank you, boss. Ichihua shouted, then looked down and saw clearly what Su Yang had given him. Holy crap, a level 6 gene evolution potion. His exclamation of holy crap made the soldiers who were meticulously maintaining their work status inside the armored vehicle turn around and take a look. Although he knew perfectly well that these people wouldn't steal his things, Ichihua still carefully picked up the items immediately. Then, he opened his friend's list, scrolled down to a certain spot, and clicked on it. Ichihua, little Anzi, the boss rewarded me with a level 6 evolution potion. Siabayan. Damn, what's going on? Ichihua. It's nothing. It's just that the boss thought my little brother was pretty good, so he casually gave him a reward. Siabayan. Get lost, you fucking talk to me like a human being. Ichihua. Hee, since you're begging your brother Hua so much, then I'll mercifully tell you. Siabayan. Which eye of yours saw me begging you? Or are you illiterate? Ichihua. Damn it, do you still want to know? Siabayan. No. I suddenly don't want to know anymore, so please don't say anything. Ichihua. No, I'll tell you now. Ichihua, where is he? Is he still there? Chapter 171 Fong Ya's Talent Enhancement, Entering the Land of Mist. How is it? Has there been any improvement? Inside the bedroom, Su Yang looked expectantly at Fong Ya, whose eyes were closed. Fong Ya nodded, her face beaming with joy. With the integration of this talent alliance, I now have much stronger contractual constraints and transactions. To put it simply, I used to be able to set a penalty of 3 times for breach of contract, but now I can set it of 30 times. Such a big improvement. Su Yang was also somewhat surprised. Fong Ya's talent as a merchant had constraints, that is, a trade agreement, but the effect was SOSO. Unless the transaction has a truly high intrinsic value, it's very difficult to seize the other party's vehicle if they default. Especially if the transacting party dies, you might recover some items, but in reality, you're at a loss. But things are different now. According to Fong Ya, as long as the other party agrees, even if it's just a copper coin, the other party's vehicle can be used as collateral. If the other party defaults, the vehicle will belong to her. Even if the other party dies, she can still recover items of a certain value, so she won't lose money. Moreover, Fong Ya can now trade with people she has traded with before, which seems to be no big deal for her now that she can trade across the entire Blue Star region. But Fong Ya used this opportunity to contact people who had already entered the Land of Mist. Su Yang was very curious about the situation in the Misty Land, because this time, everyone who entered the Misty Land was unable to speak in the communication channel. Or rather, the communication channel is now divided into 2 parts, one inside the Land of Mist, and the other outside the Land of Mist. At least, that's what Su Yang thinks. Now, Fong Ya is able to contact the other party. Although it's just a transaction and they can't have private chats, Su Yang had the warriors of the car group set up many code words before. Fong Ya is just listing the items and designating specific contact members to enter the Misty Land. The other party will express their meaning by saying that a certain item has been successfully traded. Soon, Fong Ya confirmed one thing. The members of the Misty Land seemed to want Su Yang to enter the Misty Land as soon as possible, a situation that greatly surprised Su Yang. Should I hurry up and get to the Land of Mist? Su Yang frowned. If he entered the Land of Misty Clouds, then the entire Blue Star region would probably be unable to get his support. After all, he didn't know if the portal would still function properly in his absence. Moreover, he wanted to kill more Bull Kings to level up to Diamond 10, but given the current situation, that seemed impossible. The specific contact members couldn't possibly be unaware of his importance here, yet even if they knew, they still made this request. Clearly, compared to supporting other convoys on Blue Star, his own entry into the Land of Mist was more important. I think that's about right. Fong Ya suddenly spoke up. The situation in the Blue Star region is very good now. Even without your spatial gate support, most areas will be able to achieve victory. Besides, my talent has improved further. Since I can trade with members who have entered the Misty Land now, I can also trade with the people here after I enter the Misty Land. I can even stay here first, and you can go over there by yourself. Suyang hesitated for a moment, then decided that the plan was feasible. Give the order to proceed at full speed. Then you go to Hichihua's side. I'll leave the supercar to you. Manhwa will come with me, and the rest of you will stay behind with you. Fangya nodded. This plan was the best. Soon, the armored vehicle began to move forward at full speed. Suyang quickly killed the monsters he encountered along the way with the K-type heavy machine gun. He didn't even bother to pick up the corpses of most of them, except for those of gold level and above. Fangya, along with Lu Mimi, Lin Xiaoyu, Zheng Qingzhu, and even Lan Mei, began to transfer to Hichihua's double-decker bus. Suyang also left most of his combat members behind. Before leaving, he upgraded 5 of the orange vehicles, 3 of which were upgraded to orange 9-star. As for the ammunition on the armored vehicle, it was all left behind, as was the Barrett Thor. For Suyang, there was only the energy electromagnetic cannon and light energy. The armored vehicle's greatest attack power was still intact. In just over an hour, only Suyang and Jiang Manhwa remained in the armored RV. Jiang Manhwa stayed because of her talent and luck, while Suyang now had another mysterious treasure chest that was about to refresh. In addition to the golden and red treasure chests that had been dropped before, it was time to try opening them. Of course, if there's no need, Suyang still plans to let Jiang Manhwa's accumulated luck cool down and open the box directly with 1 second of red luck. Arrive. Jiang Manhwa, who was in the driver's seat, suddenly spoke up. A huge light screen appeared in front of the armored vehicle, with the words Land of Mist clearly marked on it. Suyang naturally saw it too. With a thought, he used up all his mana in just 3 minutes to create a large number of special bullets and stuff them into the caravan's warehouse. After Fangya took the bullets, he nodded to Jiang Manhwa. Seeing this, Jiang Manhwa stepped on the gas, and the armored RV entered the Land of Mist. The next moment, the two received a large number of hints. One of the prompts asked whether his vehicle group and several skills should be stopped. After reading it, Suyang quickly understood that if he chose to stop, Fangya and the others, who had not yet entered the Misty Land, would not be able to use some of the infinite car group's functions and enjoy the convenience brought by his skills. At the very least, they would not be able to use the spatial gate. Suyang chose not to stop. In this way, although he could not use the functions of the vehicle group and several skills such as space, he could still ensure the convenience of Fangya and the others and still provide support, just not as convenient as when he was there. At the same time, the supercar does not have visibility of 10,000 meters, but rather drops to the same level of visibility as Hichihua's side, but it is still not bad. After making his choice, Suyang began to take in the Misty Land before him. Then he discovered that they had entered a parking lot filled with a large number of vehicles, all of which belonged to members of the Huaxia tribe, who had already entered the Misty Land. Soon, someone contacted Suyang. A dozen minutes later, Suyang had a general understanding of the Land of Misty Clouds. First of all, the Land of Mist is actually no different from the space you entered after the zombie siege. They entered the parking lot of the Blue Star District, specifically the parking lot within the Huaxia clan's territory. This time, all races entering the Misty Land were in the same situation. They all started in a parking lot, and no one in any vehicle could leave. They had to stay inside. To gain the freedom to move around, one can only rely on the efforts of one's own area. Then, Suyang learned an astonishing piece of news. The freedom of movement he gained in this Land of Mist was permanent. Chapter 172, The Special Land of Mist, the reward of a permanent space? Permanent space? Upon learning this, Suyang was stunned. According to the rules of the Misty Land, random competitions are held here every day, or even every hour. All races can participate in the competitions, as long as they have time to register. If you can achieve a certain ranking, you will receive rewards, including spatial rewards. The higher the ranking, the greater the spatial reward. It is worth mentioning that there are now millions of people in the entire Blue Star region, and the Huaxia race alone has exceeded 3 million, but none of them have received even a single reward. Because the infinite car group function was temporarily unavailable, Suyang could only communicate with his subordinates through the chat channel. Fortunately, the Huaxia clan had a separate chat channel. As soon as he arrived, the originally noisy chat channel instantly quieted down with just one sentence from him, leaving only a few people speaking. To the more than 300 Chinese people, Su Yang's arrival meant they could win. However, after learning about the situation, Su Yang was not so optimistic. Because the maximum number of participants in any competition is 1 million vehicles, regardless of how many people are in each vehicle. Only the vehicles are counted. Only the top 100 people can win the reward. As for what kind of competitions they are all kinds of things, and so far there have been no repeated competitions, so it is meaningless to discuss the previous competitions. I never expected that entering the Land of Mist would turn out like this. This is quite unexpected. After learning the situation, Jiang Manhua was also at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, but this is also an opportunity. Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly, and with a thought, he raised his level. In the last hour, he seemed to have extremely good luck. 2 Minotaur Kings appeared, and Su Yang killed them both. Because he killed a lot of Minotaurs, he gained a lot of experience points, which allowed him to level up to Diamond level 8. He hadn't originally planned to level up so quickly. However, because he had used up all his mana to make bullets for Fangya and the others, he now only has a couple hundred mana points left, which he can only recover by leveling up. Host, Su Yang. Level, Diamond 8, 10.05 million/90 million. Health points, 56400/56400. Mana points, 56700/56700. Strength, 183 plus 3. Physical fitness, 185 plus 3. Agility, 183 plus 3. Mental strength, 186 plus 3. Skills, gathering, LV9. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Aiming, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Spatial ability, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV9. Shockwave, LV0. Hurricane Blade, LV3. Reduction, LV9. Skill points, 3. Equipment, low-level attribute stones. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 132 180ths 1 gold treasure chest, 5 red treasure chests, 112 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. With his 4-dimensional attributes exceeding 180 and the additional 3 points from the low-level attribute stones, Su Yang's health and mana both exceeded 56,000. Great, your mana has been restored. With a slight smile, Su Yang looked up and his gaze fell on the light screen above the parking lot, where a huge countdown number was displayed. 3:26. The next match is about to start in 3 minutes, which is why Su Yang chose to level up to recover his mana, as waiting for it to recover naturally would be too slow. Soon, the countdown ended. Without checking what the match was, Su Yang chose to save his life. However, the competition is currently full. Registration has failed. What is that? Su Yang was a little stunned. He clearly pressed the button immediately, but he still failed to register. What level of tentacle monster does this have? Or did it develop from being single for 300 years? Su Yang couldn't help but make a comment. Registration failed? Jiang Manhua tentatively asked a question, but did not receive a definite answer from Su Yang. However, judging from his indifferent expression, Jiang Manhua already knew the answer in her heart. The good news was that 2 cars in the Huaxiao region successfully registered, but bad news soon followed. In less than 5 minutes, both vehicles returned empty-handed. Not only that, one of them was almost totaled. They had to give up quickly, otherwise the people in the vehicles would not have made it back. The matches here are fraught with danger. One wrong move, and you could lose your life on the spot. The only good thing is that you can forfeit the match, which will get you sent out instantly. Although you lose the match, you save your life. It's worth mentioning that you can't participate again for 3 hours after losing, and you can't participate again if you lose 3 times in a day. If you win, the top 100 can continue the competition as long as they register. Since he failed to register, Su Yang could only watch the current competition. However, there was no live broadcast, and the screen above his head only showed some data. At least Su Yang could see the ranking rewards, and then he was dumbfounded. The reward for ranking 100th is only 1 milliliter, which is so tiny that it can't even hold a sip of saliva. But soon he discovered that 1 milliliter was for each person. Simply put, after receiving this reward, the race will have a space of 1 milliliter as many people as there are. A race of 1 million people is 1 million millimeters, which is actually 1 cubic meter. But if there are 100 million people, it's 100 cubic meters. If you get the reward multiple times, it's a different story. If someone wins first place, the reward is 1 cubic meter per person. For 100 million people, that's 100 million cubic meters. Unfortunately, winning first place out of 1 million cars is no easy feat, even Su Yang wasn't confident enough, because there were too many races involved, especially some of the most powerful ones. Half an hour later, the match ended. To be precise, after 31 minutes. Each match only has 1 minute to learn the rules, and then the match time begins for 30 minutes. The vehicle that won first place this time was from the Three-Eyed Clan. In fact, 2 of the top 10 vehicles were from the Three-Eyed Clan. Su Yang was no stranger to this name. He learned from Lan Mei that the Three-Eyed Clan seemed to have a special talent ability. After awakening, they could obtain many items. As for how they obtained them, Lan Mei did not know. Half an hour passed quickly, and this time Su Yang was fully focused. Countdown is over. Sign up. It was a success. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and the next moment the armored vehicle transformed into a beam of light and entered the light screen above. At the same time, the people in the surrounding Chinese member vehicles who witnessed this scene were all pleasantly surprised. I saw it. Su Shun's vehicle disappeared. Haha. Su Shun has successfully registered. I hope Su Shun can achieve a good ranking so that our China region can have a permanent territory. It's quite difficult. Anything is possible in this competition. There's even rock, paper, scissors. It's outrageous. Damn, it really does depend a bit on luck. The last competition was a mountain climbing event, and I tumbled down after climbing only a few dozen meters. We can only hope that Su Shun will have better luck, and we must have faith in Su Shun. Chapter 173 Vehicle Upgrade. Red Armored Motorhome. Competition Space. With only 1 minute to prepare, Su Yang immediately went to check the rules upon entering. Read it in 3 seconds. This competition can be described as all about speed. The final ranking is determined by the distance covered in 30 minutes on a straight road. Upon seeing this content, Su Yang immediately opened his trading interface and traded one of the items Fang Ye had specified for him. An empty golden treasure chest. This means he needs 3 orange 9-star vehicles to upgrade his armored motorhome to red level, which is an agreement he made with Fang Ye. The golden empty treasure chest is the fastest way to do so. All of this was done in just 7 seconds, and then, since it's a speed contest, the faster the better. The armored RV is only at the orange 9-star level. Although its speed has reached 1,240 kilometers per hour, Su Yang doesn't think that speed is that fast. In fact, it's almost impossible for it to get into the top 100 in this competition. Of course, due to special circumstances, his armored RV has a speed bonus, which can double the speed in critical moments. 2,480 kilometers per hour is somewhat possible, but not enough, so Su Yang needs to increase the vehicle speed. Not only that, he also immediately produced a special vehicle part. Vehicle Accelerator. This can increase vehicle speed. The purple quality vehicle accelerator can increase the vehicle speed by 300 kilometers per hour. Su Yang chose to install it on the optimization component, and immediately the purple vehicle accelerator gained an orange optimization status, resulting in a speed increase of 50%. That works. At the same time, Su Yang discovered that Fang Ye had already designated 3 orange 9-star vehicles to be traded to him. Since the skill space and vehicle group function cannot be used for the time being, this method is the fastest and safest. The transaction was completed quickly, and Su Yang gained 3 orange 9-star vehicles, which he immediately upgraded. This time, Su Yang received another notification that he needed to consume red universal materials to comprehensively enhance the vehicle. Without hesitation, Su Yang immediately agreed. A moment later, Su Yang's armored RV turned red. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 1000%. Quality, red 1-star++. Light energy, 10,000/10,000. Regenerates 100 points of light energy per hour. Speed, 1800 km/h+. Components, September 15th energy electromagnetic cannon, red+. Vehicle interior, red+. Energy converter, red+. Small armory, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. High energy engine, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. Optimized components, 3/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. Vehicle accelerator, orange optimized state. High energy engine, orange optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion, light energy storage. So that's how it is. The red universal material is used to enhance high energy engines. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. When he saw that the component had an additional high energy engine of red quality, he immediately understood what was going on. Needless to say, a red quality high energy engine is far superior to several purple quality high energy engines. Although it consumed 3 red universal materials, The result was clearly worthwhile. I didn't pay much attention to anything else because the game was down to its final 5 seconds. Manhwa, assist me in piloting. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-yang was already in the driver's seat, and Jiang Manhwa also got into the driver's seat at the last second. Before she could even respond to Su-yang, he floored the accelerator and sped the armored vehicle to its maximum speed. The match begins. 1 second after starting, the armored vehicle reached a speed of 300 km per hour, and the second, it was over 1,000 km per hour. A speed of 1,800 km per hour is not the limit for armored motorhomes. Su-yang activated the armored vehicle's maximum speed, bringing it to 3,600 km per hour, and then shouted, "Activate the vehicle accelerator." Clear. Jiang Manhwa nodded and activated the vehicle's accelerator from the passenger seat. However, this 50% speed increase is not based on the vehicle's speed of 3,600 km per hour, but on the speed of the armored vehicle itself. Therefore, the vehicle accelerator only increases the speed by 900 km per hour. Even so, this allowed the armored vehicle to reach a speed of 4,500 km per hour. Report the rate at which the vehicle status values are decreasing. Su-yang kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Although it was a straight road, at this speed, even the slightest movement of the steering wheel would have an incredibly dramatic effect, which made Su-yang dare not look anywhere else. Fortunately, thanks to the balancer, the interior remained perfectly stable, unaffected by the ultra-high speed of 4,500 km per hour. Decreases by 1% in 1 second. After looking at it for a few seconds, Jiang Manhwa gave a precise reply. The vehicle's current status value is 1,000%, which can last for 1,000 seconds. The race time is 30 minutes, which is 1,800 seconds. Does it drop by 1% per second? Su-yang's eyes flashed. Be careful. When the status value drops below 300%, use all your energy to recover. Clear. Upon receiving Jiang Manhwa's affirmative answer, Su-yang secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had brought Jiang Manhwa along. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to handle it alone, at least not so easily. He only needed to maintain the vehicle's maximum speed without having to worry about anything else. I just don't know where I'll rank at 4,500 km per hour. Su-yang is now certain that in this competition, he is confident that he will not only make it into the top 100, but even the top 50, and he may even have a chance to go further. 3 minutes later, Jiang Manhwa suddenly spoke up. The rankings are out. Tell me our current rankings, Su-yang asked. Ranked 357th. Su-yang frowned. How could he only be ranked over 300? He had reached the maximum speed of 4,500 km per hour in almost half a minute. How could he only be ranked over 300? There were actually more than 300 vehicles traveling at speeds exceeding 4,500 km per hour? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Just then, Jiang Manhwa seemed to notice something and hurriedly added, "Our ranking is getting closer and closer, but our speed hasn't decreased. It must be that the vehicles in front of us used special items. Now it's time to slow down." I knew it. Su-yang was secretly delighted. He couldn't believe that anyone could keep the car at top speed like him, regardless of the wear and tear on the vehicle. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Su-yang and his team had already reached 227th place, and they were still moving closer to the top. After the first 10 minutes of the match, Su-yang and his team entered the top 200, and from then on, their ranking improved at an increasingly rapid pace. When the game reached the 20-minute mark, Su-yang and his team had already entered the top 100, and even ranked 78th. It's safe. Su-yang felt much more at ease, knowing he would at least receive a reward this time. Very good. Chapter 174, second place. Permanent space acquired. Competition space. Inside a vehicle several times larger than Xie Bian's heavy raider, a man with a third eye on his forehead looked grim. What exactly is the origin of this vehicle belonging to the Han Chinese? Why was its speed kept constant? Faced with the question from the three-eyed man, the other three-eyed men around him looked at each other, completely bewildered. The Han Chinese? This is the first time I've heard of this. And it seems that the Huaxiao race isn't even on the list of all races yet, right? Have they all become mute? The three-eyed man's tone was tinged with anger. Young master, the Huaxiao people are not among the races listed in the ranking of all races? A middle-aged man finally mustered the courage to answer. Not ranked in the list of all races. The young master of the three-eyed clan laughed in anger. You've maintained this speed for over 25 minutes. And you're telling me this is a vehicle that a race that hasn't even made it onto the rankings of all races could create? Yes. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, I know this is hard for you to believe, but it is true. I estimate that the other party's vehicle is a speed-type vehicle, and it has a lot of vehicle repair cards, which is why the vehicle has been able to maintain such a high speed." How could the young master of the three-eyed clan not know these things? He was just a little angry. Vehicle repair cards are strategic items, usually used in battle to repair damaged vehicles in order to turn the tide and achieve victory. But what about now? In this mere match, he has already used up 2 cards, and judging from the situation, he will soon use up a third. Given the current situation, is there any chance this car can catch up with us? The young master of the three-eyed clan asked. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, his tone somewhat stammering. He didn't answer directly, but he answered everything anyway. Very good. The young master of the three-eyed clan withdrew his gaze, staring intently at the current rankings, and said through gritted teeth, "Continue. We've already achieved 8 consecutive championships. We only need 2 more first-place finishes to trigger the special reward. This time, we must hold on to first place. However, if you do it this way, young master, you'll not only need to use 2 more vehicle repair cards, but you'll also probably need at least 3 acceleration cards to ensure you take first place." Wasn't I clear enough? The young master of the three-eyed clan was getting angry. Do you think I don't know these things? Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. Yes. The middle-aged man was startled and immediately went down to take action. The game had 3 minutes left. We're in 3rd place. And we're about to be in 2nd place. With Jiang Manchua's constant updates, Su Yang, who was focused on driving, felt increasingly delighted. Very good. It was a great start. He never expected that he could achieve a top 3 finish. But upon closer examination, this seems to be a matter of course, since other people's vehicles do not have the ability to integrate everything about the vehicle into a single status value. This makes the vehicle's defense completely unified. Only by reducing its status value can the vehicle be damaged. However, Su Yang's armored vehicle is currently at 1000% status, and all its functions will remain intact until this value drops below 100%. Su Yang wasn't the only one whose vehicle had a plus sign. Other people's vehicles also had a plus sign, which allowed them to enter the vehicle's maximum speed state and double the speed. However, entering the maximum speed state would cause wear and tear on the vehicle. However, Su Yang possesses a holistic skill set, coupled with the special ability of light energy, allowing him to restore and transform energy at any time. After an armored motorhome is upgraded to red, it takes 10 points of light energy to restore 1% of the vehicle's status value. A full 10,000 points of light energy can restore 1,000%. To put it another way, if that's still not enough, Su Yang can even use his mana to convert into light energy. Therefore, the armored motorhome can maintain a speed of 4,500 km per hour and keep it in peak condition. Vehicle repair card? What is that? His armored motorhome doesn't need it at all. 3 minutes later. What a pity. Su Yang shook his head slightly, loosening his grip on the steering wheel he had been holding for half an hour. Jiang Manchua, sitting in the passenger seat, also looked regretful. They were so close to winning first place. In fact, Su Yang was only a little over 100 kilometers behind the first-place runner in total distance. If they had had a little more time, they might have won. However, second place is already quite good. A space of 0.5 cubic meters and a random second-place prize. This time, the random reward is a red vehicle upgrade blueprint, which can upgrade any type of vehicle to red. The reward was barely acceptable. Su Yang could only think this way, because, to be honest, this thing was quite valuable, but it wasn't very useful to him. While Su Yang received the reward, the parking lot in the Huaxiao region, especially the chat channel, was in an uproar. Second place. Holy crap. Second place. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew Su Shin was awesome. He took second place right away. As expected of God Su, he secured second place with just one move. If there's anything, it's just a reward of 0.5 cubic meters of space. Hey, which country on earth are you from, upstairs? You don't know that this reward is calculated based on the number of people, do you? Our Huaxiao region now has more than 3 million people in the land of mist, which is more than 150 cubic meters, and there are more than 200 million people still alive. Haha, 200 million people is 100 million cubic meters of space. Don't be too smug. You may still have more than 200 million people, but the number of people who can actually enter the land of mist is probably not that many. Hey, typical sour grapes. You guys can keep being sour all you want. Su Shun has already planned out the space. We can get out of the car and move around. envy, jealousy, and hatred, you idiots. Each person receives 0.5 cubic meters, and the space planning authority awarded this time naturally falls into Su Yang's hands. With a population of over 3 million in the current Huaxia district, Su Yang's planned space already exceeds 1.6 million cubic meters. After some thought, Su Yang decided to design a space that is 10 meters high, 500 meters long, and more than 320 meters wide, mainly to create 160,000 square meters of space so that people can have some room to move around. Of course, even a space of 160,000 square meters cannot accommodate more than 3 million people to participate in activities together. For now, activities can only be carried out in a distributed manner. In fact, it could be divided into 2 floors, each 5 meters high, but that would be somewhat oppressive and not very good. Soon, such a space appeared outside the parking lot, and the Chinese people who had been sitting in their cars for a long time came out to move around. Chapter 175 Establishment of the Huaxia clan's territory. Permanent space, that's a good thing. This means that people of the Huaxiao ethnicity can survive in this space without needing to resort to extreme survival tactics. Even if no one from the Huaxiao race tries to survive from now on, this space will still exist. It will only disappear when the entire Huaxiao race is wiped out. But, although this space can be generated, it is currently a vast expanse of white, just a pure space, without even land. The permanent space of any race takes a long time to develop and become a true ancestral home. For the Huaxiao people, this is just the beginning. Not bad. Looking at the space in front of him, Su Yang was very satisfied. He had partitioned off a space of over 1,000 square meters in the very center. This space naturally belonged to him alone. He had the right and the qualification to have his own private territory here. This is outrageous. Adding just one room costs millions of gold coins. Jiang Manhwa exclaimed in surprise. Although it was impossible to buy everything, one could spend gold coins to purchase some basic equipment within this space. Millions of gold coins? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, but then completely ignored it, as he currently had over 100 million gold coins on him. Having opened so many treasure chests, how could he possibly lack gold coins? In fact, Fangya has even more gold coins than him. If all the things he doesn't need were cleared out, and Fangya's items were added, the gold coins would only be more than he had. A net worth of 1 billion. This is not an exaggeration for Su Yang, but a fact. Don't worry, the more we talk, the more comfortable we'll be. In this world of survival, we don't need to mistreat ourselves. Su Yang waved his hand and transferred half of his gold coins to Jiang Manhwa, who then went to make arrangements. He himself left this space and entered the outside world. Now that they could communicate in the space, Su Yang naturally began to gather the members of his car club. Let them get on the bus to help. After all, there's still a race to go. In less than 10 minutes, more than 30 members of the Infinite Car Group had gathered around Su Yang. They were all official warriors, each of them quite strong. The next few of you will leave your previous teams and temporarily join my team. Yes. The 30-odd soldiers responded in unison. They would not question Su Yang's orders. They would simply obey. It is worth mentioning that Su Yang also holds the official title of general, and he is a special general without a superior, commanding the most elite troops in China. In some cases, he can even command any unit of soldiers on the other side. Time passed quickly, and the next match was about to begin. Su Yang and the others had returned to the armored vehicle. The driver was no longer Su Yang, but a soldier. There were 5 soldiers in the armored vehicle, and the others were inside the vehicle. Another competition has begun. Since I came in second place last time, this time my registration was 100% successful. When the time was up, the armored vehicle re-entered the competition space. However, upon seeing the competition details this time, Su Yang's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Because this time, the comparison is about the size of the car's interior space. Yes, that's all. Nothing else needs to be done. To be honest, this surprised Su Yang quite a bit, but he quickly realized that he was definitely going to lose this time. The reason is simple. After acquiring the red special vehicle component's interior space, Su Yang always thought his car's interior space was quite good, especially after the emergence of his skill space, which gave him even more space. This led to a situation. That is because when Su Yang's armored motorhome was in orange, he did not install any space-related vehicle components. Therefore, after upgrading the armored motorhome to red, his interior space was not increased and remained at 2,000 cubic meters. To be honest, Su Yang thought the space was quite large. In fact, after the headquarters space was built, The rooms that were originally set up in the vehicle were all moved to the headquarters space. Su-yang used the vehicle space as a warehouse, or a place to house soldiers and transit stations. There are also 6 vehicle component slots, and even 3 optimization component slots, which together can accommodate 9 vehicle components with interior space. A vehicle storage box will suffice. However, Su-yang did not do that in the end. At most, he took out 1 orange and 2 purple vehicle storage boxes and installed them on the optimization component, which was equivalent to installing 1 red and 2 orange vehicle storage boxes. The total interior space is 4,000 cubic meters. Even so, after the 1-minute preparation time, Su-yang saw his results in this competition. 517 people. A car with 4,000 cubic meters of interior space, and it didn't even make the top 500? Faced with this result, Su-yang was both surprised and unsurprised. If you think about it carefully, some warehouse vehicles have a lot of interior space, so to be honest, this ranking is already quite high. Unfortunately, there are no rewards for those who are not in the top 100. After the competition ended, other countries on Earth mocked Su-yang for not placing. But the people in the China region couldn't tolerate this, and they unleashed a barrage of messages on the chat channel, leaving many people feeling helpless. Ultimately, do you have our clan land? No. What's the point of yelling if there's nothing to say? That's the source of their confidence. In the matches that followed over the next few hours, Su-yang didn't achieve any rankings, because most of the matches had nothing to do with skill. What carries the most weight? What vehicle is the largest? What offers the highest comfort? These have absolutely nothing to do with the strength or weakness of the vehicles. Those that made it into the top 100 are all special types of vehicles. Then a new day dawned, and a competition took place in which Su-yang's armored RV won first place. This time, the competition is about vehicle performance. What kind of vehicle performance can compare to integrated design? As long as the status value is above 100%, Su-yang's vehicle can perform at 100% of its potential, which is incomparable, so he naturally won first place. The first place winner will receive a 1 cubic meter reward and a special item, the Vitality Recycling Card. This card is specifically for use in the space. Although the clan land space in the Huaxiao region is suitable for human survival, it is impossible to grow anything, even soil brought in from outside. But things are different when you use this Vitality Cycle card. This thing has another name, the Life Card, which can bring life to the tribe's territory. It can be said that this space is now the true homeland of our people. A homeland where a race can truly live and reproduce. Chapter 176 Vehicle Defense Limit Competition. Each person receives 1.5 cubic meters of water, and now more than 8 million people in the Huaxiao region have entered the Misty Land. The Huaxiao ethnic land space has reached 12 million cubic meters, and the space has been officially named the Huaxiao ethnic land. When the volume of the Huaxiao territory exceeds 10 million cubic meters, a prompt will appear indicating that you are entering the ranking of the territories of all ethnic groups. However, the Huaxiao clan's territory is still ranked after 10,000th. But through this ranking, Su-yang discovered a special thing. The clan ranking is not actually one clan per race. For example, the top 10 races in the current race space do not actually have only one race space. The Three-Eyed Clan's territory ranks 3rd, but there are 3 other Three-Eyed Clan territories among the top 100, named Three-Eyed Blazing Fire, Three-Eyed Penetrating the Underworld, and Three-Eyed 100 Merchants. Anyone with eyes can tell that these are all Three-Eyed Clan territories. However, Su-yang is currently unaware of why the Three-Eyed Clan behaves this way. In fact, it's not just the Three-Eyed Clan. Other races are similar. There are also rewards for ranking in the clan's territory, but these will be calculated at the end, and rewards will be given to those ranked from 1st to 1,000th. The competition in the Land of Mist is held every hour until the 30-day period ends. After the 30-day period ends, there will be a 10-day period before the next survival phase begins. During these 10 days, the competition will be held once a day, and the rewards will remain the same. It's already day 28, just 3 more days left. In fact, as long as you can win first place once, and your race has a large enough population, you can basically secure a spot in the top 1,000. For example, Su-yang has now secured 1.5 cubic meters of space for the Chinese nation. With 200 million people, that's 300 million cubic meters, enough to create a space that's 5,000 meters long, 1,000 meters wide, and 12 meters high. The space size of the top 1,000 races is over 100 million cubic meters, with the space of the 1,000th race being 128 million cubic meters. The more this is the case, the less Su-yang will use the functions of the vehicle group and the space right now. so as to allow the people of China to live as long as possible. Even so, before the Misty Land began, China had more than 280 million people, and now more than 50 million have died. You should know that because Su Yang was there, even the poorest caravan in China had at least 2 or 3 green-quality machine guns. As for bullets, even if Su Yang sold them at a flat price, he could still make a little profit. This meant that the caravans in China did not lack bullets. The main point is that even a mist hound can be exchanged for resources, regardless of whether it lives or dies. Those that are alive will be killed by Su Yang, and those that are dead, whether used to make gene-based drugs or collected by Su Yang, will allow Su Yang to make a lot of money. Even under such circumstances, 20% of the people in the China region died, not to mention the Blue Star region. It is estimated that after this, the combined population of all other countries on Blue Star may not even exceed 100 million. If a race has a small population, even if each person has 10 cubic meters of space, they will not be able to rank at the top. Su Yang has already informed Fangya through a transaction, instructing them to do their utmost to ensure as many people as possible survive. Now, he is in charge of the competition. There are still more than 60 hours left until the 30-day mark in the Land of Mist, which means more than 60 matches. How about we get a few top 100 finishes? A glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He didn't plan to rest for the next 3 days. With his current abilities, going 3 days and 3 nights without rest wouldn't be a problem. Throughout the following day, Su Yang did not achieve any good results in the continuous competitions, as many of the races that day involved racing teams. There are car guild rankings. Speaking of this, Su Yang sighed. He was clearly the first person to have an orange car guild, but now there are already hundreds of car guilds that have reached the red level. It can only be said that the strength of other races is too strong, and they are simply incomparable to the Huaxiao race, which is just starting out. Even in the ranking of car groups by attributes, despite having a special red car group attribute training room, Su Yang's car group did not make it into the top 10, only ranking 13th, because the car groups ahead of him had gold attributes. Even if most of them are ordinary car group attributes like car group warehouses or car group parking spaces, they are still gold attributes after all. On the morning of the 29th day, Su Yang won first place again. This time, the competition is about vehicle defense. The rules of the game state that the higher the sustained attack, the higher the score. Seeing these rules, Su Yang was full of confidence, because his armored RV had a gold-level vehicle shield. It started with a normal attack, which the white vehicle could withstand. The second type of attack is green level, and like the previous normal attacks, it is divided into low, medium, and high levels. After 3 attacks at the green level, all 1 million participating vehicles remained intact, and not a single vehicle was eliminated. In Su Yang's view, only those who reach the purple level in attack power will be eliminated in order to get to this point. As it turns out, he overestimated some people. After a medium-level attack at the blue level, more than 10,000 vehicles were lost out of 1 million. After a high-level attack, another 50,000 to 60,000 were lost. Clearly, there were still blue-level vehicles among the million vehicles, which were obviously joined by people with fast hands and no real strength. The attack quickly reached the purple level. Su Yang did not activate the vehicle shield. Relying on the defense of the red 1-star armored RV itself, he withstood 3 attacks, and his status value only decreased by 7%. But after this, there were fewer than 300,000 vehicles left. As the orange-level attack began, Su Yang activated the golden vehicle shield. An orange beam of light struck the armored vehicle, but it didn't even shake. Great, the light energy hasn't decreased. Su Yang immediately looked at the vehicle's stored solar energy, and was very satisfied to find that it was still at its maximum value of 10,000 points. Clearly, this level of attack is sufficient to maintain the vehicle's shield using the energy supplied by the armored vehicle's own engine. The second attack was similar. During the third attack, the energy converter accelerated its energy conversion slightly, but it still did not consume light energy. It could maintain the shield using energy sources such as gasoline and electricity. At this point, only 7 or 8,000 vehicles remained. This doesn't mean that all 7 or 8,000 vehicles are red level. Most are orange level, but they are basically either 8 or 9 stars, and they also have the vehicle shield component, and they are at least orange level. 1 minute later, the red level attack landed. The first low level attack alone reduced 7 or 8,000 vehicles to less than 700. Su Yang remained calm. This was by no means the limit for armored vehicles. The second medium level red attack landed, and the armored vehicle withstood it again. However, This time the energy converter and high-energy engine were operating at their limits, which was how the vehicle's shield was maintained. It seems the third attack will consume light energy. Su-yang muttered to himself, but a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Because there are now fewer than 100 vehicles still operating, in other words, he has already entered the top 100. But this is not the limit for armored motorhomes. Chapter 177 Infinite Car Team Upgrades to Red. Boom. With a loud bang, a beam of red light struck the armored vehicle, causing it to shake slightly. Inside the car, 5 points of light energy. Su-yang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He had originally thought that this attack would consume a lot of light energy, but it only cost 5 points. Clearly, he underestimated the defensive strength of gold-level vehicle shields. After this attack, Su-yang saw that there were still more than 40 cars on the rankings, while the rest had been eliminated. There are quite a few, but it's okay. The next attack should eliminate quite a few of them. The vehicle shield is gold level, which should normally be able to defend against gold level attacks. Su-yang's guess was correct. The next gold level attack landed, and the armored vehicle remained unharmed, but it consumed 150 energy points. Fine. It was still within acceptable limits, which put Su-yang at ease. It was much better than the other vehicles, because of the previous 40-odd vehicles, 4 or 5 of which had their names turned gray. After elimination, the name turns white because it represents a valid ranking. A name turning gray indicates death. Death does not count towards achievements. There are still nearly 20 vehicles left. Su-yang immediately realized that these vehicles probably all have gold-level vehicle shields or other gold-level defensive vehicle components. But he still had confidence. The second attack from the gold-level unit landed, this time reducing the light energy by 800 points, but the armored RV remained unharmed. We're in the top 10. Looking at the 7 cars remaining, Su-yang smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, the final attack of the gold-level weapon landed, and Su-yang's armored vehicle instantly lost 2,000 points of light energy. Not only that, but his status values also decreased by 33.7%. Clearly, this attack did have some impact on the armored vehicle. In fact, without the special skill of integration, even with its golden vehicle shield, the armored vehicle would have been damaged. To Su-yang's surprise, all 7 vehicles persevered, but after this attack, 4 vehicles chose to stop there, including Su-yang's armored vehicle. 3 others continued, clearly wanting to determine a winner. For Su-yang, at this stage, getting 3rd place would be acceptable. But this was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to see the upper limit of his armored vehicle's defense. So the next attack will be above gold level. Just how strong will it be? However, something unexpected happened to Su-yang. The next attack will be a 10x gold level low-grade attack, starting in 1 minute. Su-yang was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood the situation from the prompt. Simply put, the attack power was based on the low level of gold, the attack power was 2 times that of medium level, and the attack power was 5 times that of high level. The next attack, the 4th attack at the gold level, is 10 times more powerful than a low-level gold attack. Isn't it above gold? Su-yang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, which clearly made him realize that the levels above gold were not so simple, and were probably far beyond gold. Soon, a minute was up, and the 4th gold level attack landed. This time, Su-yang found that the light energy had only decreased by 2,000 points, but the armored vehicle status had dropped by more than 60%. It seems that the shield of a gold-level vehicle is limited to a maximum of 2,000 light energy. Its defense cannot be further improved, and it can only rely on the armored vehicle itself to withstand additional attacks. Su-yang remained calm. Based on the current attack pattern, he believed he could withstand the 5th attack. However, it's no longer necessary. Since the other 2 cars have already opted out of continuing, and given the overall condition of the vehicles, Su-yang is now in 1st place, so there's naturally no need for him to continue. They won 1st place again. The Blue Star Zone's communication channels were filled with Chinese people celebrating wildly. Haha, another first. Long live God Su. What's there to be proud of? It's only 2.5 cubic meters of space for one person. Is that a lot? Oh dear, only 2.5 cubic meters per person. That's still too small a space. Yes, this is just the right size for one person to lie down, don't you think? Sorry, I forgot that people from your country don't even have a tribal territory. Hey, the space may be small, but we are the Huasha people. What about your beautiful people? What about the Han people? Ha ha ha, they don't even deserve to be called a clan. Ignoring the noise in the chat channel, Su-yang's gaze fell on the 1st place prize. Nice one. Car group upgrade card. It can upgrade the level of a vehicle group to red. At the same time, if the attributes of the vehicle group are lower than those of orange, they can be upgraded by one level, and a red attribute can be generated. Soo-young naturally chose to use it. Although he couldn't use all the functions of the infinite car group for the time being, upgrading the infinite car group still had no impact. Car group, infinite. Level, red. Team, 9 out of 30. Red attribute, training room. Orange attribute, the guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Orange attribute, car club discussion channel. Orange attribute, 30 parking spaces for the car group, 1 processing parking space. Purple attribute, caravan warehouse, 300,000 cubic meters. Blue attribute, allows the number of members in a car corps to increase by 8 times. Blue attribute, earn 50 silver coins per person per day for vehicle tokens. Note, mystery chests can yield mysterious items. Good. Looking at the infinite car group's attributes, which had been upgraded to the red car group, Soo-young was very satisfied. However, what Soo-young did not expect was that the effects of the infinite car group's upgrade had only just begun. On a journey to the land of mist, Fanya learned about the infinite car team's upgrade the moment it was announced. Has the car group been upgraded? Did Soo-young get lucky and open an upgrade card with the help of manhwa? Fanya didn't know the actual situation regarding Soo-young and the others who had already entered the Misty Land, so she could only guess. But this is good news. Putting everything else aside, the increased number of parking spaces in the caravan will significantly speed up the travel between different areas. The increased caravan warehouse will naturally allow for the simultaneous storage and retrieval of more items, enabling more caravan members to store and retrieve items at the same time. As for the increase in the number of people in the car group, this Mimi, issue an announcement and ask all the team leaders to try recruiting members now. Mimi nodded and immediately spoke up in the car group's chat channel. She is now a qualified little secretary. A moment later, without Mimi needing to answer, Fanya already knew the answer from the car group's chat channel. It allows you to recruit people, and this upgrade of the car group even allows you to recruit people from other regions into your own car team. This function may not mean much to others, but it is a different story for Fanya, who can trade vehicles with space gates installed. This drew Fanya's attention to the 21 extra spots available for the car team, and a crazy idea popped into her head. Chapter 178, Survival over. The last 10 matches. Soo-young was taken aback when he saw that 20 extra car teams had been created immediately after he upgraded his car club in just over 10 minutes. But he quickly realized that before entering the Land of Mist, he had delegated the infinite car group's authority to Fanya, which was obviously done by Fanya. This clearly expands the coverage of the entire car group, especially the number of people in each team has increased rapidly. The original teams of 500 people have now reached full capacity of 800 people in 2 of them. Phew, this should save a lot of lives. Soo-young was somewhat pleased. This was a good thing. The more than 20 convoys together numbered over 20,000 people, which could basically cover all areas of China. In this way, taking victory in most of the areas inhabited by the Chinese should not be a problem. Sure enough, a large number of people entered the Land of Mist on the following day. In fact, 2 hours before the end of the day, the number of Chinese people who had entered the Land of Mist had already exceeded 100 million. A 250 million cubic meter ancestral land space. This allowed the Huaxiao ethnic group to enter the top 900 in the ethnic rankings. Very good. Even now, Soo-young still doesn't know what rewards are available on this ranking list. The list only states that special rewards will be given, but judging from the fact that powerful races rank their races separately, these rewards are obviously not simple. Naturally, Soo-young will try his best to raise his ranking. I just don't know what other competitions will be available that will allow me to achieve good results. Soo-young was looking forward to this. In fact, he also hoped that other teams from the Chinese race would achieve good results, even if they only got 100th place and gained 1 milliliter of space. With 100 million people, that would be 100 cubic meters of space. Once or twice wouldn't have much of an impact, but if it happened a few more times, it would be significant. Time quickly came to the last day, during which Soo-young did not achieve any good results. In fact, Soo-young also discovered that in such competitions, it was either easy to enter the top 10 or difficult not even to enter the top 100. At least, that was the case for him. This also made Soo-young realize that the interior space of the car cannot be ignored. Although the space provided by the skill space is good, the interior space of the car cannot be small, because there are 3 or 5 competitions on the interior space in the past 2 or 3 days. The only thing that Su Yang regretted was that there was an attack competition on the last day, which tested the destructive power of vehicles. However, because he had consumed a lot of light energy in the previous competition, he was unable to win first place in this attack competition, even though he converted all his mana into light energy. He only managed to get 5th place. Although the energy electromagnetic cannon is only a red-level weapon, its attack is extremely powerful under his talent, reaching the level of a typical gold-level weapon. Its only drawback is that it consumes a lot of light energy. They only managed to secure 5th place. However, on the last day, because the number of people from the Huaxia ethnic group was relatively large, there were also quite a few people with special types of vehicles, and they achieved top 100 rankings in some competitions. In one of the competitions, a food truck race to produce food for survival, 3 trucks from the China region made it into the top 100, with one of them even making it into the top 10. It's worth mentioning that 2 trucks from the Blue Star region also made it into the top 100. Su Yang later learned that the food truck was actually an official nutritional supplement truck that could only produce nutritional supplements. The nutritional supplements produced could only provide the human body with the nutrition it needed for one day, so don't expect any good taste. 3.765 cubic meters. These are the rewards that the Huaxia clan possessed after the survival of the Misty Land, most of which were obtained by Su Yang. Now, the authorities have held a vote to elevate Su Yang to the position of patriarch of the Huaxia clan. In fact, the authorities were afraid that Su Yang would shirk his responsibilities, so they held this so-called vote. In reality, they knew that a vote was not necessary. Do you really think that all high-ranking officials are like Mr. Chen, not overly obsessed with power and genuinely serving the people? It can only be said that most of the current high-ranking officials are good people, but that doesn't mean that good people don't want to move up. It's just that in this world of survival, those who have been in high positions for 2 or 3 decades or even longer understand very well that strength is the most important thing here. Even without Su Yang, the entire Huaxia race, while not exactly unable to make any progress, would certainly not have achieved such great development. Take this competition for example. If we exclude Su Yang, the entire Huaxia race didn't even receive 0.5 cubic meters of reward per person. It is worth mentioning that because Su Yang upgraded the vehicle group, more than 220 million people of the Huaxia race survived, while more than 67 million died. This was thanks to Su Yang's help. There are still over 150 million people in other countries on Earth. They got a good deal, because most of these areas have people of the Chinese ethnicity, which means that people from other countries on Earth in these areas won without lifting a finger. The key is to have one competition every day for the next 10 days before the next survival challenge begins, because the rewards for these 10 competitions are quite substantial. In terms of space, the first place winner still gets 1 cubic meter, but the individual rewards have changed. Even the lowest reward for the top 10 is a purple reward, which seems low, but this purple reward can be selected. Simply put, if Su Yang wants a processing vehicle, he can choose a purple processing vehicle upgrade blueprint or a blueprint to transform a vehicle into a processing vehicle. Even a purple quality electromagnetic energy cannon would be acceptable. This reward can give you items that you can't get from treasure chests, and the highest reward is a gold prize for first place. Su Yang naturally wanted to give it a try. Now that everyone has entered the land of mist, all his skills and the functions of the car team can be used normally, so his chances of winning first place are naturally much greater. However, the most important thing now is to get some rest. Having not rested for more than 3 days, although it didn't have a significant impact, Su Yang naturally needed to get some rest for the upcoming match. The match was at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so he could finally get some rest now. While Su Yang was resting, the others got busy. Especially in these 3 days, Fanya deliberately had people capture some high-level mist white wolves alive, and quite a few were captured. She also captured quite a few mist bulls, and even 3 bull kings were captured, but she hadn't had time to tell Su Yang yet. Since Su Yang has gone to rest, we'll wait until tomorrow. Right now, Fanya can only send out some people with healing talents to save the monsters' lives, especially the 3 bull kings. None of them are intact. To take down these 3 bull kings, Fanya has gathered some high-end vehicles, including Su Yang's red supercar, Xie Bai's heavy-duty raider, and He Chi Hua's double-decker bus. It was only after a large number of shells that they managed to take it down, and it was never as easy as it was when Su Yang was there. Chapter 179 this time. It's a contest of individual combat strength. Host, Su Yang. Level, Diamond 8, 91.075 million/90 million. Health points, 56400/56400. Mana points, 48500/56700. Strength, 183 plus 3. Physical fitness, 185 plus 3. Agility, 183 plus 3. Mental strength, 186 plus 3. Skills, gathering, LV9. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Aiming, LV6. Material synthesis, LV6. Spatial ability, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV9. Shockwave, LV0. Hurricane Blade, LV3. Reduction, LV9. Skill points, 3. Equipment, low-level attribute stones. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 132 180ths 1 gold treasure chest, 8 red treasure chests, 152 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. Phew, I'll level up again. Looking at his current experience points, Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. He hadn't expected Fangya to bring him such a surprise after waking up. 3 king bulls. It has to be said that Fangya was very thoughtful. He didn't mention the monsters he had captured, and now there are even 3 bull kings. This wave of experience points gave Su Yang enough to level up again, but Su Yang didn't plan to level up now. This was his trump card for a crucial moment. For example, when you urgently need light energy, you can consume 10 mana points to convert it into light energy. It must be kept and upgraded at a crucial moment to restore mana and health. However, the first day of the competition left Su Yang speechless. Because the first race is about the individual strength of the car owner, you can't rely on the power of the vehicle, but you can rely on the strength of the team and the members of the car club. There is 1 hour to prepare. Find a few support members to follow me, and stuff the rest into Xie Bian, He Chihua, and Fang Shuqing's team. After a moment of silence, Su Yang gave Fangya some instructions, and then added a sentence at the end. Tell them to be careful. If it's not enough, give up. Yes, I understand. Fangya nodded and turned to leave. She not only wanted to tell Xie Bian and the others, but also planned to have the authorities prepare several powerful teams. But in reality, she wasn't sure either, because this competition didn't allow for the use of any weapons, making it truly difficult to achieve good results. The official think tank also began its analysis immediately, and the results were available in just 10 minutes. Individuals with offensive talents will be deployed, along with a number of support members, in teams of 100. The maximum number of teams is 100, otherwise, there will be more. Members with special talents whose life level is below level 4 and who are useful in this competition must raise their life level to level 4. The official preparations were finalized only 5 minutes before the start of the competition, but there were over 100 participating teams, and even more teams from the entire Huaxia ethnic group. The competition, held once a day for 10 days, has no limit on the number of participants. Anyone who wants to participate can join. Su Yang's side had been ready for half an hour. Including him, there were exactly 10 people. The remaining 9 people were not very combat capable. Of course, they were all at the 5th rank and their life level was also level 5. Naturally, they followed the genetic evolution route. This time, the survival monsters were of a high level, and with Su Yang's gathering skills, the large amount of meat that increased attribute points boosted the attributes of his subordinates. There are already over 100 people who have reached the 5th rank. There are even more than 300 people who have reached the 5th level of life form, because with Blue Charm, the creation of gene evolution potions is quite simple. It was precisely because of this that, after killing several bull kings, Lan Mei was able to create some level 6 gene evolution potions, which allowed more of his subordinates to evolve into level 6 life forms. The competition began quickly. All participants were teleported to the competition space. Defeat the enemy that will appear in 1 minute. Once defeated, the level will be cleared. Upon entering, Su Yang received this prompt, and almost instinctively, he chose to summon the Night Demon. The next moment, Su Yang summoned 10 epic level 8 Night Demon assassins. Without Su Yang's command, the 9 support members immediately began to buff the 10 Night Demon assassins. It's worth mentioning that He Xiaoyu was also brought along by Su Yang this time. His idea was to maximize his ranking. Even if He Xiaoyu stayed with Xie Bian, their ranking wouldn't be very high. In fact, Su Yang wouldn't have been very confident if he hadn't been able to summon the epic Night Demon assassin. However, upon seeing the 10 bronze-level gray wolves that appeared before him, Su Yang fell silent. He seemed a little nervous. But it doesn't matter. Under the LV9 reduction effect, 10 Night Demon assassins will only consume 100 mana points per second. Behind him are 2 warriors with the same talent, who will give Su Yang a recovery buff, allowing him to recover 3% of his mana per minute. The 2 talents can be stacked, allowing Su Yang to recover 6% of his mana per minute. With the addition of some mana-restoring items, this is barely enough to balance out the cost of 10 Night Stalker assassins. And if you really run out of mana, there's a short-haired female soldier behind you whose innate ability allows her to transfer her mana to her. The opponent is also a 5th-tier level 5 life form with a mana value of over 20,000. In fact, the opponent can convert her own life value into mana value at critical moments, and without affecting herself, she can restore 40,000 mana value to Su Yang in an instant. It can be said that Su Yang was very well prepared. The 10 bronze-level gray wolves were quickly killed, and a new notification appeared. Passed. Do you want to continue or settle the score based on the current result? Of course, we'll continue. 1 minute later, another 10 gray wolves appeared. This time, they were silver level. It was still an easy pass. Then came 10 gold-level gray wolves, which gave Su Yang a pleasant surprise. The reason is simple. The gray wolves you kill here are real. Not only do you get experience points and treasure chests, but you can even take their corpses with you. Su Yang was already thinking about whether he should kill 10 diamond level or even epic level monsters later on. No, we should be striving for a good ranking now. Su Yang didn't think he could rest easy just because he had 10 Night Demon Assassins. In fact, he knew very well that the situation was still not optimistic for him. The rankings are updated in real time. Su Yang discovered that although he was fast, his ranking was still below 1,000. Of course, this did not mean that he could not even get into the top 1,000. This only shows that many caravans are strong enough to instantly kill every gray wolf that appears, which also proves that many races may only be at the 5th or 6th rank, but their life level is probably already at the 7th or even 8th level. Chapter 180, the competition? It feels like an upgrade tournament. A dozen minutes later, when Su Yang saw the diamond-level gray wolf reappear before him, his eyes flickered slightly. The previous level had 10 diamond-level gray wolves, but they were only diamond level 1. Now they've become diamond level 5, not the epic level he thought he was talking about. Even a Night Stalker assassin can still instantly kill a level 5 diamond gray wolf. The battle ended quickly. Su Yang's gaze fell on the current rankings, where he saw that he had entered the top 500, whereas just a moment ago, he was outside the top 1,000. The attributes of a level 1 diamond gray wolf still fall within the range of a level 5 life form, and its rank is only level 5. However, when it reaches level 5 diamond, its life value reaches the range of a level 6 life form. Therefore, it will take a certain amount of strength to take this down. But Su Yang knew very well that this still couldn't distinguish the life levels of those powerful races. Soon, the next level began. Su Yang guessed that it would be diamond level gray wolves again, and sure enough, this time there were 10 diamond level 10 gray wolves. Su Yang was very satisfied because this time he had killed someone of a higher level. Although these gray wolves are not bosses and are only level 1 higher than other wolves, they offer a very generous amount of experience points. Each wolf grants several million experience points. After killing these gray wolves, he could level up to diamond 10. Sure enough, a few moments later, it was another instant kill, and Su Yang found that he had enough experience points to level up to diamond 10. Being able to level up twice means having 2 ways to instantly restore mana, which makes Su Yang feel even more at ease. The level 10 diamond gray wolf is a genuine level 6 life form. Just when Su Yang thought that there would be even more gray wolves in the next level turned out to be 20 level 10 diamond gray wolves. Su Yang was surprised, but he also thought it was a good thing, because if an epic level gray wolf really appeared, the 10 Night Demon Assassins he had summoned probably wouldn't last more than a few rounds. It would be better to collect more gray wolf corpses now. The genes extracted from a single diamond level 10 gray wolf are enough to create a level 6 gene evolution potion. The more you kill, the stronger your forces become. If he had had more level 6 life forms under his command before, then the Bull King could have captured quite a few. 20 level 10 diamond gray wolves posed no threat to 10 Night Demon Assassins. The reason why the level 5 diamond Bull King was difficult to kill was that it was a gold level boss, far exceeding ordinary diamond level monsters, and its overall strength was not weaker than that of ordinary epic level monsters. Secondly, the Bull King is in the middle of the bull herd, and the Night Demon Assassin will be surrounded after succeeding, which is the real problem. These gray wolves were no match for the Bull King, and their numbers were limited, making them easy to kill. In fact, the 10 Night Demon Assassins hadn't even used up much of their mana. The next level has 30 diamond level gray wolves, then 50, then 100. After 3 rounds, the 10 Night Demon Assassins summoned by Su Yang were still intact. Only 1/3 of their mana had been consumed, but it wasn't a big problem. Even Su Yang had to fight the 100 diamond level 10 gray wolves in the previous level, using several hurricane blades to kill a few of them. This gave Su Yang a general understanding of his own strength. Diamond level monsters are no match for him, but as for epic level monsters, it's still unknown. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Su Yang's expression became slightly solemn. The previous level was 100 diamond level 10 gray wolves, so what about the next level? If it's just 30 to 50, it won't have much of an impact. But if it's 200, it could be dangerous. The danger wasn't him, but the 9 support members behind him. Their presence can enhance the Night Demon Assassin's strength, as well as his own, but it must be said that they are somewhat of a burden. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. What Su Yang didn't expect was that the next level didn't present 200 gray wolves, or even more gray wolves, but only one. Wilderness Wolf, excellent. Level, Epic 10. Health points, 180,000/180,000. Mana points, 120,000/120,000. Skills, Steel Fangs and Claws, Speed, Wolf Howl Cannon. Accident. Su Yang did not expect that an epic level monster would appear in this level, and that it would be an epic level 10 monster right away. Without Su Yang's command, the 10 Night Demon Assassins launched an attack immediately. 8 of them used only normal attacks, while the last 2 unleashed their skills to deliver a fatal blow. While it wouldn't be described as an instant kill, the time from the appearance of this epic level Wasteland Grey Wolf to Su Yang receiving the system's kill notification was no more than 3 seconds. Slayed 1 epic level 10 Wasteland Grey Wolf, excellent. Received 1 red treasure chest, 500,000 gold coins, 30 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing higher level players, 10 free attribute points, 1 red treasure chest, and 60 million experience points. Even a superior level Grey Wolf gains 10 free attribute points for killing a monster of a higher level. This reward is really great. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yang finally spent 1 skill point to upgrade the material synthesis skill to LV7. He then took out a large amount of materials to synthesize a red alloy, and then used these alloys to make 10 sets of full body armor to protect the 9 people behind him and himself. With some mana remaining, Su Yang chose to condense the remaining mana into several hurricane blades that floated above his head before upgrading. Host, Su Yang. Level, Diamond 9, 237, 895, 000/100 million. Health points, 56400/56400. Mana points, 62100/62100. Strength, 186 plus 3. Physical fitness, 188 plus 3. Agility, 186 plus 3. Mental strength, 204 plus 3. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Aiming, LV6. Material synthesis, LV7. Spatial ability, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV9. Shockwave, LV0. Hurricane Blade, LV3. Reduction, LV9. Skill points, 3. Equipment, low-level attribute stones. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 133/181 gold treasure chest, 10 red treasure chests, 200 orange treasure chests, 88 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. Su Yang immediately added all the free attribute points he received from the upgrade and the reward to his spirit attribute, bringing his mana value to over 60,000 points. Su Yang even planned to level up again. The reason was simple. Since an epic level monster had appeared, when he leveled up to Diamond 10 and triggered the advancement quest, there would definitely be a requirement to kill an epic level monster. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to complete the advancement quest. At that time, he will be able to advance to the epic level, and his personal strength will definitely take a big leap forward. Nevertheless, Su Yang would not upgrade continuously, as that would waste mana. After completing these steps, Su Yang decided to continue and start the next level. So, next, 2 excellent level 10 epic wasteland wolves should appear. Just as Su Yang was thinking this, a minute later, what appeared in front of Su Yang was not 2 wolves, but 1. Chapter 181 Summoning the Night Demon to enhance his power, a mighty dark lord. Wilderness Grey Wolf, Elite. Level, Epic 10. Health points, 22000/2200000. Mana points, 135,000/135,000. Skills, Steel Fangs and Claws, Speed, Wolf Howl Cannon. It wasn't 2, but 1. Previously, it was excellent. Now it's an elite-level wasteland gray wolf. Although it was unexpected, Su Yang reacted immediately, mentally giving the 10 Night Demon Assassins the order to surround them, and then threw out the hurricane blade he had previously condensed. Swish, swish, swish. Several hurricane blades struck the 10 Night Demon Assassins, each one hitting its mark. -3,000. -5,000. -12,000. After several hurricane blades, the wasteland gray wolf's health dropped by more than 40,000. Then he was killed in just a few seconds by a few ordinary attacks from 10 Night Demon Assassins. Slayed 1 epic level 10 wasteland gray wolf, excellent. Received 1 red treasure chest, 700,000 gold coins, 40 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing higher level players, 10 free attribute points, 1 red treasure chest, and 80 million experience points. Great, another 10 free attribute points. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, killing powerful monsters was the best way to improve his strength. So next up is the mini-boss level wasteland gray wolf. Just as Su Yang had guessed, a minute after he chose to continue, what appeared before him was indeed a mini-boss level wasteland gray wolf. Wilderness wolf, mini-boss. Level, epic 10. Health points, 350,000/350,000. Mana points, 150,000/150,000. Skills, Steel Fangs and Claws, Speed, Wolf Howl Cannon. This time, Su Yang did not make a move himself. Instead, he had 10 Night Demon Assassins go all out. In the end, 5 Night Demon Assassins delivered the fatal blow, which successfully killed the mini-boss, the Wasteland Grey Wolf. Slay a level 10 epic Wasteland Grey Wolf mini-boss. Received 1 red treasure chest, 700,000 gold coins, 40 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing higher level players, 10 free attribute points, 1 red treasure chest, and 80 million experience points. First kill reward for an epic mini-boss, 5 skill points, 10 free attribute points, and 1 skill upgrade card. No skill rewards? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, but seeing the 5 skill points and 10 free attribute points, he was quite satisfied. Moreover, he was overjoyed when he saw the abilities of the skill enhancement card, because it was a special item that could enhance the effects and abilities of skills, which Su Yang considered more valuable than a skill itself. Normally, this skill upgrade card should either improve the skill team or the skill space, or at the very least, improve material synthesis. But Su Yang hesitated when he thought about being in the middle of a competition. He has now entered the top 100, and there are still hundreds of thousands of teams continuing to compete on the leaderboard. He was the only one left in the Huaxiao team, and there were no other teams left in the Blue Star region. With only 10 Night Demon Assassins, Su Yang wasn't very confident about maintaining his top 100 ranking, so he hesitated about whether to upgrade his Summon Night Demon skill. But after at least a moment's thought, Su Yang chose to upgrade. These 10 matches over 10 days are all very important, and Su Yang naturally wants to achieve the best results. Now that he has the opportunity, he certainly doesn't want to miss it. Skill upgrade card successfully used. Your Summon Night Demon skill has been upgraded. After receiving a system notification, Su Yang discovered that his skill, Summon Night Demon, had completely changed. Summon Night Demon LV9 can summon Night Demon Assassin, Night Demon Lord, Night Demon King, and Night Demon Nightmare. The skill descriptions were limited, but Su Yang received a lot of feedback, leaving him completely bewildered. First, let's talk about the changes to the Night Demon Assassins. Actually, the changes aren't that significant, but from now on, the Night Demon Assassins that Su Yang summons will be 1 rank higher than him, and will also be at the highest rank. In other words, even if Su Yang is currently Diamond level 1, the Night Demon Assassin he summons will be Epic level 10. Nightmare Assassin Summon. Level, Epic 10. Health points, 350,000/350,000. Mana points, 160,000/160,000. Skills, Nightbringer, Fatal Strike, Stealth, Armor Penetration, Bleeding, Iron Skin, Mental Shock, Mental Immunity. The upgrade wasn't significant, and the change wasn't substantial either. It still consumed 100 points per second. However, this time Su Yang could summon up to 36 Night Demon Assassins. Just looking at their attributes, they were already at the level of mini-bosses, and even stronger than the Night Demon Dark Lord. Night Demon Dark Lord, Summon. Level, Epic 10. Health points, 800,000/800,000. Mana points, 450,000/450,000. Skills: Nightbringer, Fatal Strike, Night Stealth, Armor Penetration, Bleeding, Bronze Armor, Mental Shock, Mental Immunity. 800,000 HP. Although he had never seen it before, Suyang was certain that this was definitely a boss-level amount of health, and its strength was beyond question. Only consumes 1,000 mana points per second? Suyang's eye twitched. Even with skill reduction, it was still 100 mana points per second. With his current mana, he could only maintain it for a maximum of 621 seconds, or 10 minutes. Moreover, this was only one Night Demon Lord. Although he could summon up to 12 Night Demon Lords, he couldn't even last a minute if he actually did that. As for the even stronger Night Demon King, it consumes 10,000 mana points per second. Even with reduction and offsetting, it still requires 1,000 mana points per second. With his current mana, he can only maintain it for 62 seconds. This improvement is so good, it's made me feel like a weakling now. Suyang felt a bit amused and exasperated, but this also filled him with joy, prompting him to immediately start the next level. Wilderness Wolf, Big Boss. Level, Epic 10. Health points, 620,000/620,000. Mana points, 215,000/215,000. Skills, Steel Fangs and Claws, Speed, Wolf Howl Cannon. Shaw. It can't even compare to the Night Demon Dark Lord's attributes, and this is still a big boss. Suyang was disdainful, and then directly ordered the 10 epic level 8 Night Demon Assassins he had summoned to commit suicide to deal with this Wasteland Grey Wolf. Despite the immense strength of the boss-level Wasteland Grey Wolf, which could easily kill the Bull King, it didn't last long before being killed by the siege of 10 suicide Night Demon Assassins. Of the 10 Night Demon Assassins, only 3 survived, and Suyang voluntarily withdrew the summoning. This time, he did not choose to immediately proceed to the next level. After killing the monsters in the current level, he could have a maximum of 10 minutes of rest time. The reason why Suyang cleared the level so quickly before was because if he delayed for too long, maintaining the Night Demon Assassin would consume mana. His mana regeneration was still a little short of the mana cost of maintaining Night Stalker. A few seconds delay wouldn't matter, but 10 minutes would consume a lot of mana. Now that the Night Demon summoning skill has been upgraded, allowing for the summoning of new Night Demon Assassins, Suyang naturally no longer needs the ones he summoned before and plans to summon a new batch. Chapter 182 First Colorful Treasure Chest. Slay a level 10 epic Wasteland Grey Wolf, Big Boss. Received 1 golden treasure chest, 1 million gold coins, 60 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing a level above your own, 10 free attribute points, 1 golden treasure chest, and 120 million experience points. First kill reward for an epic level boss, 5 skill points, 1 random skill. 12 skill points were quite satisfactory for Suyang. In addition, with the 2 golden treasure chests, Suyang felt that the gains from this big boss were enough, not to mention that the other rewards were also very good. Suddenly, Suyang wondered whether he was competing or improving his skills. During the 10-minute break, Suyang took out some of the meat he had collected from his inventory. It was meat that could increase attribute points. After upgrading his material synthesis to LV7, Suyang discovered that he could use these attribute-enhancing meats to synthesize meats of a higher level. The meat of the Savage Bull King can no longer improve his 4 main attributes, but what if he fuses it to a higher level? However, Suyang mainly synthesizes orange-level items, because before his 4 main attributes reach 300 points, anything that improves his 4 main attributes at the orange level will be effective for him. If a higher-level attribute boost is used now, the orange-level boost will soon stop improving his 4 main attributes, which is not worthwhile. Alright. In reality, Suyang discovered that the amount of red-grade barbarian beef needed for synthesis was simply too large, so he had no choice but to synthesize other types. Suyang used the meat he collected from creatures like the Mist Hound, the Mist White Wolf, and the Mist Black Panther to synthesize a considerable amount of orange-grade items. The next moment, he stretched out his right hand, and his entire palm burst into flames as he began to roast the meat. Fire Spell LV3 consumes a certain amount of mana to add fire damage to some items and even attacks. This is the reward obtained from defeating the big boss, the Wasteland Grey Wolf. The Fire Attachment spell is a special skill similar to enchantment. The higher the level, the stronger the added fire power and fire attack. Suyang didn't plan to upgrade it any further after reaching LV3. Fire enchantment itself has a certain offensive power, but since it is mainly an enchanting ability, its offensive power is not strong unless Su Yang upgrades it to a certain level, allowing fire enchantment to achieve a qualitative leap. But Su Yang wanted to save some skill points. He planned to upgrade a certain skill to LV10, mainly to watch these 10 matches. He even considered that if he couldn't win first place with his current Night Demon summoning ability, but was still close to first place, he might upgrade the Night Demon summoning skill to LV10. Although he only has 9 skill points left, he can still level up. Moreover, his next boss might be the Wasteland Grey Wolf, a gold level boss. After defeating it, he will definitely get the first kill of an epic gold level boss, which will reward him with at least 5 skill points, enough to level up. 10 minutes isn't a long time. Su Yang simply roasted the synthesized meat and then forced himself to eat 3 kilograms, which increased his 4-dimensional attributes by 15 points. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat more, nor that there wasn't enough synthetic orange meat. It was simply that he genuinely couldn't eat anymore. His mana, which he had previously consumed, had recovered to over 60,000, and he was well prepared. Su Yang chose to begin the next level. 1 minute later, just as Su Yang had expected, the golden boss, the Wasteland Grey Wolf King, appeared before him. Wilderness Grey Wolf King, Golden Big Boss. Level, Epic 10. HP, 1.2 million/1.2 million. Mana points, 600,000/600,000. Skills, Steel Fangs and Claws, Speed, Wolf Howl Cannon. This time, Su Yang chose to summon 12 Night Demon Dark Lords. Moreover, he had no scruples and ordered 12 Night Demon Dark Lords to launch a suicidal attack on the Wasteland Grey Wolf King. As it turned out, Su Yang realized he was overthinking things. Because the 12 Night Demon Lords didn't need to launch a suicide attack at all, their strength was more than enough to deal with the Wasteland Grey Wolf King, and the battle ended in just 5 seconds with the suicide attack. Then, huge explosion. A truly massive explosion. Slay a level 10 epic Wasteland Grey Wolf, Golden Boss. Received, 1 colored treasure chest, 1 color, 10 million gold coins, 100 million experience points. Bonus rewards for killing higher level players, 10 free attribute points, 1 colored treasure chest, level 1, plus 200 million experience points. First kill reward for the epic level golden boss, 5 skill points, 1 random colored item. Su Yang now knew what kind of treasure chest was above the golden one. It was a colorful one. However, these colorful treasure chests seemed to be graded, and he only got a first-grade colorful treasure chest. Not only that, the first kill reward, in addition to skill points, also dropped a colorful item. Item, Vehicle Evolution Card. Category, Mysterious. Quality, 9 colors. Purpose. This ability allows vehicles to evolve into unrestricted vehicles, removing upgrade limitations based on vehicle type. It also unlocks vehicle attributes early and randomly grants a colored vehicle attribute. This thing. Su Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Upgrading his armored motorhome originally required upgrade blueprints for armored motorhomes and the like. But now that's no longer necessary. No matter what vehicle's upgrade blueprint it is, his armored motorhome can be upgraded, and he can even use any vehicle upgrade blueprint to transform the armored motorhome into other types of vehicles. For example, with the Red Fortress vehicle upgrade card in his hand, Su Yang could upgrade his armored motorhome and transform it into a Red Fortress vehicle at the same time with just 1 Red Star Up card. It's also acceptable to use other vehicle blueprints. But what Su Yang really valued was the ability to unlock vehicle attributes, which were somewhat similar to vehicle guild attributes, but would only be unlocked when the vehicle was upgraded to a color. He had unlocked it ahead of time, which was naturally a good thing. And needless to say, this is also a colored vehicle attribute. I don't know what the first color attribute of my vehicle is. Su Yang was filled with anticipation, but he didn't forget the important matter at hand. It was a competition. Although the 12 Night Demon Lord's attack was suicidal, the Wasteland Grey Wolf King's strength was not enough to cause them casualties. Su Yang chose to withdraw proactively, using the excess mana to synthesize a batch of orange-level meat. Finally, when his mana was almost depleted, he chose to upgrade. There's no longer a need to save mana for leveling up. After this upgrade, there's no cooldown for summoning Night Demon Assassins and Night Demon Lords. There is a cooldown period only when summoning Night Demon King. Simply put, you can only summon Night Demon King once a day. As for Night Demon Nightmare, that is still an unknown situation. He cannot summon it now unless his mana reaches 100,000. Summoning Nightmare requires 100,000 mana points per second. Even with the special skill to reduce the cost to 10,000, Su-yang cannot summon Nightmare until he has 100,000 mana points. Chapter 183 Diamond Level 10. Gold Coins Galore. Host, Su-yang. Level, Diamond 10, 557, 895, 000 / Health points, 63,000 / 63,000. Mana points, 73500 / 73500. Strength, 204 plus 3. Constitution, 207 plus 3. Agility, 204 plus 3. Spirit, 242 plus 3. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet Crafting, LV6. Caravan, LV9. Aiming, LV6. Material Synthesis, LV7. Spatial Ability, LV9. Summon Night Demon, LV9. Shockwave, LV0. Hurricane Blade, LV3. Dissipation, LV9. Fire Strike, LV3. Skill points, 15. Equipment, low-level attribute stones. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 134 of 182 colored treasure chests, 1 color. 3 gold treasure chests, 12 red treasure chests, 200 orange treasure chests, 88 orange treasure chests, 200 purple treasure chests. Because of the importance of mana, Su-yang chose to add all his free attribute points to the spirit attribute, which made his mana more than 10,000 points higher than his health. In reality, this amount of mana is still not enough. Summoning 12 Night Demon Lords will only sustain the effect for 61 seconds. Su-yang didn't plan to use his 15 skill points right now. He'd rather wait and see. Looking up at the leaderboard, Su-yang had now entered the top 20. Although there were still more than 100,000 teams continuing to advance, the majority of them were still dealing with the excellent and elite-level Wasteland Wolves. There probably aren't many who can defeat the Wasteland Grey Wolf King. Maybe 100, but definitely not 1,000. It's mostly achieved by sacrificing human lives. Ignoring all of this, Su-yang continued to follow his plan. After getting used to it, he chose to start the next level. Then, in the last 3 seconds, Su-yang summoned the Night Demon Dark Lord, but only summoned 3 of them, instead of summoning 12 at once. As soon as the Night Demon Dark Lords were summoned, the support members behind Su-yang immediately buffed the 3 Night Demon Dark Lords. The buffs had just been applied when the monsters in this level appeared. This time, however, it was quite unexpected, because what appeared were 3 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings, not monsters of epic rank or higher. However, this is not bad either. After upgrading to Diamond Level 10, Su-yang's advancement quest appeared, which required killing 100 epic monsters and 10 gold bosses, as well as 3 Level 7 evolution potions. Once the kill target is met and 3 Level 7 evolution potions are consumed, he can advance to epic rank. The more Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings appear now, the better it is for Su-yang. Not only can he complete the kill target, but more importantly, in Su-yang's view, the genes possessed by the Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings can allow Lan Mei to create a Level 7 gene evolution potion. Once the Level 7 gene evolution potion is manufactured, Blue Charm can use the processing vehicle to reverse engineer the real Level 7 evolution potion. Soon, the 3 Night Demon Lords faced off against the 3 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. Despite being inferior in attributes to the Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings, the Night Demon Lords gained the upper hand in the battle. Su-yang did not summon more Night Demon Dark Lords. He wanted to see their strength. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before it ended, but Su-yang only received 4 golden treasure chests and 20 free attribute points as a reward, and there were no other rewards. Is there only one reward for the first kill of an epic boss? A hint of regret flashed in Su-yang's eyes, but this was already quite good. He was rather satisfied. Actually, just having the golden treasure chest would have been great, but the extra 20 free attribute points were even better. Let's put all the points into the spirit attribute. What I lack most right now is mana, as was evident in the battle just now. Su-yang did not intervene in the battle at all. At most he asked the support members to buff him at the beginning. This situation is not good. The mana cost of maintaining a battle against 3 Night Demon Lords wasn't a big problem for Su-yang, but maintaining a battle against 12 Night Demon Lords would take a very long time. There are indeed some minor troubles. We can only wait and see how long it can last. Su-yang's heart stirred, and he immediately dismissed the 3 Night Demon Dark Lords, then began to recover his own mana. 1 minute restores 6%, 10 minutes restores 60%. In these 10 minutes, he can restore his mana to over 70,000. Naturally, Su-yang will try his best to restore his mana. However, If 5 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings appear next time, the battle will last for more than 10 minutes. It will be impossible to restore his mana in just 10 minutes. Wait, maybe I can do this. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and an idea popped into his mind. 10 minutes passed quickly, and then came the 1-minute preparation time. Sure enough, 5 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings appeared. Su Yang summoned 10 Night Demon Dark Lords to attack. The battle ended in just 6 or 7 minutes. However, this time, 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings were not completely killed. Instead, their limbs were severed, and they were seriously injured and unconscious. Su Yang canceled the summoning of the Night Demon Dark Lord, and then began to recover his mana. Because the 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings are still alive, the battle is still ongoing and not over. As for how long it can drag on, Su Yang is not sure, because he has never tried it before. Xiaoyu, you take 2 people and watch over these 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. Make sure they don't die. The rest of you, recover your mana. Su Yang turned to Xiaoyu and gave him an instruction before beginning to restore his mana. Yes. Xiaoyu responded, and immediately led the 2 men to keep an eye on the 2 Grey Wolf Kings of the Wasteland. An hour later, Su Yang's mana was restored, while the 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings were still barely alive, with their health points dropping below 300. But, has recovery already begun? They saw that the blood from the broken limbs of the 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings had stopped flowing, and instead, the wounds were scabbing and even showing signs of recovery. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The higher the level of life, the stronger the vitality. These 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings had already entered the 7th level of life. Under such circumstances, these 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings could still live for more than 10 hours. If they could even absorb energy, they might be able to recover. If this is the case for a level 7 life form, what about a level 8 life form, or even higher? Without wasting any more time, Su Yang chose to kill the 2 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. It's worth mentioning that of the 5 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings killed this time, only 1 dropped 2 golden treasure chests. Killing a higher level enemy didn't even yield any experience points. However, if Su Yang had to choose between the golden treasure chest and 200 million experience points, he would definitely choose the former. He now has 17 golden treasure chests. And this isn't even the limit. Chapter 184: The Unexpected Night Demon King. Half an hour later, looking at the corpses of the 9 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings in front of him, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was extremely difficult. It was quite difficult for 12 Night Demon Lords to face 10 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings, mainly because Su Yang consumed too much mana to maintain 12 Night Demon Lords. In the end, only 1 severely injured Wasteland Grey Wolf King could be left, but because it couldn't stop, this Wasteland Grey Wolf King probably won't live much longer. Sure enough, when Su Yang's mana had only recovered to 50,000, the Wasteland Grey Wolf King's health dropped to less than 50 points, leaving Su Yang no choice but to kill it. Because of the reward for defeating enemies above your level, there are 20 golden treasure chests this time. During the 10-minute break, Su Yang hesitated this time. He was considering whether to open a few treasure chests. He currently had 2 rainbow chests, 37 gold chests, but only 12 red chests. So, he wondered if opening a few chests could improve his combat power. However, Su Yang thought about it and felt that it might not be necessary. Because at this point, his ranking had reached 5th place, which was a far unexpected result. Su Yang hadn't expected such a high score at first, and it gave him hope of winning 1st place. The next level should be either 20 or 30 Wasteland Grey Wolves. If we can defeat them, we'll definitely get 1st place. This time, Su Yang doesn't plan to summon the Night Demon Dark Lord. He plans to summon the Night Demon King. And it summons 3 at once. With the LV9 reduction, even the 3 Night Demon Kings only lose 3,000 mana points per second. By the time his mana can recover to more than 60,000, that's 20 seconds. Then, he had the members who could restore mana prepare, and with the restoration items he had, restoring 50,000 mana within 20 seconds was entirely possible. In fact, he could sustain 3 Night Demon Kings for 40 seconds. That should be enough. However, some things, when they actually happen, are completely unexpected. Soon, the next level appeared. Then, what appeared before Su Yang were 30 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. Su Yang summoned 3 Night Demon Kings almost simultaneously, but his expression changed slightly after summoning them. He discovered that summoning 3 Night Demon Kings instantly deducted 30,000 mana points from his mana, 10,000 points for each. Almost instantly, Su Yang received feedback from the Summon Night Demon skill. Night Lord is a special summon that requires 10,000 mana points to summon, and this 10,000 mana points cannot be reduced by skills. Therefore, he now only has 30,000 mana left, which can last for a maximum of 10 seconds. However, what happened next left Su Yang dumbfounded. Before he could even instruct the people behind him to restore his mana, the three Night Demon Kings moved. Swish, swish, swish. As if merging into the shadows, the three Night Demon Kings vanished instantly, but soon. Uft, uft, uft. Three Night Demon Kings appeared, instantly killing three Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. At the same time, they unleashed black light attacks from their hands, stabbing at two of the Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings respectively. With this one move, 9 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings were gone. The three Night Demon Kings then quickly dispatched the remaining Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings in just a few flashes. It only took about 5 or 6 seconds. Su Yang was stunned by what he saw. The Night Demon King was so powerful. However, his momentary daze was over. His mana instantly dropped to 0, and the three Night Demon Kings vanished. The Night Demon King is different from the Night Demon Assassin and the Night Demon Dark Lord. Su Yang was not aware of its attributes before, but this time, before one of the Night Demon Kings disappeared, Su Yang saw its attributes. Night Demon King, Summon. Level, Epic 10. HP, 2,000,000/2 million. Mana points, 820,000/1, 200,000. Skills, Dark Realm, Lethal Strike, Shadow Stealth. Damn it. 2 million health points? What level of life form is this? Su Yang didn't know, but he now understood one thing. Summoning 3 Night Demon Kings was a foolish act. In the situation just now, summoning 1 Night Demon King would have been more than enough. There was no need to summon 3. Now, the Night Demon King is on cooldown and can no longer be summoned. He hadn't expected the Night Demon King to be so powerful. It can be considered a trial run, so it's not a complete loss. At least we understand the strength of the Night Demon King. Su Yang could only console himself with this thought. This time, none of the 30 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings dropped golden treasure chests. Instead, they all dropped red treasure chests. But that still adds up to 120 red treasure chests, which is not bad. But Su Yang knew very well that this was the end of it. He didn't plan to attempt the next level, as it was a level where people could actually die. After choosing to give up and continue the challenge, Su Yang and his group were teleported away. Now, he can only wait and see how many people can defeat the 30 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. Su Yang didn't know that even at this stage, it would be very difficult for those level 8 or 9 life forms to defeat the Wasteland Grey Wolf King. The main reason is that the rank is not high enough. Su Yang was able to advance to the 6th rank because he could loot treasure chests. Powerful races could only collect enough treasure chests from their own people, and races with extremely high life levels were not necessarily numerous. Therefore, there are actually not many people who can reach the 6th rank. The 6th rank means that the 4-dimensional attributes are above 125 points. This level is equivalent to the diamond level. Even if the life level is high, it is impossible for one to be strong enough to rival the Wasteland Grey Wolf King, a gold level boss. Even if those special races are capable of killing the Wasteland Grey Wolf King, there are probably not many people of that race at present. They would really be no match for 30 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings at once. When you're trying to complete a level, if you give up because you can't beat it, your score will only count as the score from the previous level, and you might even think that failing a level will lower your rating. For example, Su Yang's score of 100 points is for killing 30 Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings. If he continues to the next level, even if there is only 1 Wasteland Grey Wolf King left alive, he will still fail, and his score will not be counted for this level. In fact, because of the failure, his final score may only be 95 points. A few hours later, good news arrived. That is, on the leaderboard, Su Yang discovered that no one had ever surpassed him in first place. He won first place on the first day of the competition. It was a great start. In fact, Su Yang knew very well that if he hadn't used the skill upgrade card from the first kill reward to upgrade the Summon Night Demon skill, he probably wouldn't have even made it into the top 50. Chapter 1: 85 Attributes of Colored Vehicles. The first place winner will receive a space of 1 cubic meter. For 0.75 cubic meters. This is the current reward amount for the Huaxia ethnic group's territory, which also expands the Huaxia ethnic group's territory to 1 billion cubic meters of space. The ethnic group's ranking has entered the top 100. The Huaxia region erupted in cheers once again, while the launching region fell into an eerie silence. In this competition, Thousands of teams of all sizes from the Blue Star region participated, but a third of them were eliminated, and the best results did not even make it into the top 10,000. The situation wasn't much better for the Huaxia people either, because Su Yang had told everyone beforehand not to push themselves. Even He Chihua's Vulcan battalion, which had the lowest score, only ranked over 4,000, and Xia Bian and the others had given up long ago. Such a ranking naturally comes with no reward, but fortunately Su Yang is there to cover it up, and he even covered the ceiling. As for Su Yang, he began to obtain a large number of items that could improve his attributes from Fangya, and then synthesize them. Although this competition is over, he still wants to improve his skills, so he naturally eats. As long as there are enough orange-level items to improve attributes, Su Yang can advance to the 7th rank in a short time. At that time, his strength will definitely increase significantly. Not only that, but his talent optimization will also be strengthened, and he will have at least one more optimization component slot. The armored RV has been directly evolved by Su Yang using a 9-color level vehicle evolution card. Overall, there is no improvement, but the actual changes are quite significant. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 1000%. Quality, red 1 star++. Vehicle attributes, coexisting forms, 9 colors. Light energy, 10,000/10,000. Regenerates 100 points of light energy per hour. Speed, 1800 km/h+. Components, September 15th energy electromagnetic cannon, red+. Vehicle interior, red+. Energy converter, red+. Small armory, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. High energy engine, red+. Search radar, orange+. Mechanical legs, purple+. Balancer, purple+. Optimized components, 2/3 vehicle shield, gold optimized state. High energy engine, orange optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion, light energy storage. There's an additional vehicle attribute bar, and then there's a special vehicle attribute with 9-color coexisting forms. And congratulations to car owner Su Yang, because your vehicle is the first in the entire region to awaken its attributes, and it's a red vehicle that has awakened. You are hereby rewarded with an upgrade to a 9-colored level vehicle with coexisting attributes. While he wasn't the first to upgrade a red vehicle, he was the first to awaken its attributes, directly achieving a 9-color level vehicle attribute, which naturally made Su Yang very happy. This vehicle attribute allows you to integrate other types of vehicles into the armored motorhome. While the armored motorhome may appear unchanged, it can actually function as multiple vehicle types. For example, Su Yang now integrates a red supercar into an armored motorhome. The armored motorhome is both a supercar and an armored motorhome, with one vehicle having 2 forms, and its appearance can be set at will. Regardless of how the exterior changes, the interior design will always be based on Su Yang's style. The exterior of a supercar, the interior of an armored motorhome. It doesn't seem like much at first glance, but after being integrated, it looks like one car, but is actually 2 cars. The interior space is a combination of the spaces of the 2 vehicles. Most importantly, the positions of the components inside the vehicle are the total number of components in both vehicles. You should know that Su Yang's talent optimization can improve even the most obscure aspects. In such a situation, the more vehicle parts there are, the better. This vehicle attribute allows Su Yang to integrate up to 9 vehicles. Su Yang's armored vehicle will have hundreds of vehicle component slots, so there will be no problem installing whatever he wants. However, it's currently only a red-tier armored vehicle, meaning only one vehicle can be fused with it at most. Once it reaches gold tier, a second vehicle can be fused with it. As for whether or not to incorporate the first car into the supercar category, Su Yang is still hesitating. Moreover, there's no rush. What's troubling Su Yang now is how to use the reward he received for first place. 1 cubic meter of space belongs to the entire Huaxia nation, but Su Yang personally received 3 rewards. This time, Su Yang won first place, along with a gold prize and 3 red prizes. Only the top 3 players receive the gold reward. The third place player receives only 1 gold reward, the second place player receives an additional red reward, and he, the first place player, receives 3. Su Yang was torn because this golden reward could upgrade the energy electromagnetic cannon to the golden level, or upgrade the vehicle shield to the golden level. The vehicle shield was originally only red, but it has been upgraded to a gold color due to the optimized components. 1 attack, 1 defense. Choose one of the 2. As for the 3 red rewards, that's easy to decide. Soo-young planned to upgrade the search radar, mechanical legs, and balancer to red. Although Barrett Thor also wanted to upgrade to red, Soo-young ultimately gave up. The search radar goes without saying, it can detect enemies in advance. Some special sections of the road require mechanical legs, but the purple level is a bit too low, so it definitely needs to be upgraded. The same applies to the balancer. After the vehicle level is upgraded, a balancer level that is too low will not work, especially if it suffers a sufficiently powerful attack. Even a purple balancer cannot completely negate the impact. Soo-young would never use these rewards on other people's vehicles. He would never give away anything that could improve himself. After much hesitation and soliciting opinions from Fangya and the other girls, Soo-young finally decided to upgrade the energy electromagnetic cannon to gold. It was mainly Zheng Qingzhu's words that changed his mindset of prioritizing safety. We already have the golden shield, which is certainly enough for now, but we are somewhat lacking in offense. Sometimes the best defense is offense. Soo-young was originally inclined to upgrade the shield, but Zheng Qingzhu's words made him think of a situation. If he encountered a truly powerful opponent, even if the opponent could not break through the armored vehicle's defenses, he would still be unable to defeat the opponent. Once his light energy is exhausted, he will face certain death. In that case, let's increase the attack power. Furthermore, given the unique integrated capabilities of the armored vehicle, that 1000% numerical value is also a powerful defense. It can withstand at least several 10x gold attacks without any problem, while the attack power of one's own vehicle is not that high. With this in mind, Soo-young finally upgraded the energy electromagnetic cannon to gold. At this point, one of the 9 vehicle parts installed on Soo-young's armored vehicle was gold, and the rest were red. He was certain that if there were a vehicle strength ranking, his armored vehicle would definitely be at the top. Furthermore, he can merge with a vehicle. As for which vehicle to choose to merge with, we'll have to wait and see. Let's take a look at the upcoming competition content, and we can merge vehicles as needed. The thing Soo-young wants to do most right now is to open the treasure chests. Jiang Manchua's luck was only blue today, which obviously doesn't meet Soo-young's needs. He definitely wants to open all those treasure chests. Chapter 186, 400 orange star-up cards. Early morning. Side blue again. Soo-young was a little disappointed to learn that Jiang Manchua's luck was also blue today. Hundreds of red treasure chests, 37 gold treasure chests, and 2 colored treasure chests. This was an incredibly tempting offer for him. Soo-young had already decided that as long as Jiang Manchua's luck was purple, he would open all the red and orange treasure chests today. There were nearly 300 orange treasure chests, so naturally he wouldn't choose to use the 3-second orange luck. He could only use the purple luck of the whole day to open these treasure chests. At least get all the red upgrades together so you can upgrade your armored motorhome to red 9 stars, and then max out the vehicle parts, right? It's a pity it's only blue. Soo-young was furious and could only get revenge on Jiang Manchua. Nothing was said that night. Soo-young woke up very early the next morning. Then, since it's orange-grade wolf meat that he synthesized himself, it can increase his 4 main attributes by a few points. Soo-young plans to eat this for a while to help him advance to the next level as soon as possible. Once the 4-dimensional attributes reach 300 points, one can advance to the 7th rank. Soo-young is really looking forward to the optimization of the 7th rank. Time quickly came to today's competition, but after only watching the competition content, Soo-young chose to give up. Today's competition is a team-based event, requiring 10 people per car to transport everyone in the team to the finish line. The result is calculated based on the time it takes for all members to reach the finish line. With just one glance, Soo-young knew that there was no hope for him. His unlimited car club now has more than 20,000 members, so he doesn't need to worry about the number of vehicles. He has enough vehicles to accommodate 10 people per car. However, the problem is that he can't possibly upgrade all 2,000 cars to orange, can he? Purple vehicles are barely acceptable, but they simply cannot achieve any good results. At this point, having too many members in the car team was not a good thing. Soo-young had tried to temporarily kick out some members of the car team, but he was reminded that violations were prohibited during the competition, so he had no choice but to give up. Today's race is most advantageous for some teams. At this time, using the car group card, even just to create a green car group, is enough. After reading the competition rules, Lu Mimi looked on with emotion, as did the other girls. But at this moment, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke up. Wait, although we can't participate, we can choose a convoy from the official army, and then have that convoy form a vehicle regiment. Can't we upgrade their vehicles? That one sentence was a wake-up call. Yes, that's another way. The requirements aren't high. Even just getting into the top 100 would be great. Soon, Su Yang contacted Old Chun. 10 minutes later, a group of 200 people appeared in front of Su Yang. This car team competition also has requirements. There must be at least 10 vehicles, and 20 people per vehicle is enough. The official team has also provided enough resources to upgrade these vehicles to at least purple 9 stars, with 3 of them reaching orange. Su Yang also decided to take a gamble, taking out the purple vehicle upgrade blueprints he had saved up. Now his material synthesis skill was already LV7, which allowed him to synthesize orange vehicle blueprints. With 3 minutes left in the race, all 10 cars in front of Su Yang had reached the orange 9-star level. Because Su Yang directly let Jiang Manhwa open those 288 orange treasure chests, and because her dream came true, Jiang Manhwa opened 400 orange star-up cards, which was simply outrageous. In fact, the vehicle upgrade blueprints in Su Yang's possession can be combined to create 3 red vehicle upgrade blueprints. As long as he upgrades the material synthesis skill to LV8, there shouldn't be any problem. He currently has 15 skill points, so even upgrading to LV9 shouldn't be a problem. I have enough orange upgrade cards on hand, so I can easily make a few more orange 9-star vehicles to upgrade 2 or 3 red vehicles. However, this competition requires all participants to participate, so simply sending out 2 or 3 red vehicles doesn't really make much sense. These vehicles were equipped with purple bastards and a series of vehicle parts to increase speed, but there were not many weapons, only the last one. Su Yang felt that there should be no chance of fighting. After the competition started, Su Yang didn't pay attention. He went straight into the training room of the car team. Su Yang had never used the training card for the Assault Wilderness Force that he got from Coles. It's a 10-point attribute boost. After all, he doesn't want to miss it. In fact, the official team has already begun to arrange for the warriors who joined Su Yang's team to start training. After completing the training and increasing their 4-dimensional attributes by 10 points, they will leave the Infinite Car Club and allow others to join. It can be said that the official plan is to increase the 4-dimensional attributes of as many Huaxiao people as possible by 10 points. Su Yang has no objection to this and has already handed it over to Zheng Qingzhu to handle. It's worth mentioning that Zheng Qingzhu's arrival relieved Feng Ye and Jiang Manhwa. Originally, it was the 2 of them who were in contact with the authorities, but to be honest, they weren't very comfortable with it. Now that Zheng Qingzhu, who herself came from an official background, was handling it, it was naturally the best thing. Su Yang originally thought that he definitely wouldn't be able to finish cultivating in a day. After all, even the fastest official cultivators took 2 days to complete their training. However, Su Yang left the training room just 1 hour later. The training is complete, and I have obtained 10 points in the 4-dimensional attributes. The reason he could do it so easily was because he was incredibly powerful, especially with his current strongest ability, summoning the Night Demon, which made him a veritable map-clearing machine. Meeting certain cultivation requirements is not difficult at all. On the contrary, Su Yang has not yet mastered the combat skills of cultivation itself. He can only go back to cultivate. Although he cannot improve his 4-dimensional attributes, even if he gains a little combat experience, it will be good for Su Yang. This time, he plans not to use the Summon Night Demon skill. 6 hours later, the match ended. Just as Su Yang had thought, this competition did not require fighting, but it was not entirely a contest of speed as he had anticipated. Because once the race begins, each car will enter a huge maze, a super large maze where you drive thousands of kilometers before finding yourself in a dead end. Speed is required, but brainpower is even more crucial. Fortunately, each of the 10 official teams had at least 5 professional analysts, which ultimately led to good results. Of course, good only refers to the top 50. Surprisingly, some other organizations in China also had a team that made it into the top 100, although it was only 97th place, which is very low, but it still comes with a reward. A mere 3 milliliters of space is really small. With a population of 220 million, this translates to an extra 660 cubic meters of space, which is a small amount, but still a significant amount. Chapter 187 Purple Car Group Attributes, 10 times the number of car group members. The ancestral lands of the Huaxiao people now actually belong to Su Yang, or at least Su Yang has the greatest authority over them. Without his permission, it would be impossible for others to establish their own private space. But Su Yang had already said that as long as a team receives a reward, it can create its own private space. The 660 cubic meter space is roughly 13 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high. This amount of space is negligible to Su Yang. However, he did take the purple level rewards. He traded 2 vehicle upgrade blueprints for it, which was a win for the other party. For Suyang, with this purple reward, he can do many things, such as upgrading some blueprints of the processing vehicle to purple, and upgrading the big meat bun can produce even better big meat buns. Even if all else fails, you can upgrade one of the 2 blue attributes of the infinite car team, as long as the opponent chooses the purple reward and it becomes a purple car team attribute upgrade card. Suyang hesitated between upgrading the expanding the group's members attribute to purple or orange, because the official reward for the group was an orange level reward that could upgrade the group's attributes to orange, and the big meat bun blueprint could also be upgraded to orange. Finally, Suyang chose to upgrade the vehicle's attributes to purple, and upgraded the large meat bun blueprint to orange. He made the right choice. Purple attribute allows the car core/team to expand by 10 times. Upgrading from blue to purple only doubled the number of people. Now, any team under Suyang's Infinite Car Club can have 1,000 people joining. What Suyang cared about most was upgrading the big meat bun blueprint to orange. The reason Suyang upgraded this blueprint to orange was because the big meat bun blueprint could restore health and mana. Most importantly, he had previously added a small steamed bun blueprint, as well as a dumpling and a shumai blueprint, all of which could restore mana. In this competition, Suyang was well aware of the importance of mana, so he naturally chose this option. His original intention was to restore more mana points to these steamed buns and shumai, but to Suyang's surprise, after upgrading to orange, the name on the processing station changed to noodles. Then, the giant meat buns created can not only restore 1,000 mana and health points per minute, but also increase spirit and constitution attributes by 1 point on the first time they are eaten. The shumai and dumplings are the same. In addition, this pasta processing station has an extra special attribute. It can add blueprints for any pasta dish, and then produce orange level ones, with the same attributes as the large meat buns and dumplings. Suyang immediately instructed Zheng Qingzhu to collect all the pasta recipes from the official sources. Soon, the pasta processing station added 7 more types of pasta: noodles, steamed buns, twisted rolls, fried dough sticks, sesame cakes, sesame seed cakes, and wontons, bringing the total to 10 types of pasta, which was already the limit for the orange processing vehicle. By the end of the day, Suyang's physical and mental attributes had both increased by 10 points, with his mental attribute reaching a total of 282 points. Not enough, far from enough. Suyang was still not satisfied, because he was still some distance from the 7th rank. The day passed quickly, and Jiang Manhua breathed a sigh of relief in the early hours of the morning, because she didn't have to suffer today. She was extremely lucky today. Her innate good fortune was triggered, granting her purple luck. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. Your luck will be purple for the next day, or you can accumulate your luck for 3 seconds to gain orange luck. This time, facing Jiang Manhua's lucky foundation, Suyang did not choose the 3-second orange luck, but instead chose the 1-day purple luck. He planned to open all the purple treasure chests he had accumulated. He had already collected over 1,000 of these chests, which mainly yielded a large amount of purple materials. He had previously upgraded 10 orange 9-star vehicles, which meant that Suyang didn't have many materials left. However, this was enough for Xiebian and Heqiwa's vehicles to be upgraded to red. As for the vehicle upgrade blueprints, that wasn't difficult either. Suyang planned to upgrade the material synthesis skill directly to LV9, which would definitely allow him to synthesize red vehicle upgrade blueprints. In fact, all that's missing for their vehicles is the upgrade blueprint. As for Fang Xuqing's vehicle, he has already acquired the blueprint for the red fortress vehicle, although he is still lacking some materials. As for the energy furnace, Jiang Manhua obtained 2 energy furnace blueprints when she opened 288 orange treasure chests. Suyang even planned to equip his armored RV with an energy furnace, as his armored RV was the real energy consumer. If there was an energy furnace, he could consume less light energy, and even when the energy electromagnetic cannon was not very powerful, he would not need to use light energy. Soon after, all the purple treasure chests were opened, and Suyang obtained a large amount of materials and blueprints. At this point, his material synthesis skill had been upgraded to LV9. Suyang was pleasantly surprised to find that some items could now be synthesized. For example, he could synthesize star-up cards even though he couldn't synthesize them before. Therefore, he can upgrade his armored RV to red 9 stars without even opening the red treasure chest. Vehicle upgrade blueprints can be combined to create a Tier 1 vehicle, but the required blueprints are too numerous. It takes 10 gold vehicle blueprints to create just one. Suyang doesn't have a single gold vehicle upgrade blueprint yet, so he can only wait until he opens a gold treasure chest and see how things go. This won't take long, because Jiang Manchua's four-dimensional attributes are already close to the total of 500 points. Actually, the main problem is those orange-level meats. She can only eat a maximum of 2 kilograms a day, and any more than that is too much for her to digest. Otherwise, her four-dimensional attributes would have already been raised to the 6th level, as would Fang Ye and the others. Among the girls, Lan Mei's special genetic constitution allowed her to digest food faster, even faster than Su Yang. Now she is at the 6th level, and even the lowest of her four-dimensional attributes has exceeded 170 points. As for her life level, she is still only a level 6 life form. She needs to devour the genes of 30 level 7 life forms to evolve her own genes to level 7, and then evolve herself into a level 7 life form. But right now, she has only absorbed the genes of a level 7 life form, namely the Wasteland Grey Wolf King. Su Yang was looking forward to Jiang Manchue advancing to the 6th rank. With the improvement of her talent and luck, she could at least use her luck to open those 2 one-color treasure chests and definitely get good stuff. Su Yang was quite looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, it should take at most 2 days for Jiang Manchue's four-dimensional attributes to reach the 6th rank. It's only 2 days, no rush. Chapter 188, the first LV10 skill. The third day. The schedule for today's competition has been released. This competition tests the transportation capacity of vehicles, which seems a bit puzzling. Essentially, it involves transporting individual 1-ton cubic meter boxes to a location 10,000 kilometers away, a process that takes 6 hours. The final score is determined by the number of boxes transported. You cannot participate as a car group. You can only participate as a team or even as an individual. A team can have a maximum of 100 cars and a maximum of 100 people, meaning one person can only have 1 car at most. While these boxes can fit inside the car, their weight cannot be offset. Normally, the weight of items placed inside a vehicle is not borne by the vehicle itself, but this competition will not be like that. The weight of each box placed inside will determine the weight of the vehicle. Therefore, it's not impossible to fill the car's interior with these boxes all at once, as long as the vehicle itself can handle it and move that many. Faced with this situation, Su Yang's first thought was of his skill space. If he could reach the destination and put a car there, he could open 2 space gates at the starting point and the destination, thus connecting the starting point and the destination. Transportation would be incredibly easy. He could even make other teams do the same. At most, just install some space gates. Perhaps I can sweep the top 100 spots? This thought crossed Su Yang's mind, but he felt that things might not go so smoothly. Sure enough, once he entered the competition space, he discovered that he had lost contact with the other team's portals. After hesitating for a moment, seeing that the competition had entered the 3-minute countdown, Su Yang gritted his teeth and directly consumed 10 skill points to upgrade his skill space to LV10. Su Yang's first LV10 skill was born. Space LV10 possesses a small world with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Spatial coordinates can be created by consuming a certain amount of mana, and spatial domains can be created. The space has been transformed into a miniature world. Although the difference wasn't huge, Su Yang was still clear about it. But, where's my portal? Su Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized that the spatial coordinates were the spatial gates that had been created on some vehicles before. These spatial coordinates can not only open spatial gates instantly, but also possess the ability to be spatial points. However, during this competition, Su Yang discovered that he could not teleport himself to a location using spatial coordinates. Instead, he could open spatial portals at the locations of the spatial coordinates, but this would consume his own mana. Moreover, it requires mana to maintain after activation, which left Su Yang unsure whether to be happy or unhappy. What upset him was that the portal required him to use up his mana. The good news is that the number of spatial portals seems to be unlimited. As long as he has enough mana, he can have 1,000 spatial portals, let alone 100. However, it seemed that the space was greatly suppressed because it was a competition area. Su Yang confidently sensed it, and then silently calculated for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Given my current situation, I can only maintain the opening of 10 spatial coordinates at most. Any more than that, and I won't be able to, because I don't have enough mana. Actually, Su Yang's mana is already 84,600 points, otherwise it wouldn't be enough. 10 spatial gates only represent 5 convoys, and that includes his own. Hichiwa's team doesn't need it. There are a total of 6 teams that can achieve good results. Hiwa is with Hichiwa, so we can just copy it. We can put 2 of the 3 double-decker buses at the starting point and 1 at the destination, and that will be fine. Because the interior space of the 3 double-decker buses is the same, no matter how far apart the vehicles are, people on the 3 double-decker buses can enter any one of the vehicles at any time. This has already been verified before in the Misty Land. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yang had to suspect that other races also possess similar methods, so he directly ordered the driver of the armored vehicle to accelerate to the maximum speed, leaving the supercar behind at the starting point. At full speed, the armored RV arrived at its destination in just over 2 hours. During this time, a large number of soldiers were already on the supercar side, continuously putting boxes into the supercar's interior space. When Su Yang's armored RV arrived at its destination, he directly opened a space door under the supercar's interior space, allowing the boxes to fall into the armored RV's interior space one after another. Because the interior of the armored RV is a special red component, Su Yang could simply throw all the boxes inside the RV out with a thought. The only difficulty is moving things around at the starting point. As Su Yang had expected, even with his method of carrying the load, he wasn't the fastest. Clearly, the red interior space is not unique to him. At least 7 or 8 teams possess 2 red interior spaces. They also have talents similar to Haiwa's, or his spatial portal abilities, allowing them to transport each other, one at the starting point and the other at the destination. Seeing this situation, Su Yang realized that it would be a little troublesome to win first place. In the end, he returned to the starting point through the spatial gate, and then added 3 more spatial gates to the supercar. At the same time, he used the spatial domain of his skill space. Once the spatial domain was unleashed, Su Yang discovered the power of this ability. It can create a domain with a maximum diameter of 3,000 meters. Within this domain, Su Yang seems to be able to control everything, teleporting at will, and even attacking with the power of space. Of course, with Su Yang's current mana, it's impossible for him to create such a large spatial domain. In fact, to maintain the currently open spatial gate, he can only create a spatial domain with a diameter of 3 meters at most, but that's enough. With just a thought, the boxes passed through the 4 spatial doors into the supercar's interior, then into the armored RV's interior, where they were thrown to the finish line by Jiang Manhwa, Lu Mimi, and Lin Xiaoyu. The speed increased dramatically, just as Su Yang had expected. This method was truly fast, and the ranking quickly surpassed the previous few, eventually reaching the first place, and indeed, it was far ahead. This only made things difficult for Su Yang. Not only did the portal dodge 3, it also opened a spatial domain, causing Su Yang's mana to be consumed extremely quickly. Fortunately, just in case, the 2 support members with the talent to restore mana were also with Su Yang this time, allowing Su Yang to restore 6% of his mana per minute. With Su Yang's current mana value, he can recover 5,000 mana points per minute. Not only that, Su Yang also eats a few shumai and meat buns from time to time to speed up the recovery, which is how he barely manages to maintain his mana. Chapter 189 Upgrade of the Processing Vehicle. Golden Vehicle Group Attributes. First place. Although he was quite full by the end, Su Yang managed to hold on. Not only that, the other 4 teams, plus Hichiwa's team, also made it into the top 100. In particular, Hichiwa's team, because they had 3 double-decker buses, and someone under Hichiwa had managed to get the special vehicle part, the orange interior space, ultimately made it into the top 30. This was a complete and resounding victory for the Chinese people. It was precisely because of the rankings in this competition that the Huaxia ethnic group had 6 teams, which caught the attention of some other ethnic groups. The young master of the Three-Eyed Clan was not dissatisfied with his 9th place finish this time. Interesting. They actually managed to beat the race with spatial talent in this competition. Could this Huaxiao race also be a special race capable of awakening spatial talent? The young master of the Three-Eyed Clan couldn't help but secretly speculate that if that were the case, it might be worth trying to make contact. There are quite a few people who share his thoughts. These are powerful races with long histories and a deep understanding of many things. They even have considerable knowledge of some survival situations in the survival world. This is far better than Su Yang and the others who know nothing. Some races also believe that although the Huaxia race is not ranked among the myriad races, it should be considered a kind of hidden race. Such a race is not numerous, but their talents are exceptional, and they all achieve remarkable results once they participate in the game of the gods. Su Yang had no idea that he was being viewed this way, and that the Huaxiao people had become a special race. He was now overjoyed to receive another gold reward and 3 red rewards. First, Su Yang used a red reward on the energy furnace that had just been installed on the armored RV, directly upgrading it to red. Then, he also upgraded his favorite weapon, the Barrett Thor, to red. When installed on the optimization parts, it would be in a gold optimization state. For the remaining 2 red rewards, Su Yang chose to upgrade the processing vehicle, this time selecting firearms and potions. At the same time, Su Yang also upgraded 3 of the 10 orange 9-star vehicles he had previously upgraded to red. Vehicle, processing vehicle. Quality, red 1-star. Processing section, 6/12 evolution potions, gene evolution potions, firearms, pasta, potions, daily necessities. Processing attribute 1. Processing speed plus 1000%. Processing attribute 2. Processing output plus 500%. Processing attribute 3. Processing optimization rate plus 200%. Processing attribute 4. Reverse drawing. Processing attribute 5. Crafting blueprint. Although upgrading the processing vehicle to red did not grant any new processing attributes, the original processing attributes were greatly improved. The processing speed has increased tenfold, and the processing output has increased 5-fold. One set of materials can produce 5 finished products. This attribute is simply outrageous. Only then did Su Yang allow Lan Mei to freely use the corpse of the Wasteland Grey Wolf King to create evolution potions. Now, the genes extracted from creating 1 Wasteland Grey Wolf King can be used to create 5 level 6 gene evolution potions. If they are lucky, they can trigger optimization and directly obtain 5 level 6 evolution potions. As for the potion, it's a potion that restores stamina. Currently, there's only this one type of potion. After Su Yang upgrades it, it can be used to restore health points, and also has healing abilities, so overall it's pretty good. And just as Su Yang thought, the processing station became exclusive to the potion series. Any potion could be put in, and 10 special potions could be made. Oh, no, there should be 20 now. The same goes for the pasta series. You can put in 10 more pasta blueprints, and then create orange pasta. For the remaining gold reward, Su Yang chose to upgrade the Infinite Car Club's training room to the Gold Car Club attribute. Then, the training room of the car group underwent a great change. Originally, a maximum of 100 people could enter at the same time, but now the number of people who can enter at the same time is the total number of people in the car group. This upgrade was just average. What truly surprised Su Yang was that the golden training room could triple the effect of the integrated training cards. Simply put, the original Assault Wilderness Forest skill would increase the 4 main attributes by 10 points after training, but now it can increase them by 30 points. The results are amazing. For the other team's rewards, Su Yang only asked for 3 orange rewards to upgrade the attributes of the teams that had not yet been upgraded to orange. For the remaining rewards, he chose only processing car blueprints. His processing vehicles are good, but the entire Huaxia nation has 220 million people, and there are too few processing vehicles. Moreover, the levels are only blue and purple. It would be much better to get a few orange and purple processing vehicle blueprints to use for manufacturing weapons. As for weapon blueprints, that was already very easy for Su Yang. Even with green bullet blueprints, he could synthesize purple, orange, or even red ones as long as he had enough. The official sources have a lot of these blueprints, and we've also opened quite a few treasure chests. All we're missing is the processing vehicle. Car group, infinite. Level, red. Team, 28 to 30. Gold attribute, training room. Orange attribute, the guild leader receives a mystery treasure chest every 10 days. Orange attribute, car club discussion channel. Orange attribute, 30 parking spaces for the car group, 1 processing parking space. Orange attribute, caravan warehouse, 1 million cubic meters. Orange attribute, allows the number of members in a car convoy to increase by 20 times. Orange attribute, earn 10 gold coins per person per day for each vehicle. Note, mystery chests can yield mysterious items. 1 gold and 6 orange. With such unique characteristics, Su Yang was certain that his infinite car group was the most special. This made Su Yang even more excited for the upcoming competition. He even planned that if he got 2 more gold rewards, he would upgrade the attribute of the mystery treasure chest obtained by the car team to gold, as this mystery treasure chest could yield a lot of good stuff. However, the next 3 days made Su Yang realize that he had been overthinking things. On the 5th, 6th, and 7th days of the competition, Su Yang did not even make it into the top 100, because the competition content had nothing to do with the vehicles or his own strength. On the contrary, One or two other members of the Huaxiao race occasionally made it into the top 100 in these three competitions. On the 8th day, during the 8th match, Su Yang knew his chance had come. Another chance to win first place. The 8th competition is vehicle modification. Within a specified time, you can modify the vehicle by installing parts or adding items and equipment to it. Anything that improves the vehicle's capabilities, whether it's attack power, defense, or performance, is acceptable. The final evaluation is based on the degree of improvement. So here's the question. What kind of modification is more powerful than Su Yang's talent optimization that directly boosts him by one level? Chapter 190 Double Plus Level Golden Optimization Status. The final results are determined by the degree of vehicle improvement from the start of the competition until the competition ends 6 hours later. You can't use items to upgrade, such as star-up cards. You can install vehicle parts, but you can't use vehicle parts to add blueprints or add part slots. Undoubtedly, this competition is extremely beneficial to vehicles that haven't yet installed vehicle parts, as it's the only way to use normally manufactured vehicle parts. Installing white vehicle parts earns 1 point, regardless of whether they are ordinary or special. As long as the vehicle part is of white quality, it only earns 1 point. Green 3 points, blue 10 points, purple 30 points, orange 100 points, red 300 points, gold 1,000 points. Su Yang was naturally a little disappointed by this situation. If he had known this was possible, he wouldn't have upgraded those purple quality parts first. But it's unpredictable, and who knew that such a competition would happen? However, this was not a problem, and Su Yang remained confident. Fortunately, the previous energy furnace has been built and upgraded, but it hasn't been installed yet. Su Yang smiled with satisfaction. He had originally planned to install the energy furnace on the optimized component, so that in the optimized state, it would be a gold quality energy furnace. Furthermore, during the 1-minute preparation time before the competition results were announced, Su Yang immediately removed the vehicle shield that was still installed on the optimized parts. This means that he now has 3 optimized parts, and even if he prepares 3 red vehicle parts, they will all be gold after optimization, which is 3,000 points. Only, I subconsciously looked up at the leaderboard, because the leaderboard for the competition is updated in real time, so it's easy to see the rankings. Upon seeing this, Su Yang was somewhat stunned, because the top 100 players on the leaderboard now all have scores exceeding 3,000. This means it's equivalent to installing 3 gold quality vehicle parts. The problem is, a dozen or 20 is one thing, but why are there hundreds? It's only been a few minutes, and it's already this strong? Why are there so many gold quality vehicle parts? Su Yang frowned, but he quickly seemed to realize that gold quality did not necessarily mean good quality. This competition only considered the level, not the quality. If there are some synthesis methods, then creating ordinary vehicle parts of gold quality is not a problem. I have such methods myself. Thinking of his skill material synthesis, Su Yang had an idea and immediately took out a large number of purple high-energy engine blueprints. After a series of operations, 2 gold quality high-energy engines appeared in his hand. Then, looking at the materials that had been crafted, Su Yang's lips twitched. Just for these 2 things, the materials used are enough to build 3 red 1-star vehicles. It has to be said that even the most ordinary and common gold quality items require a lot of materials. The mere presence of golden iron and copper blocks is enough to break one's heart. But more importantly, the actual performance of this golden high-energy engine is even inferior to that of the orange energy furnace. If you actually build it, it's a waste. But in this competition, even if it's a waste, as long as you get even 1 red reward, it's all worth it. Soon, Su Yang created the 2 gold quality high-energy engines. To be honest, after creating them, Su Yang's net worth decreased by 1/10. Don't underestimate 1/10. If Su Yang's net worth were converted into gold coins, it would exceed 1 billion. Su Yang chose to install it directly onto the optimized component, and then, optimized components, 2/3 high-energy engine, gold plus plus optimized state, high-energy engine, gold plus plus optimized state. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought he would obtain a high-energy engine of the first-class level, but now it seemed he was wrong. Even if it's not a tier 1, this gold plus plus level is absolutely beyond belief. Most importantly, this level is recognized by the competition and is not just gold but above gold. Since a gold plus plus is rated at 5,000 points, while a gold plus is rated at 2,000 points, it is clear that the double plus sign is a special level. Su Yang immediately understood that this was actually equivalent to modification, except that his modification was due to his innate ability. Not bad, now it's 10,000 points. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, because in this way, each of those ordinary vehicle parts would be worth a plus, and even if a red quality part was installed, it would still be worth 600 points. There are still 6 regular vehicle parts left, which adds up to 3,600 points. There's also an optimization part slot. If you install a red quality part and optimize it to gold quality, that's another 1,000 points. All in all, only 14,600 points. Su Yang felt that this score was not very stable. The red vehicle can have a maximum of 18 vehicle parts. Su Yang naturally believed that no one would install 18 gold quality vehicle parts, and at this point in time, there wouldn't be many vehicle parts available. Once a vehicle part reaches the purple level, it will not be integrated into the vehicle itself during upgrades, but will remain on the vehicle part indefinitely. In fact, a vehicle upgraded to red, even without any additional parts, performs better than most orange vehicles. Of course, this excludes vehicles equipped with red, gold quality, or special parts. Su Yang did not continue the installation, but began preparations. It's entirely possible to create another gold quality vehicle part, even if it's so ordinary that it's not even as good as a high-energy engine. However, Su Yang wanted to try to create a gold quality vehicle storage box, but it was a bit difficult. After all, in terms of material synthesis, he could only synthesize the highest level material by synthesizing the same type of blueprints. There's no rush. At worst, he can just open those gold and red treasure chests. Su Yang doesn't believe he won't be able to collect a few gold vehicle parts after opening those chests. The only bad thing is that Jiang Manchua's luck is only blue today. Su Yang felt that things would definitely not come to that point, but the development of events was somewhat beyond Su Yang's expectations. With the last hour approaching, Su Yang ranked 7th with 10,000 points. There was nothing to worry about. The highest scorer ahead of him was only 12,600 points. But at that moment, suddenly a name with 21,600 points jumped up from the top of the list. Three-eyed race. Upon seeing the name of this attribute, a look of seriousness flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He was truly surprised. 21,600 points is equivalent to 21 gold quality vehicle parts. However, considering the location of the vehicle parts, Su Yang guessed that the other party must have modified and strengthened some gold quality vehicle parts, and the actual level should be gold plus, or even gold plus plus. Chapter 191 Vehicle Fusion. Amphibious form. This is getting a bit troublesome. Su Yang frowned. Now he had to pay a sufficient price to create some gold quality vehicle parts, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take first place. However, the gold quality parts that are currently being crafted are all quite ordinary and are actually of little use to his armored motorhome. A high-energy engine of gold quality can still be somewhat effective, but other types are basically of little help, etc. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he opened the armored vehicle's attribute panel to look at the vehicle's attributes. Since it's a modification, why don't I just merge a car with it? That would also count as modifying the vehicle, right? The coexistence of forms attribute is a level 9 vehicle attribute. It allows a vehicle to have 2 forms, and even other improvements, which is essentially an upgrade to the vehicle itself. So the results should definitely count towards this competition, right? With this in mind, Su Yang no longer hesitated and chose to merge. He had originally planned to merge a car, and now he was just bringing it forward. Su Yang has even started preparing his vehicle. He doesn't plan to fuse the red supercar for the first time. This car is his second vehicle. If he fuses this second vehicle, the special circumstances might disappear, and Su Yang still needs this identity. The Red Fortress vehicle has already been given to Fang Xuqing, and his vehicle has been upgraded. Besides, Su Yang doesn't intend to merge the Red Fortress vehicle. In fact, the Red Fortress vehicle was originally one of his choices, but during a previous competition, a Chinese team that ranked in the top 100 chose a special vehicle blueprint when selecting the purple reward. Amphibious armored vehicle. The opponent originally wanted to choose the amphibious armored vehicle, but after being prompted that it failed, they finally chose the purple amphibious vehicle upgrade blueprint. Upon learning of this, Su Yang naturally paid a price to acquire it. The reason is simple. After obtaining the vehicle upgrade blueprints, the other party discovered that the materials required for upgrading this type of vehicle are 3 times that of ordinary vehicles. This is really unbearable, especially since each upgrade requires 3 universal materials. Upgrading to orange requires 3 orange universal materials, and upgrading to red requires 3 red universal materials. He had never even heard of this thing before, so in the end, he could only sell the blueprints. After Su Yang collected them, he took out some vehicle upgrade blueprints and used them as the core to upgrade the red amphibious armor battlefield blueprint. Then he also built the vehicle. Now it's come in handy. I just don't know how many points it will increase after the fusion. Soo-young muttered to himself and chose to merge. A moment later, the armored RV's new attributes appeared before his eyes, leaving him astonished. Vehicle, armored motorhome, 2000%. Quality, red 1 star++. Vehicle attributes, coexisting forms, 9 colors. Light energy, 20,000/20,000, regenerates 200 points of light energy per hour. Speed, 2500 km/h+, land, 2000 km/h+, water. Component 1, 10/15 energy electromagnetic cannon, gold+. Vehicle interior, red+. Energy converter, red+. Small armory, red+. Daily ecosystem, red+. High energy engine, red+. Search radar, red+. Mechanical legs, red+. Balancer, red+. Component 2, 0/15 none available. Optimized components, 2/3 high energy engine, gold++ optimized state. High energy engine, gold++ optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, component optimization, light energy conversion, light energy storage. Vehicle type, amphibious armored vehicle. The status value doubled, which was something Soo-young hadn't expected at all. He wasn't surprised that the upper limit of light energy storage doubled. I didn't expect the status values to double. Not bad. The vehicle speed has increased. Although the speed on the water is a bit slower, it's still faster than before. Soo-young was increasingly satisfied with the speed, especially with the addition of a component slot, which allowed him to install 15 vehicle components. Even if he installed all the red vehicle components, that would still give him 9,000 points, which, combined with his previous score, would completely surpass the Three-Eyed Clan's 21600 points. But it's no longer needed, because Soo-young discovered that after integrating with the amphibious armored vehicle, his score increased by 20,000 points. Total score, 30,000. Another dominant lead. No surprises. Soo-young remained calm, certain that he would win first place this time. Although the optimized components are still free, unlike the regular components, this gives Soo-young complete confidence in winning first place. However, we still need to prepare another contingency plan. Looking at the rankings, a hint of caution appeared in Soo-young's eyes. Soon, Soo-young had a series of red-quality vehicle parts, most of which were weapons. Soo-young planned to use them on his amphibious armored vehicle. Since the weapon was already integrated into the armored vehicle, Soo-young was able to directly activate the weapon installed in the parts location. Even now, the armored vehicle itself has amphibious capabilities. It's not excessive to take out 15 of the 25 parts to install weapons. With the red mini armory, no matter how many weapons are installed, the bullets can be replenished at any time. Soo-young simply prepared 10 red machine guns, plus 3 red sniper rifles, and 2 red energy storage devices. This thing can store energy. The energy stored at red quality can keep the armored vehicle running at full speed for several hours. Although it's not as good as solar energy, it's still necessary to store more energy. Finally, adding the already red quality Barrett Thor, Soo-young chose to install it on the optimization component, which resulted in a gold quality optimization state. These add up to exactly 10,000 points. Soo-young planned to install it at the last minute, just in case. Although he thought it was unlikely, Soo-young still decided to play it safe, and even used fusion. It would be a disgrace if he didn't win first place this time. He was right. Because in the very last minute, the Three-Eyed Clan's score, which had remained stagnant at 21,600 points, suddenly jumped by a full 10,000 points. Soo-young didn't know how the other party did it, but it didn't matter anymore. If the other party adds 10,000, he also adds 10,000, completely crushing the other party. Soo-young was naturally unaware that the Three-Eyed Clan had used their racial talent to specially enhance the vehicle, but this enhancement was at the expense of the vehicle itself. What was originally just a waste of space for a few vehicle parts has now turned the vehicle into a total scrap. This is all for the purpose of winning first place. If the Three-Eyed Clan can win first place again, then they will be qualified to challenge for the top 10 in the clan rankings. Unfortunately, they were outmaneuvered by Soo-young, the cheater. 1 cubic meter is half the volume of 0.5 cubic meters. Unless they can win one of the next 2 games, they have no chance at all. Even the Three-Eyed Clan couldn't guarantee that they could win one of the last 2 matches. Chapter 192 New Equipment. Lightsaber and Black God Armor. 1 gold reward. 3 red rewards. As well as, the reward is 1 cubic meter of space. This pleased Soo-young greatly, and this time, Su-Yang chose 3 red vehicle component upgrade cards from the 3 red rewards. After use, it can directly upgrade any vehicle part below red quality to red quality. As for the gold reward, Su-Yang had actually tried choosing to directly upgrade the vehicle to the gold reward, which is simply a gold vehicle upgrade card. Using it will upgrade the vehicle to 9 stars without needing star-up cards or consuming any materials. It failed. The highest reward you can choose is a red vehicle upgrade card. You don't have enough gold. Finally, Su-Yang chose the gold-themed recovery potion blueprint. This is used to restore health and mana, especially mana, which is quite important, and is naturally also prepared for the processing vehicle. After selecting this reward, there are several tiers, the most prominent of which is a gold-quality health or mana restoration potion, and you can only choose one of the two. Su-Yang gave up. Although the gold-quality potion had amazing restorative effects, it was too expensive to make. The cost of one bottle was no less than that of an orange-quality item. The red option allows you to choose 2 health and 2 mana restoration potions, but the cost is still quite high, mainly because Su-Yang had never even heard of the required materials. Finally, Su-Yang chose orange-level potions, which were generally of 2 types. One that restored health instantly, and the other that took 10 seconds to 10 minutes to restore. They have everything from white to orange quality. There are 3 types of orange quality health and mana restoration potions, while there are more below orange quality. Finally, there's a way to quickly restore mana. After installing the series of medicine blueprints onto the processing vehicle, Su-Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The potion he chose was made from simple materials, namely the flesh and blood of those monsters. It was a simple product. After the competition ended, Su-Yang began manufacturing these potions. As for this time, Su-Yang was the only one on the entire Blue Star to receive the reward. No one else did. In the midst of a busy schedule, the 9th match of the 9th day arrived. Then, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is that this competition is another one where Su-Yang can achieve good results, not even making it into the top 100. Su-Yang has no choice but to give up. The good news is that Jiang Manhwa has finally advanced to the 6th rank. She should have advanced faster, but because she ate too much orange-level meat a few days ago, she didn't have time to digest it, and her body experienced some adverse reactions, which is why she has been delayed until now. In Lan Mei's words, her body improved too quickly, and eating too much prevented her from improving immediately, resulting in a series of adverse conditions. Fortunately, she finally reached the 6th level in her 4-dimensional attributes today, thus advancing to the next level. After reaching the 6th rank, Jiang Manhwa's talent luck underwent a significant change. Now, her luck is at least blue every day, and the highest level of luck she can achieve each day has been raised to orange. The accumulation of luck has also changed. Accumulating luck for 3 days will reach purple level, 7 days will reach orange level, and 21 days will reach red level. If you use luck during this period, you need to accumulate it again. After advancing, Jiang Manhwa's luck was refreshed today. It was originally only blue, but after the refresh, it directly turned orange. At the same time, after Su-Yang had Jiang Manhwa bless him, he discovered that this time the blessing of luck had also changed. Congratulations, host, you have received a lucky blessing. You can choose to have orange luck for the next 3 hours or red luck for 3 seconds. It's 3 seconds, not 1 second. Although it was unexpected, Su-Yang acted quickly, immediately choosing the 3-second red luck option and then swiftly opening the red treasure chest in front of him. This time, he only intended to open the red treasure chest. As for the 2 rainbow treasure chests and the 37 gold treasure chests, he plans to have Jiang Manhwa bless him for 21 days tomorrow, so that she can bless the red treasure chests. Perhaps then he will have golden luck. The reason we don't wait a while is because another mystery chest will refresh tomorrow. Soon, a series of prompts appeared in front of Su-Yang. After Su-Yang stopped, there were only 60-odd red treasure chests left. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the red item, a lightsaber. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the red item, the black god armor. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the red item, the energy furnace. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 red universal materials. Red star up, card 1. 1 interior space for the red vehicle part. 1 red armored vehicle upgrade blueprint. You open the red treasure chest and obtain the following items. 10 red iron blocks. 10 red parts. Red star up, card 2. 1 blueprint of the interior space of a red vehicle component. There are so many good things. This is only to be expected, as these are all red treasure chests. How could they not contain good stuff? especially since he is currently in a red luck state. However, Suyong thought that the 3 seconds of good luck were probably concentrated on the 2 red treasure chests at the very front. Lightsaber. The red quality weapon is somewhat similar to the cocoon of light from Star Wars, but it is more powerful than the lightsaber that Suyong fired. It is maintained by its own mana and can even be used as an energy cannon to fire a shot or 2. Its power is absolutely immense, but Suyong hasn't tried it yet. As for the Black God armor, this was something that delighted Suyong. So small. Looking at the small, black, droplet-sized object in his hand, Suyong found it hard to believe that it was a suit of armor. Genetic verification in progress. Verification complete. The current sole user of the Black God armor is Suyong. At the same time, Suyong obtained information about the Black God armor and was greatly amazed. This is definitely a good thing. Amazed, Suyong immediately activated the Black God armor. The next moment, the Black God armor, which was originally the size of a water droplet, seemed to condense as ice and quickly spread to Suyong's entire body, providing true all-round protection. Moreover, the Black God armor also had an air filtration system inside. It also has the function of generating oxygen, so it can be used as a spacesuit. Moreover, this thing has the ability to transform. With just a thought, Suyong's Black God armor transformed into a set of casual sportswear, and it seemed that Suyong's head was showing. In reality, Suyong was protected by a layer of transparent material that was completely invisible to the naked eye. Not bad, this Black God armor is quite good. The more Suyong learned about it, the more satisfied he became with the Black God armor. With the Black God armor, his personal safety was greatly improved. After all, he couldn't stay in the armored vehicle forever. He would have to get out for some things, and that's when the Black God armor came in handy. Chapter 193, the final match. Overall, the more than 60 red treasure chests opened this time were quite good. At least Suyong currently has enough upgrade cards to upgrade the armored motorhome to red 9 stars. It is worth mentioning that the amphibious armored vehicle integrated into the armored motorhome also needs to be upgraded, which will be considered an enhancement. Without an upgrade, the amphibious armored vehicle would only be a red 1-star vehicle, but Suyong didn't care since he had enough red upgrade cards. After upgrading his vehicle to red 9-star, Suyong discovered that upgrading it to gold this time would require not only a large amount of materials, but also 3 red 9-star vehicles. What surprised Suyong was that after upgrading the amphibious armored vehicle to 9 stars, he only needed 2 red 9-star vehicles. It was as if integrating the armored camper van could offset 1 vehicle. This made Suyong wonder if he would not need other vehicles for future upgrades if he integrated 3 vehicles. So it's not a loss. Upgrading amphibious armored vehicles consumes red star up cards, but this not only improves their performance, but also replaces the vehicles consumed in the upgrade, thus saving 9 red star up cards. After all, to upgrade to gold, you need to prepare 3 red 9-star vehicles. The 10th day has arrived. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Manchua's luck was refreshed to purple, but Suyong didn't like it, and he didn't ask Jiang Manchua to immediately use up all her luck to bless him. He was thinking that after the details of the final match were revealed, he would use his luck to open the treasure chest. Depending on the match content and his needs, he would ask Jiang Manchua to bless him with good luck so that his dream would come true and he could strive for a good result. What Suyong didn't expect was that the final match would be like this. Car owner race. The competition is open only to car owners, and it's a ring competition where individual skills are tested and no items other than one's own abilities can be used. Vehicles are not an option either. The competition begins with a preliminary round, opening 10,000 arenas where participants must win 3 consecutive matches to advance. This process will select 1 million car owners. Once the number of participants reaches 1 million, the preliminary round will end. 1 million car owners will be randomly selected as the top 100 champions. The first to achieve a 10-game winning streak will advance to the top 100, and the champion and rankings will be determined from the top 100. Interestingly, no one will die in this competition. Once participants enter the competition space, they can recover from any injuries or even death they suffer. Everything will be restored immediately after each match. Even the restrictions on the number of times talents can be used will be restored. It's a competition like this, there's not enough time. Suyong shook his head helplessly. He still had some items that could increase attribute points, but since they were all of red quality, he originally planned to use them after upgrading them to the 7th rank. However, he was still a bit short of the 7th rank. After hesitating for a moment, Suyong gave up on improving his 4-dimensional attributes. The reason is simple. Even if he uses those red quality items now, his four-dimensional attributes cannot reach the 7th rank, which will not have a significant impact on his strength, so there is no need to improve them. Ultimately, it was the Black God armor that gave Su Yang confidence. With this thing, Su Yang didn't think he could be hurt by anyone. Are there really such amazing people around at this stage? Su Yang didn't believe it. He had tested the Black God armor's defensive capabilities. Even the Night Demon Dark Lord's full force attack couldn't break through its defenses, making it extremely safe. If I really encounter a powerful person who can break through the Black God armor, it doesn't matter whether I'm at the 6th or 7th rank. What a pity. If there had been more Wasteland Grey Wolf Kings before, I would have advanced to the epic level long ago. I would be at least a level 7 life form now, right? Thinking about this, Su Yang still felt a little regretful. Then, glancing at his current attributes, he smiled slightly and said, "But I'm not bad now." Host, Su Yang. Level, Diamond 10, 3.557895000/. Health points, 76500/76500. Mana points, 91500/91500. Strength, 255 plus 3. Constitution, 262 plus 3. Agility, 251 plus 3. Mental strength, 302 plus 3. Skills, Summon Night Demon, LV10, Caravan, LV9, Gathering, LV9, Material Synthesis, LV9, Spatial Ability, LV9, Reduction, LV9, Bullet Crafting, LV6, Aiming, LV6, Hurricane Blade, LV3, Fire Strike, LV3, Shockwave, LV0. Skill points, 3. Equipment, low-level attribute stones. Free attribute points, 0. Item inventory, 125/232 colored treasure chests, 1 color, 37 gold treasure chests, 65 red treasure chests. The upgrade of the training room to gold level allowed Su Yang to increase his 4 main attributes by 30 points in the wilderness forest. Su Yang passed the upgrade again, which increased his 4 main attributes by another 20 points, and his mental attribute even broke through the 300 mark. In terms of mental attributes alone, his mental attributes already fall within the range of a level 7 life form. More than 70,000 health points, and more than 90,000 mana points. This attribute is already very strong. In addition, his talent and ability can be restored after each competition, so he can summon the Night Demon King to fight without any restraint. Yes, Su Yang didn't plan to take action himself this time either. After the preparation time ended, Su Yang was taken into the competition space, which was a vast expanse of white. The match officially begins in 10 seconds. 10 seconds passed quickly, and another mysterious notification appeared. Would you like to be matched with an opponent? Yes. There was no need for hesitation. Su Yang didn't know how many car owners had gathered here, but considering that there were tens of millions of car owners, even with a population of 220 million, one could imagine how astronomical the number of car owners was in the entire survival world. 1 million may seem like a lot, but compared to the total number of car owners, it's just a drop in the ocean. If you're even a little slow, you might not even pass the preliminary rounds. Soon, Su Yang was matched with his first opponent. What do you? Before the word race could even be uttered by the other party, the Night Demon Assassin summoned by Su Yang flashed in front of him, and then, under the other party's terrified and astonished gaze, met his end. The first one. Su Yang remained calm. He was in a hurry and had no time for idle chatter. Whoosh. Suddenly, Su Yang's second opponent appeared. Huh, an orc? It's a pity she's not a cat girl. Upon seeing an opponent who appeared who was neither a werewolf nor a canine, Su Yang muttered to himself as the Night Demon Assassin was summoned once more, instantly appearing before the opponent. The second one. It was still easy for Su Yang. In fact, he saw the enemy's health bar information at first glance and knew the opponent's strength, so it was not surprising that he was so fast. Soon, the third match began. This time was different. As soon as Su Yang stepped into the competition space, he saw his enemy opposite him and suddenly dodged and attacked. The opponent reacted very quickly. They had at least won once and were quite strong. So, this time, Su Yang summoned the Night Demon Dark Lord. Uft. A spurt of blood appeared as the Night Demon Dark Lord easily slit the other's neck. Summoning talent? The man was left speechless with surprise before being teleported away. 3 consecutive wins achieved. Su Yang has advanced. Chapter 194 Level 10 Life Form, God's Domain. You have successfully advanced. The next stage of the competition will begin once the number of advanced participants reaches 1 million. 3 consecutive wins were a piece of cake for Su Yang. But as he had predicted, when he advanced, he discovered that tens of thousands of people had already successfully advanced. Although Su Yang didn't manage to win in a second in these 3 matches, the total time for all 3 matches was only 20 or 30 seconds, which is already very fast. But now tens of thousands of people are faster than him, which surprised him greatly, but it is also easy to accept. Putting everything else aside, there are a lot of Tier 3 car owners with the highest level of life on Earth participating in the competition. In their words, they won't die anyway, and maybe they'll get incredibly lucky? It's unclear whether this competition will be the last one, or if it's just a special one, but as long as you pass the preliminary rounds, you'll receive a random treasure chest as a reward. The rewards for the top 100 remain unchanged, but this has given those who have little hope of success the motivation to participate. The preliminary rounds ended in less than 10 minutes, and 1 million people had already won 3 rounds in a row. This time, Su Yang found himself in an incredibly huge plaza, in a small, private box-like space. Surrounding this space were countless small boxes, and within these boxes were 100 arenas. Interesting. Seeing this, Su Yang's eyes flashed slightly, and then he observed his surroundings. He noticed that some of the small private rooms were transparent, while others were white and opaque. This was a choice between making it public or not, and Su Yang himself did not choose to make it public. Su Yang saw a large number of races, some similar to humans, and some that were like monsters in the eyes of the Blue Star people. There were many of the orcs that Su Yang had encountered in the previous competition. Some orcs walk upright and wear clothing resembling wild beasts. Others have fur, but normal human faces. Still others are like humans, except for animal ears, tails, or sharp claws and teeth. The small private room seemed to have the ability to detect the surrounding space. Su Yang couldn't sense the strength of other races, but he could see their health bars. There were strong and weak, and Su Yang even saw a 5th-level being with less than 100 points in physical and mental attributes, but with nearly 100,000 points in health and mana, which was higher than his own. Level 7 life form. Previously, Su Yang didn't know how many life points 1 point of physique was equivalent to for a level 7 life form, but now he knows. It's 1,000 points. I have a headache. Seeing such a health bar, Su Yang felt a headache coming on. Some races are indeed terrifyingly powerful, a level 7 life form. In fact, Su Yang was somewhat prepared for this situation, but he had not expected that a level 7 life form would be so powerful. Level 7 is much stronger than level 6, and this is only level 7. There must be level 8, or even level 9 life forms among so many races, right? Su Yang looked up and searched around for information on higher health bars, but unfortunately, the health bars nearby did not exceed those of the previous level 7 life form, and he could not see any further away. Soon, Su Yang discovered that once inside, everyone could access a communication channel to exchange information. The presence of 1 million people made the chat channel incredibly lively. Even if Su Yang wanted to find some useful information, he couldn't see it clearly and had to give up. During the final 3 minutes of the 10-minute preparation period, 100 champions were randomly selected to enter the 100 arenas. Su Yang glanced at them and found that the life levels of the 100 arena champions were not low, with the lowest being level 4 and the highest being level 7. Their ranks were mostly at the 4th or 5th level, which made Su Yang a little curious. Why are all these people of relatively low rank? Not even one of them is at rank 6. Could it be that this random selection was just from low-rank car owners? Su Yang could only express his curiosity. Suddenly, at that moment, a special notification appeared before Su Yang's eyes. The Three-Eyed Merchant Alliance, the Beastman Merchant Alliance, and the Divine Disciple Merchant Guild have used special items to activate this betting pool, which is open to all participants. Note, this betting game is approved by the laws of survival. A successful bet will guarantee payout. You can play it like this? Su Yang looked surprised, but his gaze fell on the 3 forces. The Three-Eyed Merchant Alliance was already familiar to him. It was a special race with considerable strength. The Beastmen Merchant Alliance is probably not formed by a large number of beastmen, since a single beastman clan actually includes foxmen, lionmen, werewolves, and tigermen. Su Yang was somewhat unfamiliar with the Divine Disciple Merchant Guild, but it was clear that those unfamiliar to him were not unfamiliar to other races. Communication channel. Holy crap, the Divine Disciple Merchant Guild? When did the Divine Disciple get a merchant guild? I heard that some of the disciples of the god have awakened a special business talent, which is why the God Disciple Merchant Guild was formed. What I'm more curious about is why the Beastmen Merchant Alliance still exists. Didn't they say that the Golden Lion clan and the Golden Tiger clan joined forces to defeat the Behemoth clan? You don't know this, do you? One of the Beast King's offspring participated in the struggle for survival this time. With him around, it's impossible for the three races to really fight to the death. No way, the Beast King clan is involved too? What's their motive? What else could they be after? They naturally want to take it a step further. Going a step further? Aren't the Beast King clan members already level 9 life forms upon adulthood? Are they aiming to evolve into level 10 life forms? Level 10? The legendary level 10 life form that can ignite divine fire in demigods, temper their divine bodies, and allow them to step into the realm of gods. Do you really think you can step into the realm of gods by using the game of the gods? If it were that easy, those races would have already given birth to gods. Why say so much? Just place your bet now. I'm going to defy fate. There isn't much information about God's followers on the chat channel, but there's plenty of other information. For example, members of the Beast King clan are level 9 life forms when they reach adulthood. To be honest, Suyang couldn't imagine how strong this race was, but considering that they could become the royal family of many beast races, their strength must be considerable. Only, can a demigod evolve into a level 10 life form and become a god? A hint of surprise flashed in Suyang's eyes. The amount of information was too much. It felt like this survival world was becoming more and more fantastical. Moreover, this survival world allows a level 9 life form to evolve into a level 10 life form. Although the situation presented by various pieces of information seems to suggest that the chances are very slim, it is ultimately possible. Suyang suddenly realized that this world, which was a struggle for survival for their blue star, was a place for powerful races to improve their strength. As expected, we were still too weak. Once he understood this, Suyang quickly shook his head and dismissed these thoughts. It was too early for him to think about these things. The most important thing now is to secure a spot in the top 100. Suyang chose to challenge a level 5, level 6 life form champion. If his strength is too low, he simply cannot defend the arena. At least 20 champions have already changed hands. Chapter 195, A Small Gamble Wins 600 million gold coins. Despite issuing the challenge, Suyang did not step onto the ring until an hour later. Too many people are trying to save their lives. I didn't expect a human to dare challenge me. As soon as Suyang stepped onto the stage, his opponent scoffed. The opponent was a fire lizard, which in Suyang's eyes was just a large lizard, at most able to stand up and hold a weapon. Human, you should be thankful that no one will die in this competition, otherwise you would be finished. The fire lizard continued to mock, but soon it became delighted. Since you let me place a bet and win a sum of money, I'll be merciful and give you a quick death later. Can you bet on yourself? The fire lizard's words sparked an idea in Suyang's mind. With 30 seconds left before the match started, he opened the betting interface in the chat channel and found that he could indeed place a bet on himself to win. Then he discovered that his odds were not low, 1-3, while the opposing fire lizard race had 1-2. I was indeed looked down upon. Humans are a large race, and there are humans in other worlds besides Earth, but it seems that although humans are numerous, they are not very strong. Such situations are to be expected. However, a hint of amusement flashed in Suyang's eyes. He didn't have many gold coins on him, only a little over 3 million. After all, he had wasted a lot of money building the gold quality high-energy engine. Fangya had almost all of her gold coins exchanged for materials, so Suyang naturally gave her the gold coins he had. The reason I kept over 3 million was because I came across some good items that I could buy directly. However, Suyang discovered that betting could also be done with physical items. After glancing at the items in his inventory, Suyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Let's take a small gamble from the start. As he spoke, Suyang placed a bet of over 3 million gold coins, then took out 1 golden treasure chest and 10 red treasure chests. It wasn't that he didn't want to bet more, but that this was already the limit. There's a betting limit? Thumbs down. Suyang muttered in dissatisfaction, then looked at the fire lizards opposite him. There were only 5 seconds left in the countdown to the match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown ended, the fire lizards charged forward. This fire lizard had already won 2 matches in a row on the arena, so it was definitely not a brainless waste. Although it mocked Suyang, the human, as a weakling, it not only attacked immediately when the match started, but it also attacked with all its might. Unfortunately, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of it, and before it could react, a heavy blow struck its abdomen, sending it flying backward. The fire lizard's health was already depleted before it even landed. Although Su Yang only summoned night demon assassins, this was still beyond the capabilities of the Fire Lizard clan in front of him. Before the corpse disappeared, the Fire Lizard's face was filled with confusion, as if it couldn't understand what had happened. Su Yang didn't pay attention to its expression. His gaze was fixed on the compensation. With a bet of 1 gold chest and 10 red chests, he ultimately received a payout of only 600 million gold coins, which, combined with over 3 million gold coins, totaled over 610 million. Where's my treasure chest? Su Yang frowned, then realized that when he placed the bet, he hadn't chosen to pay out in kind. The other party was only offering compensation at the original price. The market price for a gold treasure chest is 100 million, and for a red treasure chest it is 10 million. Of course, if you really want to sell it, a gold treasure chest can easily fetch 200 to 300 million. I see. Su Yang suddenly realized that the real intention behind the gambling game set up by these three forces was probably to earn some items, while gold coins were secondary. For example, if he loses this bet, the golden treasure chest and the red treasure chest will go to the other party. The other party, however, could spend gold coins to win. Of course, this was because Su Yang hadn't paid much attention to the other party's rules and chose to have them compensate him with physical goods. But this will only happen once. In fact, the three factions definitely made the most money in this betting game. Su Yang knew very well that not many people bet on him to win, but on the Fire Lizard clan to win. Therefore, even though the odds were 1 to 3, the house still took the lion's share. Soon, Su Yang's second opponent appeared, whose strength was almost the same as that of the Fire Lizard clan member he had faced before. This time, the odds have changed. He has odds of 1.2 to 1, while his opponent has odds of 3 to 1. To be honest, this left Su Yang speechless, so he chose another way to place his bets. Bet on yourself to win 10 straight games. Odds of 1 to 5. All 610 million gold coins have been bet, plus 30 gold chests and 50 red chests. This has reached the limit. Moreover, this was only possible if Su Yang chose physical items or equivalent gold coins. There was no other way, because the dealer didn't have that many treasure chests. If Su Yang really won, he would probably get more gold coins. This time, as the reigning champion, Su Yang chose to shield the arena, preventing outsiders from seeing what was happening there. Currently, the outside world has only seen Su Yang's battle with the Fire Lizard clan, and at most believes that Su Yang can summon creatures with a certain level of power. The second match ended quickly, and Su Yang naturally won. After each match, there is a 10-minute training period. Su Yang has confirmed that the time flow in this competition space should be different from that in the outside world, and there is plenty of time. But Su Yang didn't think about delaying anything. As soon as the match ended, he was fully recovered and immediately chose the next match. In the several matches that followed, Su Yang's opponents were not very strong, and some were even weaker than the Fire Lizard clan. However, in the 8th match, Su Yang's opponent changed. Level 6 life form. Although its rank was only 5th, its health and mana exceeded 30,000. However, to Su Yang, the opponent was no different from the Fire Lizard clan, and a Night Demon Assassin was enough. 8 consecutive wins. At this point, Su Yang's situation had already been noticed by the Three-Eyed Business Alliance, and they were starting to get nervous. 2 more wins, and they'll have to pay out over 10 billion gold coins. In fact, more than 10 billion gold coins were nothing to the 3 major merchant alliances. What really caught their attention were the golden and red treasure chests that Su Yang had bet on. A temporary trading channel for bookmakers. What's going on with this Huaxia race? Wasn't it said they were human? How come they've won 8 straight games? I'm not sure. I told you when I was reviewing it. And in the end I felt there wasn't a big problem, so I gave you odds of 5 to 1 for a 10-game winning streak. Damn it, we're doomed. 30 gold treasure chests and 50 red treasure chests. We'll have to pay at least 50 gold treasure chests in compensation. Where did this human get so many gold treasure chests? This Han Chinese must have been supported by some other race, and they're coming for us. Damn it, could it be the Demon Spirit clan? Only you disciples of the gods would be targeted like this by the Demon Spirit clan. Why do you say it's because of us, the disciples of the gods? Your little beast king offended that little princess of the elven race not long ago. With the resources of the elven race, they could have easily done it. This must be the elven race getting rich quick. Stop arguing, everyone. I feel like even if our people go and challenge them, we can stop their 10-game winning streak. Our disciples have already sent 3 to challenge, but we don't know if they will be matched. 3 are not enough. More than 10 experts of the 7th level of life form from our beast race have signed up. Let's send some from our Three-Eyed clan too, hoping to stop their 10-game winning streak. Chapter 196. Won again, made a fortune. Was this a sniper attack? Su Yang's eyes flashed as he looked at the tiger men who had appeared before him. Humans, no matter which race is behind you, remember to go back and tell them that offending our three forces is an unwise move. The tiger man chuckled and looked at Yidianmu with disdain for his advancement. It's not that it's arrogant, but that it has the confidence to back it up. Because it has not only advanced to the 6th rank, but its four-dimensional attributes all exceed 150 points, and most importantly, its life level has reached the 7th level. This means that Su Yang's opponent this time has more than 150,000 health points and mana points. Come on, let me see your summoned creature. Don't worry, I'll give you time to summon it. Hu Liao, will make you admit defeat. Hu Liao looked arrogant and superior. Su Yang smiled. That's utterly absurd. He knew very well that although the Night Demon Assassin had a higher health value than his opponent, in a real fight, a Night Demon Assassin would definitely not be a match for this Tiger Blaze. Of course, it would be different if you directly summoned the Night Demon Dark Lord. But Su Yang had no intention of summoning the Night Demon Dark Lord. The instant the countdown ended, 10 figures appeared around him. 10 Nightmare Assassins. This time, Hu Liao was dumbfounded. A 7th-tier summoned beast. As soon as the Night Demon Assassin appeared, Hu Liao sensed the opponent's rank. The so-called 7th rank was naturally epic level. Perhaps the Night Demon Assassin's life level is not as high as its, but the problem is that the opponent is at the 7th level, and its life level is actually not low. Most importantly, the other side has 10. If it were just 2 or 3, Hu Liao would be somewhat confident, but this is 10. In fact, Su Yang summoned 12 Night Demon Assassins this time, 2 of which entered stealth mode immediately after being summoned, but Hu Liao did not notice them. Although the chances were slim, Hu Liao did not give up. He even risked injury to get close to Su Yang and kill Su Yang, the summoner. Unfortunately, this is not realistic. The battle ended quickly. Hu Liao was killed in less than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the Night Demon Assassins suffered more than half their losses. The reason for this was that Hu Liao had entered a desperate state. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this competition wouldn't actually result in death, Hu Liao wouldn't be this fierce. 9 consecutive wins. With Hu Liao's defeat, the communication channels between the three forces completely collapsed. Lost. Hu Liao lost. He was a top seed in the top 100. We were careless. Although the opponent has a summoning talent, Hu Liao said that the opponent can summon 10 summoned beasts, so their strength is not weak. 10 summoned creatures? The opponent's talent awakening must be top tier, and this human's rank should be at least 6th level. Top tier awakening plus 6th rank? What kind of race would go to such lengths? Wait, could it be because of that thing later? That matter? Now that you mention it, it seems somewhat possible. After all, having another race would be beneficial in that matter. Didn't all 3 of us also send some people to establish our own races? So, we were just caught in the crossfire this time? We weren't deliberately targeted. It's probably this human's own doing, but the forces behind him didn't stop him, which means they're probably also at odds with the 3 of us. Well, if that's how it is, then I'll just accept it this time. Humph, don't give me a chance. I'll get my money back 100-fold with interest. Sniping? You can't even test my true strength, so what are you going to use to snipe me? Watching Hu Liao disappear, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. At this stage, as long as he didn't encounter those level 8 or 9 life forms, he was naturally very safe. Even against a level 9 life form, he might not be without a fighting chance. But how could such a powerful person possibly come to snipe him? Soon, Su Yang's 10th opponent appeared. The opponent was also strong, also a beast man, but his strength was not as good as Hu Liao's. 10-game winning streak complete. Make it into the top 100. Su Yang was not surprised by the result at all. He glanced at it once to confirm it, and then his gaze fell on the compensation. 50 gold chests and 100 red chests. Normally, Su Yang should have received 150 gold treasure chests and 250 red treasure chests. Obviously, the dealer didn't have that many treasure chests and could only pay out this much, then used gold coins to pay out the remaining amount. Including the 610 million that Su Yang bought, Su Yang ultimately received 14.55 billion gold coins. It's out. This was Su Yang's only thought. This sum of gold coins was enough to buy even colored level items. Well, it's just that probably no one is selling them. No, at this stage, no one should have brought out even a level 1 item. It's a pity that there's only a communication channel here and no trading hall. Otherwise we could have acquired a batch of materials. Su Yang was a little disappointed, but with so many gold coins, he could freely buy up some materials in the Blue Star region. The competition is still ongoing, and so far only about 20 people have advanced. In Su Yang's opinion, it will only take about 10 or 20 minutes to determine the top 100. However, the final 100 were actually decided several hours later. As the competition intensified, with so many skilled individuals vying for a spot, Su Yang witnessed thousands of people being defeated after 7 or 8 consecutive wins, and even quite a few losing after 9 consecutive wins. It's fair to say that everyone who made it into the top 100 is quite strong, but many people who are stronger than most of the top 100 were also eliminated. Indeed, luck is also a part of ability. Su Yang suddenly realized that Jiang Manshua's blessing of blue luck for him before the competition seemed quite good. Next up is the competition for the top 100, which will consist of a total of 7 matches, or at most 7 matches. Soon, the first match began, and Su Yang was randomly matched with an opponent. A 6th tier rank corresponds to a 7th level life level, making them an opponent on the same level as Hu Liao. At this point in the competition, if either side is unwilling to reveal their identity, the competition will be kept secret from everyone else. Su Yang chose to block it. The only thing that bothered him was that his odds were not high this time. Only 1 to 1.05. That's absolutely outrageous. But the odds the bookmakers offered him were interesting. The odds were extremely low for a single consecutive win, but if he won 2 consecutive games, the odds were 1 to 3. For 3 games, it was 1 to 5, and for 4 games it was 1 to 10. Without a 5th match, it would be impossible for him to win, as all 3 parties believed he had a chance of securing a top 4 finish. Even in the 4th round, which was supposed to be among the top 7, no one believed that Su Yang could make it into the top 7, which is why the odds were so high, 1 to 10. Without any hesitation, Su Yang took out 14.55 billion gold coins and bet them all on himself, betting that he could win 4 games and enter the top 7. This is the confidence that the Night Demon King gave Su Yang. With 2 million health points and 1.2 million mana points, he was full of confidence. Su Yang wasn't sure how strong level 8 and level 9 life forms were, but the Night Demon King's strength was definitely within the range of level 7 and level 8 life forms, and he could summon 3 of them. In other words, with his mana, he couldn't sustain the Night Demon King for very long. Otherwise, Su Yang would have been confident of winning the championship. Chapter 197 Elf Girl. Breaking into the top 10. Over 70 billion gold coins. Unbeknownst to Su Yang, while he was betting 14.55 billion gold coins on himself, the bookmakers were making a fuss. Fortunately, they breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Su Yang had bet on winning 4 games to enter the top 7. They can offer such high odds of 1 to 10, which naturally indicates they have absolute confidence. Putting aside everything else, each of the 3 sides has 1 or 2 experts who can enter the top 10. Even if a human has the support of a certain force, it is impossible for him to enter the top 7 in this competition. In fact, the highest level of speculation among the 3 sides is that Su Yang will only win 2 consecutive matches. Just then, Su Yang's competition results came out, and he successfully advanced to the top 50, which was not very surprising to the 3 parties. After all, Su Yang's opponent this time was not even as good as Hu Liao. The first match didn't end until half an hour later, and then the second match began. This time, Su Yang's opponent was even more formidable. Although his rank was 6th, his life level was only a 6th level life form. Clearly, this is someone who got to this point by sheer luck. With such a large pool of participants, there are bound to be some exceptionally lucky individuals, but unfortunately, their good fortune was brought to an end by Su Yang. They're in the top 25 now. At this point, the 3 bookmakers remained calm, because none of the next 25 people had made it this far by luck. That is indeed the case. Su Yang's third opponent was a 5th tier life form, but actually an 8th level life form. Humans. A girl with long, emerald green hair looked at Su Yang with surprise. Her pointed ears gave away her identity. Elf race. Very good, now even the elves have appeared. Su Yang was at a loss for words. Although it's surprising that you've come this far, your life level is not as high as mine. I am a member of the royal family of the elves, and I am an 8th level life form when I come of age. The elven girl looked at Su Yang with a hint of pity. My 4 attributes have exceeded 100 points, and both my health and mana have exceeded 300,000. You should just admit defeat. 300,000. So that's how it is. 1 point of constitution for an 8th level life form equals 3,000 points of health? Su Yang finally understood. Then, looking at the lovely and kind elf girl before him, he simply waved his hand and summoned a night demon dark lord. Can you win? A seventh-tier summoned beast. The elven girl opened her mouth in surprise, but soon she became annoyed. Humph, you underestimate me. I admit your summoned beast is quite powerful, but my spirit magic, once I reach level 5, can completely defeat it unless you can summon more than 10 of these beasts at once. Swish, swish, swish. The sudden appearance of figures interrupted the elven girl's words, leaving her completely dumbfounded. Because what appeared before her at that moment were 15 Night Demon Dark Lords. We can't beat them, we really can't beat them. The elven girl knew very well that if she were already at the 6th rank, she could easily defeat so many enemies, but the problem was that she was only at the 5th rank. I should have listened to my sister and not been lazy. Otherwise, I would have already reached the 6th level and could definitely defeat you. The elven girl, somewhat regretful and annoyed, glared at Su Yang and said, I hate summoners like you the most. You're clearly weak, yet you can only rely on your summoned beasts. Humph. With a huff, the elven girl's figure began to dim, and she voluntarily admitted defeat. Knowing he couldn't beat her, why would he continue? By the way, human, what's your name? With such a strong summoning talent, you don't seem like a human at all. Before disappearing, the elven girl asked Su Yang curiously. Huaxia Su Yang. For reasons unknown, Su Yang finally answered. The elven girl has disappeared. It's unknown whether she heard his last words. A third victory. Su Yang officially entered the top 13, which made the 3 bookmakers a little panicked. Oh no, that human has won again. They won? How is that possible? How could a mere human make it into the top 13 in such a competition? Incredible. Even if the true geniuses of each race did not participate in this competition, that is still not the reason why the human race was able to reach the top 13. That human's opponent is an elf, could it be? You mean that the elf deliberately conceded defeat? And this human was trained by the elves? That's not impossible. The only thing we need to focus on now is the next game. Impossible. There's absolutely no way that human could win. How could a human possibly make it into the top 10? The entire communication channel was extremely noisy, unlike what one would expect from 3 major factions. It's no wonder they're so impatient, because if Su Yang wins again, they'll have to pay 145.5 billion gold coins. The car owners who can enter this competition space are all quite wealthy, especially those from powerful races, whose wealth is certainly substantial. This also allowed them to earn a lot of gold coins. Even though they lost 145.5 billion gold coins, they still made a profit, or even more. But no one would be happy to pay so many gold coins for no reason. Amidst this anxiety, the 4th match began. A situation that left all 3 parties in despair has emerged, with both good and bad news. The bad news is that the human advanced. After the 2nd game, there were 25 players left, so 1 player got a bye in the 3rd game, and the same was true for the 4th and 5th games. This time, the human received a bye, which is why they were in despair at the start of the 4th match. This is bad news, to be honest. The good news is that for games like Su Yang's, where odds are only offered up to the 4th game, the payout will be based on the odds of the previous game after a bye. It doesn't mean that the bookmaker will win everything if there's a bye. Therefore, they do not need to pay 145.5 billion gold coins, because Su Yang's final result should be calculated at a ratio of 1 to 5. Well, every little bit helps, and the fact that it's half the original amount is certainly good news. That's really good news. Seeing the 72.75 billion gold coins of Lightning release added to his account, Su Yang was overjoyed. Who doesn't like money? He doesn't know how to spend over 70 billion. It's too much. This is what it means to truly make a fortune. However, Su Yang still felt it was a bit of a pity. He was confident of winning the 4th game, but who knew he would get a bye this time? Accident. A huge surprise. What do you mean by bye? This means I've missed out on earning over 70 billion gold coins. Su Yang was very disappointed. But then he suddenly remembered something. He seemed to have seen a betting odds for each of the top 100 players, and his odds were 30 to 1. However, Su Yang wasn't very confident, which is why he didn't buy it. Now that they've already made so much money, they can easily take out 2.75 billion and gamble it out. It doesn't matter if we lose, we still have 70 billion. If they win, that's 82.5 billion. However, to Su Yang's astonishment, the betting odds on him winning the championship had already been closed. Chapter 198 Water Element Disciple Oaks. We can't afford to play this game. Su Yang shook his head speechlessly. Was he sore from losing too much that he couldn't afford to lose anymore? That's pretty outrageous. Well, I've already made so much money. Stopping thinking about these things, Su Yang looked at the other 6 people who had already advanced, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Why isn't that prince from the Beast Clan royal family mentioned? Based on the information he currently has, that should be a level 9 life form, and its rank should not have reached level 7 yet. Suyang has now realized something. His ease in advancing his rank does not mean that others are the same. In the Huaxia race, almost no one has a 4-dimensional attribute lower than 10 points, meaning the lowest level is 2nd tier, and there are quite a few 3rd and 4th tiers as well. After all, 30 points in the 4-dimensional attribute is the 4th tier. In other words, there aren't many at the 5th rank, but most of the older members of Su Yang's card troop who joined earlier have reached the 5th rank, and some have even reached the 6th rank. Su Yang subconsciously believed that other races, especially the powerful ones, were definitely stronger than the Huaxia people. However, this is not the case. For example, he did not see a single 7th tier player in this competition. The highest tier he saw was only 6th tier. Then, Su Yang realized that the reason why the Huaxia people were in this situation was all because of him. With a level 9 gathering skill, it's easy to gather meat that boosts your 4 main stats from any type of monster, provided there are enough of them. Su Yang was 100% certain that some races could obtain meat from monsters similar to what he had gathered, which could improve their 4 main attributes, but none of them could do it as easily as he could, gathering a large amount with a wave of his hand, without even needing to consume mana. This time, the land of mist encountered far too many strange creatures: mist hounds, mist boars, and mist white wolves. There are more than a dozen kinds in total. Su Yang has collected more than a dozen kinds of meat that can improve the 4 attributes. In the infinite car group, as long as a live mist hound can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of meat of the same level that can improve attribute points, 2 dead ones can be exchanged for meat. Therefore, the previous members of the infinite car group were all of high rank. Other races can probably only advance to the 5th or 6th rank if they are at a high level, but in the Huaxia race, as long as you work hard enough, reaching the 5th rank is no problem at all, and you also have a chance to reach the 6th rank. Therefore, the opponents Su Yang has encountered, even those who have now entered the top 10, are not of very high rank. At least none of them are at the 7th rank. What Su Yang was really concerned about was their life level, but he found that none of the remaining people were level 9 life forms, and the highest level they were was level 8. A 6th order, 8th level life form. Neither health nor mana exceeds 600,000, meaning neither of the 4 main attributes exceeds 200 points. Su Yang immediately understood that some truly powerful individuals had not appeared. Putting everything else aside, it's certain that the Prince of the Beast King clan hasn't appeared, and he's a level 9 life form. I originally wanted to see how many life points a level 9 life form has with 1 point of constitution, but it seems that's not possible now. A glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This was an opportunity for him. If it's just an 8th level life form, the Night Demon Dark Lord is enough. There's no need to even use the Night Demon King. Although he chose to block it in every match, his opponents knew his situation and it was certain that it would be leaked. Since we can avoid revealing the Night Demon King, that's naturally a good thing. Su Yang had originally considered whether to reveal the Night Demon King in order to compete for first place, but he was worried that even if he did reveal the Night Demon King, he would still not be able to get first place. Battles aren't about health points or mana points. The higher the life level, the stronger the awakened talent. Although the elven girl didn't make a move, Su Yang could sense the threat emanating from her. The 5th match has begun. This time, Su Yang didn't get a bye, but his opponent wasn't very strong either. He was much stronger than Hu Liao, but not as strong as the previous elf girl. However, the opponent is an 8th level life form with over 450,000 health and mana, and its 4-dimensional attributes are over 150. Although Su Yang's 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 100 points higher than his opponent's, Su Yang knew that he was no match for his opponent in a real fight. He was only able to get to this point because of summoning the Night Demon. The opponent seemed to have already obtained information about him, and without any nonsense at the start of the match, immediately launched an attack on Su Yang using his talent. However, Su Yang, who was prepared in advance, instantly summoned the Night Demon Dark Lords. 2 of them appeared beside him, and the other 10 appeared behind them to block the opponent. As expected, you can summon even stronger summoned beasts. Is this your true limit? Suddenly, Su Yang's opponent stopped and flashed back to his original position. The other party looked almost exactly like a human, except that its hair was blue and flowed like water. Not playing anymore. Sensing that the other party had no intention of fighting, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. I'm not fighting anymore. The man shook his head slightly and said, if there are only 10 summoned beasts of this level, I have no problem with them. I can barely handle 12, but... The other person's gaze fell on Su Yang, revealing a hint of intrigue. I sense a threat from you. You yourself must have considerable combat strength. You are quite an interesting human being. Human, my name is Oaks, a disciple of the water god. If you survive, you may be qualified to witness my power at its peak. Before he could finish speaking, Oak's figure dimmed. He clearly conceded defeat on his own initiative. Water god disciple? Peak form? Su Yang's heart stirred. Any living being entering the survival world starts with 1 point of 4-dimensional attributes. Its life level may not decrease, but its rank will be reset to 0. Was Oaks at the 7th or 8th rank, or even higher, level before entering the survival world? But what exactly does this God's disciple mean? Although he was curious, the other party wouldn't explain anything to him. Or perhaps, the fact that the followers of the gods are not a secret to the truly powerful forces is simply something they are unaware of. Su Yang secured another victory, officially entering the top 4. Leaving aside the top 4, even among the top 10, it seems that he is the only one who is a level 6 life form, while the rest are all level 8 life forms. After the other 3 of the top 4 appeared, they were all individuals with over 200 points in each of the 4 main attributes. However, on the other hand, Su Yang actually has more of the 4-dimensional attributes. The outside world was quite excited because he entered the top 4. Obviously, it was a very shocking thing for the human race to enter the top 4. However, it was soon learned that Su Yang had awakened a special summoning talent and that he was only a level 6 life form. While it is astonishing that humans could evolve into level 6 life forms in such a short time, the most amazing thing is the talent they awakened. It can actually summon a summoned beast that even a 6th tier, 8th level life form cannot defeat. This human is really lucky. Chapter 199, An Easy Victory. Accident. What a huge surprise. Su Yang hadn't expected the next 2 matches to be so easy. In the 6th match of the quarterfinals, his opponent readily conceded defeat. In his words, if Oaks has conceded, there's no reason for him not to. Su Yang then realized that Oaks seemed to be quite famous. In the final championship match, the opponent was a lion man, and a lion man with special talents. Before Su Yang could even react at the start of the match, he was attacked by his opponent. However, due to the black god armor, Su Yang did not suffer any actual harm. The opponent's talent seemed to be a spatial talent similar to blinking. He suddenly attacked and was succeeded. However, the opponent did not expect Su Yang to have such an amazing defensive armor. He was stunned for a moment. Su Yang seized this opportunity and summoned 12 Night Demon Dark Lords to brutally kill the opponent. To be honest, winning the championship is a piece of cake. However, Su Yang was not arrogant at all, because he knew very well that the Real Masters had not yet made their move. After the competition, Su Yang returned to the land of the Huaxia people. After this reward, the space of the Huaxia ethnic group has reached 8.05 cubic meters per person, and the total space has reached 1.8 billion cubic meters. As the one who received the most reward space, Su Yang had the greatest authority. He modified the entire space into a huge space that was 5,000 meters long, 3,600 meters wide, and 100 meters high. As for how to set it up, he left it to the professionals. He did, however, divide up a private space for himself in the very center of the entire space. Because this is the clan's territory, after Su Yang opened a spatial portal here, the portal was completely connected to the space he had created using his LV-10 spatial skill. However, once he enters the survival space, the portal will likely be blocked, just like it was during the previous competition. As the first place winner, Su Yang not only received a reward of 1 gold and 3 red, but also obtained some information about the next survival challenge. Extremely cold place. This was a true struggle for survival. Why do I say that? This time, the extreme cold region will have no time limit. The journey will only end when the destination is reached. It is worth mentioning that after reaching the destination, you can return to the Huaxia land at any time. But the extreme cold is not so easy. The temperature will drop more and more over time, and it may even start at 0 degrees Celsius, a true world of ice and snow. Armored vehicles are fine even if the outside temperature is low. At most, they will consume more energy, but it's not a big problem. What really bothered Su Yang was how to withstand the low temperature after getting off the bus. He himself didn't think there was any problem, because his black god armor was unaffected even at minus 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. But what about the others? Just as Su Yang was thinking this was a problem, Fangya suddenly brought some news. You mean, you've entered a special interface with a large number of merchants from other races? Su Yang looked at Fangya with surprise. Just now, She said that she had been invited to a special business exchange channel where there were many merchants and everyone could trade. Yes, it seems that someone from the Three-Eyed Clan with a special business talent used a special tool to make a deal possible in this situation. Fang Ye's eyes lit up. Suyang, it seems that other races have a huge shortage of items that can improve attribute points. It seems that we can make a fortune by selling them at a high price. Now, a portion of the Huaxia clan's territory has been designated as a warehouse. Although that warehouse contains some meat that increases attribute points, Fang Ye knows very well that most of the meat that increases attribute points has actually been collected by Su Yang. Su Yang possessed a special space, which she knew, but she didn't know it was called the inventory. Su Yang's inventory can now hold 200 of the same item in one storage slot. He had previously crafted 1,009 cubic meter metal boxes, each capable of holding 10,000 kilograms of collected meat, which is only 5 storage slots. However, there isn't much meat left in those 1,000 metal boxes now, because Su Yang used them all to synthesize orange-grade meat, so there simply isn't that much left. In fact, even if he had them, he wouldn't sell them. He'd keep them to synthesize higher-grade meat. No need. My talent has improved further, allowing me to synthesize this meat into orange or even red quality meat, which is now insufficient for us. Su Yang shook his head slightly, and what he said made Fang Ye's eyes light up even more. Her reason for wanting to earn gold coins was simply to buy things that would increase their strength. Then I'll go and acquire it. Yes, we do intend to make acquisitions, but not meat or similar items. Su Yang quickly gave Fang Ye a general overview of the survival situation in the next phase of the extreme cold region. Extremely cold places? A world of ice and snow at sub-zero temperatures? Fang Ye's expression changed slightly, which made her feel troubled, because for Su Yang, acquiring those monsters from other people was very important. That's how you get meat that increases attribute points. But if most people can't get off the vehicle in extremely cold places, how do they catch monsters? It's even possible that even if you kill the monster, you won't be able to retrieve its corpse. For Su Yang, the corpses of strange creatures are also of great value. They can be used to collect resources or to create potions that restore health and mana. Are you suggesting I buy things like winter clothing? Fang Ye looked at Su Yang, a strange glint in her eyes. Seemingly noticing the strange look in Fang Ye's eyes, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, why are people selling these things? To be precise, they're selling blueprints, and at a very high price. Fang Ye smiled bitterly. She had initially wondered why the other party was offering such a high price for these blueprints for cold weather gear, but now she understood that it was all for the next stage of survival. High price. Su Yang looked at her strangely, and then, under Fang Ye's incredulous gaze, he transferred 70 billion gold coins to her. How do you have so many gold coins? Bet on what you can win. Su Yang shrugged, looking indifferent. All right, go and buy some supplies. If possible, buy as many as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, quite a few people should not be planning to enter the next stage of survival. Fang Ye paused slightly, naturally understanding the meaning behind Su Yang's words. Now that the Huaxia people have land, some of them no longer need to struggle for survival. Although this would mean these people would completely lose their car owner status and be unable to use survival items to improve their rank and life level, for most of them, just being able to save their lives would be a good thing. Not everyone wants to struggle to survive in such a world. Chapter 200 The next stage, the extremely cold land. Item, winter clothing image. Category, machining drawings. Quality, blue. Application, after being installed on a processing machine, it can manufacture cold weather clothing in 3 qualities, white, green, and blue. Materials needed, fur or cotton fabric, and ordinary parts. This processing blueprint alone is worth 100 million gold coins. This is outrageous price gouging. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, but he had no choice but to buy it because it was a special processing drawing. In fact, Su Yang had planned to use the rewards he won in the final competition to choose blueprints for something like a winter coat. But the problem was that the blueprints were either red or gold. Such winter clothing is not bad, but rather too good, making it expensive to manufacture and difficult to mass produce. Moreover, only one quality of cold weather clothing can be crafted. Su Yang has already determined that although these rewards can be chosen freely, they are actually selected within a certain range. So, in the end, he still had Fang Ye buy this special processing drawing. Having obtained the processing blueprint, Su Yang chose to use a red reward to upgrade it, ultimately obtaining the cold weather clothing processing blueprint he desired. We can manufacture cold weather clothing of the lowest quality white and the highest quality red, and there are two types. One is cold weather clothing that only protects against low temperatures, and the other is cold weather clothing that provides some protection in addition to protecting against low temperatures. For example, a red quality cold weather suit can withstand the sweeping attacks of some purple machine guns without much problem, and it can even withstand the bombardment of ordinary hand grenades. However, this type of cold weather clothing is not cheap to manufacture. A red quality cold weather suit is no cheaper than some red quality vehicle parts. However, the cost of cold weather clothing to withstand low temperatures is extremely low. Before the upgrade, the cost of a white quality cold weather clothing was about 3 silver coins, but now that Su Yang has upgraded it with a red reward, it only costs 1 silver coin. White, high quality winter clothing is inexpensive to produce, but at most it can maintain its own temperature at around -5 degrees Celsius. Green quality clothing can withstand temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius and costs only 10 silver coins. Blue clothing can withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees Celsius and costs about 1 gold coin. Purple clothing can withstand temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius and costs 20 gold coins. Orange quality clothing costs 300 gold coins, but orange quality cold weather clothing allows ordinary people to move around normally at temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. The red quality ones can move freely in environments as cold as -100 degrees Celsius, and they only cost 3 to 5,000 gold coins to make. This cost only covers the material costs. Su Yang's processing vehicle can produce 5 times the output, and even the real cost of a red quality winter coat is only a little over 1,000 gold coins. But I could sell this red quality winter coat for 3 or 500,000 gold coins, and someone would still buy it, right? Su Yang stroked his chin, naturally thinking of other races. After discussing it with Fangya, Su Yang manufactured 100 ordinary red winter coats, and then manufactured another 100 winter coats with defensive capabilities. The former costs no more than 150,000, while the latter costs more, with 100 pieces costing over 50 million gold coins. However, Su Yang not only recouped his costs with just 100 ordinary winter coats, but even made a profit. He sold them for 1 million yuan each, even though they offered no protection whatsoever. As a result, Fangya sold them out in just 3 minutes. 100 million. This represents several times the profit. Su Yang suddenly realized he couldn't do math anymore. As for the red quality cold weather suits with defensive capabilities, they were even more outrageous. The price of 15 million per piece was sold out in less than a minute. Fangya was completely dumbfounded, and then she regretted that she had set the price too low. Su Yang quickly realized that for some powerful races, gold coins were not a problem at all. They have many ways to acquire gold coins, such as creating a car club and acquiring the attribute of a car club that earns gold coins. Su Yang's car club also has this car club attribute. Currently, it's only orange level, and each person can bring him 10 gold coins a day. At its peak, his car club had 30,000 members, which is 300,000 gold coins a day. This is still at the orange level. It is said that the red level gives each person 300 gold coins a day, which is 9 million gold coins a day. Some car group attributes can double, triple, or even 10 times the amount of gold coins earned, which is simply outrageous. Su Yang knew this because Fangya had found out about it from that business communication channel. It must be said that compared to those races with a rich history, the Huaxiao people are far behind. They have a lot of information about the survival world and have long been prepared. But the Huaxiao people knew nothing and could only take things one step at a time. Su Yang instructed Fangya to purchase a large quantity of materials for manufacturing winter clothing, so that even if they couldn't be sold, they could still be used by his own people. It costs 1 silver coin to manufacture 5 items, and I make a profit by selling each item for 1 silver coin. Su Yang originally thought that 70 billion gold coins was a lot. Well, actually it really was a lot. But it's nothing like the kind of abundance Su Yang imagined, where you have more than you can spend. The more gold coins you have, the better. For example, Fangya acquired several cultivation cards this time. If Su Yang can complete all of them, advancing to the 7th level will be no problem at all. Even a cultivation card that only increases an attribute by 1 point can increase it to 3 points in Su Yang's hands. The 7th order is not a problem. Time passed slowly. 3 hours before the survival challenge in the extreme cold began, the Huaxiao people had determined who would stay. In fact, at most, only 22 million people could stay, which was only 1/10 of the total population. This means that at least 200 million more people will need to enter the extremely cold regions, but after passing through them, more people will be able to stay. To be honest, if we were to leave too many people behind, the space in the Chinese territory simply wouldn't be enough. A space of 1.8 billion cubic meters seems large, but the height is only 100 meters, and the area is 18 million square meters, which is 18 square kilometers. This is really not enough to live in a place with more than 22 million people. Therefore, Su Yang divided the 100-meter height into several layers, which was barely enough to make room for them. Old Chun stayed. Therefore, during this period, Su Yang provided Old Chun with a lot of items to increase his attribute points, and also had Lan Mei create a gene evolution potion that reached level 7, hoping to help the old man live a little longer. Su Yang felt quite at ease leaving Elder Chun in the clan's territory, naturally not wanting anything to happen to him. Although the people of the tribe do not need to fight for survival, it does not mean that no one will die. Who knows what will happen in the tribe when they enter the survival phase? Su Yang will naturally leave behind enough strength. He didn't want the tribe's territory to have undergone earth-shattering changes when he returned next time. It should be noted that Su Yang has already invested a lot of money in the clan's territory. Now, the Huaxia clan's territory can barely be self-sufficient. There is no problem in growing some crops, and fruits are also possible. The only problem is that animal husbandry is not yet possible. For this reason, Su Yang has used up that gold reward and 2 red rewards. Deficit? No, because the people who stayed behind would help him grow some special medicinal herbs, and these seeds were purchased by Feng Ye at a high price at Su Yang's request.